You merely topped up a set of equipment for a girl in a mobile game, but she said she wanted to repay you. The next day, a bloodstained crystal core sent by her appeared on your phone. Only then did you suddenly realize that your phone was connected to another world. Items you sent her would be transmitted to her world, and vice versa. I regret to inform you that your muscular atrophy has spread near the thoracic cavity. If the condition worsens further, even your breathing could become problematic. In the hospital room, you lean against the pillow, gazing despondently at the wilting snowdrops swaying on the bedside table. Your long silent phone suddenly vibrates, notifying you that a new game, Survival in the Apocalypse, has been installed. On the screen, a dimly lit small warehouse comes into view, with only a single beam of light piercing through. Dust covers every surface, and the furniture is scattered and wrinkled. A frail girl with disheveled hair is trembling as she huddles in a corner. Her face is pale, and strands of her matted hair are stained with blood. Despite her 1.7-meter frame, she curls up like an injured stray cat. As the scene unfolds, faint zombie growls echo outside the dilapidated warehouse. The girl's nearly despairing sobs emanate from the phone, and for some reason, your heart clenches. You feel an uncanny resemblance between her and yourself. You try tapping the girl, hoping to make her move and explore the room, but her body trembles all over, remaining motionless. A message pops up on the phone screen. Xiao Xingxing's current physical condition is extremely poor. She cannot move. You hesitate, staring at the pop-up, your fingers repeatedly poking at the girl on the screen. Just as you're at a loss, another message appears. First recharge of 6 yuan, and you'll receive a survival food package. Seriously? Pay to win before even playing? This must be some scam app. As you're about to hit the exit button, a voice, pleading, desperate, helpless, pitiful, comes from the phone. Save me, please, I don't want to die. Your finger trembles. The girl on the screen feels like another version of yourself from another world. Perhaps out of anger at your miserable life, or perhaps unwillingness to accept your impending death. Your finger, originally hovering over the exit button, shifts and taps the first recharge option instead. The payment goes through, unlocking the food package. In the game's realistic scene, the dust-covered ground suddenly distorts, and 3 bottles of water and 3 bags of bread inexplicably appear. Watching the items materialize, you can't help but think the game developers are downright greedy. Such a meager reward for the first recharge. Even some big-name companies are more generous than this. But unlike your reaction, the girl, who had been crouching on the ground, looks up at the food that suddenly appeared beside her. She shudders, then frantically glances around, muttering, "Where did this food come from? Whoa, this is actual interaction. This game's got something interesting going on." Intrigued by her response, you lean in, eyes glued to the screen. In the underground storage room of Unit 3, Jing'an Residential Complex, Xiao Shengsheng stares blankly at the food before her, her face a mix of shock and doubt. The gnawing hunger and cold had driven her to cry for help instinctively, yet the food actually appeared. Her long eyelashes flutter as she questions the reality of it all. Suddenly, she feels as if something pokes her body, and then her limbs move uncontrollably toward the food. Alert, she scans the room, but the warehouse remains silent except for the bread packaging on the ground unraveling on its own, and the cap of a water bottle unscrewing itself with a twist. She stared in horror at the scene. The suddenly appearing food was real, and her body moving on its own as if an invisible force was controlling everything. Her small mouth hung open in shock. Based on her understanding and experience, the only explanation for what was happening was the exceedingly rare spatial ability. There was no time to think it through. Her stomach twisted and contracted from hunger. Her blood pressure so low she felt dizzy and faint. Without food soon, she might not wake up if she passed out again. She grabbed the opened bread and wolfed it down ravenously. The sour taste buds in her mouth were instantly filled with the fragrance of wheat, and the fear in her eyes was replaced by a glimmer of delight. The bread was fresh, soft, and sweet, nothing like what could be found in this post-apocalyptic world. At this realization, her hands trembled as she held the bread, her large eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. "These things are too precious. I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life," she said, then picked up the bottle of water and drank it all in one go. The cool, pure, sweet liquid spread through her body. On the other end of the phone, you were stunned, thinking it was just a few pieces of bread and some water. But watching the girl in the game eye the food cautiously, then secretly open another bag of bread and tear off small pieces to eat like a kitten, her eyes squinting with happiness as she chewed, you felt that warmth through the screen. Your long empty, lonely heart seemed to be touched by a ray of sunlight, beating once more. This game is kind of addictive, you thought. On the screen, Xiao Shengshen licked the bread crumbs from the corner of her mouth, gazing longingly at the last piece of bread. After hesitating for a while, she carefully tucked it into the lining of her padded coat. This water and food are of such good quality, they might even fetch a low-grade crystal core on the black market, she thought, stuffing 2 bottles of mineral water into her sleeves. Her adorable, Squirrel-like hoarding antics made you smile from behind the screen. You tapped on the girl's figure, and a new data panel popped up. You were surprised to see that consuming the food had unlocked several new status bars. So her identity is a scavenger? No wonder she's living so miserably. You looked at the gaunt girl on the screen with pity and sighed. Well, since I don't have long to live either, might as well make your life in the game world a little more comfortable. You try clicking on the iron door in the warehouse. Inside, Xiao Shengsheng hears a faint sound from the door. Her frail body trembles like a sieve as she looks toward the door in surprise, her face flushing slightly with shyness. She thinks to herself, are you telling me to leave? But there are zombies outside, and my down jacket is already torn. If I get scratched, her small fists clench tightly. Xiao Shengsheng feels this might be a bit shameless to say, but if she had to choose, she'd rather starve here than become a mindless monster. The thin girl stands motionless in front of the door. On the other side of the phone screen, you smack your forehead and mutter, sorry, I played too many monster-slaying games, I just assumed it was time to go out and fight. You immediately stop your random clicking. Suddenly, the game interface pops up with another in-app purchase prompt. It warns that Xiao Shengsheng can't leave the warehouse due to the zombies and suggests clicking the button below to spend 100 yuan to unlock the beginner's gear, a white-tier military combat suit. Staring at the ad, you can't help but complain. The interactive animations are so well made, yet they waste this talent on a game like this instead of making some blockbuster domestic film. Despite your grumbling, you still click the button with reluctant enthusiasm. After all, just the hospital's inpatient fees alone cost a considerable amount each month. Since he was about to die anyway, there was no point in keeping the money in his card. In the real world, he was timid and submissive. But in the game world, he had to strike hard. In the dark corner of the warehouse, the dust twisted strangely as a thick military combat suit materialized out of thin air. Inside the warehouse, Xiao Shengsheng was stunned, her small hands trembling as she protectively clutched her chest, shrinking her neck and glancing around. Receiving no response, she suddenly felt something poke her back, compelling her to walk involuntarily toward the military suit. Xiao Shengsheng's ears burned slightly as she approached the combat suit, muttering to herself, always poking me. Seeing the thick, military green garment, she recalled seeing others wear similar outfits in the safe zone. Apparently, these were worn by soldiers responsible for protection before the collapse of civilization. Though the style seemed outdated, such clothing was priceless in the post-apocalyptic world, offering not only warmth but also fiber-reinforced protection capable of withstanding zombie scratches and even a few bullets. She initially wanted to refuse, but the suit was pushed toward her. In that case, rest assured, I will remember your kindness after I get out. One day, I will repay you. She hurriedly untied her dirty dress, revealing the form-fitting black thermal underwear underneath that accentuated Xiao Shengsheng's nearly perfect curves. The black thermal suit was a complete set. Though her body was slender and tightly wrapped by the underwear, it didn't lack any of the curves it should have. On the other end of the phone, you stared at Xiao Shengsheng in her underwear, your eyes practically glued to the screen, thinking to yourself, who says 2D waifus aren't appealing? This is way too good. Meanwhile, Xiao Shengsheng, now clad in military combat gear, tested her mobility before stepping toward the warehouse's iron door. Simultaneously, a new interactive panel popped up on the game interface. Proceed immediately to room 304 in Building A to search for clues. Looking at the task on your phone, you could roughly guess why Xiao Shengsheng had been trapped in the warehouse. The poor thing had probably tried to take the underground garage and follow the fire escape to room 304 in Building A, only to realize too late that the garage was also swarming with zombies, forcing her to flee in panic and hide in this warehouse. The warehouse's iron gate was a rolling shutter that slowly lifted upwards. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shengsheng clenched her small fists, stepped forward, and peered into the darkness outside. The underground parking garage, long deprived of electricity, was pitch black, making it impossible to see clearly. Only about 10 meters away, two puffs of white vapor could be seen floating upward in the darkness. As the white mist twisted and drew closer, the outlines of two tall figures in security uniforms gradually became visible, running toward her. Their faces were covered in dried blood, their eyes bloodshot, and white-hot breath continuously spewed from their mouths. Their tongues hung slack from their jaws, dripping with saliva. No matter how many times she saw such a scene, Xiao Shengsheng was instinctively terrified to the core, her body trembling uncontrollably, her body convulsed uncontrollably in fear. In her panic, she suddenly felt as if an invisible hand had pushed her from behind, causing her to stagger sideways. Then, miraculously, she could move again. A flicker of gratitude flashed across her frightened face as she realized it was you, the nameless presence urging her not to freeze and to run for her life. She frantically looked around, her tense expression suddenly relaxing as she finally spotted the glowing green exit sign in the dark left corner. Panicked, she dashed toward the corner, the growls behind her never letting up. Not daring to look back, she could only sprint forward with her eyes shut. The heat and stench of the zombie's breath hit her back like a demon's whisper, urging her on. Finally, the heavy fire door was within reach. Xiao Shengshan pushed it open with her small hands and stumbled backward through it. The closest pursuing zombie reached out with a massive hand, trying to push the door open again. The moment its hand slipped through the gap, Xiao Shengshan used her body as a barricade and slammed into the door with all her might. The heavy door crushed the zombie's hand in the gap, and she pressed against it with all her strength. Locked in a desperate struggle, terrifying growls echoed as the trapped hand twisted and clawed wildly, its fingers scraping her shoulder multiple times. Fortunately, the military-grade combat suit protected her from being scratched. As the relentless pounding and pushing from outside continued, the gap in the fire door widened bit by bit. Xiao Shengshan's body was forced backward under the pressure, her small face pale as snow from terror. On this side of the phone screen, you watch helplessly as she is about to be attacked by zombies breaking through the door, your heart burning with anxiety. For some reason, even though it's just a game, you can't help but care so much about the girl in it. Frantically tapping the screen, suddenly, an interactive prompt pops up. Move your little hands to help her. Try quickly tapping the button on the screen to fend off the zombies. At that moment, a red button appears on Xiao Xingxing's back on the screen. Two thumbs frantically tapping the buttons. Du Ziren's face suddenly flashed a trace of surprise. The feel. How does it feel? Like I'm actually touching something? Chapter 5 Mutated Zombie? White quality 198 military dagger. Above. Hey. In the meantime, with Du Ziren's frantic clicking on the other side of the cell phone screen, Xiao Shengsheng inexplicably felt it was as if a big invisible hand was reaching over behind her back, constantly pushing and shoving herself, giving her strength. But it seemed he also poked himself in the loins every now and then, causing a tingle to run through his body. Elder, yes, is it you? Blushing a little, Xiao Shengsheng felt the boost behind her and pushed her hands once again. Bang! This time, with the addition of invisible power, after pushing the door hard with both arms, he actually directly crushed the zombie hand in the doorway, and closed the fire door, dead. The walkers outside the door, too, were completely silent. A large purple-black hand fell at her feet, and Xiao Shengsheng looked at the closed iron door in surprise. I did this? Nope, it's not right. This is Elder helping me. Thank you, Senpai. You've helped me so many times. I owe you too much. I simply can't pay you back. Blushing slightly, she looked down the empty stairway. Silence, no echo. But, across the other end of the phone, Du Ziren but pursed his lips and smiled. What the hell? I'm still good. It's just that the feel of that hand just now. It can't be that my acromegaly has already affected my fingers, right? How could it have that real touch? Looking blankly at his fingers, Du Ziren's face darkened a bit. Looking down at the screen, Xiao Shengsheng was looking at this side of the screen with a red face and shyness. It's cute for miles. Nodding in the direction of the stairway, Du Ziren's eyes flickered with a touch of obsession. No way. If the condition really worsens, then how can I let Xiao Shengsheng have a good life before I die? Having gotten wet myself, I can't see anyone else without an umbrella. Even if it's a virtual Xiao Shengsheng, one has to give her a virtual safety. Come on. Let's get through the pre-plot first. Frantically clicking on the front hallway. Dum. Meanwhile, a hollow pounding sound resounded from within the cramped hallway entrance. Elder, is this going to get me upstairs? Shrinking her hands, Xiao Shengsheng buried her head in her wide military cap. Her whole body was like a small mushroom, full of steps towards the building. Tap. The good thing is, pretty girls don't usually have bad luck. From the -1 essay floor underground garage to the 3rd floor residential building, not a single zombie was encountered. Crunch! Push open the fire door on the 3rd floor and you will be greeted by a long hallway. It's not one of those civilized one-story, two-family homes, it's one of those commercial building types. Coming out of the fire escape, you can see the elevator room, in turn, and a long row of homes with opposite doors. 301, 302, going along the door number of the room. The room number of 304 is captured at a glance. Ah, what luck! There are no walkers in the building either. Elder, this must be the good fortune you brought me. Murmuring in a small voice, Xiao Shengsheng tiptoed to the door of 304. If there are no walkers in the building, then odds are those walkers are still locked inside. We can't rule out the possibility that there are actually walkers in the 304 house. Click. Turn the doorknob slowly. Ka-ching. Unexpectedly, the door to this room was actually unlocked. It could be that the occupants were in such a hurry to escape that even if there were walkers inside, they wouldn't have locked up. Pushing open the door to the room, Xiao Xingxing's tiny head poked inside. Cough. The living room, long unoccupied, was dusty and there were some wretched pieces of ceramic bowls on the floor. It was obvious that something should have happened here before. It's like It's like there's no zombies. Boldness slowly grew, and after taking a step into the living room, Qiu Shengsheng pulled up the surrounding cabinets and searched inside. Photos. Photos. Hey, what's this? A chocolate sandwich? How lucky. It's only expired for 6 months. A flash of joy instantly spreading across her face. Qiu Shengsheng carefully tucked a softened chocolate into her pocket. Small hands kept pulling open the drawers in the living room where they could see them, but any further attempts to get something out of them showed nothing but rotting crumbs and stinking clothes. Well, maybe the pictures aren't in the living room? Trying to move from the living room to the bedroom, Qiu Shengsheng remained on high alert and tense. Under the doomsday, the lowest level of existence of scavengers, like her, accidentally bitten by a zombie, becoming a walking corpse being killed by an alien in seconds, abound. It's okay. It's okay. There are clothes that Senpai gave me. Just be careful. Crunch. Gently pushing open the door of the bedroom, Qiu Shengsheng just poked a head in this time. Yeah. In his ears, a shrill howl suddenly exploded. What? Put. There was no time to look up, only to feel a black round mass fall violently from the top of the wall and pounce on his head. A pair of small hands, already rotting and green, came clawing towards his face in a deadly manner. Fixed eyes to see. This is clearly a baby zombie that has been festering green all over its body, and its little face is half gone. It had been creeping above the top of the wall, just waiting for an unlucky door opener. No. Arms instinctively shielded her face. Hissy. The baby zombie's fingernails were long and thin, like steel knives cutting into Qiu Shengsheng's sleeve. Hissy. Fortunately, the military battle uniform, of white quality, had excellent workmanship. No matter how much the claws scratched, they could only leave a shallow scratch on the military uniform. You get down here. Roughly sensing the thickness of the military battlesuit, Qiu Shengsheng took advantage of the gap between the baby zombies clawing at her, and with her left hand, she grabbed for the top of her head and yanked on the baby zombie's neck. In an instant, just like being pinched by the lifeblood, the baby zombie's hands and feet stomped crazily. Even though you're a child, but to live, to brother and sister, I have to. Bang! The big hand lashed out with a dead-on gravity slam from above. With a poof, a puddle of thick green liquid exploded on the ground. The baby zombie, with only half of its head left, had completely lost its head, and its empty neck was twitching. It was too dead to die. Pooh! Her chest continued to rise and fall as Qiu Shengsheng calmed her uneasiness from a bout of panic. After a good while of work, looking at the zombie bodies on the ground, she forced herself to rummage around the house. On the nightstand, there was a framed photo of a man and a woman embracing each other with the woman's large belly. Is this it? I found it. Quickly walking to the bedside table, Qiu Shengsheng picked up the picture frame as soon as she could, and her face was delighted. At the same time, on Du Ziren's side, a new message box popped up on Qiu Shengsheng's head. Mission accomplished. Qiu Shengsheng gains happiness value +2, +1 for quest completion, +1 for chocolate discovery. Copper 30 to be collected by submitting the mission. Current happiness value 3. Will you continue to explore room 304 or start back to the black market of mines? Chapter 6 Mutated Zombie? White quality 198 military dagger. Below. Oh, is this giving me the choice of free exploration or completing the quest to get into the main line? Looking at the panel that appeared on the screen, Du Ziren thought carefully. Generally speaking, games are designed that way for a reason. For example, in a famous island game, a wrong plot choice at the beginning dooms the only lockout that follows. Of course, that doesn't rule out the mischievous life or death binary plot choice. Right now this choice. Du Ziren rubbed his chin and his gaze went to the photo album in Qiu Shengsheng's hand. It asked me if I wanted to continue exploring 304? Actually, when you think about it, the photo is of a pregnant woman and her husband. If the client is the husband, then could that baby walker just now be the child in the pregnant woman's belly? Wait, there's a hole in it. Suddenly, Du Ziren seemed to have figured something out and clicked on the door of 304, in a panic, signaling Qiu Shengsheng to leave. Try asking, if the husband ran off and left the pregnant woman and baby, what about the pregnant woman walker that just appeared underneath the baby walker? Killed by her husband? How is that possible? If he had the ability to kill walkers, how did he get away? Run! Qiu Shengsheng, run! Uneasily, he shouted towards Qiu Shengsheng in the screen, but the Qiu Shengsheng in the screen had her head held high and was still looking around in a daze. Senpai, did you just knock? You are? Letting me go? If it's a request from Senior. Shengsheng understands, nodding her head and stuffing the photo album into her arms. Qiu Shengsheng walked quickly towards the door of 304. Roar! But, as if it had triggered some death CG, a grim hiss came violently from behind the glass door of the living room bathroom. Rumble! The next moment, frosted glass flew out of the doorframe and a swollen female walker with a hollow belly stepped out. Ha! She exhaled hot air and held a pair of rusty scissors in her hand, fixing his eyes to take a closer look. This zombie's body was somewhat edematous giant view. His face had swollen to the point of pressing down on the eye slits, and an inch of dark intestines flung out from his shattered and torn belly. The way it looked as if she had cut herself open hard and removed the baby before her necrophilia. Ha ha! As this pregnant zombie hissed, the intestines flung outside her belly actually twisted strangely. This is a mutated zombie? It has powers too? With a swish of her face, Xiao Shengsheng finally understood why no one was rushing to take a photo recovery task, so there were so many doors hidden inside. Bad. This thing. How could? Swish. Without waiting for Qiao Shengsheng to say another sad sentence, the large intestine that was shed outside the belly, like a snake coil, was flung towards Qiao Shengsheng. Boing boing. Quick. It's too fast. It was simply too late to react, and Qiao Shengsheng's body instincts were violently suspended in the air. His body was wrapped in bloody large intestine, and he was already strangled and bound in mid-air. Don't. Rustling. The large intestine kept flinging itself around, pulling Qiao Shengsheng towards the pregnant zombie's stomach. No matter how much Qiao Shengsheng's arms struggled to free themselves, the writhing bowels only tightened their covering more and more. I don't want to die. I have a brother, sister. Buzz. The moans didn't sound for a while, and Qiao Shengsheng's entire body was sucked into the stomach of the giant pregnant zombie. Pft. The huge stomach kept twisting and writhing, as if it was absorbing and digesting Qiao Shengsheng. Grr. Meanwhile, Duziran's side looked at the picture in his cell phone and his face darkened for a while. Why? Didn't I make the right choice? I know. No matter which one I choose, this death CG will trigger, right? Buzz. The cell phone screen kept vibrating up and the shadowy screen lit up with a blood red warning. Warning. Xiao Shengsheng is being attacked by mutated zombies. If we don't save her, she'll be digested. Only 198. Bring home a white quality dagger. Whether or not to spend 198 to buy a military dagger. This dagger cuts iron like mud. Newcomers must have. Asterisk. Trash game. Waiting for me here again, huh? Charge the up. Knowing that this game has the formula of the previous mobile game Cheat Kryptonite, but looking at that helpless girl who always smiled shyly, just watching her die in front of his eyes, Du Ziran cannot do. TNND. I'll willingly cheat you out of your money. Qiao Shengsheng. Live. Ding dong your bank card with tail number 0304 spend $198. As a consumption message pops up at the top of the phone, a successful consumption is simultaneously displayed on the game screen. Wham. In the belly of the pregnant zombie, Qiao Shengsheng's breath continued to stick. Both of her eyes were dim and her eyes were being squeezed shut. Am I going to die? I obviously just want my younger siblings to live a better life. Images of running lights flashed before her eyes, and Qiao Shengsheng thought of many people, his own siblings, his parents who died in the mouths of the zombies, the sadness of having to beg for a living in the outer boroughs like a vagrant for the past few years. All the burdens of everything fade away like a passing cloud. In the end, she didn't think of her loved ones, and inexplicably in the back of her mind, she thought of the senior who had suddenly helped her. Right. I'm sorry, elder. I owe you. I'd actually like to meet you. You must be a very gentle man? Between the gradual lowering of his eyes, a coldness inexplicably throbbed in the palm of his hand. Live. Qiao Shengsheng. Buzz. A man's voice suddenly exploded in his ears, and Qiao Shengsheng's eyes snapped open, and a cold and slender dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. It's senpai? I know. Unconsciously tears left the corners of my eyes. It's been a lot of suffering and silence. Qiao Shengsheng has no dependents. She does not have any noble awakened supernormal ability, nor does she have a hard family background. Even at the age when she should have been pampered, she went around scavenging, for the sake of her younger siblings. The helplessness and sadness within seemed to have found a support at this moment. All this, it's all from that man himself. Me. I want to live. To see him. To repay his favor. Hiss. Put. The pregnant zombie who was still shaking her belly continuously. The next moment, a huge blood groove was violently torn open on the belly. Pff. Reddish blood splattered as Qiao Shengsheng held the dagger and had already cut through a large portion of the meat intestines, drilling out with a face full of blood. Chapter 7 Gifts for Seniors. Significant crystallized cores. The huge belly spewed blood, and a floor of shredded large intestines rolled out of the stomach. The pregnant zombie looked at Qiao Shengsheng with disbelief. She couldn't imagine how a person could pull out a dagger for no reason at all, making something out of nothing? And that dagger was simply beyond sharp. Pff. The horrible bleeding under her belly made the pregnant zombie stumble backward uncontrollably. Tap tap tap. Finally, after she retreated several steps in a row, the entire huge corpse collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed into a pool of blood, and the huge corpse never moved again. Who, with her small hands holding the dagger in a death grip, Xiao Shengsheng lay on the ground, frantically sucking in the fresh air from the surrounding area. She looked steadily at the pregnant walker, fearing that she would strike again. Elder, thank you. Emotions erupted from the aftermath of the robbery, and Xiao Shengsheng frequently bowed towards the surroundings. Now, she probably figured out that Senior's good intentions. The other side never rescues themselves directly, but gives props to fight the walkers and work on their abilities. The other side are cultivating themselves. It's the end of the day, and he's still willing to go to the trouble of training new people, either to make himself his deadbeat, or he's looking for an heir. However, in either case, Xiao Shengsheng was grateful to the other party. Elder, if Shengsheng can see you in the future, he will definitely sacrifice his liver and brain. Heavily kowtowing towards the surroundings once again, Xiao Shengsheng stood up and walked towards the fallen pregnant zombie. Mutant zombies, also known as psychic zombies. Such zombies are extremely difficult to hunt, but the relative benefit is, they generally have a zombie crystal core knitted inside their bodies. This kind of crystal core is expensive. After grinding it and soaking it in hot water, the pores will absorb it, and if you are lucky, you may be able to awaken your supernatural ability and become a supernatural being, and from then on, you will be able to ascend to heaven. If you are unlucky, then you can also dramatically improve your fitness and boost your immunity. So to speak, a crystal core was a small hope for an ordinary person to turn over a new leaf, and despite the low probability of awakening psychic abilities, hope was hope. For an ordinary person to obtain a zombie crystal core, it was as hard as heaven. For example, the Xiao Shengsheng just now, if it wasn't for that senior's intervention, would she have been able to kill the mutated zombie? Zombie crystals? If I can use it, maybe there's a 1 in 1,000 chance that I can become an alien and lead my younger siblings to a good life. But, Shengsheng knows in his heart that it's impossible to kill this zombie without Senior. So, the sharp dagger violently stabbed open the pregnant zombie's head, and a red crystal core wrapped in blood and water was taken out by Xiao Shengsheng. She cupped it with both hands and respectfully handed it to the void high above. Please, Elder, accept this insignificant gift from Shengsheng. At this moment, Du Ziren looked at Xiao Shengsheng in front of the screen, who was holding the crystal core, with both hands and looking at himself with a pious face. His face was surprised. Holy, that's a lot of interactive power, isn't it? What do I need you for? What? You're actually going to send it to me from the game? Looking at Xiao Shengsheng snidely, he poked her blushing face with his hand, and a pop-up window popped up. Name, Xiao Shengsheng. Identity, scavengers, apocalyptic stragglers who stray from the safe zone and rely on simple tasks to get by. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. 3 circumferences? Happiness value too low to unlock for now. Physical state, sick. Satiety value, 30. Warmth value, 5. Happiness value, 3+2. Happiness in the aftermath of a robbery is added. Equipment, military combat uniform, white. Military dagger, white. Your Doomsday Survivor character is throwing you a gift. Do you accept it? Ooh, what? You can really send it to me. Ha? Clicking yes with a bit of mischief, Du Ziren was purely and simply amused. You have to say, why didn't he let Xiao Shengsheng stay and use it himself? Because he guessed that with the piss-poor nature of this kryptonite game, he could definitely kryptonite to give Xiao Shengsheng the best crystals to use and awaken the best psychic abilities. As for this crystal core, now? What? This garbage game company can actually send me an equal scale model offline? Forget it, let's just hurry up and refresh the quest. I'm kind of looking forward to it. With a high happiness value, will I be able to? Hey. Thinking with a piggish face, what Du Ziren did not notice at all was that the crystal core that Xiao Shengsheng was holding, after clicking accept, suddenly disappeared. Great, Elder, he took it. He recognized me? At the same time, Xiao Shengsheng inside the 304 house looked at the disappearance of the crystal core in her hand, and her face was delighted. It had been the most dignified gift she could have given. This crystal core was the only possibility for her to make a class leap, although it might be nothing more than a weekday consumable to that senior. To her, it was nothing less than the only rarity in this life, as long as it's for him, even if it's the only chance I have to turn my life around. I do too. Her ears were inexplicably red, and her heart began to beat faster as she recalled the cry she just heard when she was on the verge of death. If I heard correctly, Senior's voice, it seems, very young. As her cheeks began to burn, Xiao Shengsheng snapped back to her senses and patted her little head. What are you thinking about? How can Senior look at me even if he is very young? It's better to pack up and go back to the black market, first to hand in the quest and get the money. hurriedly wiping the blood on her face. Xiao Shengsheng quickly stepped out of room 304, following the way up all the way down back to the ground floor. Xiao Shengsheng purposely avoided the -1 floor, where there were still 2 zombies blocked behind the fire door, tiptoeing all the way out of the -2 level underground garage in the dark. Clatter, clatter, white, the world outside the neighborhood exit, a pale snowy white to the eye. There were white snowflakes in the sky, and the snow on the ground was already more than 10 centimeters high. Phew ha! Looking at the endless white of snow, Xiao Shengsheng exhaled a breath, tightening the food and photos in her arms. She walked alone in the middle of the barren snow. Boy, this game screen, this real-life scene, you can take it to any Hollywood blockbuster. TSK, 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 it's a shame to just produce this kind of money pit game. In front of the phone screen, watching Xiao Shengsheng walk out of the cell, Du Ziren once again marveled at the game's fine graphics. Just getting ready to move my upper body, which is the only thing I can move, when I change my arm hold to hold my cell phone. Dum 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 dum. There was a knock on the door of the ward. Who? Ziren. It's me, Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, what's wrong? Oh, like, someone sent you a package and left it on the doorstep of your room. I saw to bring it in for you. What? Chapter 8. Are you in love? Was there someone at the door just now? Crunch. The door to the ward was pushed open, and Du Ziren was surprised to see Dr. Lu walk in holding a small cardboard box. He's in the hospital's advanced care area. Not to mention how the courier brother came in. On weekdays, this place is so quiet that even the drop of a pin can be heard clearly. This package in front of him. How in the world was it placed at the door without a sound? Rub? Could it be that tachypnea has given me hearing problems in my ears? Put. Dumbfounded, Du Ziren's eyelids fluttered as he watched Dr. Lu placed the package on the bedside table. On the cardboard box, the words from Xiao Shengsheng were clearly written. Ward Hair? This Thai game company that's so fast? Ziren, do you want me to open it for you? Considering Du Ziren's physical condition, Dr. Lu asked thoughtfully. Du Ziren nodded. Trouble, Dr. Lu. It's alright, I'm curious. This Xiao Shengsheng, what kind of person are you? Ziren? As I recall, it seems like not many people have visited you. She, tentatively sneaking a glance at Du Ziren. Dr. Lu knew that it was not a good idea to ask, but it was her duty to familiarize herself with the patient's loved ones and emotional changes. Xiao Shengsheng. She's a very important friends. Right, a friend from the game. I was going to say that Autumn Shengsheng is a game character. However, the girl's smile somehow surfaced in his mind. Du Ziren did not want to put on a cold game character persona for her, even if it's just imagination. Du Ziren hopes she's a real friend. Oh, a friend you met in the game? Constantly surveying the change in Du Ziren's expression, Dr. Lu suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Ziren, it's not cybersex, is it? Ha? Internet dating? How can it be? What are you ashamed of? I've been there before. Ha ha ha. Showing a meaningful smile, Dr. Lu had a look of I know, no more questions, and tore open the sealing tape on the courier, hissing, let's see, your online love interest sent you something. Before the word something could be uttered, Dr. Lu's face suddenly changed. Inside the cardboard box, a strong smell of blood floated out. A stone flashing with demonic red light and stained with blood was lying quietly in the carton. It's this? My intuition from years of medicine told me that the blood on the stone was not some kind of decoration, but the real thing. Zombie crystals? Squinting at the stone in the box, Du Ziren was also stunned. Exactly the same. It's practically the same thing. Equal proportions. 1-to-1 restoration of the crystal core that Xiao Shengsheng had dug up at that time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this Dogcoin Games peripheral production this good? With this level, you don't go and sweep the market around the small days. You make this money pit game? Eyelids fluttering furiously, Du Ziren's hand reached out. Dr. Lu, let me see that stone. Ziren, this friend of yours, gave you this thing? Dr. Lu, uneasy to put on gloves, removed the bloody stone. She looked left and right at the blood-red stone, and never understood what the thing was. An art piece? Blood gems? And the blood on it, there's a putrid stench, which, in the end, is from what? This thing, it's a gaming peripheral that a friend gave me. That blood up there, it should have been purposely drizzled on to ensure a realistic effect. It's fine, it's not food. Put it in your hand and play with it and it should be fine. Game. Perimeter? Wiping the blood from the stone, Dr. Lu surveyed it again and again, and only after he really didn't see anything unusual, did he hand it to Du Ziren. Hiss. What precision workmanship. Receiving the crystal core, with his left hand, Du Ziren put the stone in front of his eyes for a closer look. There were also bloodline-like formations running through the red stone. Nice. This game, Kryptonite is worth it. After playing with it for a while, perhaps feeling tired of it, Duziren put the stone into the snowdrop flower pot on the cabinet without thinking about it. The snowdrop flower is from Dr. Lu, and the crystal core is from Chiu Shengsheng. Both of these items were of great significance to Duziren. Right, Ziran. It's a nice day. Want me to push you out for a walk? Seeing that Duziren had a flat bed, Dr. Lu took the initiative to ask. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Duziren's eyes, but it went out again. He knew that Dr. Lu was well-intentioned, but every time he went out in his wheelchair and looked at other people's sympathetic gazes, he felt oppressed and uncomfortable. Forget it, Dr. Lu, go back. I'll just play the game with my friends. Shaking his head, Duziren raised his cell phone. In the cell phone screen, Chiu Shengsheng was still walking alone and lonely. Dr. Lu glanced at it, but only saw the obscure screen. She nodded, only thinking it was Duziren's phone locking up. Good thing too. Let that online lover of yours spend more time with you. Sometimes, human bodies give birth to many great miracles. It takes a good mindset to prompt these miracles. If you can have fun playing games, take care of your rest. Ziran. After recovering Duziren's bedsheet, Dr. Lu poured Duziren another cup of hot water before he took a step and walked out of the ward. Crunch! The door to the ward's room closed again, and inside the darkened room, Duziren smiled to himself. A miracle? A miracle flower like the snowdrop flower has withered. Not to mention me? Glancing at the snowdrop flower on the bedside table, what Duziren didn't notice was, the petals that had already dried up and withered, strangely and quietly began to stand up and green up. Count on it. It's better to let my shangs accompany me. I hope I can give you a good life before I die. Clicking on the cell phone screen, Duziren looked at the young girl walking alone in the snow. The corner of his mouth then slowly raised a smile. Hoo. As the cold wind pounded on her face, Chiu Shengsheng gritted her teeth and stepped out of the snow one step at a time. Squeak squeak. I don't know how long it had been since I stepped and collapsed, but after walking out of the neighborhood, I made my way farther towards the outskirts of the deserted street. Gradually, a mine with a huge hole open now came into view. Mining black market. A once very famous urban mining pit. It was abandoned for a time after mining ran out of ore. However, after the end of the world, the deep mines became an excellent battlefield that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. After being occupied by a bunch of people, this place gradually developed into a barely safe zone. Back. Rubbing her small hands together, Chiu Shengsheng strides into the mine. The left and right walls of the mine were covered with dense shallow pits, like small cave dwellings. Inside were cowering piles of old men with waxy, yellow faces, shrunken and sleepy. They are all scavengers, who have lost the ability to move, who have been abandoned by this cruel era, and can only hide in the periphery of the safe zone, living one day at a time. Passing by these shallow potholes, Chiu Shengsheng stiffened her face and came to a huge hole wrapped in an iron net. With that, she shook the snowflakes on her clothes and respectfully shouted towards the inside. Number 0929, Scavenger, Chiu Shengsheng. Mission completed. Requesting to return. Chapter 9 Miraculous Blossoms. Miraculous Recoveries. 0929? As I recall, didn't you go on Professor He's mission? You what? After this voice finished speaking, from within the deep mine cave behind the iron net, a fat man wearing a down jacket with a full face of fat meat came out. His gaze first surveyed Chiu Shengsheng's face, and finally it was fixed on her military battle uniform, and a pair of green bean eyes flickered through a greedy and envious light. That combat suit of yours, where did you get it? The words turned, and the fat man in the feathered coat narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Chiu Shengsheng. Chiu Shengsheng originally wanted to say senior cent, but her mouth opened. She suddenly face chilled. Go to a family in the neighborhood to pick out. Oh, you're lucky. Something found? Found it. Well then, wait. I'll call out for someone to check if you have any wounds on you, and if you don't, you can come back. Hey, come to a woman. Shouting toward the cave behind him, a wonderful woman with dazzling hair and ermine stockings immediately ran over. Lord Wu Hai, is there something you want to order? You, go check her body for wounds. Understood. The woman sniffed and stood obediently by the barbed wire. The barbed wire that blocked the depths of the mine. In the next moment actually click strange bent folds, opened a human-shaped doorway. Go! After smoothly burrowing out of the doorway, the woman wrapped an arm around Chiu Shengsheng and headed toward a nearby unoccupied pit. She seemed to be very skilled at examining wounds, and after unzipping Chiu Shengsheng's blouse, she had no qualms about feeling towards her body. It is? Clatter! The exquisitely packaged bag of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water fell from Chiu Shengsheng's arms, and the woman's eyes clearly flickered with a hint of greed. Such pure water, and this bread. You? Looking at Chiu Shengsheng in surprise, Chiu Shengsheng's face changed, and immediately handed the woman a bottle of mineral water. Sister Xia, take this water. You and Guard Wu can taste it together. It tastes great. Ha, you're smart. A sly smile curled up on the corner of her mouth. The woman wasn't polite at all. Picking up a bottle of mineral water and shoving it towards her chest, Qiu Shengsheng frowned, but did not dare to say anything more. It had always been this couple that was in charge of guarding the gate, and whatever the people who went out brought back would be checked by them. If you're not smart enough to honor something out, there's no guarantee that the couple will trip you up in some way. Okay, it's okay. Go on in. Your brother and sister, who have been reading about you for days, come to the door when they have nothing to do. The woman smiled, seeming to be in a good mood after receiving a surprise. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Qiu Shengsheng nodded frequently and rewrapped her clothes before following her to the iron net. Finished checking? Well, Sister Xia said it was okay. Well then, get in there. Wu Hai casually beckoned between the wire mesh again, click click click, to open a human-shaped gap. Qiu Shengsheng head also did not look back, towards the deeper hole to go. Hiss, that barbed wire is alien? Meanwhile, Du Ziren held his cell phone in his hand and watched Wu Hai's operation with a surprised expression. He was sure that there was absolutely no electrical equipment in this pit, and the twisting of the barbed wire just now was as if it was being manipulated by an invisible force. As I recall, Qiu Shengsheng used to think I was some kind of space alien powerhouse. So, this fat guy who's watching the door, he's a shifter too? As the screen moved, Du Ziren tried clicking on Wu Hai's avatar. Buzz. Instantly, Wu Hai's personal information was displayed in front of Du Ziren's eyes. Wu Hai, metal alien, white quality alien. Alien power level, alien 3. Identity, former leader of the Viper Mercenary Corps. Injured on a mission. Became a gatekeeper for the black market of mines after making a deal with the black market. Yoo-hoo. I can't believe this guy. Used to be a character. Is it frustrating now? Lying flat and guarding the door with your powers? Curious. He clicked on the third level of Wu Hai's ability level panel, and after the detailed explanation interface popped up, Du Ziren realized the setting of the ability within the game world. Scavenger, that's a generalized term for ordinary people who don't have psychic abilities and can only take on simple tasks as a way to survive in the base. Above the many scavengers were the exalted exotics. Alien is 1 in 1,000, and it is not a given that one will awaken alien after using a crystal core. The alien energy level, on the other hand, was even more tedious to cultivate. Alien, superhuman, awakened, evolved, inhuman. It's a post-apocalyptic science alien ability class setting. An alien is a human being who has awakened his or her psychic abilities, but is limited in the number of times he or she can use them. A further superhuman is an existence that has almost unlimited use of their powers, and can even expand the power of their powers. As for the further upper level awakened, it was the stage where genes fused with alien memories and began to comprehend transcendent alien techniques, when the alien ability was skilled and at its peak. Once one has comprehended the exotic technique, the exertion of their exotic abilities will be beyond imagination. And then after that, the evolutionary, that was a monster existence that had been thoroughly combined with psychic abilities. The final inhuman setting is something that no one has ever been able to achieve. In scientific research, there were 10 stages of intensity set for each stage. Each stage of advancement required a large amount of crystal cores to feed them, so the higher the stage, the more rare the exalted became. This was the reason why Qiu Shengsheng looked at Du Ziren with a look of adoration and horror. In her mind, Du Ziren might already be an old monster like evolutionary. So, even a mere third-order alien can act like a corrupt official in the safe zone? It seems. I have to find a chance to have Qiu Shengsheng awaken her powers as well. Clicking on the screen, Qiu Shengsheng in the picture had followed the roadway to a hole in the ground where many earthen houses were erected. She walked towards one of the largest earthen rooms, on which the words Quest Delivery Office were clearly written in large letters. Upon entering the earthen room, the eye is greeted by grayish-yellow quadrangular earthen walls covered with posters detailing various tasks. Oh, that's kind of Japanese RPG-ish. Looking at the picture silently, Autumn Singer walked straight to the bar on the side of the earthen wall. At the bar stood a woman with tawny hair. What surprised Du Ziren was that the woman's hair, skin color, and even pupil color were all tawny. Mine Black Market Task Manager, Linya. Identity, Alien. Alien power level, Alien 5th order. Ability, Earth Control, White quality. The other party's message came into view with the click as well, and Du Ziren raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, beautiful jobs in safe camps like this are taken on by the noble shifter. Sister Linya, I've come to hand over the task. Hey, little Xing Xing, what's this outfit of yours? Got lucky and fished it out of the neighborhood. That'll do. Sell the outfit and you can go a month without having to go out. What Du Ziren didn't expect was that Qiu Shengsheng was unexpectedly on good terms with Linya. She greeted, her eyes sweeping over Qiu Shengsheng's clothes without a hint of envy or jealousy. Delivering that group photo to the bar, Linya squinted and, without hesitating at all, took out a small bag from under the bar and handed it to Chiu Shengsheng. Here, take it. 30 copper coins. Save your words, it's enough for a week anyhow. Thank you, Sister Linya. Receiving the money bag, Chiu Shengsheng revealed a rare smile. Chiu Shengsheng completes the quest looking for a group photo and receives 30 coins. Successful return to safe camp. Happiness +1. Warmth +10. Current happiness level 6. Current warmth 15. With the complete handover of the mission, Chiu Shengsheng's personal information panel, once again, was updated. Chapter 10 Miraculous Blossoms. Miraculous Recoveries 2. 30 coins, and a bag of bread, a bottle of water. The younger siblings will be happy to see this, won't they? Inside the forested dirt house path, Chiu Shengsheng held the heavy bag of money. Her little face flushed. The young girl's face was filled with the joy of longing for life. That's nice. It's so nice. Little Xing Xing is so cute. So cute. Or don't go out and struggle. I'll raise you with kryptonite. On the other side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren looked at the young girl's smiling face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. For some reason, watching Chiu Shengsheng become better step by step, he also had some sunny and confident emotions. Even though you're a game character, even though you're just a string of data, but, you are indeed a tiny sun in my shadowy world. Don't worry, I'll help you live a good life. Gazing at the screen, Du Ziren leaned against the side of the bed and suddenly felt some numbness in his chest. It's a long time in one position, isn't it? He didn't care. He just stared at the girl in his hand and smiled. Mining black market, inside the mid-level survival camp, a dirt house in the corner. The cramped, damp, earthy-smelling house had only nearly a dozen square feet of space stuffed with small, earthy furniture and a large dirt bed. But even in this environment, if you don't regularly deliver the 10 copper coins per month, as usual, you will be driven to the pit outside the barbed wire fence. The large dirt bed was covered with a somewhat damp quilt, and wrapped in the quilt were 2 children under the age of 8 or 9. They were a man and a woman, both with somewhat dirty faces. In the black hole, the girl blew towards her palm and asked weakly towards the boy beside her with a dark purple face. Second brother, when do you think sister she'll be back? Why don't we go back to the gate? There's a pie in the house? We bake it and bring it to my sister? Good. The 2 little nubs crawled out of their quilts with only a somewhat blackened cotton jacket. Shivering, they took a big, hard cake out of the quilt and were about to shove it toward their arms. Tap tap tap. Just then, there was a footstep at the door. Chiu Ning, Chiu Jing, I'm back. Oh, sister. The 2 little nubs' bodies shook violently, and they instantly ran towards the door in excitement. At the doorway, Chiu Shengsheng topped off her white military battlesuit, and looked at the 2 figures inside the room with a pleased expression. At this moment her taut face slackened and she was somewhat relieved. It was as if all those aggravations suffered outside had dissipated without smoke after seeing his siblings. Sis, are you okay to go out? Xiao Ning wrapped her arms around Chiu Shengsheng as she worriedly looked up and down at her. Sis, this coat of yours, it's so handsome. Her younger sister, Chiu Jing, with snot still dripping from her nose, also ran over and wrapped herself around Chiu Shengsheng's thighs. Don't worry, sister will be fine. Sister, I've met a good person this time. Ha, yeah, but didn't you say, sister, that you shouldn't trust anyone under Armageddon? He's different. While talking, Chiu Shengsheng slowly took out the piece of bread and the bottle of mineral water from her bosom as if she was fetching a treasure. Dang, look, guys, what's this? As if showing off. As soon as the pure water and white bread appeared, the 2 little carrot heads immediately lit up. Sister, what is this? Kunin's eyes went wide. Wow, what clean water. I haven't seen water like this before, sister. Is this good? The 2 little ones asked one thing and another, and Chiu Shengsheng opened the mineral water and bread with a smile on her face. Here, slow down. Save the water too. When we're done eating and drinking, my sister will take you shopping for new clothes. Oh. The small house resounded with the romantic sounds of children, as the 2 little ones carefully tore into the bread. Ongwu, it's so delicious. Sister, you eat too. You guys eat. My sister already ate on the way back. No, sister, you eat. The tiny loaf of bread was torn into several pieces, and 2 small, dark hands handed over the crumbs, and Chiu Shengsheng's smile, which had never subsided before. That's nice. Looking at the happiness in the cell phone screen that was about to overflow, Du Ziren just wanted to find a recharge screen to improve the living environment for Chiu Shengsheng. Pfft. At the heart's mouth, the heart's beat was inexplicably low. Phew. There was a tingle in his chest and his breathing began to catch. As if a 1,000-pound stone was pressed on his chest. Du Ziren only felt a fiery pain in his chest. No matter how much his mouth inhaled, it was as if the oxygen could not be delivered to his lungs. That oppressive feeling, that searing pain, was growing deeper and deeper at the moment like a heap of frost. Asterisk 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 are my thoracic neurons necrotic too? The cell phone in his hand fell to the ground with a plop, and Du Ziren's pupils were wide open. He felt the god of death, which had been haunting the head for many days, was finally swinging down his sight this time. Am I finally going to die? Cough cough, the eyelids began to fight, and before Du Ziren's eyes, he gradually recalled the walking lights of the past. He thought of his mom and dad, his childhood self, but somehow, the last thing that came to mind was actually Qiu Shengsheng from the Doomsday Survival game. The girl's knitted brows and smile seemed to nourish his heart like a sweet spring. After I die, will she be bullied? She's so stupid. Will she be victimized? I don't want to die. I still want to look at her. Look at her. At this moment, the powerful desire to survive fought with the drooping eyelids. Du Ziren also do not know why at this time will think of a game character. As it happens, also at this moment, inside the empty, dark, dirt room, Qiu Shengsheng ate bread and suddenly choked. As if she sensed something, her gaze looked around the hollow. Elder at this time. Is it going well? Across the cell phone screen, the thoughts of the two seemed to converge. I can't die. Forcibly moving his body and hearing the voice from the cell phone, Du Ziren looked hopefully and desperately at the bedside table. I'm still largely out of it. Snowdrop flower, are withered. My life. Between glimpses, Du Ziren's eyelids fluttered. Because that pot of dying snowdrop flower is alive and well at the moment, with playful flowers and leaves. The flower that represents the miracle of being alive actually came to life. Chapter 11 Miraculous Blossoms. Miraculous Living. 3. When was this? Who? Breathing more and more rapidly, Du Ziren looked at the vibrant flowers, his eyes full of disbelief. Dying. Miracle representing flowers are resurrected. Then why can't he, Du Ziren, survive? I want to live. I'm going to watch her be happy step by step. Clenching his fists, the creaking sound of stubbornly pinching the bones sounded endlessly. Du Ziren's eyelids jumped, and a flash of red light came into his eyes. In the flower pot of the snowdrop flower, the crystal core of the artifact that was sent by the game company was flashing with a bewitching red light. Qiu Shengsheng. A gift from Qiu Shengsheng? Strongly extending his arm, Du Ziren grabbed the crystal core in the flower pot and held it in his palm. It could be felt that since the crystal core, a hot current was surging towards the limbs and bones. Gradually, it seemed as if there was some sensation in the lower part of the body. A burst of warmth wriggled throughout his body, causing Du Ziren to close his eyes cozily. It's been a long time since my body felt this good. Ziren, wake up, are you okay? Well, I don't know how long he had slept. Du Ziren only felt a calling sound coming from his ears. He moved his body in a refreshed manner, and actually, in a natural reaction, sat up directly from the bed. Hey, you can move? This action immediately scared the gasp even louder. What's wrong? Dr. Lu, rubbing his eyes, Du Ziren realized that his vision seemed to have cleared up quite a bit. He tried to move his arm, and he suddenly realized that the scarlet crystal core was still in his hand, only to spread out his hand again to see that the scarlet crystal core had turned into an ordinary white stone, no longer the exquisite bloodline from before. Ziren, you can move your upper body? Dr. Lu covered his mouth in disbelief. Seems like it wasn't until Dr. Lu reminded him that Du Ziren realized afterward. He was now only a little paralyzed in the lower half of his body, and the rest of his body was almost constantly active. Hiss. What the hell? What's going on? Eyes narrowed. Du Ziren recalled everything from last night, and finally his gaze settled on the crystal core in his hand. Dr. Lu, I remember I had an attack of tachypnea last night, and I'm already having trouble breathing. But when I think of someone, I hold this and fall asleep. Now that I'm awake, I seem to be getting better. Scratching his head, Du Ziren looked at Dr. Lu with uncertainty. Dr. Lu sniffed and looked at the crystal core in Du Ziren's hand in surprise. Suddenly, as if he had figured out something, a trace of color flashed in his eyes. I see. That's the power of love. Du Ziren was dumbfounded. Love can cure diseases? What? Ziren, do you think I'm joking? Let me tell you, there are not a few terminal cancer patients who go out with their husbands and wives to travel and put on a show and recover. You have to realize that the human body is amazing, far more than we know. Maybe it's because of that online love interest of yours that you have the lifeblood to want to live. The body sensed your obsession, and that's why it fought back against the weakening of the nerves. It's listening to Dr. Lu's words. Du Ziren fell silent, his face reddening a bit, as if that's the idea. It was thinking about Qiu Shengsheng last night that made him hiss. I survived because of my secondary paperboy wife? Ward hair? It only felt a bit esoteric, and Duzirin didn't think carefully towards the crystal core in his hand. He trusted the doctor's scientific explanations more. That must be the body saving itself. That is to say, if my obsession with Qiu Shangsheng is strong enough, is it possible for me to get up from my hospital bed? Totally possible. Zirun, treat people well. That girl, she might be your lucky star. Excitedly patting Du Zirun's shoulder. Dr. Lu was also quite longing for such a medical miracle. Is it my blessing? Rubbing the warm crystal core in his hand, Du Zirun then seemed to think of something bad. Scrambling to pick up his cell phone from under his bed, he clicked into the Doomsday Survival game once again. How much is this dress? What? It's 10 coins? In front of the mining black market, mid-level trading stall, Qiu Shengsheng looked at one of the plush coats in the stall with a somewhat tangled face. That plush coat is actually sized a little smaller than the sibling's body. This kind of one, at first glance, is plucked from somewhere out there, but there's no way out. After so many years of doomsday, well-preserved clothes are considered treasures. For example, if she was willing to sell this combat military uniform on her, it would start at least at 200 copper coins. Hey, are you buying? I see you're dressed so well, you can't even afford to spend that, can you? At the goods stall, the stall owner sized up Qiu Shengsheng and shook his head just as he wanted to take back the clothes. Qiu Shengsheng's face flushed slightly, and she immediately clenched her teeth. I want two. Hey Gu, that's great. You're a great man. Can I get a discount on two? Can't hit a point, can you? Two. Unwillingly taking out 20 copper coins from her pocket. Qiu Shengsheng was thinking of saving a few coins to buy a little bit of food. It would have been only 30 coins, and with the rental fee for the middle tier, there would have been nothing left once the last 10 coins were paid. Sister, we don't want it. Right, we don't want clothes. What are you going to eat when you spend all your money? It's not cold. Hide inside the house. Xiao Ning isn't cold. The voices of the two little ones came from beside him. Qiu Shengsheng looked over, and the noses of the two little carrot heads were frozen red. The more they were like this, the more ruthless Qiu Shengsheng was, and sharply bought 2 down jackets. It's okay. Sister can still go out and get quests and make money. Rubbing her younger sibling's small face, Qiu Shengsheng forced out a smile. It's pathetic. No powers and 2 little ones to raise. Compared to Qiu Shengsheng, I seem to be too much of a coward. On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren secretly sighed at the girl's helplessness, and inexplicably felt some heartache in his heart. All the copper coins were spent, and all the food that was brought back was eaten. You. What are we going to do tonight? Starve? Shaking his head, he began to look for the recharge screen on the screen interface. No way. Can't see E-wife suffering a little. Charge hard. After looking along the screen interface for a while, Du Ziren realized that after dragging and dropping the game screen, several unlocked gray frames would appear. Lucky wheel, spend 1000 renminbi to open. Newbie food bundle, priced at $6, refreshed daily. Newbie adaptive equipment, priced at 198. Currently there are newbie gauntlets and newbie daggers. You can continue to buy them to unlock other sets. Newbie sets have hidden effects. More features, unlock the Qiu Shengsheng happiness value to open. Chapter 12 Food and Pistols at Midnight. Happiness 10. Turn on the horns. Good lord. So this is where they're all hiding? If I don't find out about this thing, is it going to pop up another pop-up window for me to recharge as soon as Qiu Shengsheng is in danger? A 198 novice set? Buy. A food gift pack that refreshes every day? Buy. What else? After ordering everything he could in one breath, Du Ziren realized that the spending was far from enough to open the lucky carousel for $1,000. Maybe. Not sure about the storyline yet. Mall unlocked for now? Thinking about it, it seems like a lot of big game makers start out with the skin of not letting you spend money, and then wait until you get to a fixed level you can't beat. Suddenly, a mall pops up on the game screen for you to actively tap into. TMD. Game makers are used to that. Du Ziren. Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just spent 204 yuan, and it has been detected that you frequently spend money on games, so please pay attention to moderate game consumption. We recommend that you turn on the anti-addiction mode for teenagers, and refund for underage. Buzz. Even the bank text message in his cell phone jumped out this time and started to kindly remind Du Ziren. What indulgence? Isn't it only right to buy food and supplies for your wife? Ignoring the text message reminder in his cell phone, Du Ziren clicked the button in the game. The $6 food gift pack shows that it's being handed out, and that newbie adaptable equipment. With a click, a pistol pattern shows up. Recommended equipment for beginners, Desert Eagle, 60 rounds of free ammunition. You have collected the novice equipment combat uniform, military dagger, and Desert Eagle. After wearing the 3 pieces of newbie equipment, the hidden effect lucky value +1 will be activated. Yo, A suit? Ha! For this kind of setting, Duziren did not even look at it. It was simply the light design of all the games. I clicked on the pistol, and the screen is also showing in distribution. The other side. Inside the dark and cramped small earthen house, Qiu Shengsheng looked at her younger siblings wrapped in thick down jackets, sleeping on the bed with a smiling face. The corners of her mouth could not help but grin. Growling, growling. Her stomach, for the third time, wailed. However, she pretended not to hear any of it and silently took out the chocolate she had previously harvested in 304 from her pocket. Nah, tonight, you will share this candy, and when tomorrow comes, my sister will go out again, and next time she will bring so much food. Peeling the already softened chocolate, Qiu Shengsheng stuffed the chocolate into her siblings' mouths. Sis, aren't you hungry? You eat. Xiao Ning looked worriedly at Qiu Shengsheng, who, without saying a word, shoved the chocolate into her brother's mouth. Yummy. If it's good you'll eat more. Xiao Jing wants it too. Good. The sweet, creamy chocolate was gradually divided and fed to as many siblings as possible. Qiu Shengsheng looked at the chocolates that were even licked clean from the bag. Her lips pursed and covered her stomach as she walked to the door. Well, go to sleep now. My sister will go wash her hands and go to sleep. Good. Behind her came the sound of her siblings settling down, and Qiu Shengsheng walked outside the house, where an earthen jar at the door of the hut was filled with grayish-brown water. That's the only perk of the middle tier. A regular source of water, full of gravel, dust, and yellowed groundwater. Qiu Shengsheng drank for many years. Grunt grunt. She was just about to take a couple sips to ease the hunger in her stomach. But there was a distortion of space in the corner of the small dirt room. An ice-cold pistol, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bags of bread appeared in Qiu Shengsheng's field of vision. Hey, this kind of strange operation. Qiu Shengsheng had gradually adapted to it. She looked around dully and asked weakly, Elder, is this for me? Chug chug chug. There was still no echo, but something on the ground had pushed its way to Qiu Shengsheng's feet. It's waiting to see the pistol laid out on the food. Qiu Shengsheng's eyelids fluttered wildly. A pistol. That's the only thing that can quickly pull in scavenger and alien status. These kinds of props have long been strictly controlled. After all, a person with a gun had a chance to kill a shifter with a single shot, but a beginner's shifter, in no way, could kill an ordinary person in a split second. This, looking at the cold pistol, Qiu Shengsheng's heart plop, jumped ceaselessly. Senpai, what do you mean? Let me take this to protect myself? Chug chug chug. There was still no echo. But Qiu Shengsheng's body stumbled forward uncontrollably, and the pistol had moved into her arms. I see. Thank you, Elder. Having already sworn that if she could meet the senior in another day, she would definitely sacrifice her liver and brain. Therefore, after collecting the guns and ammunition, Qiu Shengsheng did not squirm as she grabbed the bread mineral water on the ground and re-entered the small earthen house. My siblings were still leaning on the side of the bed, covering their stomachs and not sleeping. Kids are growing up. So how is it that one chocolate a night fills you up? Come on, all stop pretending. Sister found food. Clatter. Opening the bread and mineral water, Qiu Shengsheng walked to the bedside with a smile on her face. Wow. Sister, this food of yours, where did you get it? Wow. It's white bread and nice clean water that I ate today. Both little ones' eyes lit up, and Qiu Shengsheng pursed her lips and smiled. It was given by a very nice big brother. Oh. Whoa, big brother? Don't ask too many questions. Eat. His-slaw. The bag was opened, and inside the cramped room, the 3 siblings buried their heads and nibbled on the bread with a euphoric satisfaction they had never known before. Growling, the mineral water that you can drink and the sweet-smelling bread are just like a dream. Little Belly is so full, so happy. Little Qiu Jing cocked her head and lay on her side, her little face flushed up. Happiness. Happy? Nibbling on the bread, Qiu Shengsheng tucked her siblings into their bedding and couldn't help but smile. Autumn pithing happiness +3. From food. Autumn pithing happiness +1. From the pistol. The current favorability of Qiu Shengsheng is 10. Unlock specific item trumpet when your favorability reaches the cutoff value. You can purchase the trumpet prop for communicating with Kaya Shengsheng. The trumpet can only post content with less than 15 words and is priced at 20 renminbi per trumpet. Asterisk. $20 to shout a line? Why don't you go rob the money? For crying out loud. It's pretending to send me a horn when it could just rob me. On the other side of the intervening screen, Duziren looked at the new message that popped up on the game screen, and his face was originally one of joy. But soon, it went dark. Chapter 13 Outside Design. Viper Mercenary Group. Grass. I, Duziren, am jumping out of the sickbay. Roll out of the sickbay. I wouldn't buy a trumpet. Damn. Really think I'm a little cutie. So burst my gold coins, huh? You're a bandit, aren't you? Why don't you go rob? Looking at the pop-up tips in the game, Duziren thought, This ing game official, is it treating people as SB? Talking to a game character costs 20 a sentence? What? You don't think of money as money, do you? Just about ready to ignore this message and keep playing. Out of the blue, inside the quiet little earthen room in the middle of the night, after waiting until Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing had all fallen asleep, Qiu Shengsheng lay in the corner of the wall, rubbing the pistol in her arms, unable to sleep for a long time. Think of all the opportunities here. She scratched her head as if she had made up some sort of mind and looked toward the empty darkness with peachy circles around her eyes. Elder, what exactly does Sheng Sheng count as in your eyes? The young girl's eyes contained spring water. Looking at Du Ziren's face reddened. There was a headlong rush of words that would have trolled the gamers. It's. Comparing the screen for most of the day, Du Ziren was unable to respond to the young girl's question. Watching the young girl's expectant gaze fade to gray, Du Ziren gritted his teeth and immediately looked at the trumpet and chose to purchase it. Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just spent $20. Detected that you recharged too much amount of game packs. This side suggests that you, Snow Leopard, shut up. Directly ignoring the text message on his cell phone, Du Ziren hesitantly pressed the speaker prop and said a sentence with a somewhat complicated and embarrassed expression. You're a tiny sun in my shadowy world. Drip. After recording and sending. You're the tiny sun in my shadowy world. Du Ziren's clear voice actually echoed in the game's small earthen house. Hey! As soon as this voice came out, Qiu Shengsheng over there was like her brain had gone down, and her entire body froze in place. A long time. Her face was like a flaming cloud, rapidly reddening, as red as a summer peach. What do you mean? Heart inexplicably plopping constantly. Qiu Shengsheng feel that the small head is going to smoke. Senpai? Is senior confessing to me? No, I don't think so. Elder's meaning should be that I'm one of the more interesting episodes in his boring life, right? Covering her face, Qiu Shengsheng could only persuade herself so, because she really couldn't figure out how someone as noble as senior could look at herself. Well, it must be Senpai who's bored to tease me. It must be Elder. And what a bad guy. Despite constantly persuading herself, Qiu Shengsheng buried her face into the quilt, slightly curled up the corners of her mouth, and fell asleep with a smile on her face. Ha. Cute pinch. My Shengsheng is so cute pinch. Looking at the girl in the cell phone, that shy look, if not the other side to rest, Du Ziren hate to do a dozen more trumpet. Who says this trumpet is a money pit? This trumpet is wonderful. I'm SB. I love to fill it up. Fun. Love to play. It smells so good. In the meantime, mining black market, on the middle level, in front of the door of a large earthen room, a bunch of tightly dressed youths are gathering together. The large earthen room was hung with the 5 symbols of the Viper Mercenary Corps, in large letters. In the darkness of the night, a group of people moved sharply into the house, where 2 men and 3 women were standing on the inside. Under the reflection of the candlelight, one could clearly see Wu Hai's bloated and fat face. Brother, you said you're fine. What are you doing calling for the brothers to gather in the middle of the night? Beside Wu Hai, a young man who looked 7 or 8 times similar to him, but was much thinner, muttered with some dissatisfaction. He and Wu Hai were blood brothers, and since Wu Hai's accident lying down, the Viper Mercenary Corps was also led by him instead. Wu Tao, coming today, brother is here to bring you good news, Wu Hai said. Big Hand not honestly pinched the waist of the woman in his arms, teasing the woman giggle laugh. Good news? Egu my brother. In this world, what kind of scarcity is there now? Good news? What good news could there possibly be? Pursing his lips in disdain, Wu Tao just wanted to retort his big brother with a few words. Clatter. Suddenly, only Wu Hai pulled out a bottle of mineral water, directly from the woman's arms. Clang. Under the candlelight, the watery light of the mineral water was reflected in Wu Tao's eyes, and his eyelids snapped up furiously. This is pure water? Holy, big brother, where did you get this purity? As soon as he snatched the mineral water from Wu Hai's hand, Wu Tao looked left and right as if he was holding a treasure. Such a pure water source was simply the first time he had seen it in his life. Because of the appearance of this bottle of water, even the youths in the entire earthen room were agitated and frequently looked at the bottle of mineral water. Precious. It's just too precious. Decades after the end, the world has long been polluted as a wasteland. There is still water, but it's all polluted wastewater. To extract perfect and healthy water, there is only one possibility in the doomsday, that is, the water system, psychic ability of the psychic to create water out of thin air. But this kind of alien, once awakening appears, will immediately become the coaxing object of each large survival base, can be encountered but not sought. As for the mining black market, that barely qualifies as a third-tier security camp, it's a big deal to have a superhuman in town. A water alien? I'm kidding. Hiss. Brother, this thing, where the hell did you get it? You're not going to find a water alien, are you? My goodness, if I knew a guy like that, I'd take off. Wu Tao's eyes were flooded with gold stars, and Wu Hai laughed coldly. Ha, I'm not familiar with water alien, but this thing? Your sister-in-law scrounged it off a scavenger. The key thing is, that guy was still wearing his old combat uniform. Do you know what that means? The eyes under the fat narrowed into slits, emitting a cold light as if they were vipers. Wu Tao's face changed, and he immediately understood something. Big brother, are you saying, that guy might have found something that exists within the material storage room? She might know the direction of a large shipment of survival supplies? That's right. Such water, leaving aside the possibility that the alien gave it to her, could only have been artificially placed in a fairly well-sealed warehouse. I was thinking, should we think of a way for us to swallow her? Swallowed her? Big brother, what is this man's origin? Listening to Wu Hai's words, Wu Tao's face was obviously still a bit scrupulous. What's coming? Cut. Just a little kid with 2 little dolls. Where did she come from? It's just good luck. It's extremely lucky to have picked up clothes and found supplies. This water, but she's honoring me. Suddenly, the woman in Wu Hai's arms stood up, twisting her waistline, her originally crafty eyes narrowed in a snake-like manner. If you ask me, it's not too late. Tomorrow, it's time to get off the hook. Chapter 14. What? She still has a pistol? Lucky value determination. Above. The next day, Xiao Shengsheng awoke from a burst of warmth, curled up like a cat under the covers, and slowly opened her eyes. The cozy, peaceful feeling made her a little reluctant to leave the covers. She couldn't remember how long it had been since she had slept so soundly. Sweet-smelling food, sweet water, and safe combat uniforms. All of this was given to him by that mysterious senior. Senpai. Truly, a blessing for me. Rubbing her small face, Xiao Shengsheng forced herself to crawl out of the bedding. Her younger siblings were still asleep, and she left the earth hut at a quick pace with some reluctance. It's time to make money. Tightening her heartstrings, Xiao Shengsheng arrived at the mission room in the middle security zone. The money she had on her had been spent cleanly, and she had to earn the money she needed for the rest of her life in a day or two. Although that mysterious senior was kind to him, he couldn't just open his mouth and wait for the other party to feed him every day. Could he? That kind of maggot-like parasitism on the seniors. Xiao Shengsheng felt disgusted with herself just thinking about it. No way. Senior has already helped me too much. I have to grow up immediately. With all this equipment, touching the pistol in her pocket, Xiao Shengsheng confidently and calmly walked into the task room. Early in the morning, the place was already full of people, each picking out a suitable task. At the bar, Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was tilting her head to choose quest, and her face was a little surprised. Hey, Shengsheng, didn't you just earn 30 coins? Why today? Oh, Sister Linya, I've come to pay this month's house fee. Delivering the last 10 copper coins to the bar, Xiao Shengsheng touched her dried-up pockets and smiled somewhat restrainedly. Safe zone isn't protecting you for nothing, but anyone who dares to default on the room charge for a day is immediately evicted. It certainly didn't matter that Xiao Shengsheng was alone. What she was afraid of was that her younger siblings would be in danger outside. You paid for the room. Don't you still have the money? By some expired buns. Linya accepted the money and looked at Xiao Shengsheng with some confusion. Xiao Shengsheng just shook her head. Sibling, it's time to change clothes. It's good to be alive. What is the point of this? Sister Linya, you don't understand. I just want to give them a better life. Without further ado, I'll see if there's a suitable quest. The small body turned around and stubbornly looked at the quest on the wall. Linya could only give a faint hey. Suddenly, a quest announcement appeared in front of Xiao Shengsheng's eyes. Mission, Jing'an District Map Exploration. Mission details, in order to ensure a smooth exploration of the Jing'an District for the alien. A scavenger is now needed to go to the property building of the Jing'an District and look for the original architectural drawings of the Jing'an District. The person who returns with the original drawings of Jing'an District will be rewarded with 50 coins. Want the drawings for the quiet zone? That place is familiar to me. Leaping forward and taking off that quest paper, Xiao Shengsheng secretly sighed at her good fortune. Sister Linya, this mission, is it? I'll take it. Waving the paper in her hand, Linya glanced at Xiao Shengsheng's quest, with a somewhat dismayed expression. This quest seems to have been posted by an individual who didn't have it yesterday. Just as soon as I came in this morning, the client's money and quest requirements appeared on the bar, which is on this quest. Such a coincidence? Could it be that the heavens take care of the pith? Without much thought, Linya gave a cheering gesture towards Xiao Shengsheng. Be careful on the way. With a sweet smile, Xiao Shengsheng left the quest room with a big stride, heading straight outside the mining black market. Buzz 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 buzz. The early morning sunlight shone through the glass on Du Ziren's face, and Du Ziren felt the vibration in his chest and rubbed his eyes as he jerked up from the bed. The scent of snowdrop flower filled the air, and he was surprised to find that his thighs seemed to have some feeling. Maybe if the opportunity of that night came again, he'd be able to get out of bed. Buzz buzz. The cell phone on his chest kept vibrating. Du Ziren took it and took a look at it. The obscure screen displayed a line of large letters. Your doomsday survival character. Accepting a new mission. Looking for construction plans for the Jing'an neighborhood. Mission completion reward. Xiao Shengsheng happiness value +2. Copper coins +50. Did my Shangs take on another mission? That's good too. With the happiness level up, there should be more playability in this game, right? Rubbing his eyes, he set his cell phone up in front of him. Doomsday survival, game, activated. Paralyzed on the bed like a dead mansion. Last night to see Qiu Shengsheng had a comfortable life. Du Ziren are rare to sleep beautifully. Now the spirit is simply abundant. On the cell phone was the girl strolling alone in the snow. Du Ziren clicked on the quest, from time to time, but the more he looked at that quest, the more wrong he felt. How? This quest? It didn't appear sooner or later, but it appeared at the time when Xiao Shengsheng needed it. And it was like it was customized for her. Could it be that the lucky, special effect of the novice set has triggered? That's not right. The mission statement is to find drawings for the altered? Isn't this just a case of here and there? Shifters can't find it on their own? With doubts, Du Ziren stared at the cell phone screen dead on. He wasn't afraid of any accidents with Qiu Shengsheng. After all, he was Qiu Shengsheng's most powerful plugin. Clatter, clatter. White snowflakes sprinkled on her face, and Qiu Shengsheng blew a few breaths towards her hands. She looked towards the gate of the Jing'an district, in the distance, and a flash of joy just flashed across her face. Rustling. The thick, heavy snow looked vaguely like it was ringing with movement, and a few clumps of snow quivered on the ground. Is it just me? A hint of suspicion flashed in her eyes, and Qiu Shengsheng stood frozen in place for a moment. Suspected anomaly detected. Please choose to react. Just in the moment when Qiu Shengsheng was fuming, a beep sounded on Du Ziren's phone. Forward as usual. Remove military dagger or backward. Remove military dagger. Another multiple choice question similar to the one that triggered the death CG appeared. Du Ziren hesitated for a moment and decisively chose the latter. With his intuition, he felt that there was something wrong with this mission. After clicking on the option back up, take out the dagger, Qiu Shengsheng, who was originally staring blankly at the snowy ground, felt as if her body had been pushed by something, and retreated a few steps in a panic, and the dagger in her arms also fell into her hands abruptly. It's Elder? Did Elder tell me to back off? Does it? Already familiar with this sudden touch, Qiu Shengsheng gripped the dagger in her hand and stepped on the snow to take a few steps backward. Rustling. Next moment, a large net of thick rope popped out violently from the snow, netting towards where Qiu Shengsheng had just stood. Chapter 15. What? She still has a pistol? Lucky value determination. Medium. Put. The thick, coarse net sank down over the snow and pounced. Tap tap tap. Immediately after, under the thick snow, suddenly drilled out a dozen youths wearing black down jackets, clothes chest tattooed with viper pattern. You who? I can't believe you didn't get a net? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't expect this little thing to react so quickly. If you don't have a net, you don't have a net. And it's not just a matter of a couple of brothers dealing with a little girl doll. The coarse net was pulled by a few youths, and the remaining few youths approached Qiu Shengsheng with smiles. You guys, you're from the Viper Mercenary Corps? What do you want with me? Frozen somewhat white face full of astonishment. Qiu Shengsheng do not understand a small scavenger, himself, as to let a mercenary corps miss him? Had loaded? Pretending to be your mom? Don't think we don't know that you're sneaking goodies back to the safety camp. Tell us, where's the rest of the stuff? Otherwise, you're in for a treat. With a sardonic grin, one of the youths drew a small dagger from his waist. He looked up and down at the trembling Qiu Shengsheng, only feeling that this girl had probably never seen any blood, like a caged rabbit so good to kill. TSK, it's just skinny and not fun. Hurry up and say it, or brother me, I'm going to open a few bloody slits on your face. Oh. The man waved the dagger in his hand, and Qiu Shengsheng was still retreating, her face as pale as paper. Now that she was even more stupid, she was figuring it out. It was the Kasumi-san, who checked the wand that betrayed herself, the mineral water that he gave her as a bribe. Maybe she showed it to her concubine Wu Hai again. Wu Hai was the former boss of the Viper Mercenary Corps, and his brother was the current head of the Viper Mercenary Corps. It's not hard to imagine the twists and turns. I don't have any more. Those things are, mouth whimpering, Qiu Shengsheng do not want to sell the senior, but cannot say why. No more? You're lying to your mom? The approaching man let out an explosive curse and raised his knife to stab Qiu Shengsheng's face. Qiu Shengsheng's body trembled. While having already gone through the baptism of the mutated zombie, she no longer just stared stupidly, but instinctively scratched out the dagger hidden in her hand. Shoo! The two daggers clashed. With a spark, the military dagger cut off the opponent's dagger like iron in mud, and then with a pft sound, It opened a bloody gash on the man's stomach. Moment. The face of the man who was still aggressive was stunned, looking at the blood-spewing stomach in disbelief. You. He opened his mouth, obviously want to say something, but the surprise in his eyes has not yet dissipated. The whole body has already fell to the ground. Gurgling, blood stained a patch of snow, and the smell of blood filled the air. The men around them who had been watching the show were woodenly stunned. She killed the second dog? She actually dared to fight back? Her grandmother. That. After a brief moment of shock, the dozen or so men all looked as if they had come back to their senses and took out daggers from their waists one after another. Several handles of cold light lit up, and the dozen men leaned towards Qiu Shengsheng in a ring attire. Phew. Surrounded by the crowd, Qiu Shengsheng was instinctively a little scared, and her body was shivering again. At the end of the day, she was still a girl fresh out of the gate, and it would be a lie to say that she wasn't scared in the face of the majority's siege. But she also understood that once she was targeted by these whatever mercenary corps, it was useless to say anything. Doomsday is a world where zombies eat people and people eat people. Who cares if you die outside the mining black market? Today's mission was nothing more than a lure for the Viper mercenaries to fish themselves out, for the sake of not breaking the rules of the safe camp. Now, regardless of whether she had any food or not, she would inevitably be tortured by the Viper mercenaries. I can't die. I want to live. I still have my siblings. I still have my seniors. Tightening his grip on the dagger in his hand. Buzz sound. An icy cold air blew from the back. A man holding a dagger in his hand, in a horizontal slashing position, toward the back of his head. Please click on the buttons flashing on the screen to assist Qiu Shengsheng in dodging the attack. The moment. On the other side of the cell phone screen, Duziran's cell phone screen had popped up countless nodes where the men's attacks were about to fall. Oh, it's reaction training. Simple. Hands tapped rapidly on the various blinking points of light floating on the screen. Immediately after, Qiu Shengsheng's originally stagnant body seemed like a spirit snake dancing. Both legs bent out in an incredible arc, and the entire person fell back. At the same time as the cold light of countless daggers flashed by, Qiu Shengsheng dodged all the attacks, and a dagger was violently thrown out, directly plunging into the head of the person behind him. The man looked at Qiu Shengsheng's movements with a dumbfounded look on his face. His head tilted, and he directly fell to the ground. This nigga? What kind of body is this? Holy, what's this about making an action movie? Unbelievable. It was unbelievable, and the circle of men gathered around looked dumbfounded. What kind of reflexes would one have to be able to dodge a blow and kill someone backhandedly in such a siege? Grass, don't even ing gawk. Do it. As powerful as she is, can she still fight a dozen at once? Do it. One man, red-eyed, raised his dagger for more stabbing, and a few of the rest of the men's daggers were dangling high in the air in droves. Please pay attention to the moment. Quickly aim at the opponent's head and shoot the target to assist Qiu Shengsheng to escape death. Just as a dozen daggers were once again hanging high, the silver light all lining Qiu Shengsheng's face. This side, Duziran's cell phone screen, fixed on this scene, and an area of red dots resembling a judgment appeared on the heads of the dozen or so men surrounding Qiu Shengsheng. This setting is a bit like Tomb Raider, Lara Croft's survival decision when she encounters danger. After Duziran teasingly smiled, his thumbs of both hands continuously adjusted the perspective while he began to frantically click on the judgment area within the lightning-fast judgment time. Ha! Good stitch! Lara Croft stole all the game settings for you. Bang bang bang! As Duziran kept clicking on the heads of a dozen or so men, on the screen, Qiu Shengsheng had already raised her pistol. It's Elder? Feeling that her body was reacting in an impossible way, Qiu Shengsheng simply gave up control of her body and concentrated on her movements. Draw, load, aim. It's almost a snap. In the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen or so gunshots rang out in succession, and the heads of the dozen or so people who were still standing menacingly in front of them exploded into blood. Pffffffffff. Their hideous faces were still frozen on their mouths and faces, but in the center of their brains, a bloody hole had appeared with perfect precision. Pffffffff. Next moment, originally surrounded by a dozen people, a boom sound fell to the ground. Gurgling and gurgling blood flowed out of a pool of blood, but only the girl in the center of the circle stood with a gun, full of blood, but not hurt in the slightest. Chapter 16. What? She still has a pistol? The lucky value determination. Below, who? The cold wind blew, and Qiu Shengsheng stood alone in the snow, calmly looking around. In the distance, the few members of the Viper mercenary corps, who were still collecting their nets, had looked dumbfounded. Asterisk. What kind of gun god is this? What a fast gun. This nigga. This can't be some kind of shooting class commissioner origin, can it? Nope. Where is the commissioner now? Where did she get a gun? Boss, she's got a gun. Almost chaotic screams rang out. Several of the remaining mercenary troop members, not even caring about the coarse nets in their hands, ran towards a snowy field with loud shouts. Shoot! Don't leave anyone alive! Right at this moment, Qiu Shangshang, who was still in a state of stagnation, suddenly heard a prompting sound in her ears. Seniors? Listening to the familiar voice, Qiu Shangshang was a little hesitant. Killing zombies wasn't her first time. Killing someone was a real first. If you don't kill them, they will kill you if they remember their revenge. Think of your siblings. Another beep sounded. Qiu Shangshang pursed her lips and instantly raised her pistol. Bang! 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 Despite not having used a pistol, with her body being manipulated just now, Qiu Shangshang unexpectedly mastered the skill of using a gun. Pffffffffff. In the distance, although the fleeing few were not killed by headshots, they were all hit in other parts of their bodies without exception. There was a flurry of blood on their bodies, and in pain, they directly fell to the ground. Boss, help! Help me! Gurgling, blood gushed from the area where they had been shot, and even if they hadn't been hit in the vitals, they wouldn't have long to live with this heavy bleeding on a snowy day. Damn! Under the white corner of the snow pile, Wu Tao looked at the scene in front of him, and his whole face had become so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Unbelievable! It's unbelievable! With 15 people in their mercenary group, 14 big men plus an alien in their configuration, where would they go that wouldn't be a crunching mess to kill? That's a ing thing. Today, I can't believe I was beaten by a little girl today to the point of regimentation. Isn't this a joke? Woo hi, ICNM. Is this what you call a girl with no background? This nifty gun god. Grass. Cursing, Wu Tao slowly took out a few silver needles from his jacket pocket. He knew that today this beam had been lifted. He wouldn't be able to get through this in his life without killing the woman in front of him. I won't believe it. As good as you are, you're still a match for the powers? Go! With a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 silver needles, like white light, disappeared into the icy sky and snow. Gusts of ghostly light flashed. A few silver needles like arrows in cold wind, directly rushed to the chest of Qiu Shangshang, who, the sound of the crisp wind blew by, and Qiu Shangshang did not catch the abnormality. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren, who had just spent 40 oceans to persuade Qiu Shangshang to kill him, breathed a sigh of relief. The lull. A line flashed violently on the screen. Alien attack detected. Please choose the following response. Newbie 3-piece lucky hidden ability triggered. You don't need to worry about this attack. Oh, triggered the suit ability? Dumbfounded, he stared at the screen. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, only a few sounds of interlocking iron exploded from Qiu Shangshang's chest, and 5 silver glittering steel needles fell from his chest. Ouch! Qiu Shangshang only felt a tightness in her chest and panicked to touch her chest pocket. A few scratches inexplicably appeared on a few Desert Eagle bullets. What's going on here? Qiu Shangshang stared blankly at the abnormal bullets, not yet understanding what was happening, while Du Ziren on this side of the screen laughed. Holy, so that's how lucky is triggered? The attacks are all hitting the bullets. How lucky does it have to be? Grass. Why is she still okay? Why? On this side, Du Ziren was laughing, and on that side, Wu Tao was going crazy. The attacks that he had managed to accumulate with great difficulty, the other party actually acted as if nothing had happened, still standing in place and alive. One must know that with this move of his, there were definitely not many adepts at the same stage who could resist it. On the basis of what? Why should that woman be able to? Damn, what she's wearing. It's not some limited edition reinforced body armor, is it? No way. I want her dead. Teeth clenched tightly. Wu Tao simply couldn't imagine that Qiu Shangshang still had any backstops. He only had the ability of Alien 2 stages, and could only activate his powers twice a day. This time I'm hitting towards the head. I don't believe it. Buzz. The silver needle in his pocket buzzed once again, and Wu Tao blackened his face like a snake and scorpion as he looked at Qiu Shangshang in death. A psychic attack is detected. Please respond accordingly. At this moment, Du Ziren's cell phone screen once again lit up with a warning. Hiss. Who is it? How come there's still an NPC setting that likes to do sneak attacks? A sneak attack against a girl. Have you no shame? Frowning, to say what annoyed Du Ziren the most about playing the game. That's definitely, like, an archer who likes to hide behind the front row and shoot dark arrows. At the moment, the invisible archer was getting on his nerves. Quickly purchasing 2 trumpets, Du Ziren pressed the talk button. Qiu Shangshang, get down. After 1 trumpet is used, the second trumpet is used again. This time, Du Ziren changed the option of the trumpet, from only for Qiu Shangshang to for everyone. And so it was. The game screen exploded with Duzin's warning. The guy who puts arrows in the back. Get out here now. Put. Almost as soon as the first trumpet sounded, Qiu Shangshang's blank face was still maintained, and her body had already obediently fallen towards the snow. Like a stupid roe deer, She didn't understand a thing about what was happening now, and planted herself dumbly in the snow. Swoosh! A few silver needles swept past his head, and Xiao Shengsheng buried his head in the snow, not moving a muscle. Whatever Senior says, I'll do it. Senior must be helping me. With her frozen little face pressed under the snow, Xiao Shengsheng thought darkly. I don't know. In the next moment, a thunderclap exploded between heaven and earth. The dog that put the hidden arrow. Get out! This sound rang out like a roar from the depths of the 9 abysses. Elder! Elder? His face, buried under the snowdrift, flushed a little, and his ears couldn't help but be tinted a shade of red. This was the first time she had experienced the feeling of being spoiled by someone standing up for her. The whole person sank into a wave of other emotions, her small body plate shivering a little. Asterisk 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 asterisk? This? Who is this? On the other side, Wu Tao, who was also cowering in the snow, was dumbfounded. His face was stunned, and he looked around frequently in an attempt to find out the direction of the person who made this sound. But nay, no matter how he looked, he never saw the slightest extra figure. It's over. It's over. Who told me there was no one behind this girl? Wu Hai, Ding Chuanxia, ICNM, Chapter 17 648 Sublime Blades. Holy, there are awakened people. Get out. Get out. The resounding chortle lingered. At this moment, Wu Tao had the heart to kill his own brother. Is this a blackmail? Isn't he tired of living? He's looking for death? Holy, the person behind this little girl is, at least, a sonic, alien ability high-level big shot, right? The aura of that voice. The scalp is starting to tingle a bit. Wu Tao had been crawling around in Doomsday for more than 10 years, and he knew too well what this world was like. There are no human feelings in the end times, only fighting and killing. Now if he dared to show any sign of weakness, he would surely be killed by that big man in seconds. The package. He hasn't found me yet. As long as I wait until that girl doll leaves of her own accord, I'll leave Wannan City, immediately. Damn, it's a kick in the ass. No, I'm going to beat up my big brother and sister-in-law before I leave. Crawling in the snow, Wu Tao no longer had a dinky peek at Xiao Xingxing's supplies. At the moment, all he wanted was to survive. Rustling, snowflakes had covered his body, freezing his teeth. He froze and didn't dare to move. His whole body was shrinking under the snow, living like a dead body. Elder, can I move now? On the other side, Xiao Shengsheng was also still lying on his back in the snow and asked weakly, don't move. There was only an icy voice in his ears, and Xiao Shengsheng shrunk his neck, not daring to ask again. Across the cell phone screen, Du Ziran's face didn't look good. This game he had played so far, he wasn't sure if a game character could be resurrected if he died. Therefore, he didn't dare to let Xiao Shengsheng move around at all right now, fearing that this little cutie would be killed by the alien energy. That guy's delayed appearance is a threat. So annoying. Are there any props that change the terrain, or any AoE skills? On the screen, a warning stayed lit above Xiao Xingxing's head, showing that there was still danger nearby. Ding dong. Suddenly, a pop-up window lit up. Detected that your game character is currently in a constant state of danger. Given this situation, you have two choices to make. Risky action. But once the game character dies, you can only bind a new character and start the game over. 2. Purchase the Newbie Deluxe Life Preservation Bundle for randomly refreshed one-time protection skills. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The dog coin game. Again? Staring at the game's pop-up window, Du Ziran chose option 2, without hesitation. Just kidding. My Shangshang is so cute. Let her risk her life? It's a human being? Come on. Kryptonite. Let me see what your life preservation gift pack really is. After pressing option 2, the interface pops up directly with an inferior jingle. Are you still worried about your game character? Are you still worried about your hard-to-raise character dying a violent death? No need to worry. Just 648. You can't be fooled by buying it. 648. Super deluxe skills to take home. Garbage game. If it wasn't for Shangsheng, after fiercely pressing the recharge button, with another warning from the bank card, a golden skill icon appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. In that icon, various patterns with skill explanation kept flashing. Superhuman order, burning sky. Inhuman rank, frozen sea. Awakening rank, lion's bard. A variety of deluxe skills keep popping up, and it looks like you have to randomly pick them yourself. As I recall, the strongest of this game's settings. It's called Inhuman, right? Come on. Draw a golden legend. Buzz. The big hand slapped down the blinking skills, and finally the icon kept slowing down and blinking, and settled on a blue light blinking skill. Awakening level, spatial ability, dimensional chop. Sublime chop, slide the screen and the area slid by your finger will be chopped by several space blades. It breaks mountains and splits the sea with great power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awakening rank? Dude, this luck isn't working either? Somewhat disappointedly, he looked at the sublime chop. What made Du Ziren feel most speechless was that this skill, just ing, stayed fixed on the screen. Moreover, there was a charge 1 number written underneath the skill. What does that mean? In other words, Sublime Slash will be a permanent skill, and for 648 yen, you can use it once. That's right, it's just so black-hearted. This kind of game setting, Du Ziren had only seen it in some inferior advertisement game, belonging to the setting where Kryptonite puts official numerical skills. Nima, you want me to float 648 as a splash, don't you? Doggone gamers. Despite the cursing, Du Ziren looked at his cell phone screen. He purchased another trumpet, which he was once ashamed of, and said to the public screen of the game screen, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't get out, you're dead. This was also said to the archer. What if that guy can't keep his head down and comes out? $20 for a 648. It's worth it. But, after another earth-shattering shout ended, still no figure appeared in the white snow. Oof, trying to trick me out? Hey, I won't go out. As long as you can't find me, what can you do to me? It's confirmed. Behind that girl doll. At most, he's a superhuman. If he was some superhuman, he would have already started without saying a word. Hey, I'm just not going out. Just don't go out. Cowering under the snow, Wu Tao had sat down like a kingpin in a shell. Unthinking, another angry shout rang out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're worth a lot of money. You made me do it. Wasting my 648. What's 648? The face is puzzled and is thinking about it. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. In the sky, on the ground, countless snowflakes began to vibrate and twist strangely. Click click click. With Qiao Shengsheng as the center of the circle, the air around her began to hum. A pitch-black crack abruptly ripped through the air. As if from the void space, there was something that was about to drill out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Space-based powers? Under the snow, Wu Tao had been dumbfounded. Spatial faculty. That's a 1 in a million ability. This is the skill of Awakened One? Buzz buzz. Countless torn black cracks were still holding up. Immediately afterward, white cyclone blades that could not be captured by the naked eye shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Rumble. Wherever the space blade swept through, the snow on the ground instantly disintegrated, and the land underneath the snow was scraped out with teeny tiny grooves. Buzz buzz. Can't see anything, but see everything. The snowy landscape that surrounded Qiao Shengsheng was suddenly transformed into pitch-black tumbled earth in just a split second. Buzz. And the invisible space blade is still spreading. The distant Jing'an district, gate boom sound turned into pieces and exploded. The world seems to be in ruins. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Under the snow, Wu Tao couldn't stay any longer. This nigga. Awakening stage, space big brother. Wu Hai. Just jumped out from under the snow and ran not more than a few steps. Swoosh. The body seems to be something through. Wu Tao took the next step. The whole body click click click, like steel wire cut, turned into a ground of broken meat. Clatter fell to the ground. Chapter 18 Gathering loot and opening the item bar. Paddle paddle paddle. I row row row. On the cell phone screen, Du Ziren kept sliding the game interface. As he clicked, countless white invisible space blades scattered on the snow, shooting out a groove. Finally, under a patch of snow, a cloud of snowflakes exploded, and Wu Tao was sliced to pieces. Qiao Xingxing's crisis is over. Detecting that you have spent more than 1,000 renminbi, and have the condition to open the lucky spin, the lucky wheel is open. You can click the bottom right corner of the screen to view the lucky wheel. As the game's pop-up window alerts you, a colorful roulette will symbol lights up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Du Ziren pressed on, scratching on the screen for a while longer before he stopped. Just kidding. 648 put a couple of special effects screens on it and he doesn't shave more than he can afford to do with his 648? Look at the damage. The 648 is okay. Okay, crisis averted. Time to go pack up the loot. Nodded at Qiao Shengsheng, who was still in the snow. Yikes. On the other hand, Qiao Shengsheng's buttocks went numb, and she instantly burrowed out of the snow. Elder. She stomped her foot and blushed with shame and redness. But she couldn't speak when she saw a black soil churning around her. A field of dirt grooves and broken flesh. Horror. Simply horrible as hell. Just now she also felt it. This senior unleashed his supernatural power. But how could she have imagined that? In just a moment, the entire snowfield would dry out? The ground is covered with blade scrapes. The air is still vibrating. Is this the legendary space blade? Elder. Sure is good. Staring blankly at the scene in front of her, Qiao Xingxing's back tingled again. She comprehended it instantly, and followed the push in her back toward a place where broken flesh had piled up. Although most of the Viper mercenary group were ordinary people, they were at least well-equipped and had notable experience fighting zombies. So, generally these people have some family possessions present in their bodies, to a greater or lesser extent. After a bit of groping along the tumbled earth and the mincemeat, Xiao Shengsheng touched 5 boxes of wafer biscuits, a bottle of purer tin pot canned water, a small bag of pre-mixed jerky, and 2 cigarettes. Doesn't look like these are any good. But you have to realize that it's a few decades since the end. The 2 cigarettes that Xiao Shengsheng touched were worth 40 copper coins if they were sold. Ha 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 ha. Constantly cleaning the bloodstains from the items, Aki Sangsang brainstormed and stuffed the items towards her top pocket, until her combat uniform was bulging, and it looked extremely difficult to move. What can we do about this? Their daggers are worth a lot of money too. I can't seem to hold it. The tiny body stood frozen next to the corpse, its beautiful eyebrows wrinkled into a small embroidered ball, and Xiao Shengsheng was somewhat unable to break away. Detecting that your post-apocalyptic survival character is gathering supplies. Detected, your doomsday survival character is low on storage space. Does it cost 100 renminbi to open a storage compartment? The lol. On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren's eyes went black. Again. I knew this GB game was piss poor. Open. Straight on 3 frames. How can you let my family Sheng carry the weight? Open. Atmosphere slammed the locked item bar that popped up right below the screen. After clicking 3 in a row, a consumer alert popped up. Does it cost $700 to open the 3-compartment storage bar? Raider? 700? No. What kind of fraudulent spending are you doing? Looking at the charge reminder, the corner of Du Ziren's mouth twitched, as if knowing that he was questioning the amount of money spent. A line of resolution popped up on the side of the item bar. It costs 100 renminbi to open the first item column, 200 renminbi for the second, 400 renminbi for the third, and so on. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Good. You money pit game. Charged. Gritting his teeth, Du Ziren clicked on pay, and another text message with a spending warning popped up on his cell phone. He was numb from watching it. However, once he thought of Xiao Shengsheng's smiling face, he felt it was worth it again. Internet addict? No. Spending money on the e-wife is the order of the day. Click. With the 3 item bars unlocked, Du Ziren clicked on the items in Xiao Shengsheng's hand. Wafer biscuits asterisk 5 took up 1 square, and tin can jug of water asterisk 1 took up 1 square. Only the 2 cigarettes and a bag of conveniently portable pre-made jerky were hidden in Xiao Shengsheng's arms. Buzz. There was a sudden lightness in his arms, and Xiao Shengsheng's head, too, looked at his chest in surprise. Hey, where are my cookies and water? The little one obviously hadn't been given this much food before, and all of a sudden most of the supplies in her arms disappeared, her whole body spinning around in place in anxiety. Until one of Du Ziren's rounds of trumpet was transmitted again. Don't worry, I'll store it for you first, so as not to be raked out by the gatekeepers when we go back this time. Ha, so it's Senior. Sheng knows. Thank you, Elder. Elder is really a spatial system master. I didn't react at all and the thing disappeared. Bowing frequently toward the empty surroundings, the girl's eyes filled with adoration. TSK. This real-life interaction is awesome. Lamenting Xiao Shengsheng's reaction in the picture, Du Ziren nodded again at the bloody corpses on the surrounding ground. Click. At once, a dozen bright silver and silver daggers appeared on the land. Along with that, the military dagger that had previously been inserted into the center of a man's head also appeared on the ground. Well, Elder, is this something you want me to collect? Tap. On the muddy ground, Xiao Shengsheng sharply harvested the loot. When her arms were filled with daggers, the 14 daggers once again buzzed and disappeared, taking the form of daggers asterisk 14, occupying the last item bar. Thank you, Elder. The sweet smile of the young girl came along the screen, and the corners of Du Ziren's mouth were grinning to the back of his ears. Ha. Shoujo is adorable. Right, rather forgetting, there's that sneaky little leader. Another nod to the fresh corpse that blew up in the distance, and there was nothing dagger, or food, falling out of the broken pieces of that corpse after a weird tremor and writhing. But, as the corpse block's skull continued to peel away, a crystal core with a glittering metallic color slowly rolled out of the flesh and blood. Wu Tao's alien energy crystal core was exploded. Alien nucleus, magnetic energy, white, second order. The screen showed the attributes of the crystal core. Xiao Shengsheng sighed, frequently looking at the writhing, finely shredded corpse, immediately walked over quickly, and took the crystal core out of the flesh and blood. As soon as he did so, she used the combat uniform to polish the crystal core to a snowy shine, and then, without any hesitation at all, he held up the crystal core with both hands and lifted it out towards the empty void. Senpai, please take this crystal core. Senior. Chapter 19. The quality of this crystal core is too spicy, and a perfect core is recommended. Almost without a trace of selfishness, Xiao Shengsheng lifted the crystal core high into the air at the first opportunity. She knew very well, for the senior, all over her body, Only this crystal core can get into the eyes of the senior. Although, with the level of the seniors, they might not even look at this crystal core. Your doomsday survival character drops a second wave of gifts on you. Accepted? Yes/no. On the screen of the phone, the interactive message popped up again. Du Ziren looked at the shining crystal core and hesitated for half a day. I said, can we use this crystal core to awaken abnormal ability for Qiu Shengsheng? Last time, didn't I receive one offline perimeter? There's no point in asking for more. Besides, it's not a pretty piece. Try clicking on the crystal core and pushing the crystal core back into Qiu Shengsheng's arms. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, a line of warning words popped up violently on the game interface. The quality of the current crystal core is too garbage. If we force Qiu Shengsheng to use it, the strength of her awakened supernormal ability will be greatly reduced. Do you want to force Qiu Shengsheng to use this nucleus? Ha! Affects late character development. Ha! Then forget it. Then forget it. Panicking and clicking the no button, Du Ziren didn't dare to use crystal core for Qiu Shengsheng indiscriminately, who plays a game and messes with the skill tree in the early stages, affecting the later development of the game character. With a buzz sound, the metallic-colored crystal core that Qiu Shengsheng was holding up with both hands suddenly distorted and disappeared. Elder accepted? On the screen, Qiu Shengsheng's face was delighted, and a sincere smile appeared on her small face. She wiped the bloodstain from her hand, but her gaze still unintentionally revealed a touch of envy when she looked at Wu Tao's corpse. There's a huge difference between a psychic and an ordinary person. Who wouldn't envy a shifter? Damn it! No matter how hard it is, you can't suffer your children. Where are the good quality crystal cores? On the opposite side of the phone, Du Ziren keenly captured the envy in Qiu Shengsheng's eyes. That feeling. It's like a little princess in her own family, looking at other people's daughters with new clothes to wear, but not herself, revealing a touch of disappointment. Disappointment with a little bit of understanding. Let a person look more heartbroken. No, someone else has it. Our Shangs can't be left behind. When he thought of how helpless Qiu Shengsheng was when she faced the alien, Du Ziren couldn't wait to let Qiu Shengsheng become an alien. Detected, your post-apocalyptic survival characters desperate need to become a shifter. We recommend you to use the Lucky Carousel. The prize pool is huge, and there is a chance that you will get a legendary level of psychic ability. There are odds? Raising his eyes to the game's new pop-up window, Du Ziren's eyes glazed over. Prize pool set. There is a chance. Isn't this a regular part of every handheld game's money-grabbing routine? For the sake of the pith. Kryptonite. After all, he clicked the lucky spin in the corner. After clicking into it, on the huge carousel, there were nearly 40 or more various types of items or alien energy crystals posted. Among them, there were only 2 of gold quality and 4 of purple quality, 8 of blue, 10 of green, and 18 of white. In the center of the spinning wheel, there is even a setting for the current percentage of the lucky value. Such an operating screen couldn't help but make Du Ziren think of a certain Glory's prize pool setting. Tapping on the lucky value percentage setting, Du Ziren realized that this GB game can be much more money pit than a certain Glory. Lucky Carousel, a single draw 128 once, 999 once 10 consecutive draw offers, 10 consecutive guaranteed out of purple blue quality items. Each time you draw, your lucky value will be +1. When the lucky value stacks up to 365, a gold quality item will come out. Ward hair? That means, if I'm unlucky, I'll have to spend more than $30,000 to get a golden core? Asterisk. You're a better moneymaker than some god of some hauteur. Looking fixedly at the large carousel that was flashing with a strange luster, Du Ziren's eyes narrowed. Tap. The lull. On the game screen, Qiu Shengsheng walked forlornly towards the snowy ground in the distance. Du Ziren only looked at it and his heart ached. At that moment, rushing to the red face, his finger then clicked to 10 consecutive draws. Your bank card with tail number 0304 spends $999. The colorful carousel begins to spin. Congratulations, you have won Trumpet, white, *9 and Sublime Blade, blue, *1 from this lucky draw. Your Sublime Blade skill recharges +1. Current lucky 10. Ward hair? That's all on $999? Again, congratulations, you have won Trumpet, white, *8. Sublime Blade, blue, *2. Your lucky value recharges to 20. Again, congratulations. Again, more. It's like being possessed. You'll never understand a gamer's obsession with extreme props. Warning, your daily consumption recharge has reached 3W. The bank reminds you, please do not participate in internet gambling. On his cell phone, there was even an alert text from his bank. Du Ziren's face darkened, and he hatefully tapped the last 10 consecutive draws button. For the last time, if the gold doesn't come out, then I'll have to ask Dr. Lu to smoke it for me. The The mind was full of the obsession to give the best to Qiu Shengsheng. Duziren didn't even think about not flushing anymore, only doubting his hand. Finally, when the lucky value reached more than 300, the 10 consecutive draws finally settled on a golden group case. Congratulations, you have won mineral water, white, *3, honey jerky, white, *6, and a rare crystal core immortality, gold, *1. Your lucky 323 points have been cleared. Holy! Looking at the golden crystal core that finally appeared, Duziren collapsed on the bed, as if he was drained, and let out a long sigh. Sure enough, it's a money pit game. After greeting the 18 generations of the game's production team once again, Duziren clicked on the game's warehouse. At the moment, the raffle items have been piled up in a warehouse full of them. Just the 20 trumpet alone is upwards of 100. Realizing Duziren's short-term freedom of conversation, the rest, mineral water, more than 50 bottles, honey jerky, more than 10 packs, subdimensional blade, recharged 12 times, all kinds of supernormal abilities of blue crystal core, more than 10. Among the wide array of items, Duziren looked dead on at the only crystal core that emitted golden light, and after, almost without hesitation, he clicked on the golden core, and then, he directly shoved it towards Qiu Shengsheng, who was still walking in the snow. Chapter 20. What kind of snow water to use? Make it with mineral water. Put. A strange warmth suddenly came from his chest, and Qiu Shengsheng, who was still walking in the snow, was violently stunned. Her small hand reached into her chest, and she suddenly touched a hot golden crystal core. This golden crystal core? Just the shape alone was a bit strange. It was different from other crystal cores that were oval-shaped, but instead was in the shape of an overall villain. Inside the entire crystal core, there were also lines flowing like golden sands, and it was very advanced at a glance. It's this? Holding that crystal core, Qiu Shengsheng's entire body froze. She was just as stupid as she was, so she knew what this crystal core meant. Elder, is this what you gave me? With her mouth wide open, Qiu Shengsheng felt like her head was going to go down. A second ago, she was regretting that she wasn't a shifter. Next, Senpai then sent himself crystal core that he had never seen before. What kind of favor is this? Elder, this is too expensive. I can't have it. Panicking and holding the crystal core high, Qiu Shengsheng was clear that selling himself would probably not be able to match a dime of crushed foam from this crystal core. She was so terrified that she didn't dare to take this crystal core at all. I gave it to you. Just use it. The majestic, yet young and easygoing voice rang in his ears. Only this time, Senior sounded a bit tired, as if he had been emptied out. Senior, this cheap life of mine is not worthy of this. I said, use it if you're told to. Without even waiting for Qiu Shengsheng to argue, the crystal core once again fell off from his hand and landed in Qiu Shengsheng's arms. Elder. Qiu Shengsheng's eyes were red. Ever since she was a child, it was her mother and father who had never treated her so well. What can I give back to you? It's that even if we sell Shengsheng won't be able to repay your favor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crystal core in her arms was radiating heat, and snot and tears ran down the young girl's face. Didn't you say I'd give up my life if I saw you again? With these words, it's enough. A flat voice came out, and Qiu Shengsheng's little face stiffened. Then she nodded her head vigorously. Shengsheng makes an oath with his life. Shengsheng's whole life is Senior's. Whatever Senior wants Shengsheng to do is fine. What for? All right. On the other side of the cell phone, Duziren had originally used so many trumpets at once, and his face was still a little heartbroken. When he suddenly heard these words, the corners of his mouth distorted. So if it's that then, if I let you do my homework for me. Thinking about it, Duziren smiled. He couldn't imagine what the stoic young girl's face would look like when she saw the formula. Ha 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 ha. The laughter reached the ears of Qiu Shengsheng on the other side. Senpai? Are you happy, elder? Looking around blankly, the laughter suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Yeah, just seeing you makes me happy every day. Blushing red with a pft, Qiu Shengsheng was now really unsure if this senior was speaking to herself in love, or flirting. Senpai, His body suddenly leaned towards the distant Dingen neighborhood, and once again, the sound of urging came from his ears. Use this crystal core first, don't delay. I see. Nodding her head, Qiu Shengsheng followed the pushback and ran towards the neighborhood. An hour later, inside a dusty, cramped, gloomy first-floor room, Qiu Shengsheng cleaned the dust in the bathtub, opened the external glass window, and began to send large snowflakes towards the bathtub. Water resources are precious in the doomsday, and most people who use the crystal core to awaken their supernormal abilities are collecting snow water, waiting for the snow water to melt, and then grinding the crystal nucleus into the snow water within. soak the body to absorb. While it's true that snow water is also highly contaminated, where else would regular people have so many options besides it? Claptrap, claptrap. Constantly cutting through the snowflakes, Xiao Xingxing's small hands were a little red from the cold. Suddenly, a chortle exploded in his ears once more. You want to absorb the crystal core by soaking it in snow water? Ha, senpai, is it not possible? You're using snow water with golden cores? What a waste. If you're going to take it, take the best. Get the mineral water. The majestic voice rang out. Xiao Xingxing's face was in a state of difficulty, and she just wanted to say where she got so much mineral water. Buzz buzz. In the corner of the small bathroom, close to 30 bottles of mineral water instantly fell. This is too extravagant, isn't it? With her small mouth wide open, Xiao Xingxing simply didn't dare to think that this was the end of days. Who would be so extravagant as to use mineral water to wash up? Only someone in the realm of senior could come up with such a generous amount of supplies, right? Senpai. The face began to squirm again. Du Ziren seemed to have all but predicted Xiao Xingxing's embarrassment, and once again came a calm urging. Don't think it's a waste. Such a good crystal core with snow water immersion. That's a waste. Hurry up and clean the bath and drain the water. Understood. After panicking and pouring the snowflakes out of the bathtub, Xiao Xingxing opened more than 30 bottles of mineral water, with an extremely heartbroken expression, and dunked them towards the bathtub. Every time she opened a bottle of mineral water, she muttered resentfully, "What I owe senior must be repaid in a lifetime." As if that was the only way to say it, she dared to feel comfortable using water like that. Clatter. In a matter of moments, the pool filled with a shallow source of clear water. The clear water reflected Xiao Xingxing's reddened little face as she weakly took out the golden crystal core from her bosom, trying to use the military dagger to start wearing down the surface layer of the crystal core. After the click sound, the surface of the golden crystal core actually did not leave a single scratch. What about this? Having never seen anyone else awakening their psychic abilities either, Xiao Xingxing held the crystal nucleus in a bewildered and ignorant manner. Your doomsday survival object is unable to grind crystals. Please assist her in doing so. Buzz buzz. On this side of the phone, Du Ziren suddenly noticed that on the game screen, in front of Xiao Xingxing's pair of small hands, there was an additional button in the range of the palm of his hand. Please touch the palm coverage to assist the Xiao Xingxing. Is this some kind of good sense interaction? Try sliding your fingers through Aki Sanson's hand. Yeah, the lull. A sound of panic came from the other side of the screen, and Xiao Xingxing only felt a big hand holding her small hand for a split second. The hands were strange, yet warm. Elder. A red haze spilled over her neck, and Xiao Xingxing let her small hand be caressed as she began to shatter the surface of the golden crystal nucleus, one blade at a time. Click click click. The crystal core, crushed foam that looked like golden sand, fell into the pool, and Xiao Xingxing's face was getting redder and redder. She was thinking, if she were to perform a bath absorption later, Elder, will he be able to see it too? The young girl's face flushed red, and the top of her head seemed to explode with white smoke. On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren kept rubbing the screen, his face getting stranger and stranger. Hiss, it's a little moist to the touch. Bad. I'm not having another attack of acromegaly, am I? Chapter 21 Happiness Value, Benefits. Click click click, click click click. After the fine crystal and core, crushed foam fell into the pool. It was like throwing coals of fire into the water. A large number of steaming bubbles instantly rose from the calm water surface, and water mist instantly swept across the room. Originally, Du Ziren was worried about how cold water would absorb the crystal core. Now, it seems that the reason for absorbing crystal cores by bathing is that there really is a saying. The crystal core heats up the temperature of the water, and the high temperature stimulates the pores to open for absorption. Compared to swallowing it, soaking in crystal core, water could indeed digest the power of crystal core better. PFFFFFFFF. PFFFFFFFF. When an entire crystal core completely turned into gold powder and dissipated, the pool in front of him shook like a golden soup and medicinal bath, emitting a terrifying heat. Xiao Xingxing stood in front of the pool, and after her face was smoked to an ever so slight red color, she finally gritted her teeth and slowly took off her outerwear. Her small fists clenched and she laughed at herself in a voice only she could hear. Xiao Xingxing, what are you thinking about? Is Senior the kind of person who covets your body? You don't even look at how skinny you are. Senior is kind enough to help you. What are you embarrassed about? Even if Senior really wants to see. Well, snap. After the military battlesuit was taken off, a black leotard set off Xiao Xingxing's faggy, thin but not concave curves. After entering the water wearing these tights, Xiao Xingxing's long hair fell on her chest due to the wetness of the water spray, and the clothes tightened up even more to close the body. The peaks of her chest were thrilling, and her shoulder dress collapsed down, revealing her tiny but pink shoulders, hands covering her chest, her neck wet with water spray, as pink as a peach to be pinched out of water. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So loaded? It's a shame not to go for a shave with such white skin. On the other end of the cell phone screen, Duziran stared intently at the screen with a piggy face. Invincible. The secondary wife's body is simply unbeatable. It's just a shame. Because of the water mist from the golden crystal core, it covered most of the picture. Even the autumn shang under the wet tights. One does not have the eyes to take a closer look. Put. The slender thighs fell into the water, and Qiu Xingxing's entire body instantly disappeared into the pool, only revealing a wet head. Her whole face was flushed red, and she kept her head down, not daring to bother raising her eyes to look around. Pffffffffff. The golden-colored water liquid kept exploding. It was visible to the naked eye. The gold color in the water was coming towards Qiu Xingxing, and the color of the golden water was decreasing. The powdery foam of the crystal core was being absorbed by Qiu Xingxing's pores. As long as he waited for all the golden water to be absorbed, perhaps Qiu Xingxing would be able to awaken that immortality, supernatural ability. Well, in the shaking water ripples, Qiu Xingxing's small face gradually revealed a painful expression. Her face began to turn red, but she clenched her lips and said nothing. Clogged blood vessels detected in your Doomsday Survival character's crystal core absorption. Please click on the designated area to start sliding. The lol. On the game interface, a large area of white mist appeared on Qiu Xingxing's back in the watery mist. Ha! I'm a master scrapper? Sliding his finger across the cell phone screen, Du Ziren's face was astonished. Hiss. Rubbing his fingers together, Du Ziren's eyes glazed over, as if, it's like how the screen got slippery? Hiss. It can't be the acromegaly affecting my sense of touch. But, at the same time, Qiu Xingxing, who was still gritting her teeth and holding on strongly, suddenly had a numbness in her back, and her whole body trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt it, a pair of fingers pressing her back for her continuously through her wet clothes. Under the finger pressure, she could feel unprecedented blood relief, and her face flushed so red that it was dripping blood. Elder, Senior is just helping. Qiu Xingxing, what are you thinking nonsense? Burying her head in the water, Qiu Xingxing blushed and spat out a string of bubbles. Your Doomsday Survival character, +1 happiness. Happiness value +1. Constantly tapping on the screen, Du Ziren only felt that it was interesting. Every time Qiu Xingxing's face just surfaced, he took his finger and pointed it. Qiu Xingxing immediately buried her head in the water, her face scarlet, like a little frog. This kind of reaction of real people interacting with each other cannot be said to be much of a novelty, but it makes Du Ziren love it. After a while had passed, he then watched with interest as the golden water receded and the screen was completely covered in watery mist. Autumn Xingxing's current happiness value, 20. After a wave of cordial interactions, plus assisting in the awakening of alien energy, it instantly raised Qiu Xingxing's happiness level by 10 points. While Du Ziren was wondering what the wonderful use of this ridiculously high happiness value was. The lull. The water mist in the screen completely dissipated, and Qiu Xingxing, wearing bare underwear, appeared in front of her. She had taken off her coat and looked at the screen in amazement. I seem to feel like my body has gotten a lot lighter. Also, it seems like the power has gotten bigger. But how come I don't feel like I have any powers? Standing up from the water, the clear water flowed by, washing over the snow-white belly and long legs under Qiu Xingxing's underwear. Couple of white and delicate, jade moist, like jade carved skin. Look at the phone side of the Du Ziren, a piggy face. Oh, so this is the benefit of happiness level, coming up. Top. Really top. Witnessing Qiu Xingxing put on her combat military uniform, and looking at the already clear pool water with some chagrin, Du Ziren was also a bit curious. Could it be that, after absorbing 3 of his kryptonite's crystal cores, did Qiu Xingxing not even awaken her psychic powers? Nudging Qiu Xingxing's head, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly lit up. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, alien. Alien power level, alien, first order. Awakened ability, immortality, golden. Alien ability, immortality. Attribute 1, your body has been specially modified, and the zombie virus will not be able to harm you. Characteristic 2, your physique will grow indefinitely. Wound healing will be accelerated, and immunity to alien attacks will be improved. Characteristic 3, as long as you are alive, your body will be able to recover from immortality. Age, 19. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Circumference, 84, 62, 86. Physical condition, far beyond alien. Satiety value, 20. Warmth value, 65. Happiness value, 20. Equipment, military uniform, white. Military dagger, white. Desert eagle, white. Items, wafer biscuits *5. Iron kettle canned water *1. Prepared jerky *1. Dagger *14. Mission, find the architectural plans of Gingan District. Hiss. This psychic ability is a bit powerful. Not bad for a golden alien power. Staring at the introduction of immortality, Duziran roughly understood the strength of this ability. The most terrifying thing about it wasn't how strong it was, but its ability to grow indefinitely. What does that mean? Only by giving Qiu Shangsheng time, her body could grow to the hardness of a diamond, and her recovery power could reach the point where a broken arm could be instantly reborn like this. It's simply unbeatable. Humanoid monsters, because happiness has risen. So Qiu Shangsheng's triad has been unlocked for me as well? And Autumn Singsong has grown taller? Hiss. It seems that the goal of letting Qiu Shangsheng live a good life is getting closer and closer. Chapter 22 picked up the architectural plans of the Jing'an neighborhood and melee zombies. On the other side of the cell phone screen, Duziran continuously sighed at the perversity of the immortality of the supernormal ability. On the other side of the screen, Qiu Shangsheng, however, frowned and looked at the pool water with a deadpan expression, itching to dive in and drown. Elder gave me that precious crystal core. I actually didn't awaken any powers? I simply, with her small hands deftly gripping the inwardly rolled combat military uniform. What Qiu Shangsheng didn't notice was that she actually saved a few finger holes out of the fiber material combat military uniform. You know, this thing, it's not even good for bullets to shoot through. You're geeking out? The lull. A familiar voice came to his ears, and Qiu Shangsheng pouted and instantly knelt on the ground. Senpai. Elder, I'm sorry. I wasted one of your crystal cores. Wasted? What's wasted? I didn't awaken any supernatural abilities. I'm just like most people. My strength has gotten stronger and my body has grown a bit. How about we go do an experiment? Looking at Qiu Shangsheng's disheveled appearance, Duziran knew that if he explained to her the terror of the golden great ability immortality alone, the little girl might think that she was fooling herself. It might be better to explain everything if you go straight to the real world. Experiment? What experiment? Looking around with a puzzled little face, Qiu Shangsheng's body walked towards the window uncontrollably. Cold wind blows. Outside the window still snowflakes. In the neighborhood on both sides of the road, a few shriveled with thin zombies, is out spitting hot air. Aren't you going to get the drawings for the Jing'an neighborhood? Now, you are not allowed to use a pistol. Use a dagger to kill all the way to the property area and get the architectural drawings. This is my test for you. The inscrutable, rather big brotherly tone rang in his ears. Qiu Shangsheng's face was stunned, and after some hesitation, she nodded. But senior, we killed all of Wu Tao's group. That drawing is actually useless, right? Why don't you take it and exchange it for 50 coins? That's true. I'm afraid that Wu Hai won't be able to steal the chicken this time and will retaliate against me in the future. But within the mining black market, he can't make a move. Elder, is this testing my guts? Even without powers, can you make your way through the apocalypse with a good enough heart? I understand. Senpai. Fists clenched. Qiu Shangsheng was very grateful to this senior who had always taken care of her and had never given up on her until now. I will definitely not fail senior. Even if I don't have altered ability, I can still be a deadbeat for senpai. The body leapt sharply from the window. Even Qiu Shangsheng herself was stunned. Under the wide combat uniform, one can still move so swiftly? Is it because I'm growing a body? Doubtfully shaking her body, Qiu Shangsheng took out the military dagger from her bosom and tiptoed slowly closer to one of the zombies by the side of the road. Her plan was to pull and cook the walkers on the roadway one by one and push them flat to the property area. She had always been very measured about her strength, although the crystal core has strengthened the individual's physical quality. But under the apocalypse, accidentally bitten by a zombie, even if it is an alien, in the end will still be transformed into an alien zombie. Like a deer. Qiu Shangsheng herself didn't even realize that she was walking on tiptoe at a speed other than normal. Roar! Roar! Under two buildings in the neighborhood, a male zombie in a tattered suit kept bumping against the streetlight. His eyes were necrotic, and he just kept bumping against the streetlights one after another. 50 meters behind him was an old man walker with a pet leash in his hand. At one end of the pet leash was a golden retriever walker with fangs churning. Ho ho ho! Snow flurries were flying, and 3 walkers were perched on the roadway, roaring. The lull. Qiu Shangsheng bowed like a cat and approached towards the suit walker before quickly rising and drawing her knife. The suit zombie's neck a flash of cold light. A human head grunt rolled down to the ground. Roar! After the headless body fell to the ground. What Qiu Shangsheng didn't expect was that the head that rolled away was actually still exhaling hot air, turning violently towards Qiu Shangsheng and revealing a sardonic smile. Ho ho ho! Even though he couldn't move anymore, the sardonic laugh was followed by the old man walker in the distance as if he had heard some kind of signal. Ho ho! A mouthful of yellow teeth opened. The old man zombie let go of the pet leash in his hand, and the man and the dog instantly rushed straight at Qiu Shangsheng with the speed of a sprinter. Looking at the zombie that was running rapidly, Xiao Shengsheng was instinctively startled. She took a few involuntary steps back as she remembered the initial time she was chased by the two walkers in the underground garage. Tap tap tap. But that's when she retreated. And she realized something was wrong. Stall sth. Too slow. The running speed of that old man zombie and the golden-haired zombie was no less than that of a sprinter. But in her eyes, it was like entering a slow play *2 movie screen. Jamming. I seem to be able to dodge them? Autumn Shengsheng didn't know where this premonition came from. There was a sudden tightening of the body that had been retreating, like a tiger that had entered a state of patrolling. Xiao Shengsheng held a dagger and her entire body arched up. Ow. The first to rush was the golden-haired zombie, whose golden hair had long since turned sickly green. A mouthful of fangs was hideous, like an ape flying straight at Xiao Shengsheng's chest, with a big mouth biting into Xiao Shengsheng's neck. Slow. Too slow. As the attack of a hungry tiger came, Xiao Shengsheng's eyes narrowed. After the single thin body merely sidestepped forward to avoid the pounce, the dagger in her hand slashed horizontally towards the head of the golden-haired zombie that swept away. A flower of blood fluttered at his side, spilling puddles of hot blood in the air. Ow! Plop sound. The golden-haired zombie not only pounced in the air, and even the whole body after the air on the ground. The head opened a big hole, wildly gushing blood. Never stood up. Roar roar. The old man zombie that came right behind him looked like it had sensed something. It was running away with its movements, as if it wanted to retreat. But Aki Senshi didn't decide to let it go. Tap tap tap. 3 or 2 sounds of snow treading sounded, and between the running and rushing of Xiao Shengsheng's figure, it actually began to blur, instantly arriving at the old man's zombie's heels. Buzz. The head of the old man's zombie flew away after a brief moment of the chilling light of the pretty cold dagger. Pfffffffffff. After the black blood gushed all over the place and the headless corpse fell to the ground again, Xiao Shengsheng held the dagger and stood in front of the 3 zombies' corpses, gasping for air and looking around with a face of disbelief. Did I kill all this? No. Without the help of Senior's power. Did I move myself? She muttered in shock. On the other side of the phone, Duziren tapped on Xiao Shengsheng's message bar. In the column of her ability level, there was clearly an extra piece of information. Alien power level, alien power first order, 3 out of 100. Chapter 23 EY Fantasies? Oh, this supernatural ability of Xiao Shengsheng's. Can it actually rely on hunting zombies to raise its level? Just now. Is that what it means to enter the so-called strengthened state? It's so fast for just the first rank. Then if you become an inhuman, Xiao Shengsheng, I'm only afraid it will become a humanoid tank, right? Watching in amazement at Xiao Shengsheng's performance, Du Ziren had the relief of a child finally growing up. Nice. Your powers are working well. In the snow, a familiar tone rang in the ears of the still confused Xiao Shengsheng. Her expression was stunned, followed by joy. Senpai. So, I'm actually awakening psychic powers? What else? Have you ever seen a precedent where you can see your opponent's attacks slow down after body enhancement? Doesn't seem like it. Hey. So, then what is my alien power? Exactly? When the time comes, you will naturally know. There was no intention to give Xiao Shengsheng a detailed explanation of her supernormal abilities. Du Ziren felt that letting Xiao Shengsheng gradually comprehend her abilities was not really a good idea. Go get the drawings and get ready to go back. Understood. The disheveled look on her small face was instantly swept away, and the young girl's eyes couldn't hide her heart. With alien power, in the future, I'll be able to give seniors a favor, right? With things secretly on her mind. The corners of Xiao Shengsheng's mouth were filled with smiles as she walked all the way towards the property garden of the Jing'an district. Jing'an District Property Park. The gate of Property Park had long been broken. Inside the dusty hall, several zombies wearing sales uniforms were wandering around the hall, roaring continuously. Outside the gate, Xiao Shengsheng prostrated himself on the side of the door. After carefully observing the movements inside for a while, her gaze settled on the district construction map, posted on the wall. 1, 3, 10. If there are 10 walkers, you can fight and you can fight. Only, it's just that when that state is on, it seems like you get hungry very quickly. Growling. Her small stomach was sinking a bit from hunger, and Xiao Shengsheng couldn't understand why she was so obviously hungry after just killing a few zombies. You just had bread last night, didn't you? She didn't want to eat the pre-made jerky in her pocket, thinking to bring it back to her siblings for a taste. Well, with speed, should be able to get the drawings and run out, right? Try it. Finding a stone from the side of the door, Xiao Shengsheng threw it towards the corner of the hall. Bang! The next moment, the wooden door of the warehouse at the corner of the hall was smashed out of a cavity by the stone she had thrown. Roar! One moment, the 10 sales zombies, all of a sudden, ran towards the warehouse, one by one, with their teeth and claws open, as if they were about to lash out. The result was a bunch of walkers gathered in front of the door, constantly scratching towards the wooden door. Roar roar. The image in front of her was somewhat comical, but Qiu Shengsheng didn't dare to be careless, gazing at the moving zombies, until after feeling their speed become slow again, the whole person stepped out with the speed of a stray arrow. Tap tap tap. Only a few footprints flashed on the dusty floor of the hall, leaning towards one wall, following, hissing, after the drawings posted on the wall disappeared into thin air, a few more stomping steps sounded. By the time Qiu Shengsheng's figure reappeared, she was already standing in front of the cell entrance of the Jing'an district. Those sales zombies didn't even react before Qiu Shengsheng had already run away, growling. The hunger in her stomach was getting heavier and heavier, and Qiu Shengsheng wanted to walk back to the mining black market, with strong support. Out come, plop, she said as she took her next step and rolled to the ground, trembling. Wham wham, lips shivered uncontrollably, and the heat in his body cut down. This reaction is typical of low blood sugar, but Qiu Shengsheng didn't understand and just shivered her little mouth and carried on hard. Warning, warning, your doomsday survival character has a low satiety value. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched in shock as Qiu Shengsheng's satiety value plummeted all the way from 30 to -5. So, it's the satiety value that's consumed by using the powers? Glancing down at Qiu Shengsheng's alien ability level, alien power level, alien first class, 10 out of 100. Does using alien power also add to the alien power level? So, in fact, with Qiu Shengsheng, this alien power, as long as there's enough food, she can throw off alien powers at the same stage by a few blocks. Is this the terror of SSS ranked powers? Hurriedly finding the honey jerky that he had drawn from the last raffle from the mall warehouse, and a few bottles of mineral water, Du Ziren paddled towards Qiu Shengsheng. He couldn't see Qiu Shengsheng suffer a bit. A horrible hunger attacked her, and Qiu Shengsheng only felt that her body was sore and swollen. She secretly vowed to never use her powers on a hungry stomach next time. Buzz. The lull. In the freezing snow, a bag of honey jerky and a bottle of mineral water flashed out in front of her eyes, and Qiu Shengsheng's face was delighted. Seniors, eat. Look at your stingy behavior. Eat if you want to. I can afford to feed your siblings. I can afford to feed all of you. This. His face flushed red. Qiu Shengsheng had a shy feeling of being poked and prodded, but inexplicably had a feeling of happiness. Elder said that as if I was one of his. He's going to raise me? Raise Deadpool? But, it sounds like, raising a woman. Women? If I were Senpai's woman. Hey, it was like a ripe apple, thought Qiu Shengsheng. Her little face flushed so red that steam was coming out of her hair. What the hell is my shingles thinking? Why do you act like a steamy girl, day in and day out? Looking at the girl in the screen whose face was red and shy, Du Ziren poked her. Your apocalyptic survival character is caught up in a nice fantasy. +1 happiness value. Current happiness value 21. Ha, Du Ziren froze. Not buddy. Can you be happy even if you fantasize about yourself? What kind of beautiful thing did Qiu Shengsheng think of? Across the screen, Du Ziren unsealed the honey jerky and mineral water. Sliding the items, Du Ziren handed a piece of meat to Qiu Shengsheng's small mouth. Now, because of low blood sugar and deconditioning, Qiu Shengsheng was lying on the ground, like a dead body, unable to move a muscle. Senpai, Elder is feeding me? Opening her crimson mouth, the slices of hot air blew into the void in front of her. Qiu Shengsheng watched as the delicious jerky was stuffed into her mouth piece by piece, inexplicably having a small petite wife's stolen joy. It was as if time went by slower and she just kept getting fed. How about, next time, I'll intentionally faint and let Senior feed me? Damn it, Qiu Shengsheng, what is your brain thinking day in and day out? The face flushed another shade of red. Your apocalyptic survival character is caught up in a nice fantasy. +1 happiness value. Current happiness value 22. Hey, on this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren looked at his wet fingers with a question mark on his face. No, if you play like that, buddy, I'm going to open up. Chapter 20 for you? You actually didn't die? I was just about to brush a few more packs of secret jerky for Qiu Shengsheng to see if I could punch a wave of happiness value, when, on top of Qiu Shengsheng's head, the satiety value display came to 24, and she slowly climbed up from the ground. Her neck and earlobes were red and pink, and she didn't know what Qiu Shengsheng had just thought about that she could be so excited. Can't think. Qiu Shengsheng, you need to know the boundaries between yourself and your seniors. Work hard. That's what you should be worrying about right now. Only by becoming strong enough will you be qualified to stand beside Senior. Raising the mineral water in the snow, Qiu Shengsheng patted her cheeks after drinking it in one go. After kowtowing and kneeling towards the surroundings once again, she pursed her lips and hurriedly ran away in the direction of the mining black market. Mining black market at the Iron Gate guard. Wu Hai was wrapping his arms around Sister Xia and was cowering in a dirt nest with a cozy face, his hands constantly rubbing the woman's thighs. Keep your hands honest. Sister Xia pretended to squirm and slapped Wu Hai's hand down. Then her phoenix eyes narrowed as she drew circles on his chest. You said, if we get our hands on the supplies this time, how are we going to split them? How do you split it? It's definitely me who takes the lion's share. 60% for me, 30% for my brother, and 10% for you. You, Wu Hai, you heartless one. If it wasn't for me, could you have gotten these? Cut. Look at that talk. If it wasn't for my brother, would you have that share? The salty pig's hand once again reached under the root of Xia's thigh, and Xia pursed her lips but didn't dare to say anything more. On the surface, she was, to outsiders, Wu Hai's woman. But it's not. She is not Wu Hai's wife. She is only in the mining black market, middle zone by Wu Hai. She became his permanent woman, his henchman, in a physical relationship. It's the end of the world. And for the sake of food and drink, Xia can only do so. But, if Qiu Xingxing's supplies are really abundant this time, Xia was sure that it would definitely not be herself who would be searching the people going out tomorrow. Maybe, tomorrow, a Sister Mei or Sister Ting will come forward. Given Wu Hai's temperament, he'd be able to trade his supplies for a woman a day. Poof, when I get the supplies, I'll go to the third floor of the black market and buy a permanent security seat. I don't care about serving you anymore. The two people who were stuck together were each harboring their own concerns at the moment. I said, why is Wu Tao moving so slowly? Just a girl doll, not back for half a day? Frowning, Wu Hai was a bit impatient. Just as he was about to undo the upper half of Kasumi's clothes, tap tap tap, there was a sound of footsteps in the shadowy walkway beyond the iron gate. Who? Listening to the movement, it doesn't sound like a group of people. It's one person. Stinking his face, Wu Hai unhappily stuck his head out of the mound. When he waited to look outside the iron gate, his face, which was still impatient, suddenly became surprised and strange. Outside the door, it wasn't anyone else. It was none other than Qiu Shengsheng, who had a flushed face. In just 2 or 3 hours of not seeing each other, this woman was like a new skin. Not only did her face look better, even her body had grown a lot. You're 0929? Qiu Shengsheng? Frowning, Wu Hai couldn't believe it. It's not. Why? Viper Mercenary Corps, 15 big men, surrounding a woman with no hands, can let this woman return unharmed? Right, it's me. I've completed my outing mission. Please open the door for Gatekeeper Wu. Qiu Xingxing's face was calm, and this time, when she looked at Wu Hai again, she no longer had the cowardice she used to have. After this encounter out and about, it made her shed the softness of the girl she used to be, and instead she gained more of the hostility of a ruthless person. What are you yelling at me for, Wu Gatekeeper? The brow instantly furrowed into a pimple. Wu Hai had never been shouted at like this by a scavenger, and the only ones who dared to call themselves like this had never been alien. Or what? You're a keeper. I finished my work, and according to the rules of the mining black market, after checking it out, you should let me in. Qiu Shengsheng chilled her face and looked at Wu Hai in an unassuming manner. You finished the quest, didn't you? Where's the stuff? With his teeth clenched, Wu Hai inadvertently, completely exposed his trick of making a game. Oh, how did Gatekeeper Wu know I was going out to bring something back? Nonsense. I have more dense channels than you've ever eaten. Since you said you completed the quest, without the stuff, how can I be sure you completed it or not? Here, casually taking out the construction plan of the Jing'an district, from his pocket, Wu Hai's face was stunned. He obviously didn't think that with Qiu Shengsheng alone, how could he get his hands on this thing? Asterisk. Did Wu Tao and the others eat? The one that not only released her back, but also allowed her to finish the job? His face getting darker and darker, Qiu Shengsheng at the door slowly put away the drawings and gestured towards Wu Hai. Wu Gatekeeper, still not opening the door? You, Kasumi, go check on her. You know what I mean. Patting Sister Xia in her arms, Sister Xia's eyes were grim and seemed to be dissatisfied with Qiu Xingxing's return as well. She coldly walked to the iron door and waited until the iron mesh propped open a human-shaped hole, then took 3 or 2 steps to Qiu Xingxing's front and pulled Qiu Xingxing's shoulder with one hand. You're coming with me. Rather angrily, he tugged at Qiu Xingxing's arm, but, by the time she entered a dirt pit, Xia was just about to snap. Qiu Xingxing's small hand, which was thin and weak as a bamboo pole, backhandedly slapped on Sister Xia's arm. Click click click. In an instant, Xia only felt that her shoulders were being curbed by iron pincers, and her body was trembling with pain. You, Qiu Shengsheng, what do you want? The shrew-like yelled, but Qiu Shengsheng was cold and expressionless. Sister Xia, last time, I respected you and sent you water. I didn't expect that you were actually wolfish and thinking of getting me killed. You, what are you talking about? I said, Qiu Shengsheng. we'll take this revenge. I can't do anything in the mining black market, but from now on, you guys go out. Click click click. The more her shoulders were pinched, the more they sunk in, and Xia was in tears from the pain. She really didn't think that Qiu Shengsheng, who was a circle thinner than herself, actually had so much strength. You dare to threaten me? Wu Hai, withdrawing his voice and hissing. Put. In the next moment, only a stepping sound was heard from outside the mound. Wu Hai had appeared in front of the mound and shouted towards the inside. What's wrong? She threatened me, said if we went out, she'll kill us. What? Brows wrinkled out a Chuan character. Wu Hai stood in front of the mound, his face hostile and scary, but hesitated to go in. Although it's the end of days, the mining black market has its own rules. A man who dares to make a mess or peep when a woman is examining her wounds will be chastised just as severely. This was set by a certain high-level alien woman in the mining black market, and Wu Hai didn't dare to disobey. You check her for injuries first. Anything else? Afterward, there was a helpless cry. Inside the dirt pit, Xia shook her arms with an icy face. Did you hear that? Do you still want to go in? Poof. Cold-faced and releasing Xia's shoulders, Qiu Shengsheng stretched out her arms and waited for her inspection. Wow. The moment the blouse was undone by Kasumi, the packet of pre-made jerky, and 2 cigarettes, fell out of his jacket pocket with a snap. Chapter 25 Selling Objects. Linya's envy. Mauve, up. It's this? Looking at the things that fell on the ground, this time Xia's eyes didn't flash over with greed, but rather a touch of surprise, because those 2 things, she's seen them both. The pre-made jerky is from a guy named Xiao Wu in the Viper Mercenaries, and Sister Xia had wanted to trade her sex twice for a taste of this. As for the 2 cigarettes, that was the salute that the Viper Mercenary Corps gave to Wu Hai every month, but it turns out, all of these things came out of Qiu Xingxing's pockets. What does that mean? She can ask for this from the Viper Mercenaries? Can the Vipers give it to her? There is only one answer. She robbed it, or cheated or stole it. But, this can't be right. How could she, by herself, get something from under the 15-member Viper Mercenary group? Could it be? Did she actually take it hard from the front? Behind her? What kind of power is there too? After years of mixing with the Doomsday, Xia's first thought was the only possibility. After all, she was more convinced that Qiu Shengsheng had a backer behind her than she was made to believe that it was Qiu Shengsheng who had done away with the Viper Mercenary Corps, by herself. Right. That's right. No wonder she said she'd get us killed if we went out. Could it be? Is this little hooking up with some big shot out there? Her eyes constantly glanced over Qiu Shengsheng's body, and despite her unwillingness to believe it, Xia could only analyze it in this way. This time, she didn't dare to shove something towards her arms. Pursing her lips, she instantly picked up the things on the ground, and as soon as she did, she stuffed them back into Qiu Shengsheng's blouse again. Afterwards, pretending to touch on Qiu Shengsheng's body, his face, which was still cold and frigid, suddenly squeezed out a chrysanthemum-like smile. Ouch, Sister Shang, you can't blame me for this. You know, I have to sleep with Wu Hai at night. He saw that water, didn't he ask? You said, I'm a woman. How dare I not say it? Feigning a posture of a victim, Sister Xia wouldn't dare offend an existence that could overthrow the Viper Mercenary Corps. She kindly put her coat on Qiusheng, who squinted at her and didn't say a word, just flung her sleeves up and walked out of the mound. How's it going? That little? You clean up. Outside the earth pit, Wu Hai had thought that the one who came out would be Sister Xia, with a smug look on her face. But, seeing Qiu Shengsheng walk out safe and sound, his eyes narrowed. Kasumi, in the dirt pit, Sister Xia ran out in a panic, and while running, she also blared at Wu Hai. That one she's fine. There's no problem, Brother Wu. You put it in there. Glancing suspiciously at Sister Xia, Wu Hai then looked at the calm and collected Qiu Shengsheng, and was somewhat confused. After a moment's hesitation, his large hand made a move. Click click click. The distant wire mesh door held open the outline of a manhole, and Qiu Shengsheng headed toward the back of the door without looking back. Tap tap tap. Waiting until he witnessed Qiu Shengsheng's departure, Wu Hai's gloomy eyes then looked at Sister Xia. Wang Xiaoxia, if you don't give a statement, Gu my Wu, something big has happened. What? Guess what I see in her. What did you see? Xiao Wu's jerky, and those boys' filial piety to use cigarettes. What? After a moment of dullness on his face, Wu Hai fell silent. After a long time, he once again looked at Qiu Shengsheng who had walked away, his face stunned, his mouth muttering over and over again. How could it be? How is it possible? What the hell? What the hell did she rob? And someone else helped her? Sister Linya, I've come to hand in the quest. Mining Black Market, mid-level quest room. Holding up the drawings, Qiu Shengsheng quickly walked to the bar where the task was handed over. That fast? Linya looked at Qiu Shengsheng with an unbelievable face, and then her eyes also looked all over Qiu Shengsheng's body. As an alien, she could clearly feel the changes in Qiu Shengsheng. The previous sheepishness of a bean sprout that fell over at the push of a button disappeared and was replaced by the sultry sharpness of a rose. Well, luck. The zombies in Property Park should have been cleared out ahead of time. I picked up the slack, casually explaining. He handed the drawings to Linya, who swept a glance before her gaze lingered on Qiu Shengsheng's face with a slightly deeper meaning. Yes? Then your luck. Not bad at all. Here, this is the mission reward, for this time. Pushing a heavy bag of copper coins in front of Qiu Shengsheng, Linya idly snickered. This time, it should be good for a week, right? That should be enough. By the way, Sister Linya, do you know where the objects are sold? After receiving the copper coins, Qiu Shengsheng tried to ask again. Oh, you got a windfall here? Some equipment. And this. With those words, Qiu Shengsheng directly pushed the cigarette onto the bar. Cigarettes? You even scrounched this? Sparing the always calm Linya, she couldn't help but explode at the sight of cigarettes. Cigarette? Who has? Where? With a cigarette. Almost the entire men in the task room looked over. Qiu Shengsheng didn't panic, calmly holding her cigarette, because she knew that in the mining black market, no one dared to make trouble, unless, of course, they beat the alien/Eighth Order creator. Hey, it's really cigarettes. Hey, beauty, I'll buy you one for 10 copper coins. How about it? 10 coins? You're a piece of. I'll give you 20 coins. 25. Instantly, countless men surrounded behind Qiu Shengsheng. Looking at the long line, people crowded over. Linya behind the bar's face panicked, and immediately took away the cigarettes in Qiu Shengsheng's hand. Sister Shengsheng, let's do it this way. I'll give you 100 copper coins. Give me both, okay? Yes. Nodding his head. 100 copper coins for 2 cigarettes. It was definitely Qiu Shengsheng who had earned it. Besides, she and Linya were on good terms coming up. Sister Linya, you smoke? Muttering in a small voice, Linya smiled and shook her head. No, my dad is good at it, but he hasn't smoked it for a long time. I'll buy it and give him a break from his craving. Oh, so, well, can you guys, here, help sell anything else? Do you have anything else? Daggers for defense. That'll work too. How many do you have? I can collect it for you. After thinking about it, Qiu Shengsheng pretended to be fetching something from his chest, but his small eyes kept looking into the void and said in a particularly small tone, Elder, buzz. Next moment, clatter. 14 daggers clattered onto the bar. Linya's eyes stared blankly. This is what you call something? Chapter 26 Selling Objects. Linya's envy. Mof's introduction, next. Well yeah, Qiu Shengsheng faintly nodded her head, and Linya looked at the girl again, her face changing again and again. 14 daggers. You can't argue with the fact that this stuff is showing up in those first-tier survivor bases. But, this is a third-tier mining black market. 14 daggers for defense? How do I get here? You drove into a weapons cache? Or did you kill someone? Arsenal? Kidding aside, the entire Wannan city had been touched down to its pants, and there was no way Qiu Shengsheng could have touched the armory. Only one possibility remains. That's the seemingly soft girl who sacked a group of less than 14 people. But, Qiu Shengsheng sacked a team? How could something like this not happen? She's so skinny. With her mouth open, Linya couldn't help the curiosity in her heart, wanting to ask the reason for it, but looking at Qiu Shengsheng's calm and used face, she forced down her curiosity and received the dagger under the bar. 14 daggers. I'll count you 10 copper coins a hand, for a total of 140 copper coins. How about that? Okay. Nodding her head, Qiu Shengsheng was also too lazy to carry the dagger around to sell, so she simply agreed. Well then, keep this money. Another heavy bag of copper coins was pushed onto the table, and Qiu Shengsheng's small pocket was credited with 290 copper coins at once. The copper coins bulging in his waistband made Qiu Shengsheng's face hang with a seeming smile. For some reason, this time when she saw Qiu Shengsheng smile again, Linya no longer felt that Qiu Shengsheng's smile was pure. She always felt that Qiu Shengsheng had gone out this trip, like she had completed a metamorphosis and become another person. Sister Linya, then it's okay, I'll go home. Watching the young girl's sturdy back leave, Linya fiddled with the dagger under the bar, her eyes narrowing narrowly. Your apocalyptic survival character, Qiu Shengsheng, has completed the quest and received a quest reward of 50 coins. Qiu Shengsheng's happiness value +1. Because of the additional other gains, Qiu Shengsheng is in a happy mood and has a happiness value of +1. Current happiness value 24. On this side of the phone screen, Duziran watched Qiu Shengsheng's decision-making all the way with a satisfied face. He had thought that this silly girl of his would still be gloriously winding others up. I didn't expect it, but this time it was sharp, rather like the sharpness of a wild rose. Sample, and put on a face and act all high and mighty. Actually, you've been happy for a long time, haven't you? Try poking Qiu Shengsheng in the face. In the cramped dirt house path, Qiu Shengsheng's face, which was originally tight, suddenly flushed. Elder, can you next time touch me before? Tell me in advance. Shyly, she lowered her head, practically a far cry from the cold-faced rose she had just been. Looking at such a contrast, the corner of Du Ziren's mouth curved up a little, suddenly thinking of a future possibility. An outwardly frosty and cold-faced queen of doom, who in private would only be red-faced and pouty to herself. Asterisk. It's exciting to think about. After poking Qiu Shengsheng a few more times casually, Du Ziren looked at Qiu Shengsheng and made his way to a simple marketplace. She spent 40 coins here and bought 2 newer quilts. Carrying the 2 quilts on her small body, she walked back to the small earth hut in the corner of the middle floor, without taking a breath. Ning, Jing, I'm back. The moment my sister's yell rang out. Crunch! The wooden door of the small dirt hut pushed open and 2 little carrot heads came running out. Oh, sis is back. Back! As Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing screamed and made a scene, they saw the 2 balls of quilts on Qiu Shengsheng's back. Sister, why did you even buy a quilt? I remember, quilts can be expensive. The larger Qiu Ning's face was a little bitter, and he knew how many times his sister had risked her life for this new quilt. It's okay, Ning. Sister is rich. Sister, I can even take you to the 3rd floor, tomorrow to take a bath and eat a meal of white rice. Qiu Shengsheng smiled faintly, holding 200 copper coins in her hand. She was already considered a small rich person in the middle tier. Ha, white rice? It's that. The one that tastes a little sweet and doesn't upset your stomach at all? Little Qiu Jing tilted her little head, and when she heard white rice, her little eyes lit up. Right, tomorrow morning. But, sis, where did you get all that money? Qunan's little brows furrowed, fearing that her sister had gone and done something bad for them. Ning, don't think too much. Sister just met a very, very good person. Sister now I can kill zombies by myself too. As if she could see her brother's sorrow, Qiu Shengsheng touched her brother's head, revealing the pistol in her arms. Ha, sister, shoo, anyway, remember, Ning, we'll get better and better. Understood, sister. Well, go in and change the bedding. That old one is all dark from sleeping. Tap tap tap. The 3 siblings joked with each other and pushed their way into the house. A warm candlelight was lit in the small dirt hut. After replacing the worn-out bedding on the dirt bed with new ones, Qiu Shengsheng took out the only pre-made jerky in her pocket again. With that, she looked around weakly. Elder, Buzz, 2 words, 5 bags of wafer biscuits and a can of tin kettle canned water, along with several packages of honey jerky and mineral water, appeared abruptly in the corner of the house. It's, sister, this, have you awakened the space ability? Xiaoning's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the objects that had suddenly appeared in the room. Whoa, the family grows food. Little Qiu Jing didn't know what alien power was. She just picked up food one by one and stuffed it into her arms. This reaction was like the way Qiu Shengsheng hid things. No, didn't my sister say that? My sister has met a wonderful man. It's from him. Qiu Shengsheng smiled and bowed respectfully towards the surroundings. Good people? Sister, I'm afraid I haven't entered some extraordinary organization, right? Another pistol, another space ability? What do they figure, sister? Xiaoning frowned her little brows and thought, her little brain smoldering with thought, and didn't feel that the other party could get any benefits from her skinny sister. Could it be, the other party is fond of sister? He guessed and looked at Kaya Shengsheng's face. The little mind mulls it over, hissing and hissing. On the small earthen table, several bags of honey jerky were torn open and the aroma was overflowing. Wow, yummy. It's delicious. Xiao Qiu Jing barred her mouth, her eyes narrowing as she ate. Qiu Shengsheng just wanted to follow suit and take a few bites. Bang bang bang. Abruptly, there was a knock on the wooden door of the small earthen room. Ha! Instinctively bowing up like a cheetah, Qiu Shengsheng looked toward the door of the room. Who? Oh, pithy sister. It's me, Rinya. Sister Linya? What brings you to my place? Blinking suspiciously, although Qiu Shengsheng and Linya were on good terms, they weren't good enough to string them along. Actually, there's actually something I want to talk to you about. I just don't know. Is it convenient for you? You wait until I come out. Hesitantly, Qiu Shengsheng still walked to the door, lifted a corner of the wooden door, and slowly walked out. Outside the door, Linya stood alone by the door. Her side eyes didn't sweep anything inside the house, but a smell of meat was caught by her. Her hazel eyes narrowed as she became more certain of the suspicion in her heart. Sister Linya, what is it you want from me, anyway? Closing the door of the room behind him, Qiu Shengsheng revealed a kind smile. Rinya's smile got heavier as well. But, in the next moment, the words she uttered could not help but make Qiu Xingxing's heart flutter. Xing sister, want to get acquainted with the person behind you. Look, is it okay? Chapter 27 New Metal Crystal Core, Package, Medical Miracle. Above. Ha, what backstabbers? Sister Linya, what are you talking about? After a flash of panic flashed across her face, Qiu Shengsheng had a face of pure ignorance. Linya looked at Qiu Xingxing's reaction with a fixed expression, her face still sure. Stop pretending, Sister Sheng Sheng, I mean no harm. You know what? For a little girl like you to pull out so many things at once, there can only be one possibility. That is that you picked up a leak, or you met someone to help you. Picking up the pieces, with that pissant nature of the doorman Wu Hai, there's no way you could have brought back these things. So there's only one possibility. Did you meet some high person? Didn't you? The hazel-colored pupils of her eyes looked at Qiu Shengsheng dead on. Linya's sharp analysis made Qiu Shengsheng somewhat at a loss for words. She didn't know how to argue, but remained stern. No, that's what I picked up. The heart doesn't know why. Qiu Shengsheng did not want to share the seniors with others. She only wanted to know her seniors. Although the idea is a bit selfish and strange. But, a person like Senpai shouldn't like other people disturbing him, right? With this thought, Qiu Shengsheng bit his teeth to death. You go, I really don't have anything high up behind me. I truly have no ill intentions. I can even say this, as long as that senior behind you is an existence above superhuman, I, Linya, can give him my entire being. I'm only asking for one thing, for him to take us to the advanced safe camp. As you know, there are always more opportunities in the advanced camps than in the mining black market. Linya spoke, her gray-brown hair hanging down in front of her chest. Her bumpy form was on display, the charm of a mature woman dripping out, like she was ready to be picked up by a gentleman. With this display, she couldn't help but make Qiu Shengsheng even more flustered. Seniors can actually see it. What if Senpai suddenly chose Rinya and abandoned him? The other person is hotter, more mature, and prettier than you. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Qiu Shengsheng could only look helplessly into the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, Du Ziren was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the screen in the game with considerable interest. Turtle, this game has so much freedom. NPCs know to reach out to me for favors. There are potentials seeking your assistance. Do you choose to help Linya? By choosing to help Rinya, you will open up all of Rinya's perspectives, and Rinya will fulfill all of your requests unconditionally. For helping Linya, you will receive Linya's happiness value of 50 and Qiu Shengsheng's happiness value of -10. What? Help her out a little. And my Shang is so upset? Then I'm helping my ass. Roll on. Click no, right away. Just kidding. Du Ziren is a pure love warrior. What harem? What multivision character color? In front of the pure love warrior, all are worthless things. In reality he is a pure love warrior. In the game he still is, but anything that hurt Qiu Shengsheng a little bit, he couldn't do. Get out. Almost as soon as the no was pressed, an eerie fluctuation shook out in front of the cramped little earthen house. Get out. The soul-stirring sound wave transmission swept away, and Linya's original buttock-straightening figure lurched, being scared to the point that her face immediately turned white. This sound wave is coming from far away. There's absolutely no alien, with sonic wave, ability in the base. That is to say, the person behind Qiu Shengsheng is, to say the least, an awakened, sonic, big shot? My god. It didn't come with any hesitation at all. Linya directly knelt down on the muddy ground and started kowtowing in all directions. Elder, I was wrong. Since Senior doesn't care about a money loser like Senior will leave now. This is leaving. Panicked, he kowtowed as he moved toward the courtyard. Linya is very smart. She knows that this kind of superior person, once you argue with him a few sentences, more show off a moment, touch the other side of the mold. The other side may be a finger flying ash between the seconds to you. As for whether the other party dares to kill in the mining black market, stop it. Mining black market, founding talent alien 8th order. He didn't even dare to let out a single fart. It's more important to be alive than to take the easy way out. PFFFFFFFF. The sound of kowtowing continued into the distance until Linya disappeared. And only then did Qiu Shengsheng look dully at the dark surroundings. I don't know why. Her heart warmed. She couldn't describe the feeling, as if she was the only one of her seniors, and the illusion of being favored made her a little joyful and happy. Your apocalyptic survival character is caught up in a happy fantasy. Happiness value +1. Current happiness value is 25 points. Ward hair? I'll just drive away an NPC who wants favors. And my Shang is happy again? Does she have some kind of relationship brain? On this side of the phone, looking at Qiu Shengsheng who was standing dumbfounded, Du Ziren straightened up and poked her. I'm going back for dinner. Oh. Red-faced, with joy at the corners of her mouth, Qiu Shengsheng burrowed into the earthen house like a deer. The small earthen house was once again filled with a lively atmosphere. Du Ziren looked at the screen of his cell phone and slowly placed it in front of the bedside table. And now it's kind of playing the opening of the game right. I have to say, this game, it's killing time. Glancing up at the sky outside the window, it had gone from morning to noon. Oopsie daisy. Slowly moving his upper body. LOL. Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open. NDR. Lu walked in holding another package. Ziren. I saw another package mailed to you at the door. It's not another one mailed to you by that internet lover of yours, is it? Holding up the package in his hand, it was almost exactly the same size as last time. On the package, it was still written in large letters Qiu Shengsheng sent to senior. Sort of. Dr. Lu, give me the wallpaper cutter. I'll open the box. Taking the initiative to ask for the package and the knife, Du Ziren was now able to move his upper body, so naturally he didn't want to rely on others for everything. Clap clap who clap clap. The duct tape package was opened and the smell of blood still emanated from inside. Buzz buzz. This time, what was mailed inside was an oval-shaped, metallic-colored crystal core. Oh, this Wu Tao's crystal core. The reduction is quite impressive. Holding up the crystal core in the package, Du Ziren shone it into the light, and the crystal core was glittering with a flowing metallic liquid that looked technological. There it is again. Hey, you youngsters, why do you like to give this away? Dr. Lu also looked at the crystal core in Du Ziren's hand, his face gradually relieved. In her opinion, it was just another decoration, much uglier than the last scarlet crystal core. Anyway, it's a peripheral benefit of the game company. Don't take it for nothing. Saving the metal crystal core, Du Ziren felt his palms warm. With a sudden whim, he placed the crystal core in front of his two paralyzed feet. I don't know, can you warm my tumescent feet too? Chapter 28 New Metal Crystal Core, Package, Medical Miracle. Below, you child, if you believe this, you might as well let the caregiver rehabilitate you. But, if your little girlfriend gave it to you, it might actually work wonders. Smiling, Dr. Lu did not comment much on Du Ziren's approach. She looked at the bright sunlight outside the window and asked again, Ziren, it's a nice day. Do you want me to push you out to have a look? Let's just forget about it. I want to play the game some more. Well then, you take care of your rest. After recovering Du Ziren, Dr. Lu shook his head and walked out of the ward with large strides. Buzz buzz. In the palm of his foot, a warm sensation came. Du Ziren only felt that the lower half of his body gradually warmed up, so comfortable that he fought with his eyelids. Well, take a nap. Closing his eyes, what he couldn't see was that the liquid in the metal crystal core was slowly turning into metallic-colored streams of light, surging towards his lower body. The previously snow-white and thin feet, which gradually took on a blood color, suddenly moved. Right, Ziren, next door to your ward, there's a neurological taper who's going to be staying in together later. He got it in his old age and was very emotionally unstable. You might have to get used to it. Crunch, ward, the door was suddenly pushed open again, and Dr. Lu stuck his head in to ask a question. I thought that it would disturb Du Ziren's rest, but I didn't realize that Du Ziren was already gradually snoring. Sleeping so fast? Looks like Ziren is in a good mood today. Scratching his head, Dr. Lu quickly walked out of the entrance of the ward. In the distance, an old man surrounded by a large number of people, stretched on a stretcher, was being taken to the ward next door to Du Ziren. The old man was flanked by his wife, his son and daughter, his grandchildren, and almost all his relatives comforting him. Master, it's okay. It's just that the nerves in my legs are broken, so I can push you out from now on. Yes, Dad. Nowadays technology is very advanced. There is that kind of smart wheelchair traveling. As usual, you can go out alone. Dad, it's fine. Even if you can only stay in the house. What with the internet-connected TV? Companion. Smart voice. We can prepare it all for you. You won't get tired of being in the house for the rest of your life. The concerned shushing of relatives did not result in the satisfaction of the elderly. The old man just screamed, my leg, we can't even go out for a walk from now on. Why am I so miserable? Why am I the one in trouble? Screaming like an old child. The more his relatives comforted him, the harder the old man screamed. It seemed that getting their attention in this way could make the old man feel a lot better. Hey, this old man, getting sick only in old age and having the whole family with you has been a great blessing. On the contrary, Ziren, a man who said nothing when he got sick and didn't even cry. Looking at the old man in the distance screaming and making a scene, Dr. Lu could only lament that the gap between people, the difference in destiny, that is really big. I hope this old man's arrival won't irritate Ziren. The face was a little downcast. Dr. Lou is aware that there is actually a kind of invisible comparison relationship in the hospital. This relationship is not about money, but about illness and the comfort of loved ones. As an example, a patient who is doing early-stage renal dialysis is in the same room as a patient who is in the late stage of renal dialysis. The early one is surrounded by family and hope for recovery. The late-stage one has nothing, is alone in a bed, and won't even live long. Think about how hard it must be for late-stage patients to look at early-stage patients every day and talk and laugh with their families. But, maybe, Ziran's girlfriend can really bring him a miracle? Though, it's tiny. AI. Sighing, Dr. Lou bypassed the old man's family and quickly left the ward floor. After a good deal of tossing and turning, the room next to Ziran's, the old man's family also sort of placed the old man in a hospital bed. The old man, however, still had a foul face. His son was filial, and immediately stepped forward. Dad, don't worry, from today onwards, my daughter-in-law, and my son, will get up early every morning to see you, and also come at night. Dad, then I'll come to see you every day at noon. Yes, old partner, there's nothing to do. I'll just push you out into the sun. The group of loved ones at the hospital bed tried their best to comfort the old man, who held his chin high, which led to some reprieve. Oof, talk a good game, but when the time comes, do it. Definitely. Actually, Dad, your illness isn't that serious. Hospitalized for observation, regular medication at home from now on, and we can all take you out for a walk. By comparison, I heard that the person next door to you, TSK, only 18 years old. You're already paralyzed. Wouldn't you say that you're lucky? As soon as the son saw that the old man was in a better mood, he immediately raised his eyebrows and talked about the comparison. Some people are like that. They like to compare everything. It's natural to feel in a good mood when you're less sick than when you're more sick. Do you ask them if they feel that this hurts the hearts of people with serious illnesses? They won't even think about it. Yeah, the one next door, just after the college entrance exam, doesn't even have a girlfriend and didn't even go to college. He's been lying in bed all his life. Look at you, at least you've experienced everything. Yeah, I heard that he, lost his family. Look, we're all here with you. He's all alone. A few of his relatives beside him chimed in, and once he heard this, the old man instantly felt much relieved. Yeah, the one next door, much worse off than myself. Come on, you guys push me, I'm going to go see how bad that kid is. As soon as he heard that the other party was so miserable, the old man immediately had to take a look, trying to get some comparative pleasure from Ziran. Okay, Dad, come on, I'll carry you. The son sniffed, and did not care about any personal qualities or medical relationship, immediately carried the old man and walked towards the outside of the ward. The people in this room were all of a sudden in groups of 3 or 5, rushing towards Ziran's hospital room. The sight made the passing nurses cringe. One can be disgusting, but not this disgusting. Despite their unqualified behavior, no one stood up to stop them. Go! The old man urged his son, and a cacophony of voices rose from the roadway. Tap. The voices grew heavier, and Ziran slept soundly in his bed, his brow furrowed into a pimple. He's dreaming, and he had a very strange dream. Inside the dream, he really did learn altered powers, and there was more than one. He exerted his alien power, and fought a huge alien beast at an unknown site. Crunch! Suddenly, the crisp push of the door woke Ziran from his dream. Jerking up from the bed, Ziran looked towards the entrance of the hospital room. A young man was carrying an old man on his back, and the old man was lying on the young man's shoulder, and was constantly sticking his head out to look at Ziran. Oh, so this is the kid who was miserable. It's tragic to be so young and not be able to move. The old man spoke mocking words without any scruples or bottom line. Hearing Ziran's face sink. Who are you? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm a fellow patient next door to you. But me, I only have tachyphylaxis in my legs, so I should be able to get out of the hospital soon. Unlike you, I guess for the rest of my life. The old man was fooling around. A crystal core, that was already crystal clear, rolled down from Ziran's bed. Ziran ignored the old man and fixed his eyes on the crystal core. The original metallic, crystal core, like the last scarlet crystal core, had faded in color. This is special effects liquid time passing again? TSK. A bit of a pull. Attempting to bend down to pick up the crystal core, under the bed, Ziran's body bent, and the lower half of his body suddenly gained strength. With a jolt, he instantly rolled over and got out of bed, and the whole person stood up. I can stand up? Hiss. The heart snapped. It was only afterward that Ziran realized that he could actually stand up. At the door, the old man was stunned. Son, are we in the wrong ward? Chapter 29 Norman Medicine. secrets in the blood. 1 million. Above. This isn't the wrong way. The lake next door to the one I purposely set you up with before I came here. The young son scratched his head and looked at Ziren with a confused expression. Late, you sister. The man jumped right out of bed. You tell me, which one with advanced tachyphylaxis can stand on the floor? Bang! A crutching date was thrown directly at his son's head, and the old man looked disgruntled. It would have been nice to see one worse off than myself and find some satisfaction. It's hard to see people get out of bed and move around freely. Good dad, why are you hitting me? I'm sure I didn't arrange it wrong. This is the man's hospital room. Hello, who are you? What are you doing in the patient's room? The youth looked questioningly at Ziren, who shrugged. That's right, I'm the one you guys are talking about. The miserable person. You, who are you kidding? How can you possibly get out of bed when you're the one? Can I heal myself? Self-healing? Self-healing? My ass. There aren't many cases in the world where the tachyphylaxis is self-healed. Are there? Then you can believe it or not. Slowly picking up the crystal-clear crystal core under the bed, Ziren carefully placed it into the pot of snowdrop flower. No, I'm going to report it. Report someone for occupying another person's bed. Beaten by the old man. The youth had a look of displeasure on his face. He was certain that the person in front of him must be another patient who had mixed into the ward of the advanced stage tachyphylaxis patients. In his opinion, how could any acromegaly get out of bed by himself? Somebody, doctor, nurse, how do you plan your housing areas? Yelling and screaming, a few doctors and nurses rushed in from the distance. At the head of the group, it was clearly Dr. Lu, who was carrying a muscle neurology attending physician sign. She frowned and looked at the youth with a disinterested expression. What's wrong again? Is your father playing with his temper again? What temper? I'm telling you, there are other patients running in your ward. What? Here, look, didn't I say that in this room is a tachypnea, in the late stages? Look, this is standing on the floor alive and kicking. This is the advanced stage? Isn't this a stage of tachyphylaxis? Missing by a length. The youth pointed to Ziren inside the house. What are you babbling about? This is Ziren's hospital room, and this is not a place where you can. As the words came out, Dr. Lu was confused, because she saw the most incredible sight in her life. The afternoon sunlight shone into the hospital room, and the teenager stood in the sunlight with a white snowdrop flower in his hand. As the spring breeze blew by, the snowdrop flower swayed, and the teenager showed a bright smile towards her. Dr. Lu, I seem to be really well. This, mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Dr. Lu even rubbed his eyes and slapped his face heavily. This isn't an illusion, is it? The last time he was able to get his upper body moving, Dr. Lu was able to give Ziren some kind of reason for the potential of a young body. But now, a tachypnea patient, literally standing in front of his own eyes? Or a late one? This is an absolute miracle. Ziren, how the hell did you stand up? Tap, taking 3 or 2 steps to Ziren's body. Dr. Lu directly squatted down and began to knead Ziren's leg muscles. The belly of the leg, which should have been sickly thin and depressed, was at the moment too strong to be true. It's just not scientific? Dr. Lu muttered, and Ziren scratched his head in surprise. Dr. Lu, do you think it could really be the power of love? Mouth twitching, Dr. Lu was confused. This reason was what she used to put off Ziren in the hope that he would look away and live happily at the end of his life. In real life, the probability of self-healing a condition through love is simply lower than buying a lottery ticket. Results? Not buddy. You're really recovering from online dating, aren't you? What about playing? After identifying Ziren's strong muscles again and again, Dr. Lu's lips trembled. No way. No, Ziren, you come with me. I have to notify the dean right away. Miracle. It's simply a miracle. The acromegaly, late-stage patient recovered straight away. You're definitely going to be tomorrow's headline news. Pulling Ziren's hand, Dr. Lu didn't care about the people and things around her, and ran towards the hospital director's office as hard as she could. Tap. When the 2 fiery figures had run away, the old man's family stood in the doorway dumbfounded. Hey, son, did I hear you right? Advanced stage of tachyphylaxis. Healed itself? It's clearly ing kanji. How do you spell it together? I can't understand it? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and the youth was even more dumbfounded. Self-healing, late-stage tachyphylaxis, cures itself? This luck. Dad, shouldn't. Why don't we transfer to another hospital? I'm afraid you're depressed. It was supposed to be a way to compare the conditions and give my old man some confidence. Now the youth are afraid that their own dad is depressed. Others can heal themselves. What kind of luck is that? The taunting that had just taken place was like childish nonsense. Turn now. I can't stand it. By what? On what grounds can he heal himself? My leg. Another wave of nonsensical voices exploded through the ward area, and the crowd that had gathered, instantly looking at the old man in obscurity, dispersed. Musculoskeletal Neurological Institute of Anhui Province, Dean's office. At this moment, two men were sitting inside the dean's room. A majestic middle-aged man wearing a white coat with a dean label on his chest, and a young man wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase with a smiling face. The youth was respectfully presenting some documents in the briefcase to the dean. President Huang, look, with our Norman Pharmaceuticals level of pharmaceutical research and development, we can completely keep up with your medication needs, as long as you enter into a cooperative relationship with us. In the future, we will supply medicine and give priority to your side. And, how about we figure you in at 20% off the order price? The youth smiled warmly. The chest of the suit, clearly written Norman Pharmaceuticals nameplate. Sun Sales is really eloquent. It's also an honor to work with your group. Well then, let's say it's a good deal. By the way, about what our company said, did any special talents appear in your hospital? Special talents? Does your company refer in detail to the kind of patients who have successfully fought cancer, or who have cured themselves in advanced stages? I know what your company's philosophy is, to extract disease-resistant vaccines from them and develop counterparts for unresolved diseases. But, as you know, in this current climate, those who succeed in fighting cancer are definitely in the minority, not to mention advanced cancer, bad blood, AIDS, whatever self-healing. Those are medical miracles. Me here, how can there be a miracle? Between Dean Huang's casual flirting, bang, the door to the dean's office was violently pushed open, and Dr. Lu rushed in with Du Ziren. Dean, a miracle. Ziren he's tachypnea, healed himself. Chapter 30 Norman Medicine, Secrets in the Blood. 1 million. Center. P.S. Stacked armor. The protagonist's blood they get useless, so the protagonist used to exchange money. Good kryptonite. What are you doing? The door doesn't even knock. It's so fussy. What a scandal. Wait, what did you say? Originally, Dean Huang, who was still a little upset by the movement of pushing the door, when he heard Dr. Lu's last sentence, his disgruntled face instantly turned to surprise, followed by looking at Du Ziren with disbelief. The old eyes under the thin-rimmed glasses were glazed over. Dean Huang was aware of Du Ziren. After all, there aren't many bigwigs who can keep paying their hospital bills. Healed itself? Tachyphylaxis, advanced? Self-healing? Like seeing a ghost in the daytime. Dean Huang went up and down, carefully observing Du Ziren for a while, the corners of his mouth twitching. What a miracle. He held up his glasses, but Sun Sales on the side had his eyes glowing straight and kept scanning Du Ziren. Ziren, tell me, what have you been doing all this time? You just healed yourself? Sincere, intense, with a pleading desire gaze seems. Du Ziren dully scratched his head. I just sleep, eat, play games, and internet dating. Is that all? That's it. Du Ziren's head nodded endlessly. Dean Huang didn't believe it and his eyes went to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu nodded back, and he hissed, my child, this is a miracle. It's a bit hard to believe, but the human body is indeed mysterious. If it's really cured, Ziren the living blood cells in your body may be a boon for every acromegaly patient in the future. Probably having seen the world, Dean Huang's emotions gradually stabilized. He patted Du Ziren's shoulder. Ziren, would you consider donating blood to provide for our research? Of course, it's paid. Halfway through his words, that Sun Sales who had been listening hurriedly interjected. 1 million. This, Mr. Du, if your case is true, my company is willing to offer $1 million just to seek 150 milliliters of your blood for disease research. You see? How? You are? Upon hearing this, Du Ziren then saw the man in suit in the corner, and the man hurriedly got up. Norman Pharmaceuticals Scientific Research and Medicine Company, Sales Department, Sun Kong. Oh, $1 million. Hearing this figure, if the Du Ziren of the past had done so, he would have done a double take and nodded on the spot. But now, the compensation for his family of 3 is $3 million, even with the medical bills from being hospitalized for almost a month, plus kryptonite, he still had about 7 million. Although the old Du family is nothing too generous in the bottom of the city, at least there is a 3-room house. As long as Du Ziren doesn't do anything to start a business, a lifetime of lying flat is enough. $1 million. Constantly mulling over the figure, Sun Kong became anxious when Du Ziren didn't immediately agree. Mr. Du, listen to me. What you're doing now has definitely spread around the hospital. By then, many pharmaceutical companies, or national pharmaceuticals will contact you. Providing blood samples is for the benefit of the public, but I guarantee you, absolutely many hospitals can't get that price. Instead of being harassed by them, why don't you work with us? If you're not looking for money, we can take care of you not being harassed, as well as providing a proper living environment. Of course, it's all free. Sun Kang's face was creased with a chrysanthemum-like smile. Du Ziren looked at him, his face expressionless. He's not stupid. This guy is just trying to get a head start and be the first to get sample blood. As for sounding good about living for free, stop it. That's just the mouse observation room. Who says I don't want money? I'll make a request. If blood must be taken, show me on site what all the experiments on blood are. I don't want to see images of my blood being injected into some mice, dying a bunch of test subjects or something. You don't promise? If you don't say yes, I think the officials will be arriving soon, right? Ro. Okay. Agreeing stiffly, Sun Kang immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello? Hey, me, Sun Kang. Get a few people from the research department. I found a gradual frostbite that heals itself. Also, have the finance department prepare a running amount of $1 million right away. Almost the instant this call was made, there was another knock on the door of Dean Huang's room. Academician Huang Qishan, we're from the National Center for Disease Control. I hear you have a self-cured patient with acromegaly here? Please cooperate with us, LOL. Without waiting for Dean Huang to open the door to the room was opened and several middle-aged men in official uniforms came. Oh, isn't this Mr. Lu Yi? Are you coming too? When Huang Qishan saw the visitor, he just wanted to go forward and offer a few words of courtesy, but the middle-aged man at the head of the official hurriedly waved his hand, and his gaze instantly looked at Du Ziren. You are Mr. Du, right? You are cordially invited, on our side, to cooperate with our National Center for Disease Control in blood sampling. You should know that your cooperation in sampling now will relate to the future of a whole group of diseases of acromegaly. Of course, a citizen's freedom is something we dare not take away. Cooperate or not, it's up to you. Louis looked sincerely at Du Ziren, who stared straight at him. No? You mean? I mean, don't I get paid for cooperating with the sampling? Well, we can apply for a bonus from above. Oh so since we're all here, I just signed a contract with Coleman Pharmaceuticals to take their blood first. Should we get together? Coleman's? Louis's gaze suddenly looked at Sun Kang in the corner, who put away his cell phone with a smug smile on his lips. He's already thought about it. As long as we get the blood samples one step faster, we'll be one step faster in scientific research strategy, one step faster in producing drugs, one step faster in capturing the drug market. Compared to such a vision, that $1 million is really nothing. Dr. Lu, since you're here, why don't you take a look together at my company's research technology? Exempt. Let's all take blood samples from each other and go our separate ways. The atmosphere in the dean's room gradually began to stiffen a bit. Du Ziren held the snowdrop flower in his hand and waited for the researchers with a bored look on his face. He knew that he would be targeted when he became a self-healing patient of gradual frost. He's not that selfish. If his blood sample could save other patients, he wouldn't mind donating a little bit of it out and making a buck or something as he went along. Get whatever it was out of the way today so he could get back to his normal life later. Tap tap tap. About half an hour later, outside the dean's room, two groups of people once again came. The two groups, carrying each other's freezers, mobile observation instruments. Almost as soon as they came into the room, the two parties put down their instruments, and the gazes of a roomful of people all looked at Du Ziren in unison. Du Ziren spread his hands. Why are you looking at me? Hit the money. Chapter 31 Norman Medicine. Secrets in the Blood. 1 million. Below, it's. Such a mercenary look could not help but make everyone around him frown. But Du Ziren didn't care about the gazes around him. What he could ask for was his own. His own? That's Chiu Shengxing's. What's wrong with giving your wife more money for child support? What's wrong with loving your wife? No shame. No stumbling. Mr. Du, we've just got the finances ready. Tell us your card number. 69,845. Good. Hurriedly recorded this string of card numbers on the phone. In Sun Kang's operation, Du Ziren's cell phone soon buzzed vibration. Your bank card with tail number 0304 will be credited with $1 million. Current balance, 3,704,000. Well, sample yourselves if you arrive. Jerking up his arms, Du Ziren walked over to the Coleman Corporation medical personnel, his eyes intentionally nudging Louis. Louis frowned and immediately ordered a youth beside him. Go, apply for the next bonus, and then call it into Du Ziren's account. Understood. The youth nodded and immediately ran out of the dean's room, and made a call. Bare your teeth. with the cold needle inserted into the area of the biceps. Du Ziren watched as 150 milliliters of his blood was pumped out. This is not a lot of blood to take, and even the person is a little bit refreshed after it is drawn. Well then, Dr. On, you may begin your preliminary research. Sun Kang greeted a female doctor from Norman Pharmaceuticals, who immediately dripped a few drops of blood from a test tube and placed it under a microscope in one place. Blood activity. No different than normal. Blood sample analyzed. White blood cells. Red blood cells normal. Ha, the lol. Dr. Anne's words baffled her. What? Everyone in the room instantly looked at Dr. Who looked up with a look of disbelief. In his blood, there are two special active molecules that maintain a high intensity of activity. Perhaps it was these two active molecules that prompted his acromegaly to heal itself. That's great. This stuff, can it be extracted? Hiss. It doesn't seem to work. Why? Because since just now, these two active fractions have been rapidly disappearing, and now they're gone. I'm certain that both strands of active molecules in this tube of blood sample must be pretty much dead. As he spoke, Dr. and held up the 150 milliliters of blood extracted from Du Ziren's arm, his face somewhat helpless. What? As you wish. We bought a blood sample for $1 million and now it's worthless? Sun Kang's face went white. That's $1 million spent faster than you can buy a house. I'm sure because, with the rate at which that strange molecule is passing, the blood in that test tube is thought to be no different from normal. Dr. and shook her head, looking somewhat sadly at the blood sample that had been stuffed into the freezer. Oh, if that's the case, Mr. Du, let me make an application to you. We at the CDC are also giving you an expenditure of $1 million. But your blood, first thing, will be injected into the mice? Do you agree? Seeing Coleman Pharmaceuticals' side suffer a defeat, a bright light flashed in Louis's eyes. Since blood collection will cause the activity in the blood to run out in the first place, what about injecting Du Ziren's blood into the rats in the first place? That way, those two strange active molecules, will they fade away? Or can it stay in the mice? Another $1 million. I guess Mom and Dad never thought I'd make money so fast. Did they? With a belly laugh, Du Ziren nodded indifferently. Okay, but only on the condition that I see the results. Okay, show. Shouting towards the outside of the dean's room, the youth who had run out earlier had returned. Report. The application has been typed. Okay, immediately credit Mr. Du's account with $1 million. Understood. Buzz buzz. As his cell phone vibrated again, Du Ziren looked at it, and his bankroll had soared to as high as 4,704,000. Nice guy. With a terminal illness, instead of dumping his family, he's getting richer. Du Ziren felt that all of this was changed by the arrival of Qiu Shengsheng. Pith. Wait for me. I'll be sure to charge you 648 after the blood drive later. No, 10 in a row 648. Rolling up his sleeve again, Du Ziren's other arm also had a blood sample of 150 milliliters taken. Almost as soon as the blood was drawn, a doctor injected it into a mouse. Kiki. After the mice were injected with blood, nothing changed except a few yelps. It was about 15 minutes later that the paramedics then redrew the blood from the mouse's blood injection port and examined it. Yield STH. Report. It's gone. Those two strands of magical blood-activated molecules. Gone again. Inside the dean's room, there was dead silence. Gotta. Another $1 million. Spent for nothing. Countless gazes looked at Du Ziren intentionally or unintentionally. Du Ziren shrugged his shoulders. Why are you looking at me? If you don't like it, you can just pay for another blood draw. What's it got to do with me if that thing disappears? Hi. Louis frowned, and with a wave of his hand, he led his men towards the outside of the dean's room. Disperse. This self-contained blood producer may only be produced by his bodily functions. The heart transports the blood and the blood produces those two active molecules. There's no point in studying blood samples unless his heart is deconstructed to analyze the birth of the active molecules. As for unplugging the heart, killing a man who healed himself of acromegaly, and studying his body, that's even more pointless to kill a chicken. There's no need to keep his news under wraps. Let's just say it's a miracle of optimism in facing the disease and finally recovering. Slightly glancing at Du Ziren with deep meaning, Louis shook his head and left in defeat. Tap tap tap. As soon as he left, Sun Kang blackened his face, casually and politely said a few words to Huang Qishan, and also led his people to leave quickly. Inside the dean's room, only Du Ziren, Dr. Lu, and Dean Huang were instantly left. Dean Huang, you said that you still want to study my blood? Du Ziren looked at Huang Qishan in a cheap manner. Huang Qishan frowned and shook his head straight. Ziren, don't you dare make fun of me. How dare I touch something they haven't even studied? Tonight, you'll be able to check out of the hospital. Congratulations, you're out of the hospital. Upholding the responsibility of a doctor, Huang Qishan squeezed out a smiling face, and Du Ziren smiled faintly. Thank you all for the many days of care. You're welcome. So, Dean, I'm taking Ziren away? Dr. Lu squeaked, and Huang Qishan sighed and watched the two leave. Go go go. Hey, why? Why did the two strands of activity in the blood disappear? Could it be that there are two newborn existences in Du Ziren's body, constantly yielding energy? Asterisk 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 asterisk. I must be overthinking this. What kind of person gives birth to two energy bodies inside them? Slapping his face, Huang Qishan interrupted his absurd thoughts. At night, in front of the Wannan City Muscular Nerve Hospital, Du Ziren held the pot of snowdrop flower and waved with Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Hey, where did I take care of you or anything? If you want to thank, for your online dating partner. It seems like everything good starts with online dating, right? Well then, I'll be sure to treat her well. Ha ha ha. I hope I can drink your wedding wine in my lifetime. Dr. Lu snickered, and Du Ziren immediately blushed for a moment. A wedding reception for me and my e-wife? Outrageous. Off the mark. I'll fight for it. Waving his hand, Du Ziren said goodbye to Dr. Lu again and again before stopping a cab that sped by. Driver, go to Wannan Garden. Chapter 32 The Alien Handbook. Alright, young man, sit tight. The evening breeze blew along the window of the cab. The snowdrops in his hand swayed and fluttered, and seeing this neon city again, Du Ziren's heart was full of mixed feelings. My life, it's back, Du Ziren muttered. Bare your teeth. At that exact moment, the cab's onboard radio blared out a news broadcast at the same time. Good news! Good news! The city's muscle neurology hospital, the world's first case of tachyphylaxis self-healing patients. It is reported that the patient was positive and optimistic during his illness, and was full of confidence in the face of life. Let's congratulate him for overcoming his illness with the great song of life. Wannabe City, August 18th Mountain Leo meteor shower. A once-in-a-century spectacle. The radio was full of delightful news broadcasts, and the driver was shaking his head in disbelief at the sound of it. Hey, everything is awesome these days. Tachyphylaxis is all self-healing. Ha, boy, you know what? It's called acromegaly. That guy in the wheelchair in that beautiful country has it too. They say it's harder to treat than AIDS. I remember 7 global AIDS cures, and that's impressive, but an acromegaly cure, we're definitely the first here. How lucky that man must be. It's all cured, the driver lamented, and Du Ziren in the back seat had a complicated face. Yeah, that guy, he's really lucky, right? I don't know how he's optimistic. I'd be depressed if I had it. Maybe he has a spirit to hold on to? Du Ziren smiled, relieved, and opened his cell phone. The Doomsday Survival game has actually been functioning all along, and Xiao Shengsheng, who is in the picture, is having a day that belongs to her happiness today. Take your siblings for a soak in the bath, go for rice and shopping. On this day, Xiao Shengsheng was also very happy. Spiritual support, ha, boy, you mean in love, right? I think so. Giggle. The car stopped at the entrance of Wannan Garden. Du Ziren paid for the car and released a smile. Yeah, that lucky guy. He must be in love. Tap tap tap. Walked all the way back down to the bottom of a block of flats and watched the twinkling lights of Vanguard. But only, there was no more one belonging to himself. Du Ziren's eyes suddenly darkened. Buzz buzz. Buzz buzz. On the cell phone, there was a beep. Look down. Your post-apocalyptic survival character had a great day. +1 happiness value. Current happiness value, 25. In the cell phone screen, Xiao Shengsheng had already finished her rice and was looking up at the darkness outside the earthen house, murmuring in a small voice, Elder, what is he doing right now? He should be busy, right? So curious about what kind of person Senior is. He must have been a very powerful, strong, and kind person, right? The tiny figure leaned on the earthen seat, looking high into the sky, her cheeks flushed. Snap. The next moment, Xiao Shengsheng's face was violently poked. Yikes. Senpai, how do you eavesdrop on people? A blush rose to her face, and the young girl lowered her head when all her little thoughts were heard. Ha 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 ha. Downstairs in the lonely unit, Du Ziren's despondency was swept away. Who says there's not one of me in every house? The fire of Xiao Shengsheng's heart burned forever for him. Xiao, it was so nice to meet you, even if you're just an electronic virtual game character. Caressing the young girl's cheek, Du Ziren held the snowdrop flower and climbed up the floor in 3 or 2 steps. Room 702. This was Du Ziren's home, which had been filled with dust because it hadn't been lived in for a long time. Du Ziren didn't encounter any drama of relatives grabbing to live in his house. After all, anyone is afraid of living in a house where all 3 members of a family have been in a car accident. Simply tidying up his hygiene, Du Ziren ordered a takeaway and sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the picture from Xiao Shengsheng's side. Well, sister, this rice, just without the vegetables, is also delicious. Yummy. A family of 3 sat in a dirt hut, constantly devouring the little rice that was on the table. I'm told that white rice is a scarce resource even in the end times. Only that kind of level 1 security camp. There is rice freedom. Eat slower. After we eat, we'll go back to the black market and see what we can add to the family. Wiping his younger sibling's face full of rice grains, this meal of rice cost Qiu Shengsheng a full 30 copper coins. But, now that Qiu Shengsheng's little waistband was bulging a bit, she was not happy not to give her younger siblings a treat. There are still 220 coins left. I need to buy something practical. Holding Qiu Ning in her left hand and Qiu Jing in her right hand, the 3 siblings went out of the Mizhuang Tuya and walked towards the street at the center of the middle level. Mining black market, as the name suggests. The main business operation here is black market trading. On the central shopping street of middle level, you can see, from the stalls selling alien crystals, down to the stalls selling 95% new female models, there's nothing they're afraid to sell if you want it. Well, boss, 2 pounds of soft bread. Standing in front of a stall of expired bread, Qiu Shengsheng arrogantly raised 2 fingers. Yoo-hoo, this is the god of wealth coming. 2 pounds of expired bread. It'll cost you 60 copper coins. You. The vendor rubbed his hands together, showing that it was a sign to pay first. Here, taking out a money bag from his pocket. The vendor immediately laughed playfully and started bagging and weighing the take for Qiu Shengsheng. Expired bread, even though it's expired, it's still bread. Better than some hard bun. And this expired bread, at first glance, is what the stall owner went out to retrieve and sold here to make money. Boss, what's this? In the midst of the countless piles of expired food, a manual caught Qiu Shengsheng's attention. It was somewhat similar to the look of the old textbook kind, but on the creased book, 4 big words were written, Alien Energy Manual. Oh, you mean this? I was fooled into spending 20 copper coins to buy this at another safe camp when I first became an alien. There's not much to it, just some shifter basics. What? You want it, little sister? As soon as the vendor took a look at Qiu Shengsheng's interest in the Alien Energy Manual, his eyes immediately lit up. This way. You buy another pound of expired bread, and I'll give you this. How? It's... Qiu Shengsheng was obviously a little hesitant, but, suddenly a beep came to his ears. Buy, seniors? At that moment, Qiu Shengsheng immediately took out 30 copper coins again and handed it to the vendor. I'll take it. Cool. Yield STH. The 3 siblings of Qiu Shengsheng, each carrying a pound of expired bread in their hands, headed back towards the middle level offshoot. Today's day's spending has brought the copper savings straight down to 130. Such a big spend. Let Qiu Shengsheng some fear. Immediately decided not to spend money to hit the road back home. Tap tap tap. On the muddy little dirt path, Qiu Shengsheng was walking, when 2 familiar figures suddenly scurried in front of her eyes. It's Wu Hai and Xia. Only, the moment a few people's gazes met, Wu Hai and sister Xia immediately lowered their heads, and like a calamity, they avoided Qiu Shengsheng for more than 10 meters, and fled as if they were leaving in a roundabout way. Is this their fear of you, sister? Qiu Ning looked at this scene in surprise. Qiu Shengsheng did not make a remark and went straight back to her own small earthen house. Chapter 33. What's wrong with an expensive monthly card? Charge. How did you run into her in a good way? Damn it. Killed my brother and now taking his money and spending it like this? In the distant dirt road, Xia and Wu Hai's faces were different. The former is fear. The latter is fear with some reluctance in it. Yesterday, the fact that Qiu Shengsheng had sold 14 daggers with great bravado had already spread in the middle tier. If Wu Hai had questioned Qiu Shengsheng's return earlier, but now a day had passed, and his younger brother Wu Tao hadn't come back yet, with no news at all. Plus Qiu Shengsheng was on the side of selling 14 daggers. As stupid as he was, he knew what had happened to the Viper mercenary corps. Damn! This actually killed my brother and exterminated the Viper mercenary corps. I must find a chance to kill her. Fists clenched, Wu Hai stomped on the ground in indignation. Sister Xia on the side sneered. Shay, just you? You dare to make a move on Qiu Shengsheng? Aren't you afraid of the big brother behind her? This. With the stifled words stuck in his throat, Wu Hai stomped the ground a few more times and pulled Sister Xia towards the distance. Bitch, you come with me and help me vent my fire. In the little dirt hut, while his younger siblings fiddled with various flavors of expired bread, Qiu Shengsheng was holding the alien handbook, constantly flipping through it. For her, becoming a shifter doesn't mean she knows the common sense of shifter. In the realm of shifter knowledge, she was too small to be small. On the manual, it was densely documented the class division of alien, the means of cultivation, and basic general knowledge. What medicinal bath opens the pores and maximizes the use of crystal cores. So far, There has never been an inhuman class in the human realm. These are the things that Qiu Shengsheng looked at with great interest. On the other side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren was looking at other messages. For example, the means of alter egos, subsequent cultivation. Conventional alien, want to have a breakthrough. That is to kill mutant zombie. Burst out crystal core, for medicine bath, absorption. With the inhalation of crystal core, energy, the level of alien ability can naturally be raised. Sure, here's where a matter of common sense comes in. If you absorb a magnetic energy ability, crystal core, then your second absorption is a flame ability, crystal core. Is it hard for you to awaken a second ability? The answer is not. Everyone's first alien energy crystal nucleus, that was successfully absorbed and underwent the awakening of an alien energy set the course for his future alien energy. If you're lucky enough to absorb a flame crystal core, you've already awakened your flame ability. Then, even if you absorb a golden crystal core, later on, it's just a matter of recharging your own flame ability. So, at that time, when Du Ziren intended to use the metal crystal core, awakening for Qiu Shengsheng, it was the game system that warned him that it would ruin Qiu Shengsheng's future. Sure enough, if the foundation is well laid, the back will go steady. Everyone, can they only have one ability? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren nudged Qiu Shengsheng's small hand. Shengsheng, turn to the next page and read the description of the power possessor. Oh, a small face read. Qiu Shengsheng immediately understood. When turning to the next page, both people could not help but yelp. The manual actually says this. The alien will only awaken one alien power, and it will stay with him, her for the rest of her life. But, it is rumored that in the early days of the end of the world, there once appeared a multi-powered alien, with uncountable powers, which is truly exotic. Multiple alien powers? Turtle. What kind of chosen one is this? Looking at that paragraph, the follow-up doesn't document where the guy went. Du Ziren thought about it and only felt that this person should be an egg in the game setting. Without taking this matter to heart, Qiu Shengsheng was looking at the alien energy manual, while Du Ziren tapped on Qiu Shengsheng's panel. Name, Qiu Shengsheng. Identity, alien. Alien power level, alien, first order. Awakened ability, immortality, golden. Cultivation progress, alien first stage, 12/100, plus. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Circumference, 84. 62. 86. Physical condition, far beyond alien. Satiety value, 65. Warmth value, 80. Happiness value, 25. Equipment, military uniform, white. Military dagger, white. Desert eagle, white. Items, none. Oh, my Shengsheng has grown taller again? It's catching up with me. Do powers still make people grow? This cultivation progress is? Tapping the plus sign after cultivation progress, a panel popped up on the phone. We've detected that your apocalyptic survival character has a low level of psychic ability. Do you want to deliver a crystal nucleus to assist in your cultivation? So it's here waiting for me. Skillfully tapping on the game warehouse, Du Ziren swept a glance. He remembered that the last time he drew immortality and immortality, he also drew a bunch of relatively inferior crystal cores. If they were all cast to Qiu Shengsheng, perhaps they could help her rush to the third or fourth stage of alien? Thunderfire crystal core, purple, *2. Windwing crystal core, green, *4. Red blood crystal core, white, *13. There were a lot of crystal cores in the warehouse. Du Ziren slid a red blood crystal core and moved it to Qiu Shengsheng's face, only casting white crystal cores. It wasn't that Du Ziren was cheap, but he was afraid that the high-grade crystal cores had too much energy for Qiu Shengsheng to adapt to. For example, the last time the golden crystal core, the energy was so abundant that Qiu Shengsheng almost exploded from the blood vessels filling up. Although there are themselves can massage unclogging. But, I can't give Qiu Shengsheng a massage every time she cultivates in the future. Can I? There's always a time when you hang up and aren't there. Put. In the next moment, there was a spatial distortion in front of Qiu Shengsheng's chest. With a buzz, a ruby-like crystal core landed in Qiu Shengsheng's arms. Hey, it is? A trace of surprise surfaced on her face. Qiu Shengsheng looked around and instantly reacted. Elder, you are? Take it to grind and absorb it. Your alien power level is too low. Even though you are now a psychic, you are still a muggle in front of a high-level psychic. Ming. Understood. Without much twisting and turning, Qiu Shengsheng also knew that only if he kept getting stronger would he be qualified to stand by the side of his seniors. She scrambled to put away the alien energy manual, and immediately tossed the water tank in the small earthen house. In the water tank, it was middle-tier, generalized sewage, which was muddy with mud and water. Looking at Du Ziren, he frowned, detected that your doomsday survival character's cultivation environment is too poor. Cultivation resources do not match. In order to ensure the progress of cultivation, is it possible to turn on the monthly card service? Ward Hare? You're a money pit game. and you're learning from others to make monthly cards. Ha! After a moment of hesitation, the benefits of the monthly card service had jumped out. Activate the monthly card service every month. At 8 a.m., Xiao Shengsheng will receive a blood-strengthening crystal nucleus, which perfectly matches Xiao Shengsheng's current attributes. For the first time you activate the monthly card, you will receive a water purification bucket *1. To activate the monthly card service, you need to pay 3,228 renminbi. Do you want to activate it? Ward Hair? Why don't you go rob the money? Du Ziren had never heard of a monthly card, starting at over 3,000 in any game. Today, it's kind of an eye-opener. But looking at Xiao Shengsheng who was pounding the broken water tank in the screen, Du Ziren frowned and instantly clicked recharge. Charge the up. How can I suffer my family's Shengsheng with the $2 million I just earned? The cultivation resources that others have. My family Shengsheng can't be left behind in any way. Your bank account has just spent $3.228 and has a current balance of $772. Buzz. As the recharge prompt arrives, on the game screen, inside Xiao Shengsheng's small earthen house, there was a spatial vibration, and a 1-meter-wide metal water tank appeared in the room. Accompanying the water tank at the same time, there was also a golden-colored, tiny crystal core. Chapter 34 Meteor Shower Incident. First glimpse, wow, what is this? On the earth bed couch, Xiao Ning and Xiaoya looked at the large vat that had suddenly appeared in the house with confused faces and curiously came over. The metallic-colored vat was smooth all over, and in the center of the vat, there was actually a golden crystal core embedded in the center of the vat, flashing with glittering light. Is this for soaking? Xiao Qiuya poked the tank's body, only to feel that something seemed to have absorbed on it, sweeping the stains from her hand. What's wrong? Attracted by the movement in the house, Xiao Shengsheng ran in carrying a bucket. Sister, look at this. This is a water tank? Surprised and looking at the metal water tank, Xiao Shengsheng was instantly dazed. Elder, this too? The tank that purifies the water. There are crystal cores in the tank now. Remember to use it regularly every morning. The bland tone resounded in his ears once again, and Xiao Shengsheng swallowed a mouthful of water. Looking at the metal cylinder with a mixed heart, a tank that can purify water, that's a value that speaks for itself in Doomsday. And the crystal core, at the bottom of the tank, at first glance it's not ordinary goods, and the senior also said that it will be used regularly every morning in the future? What do you mean? Contracted for their future cultivation resources? It was important to know that even the founder of the mining black market, whose cultivation resources were all killed by himself, one zombie at a time. How can I enjoy this treatment? Senpai, don't say anything more about not being able to afford it. Let's make it to the top first. I know. The hesitant eyes gradually became resolute, and Xiao Shengsheng directly poured as much water as she could from the bucket into the water tank, gurgling. Just the next moment, the originally turbid water gushed into the tank, and the sediment in the water was immediately absorbed by the metal wall of the tank. In an instant, the water in the tank was crystal clear. Click, click, click. At the same time, the golden crystal core at the bottom of the tank began to quickly shatter, and the tank of clear water instantly turned into a golden soup. Pff. Hot air filled the small earthen house, and Xiao Shengsheng pursed her lips and looked at her younger siblings beside her. Xiao Ning, Xiaoya, you guys. Xiao Shengsheng had thought of letting her younger siblings also try the immersion medicinal bath. Maybe they could also awaken supernormal abilities? But she's embarrassed. With a red face, she didn't even dare to ask for anything more towards her seniors. The young girl squirmed. And how could Du Ziren on this side of the cell phone not see what she was thinking? Still too thin-skinned. Smiling, Du Ziren poked Xiao Shengsheng's cheek. You can take a medicated bath first and wait until the color of the water is half gone. After that, with your siblings' physique, they can try the medicinal bath. Many thanks, Elder. Thank you, Elder. Akira, Xiaoya, why don't you thank Senior? As soon as he pulled over his younger siblings who were still sitting dumbfounded on the bed, Xiao Ning Xiaoya was dumbfounded. What is my sister so shy of the air all the time? They were unable to hear Du Ziren's private trumpet. They just followed their sister's movements and kept kowtowing and kneeling towards nothingness. In a jiffy, under the shroud of dense water mist, Du Ziren vaguely observed Xiao Shengsheng's figure that was a few more points fuller through the white mist, and witnessed her progress bar increasing. Alien power level, Alien, First Order. Cultivation progress, 25/100. 35 out of 100. At the current speed, plus the medicinal bath later on we'll have to bring along Xiao Shengsheng's younger siblings. Guess, it'll take 2 or 3 days? Just to get to the second stage? This speed, it should be fine. It was hard to see anything through the water mist, and Du Ziren wasn't interested in observing, so he simply hung up his cell phone and got up to move around. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the room. takeout coming? With a happy face, he opened the door at once. I don't want to. The one standing at the door is not the delivery boy wearing a delivery suit, but Sun Kong, who is dressed in a suit and has a straight figure. Mr. Sun, what are you? Looking suspiciously at Sun Kong, Du Ziren wondered why this bastard even came to his door. What? You want to give me money for blood? Oh, don't misunderstand. Mr. Du, I asked Dr. Lu for your place, and I came here to invite you to a viewing party. Viewing party? Right. You should also know that on August 18th, just tomorrow night, a lot of disease patients like you gathered at Wolfram and Hartman Mountain, wanting to watch the Leo meteor shower to make a wish and pray for physical recovery. They all want to see you, the miracle worker, to add to their good fortune. As Sun Kong spoke, he handed over an invitation. Wolverine Stargazer Activity Summary. What good fortune? Looking at me as a mascot, are you? A direct poke at Sun Kang's words. Doesn't Du Ziren understand? How do really sick people have the money and time to go out and watch meteor showers? Only those princesses who are seriously ill think of watching meteor showers and finding a mascot to get rid of bad luck. Obviously, recently very hot tachyphylaxis, self-healing people, is the best mascot. Hey, go look at you. Why are you talking about this? Think about it. Why wouldn't it be a good thing to go and meet all those rich people? Not bad for sales. Dead ones are alive for him. Du Ziren shrugged his shoulders, clearly looking uninterested. Is everything okay? It's okay, I'm closing the door. Crunch. The door to the room was about to close when a thumping voice rang out in the hallway. 100,000. Go stay with those guys for one night. $100,000. Oh, are you sure it's only $100,000? You didn't take a cut of the profits, did you? The closing of the door to the room slowed down, and Du Ziren's tone was rather snarky. $150,000. I'm closed. 200,000. It's only a $300,000 offer in total, so it's only right for me to pull some strings and make a few favors, right? Crunch. The door to the room opened again, and Du Ziren revealed a smile on his face. 250,000. Achievement is accomplished. If not, pull back. I'm not interested in throwing my weight around and being a mascot for those rich people. Son. Gritting his teeth, Sun Kong agreed in one bite. He knew that the initiative was all in Du Ziren's hands. If the other party didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to earn a dime. Hey, that's right, Mr. Sun, have you eaten tonight? Eat something together? In the future, if you have a job like this where you can make money by showing your face, you must remember me. Snap. Almost the instant he agreed, Du Ziren revealed a smirk like a peaking opera face change and pulled Sun Kong into the house. The two of them sat cross-legged on the sofa, and Du Ziren took out a can of water from the refrigerator and threw it towards Sun Kong. I mean, how am I going to get there tomorrow night? A car will pick you up. Where's the money? When will it arrive? You'll get it tomorrow night after the event. Son, then there's nothing to do. Why don't you go home first? That's a little too realistic for you, isn't it? The skin of his mouth twitched. It was Du Ziren who said that he would not show his face, and it was also Du Ziren who said that he would invite himself to dinner. As a result, after knowing the details, he just sold himself out? Sun Kong was speechless, and Du Ziren smiled. You can join me if you want my takeout. Farewell. Put. The door of the room was rattled by Sun Kang's fling, and Du Ziren just wanted to go up and bring the lock on the door. There was a click and the door to the room locked automatically as if pulled by some suction. Looking at his outstretched hand, Du Ziren shook his head, only thinking that the door lock had automatically snapped shut. Chapter 35 Meteor Shower Incident. First glimpse, 2. A good night's sleep. Du Ziren was eating takeout while watching Qiu Shengsheng fall asleep in the bath. By the time he looked at the game screen in his phone early the next morning, Qiu Shengsheng had already collected the monthly card, daily crystals and started a new medicine bath. The earthen house was heavy with water, but Qiu Shengsheng's face did not look good. The rosy cheeks were furrowed with a frown that dispersed like a dense cloud. Clatter. Under the golden crystal core, water bath, the young girl's figure was even more delicate. Alien power level, alien, first order. Current cultivation progress, 75/100. 77 out of 100. Yesterday, I gave Qiu Ning and Qiuya a half-hour medicinal bath, and they didn't change at all except for their bodies being sturdier. Could it be that they can't awaken psychic powers? Depressed and slapping the water, between the half-exposed peaks of Qiu Shengsheng's mountains, he looked at Du Ziren with a jolt. Get up! If you don't get up, you're going to blow the chamber. Scrambling to turn off his cell phone, Du Ziren hurriedly rose from the comforter. After a brief wash, he hurried downstairs for breakfast. Inside the community of Wanan Garden, there is not only a breakfast department but also a park for the elderly that is bustling in the morning. Most of you should have seen that there are a few elderly people who will get up in the morning and practice sword fighting, running, or even smoking gyros. That's right, smoking gyros. Even though he didn't know why this kind of sport made the lords obsessed with it, Duziran watched it from the position of a spectator. At the moment, in front of the open space in the event park, an old man with an inch of white hair is waving a whip in his hand, throwing out the sound of thunder, the Euro whirring. Yo old Wong too, you're good with your hands today, pumping so fast? Another bald old man passed by, and as he spoke he also took the Euro out of his accompanying pocket. Snap, whip to rope ring wrapped around the Euro, once thrown force, snap under the sound of a thunderbolt, the Euro whirring to start turning. For a while, both old men cheerfully cracked their whips. Hey, old Lee too, you've grown in strength of hand. Between the two Moncler outlet business blowing each other, Duziran watched those whips twitching and always felt his hands itching. He doesn't know why. Obviously, I didn't have any interest in these things before, but just after seeing them today, I felt like a dozen or so blood vessels in my body were dancing, like they were about to break out of my body. If I had to describe it, that's the one that Xiao Shengsheng first encountered at that time mutant zombie. Right. The veins of his body danced with a frequency that mimicked the dancing of that mutated zombie's large intestine. Grand Master, can I try? Standing off to the side, Duziran couldn't help himself and waved towards Master Wang, who kept waving his long whip. Hey, young man, what? You interested in this? Wang Moncler Outlet Online saw that it was a young man who called out to him, and he was immediately interested. Ang, itchy hands, a little curious. Ha ha ha, it's good that young people like it. But, this thing looks simple, but you can't do it without some skill. Come on, you smoke it and try it. Delivering the whip to Duziran's hand, Wang Daijie wrapped his hands around his waist with an expression of watching a good show. He knew that it would be difficult for any beginner to try to pump a Euro to keep the momentum going. The accuracy of the whip should firstly be aligned with the center of the Euro, and secondly, the force of the whip should not be too big or too small, and the force should be uniform. Too much force will send the Euro flying. Less force will not only not help, but will cause the Euro to shift from side to side and stop quickly. Can a beginner play with these things and understand them without a few days? But, just the next moment, snap, a stern whip cracking sound rang out, and the long whip exploded like thunder in Duziran's hands. The fierce and old-fashioned strength not only didn't let the Euro fly out, but even spun faster and faster. Oh! The fast-spinning gyroscope made scratches in the old floor. Ouch me, lad, this technique of yours, you've practiced with a whip? The snark in his eyes instantly became shocked, and Master Wang immediately trotted over, up and down, carefully observing Duziran once. Of course, his focus was on looking at the palm of Duziran's hand. If they were really practicing, there must be thick calluses in the palms of their hands. However, Duziran's palms were uncharacteristically white, with none of the viciousness of a practiced hand. Practiced? No, I was casually dancing around, waving his arms casually. The long whip held in the palm of his hand was like his own hand, between the whips at will. The whip wrapped around the Euro like a snake, making all kinds of tilting and difficult maneuvers. You haven't practiced? I don't believe it. What kind of newbie can play with a whip like that? Old man Lee on the side didn't believe it either, and came over and sized up Duziran for a while, watching the gyroscope on the ground spinning like a small mammoth. His teeth clenched, and he instantly, cheekily, rubbed his hands together. I say lad, just stop pretending. Little master, I'll call out to you as little master. How about, you teach me? I just retired and I don't have much to do. How about this, you teach me the art of whip firing and I'll pay you 100 an hour. What do you think? This still needs to be taught. Isn't this something you can do with your hands? Duziran is confused. A few random lashes and someone wants to learn? Murphy, is he really some kind of whipping wizard? You, old Lee too, aren't you fooling around? How can he be happy to teach you? If he did, he would definitely have to teach me first. Don't you think so, master? As soon as Elder Wang heard that old Lee too wanted to pay for the lessons, he immediately squeezed over as well. The teeth in the mouths of the two grandfathers were falling out, and they all showed a daisy-like smile towards Duziran. Duziran forced out a smile and scrambled to whip and retrieve the Euro in one fell swoop. At this scene, the eyes of the two grandmasters looked at the golden light in their eyes again. Grandmaster, I have things to do. What's that teaching whip? I'll see what I can do sometime. Shoving the whipping Euro back into Master Wang's hands, Duziran ran away in the direction of the anti-floorway without saying a word. Just kidding, teaching two old men to crack a whip for $200? He doesn't want to play games? Don't you want to stay with your wife? Although I don't know why I cracked the whip, time should be wasted on the wife, not the boss man. Bam bam. Hurriedly shaking off the two grandparents who were in hot pursuit behind him, Duziran circled the neighborhood a few times before returning home. His cheeks were hot and sweaty, but Duziran was noticing that he actually didn't gasp for air. Yes, he didn't even gasp under such strenuous exercise. Something's not right. How did I get so fit? Could it be that my physique has evolved after gradual freeze? Only able to think this way, Du Ziren returned to the house to turn on the phone again. Xiao Shengsheng was still sitting in the water tank, but already had a head full of redness. Current cultivation progress, alien, first level, 99/100. 100 out of 100. The moment the progress bar above her head reached 100, buzz buzz, the gold water in the tank boiled rapidly, and a thick fog filled the earthen house. Xiao Xingxing's entire body was as red and rising as the evening sun, and after a layer of streams of light flickered from the surface of her body, a stream of hot air erupted from her mouth. Her eyes became even more stern, and her physique seemed to have plumped up a few more points. Current cultivation progress, alien, second stage, 3/200. She, promoted. Chapter 36 Meteor Shower Incident. First glimpse, 3, seniors, elder. I seem to have been promoted, hey. Excitedly, she stood up from the water tank, and Autumn Shengsheng bounced and jumped in the splash. Underneath the exquisite underwear, the fruit on the thin branches swayed, and it was a sight for Du Ziren's eyes. That's a lot of water. Ah no, this water is so white. Rubbing his piggy face, Du Ziren calmly pressed a trumpet. I see, keep up the good work. Understood. With her red face giggling, Xiao Xingxing's shoulder strap suddenly slipped, and a touch of plumpness appeared. It was only then that she seemed to have reacted, and with a yaw she sat back in the water tank, revealing a red head. Elder, blushing and squirming halfway through the watery haze, she suddenly spat a string of bubbles on the surface. Senpai, I think, is it time for me to do some more advanced tasks? You can try it. I knew that you, senior, were encouraging me to grind more. I want to take my younger siblings to live on the third floor, by the power you gave me. Senpai. The water surged, and Xiao Shengsheng made a gesture of clenching his fist. Du Ziren smiled. That's good. If I take the new quest, I might be able to check out more zombie settings in this game? You see to it that the time at the end of each day's medicinal bath. You arrange it. After admonishing Xiao Shengsheng, Du Ziren went to the bathroom to take a shower. A few moments later, when he came back again, in the game screen, Xiao Shengsheng had already changed into a familiar military combat uniform. Xiao Ning Chioya, you guys have to be good at homo. Right, elder, if I go out. Weakly looking towards the purification water tank in the earthen house, Xiao Shengsheng was afraid that this thing would be discovered and bring about some kind of doom. Buzz buzz. Almost the moment she was worried, the huge purification tank had already disappeared. Buzz buzz. Along with that, a dozen bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. The water purification tank I put away for you. Mineral water you can leave for your younger siblings. Thank you, elder. A radiant smile appeared on her small face, and the corners of Xiao Xingxing's mouth rose like a daughter favored by her father. I'm going out. Sister, be careful. There was a response from the small dirt hut. When Xiao Shengsheng walked away, Xiao Ning looked at the mineral water all over the ground, her face growing more and more suspicious. That so-called senior wouldn't really like sister, right? Mining black market middle level quest room. Inside the cramped and earthy house, the walls were still covered with various quest bounties. Tap tap tap. When Xiao Shengsheng stepped in, the crowd of eyes in the room couldn't help but look her up and down. Nothing more than that. This little sister has been a little too much in the limelight lately. Sell cigarettes and 14 daggers. How do you look at it? How it wouldn't be something this softie could do. Shang, you're here for another mission? Linnea stood behind the bar with a welcoming smile. Without any of the embarrassment she felt after the last time she was rejected, she walked out behind the bar with a great deal of grace. Sister Linnea, you, what? Do you still go out on quests when you have that lord over you? With a tone full of sour envy, Linnea had been completely dazed when she looked at Xiao Xingxing's military battle uniform again. So, from that time onwards, Xiao Xingxing has been hugging her thighs. Underneath her smiling face was a dense mind. Xiao Xingxing's small face blushed at Linnea's words and looked towards the posted quest, at the highest position on the wall. The higher the mission hangs, the more difficult the mission itself is. I want to do a quest that will get me into the third floor. What? Into the third floor? After a brief moment of surprise, Linnea calmed down again. Indeed, with that kind of big brother behind you, what mining black market, third level? It's just a matter of going to a nearby safe camp in the top stream. Isn't that a matter of minutes? Hey, life is good. I don't know what that big guy is trying to do with this little ninny. Silently sweeping Xiao Shengsheng around, Linnea looked at her plump body again. Not so bad yourself. Sister Linnea, are there any quests here that will get you into the third floor if you do it? Preferably one with a 3-person quota. The lol. The sound of Xiao Xingxing's words yanked Linnea out of her thoughts, and her gaze went to a quest bounty, at the top of the corner. The third floor of the mining black market is considered the luxurious area here. The third floor isn't something that just an alien can enter. but requires a certain amount of base contribution to qualify for entry. Here, this mission, catching the crystallized core of a zombie dog. This mission is a mission from our mining black market, canine battle team. As long as you can find the zombie dog crystallized core, according to the quality and quantity of the crystallized core you get, the canine battle team will give you a certain amount of compensation. As long as you get a green zombie dog crystal core, you should have third floor check-in privileges. Between Linya's casual wave of her hand, the dirt and rocks in the corner of the wall squirmed, and the quest bounty fell into her hands. Her words sounded flat, like she was talking about some random triviality. But the truth is that it is not. The people next to him listened, and each one of them frowned. Zombie dogs are already difficult to deal with, let alone mutated zombie dogs with crystallized cores. Besides, zombie dogs occasionally come out in packs. Once this thing is messed with, not to mention being bitten and turned into a zombie, I'm afraid that if I bump into it, there will be no bone dregs left. That girl went to take on this mission? Crazy, right? That is to say, this is the mercenary squad that no one dares to pick up randomly, right? Isn't Linya a pitiful person? There was a steady stream of tiny murmurs, and Rinya was unimpressed. Ordinary people she certainly wouldn't introduce to this task. But this is Chiao Shangshang. She's got a big man standing behind her. Are you kidding me? The awakened one, big man, afraid of a couple of wild dogs that have come to life? Well, Shang, this quest is almost the best fit for your requirements except for the fact that it's a bit harder. By completing the mission, not only will you be rewarded with 500,1000 copper coins, but the canine warriors will also give you the right to live in a hut on the third floor. Only, this mission had a fire source mercenary group going for it before. Well, isn't that gone? Under the sound of Linya's words, Xiao Xingxing's brows furrowed. Wouldn't it be a wasted effort if you took it yourself and the other party came back and handed in the quest? Well, actually, no. They took that mission and haven't been heard from in 3 or 4 days. I suspect they've encountered a canine pack. What are you afraid of? You're covered by Big Brother. How? Want to take it? This. Small lips pursed. Xiao Shengsheng didn't dare to blindly accept the mission. Even if she was a person of her predecessor, it didn't mean she could squander her predecessor's ability. Between the constant kneading of her small hands, a familiar voice came to Xiao Xingxing's ears. Catch. I'll keep you safe. Elder. That. Then I'll take it. Decisively, he took the bounty in Linya's hand. At once, the entire mission room was in an uproar. Asterisk. She really took it. This person has a mercenary group planted. Can she do it? It's not floating, is it? Third-rate goods like the Viper Mercenary Corps don't deserve to fight the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. It's hard to say. Maybe there's someone behind her too? Under the crowd's murmurs, Xiao Shengsheng collected that reward. Her face gradually regained its calmness, and she walked out towards the task room with big strides. In the meantime, mining black market in front of the wire gate, a scavenger, crusted in cotton, hurried out of the roadway. Woo! Xiao Shangshang is going out. At the sound of the voice, Wu Hai directly drilled out from a dirt pit, his eyes sinister. She's going out again? What's she doing there? I heard that she took on the mission of hunting zombie dog crystals, all by herself. What? Chapter 37 Live broadcast accident? Stargazer collapsed? Is he really a lucky star? Above. She went and took on the quest of hunting zombie dog cores, alone? Crazy, right? Just her? Repeatedly ascertaining Xiao Xingxing's movements from that scavenger, Wu Hai's face changed again and again, from joy to shock and back again. A person taking on such a dangerous mission? Either she's sick in the head or she has someone behind her. Wu Hai definitely favored the latter. Asterisk. What the hell has she hooked up with? His brows furrowed tightly. Wu Hai felt that his plan to avenge his brother's death seemed to be getting more and more distant. Tap. Just then, a familiar figure kept approaching in the deep dark tunnel in the distance. Wu Hai's face darkened as he immediately heckled away the scavenger. Walk away. The main man is here. Understood. The two dispersed one after the other, and Wu Hai returned to the iron bar gate, and indeed waited for the frosty-faced Xiao Shengsheng. Open the door. Wu Mungu. This time, the other party's superior tone came through, and Wu Hai didn't have much of a reaction, just calmly opened the barred door. His face was complicated. He could not have imagined that such a little girl, within a few days actually climbed to his head to yell and shout. He did not have half a temper. Tap. As he watched Xiao Shengsheng walk further and further away, the breath in his heart still could not be swallowed. Wu Hai didn't restore the iron net, but greeted Sister Xia in the mound. Hey, you come and look at the door. I'll go out and take a look. Are you crazy? Can you afford to mess with the other side? Xia came out of the mound with messy hair and a messy body and chided Wu Hai. But, Wu Hai didn't say anything this time. As if he had made some sort of determination, he turned around and chased towards Qiu Xingxing's back. Who? The phone's game screen paused in the middle of the icy sky and snow, and Qiu Shengsheng was rushing. What about Du Ziren's side? Instead, they are constantly picking through the closet. Tonight, he was going to go to that laborious meteor shower viewing party. To put it bluntly, it's just a mascot to warm up the crowd, but that's just it. Gotta have something to wear, right? After 1,000 choices, Du Ziren realized that his best fit was actually the hospital's iconic sick gown. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You can't go out in a hospital gown, can you? Compare the hospital gown on his body for a moment. Ding dong ding dong. There was an untimely knock on the door of the room. Who? Frowning, he came to the door and a respectful greeting came from behind the door. Hello? This is Mr. Du Ziren Du's house, right? I'm He Xiao, the planning officer in charge of Coleman Pharmaceuticals. I'm here specifically to pick you up for the meteor shower viewing party. Coleman Pharmaceuticals? You guys again? Wait, this time, what with the meteor shower banquet? You guys aren't the ones throwing it, are you? As expected of Mr. Du, the undertaking publicity for this banquet is none other than our company. This banquet is dedicated to allowing more patients to envision a better future. Ha, it's to make those second generation feel better in their hearts. Pulling open the door to the room. Outside the door stood a man dressed almost like Sun Khan. Except that this He Xiao wore sunglasses and was meticulous. Wait for me. I'll put some clothes on. Oh, is that a neuromuscular division gown in your hand? If you can, please do wear this gown. At a glance at the clothes in Du Ziren's hand, He Xiao looked as if she had discovered something shiny and immediately reached out to retain them. Ho is making me a complete clown. That's fine. It's all about making money anyway. Hold on. After putting on the well-fitting sick gown, Du Ziren went out the door with a big grin. All the way down the stairs after He Xiao. At the entrance of the Wan'an district, there was actually a Maybach, parked. After getting into the car drove all the way towards the outskirts of Wan'an City. The halo of evening light poured over the suburbs, and on the top of Wolfsbane Mountain, a huge watchtower with a round iron structure gradually unfolded in front of them. The car wrapped around the mountain road until it appeared under the lookout platform. Du Ziren he realized, good guy. The parking spaces below this have long been filled with many luxury cars. TSK, TSK, TSK. These days, is it so extravagant to pray for a blessing when the young master and princess are sick? Shaking his head, he raised his eyes to the lookout. Less than a dozen meters high on the welding building, with more than 10 columns steel frame supported 100 flat circular platform. On top of the platform, a steel frame was then used to structure a bird's nest-like shape. Needless to say, it was estimated that a lot of money had been spent on this watchtower building alone. Mr. Du, please come this way with me. We have a dedicated elevator. He Xiao's urging voice interrupted Du Ziren's looking up. He looked around and suddenly realized that there was actually no pedestrian passageway in this watchtower. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You don't set up sidewalks. If this goes wrong, won't the people up there get away with it? The questioning voice was obviously heard by He Xiao beside him, who was rarely in the mood to follow suit with a flirtatious comment. Mr. Du is joking. If something happens here, don't mention running away. Just the countless steel structures falling from inside the watchtower would be enough to kill everyone. That's true. The two flirted and made their way to the bottom of the giant bird's nest. It has the only elevator facility for up and down access, wrapped in a few steel bars and limited to just 5 people. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and Du Ziren followed He Xiao onto the elevator. As the elevator rose higher and higher and the light flickered, Du Ziren's right eyelid started jumping frequently and got stronger and stronger. His heart was pounding for some reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Mr. Du, we're here. Ding dong. When the elevator doors opened again, the 100 square feet of open circular banquet site came into view. Dozens of white round tables, lavishly carpeted. Less than 30 or so people were being dressed in splendor, and were talking and laughing and drinking red wine, gazing high into the sky from time to time. Guys, here comes our blessing for the day. The history of the city of Anhui. No, in the history of the world, the first miracle son of gradual frostbite, to heal himself. Du Ziren, Mr. Du has arrived. Almost as soon as he stepped out of the elevator, He Xiao beside him pulled a full face with a voice. At once, the gazes of the crowd in all directions were all cast over. They were like viewing rare animals in a zoo, looking Du Ziren up and down. This is that Du Ziren? So young? Wow, how lucky does one have to be to have tachyphylaxis heal itself? I've heard about it. He was pressed without the care of a loved one during his illness, to be able to heal himself in such an emotional atmosphere. He's the chosen one. Countless murmurs instantly exploded. Du Ziren's face was calm as he was dragged by He Xiao, walking along all of them on the huge circular shelving platform. His mind face is so mild that it is scary, but in fact, his heart has been repeating, make money for Shang Shang, make money for Shang Shang to recharge, working to support your wife. No shame, no shame, wow, let me touch him, I'll dabble in the blessings, me too, me too. A few very young-looking children reached out and scratched Du Ziren's arm, and Du Ziren smiled. At last, after a round of mascot display, Du Ziren was brought to a high position similar to a lectern. Here stood a well-built woman, dressed in a red dress, holding not only a microphone but also a selfie stick. Hi, good evening to all of you boys who have entered the broadcast booth. Welcome to the Meteor Shower prayer meeting hosted by Norman Medicine. Tonight, we will witness the splendor of the Leonid meteor shower together and make a wish here. The light of hope shelters you and me, and everyone's illnesses will surely be controlled. So, now let's welcome tonight's blessed guest, Mr. Du Ziren, the gradual frostbite, self-healing patient. As the woman spoke, the high-definition camera under the selfie stick turned to Du Ziren. In an instant, the original number of people online was only 326 in the live room. Suddenly pop-ups exploded. Early leukemia patient. Wow, did they really bring in the self-cure tachizoite patients? Suck it up. I want to heal myself too. My family can't afford the medical bills anymore. Patient with advanced liver cancer. This man is a miracle of living. I really hope I'm getting better. Early stage tachyphylaxis patient. Little brother, can you share how you face life positively? Countless pop-ups impacted the field of vision, and Du Ziren's eyes were stunned. The original mood of being upset by being watched as a monkey seemed to be comforted at this moment. Live streaming? Live streaming for patients who really need solace? Norman Medicine, still doing some personnel. Looking at the pop-ups floating by, Du Ziren's lips pursed slightly before slowly exhaling a breath and taking the initiative to speak out. Fellow patients, when you are in pain, think of your loved ones, your parents, your wives and children. The meaning of life is to love and bond with each other. You don't do it for yourself, you do it for them to live well. I believe that life is great, as long as you don't give up. There will be a miracle eventually. Chapter 38 Live Broadcast Accident, Stargazer collapsed? Is he really a lucky star? Next, powerful words echoed from the high stage. The young man in the hospital gown held his wrist high with a resolute look on his face. In this situation, not to mention that the live broadcast room fell into a brief silence, it was the second generation of the original periphery watching the show. One by one, they all fell silent. Not bad for Mr. Du. The mindset is really good. Everyone should look up to Mr. Du. The red-skirted host, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit silent, immediately stole the show. The pop-ups that followed slowly floated up in the live room. Early stage of liver cancer. This young man is right. It's not a matter of medical bills or not, but because of the people who love you, really love your wife and children, they are unable to let you go. I must get back on my feet. I can't let them down. Early UTI, he's right. I can't despair. My child has gained 10 pounds in a week to give me a kidney. He's going to cut his kidney and donate it to me. The disease is relentless. But love, it can work miracles. Early stage of chemotherapy, life is great, and the support of loved ones is even greater. Tell patients a good news. My loved ones accompany me to chemotherapy, shave their own hair, and now I am in the early stages of chemotherapy. There is no appearance of anxiety at all. Recovered very well. In mere moments, a large response poured out of the live stream. The red dress host's mouth opened wide. Obviously did not expect. He just worked most of the day. Actually did not Du Ziren yell to have a role. Well, then it's convenient to ask. How did Mr. Du spend the hardest time? As if she had captured some sensitive topic, the red-skirted host looked at Du Ziren. Du Ziren scratched his head. Yes, it was a girl who accompanied me here. Oh, so it's the power of love? 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 With a single question, the entire meeting table scene fell silent. On the live feed, the pop-ups were downright festive. I told you it's good to be young. Love. It's really something to look forward to. Yes, 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 especially at this age. 17 to 18-year-old love is really pure and untainted love. No wonder. It's love that works miracles. Mom, do you think my flu will get better faster if I fall in love? A woman's face instantly darkened when a snotty child suddenly asked a question at the meeting table. You talk. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere of the scene was inexplicably alive again. In fact, most of the scene is filled with second-generation people with minor ailments. Where are the second-generation people with major ailments who have time to come out of the hospital room to pray? Everyone is just watching the fun. Ha ha ha, so it looks like you need to get a girlfriend sometime? Come on you, don't you get paid for everything? That's not called love. You will act like you're not anymore. The flirting grew, and the whole place came alive again. The red-coated host lent his vibe and turned the shot to the already silent night sky. Guys, let's count down. The Leo meteor shower is coming soon. 5, 4, 3. As the first wisps of ghostly blue crossed the sky, blue stars visible to the naked eye surged, as if countless swimmers were sliding across the sky. Oh, colds get better fast. Bless me with no more fever. Bless my broken bones to heal quickly. At this moment, the scene unexpectedly fit, and everyone looked high into the sky, their eyes flashing with hope. Bless my mom's surgery. Make a wish to fight cancer. Come on, everyone. In the live broadcast room, countless wishes followed suit. It's rare that this is a moment where everyone is expecting good things. At that moment, the red-clothed host walked over to Du Ziren and looked at him curiously. Mr. Du, what did you wish for? Me? I seem to have made an unrealistic wish. Du Ziren looked at the shooting stars in the sky and suddenly smiled to himself. Oh, can you tell me about it? I'd like to meet her. What's so hard about that? Where is she? Won't you just go to her? Shoo. Just the next moment after that was said, in a flickering meteor shower, a flash of ghostly blue was getting closer and closer to the lookout, and getting bigger and bigger. Hoo! The meteorite slid and scraped the air, and the searing wave of air gradually affected the surrounding temperature. Asterisk. What's that? Meteor. The meteor seems to be coming towards us. Hey. It's not, is it? If a meteorite falls, run. In a flash, the entire lookout site was in chaos as the crowd ran towards the elevator. The elevator, which could only accommodate 5 people, was now like a crowded subway entrance, packed with crazy people. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Get out of here. I was here first. All sorts of pushing and shoving, all sorts of name-calling blew up. How amicable it is here 1 second and how chaotic it is the next. Mr. Du, let's run too. He Xiao was still considered righteous, and as soon as he pulled Du Ziren's arm, he also ran towards the crowded place. But, Du Ziren, however, shook his head and instead pulled him towards the corner. It's too late. A man can't outrun a shooting star. Prepare. Rumble. Next moment, there was a horrible roar in his ears, and hot waves of air drifted over his head. Click, click, click. A sound of melting and twisting steel came from the sky above his head. Looking up, a huge fiery red stone was rapidly dissolving the steel frame of the bird's nest, falling towards the meeting platform with devastating force. No good. Boom! Like a stone hitting a cloth curtain, the meteorite paused for a moment before collapsing with a large steel frame. Rumble! Countless steel bars twisted, 1,000-pound pieces of iron fell, and the entire platform shook with a heavenly tremor. Several steel frames supporting the platform were twisted, clattering and collapsing. As I watched, the tall watchtower was smashed down by the meteorite. Inside the watchtower, countless people swayed left and right, dodging the falling steel bars. In the corner, Du Ziren and He Xiao cowered and watched as countless steel bars fell and gradually piled up into a pit around them. Buzz! Suddenly, a steel bar fell in the form of a vertical bar, like a sharp sword stabbing his brain, and He Xiao's face darkened. It's over. We can't hide. He looked at the steel bars already piling up and falling in front of him, and there was no way to avoid them. Du Ziren gritted his teeth, somewhat chagrined. Damn! I shouldn't have coveted these hundreds of thousands of dollars. Shang, I don't want to die yet. I still want to see you. Asterisk off. Incompetence looked furiously at the huge steel bar that was falling. But, it was such a moment that a miracle strangely happened, only to see Du Ziren waving his hand haphazardly at the steel bar. That steel bar's original form of falling vertically was tilted towards the periphery as if it was controlled by some kind of magnetic force. Boom! The steel bar, which was going to fall straight down, flew out hard and diagonally. Not only that, the rest of the steel bars that fell towards Du Ziren, all flew strangely far away, as if Du Ziren manipulated these steel bars to fly away. Asterisk. Look at that. Du Ziren's there. He's fine there. Quickly, all gather towards Du Ziren. There's no problem where he's standing. Hurry, he can't really be Fortuna, can he? He didn't drop a single steel bar in that freeze. Some people have already discovered the clean and abnormal field on Du Ziren's side, and have been approaching Du Ziren. Du Ziren suddenly became weak for some reason. Rumble. Finally, the meteorite, which was as huge as a rolling stone, completely fell, and the entire watchtower shook with a sound, twisting and collapsing into the headspace. Squeak squeak. Below the lookout, a dozen steel frames fought not to crumble, but on the watchtower, the huge meteorite fell, completely flattening the center of the field. Countless steel frames twisted, leaving only a corner on the left, because of the interlocking piles of steel frames, remaining a safe and wide hinterland. Phew. In this steel-framed interior, one of the 32 participants in the venue was actually not injured or killed. The moment, they looked at Du Ziren in shock. It was where he stood, nothing of the steel frame pressed down. He, simply the chosen one. Thanks to him, all the people leaned towards him, and that's how they got their lives back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a nigga. Invited a fortunate star to come. I'll go. If I hadn't seen that he was fine on his side and ran over, I'd probably be stuck with a steel bar right now, wouldn't I? Awesome. Brother, from now on, instead of hanging a statue of God in my car, I'll hang a sticker of your head. After a moment of dead silence, countless people looked at Duziren with gratitude in their eyes. Chapter 39. Buddy? You're still playing this? I'll never eat beetle nut again. Ward hair? What did I see? A meteor shower accident? 30 people, and one of them is fine? Never stay up all night. It's not good for the kidneys. No. The most outrageous thing is that those steel bars fall down. Can they not trouble Duziren at all? Ah? Bold this and you're still upside down day and night. It's confirmed. Duziren is koi ben koi. When you see me, please tell me to go to rehab. I know. In the future, when you have an operation, instead of worshipping the gods, you can get a big head sticker of Duziren and stick it on your chest, so you might be perfectly overdoing it. I really don't have weak kidneys. I'll buy Mark 6 next time and pay my respects to Duziren in advance. If you don't drink more, water stones will come to you. Hey, are you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Hurry up and call the police. Yes, 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 yes. Not only did the second generation on the scene look stupid, it was the live broadcast room where a group of wishing patients looked stupid. Before watching the live broadcast, I thought Duziren's luck was already unbelievable enough when he cured himself of tachyphylaxis. After watching the live stream, there's more anticlimactic. This dude, he can't be Lucio reincarnated, right? Shocked, amazed, incredulous, all kinds of emotions, all kinds of gazes crossed Duziren's body. But Duziren didn't have a smug energy at the moment, because at the moment, the hunger in his stomach was as horrible as a flash flood. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why am I suddenly so hungry? So hungry. This feeling was especially like the aftermath of the first time Qiao Shengsheng had overused her powers. The intense hunger had already made Duziren sore and unable to straighten his back as he lay on the ground. Mr. Du, are you okay? He Xiao panicked and went forward to help Duziren up. Duziren covered his stomach. His face was as pale as paper. I'm so hungry. Is there any food? Food? Hey, who else has food on the scene? Yes, brother. Yes. I was just serving pastries on my side. There's an unbroken table over here and a plate of steaks. Taking advantage of Duziren's favor, many little rich kids took the initiative to hand over food. Duziren also did not care what food. A brain took over the hand, toward the mouth. Whether it was cupcakes or steak, foie gras or pasta, he inhaled the food frantically like an evil spirit who hadn't eaten in 3 or 4 days. It was only until that overwhelming hunger in his stomach faded away that Duziren sat down on the ground with a contented butt. Well, that's comforting. Mr. Du, did you not eat all day before you came? He Xiao watched Duziren's eating with surprise. The amount of food he had just eaten was worth a Hercules from the Maoist state. It was hard to imagine that it would be the meal size of a skinny youth. Not really. Maybe I was just scared and too hungry. Like this? I'm glad you're okay. We've just called the police, and the fire and rescue teams will be coming to support us soon. It's just, this collapsed steel bar is probably not good to be dismantled at will. We'll have to stay inside for a while. With a somewhat ugly face, He Xiao couldn't have imagined that something as rare as meteor fall could actually be encountered by him. So, it's not a problem. Duziren waved his hand and looked up at the steel bars speckled around him. Now, even if the fire department comes with a cutting saw at fire speed to break open the hole, they have to consider whether it will lead to a secondary collapse of the steel bars, so the rescue of the open hole by then will definitely be very slow. Goo. I don't know when I'll be able to get out. Just be content. It's good enough that you're not dead. That's true, but I have a follow-up appointment tomorrow. Already some of the second generation had some anxious faces. The space, already cramped by the steel frame, and the depressing weight made it difficult for regular people to maintain a normal mind for any length of time. Mr. Du, don't worry. After this outing, my company will definitely compensate you accordingly. He Xiao was still constantly comforting Duziren. In his opinion, Duziren was still a child after all, and might be coming to temper soon. Unexpectedly, he just leaned against a steel frame and slowly took his cell phone out of his arms. Doomsday Survival, game, activate. No buddy, you're still in the mood to play games in this environment. There's nothing to do anyway. How nice to play a game. Besides, it's not like I'm going to die. Just wait and get out. That's much better than lying in bed waiting to die as I used to. With a mind so good that it exploded, Duziren ignored the surprise of one of the rich kids in the neighborhood and unlocked his phone. On the screen, Qiao Shengsheng had stepped out of a white snowy landscape and arrived at a deserted countryside. According to the city map and the mining black market, in the past, the southern suburb of Wannan City was an abandoned pet shelter. At that time, many abandoned pet dogs, wild dogs, should have all been gathered here. After the apocalypse, there should be a lot of zombie dogs here, right? Looking up at one of the barred buildings in the distance, Xiao Shangsheng narrowed her eyes. The iron door, which had accumulated some age, was charred with black burn marks and sticky tar. It's not hard to see that there would have been a fire burning here within a few days. Fire Source Mercenary Group? I remember they were a couple who awakened flame powers and cooperated with 5 researchers, making kerosene bottles and using flames to cooperate in repelling the zombies. Their battle power isn't low. Will we lose contact even then? Hesitantly standing outside the iron fence park, Xiao Shengsheng just wanted to take a step forward. Don't worry, get your pistol ready first. It's probably dangerous in there. Du Ziren's voice appeared in his ear at just the right time. Xiao Shengsheng's face was stunned, and she immediately took out the Desert Eagle from her bosom. Click click click. With the bullet loaded, Xiao Shengsheng pivoted on her toes and gradually leaned in front of the barred door. Behind the barred gate was a plaza of at least 200 square feet, filled with the kind of wooden doghouses that look like they're for adopted breeds. Only, it should be a very cozy place, but at the moment, the ground is full of human remains in the doghouse square. Fingers, thighs, heads, ears, various torn human tissues were a dismal grayish-brown color and stank badly as they lay in front of the cabin. It's not hard to imagine what really happened here once. Phew. Hello, right next to the door of the iron gate, in a particularly huge doghouse. At this moment, there was suddenly a burst of low growls. The sound was low, somewhat similar to a large dog snoring in its sleep. Careful, it might be pretending to be asleep. Du Ziren's voice sounded again. Xiao Shengsheng didn't dare to be careless, holding the gun in one hand and slowly pulling open the dark iron gate with the other hand after. Crunch! The slight sound of a door opening sounded only moments later. Well, woof, Shasta. In the huge dog house by the door, an Alaskan, big enough to be a tiger, snapped out, with a mouthful of hideous dog teeth, and biting towards Xiao Shengsheng's thighs in a deadly manner. Chapter 40 Zombie Dogs, Suburban Dog Parks. Stay calm, prepare to fire. Another strong and forceful chiding voice came, and Xiao Shengsheng's face, which had originally been somewhat frightened, instantly tightened. Click click click. The pistol's safety was instantly on. Ow. The huge Alaska had already lost its hair all over its body, and was covered in a bloody gray-brown scab, like a meat dog. As it fluttered and swam, a gust of fishy odor poured into its nostrils. Ho! The huge dog's mouth was somewhat rotted, and his eyes were hollow and pitch black. But, even so, it managed to pounce on Xiao Shengsheng with the precision of a vicious tiger. Shots fired. Bang bang bang. Du Ziren's quiet voice came out, giving Xiao Shengsheng a full head of steam. The muzzle fire of the pistol flashed, and 3 bullets hit Alaska's head with precision. Immediately, the Alaska's movement in the air was stalled, and the entire body of the dog fell to the ground with a plop sound. Ow! In the center of its forehead, an empty bullet hole gurgled black blood. Ow! Because of the inertia of the bullet after landing, Alaska did not die on the spot. On the contrary, after it roared twice, the bloody blood scab that covered its body began to squirm strangely. Clusters of dense black hairs emerged from under the bloody flesh. This is alien power? Xiao Shengsheng looked at this scene in surprise, and Du Ziren clicked on Alaska's head right away. Mutant zombie dog, Alaska. Mutant ability, tempered fur, white. Alien power level, alien, second order. Tempered leather? No wonder it didn't burn. Frowning slightly, Du Ziren nodded Xiao Shengsheng's shoulder, signaling her to replace the pistol. Shengsheng, its psychic ability is tempered. Bullets have no effect on it. Prepare to switch to daggers. Close combat. Confident? Yes. Small fists clenched. As long as Du Ziren's voice was there, Xiao Shengsheng felt infinitely peaceful. She quickly retrieved her pistol and took out the military dagger from her waist. Ow. At that exact moment, Alaska's body overflowed with black hair. Instead of rushing to attack, it began to rapidly shake its body. What? The beautiful eyes narrowed, not waiting for Xiao Shengsheng to wonder for a moment. Rustling. Countless pitch-black canine hairs shot rapidly like steel needles. Dum. The steel needle landed on the ground, and was actually able to enter the ground alive. If this is inserted in the human body, can imagine how terrible the consequences must be. Now, it's going to be my turn to get up close and personal with it. Gulp. Gulping. The sound of hairs firing holes came from his chest with a thump. 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 Worshipping the efficacy of the military combat suit, Xiao Shengsheng's abdomen only felt a stabbing pain and did not hurt her skin. Speed up. She wasn't aware that her own special ability was immortality, and gazing at Alaska, Xiao Shangshang once again entered that overdrive state. Ow. Rustling. Alaska's fur shoots up faster and faster, and the surrounding area is a storm of pears. But, in the next blink of an eye, its ears shrugged and it actually began to lose track of where the other was. Tap tap tap. Fast. A black shadow flickered as fast as it could. Left, right, one could only vaguely catch the sound of stomping snow appearing in the snow ahead. Ow. When the voice was less than a meter away from him, Alaska panicked and wanted to evacuate. Buzz. A cold light flashed by, and a dagger was stuck in the center of Alaska's forehead. Unevenly, the insertion was in the hole of the previous bullet. Put. Dark blood gushed out, and a line of blood flashed across Alaska's head. In an instant, the two halves of the dog's head flew out. Poo 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 of blood spray. Headless dog body boom sound fell to the ground. It seems not great. A faint voice of words rang out, and Xiao Xingxing's figure slowly appeared. She stood on the bloody ground and slid her dagger along the Alaska's neck, and a metallic-colored crystal core tumbled out. Reaching out and taking out the crystal core, Xiao Shangsheng didn't take it in a hurry, but instead respectfully held it up with both hands and handed it high into the air. Elder, please accept this crystal core. Even though this was the mutant dog crystalline core to be collected for this mission, Xiao Shangsheng had it in her heart. Where would she be without her predecessor? The first one to honor is never the base, not the family, but the seniors. Your doomsday survival character has delivered a new gift to you. Is it signed for? On this side of the phone screen, a new interface popped up in the game once again, but this time, Du Ziren didn't click yes, because he clearly knew that this was the quest prop that Xiao Shengsheng was going to live in the third floor. Take it yourself. It's useless to give me this thing. Pressing the trumpet, Du Ziren really felt that this thing was useless. Collecting it over another crystal core perimeter, and putting it all in the snowdrop flower pot. If this continues, he'll have to find a cabinet that specializes in storing crystal cores. Well, doesn't Elder want it? It's not that I don't want it, it's that I know that it will work for you. If you want to repay me, just use something other than mutant dog cores next time. As Du Ziren's calm voice came from his ears, Xiao Xingxing's face flushed. Elder, is it prioritizing my situation? As if her head was touched by something, Xiao Shengsheng received the white, tempered crystal core in embarrassment. Should we just take this and turn in? She thought about it and stood outside the iron gates of the park, in a daze. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren clicked on Xiao Xingxing's attributes and began to judge the next preparations. Alien power level, alien, second order, 35/200. Warmth value, 72. Warmth value, 13. Happiness value, 25. Just by killing a mutant dog, did Xiao Xingxing's alien ability value rise again? As I recall, she was to deliver a green crystal core, right? There's still a few more mutant zombie dogs to kill. Between mulling it over, Du Ziren came to a decision. Shang, go get something to eat, adjust, and get ready to enter the park. Understood. Casually sliding a few packs of bread from his inventory, bread suddenly appeared in the snow, and Du Ziren just watched Xiao Shangsheng eat up. Beside him, a rich second generation looked at Du Ziren with a strange face, because, from the moment this Du Ziren started playing the game, he was a bit curious. What kind of game is it that can make a person obsessed even at a time like this? Results. As a result, this rich kid looked stupid. TMD. This dangling hair has been saying something like shang to a black screen cell phone since just now. A demented look on his face. This isn't a psycho. What is this? Coupled with the fact that at this moment, Du Ziren was indeed wearing a hospital gown and staring at his cell phone with a constant giggle. The rich second generation reasonably suspected that Du Ziren's gradual freezing disease was cured, but it was estimated that he was transferred to a mental hospital. Ah, no wonder this one said something about not being good enough to see the other half. You're purely sick in the head, fantasizing about your other half, aren't you? Hiss. It can't be that psychosis beat tachyphylaxis, and the virus moved from the thighs to the brain, can it? Chapter 41 Clan Teddy. Wu Hai's shock. Above. Asterisk. Case solved. This dang Harry Norman Pharmaceuticals found a psychopath to fool us. Richie became more and more determined, but he didn't dare to raise his voice. After all, it was Du Ziren who had just saved them all. Even if the other party is a psychopath, one has to thank him. Hey, poor man, immerse yourself in the illusion of mirrors. Looking at Du Ziren with pity, Du Ziren suddenly looked up at this rich second generation and revealed a naive smile. Well, this game of mine, isn't the picture awesome and the action handsome? Eyes all pleadingly looking towards the rich second generation. Du Ziren felt, just now Xiao Shengsheng killed the mutant zombie dog, scene, absolutely can be entered into this year's game competition. Who looks at it and doesn't exclaim, this game is awesome? Looking hopefully at the rich kid, the corner of his mouth twitched. Ah, bull, this game is awesome, right? Do you want me to share the installer with you? No need. Just have fun. The rich second generation showed a loving, sympathetic smile, and Du Ziren muttered with a scowl. I see you don't play games. What fun this game is. Yes. It's so much fun. After perfunctorily saying a few words to Du Ziren, the rich second generation immediately turned away from him. TMD. It's confirmed. This one is really a psycho. In the snow, Qiu Shengshen quickly chewed on the bread that appeared out of thin air, and her gaze kept looking inside the Iron Shed Park. Ongwu, senpai, are you planning on letting me go back in for another chance? Right. Your current crystal cores are not enough to submit a quest. In this park, there should be some other secrets. With just this watchdog, it's not enough to take down 2 Xenos. Replenish your strength and be careful in dealing with the enemy. Got it. Nodding her head, Autumn Saxon licked the breadcrumbs from the corner of her mouth, retucking the military dagger back into her waist. Qiu Xingxing's warmth value had returned to 73 points. Let's go. Still pivoting on her toes, Qiu Shengsheng completely pulled open the iron gate. Crunch! The square behind the door was filled with the broken flesh and limbs of human beings. Looking at Qiu Shengsheng and frowning, she deliberately avoided corpses not to trample on them, lightly passing each doghouse. No one can be sure whether a mutant dog will emerge from the remaining doghouse. Only by being very careful can we move forward on the ice. Tap 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 tap. Like walking on thin ice, Qiu Shengsheng finally stepped through all the doghouses and came to the last doghouse. Her mood remained tense as she tried to get a better look at her surroundings in the doghouse. Those doghouses, before, they were all scorched inside. Only this last one, the doghouse, with thick piles of thigh meat piled up at the door of the cabin, hides the doorway to death, so that you can't see a single bit of the house. Ow. If you listen closely, you can hear a milk dog barking. Could there be pups in here? Kaya Shengxing was a little hesitant. If we could find a mutant zombie dog, puppy, it would be a great merit for this thing to be provided to the base for research. Standing frozen in front of the doghouse, buzz. On the screen of the phone, the interactive pop-up window appeared again at this time. Is it near the doghouse? Opportunity and risk go hand in hand with your apocalyptic survival character and the chance to harvest a mutant dog pet. Yes/no? Multiple choice again? Looking at the choices on his cell phone, Du Ziren smiled. What Kuan bar mutant pet? With the piss-poor nature of your game, I don't believe kryptonite can't produce a good pet. As for opportunities and risks, I'm not going to let Shing take a single risk. No. The no button was pressed decisively. Du Ziren would rather Qiu Shengsheng miss the opportunity than risk her life. Pets, hubby can fill you out, but once something happens to your wife, nothing can be undone. Shang Shang, shoot at the doghouse. A calm, icy voice came, and Qiu Shengsheng's sluggish body was stunned. But elder, that house, maybe, there might be a couple of milk dogs. They're not worth as much as you are. Obey, shoot, With a sudden burst of redness on her face, a sudden sweetness rose up in Qiu Shengsheng's heart. Elder's words, she flushed red and silently removed her pistol. Shots fired. At Du Ziren's repeated requests, the pistol bang, 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 bang shot a fire snake. Swoosh! The impact of the bullet instantly blew out the thighs in front of the doghouse, revealing the cabin. Woof, woof, woof. Next moment, a scene of disbelief appeared. Dogs! So many dogs! Grayish-brown teddy dogs, probably only as big as mice, like rats in a rat's nest, piled up densely in the doghouse, constantly eating away at a cut of manpower. Woof woof woof. Nearly 100 teddies, in a small earthen hut, eating their mouths full of blood and flesh. A pair of black holes in the dog's eyes actually had a humanized cunning and viciousness. This. Qiu Shengsheng looked dumbfounded. Mutant zombie dog. There's actually a small body type? If this was not for the predecessor reminding himself of his momentary greed to approach the past, I was afraid that he would be pounced on by the teddy pack in minutes and have his head gnawed on. Asterisk. This game's setting can be mutant zombie dogs, and a breed that can get smaller? Even Du Ziren sighed at the sinister design of the game. Homage to a certain soul's treasure chest monster, right? Anywho, wouldn't be moved to visit a kennel with puppies? The doghouse that was open kept carrying out the cold wind, and the crowd of small teddies in the doghouse, the chewing in their mouths suddenly stagnated in their movements. Countless pairs of small, black eyes looked at Qiu Shengsheng in death. Woof, woof. Next moment, like brown flowing into the sea, the ratty teddy dog, tide, like a gray stream, surged towards Qiu Shengsheng. Pithing, shoot the gun, retreat while fighting. There are only 50 or so. You can handle it. Du Ziren's calm voice came, and Xiao Shengsheng immediately retreated several steps. Bang bang bang, the desert eagle, in his hand spewed out tongues of fire, and the heads of several teddy dogs exploded, instantly turning into a mist of blood. Woof woof, but a few gunshots didn't shake the teddy off, but instead provoked the teddy as ferocity. Woof, the remaining teddy dogs approached towards Xiao Shengsheng like they didn't want to die. The ferocious tide of dogs surged in, seemingly wanting to eat Xiao Shengsheng alive. Your post-apocalyptic survival character is about to encounter a crisis. Doomsday Novice Suit Lucky Passive Trigger. About to fend off a vicious nibble *13. On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren was just about to unleash the one-time skill Sublime Chop. Unexpectedly, the game pop-up window showed the hidden effect of triggering the novice set. Immediately, Du Ziren's commanding voice sounded once again. Pith, don't panic. Trust me. Switch daggers. Slash directly at them. They can't bite you. Chapter 42 Clan Teddy. Wu Hai's shock. Below, not only not running, still have to take the initiative to kill them? With Du Ziren's voice echoing in her ears, Xiao Shengsheng was hesitant at first. The grayish-brown teddy dogs were each ravenous and vicious as if they were wolves pouncing on them. Anyone in their right mind would take a handgun and keep pulling back while fighting, right? Actively lunging and switching to dagger melee? Isn't that just a gift? Able to. That's what Du Ziren said. Elder won't harm me, as long as senior says so. Shengsheng dares to do it. With her feet pounding, Xiao Shengsheng rushed towards the running teddy rats without any hesitation. Woof woof woof. The running teddies were also suddenly stunned. Apparently, they hadn't figured out how anyone would dare to come directly at the swarm-class monsters either. The desert eagle in his hand was withdrawn from his pocket, and the military dagger in Xiao Shengsheng's waist was touched out, and slashed horizontally towards a teddy that was jumping. Die. Put. A cold aura flashed by, and the huge small teddy instantly turned into blood and water and exploded. Woof woof woof. But the teddy dogs that followed closely did not shy away from the scene, curling their sharp teeth and claws under their fur, and pouncing towards Xiao Shengsheng like a swarm of bees. Woof woof woof. In just an instant, 13 teddies crawled all over Xiao Shengsheng's chest, their teeth puckered like steel needles, and without a second thought, they bit down towards Xiao Shengsheng's chest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is so tigerish. Ha! In the distance, Wu Hai crept into the snow, taking in everything that was happening now. His face had been in shock from the moment he had just exited the mining black market until now. The previous scene of hunting Alaska, the appearance of the pistol, and the bread that appeared out of thin air did not allow him to refresh his perception of Xiao Shengsheng at all times. This TMD's also a shifter. Regular people don't have that kind of speed. And she wasn't just as simple as a shifter, possessing bread that appeared out of thin air. The band's pistol. Either she's a rare space alien, or, by her side, there has always existed a high person. Then again, given how ruthless Xiao Shengsheng is now, the death of his younger brother Wu Tao might not have been done by someone else, and most likely, it was Xiao Shengsheng herself who killed him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it. To my death, I wouldn't have thought that my brother was actually killed by this woman. Grass, hiding deep enough. Xiao Shengsheng, where the hell did you get a pistol, and when did you awaken your supernatural powers? Disbelief, anger, and resentment filled the mind. Wu Hai only thought, this world is too outrageous. When exactly did a flat, weak girl get the opportunity to transform? The shock in his pupils unabated. Wu Hai stared blankly at Xiao Shengsheng's back until he saw the current scene. The 13 mutant teddy dogs, crouched dead on Xiao Shengsheng's chest. With such a terrifying attack, not to mention Xiao Shengsheng, even his own alien third stage perfection in his heyday would not dare to say that he could carry it off. Bitch, this time, if the guy behind you doesn't make a move, that airfield of yours is definitely going to be a low-lying area. Viciously, he looked at Xiao Shengsheng. With such an attack, not to say that the other party was bitten to death on the spot, but at least a big blood flower had to open on the stomach, right? But the happening of a scene that no one would have expected. Clank clank clank. Under the countless fine fangs gnawing at it, Xiao Shengsheng's chest didn't bleed, but exploded into a small flame. Clank. Teddy's fine teeth looked like they'd bitten into some object under his clothes. The gnawing of teeth against iron, constantly frozen. Ow ow. A low hissing sound resounded in front of his chest, and the 13 Teddy's teeth began to sour under their ferocious bites, and they all looked at Xiao Shengsheng in surprise. Hey, Xiao Shengsheng was equally confused. How come you're okay yourself? Put. It wasn't until the bullet clips scattered in her arms came off that it dawned on her. It's bullets. Less than 40 rounds of ammunition fell sporadically across his chest from the slack in the magazine. Just right. Every teddy dog that bites down has a bullet in the way. This. How lucky am I? Unbelievably, He looked at the scene in front of him until Du Ziren's voice sounded in his ears again. Pithing, do it, kill them all with daggers. Understood, elder. At this moment, Xiao Xingxing's admiration for Du Ziren climbed once again. How good does one have to be able to tell that nothing must happen to them? Could it be, elder's ability is not only space, there's also foretelling the future? Between the thoughts of the little head, a few silver flowers flashed by the dagger in Xiao Xingxing's hand. Pffffffffff. On the camouflage-colored military battlesuit, a mouthful of blood splattered, and the 13 teddy dogs were immediately separated from their limbs and heads, falling to the ground. Change pistols again. The beeps in his ears continued, and Xiao Xingxing didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. The Desert Eagle is once again in his hand. Bang bang bang, tons of fire sprayed and danced, and the tide of teddy dogs will be a dozen mutant teddy reappearing, and they were instantly shattered by the close-range shooting. Pffffffffff. A mass of blood mist exploded. Xiao Xingxing bathed in blood mist, until the barking dogs completely subsided. Nearly 50 mutant teddies, their tiny corpses piled up into a small mountain at her feet, calmly wiping the black blood from her face. Xiao Xingxing smiled faintly at the void high above. Elder, I did it! Aha! The silent communication between the two was simply horrifying to the distant Wu Hai at the moment. Holy, this woman! She looks so soft and weak on the outside, but when she kills monsters, she's just like a crazy batch. The point is that this guy laughed after the kill? Asterisk. Demonis? The back of his spine couldn't help but get a little chilly. Wu Hai felt that he had still underestimated this woman. Xiao Xingxing. The combat strategy of just taking the initiative to let the mutant teddy nibble on it looked a bit risky at first, but now it seems like another good opportunity. Pulling in at a distance. If the mutant teddy can't do any damage to himself, the pistol at close range. Fast and accurate. The woman. Not afraid of having your stomach bitten open? Big heart? Dare to play like that? Absolutely ruthless. For a while, Wu Hai only felt that if he followed out this time to try to sneak attack, it was completely hopeless. Xiao Xingxing, a woman, was more strategic and tactful than their entire Viper mercenary corps. With a blue face, hiding his body under the snow, Wu Hai didn't move a muscle. It's just a shame. A mutant teddy like this shouldn't be at a level where it can burst out crystal and core. After all, there's no appearance of altered powers among them either. Somewhat sadly looking at the corpses all over the ground, Xiao Xingxing raised her eyes to look at the human limbs around the park. She knew that if it weren't for her predecessor's presence, she would have become one of them once her greed got the better of her. The end times, the hearts and minds of the people are unpredictable. Mutant creatures are trick-smart and even harder to gauge. Chapter 43 Dog Heads? The confusing dog factory area. Keeping watch? With the intelligence of these mutant teddy dogs, they shouldn't be able to do this kind of strategy, right? Is this a game setting? Or is it? Looking at the game screen, countless human limbs, Du Ziren dared to conclude that the people who wanted mutant dog pets, in the past, their bones were now cold. In short, you have to be careful. Shang Shang, it might be more dangerous back there. Pressing the small horn, Du Ziren barked once again. Suddenly, he inexplicably felt that he was being watched by something. Looking up in a trance, he looked around, only to realize that each of the rich second-generation people around him were turned away from him, one by one, as if they were looking at mental illness. Their faces were surprised as they observed themselves. What's wrong? I've got writing on my face. Ha? No. It's just that, Mr. Du, you were probably scared just now, weren't you? Now to the phone. To the phone. At this moment, even He Xiao looked at Du Ziren with some sympathy. He didn't break anything, the words were only half-spoken. I'm playing a game. Ah yes. You take your time. Take your time. I heard that the fire department has already arrived. Mr. Du, don't worry, we'll be out in no time. Soothing Du Ziren, He Xiao also walked to the corner, convinced. Bunch of guys who don't know the game. Shaking his head helplessly, Du Ziren just wanted to continue operating his cell phone. Buzz. Suddenly, a spiral drilling sound came from under the steel bars in a shadowy corner. People inside, can anyone in there hear me? Oh, someone's coming? Finally, someone, hear that? I can hear you. A thick sound rang out in the air outside the steel frame, and the group under the steel structure was ecstatic. Hurry up and open the hole. I want to get out. Hurry up, you're finally here. Under the countless eager cries, the auger kept rotating, and finally a small eye was drilled open. A large human eye looked right in along the small hole of the spiral drill. Everyone please ensure emotional stability. Since your internal structure is not well determined by us the fire department, the rescue will be slow. In order to make sure that we don't have a secondary collapse, we have to get an expert to calculate the point of collapse. Until then, Please make sure you all stay put. Otherwise there is a risk of secondary collapse at any time. Deep comforting words came, and the voices that had been cheering under the steel frame were instantly silenced by an oppressive death. Hey, it's not, is it? How much longer do I have to stay here? I have a session tomorrow. How can people live here when the environment is so bad? The silence was followed by a bee-like grumbling. After that mouthful of spiral eyes, the person in charge of the rescue also let out a long sigh of helplessness. Guys, this is really out of the question. Your current position is a dozen meters up. We rescue all by using ladders, to move slowly and partially open the point to study. If opening the hole hastily causes a secondary collapse, you're afraid. Before the fireman finished his words, there was a moment of silence and low emotion among the trapped rich kids. They also knew how horrible the so-called safety hazards were. And each of them, with a black face, fell on their asses and sat on the ground, unable to utter half a word. But, you all don't have to worry about your food, clothing, and shelter for the time being. We'll start by opening a small hole that doesn't interfere with weight bearing and dropping improvised food inside. We promise. 3 days. Within 3 days, we will find you a safe opening to the cave. The powerful words were intended to be uplifting, but those rich kids didn't listen at all. 3 days? Oh my god. 3 days. No? Then won't I have to harbor here for 3 days? How can I sleep? How will I pee and poop? Well, vomit. The thought of having to eat and drink in such a narrow place makes me want to die. After all, they were all from rich families, and there was a constant stream of complaints. The firefighter, outside the steel frame, stopped talking, as if he knew that the more he talked, the more trouble he would get, and took the ladder, to make a few more holes and began to collect information about the structure inside. Duziran looked at the few small square holes that had been opened in front of the steel frame, and his emotions were frighteningly stable. Not much of a problem. My cell phone battery should last until tomorrow night, right? Before that, Doomsday Survival Game, activate. Tapping on the cell phone screen as if the world was awake and I was alone. Duziran felt that as long as there was electricity and food, not to mention 3 days, he would be fine for 3 months. Inside Wannan City, suburbs, wandering zoo area, snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, and the interior of the park was filled with several huge steel-shingled factories. Possibly, this was originally the site of a centralized pile of dog food where the person in charge lived. Tap tap tap. Standing on her tiptoes, Xiao Shengsheng kept approaching the plant like a kitten. The factory's roller shutter was wide open, and inside, dust had piled up so badly that a row of human-sized footprints was faintly visible in the dust on the floor. These footprints, they should be left by the fire source mercenary group? Did they pass through the cabin area in front of them then? 2. Looking thoughtfully into the interior of the plant, underneath the vast expanse of dog food bags piled several meters high, was an intricate trail. Standing hesitantly in the doorway, Xiao Xingxing's ears suddenly twitched. A sound similar to a dog licking its food rang out and echoed through the empty plant. Are there dogs here too? Lowering her pace, breathing, and movements to the extreme, Xiao Shengsheng kept moving closer to the source of the sound. By the time a patch of empty areas where dog food, bags shattered and dog food, spilled all over the place, Xiao Shengsheng saw an incredible scene. 1. Nope. To be precise, it was a dog-headed man, who was lying on the ground, learning the movements of a dog paddle, nibbling on the dog food on the ground while puckering his legs and bucking them up, ting his crotch. He obviously still had arms and legs, but he was crawling and crouching on all fours like a dog. Tick-tock tick-tock. A tawny stain dripped from just below the cotton pants. This dog-headed man actually crossed his legs and peed his pants like a dog. The scene in front of me was just too appalling. Dog-headed man, is he a dog, or is he a man? Xiao Xingxing's pupils widened as she realized, on this dog-headed man's body, he was wearing a fiery red combat uniform. The combat uniform is tattooed with a symbol of a flame. The words Fire Source Mercenary Corps were especially eye-catching. This guy, it's the long-missing members of the Fire Source Mercenaries. How did he turn into a dog? Xiao Shengsheng didn't understand. Small mouth wriggling for a long time. Xiao Shengsheng seems to want to open his mouth to speak and ask, but also afraid to make a sound to disturb what? Half a day hesitant, not dare to act. At the same time, Duziran's cell phone interface once again popped up with the game selection. Option 1, ask directly out loud. How did you become a dog? Why are you such a dog? Result unknown. Option 2, shoot the dog-headed man. Results unknown. Option 3, stay still and observe the dog-headed man's subsequent movements, but there is a chance that he will be detected by the other presences. Result unknown. Chapter 40. For the tragedy of the Fire Source Mercenaries. People raising dogs? Dogs raising people. Oh, it's a three-way tie this time? Watching the pop-up window of choices appear, Duziran hesitated for a moment and chose choice 3. If you choose to continue observing, although the possibility exists that you will be discovered, it should It's the fastest way to find out about the dog-headed man mutation. There is a risk of option 1, going into contact with dog-headed man. It would be fine if this dog-headed man had any sense, and risking it might get an answer from the other side. But if there was no sanity left, and he barked and attracted a bunch of mutant zombie dogs, it would not be worth it. As for option 2, shooting, doesn't that just tell the little monstrous lord to come and play speedway mode? With the attitude that saving a little sublime chop is a little. Duziran still chose to play the correct game. Hell, how much money will this game suck later on? After pressing option 3, Qiu Xingxing's body gradually crouched down, and Duziran's prompt rang in her ears. Pith, slow down your breathing and wait for this thing to finish its dog food. Understood. The cat was cowering in the corner, and Qiu Xingxing only showed one pair of eyes. After a long time, that dog-headed man seemed to have eaten his fill, lying on all fours on the ground like a pug, constantly thrashing about joyfully. Woof woof. He kept barking as if calling out to someone. Got it, dogs, I'm coming to get you. If it weren't for the fact that you're a shifter, you'd have been off the pot a long time ago. The lull. A cursing sound rang out, and Qiu Xingxing's body flinched, and he suddenly found a human-headed dog body monster walking out of the distant walkway. Yes, human head and dog body. The man's body, covered mostly in the black and white fur of a border collie. But the weirdness was that this guy was able to stand and walk even though his body was clearly a dog's body. The 5 senses on a human head were a bit stiff, as if they were not yet comfortable making expressions, and impatiently kicked the dog-headed man in the stomach. Go! Tugging on the dog's ears, border collie's tone was ice cold, pulling dog-headed man to the point where he howled miserably. Ow ow. For some reason, looking at this scene, Qiu Xingxing inexplicably felt a sourness in her heart. She always felt. It's not the people who are bullying the dogs, it's the dogs are bullying people. Go! Tugging on dog-headed man, the one man and one dog walked towards the depths of the factory. After pursing her lips, Qiu Shangshang stood on her tiptoes and followed once again. Behind her, Wu Hai stood in another corner in the distance, also witnessing the scene just now, his face turning blue. Holy, this is Mandog status reversed? Here, then, how terrifying a mutated zombie dog must be hidden to play with people like this. There was an inexplicable chill in his heart, but Wu Hai did not withdraw, but instead looked towards Qiu Shengsheng in a gloomy manner. Bitch, that person behind you, even if he's more powerful, if he can't handle the Dog King, here, you'll have to die. When the time is right, I have a way to expose you. Sweeping the iron scaffolding house, which was full of steel frames, Wu Hai looked grim and quietly trailed. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap, following a man and a dog forward. The depths of the factory building were not an open field, but a cellar passageway that was beginning to sink. I can see that the original owner should have placed the cellar in the plant, because he wanted to prepare winter vegetables and such for himself. But at this moment, that border collie man-headed dog tugged at dog-headed man, pulling him into the cellar with one force. Candles burned in the walls of the cellar, and the further in you went, the worse the smell of blood became. Bien Mu, can you do it? It's just one person, and you're taking so much trouble to carry it. Tell me, if the boss gives you a few shifters to train in the future, you won't be able to control them? A low mocking tone came from a low voice, and border collie head dog's face turned cold. Want you to bark? Where's Big Brother? Here, studying women in there. The low voice drew closer. Under the firelight, what came out of the cellar was actually a husky body with a human head and dog body. This husky human-headed dog has a lot of expression. As soon as he appeared, a bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he kept cricketing the dog-headed man-dog on the hand of the border herder man-headed dog. Come on, sip sip, come spray a fire for fun. Do you hear me? Woof woof. Under the mocking sound, dog-headed man barked a few times as if he was annoyed. Hey, I see NMD. Disobedience? Disobedience is not a good dog. Bang! Huge black and white dog claws directly kicked in the belly of the dog-headed man. Dog-headed man, ow sound, directly fell to the ground. The mouth hoo-hoo out of the fire. Hoof, beat sex. Just you? Still putting on airs? You don't know? Your wife are going to be played through by the boss. As soon as he grabbed human-headed dog's dog face, husky human-headed dog pinched his dog face and kept exerting force. Dog-headed man's tears came out from the pain, and the sparks at the corners of his mouth grew bigger and bigger. Bang! Finally, a wave of fire exploded in his mouth. The flames burned a few meters away in the cellar, and the husky dog was unharmed in the waves of fire. And then he laughed with satisfaction. Right, yes, it needs to be this powerful. Tame him, and we'll have an even better door-opening dog in the future. Boring. The border collie man-headed dog blankly glanced at the husky man-headed dog, pulling the man-headed dog body, before continuing towards the cellar. Tap tap tap. Two dogs and one person getting farther and farther away. Mei. Xiao Shengsheng stood at the entrance to the cellar, and her entire body had looked dumbfounded. Elder. Just now that dog-headed man breathed fire. The Fire Source Mercenary Group's leader couple's psychic ability is Flame Psychic. You say, shouldn't it be? Her mind had guessed what was going on, but she just didn't dare admit it. Aha, I got it. Be prepared for the possibility of hell in that cellar. Du Zirun's voice was inexplicably a bit heavier. For the first time, he felt that this doomsday survival game was a bit realistic, provided that, if you make a dog that has been docile have an IQ and special powers, guess what they would do? People raise alien dogs? I'm sorry, dogs also domesticate altered man. The scene just now, although insignificant, had refreshed Du Zirun's 3 views. Holy, this game maker, there's depth to it. This game would explode if it was publicized more. Shakily clicking on the screen, Du Zirun's eyes were glued to the game screen. He shuddered to think what else was in that cellar. Tap tap tap. Only when those 2 dogs alone walked away did Xiao Shengsheng stand on her tiptoes and gently follow her. Gurgling, gurgling. Once he walked into the depths of the cellar, Xiao Shengsheng couldn't help but cover his nose. The air was filled with the eerie scent of meat, the fishy smell of seafood, the rotting odor of corpses, and the smell of blood. It's hard to imagine what else is in there. Tap. Controlling her pace with extreme caution, Xiao Shengsheng finally saw the large earthen cave with its candlelight swaying as she passed through a thin, dark tunnel. In the earthen cave, the huge dog cage was holding 6 dog-headed monsters. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. These 6 dog-headed men were all wearing the combat uniforms of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps. But at this moment, they were already like wild dogs, with their mouths wide open, paralyzed by the sight of the cage, salivating. Be quiet, don't bark. If you disturb Big Brother's rest, you'll have to get off the pot today. Bang! At the side of the dog cage, that husky man-headed dog kicked the cage, and the several dog-headed men in the cage shut up at once. Their individual dog eyes were obscure, as if they had lost their minds and completely turned into wild dogs. These 6 people couldn't be the members of the missing Fire Source Mercenary Group. They all turned into dogs? Captivized by mutant zombie dogs? Dogs are taming people? Chapter 45 Exposed. Blue Alien Canonization. No one can run away. Above. Shocked. Horrified. Skeptical. Xiao Shengsheng never thought that a dog could raise a human as a dog. Covering her small mouth, Xiao Shengsheng didn't dare to let herself make any noise. She guessed Border Collie human head dog and Husky human head dog were at least mutant morning dogs of alien 3rd order upwards. Plus what they say about the boss. That is to say, there are at least 3 high-level mutant walker dogs in this suburban dog park. Woof woof. For some reason, when Xiao Shengsheng looked at the dog-headed man in the cage, her throat also began to be unable to restrain herself from wanting to bark. She pushed down this desire in her heart and kept squinting her eyes to try to see the environment behind the dog cage. Back? How's the taming going today? From the depths of the darkness came a more vicarious voice. The moment this voice came, the husky human head dog, who had been arrogant earlier, instantly prostrated itself directly on the ground. Big Brother, the leader of that Fire Source Mercenary Group, has been completely dogged. But it's because of completely turning into a dog's IQ. He's not good enough to utilize his flame ability instead. Oh, is that so? Looks like it's still not a good idea to reprimand. Clang clang. In the deep darkness, a rattling of chains sounded, and a tall figure faded out. By the time it appeared near the cage, Kaya Shengsheng was shocked. The so-called Big Brother. Surprisingly, I can't believe it's a field spaniel human head dog, with an old man's face. It was covered in shiny brown hair, and that old man's face was wrinkled with a frighteningly calm expression. A chain was dragged in the dangling dog's paws, and as the chain swayed, a woman, covered in bruises and wounds, was dragged out. Choyen? That's Choyen? In the dark corner, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the woman who was bound by chains around her neck with a shocked face. This woman, wasn't she the female leader in the husband and wife group of the Fire Source Mercenary Group? Thinking back to the old days, Zhou Yan and her husband Li Yi, which time was not majestic, dressed in gorgeous walk out of the mining black market. The strength of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps was not enough to resound throughout the entire mining black market, but it was still little known. At least, every time Xiao Shengsheng saw Zhouyan, on this woman's body, a set of clothes had never been repeated. Under the end of the world, to be able to have non-repeating clothes to wear every day, you can imagine how nourishing this woman's life must be. But, what about the eyes? Zhou Yan's eyes were empty and godless. His hair was disheveled, and he was almost naked. The chest and thighs that were wrapped in rough cloths were covered in greenish-purple blood scabs all over. Her body was always shivering, as if she had experienced something painful. It's hard to imagine what this once unbeatable woman has been through. Zhou Yan won't. Lips trembling, Xiao Shengsheng didn't dare to think about it. In her ears, a low, comforting voice from Du Ziren was faintly heard. Pith, the world is far more cruel than you think. On this end of the cell phone, Du Ziren looked at the screen of the cell phone and felt that his 3 views were going to be refreshed again and again and again. This game production team, how dare you? If he guessed correctly, that leader field dog human head dog not only turned the entirety of the Firesource mercenary corps into dogs, training the male leader as a dog and treating the female leader as a forbidden domain. The scale was so large that it made Du Ziren sweat. Holy, this game, should it be so realistic? Sighing at the designer's brainchild, Du Ziren's eyes did not dare to move away from the screen for a moment. He had a premonition that this mission was frighteningly difficult. There might be a boss level here, as long as he was a little inattentive. Xiao Shengsheng was going to be planted. Not much of a problem. As strong as these 3 dogs are, Sublime Blade, they won't be able to resist a few hits. Staring blankly at the game screen. At the same time, the field spaniel human-headed dog, Espor, reached out and touched the dog-headed man, held by the border collie human-headed dog, and the corner of his mouth made a sip-teasing sound. I said, you're turning into a dog, can't you be honest? Do as you're told and spray a fire to help. Its voice was low and hoarse, and no emotion could be heard. Able to, after dog-headed man unintentionally saw Zhou Yan, a wave of ferocity erupted from those dull dog eyes. Woof, woof, roar. A mouthful of burning hot flames churned in his mouth, and he was about to surge towards the field dog human head dog, Espa. Isn't that still a bit human? Noisy. Snap. Not waiting for the fire to shoot out. Field spaniel human head dog, old face froze, and instantly a dog paw smacked dog head man to the ground. Ow, ow. The dog-headed man, dog's face was suddenly askew, and several mouthfuls of broken teeth fell to the ground, twisting and turning on the ground. Honest? A clear and cold voice echoed in the earthen cave. And dog-headed man didn't move. Still Big Brother is great. Big Brother is mighty. Seeing this, husky human head dog and border collie human head dog licked up field spaniel human head dog at once. Poof. Still think you're human? Dogs. Be a dog. The way I see it. It's just that intimidation isn't enough. Lao air. Go. Kill a dog and we'll eat it. It just so happens that your sister-in-law has a baby in her belly. Field spaniel human head dog said, then squatted down and touched Zhou Yan's slightly bulging belly with the dog's paw. Immediately, the faces of hatchling head dog and border collie head dog were just delighted. Big Brother? You made it? Well, at that time, I intentionally left a shifter woman behind. I just wanted to see if the thing I gave birth to with her had any shifter powers. Not bad for a Big Brother. Husky man-headed dog smiles broadly and walks briskly to the side of the cage. With a clang, it directly pulled open the iron cage and yanked out a dog-headed man from it. You're it. Today, eat dog meat. With a pair of dog claws curbing the dog-headed man's head in death, the husky human-headed dog exerted force with both claws. Ow, ow. After that dog-headed man groaned in pain. Put. All of a sudden, a dog's head was covered in blood. Gurgling blood gushed out. The dog-headed man was dragged by the husky-headed dog like a chicken, and flung it towards the field spaniel-headed dog. Boss, eat. After casually glancing at it, field spaniel human-headed dog did not make a sound, but simply stomped the dog-headed man with its dog feet and pressed it down in front of Zhou Yan. It had a biting look on its face, and only uttered one sentence faintly. Look, still recognize him? Zhou Yan's eyes were obscure, and he didn't have any reaction for half a day. In the dark, cramped and cold cellar, there was no cold wind blowing at the moment, but it made one's scalp go numb in a forbidden manner. Dogs keep people even. Dogs still rub people. This was rubbing her member in front of Zhou Yan, the captain. The strong images washed over Qiao Xingxing's 3 views, and she no longer dared to make a move. She was already thinking of starting to evacuate the place. Wei Wuhai witnessed the scene in front of him, and his face was white as a sheet. He dares to say that in all the years of Armageddon, he had never seen anything so outrageous. The ones in the cellar are 3 mutant zombie dogs? No, that's 3 demons. 3 Well, I'm so relieved that you guys are so. Autumn sunglasses. Go play with these. Magnetism. Twisting his head towards the tempered shed outside the cellar, a steel bar jerked and flew towards the cellar side. Wu Hai controlled the movement of the steel bar and was just about to chortle and smash it on Qiao Xingxing's head, attracting the attention of the 3 mutant zombie dogs in the cellar. I don't want to. When he opens his mouth, a clear woof violently echoed in the cellar corridor. Chapter 46 Exposed. Blue alien canonization. No one can run away. Next. Woof. The clear woof sound echoed within the cellar, instantly causing the 3 human-headed dogs in the cellar to look towards the source of the sound in unison. Buzz buzz. An iron bar was spinning in constant stagnation, and a fat man with a big belly was standing right in the direction of the mouth of the cellar. Someone's actually coming? When was that? Husky human head dog's face changed, but then the corners of his mouth turned up again. Hey, it's a shifter. Hey, big brother. This guy turned into a dog. Can I have it or not? Not only was it not afraid, but instead, it looked towards the field spaniel human head dog, with an excited expression on its face. It seemed that it had envied the border collie human head dog for a long time for being able to have a tame human dog with the flame ability. Oof, alien third order, dead fat guy. How dare you come to my territory and clamor? Field spaniel human head dog. The wrinkles on the old man's face creased. He was not sure what condition Wu Hai was in. He only thought he was trying to launch a sneak attack. And the result? This SX didn't even realize he was being caninized, and couldn't help but let out a woof. On the other side, Wu Hai was equally confused. No, I was trying to smash Qiu Shengxing's why am I barking? Unconsciously slapping his mouth, Wu Hai panicked, because he realized, not only could he not talk anymore, but even the outline of a thick dog's head actually came out when his big hands stroked his face. The limbs were no longer under control and began to subconsciously bend and prostrate. His mind, which was moving closer to the dog. Alamancy. This is definitely the effect of some kind of high-level supernatural power. Wu Hai instantly understood and looked at the field spaniel human head dog, in horror. He was just trying to watch the show himself, but he didn't realize that this guy's ability was so unbelievable. It can actually affect everyone off the field. This guy, ability guaranteed to be a blue gifted ability. Clang. Not even caring about designing Qiu Shengsheng anymore. The steel bar, suspended in front of his body, was violently flung towards the field head dog. Wu Hai turned his head around and scattered a run. Run! If you don't run, the next dog slave will be yourself. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps and the buzzing of steel bars were almost simultaneous. The face of the field head dog remained calm, and the dog's paw was just a simple greeting. Penis, if you want it, grab it yourself. Lao San, it can resist that steel bar, right? Understood. Two answering voices came almost instantly, and the husky man-headed dog's head quickly twisted, and its originally standing body prostrated itself to the ground, instantly transforming into a giant husky dog with snowy black and white fur. Ow! Hissing out a wolf cry, the hatchling mutant zombie dog was like a tiger or a leopard, and in the flash of its silhouette, it had already rushed out of the cellar. Woof! Wu Hai ran out 2 steps and was dumbfounded. He looked back and wondered when a giantized husky had chased after him. With a poof, Wu Hai was crushed underneath the swift husky. Ha! You're here and you want to leave? Shifter? Shifter, fine. Be my dog. Sharp fangs violently pierced into Wu Hai's neck. Wu Hai woof woof screamed miserably. The whole person was picked up by the huge canine mouth like a chicken. Toward the cellar. The other side. Buzz buzz. The roaring steel bar flung at him, and under the huge force penetrating the wind, the border collie's 2 dog paws merged, actually catching the flying steel bar directly out of thin air. Buzz. With a flick of the wrist, it caught the steel bar steady and flung it inconsequentially to the ground. Hiss. These 3 guys, it's really a boss level one. No wonder the Fire Source Mercenary Corps was completely wiped out. On this end of the cell phone screen, Du Ziran looked at it and frowned. Qiu Shengsheng was currently cowering by the dark earthen wall in one corner, trembling all over, not daring to move at all. Strong. This 3-dog combination is a little too strong. A finger quickly clicked on the heads of the 3 head dogs, and 3 messages popped up. Mutant zombie dogs, field. Ability, canonization, blue. Alien power level, alien, 4th order. Canonization, within 50 meters of a mutated zombie dog. Any creature will begin to show signs of canonization within a certain amount of time. As time passes, the creature will become more and more like a dog, from body to heart. Mutant zombie dog, husky. Ability, Godspeed, green. Alien power level, alien, 3rd order. Godspeed, double your speed growth in a short period of time. Mutant zombie dog, border collie. Ability, mega strength, green. Alien power level, alien, 2nd order. Mega power, double your power for a short time. Boy, these 3 brothers, they're something. Looking at the information of these 3 human-headed dogs, Du Ziran's eyes, in a rare moment of caution. This was, presumably, the first time Qiu Shengsheng had faced a boss. With Qiu Shengsheng's ability, any solo of one of them should not fall behind, but to deal with all 3 at the same time. Looking towards Qiu Shengsheng with some worry, Du Ziran suddenly couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Canonization also worked for Autumn Shingles. Able to. Autumn Shingsheng's canonization was that her ears turned into dog ears. Other than that, nothing else changed. A pair of puppy ears kept drooping and shrugging. Looking at Du Ziran couldn't help but touch them. Yikes. Woof. Suddenly, Qiu Shengsheng gasped in shock. Unfortunately, trying to speak human, she only gave a slight bark, topping off her pair of dog ears with a pair of nervous red faces. Woof woof woof, senpai. Do you still have the heart to play around at this time? Du Ziren couldn't understand Xiao Xingxing's barking, but on the game interface, it actually humanely translated the dog's voice. Ha ha ha, dog-eared pith cute pinch. After touching Xiao Xingxing's dog ears again, Du Ziren saw that she was so nervous that she was constantly shivering, so he withdrew his hand. Woof woof woof. Outside the cellar, Wu Hai was being carried by the mutant husky, and saw that he was also going to be sent into the cage in the cellar. Woof, woof, corner. There's a woman in the corner. He groaned continuously, not realizing how he had actually stolen a chicken. Woof, woof. Under the constant barking, the mutant husky did not pay attention to Wu Hai. Instead, the dog's mouth vigorously made a sum, biting Wu Hai's neck deformed and almost suffocating. What's the dog barking at? Be honest. Ow. This time, Wu Hai was completely honest. He looked hatefully at Xiao Xingxing in the corner, locked in a dog cage. Woof woof woof. In a matter of moments, peace was once again restored in the cellar. The three dog heads kept scrutinizing Wu Hai as if they wanted to force him to say something. The eyes of idyllic human-headed dog narrowed and withdrew cannibalization. Wu Hai's mouth gradually twisted into a human mouth, and he instantly cursed. Terrible. In the left corner, there's someone else. What? Chapter 47 1 to 10 advantage is mine. Sublime chop. Sha 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 sha. In the cramped corner, Xiao Shengsheng had just squirmed, wanting to slowly withdraw and climb out of the body. When she heard the sound, she was suddenly stunned. In the shadowy depths of the cellar, all three human-headed dogs were currently scanning around with sharp gazes, but helplessly. Xiao Shengsheng hid it too well. After the search was fruitful, for a moment, field dog human head dog wondered if Wu Hai was lying. Snap. The lull. A sharp dog claw directly smacked Wu Hai in the face, and husky human head dog had an evil look on his face. Yeah, I haven't asked you to serve me properly yet, you dog, but you're lying to your master first? Bloody claws rubbed and twisted Wu Hai's face, and Wu Hai was about to cry. It's true. It's true. That's why I followed her here. Otherwise, I, a shifter, have enough to eat to mess with you guys, don't I? Complaining, he looked to husky man-headed dog, who was not convinced and was just about to come back with another paw. Hey! Suddenly, field spaniel human head dog's face changed slightly and called it off. This guy's right, too. He's alone. There's no way he could have come here alone. As for anyone else in the neighborhood? Simple. Buzz buzz. The yellowish fur of its body twitched, and the pores of the field spaniel human head dog began to expand all over its body, and the bare fur instantly contracted. The dog's paws and belly twitched and twisted, and there was actually human yellowish-white skin rapidly generated. In the blink of an eye, it had completely evolved from a human-headed dog into an old human. Inuyasha. The air around him inexplicably became oppressive after the old man hunched over and let out a low chant. Next moment, woof 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 woof. With him as the center of the circle, the surrounding dogs were people. All our eyes cannot help but a burst of white, the body involuntarily toward the ground crouching, body canine hair gushing out, barking out. Woof 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 woof. Even his two mutant zombie dog compatriots, under the blue cannibalization ability, were dumbfounded and reverted to their original forms, prostrate in front of the old man. Good girl, puppy dog, don't hide, come out. Between the old man's soft grunts, 10 complete and utter dogs had gathered around the perimeter, walking godlessly towards it. Woof woof. For a while, the entire cellar was like a dog kennel. Boy, I say, how can these guys be so wild? In the alien field of cannibalization, not only humans, but also dogs will follow the orders of mutant field dog. If we were to fight him, not to mention whether or not we could beat the dog pack, it's the constant canonization of himself that's a big problem. Not bad for a blue ability. On this end of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren watched with interest as the mutant field dog's ability unfolded. Xiao Shengsheng was lying on his back in the corner, and now he didn't dare to move a muscle. Move and you'll be found. Not moving? Immobility is chronic death, and will gradually turn into a dog in the opponent's canonization, psychic field. The ambush that would have been discovered earlier, option 3, turned out to be waiting here. Buzz buzz. Almost at the same time, two choices popped up again on the game's pop-up window. Option 1, continue to lurk, without revealing her whereabouts. Xiao Xingxing's immortality will have a chance to last longer than the other party's supernatural ability, but relatively speaking, Xiao Shengsheng will also have a chance to turn into a dog. Option 2, just pull the gun. Tell the other side. 1 to 10. The advantage is mine. Lurking? Lurking my ass. I've figured out the dog factory problem. Lurking to make shoujo tolerate it? Without even glancing at option 1, Du Ziren directly clicked on option 2. Shu Xing, do it. You're a sitting duck. Shots fired. If you can't beat me, I'll take care of you. Du Ziren's steady voice came from his ears. Xiao Xingxing's pair of dog ears wagged, and his originally panicked eyes instantly hardened, and he instantly climbed up from a mound of dirt. There are seniors. Shang is not afraid of anything. Bang bang bang. Rising to draw his gun, 3 tons of fire immediately exploded in the darkness. Ha! Guns? Hearing the terrifying gunshots ringing out, even the mutant field dog, who had always been calm just now, couldn't help but look panicked at this moment. You, get over here, surround and protect me. Panicked, he directly fell to the ground, and the 2 canine-eyed large dogs of the Fire Source mercenary group, beside him directly pounced on the mutant garden dog. Pffffffffff. 3 bullets were fired, and the 2 canine-eyed big dogs suddenly had their bellies blown open, their bodies twitched, and they no longer reacted. Damn, you have a gun? You actually have a gun? Even though it was now lying on the ground in a sorry state, the mutant field dog didn't seem to be the least bit flustered. Lao San, see the light source? Go! Who cares who she is? Bite her straight to death. Woof woof! Under the cold voice, the pupils of the mutant husky instantly lit up, and the whole dog pounced out like a hungry wolf. Only to hear a few stamping sounds, Xiao Shangshang raised his pistol to shoot again. Anu, a mouthful of sharp fangs, flashing silver in the darkness, suddenly appeared at the back of Xiao Shangshang's neck. Shangshang, get down! Yes, coolness filled her back. Xiao Shangshang unconditionally trusted Du Ziren's judgment, and her entire body suddenly flopped to the ground. But, just after getting down, he only felt a huge black shadow flashing overhead, but before he could catch his breath, a swifter wave of heat came. Who? In the darkness, the mutant border collie, with black and white hair intertwined, had opened its dense fangs and slammed towards Xiao Shangshang's head. Yikes! Instinctively, he raised his arms and shielded himself. Anu, sharp fangs bit down, tearing the combat uniform through the breach in an instant. Current alien level Alien, Second Order, 135/200. Under the threat of life and death, Xiao Shangshang's experience with her powers was soaring. Seeing the sharp fangs about to bite down, mutant field dog pushed the 2 dog corpses on top of him and stood up triumphantly. I wondered what kind of tall person it was. So it's the dumbass who took a gun and dared to go into the wolf's den alone. Look at your tender skin. My dog-posed dinner seems to be ready. Lao San, don't leave anyone alive. Straight up, bite the hell out of it. An ice-cold voice echoed in the cellar, and the mutant field spaniel looked at Xiao Shangshang, who had been bitten by the mutant border collie, on her arm, as if she was looking at a dead body, her face grim and hostile. Unthinking, he had just finished letting out these harsh words when a majestic male voice once again came from the cellar. What are you barking at? What? There's someone else? Looking around in panic, the mutant field dog did not capture any figures. The shock in his mind just soothed for a moment. A person, just one man. Scum, can you dare to enter my canine transformation alien ability field for a battle? As he swept his eyes around, he only heard a cold humming sound explode. Dogs, you really think you're a human being? Sublime Chop, Chapter 48 End Times Lesson 1, The Necessity of Cruelty. Above. Sublime Chop? Who the are you scaring? Let me tell you, I'm not intimidated. If you have awakening stage, spatial ability, would you be hiding in a corner and not dare to appear? After a flash of fear flashed across his face, mutant field dog looked around in disbelief. Able to. At the next moment, inside the cramped and narrow cellar, there was actually a burst of buzzing in the air. Click click click. It was as if the air had been ripped open. Eerie black cracks humming in the darkness, as if there was something that was going to fly out of the air cracks. This. On the other end of the phone, after Du Ziren tapped the Sublime Blade skill, it showed that the skill's charge came to 11. Please slide your cell phone screen to unleash the Sublime Blade attack. The faster you slide, the more the number of sub-dimensional blade blasts will be. A prompted face frame came from the game interface, and without hesitation, Du Ziren swiped at the mutant border collie that was gnawing on Xiao Shangshang. Dogs, you're worthy of being near my family Shangshang? Woof. In the cellar, mutant border herder looked around in surprise, before he could distinguish the source of the sound. Swoosh. In Xiao Shangshang's chest, a hideous spatial rift tore open, and a gust of chilly, bone-chilling cold wind poured over. Next moment, a stream of warm blood exploded in front of Xiao Shangshang's eyes, and she only felt the bites on her arms loosen, and a dog's head filled with a horrified expression flew up into the sky. Swoosh. After a short while, it was the dense and furious swift blades that shot out. Pffffffffff. The corpse of the mutant border herder, without the dog's head, stood frozen in front of Xiao Shangshang for but a moment, and was instantly sliced into flesh by the space blade. Swoosh. The terrifying spatial blade buzzed and trembled, shooting around the cellar without any dead ends. In an instant, the entire cellar was shaken by the ground, with earth and rocks flying across, as if they were experiencing a great earthquake. Woof, woof. The mutant field dog, looking at this scene, had even become too frightened to speak in human language, only barking vigorously. Big brother, it's over, it's over. The other party is really an awakened, or a rare space ability, awakened. The mutant husky looked at the mutant field spaniel in despair, and the dog's eyes began to scan continuously. Big brother, with big brother, you restored all those Inuyasha people to adulthood. That way, that person might. Shoo! Without waiting for the mutant husky to finish its words, a buzzing space blade slashed violently and diagonally towards it. Godspeed! It didn't dare to be slow. Its figure flickered and ran towards the outside of the cellar, regardless. Poof! Trying to escape? On this side of the cell phone screen, as soon as he saw the mutant husky's movements speeding up, Duziren moved down the other 5 fingers. At once, 10 fingers were flicked. Dense space blade exploded on the screen all of a sudden. Congratulations! You broke the last hand speed record. You shot a total of 248 space blades in 30s this time. Amazing hand speed. With your hand speed, you've beaten 99% of your opponents around the world. As the game's pop-up window popped up, buzzing the unreadable, dense blades flashed beneath the distorted air. Tap tap tap. Not waiting for the mutant husky to run out of the cellar. After a burst of distorted spatial fluctuations, the mutant husky, which had originally maintained its running posture, exploded into a flower of flesh with a poof sound, and in the next moment, it splattered sporadically in the aisle. Dead. In the blink of an eye, the 2 mutant zombie dogs just died without any struggle. This is the difference between the clouds of awakened and altered. Elder. Sure enough, it's still so powerful. This time if it wasn't for Senior. As an afterthought, Xiao Shangshang climbed up from the ground, looking at the blood slag all over the ground with a horrified face, somewhat thankful that his seniors had been keeping an eye on him the whole time. Otherwise, just by himself, he died at the entrance of the dog factory. Don't you come over here. Deep in the cellar, the mutant field dog had completely collapsed. There's no way to fight back. There is simply no way to fight back. He himself just jumped in each other's faces. That's the old man eating arsenic. He's tired of living. One hand at a time. The mutant field dog's hands deadlocked 2 dog-headed people, wearing Fire Source Mercenary Corps battle uniforms. Old and sophisticated as he was, he certainly understood what mutant husky had just meant. Use of people. Threatening the big guy with someone is his only way to survive. PFFFFFFFF. The 2 dog-headed men in their hands gradually began to regain their human faces. It was clearly the leader of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, Li Yi, and a pale-faced mercenary. If you dare to kill me, these 2 humans will definitely die before me. Don't you dare kill me. Your murder. Holding the 2 high on his chest, the mutant field dog tried to look threateningly at Xiao Shangsheng. Autumn Xingxing's brow tightened. Admittedly, it was true that she didn't have any grudges against the people of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, so if she rashly made a move, Elder, there was some indecision. A cold voice suddenly came to his ears. What does it have to do with you if the people he captured are from the Fire Source Mercenary Group? But, because of those people, you didn't kill it? It's gone today. What do you think? If it grows up later, what will happen to your siblings? It's Xiao Shangshang. Let me tell you the first lesson in the apocalypse. The heart of a saintly mother is not to be. The cold voice kept echoing in his ears, and as soon as Xiao Shangshang heard his younger siblings, the pistol in his arms was instantly removed. Well, it seems. Are you completely going to be this murderer? Cold sweat continued to emerge from the back of his head as mutant field dog panicked. If the other party is determined to kill himself, what else can he do? But, in this moment of distraction, in his hands, Li Yi, who had been pinched by the neck, with a pair of cloudy eyes densely clouded with sinister hostility, fiercely bellowed angrily. Dogs, the humiliation you brought upon me, today, 100-fold return. Bang! A flame exploded from Li Ye's body. With a boom, the wave of fire instantly engulfed Li Yi and the mutant field dog. Fire Source mercenaries, all counterattack. Click click click. After this order, all of a sudden, from the slack earth, 5 people wearing the combat uniforms of the Fire Source mercenaries crawled out. They tacitly took out the incendiary flask from their arms and threw it towards Li Yi. Rumble. The already majestic flames, fueled by the incendiary flask, the depths of the cellar, were suddenly a sea of fire. Li Yi bathed in the fire, holding the mutant field dog tightly. Without your second and third brothers, you are nothing. Hey, that woman, shoot him, otherwise, when he reacts later, we'll all turn back into dogs. Bang! Shouts came from the sea of fire. Xiao Shangshang did not hesitate and instantly fired, a bullet accurately hitting the mutant field dog's brain. You guys, damn you all, damn, humans, gurgling, blood rose from his forehead. Although the mutant field dog's ability was powerful, his main body was fragile. Without the support assistance of the mutant husky and mutant border collie, he was like an old man in the wind, choking on air after being hit by a bullet in the sky. Bare your teeth. The flames kept burning. In the midst of the flames, Li Yi bathed in the flames and witnessed the mutant field dog completely die, unclasping the combat uniform on his body and pouncing on Zhou Yan. Behind them, the 5 members of the Fire Source mercenary group leaned in. Their gazes, in silent unison, looked at Xiao Shangshang with complexity. Chapter 49 End Times Lesson 1, The Necessity of Cruelty. Below, splat, splat. In the midst of the flames, the corpse of the mutant field dog was gradually burned dry, and a crystal-clear blue crystal core rolled out from the corpse. Then the blue crystal core was as gorgeous as a jewel, and the inside of the crystal core seemed to have the lines of a dog, pulsing with life. Gulp. Looking at the appearance of that crystal core, the people of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, who were originally being rubbed and twisted by the mutant field dogs, all of a sudden swallowed their throats one by one, as if they had seen some naked beauty. Blue crystal core. Blue alien energy crystals. Special skill cannibalization core. Just based on these characteristics alone, the value of this crystal core was already self-evident. All of them looked at that crystal core, as its magnificence was all enough to make them forget all of their previous shame. Zhou Yan, are you okay? Li Yi picked up the prostrate Zhou Yan, and Zhou Yan's originally cloudy eyes were slowly regaining brightness. She touched her bulging stomach, her eyes resentful. That dog, they should be sliced up and killed alive. It's cheap to die like that. She kept cursing and grinning, and no one around her said a word. Suddenly, her gaze went to the canonization, crystal core, rubbing her stomach as her face became complicated. She looked over to Li Yi at her side and suddenly muttered in a small voice, "Hey, this thing, I know." But Li Yi didn't make a sound, and his gaze suddenly looked at Qiu Shangshang. Even if Qiu Shangshang was stupid, she sensed that the atmosphere at the moment was not right, and she panicked and took out 2 green crystalline cores from the pile of blood and mud beside her. These 2 green crystalline nuclei. One is a crystalline nucleus that shimmers with a robust dog body, and the other shimmers with a subtle dog body. Those were 2 green ability cores, representing great strength and divine speed, which were also expensive treasures. It's, in the corner, spare the already scared Wu Hai. At this moment, looking at 1 blue crystal core and 2 green crystal cores, all of them couldn't help but have red eyes. What does that mean? As long as these 3 crystal cores were in hand, looking for a chance to absorb them or sell them, in the future, the days would be absolutely sky high. Phew, phew, phew. Crawling in the dirt, his breath caught in his throat, but he didn't dare to make a move. Just like the crowd of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, they were all afraid of the gun in Qiu Xingxing's hand, and the mysterious big brother. But these 3 crystal cores have given them enough courage to take a risk. The atmosphere in the cellar has inexplicably become a bit heavy. Instead, it was Qiu Shengsheng who took the initiative to break the silence. You guys, it's okay, isn't it? The other party had no grudge against her, and she tried to approach the other party to collect the blue crystal core. It's okay. This friend looks very familiar. Thank you for saving our Fire Source Mercenary Corps. When we return to the mining black market, later on, make sure to let us do our duty as landlords. Li smiled, forcing out a weary trace of goodwill. Qiu Shengsheng looked at him, her steps suddenly hesitant. She had a feeling that something bad would happen once she got closer. In the meantime, Du Ziren stared intently at his phone as another game popped up. Option 1, approach Li Yi and pick up the blue crystal core. Ending unknown. Option 2, shoot. Shoot everyone at once. Ha, what a humanity under this apocalypse. It's really not up to the test. Qiu Shengsheng, do you think they'll be grateful to you if you save them? Money moves people. Looking at the 2 choices, Du Ziren didn't rush to choose. He wanted to let Qiu Shengsheng pick out his own answers, and when he himself was bent on actively instilling reasoning, Qiu Shengsheng would never have the personality to judge for himself. It's like parents teaching their children how to do things all the time. When the parents are gone, do children judge themselves? Pith, make your choice. Do you believe in so-called human nature, or do you believe in your own intuition? Whatever you choose, I'll cover for you. The calm voice reached Qiu Shengsheng's ears, and Qiu Shengsheng stood at the mouth of the cellar, hesitating, slowly loading the pistol. I can't bet on the goodness of human nature, but I can bet on human evil. As long as they don't shoot, I won't shoot. Constantly murmuring in a small voice, Qiu Shengsheng didn't expect that the situation was actually going to get even worse after her predecessor killed the big boss. Scarier than a zombie. Is it human? You guys stay away from that crystal core, right now. Otherwise, or else I'll just shoot it. Raising her pistol, Qiu Shengsheng threatened Li Yi. Li Yi's eyebrows raised and he immediately raised his hands. No problem. This thing was originally killed by you. How could we possibly rob it from you? Tap tap tap. He led the people of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps, and then took a few steps backwards towards the back. Clatter. In the corner, Wu Hai's face hesitated. He was thinking of certain possibilities. If he could get close to Qiu Shengsheng and threaten that big brother behind him with Qiu Shengsheng's life, would he be able to get the crystal core and escape? Despite the fact that it's highly unlikely. But that's 2 green crystal cores and 1 blue crystal core. Once I have these, I'll even be able to get into a first-line secure base. After entering a base like that, even awakened, can't kill as many people as they want in there, right? The desires of the heart stirred. He wanted to make a move, and Zhou Yan of the Fire Source Mercenary Corps did likewise. The woman's tongue came out and kept licking her lips as if she were a viper. If we do it now, that big guy should prioritize protecting Qiu Shengsheng. Taking advantage of this hiatus, I'll take that blue crystal core. Her hand tugged at Li Yi beside her. As a fellow pillow, how could Li Yi not understand Zhou Yan's mind? Tap tap tap. But, watching Qiu Shengsheng approach, no one made a move. Just when Qiu Shengsheng was no more than 3 meters away from that blue crystal core, suddenly, Li Ye's eyes went cold. 10. A flame violently exploded around Qiu Shengsheng. Boom! Waves of fire instantly filled the cellar, and for a while it was impossible to see the direction. Zhou Yan, you servant girl, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of that senior making a move on you? Only Li Ye's exclamation of surprise was heard from the sea of fire, and no one knew what had happened in this place. Snap! The blue crystallized core seemed to be quickly taken away by someone's hand, and a sound of footsteps moved quickly through the sea of fire. Grr! In the sea of fire, Zhou Yan was dumbfounded. She gaped. TMD. He didn't even do it himself. This flame was put there by Li Yi. He used flame to confuse the field of vision, then quickly took the blue crystal core. Then he borrowed this thieves shouting at thieves trick to divert the fire to himself so he could take the crystal core and go far away. As for the big guy, he would either save Qiu Shengsheng in the first place, or he would listen to Li Ye's words and shoot himself immediately. Grass. Li Yi, you dog. For the sake of crystal core, your wife doesn't want it. You don't want the entire mercenary group either? You, tough enough. Chapter 50 Immortality and Immortality, Merit, Alien, Third Order. Bare your teeth. The flames kept burning, and Qiu Shengsheng's combat military uniform had already been burned to the point where it was somewhat inwardly rolled. She was a little incredulous. The other party really dared to lay hands on the person who saved his life just for a crystal core? Even, for that matter, dare to offend a bigot? Is this humanity? Are crazies everywhere if the stakes are high enough? Elder, Shengsheng understands. Shengsheng just now should have shot those living people first. The flames burned some gray curls on Qiu Shengsheng's face, but as Qiu Shengsheng's satiety value continued to drop, her skin quickly scabbed over and was refreshed. The SSS-ranked supernormal ability Immortality and Immortality was being activated. Current alien energy value, Alien, Second Order, 198/200. 200. Buzz. Golden light flickered in the flames, and there was a steep climb in Qiu Shengsheng's aura. She got promoted. Under the grinding of the other party's flame, psychic ability, she had also come to the psychic, third stage. Tap tap tap. Walking through the sea of fire once again, the flames could no longer burn through Qiu Shengsheng's skin. Her body was glowing with a faint golden light as she stepped and moved within the sea of fire. The desert eagle in her hand was already loaded and her face was cold. Tap tap tap. On the opposite side of the sea of fire, Zhou Yan's face was terrified as he looked into the fire. Instead of waiting for the so-called big brother to sanction her, she saw Qiu Shengsheng bathing in flames and walking over. You're actually okay? You can't be a shifter too. Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot rang out. Zhou Yan's mouth was wide open, and a black hole had appeared on his brain. The one who snatched the crystal core was Li Yi. What did I do to you? Put. With his head tilted, Zhou Yan unwillingly collapsed to the ground, and Qiu Shengsheng's face never looked colder. Because, I'm not killing you. You'll just keep thinking about my stuff. You'll stare at me like a viper, and when you find an opportunity, you'll bite me to death without hesitation. Thank you for teaching me to be human. Bang bang bang. Amidst the sea of fire, the dense sound of bullets rang out, and the remaining members of the Fire Source mercenary group that would have survived in the cellar fell to the ground one by one. They were all killed by Qiu Shengsheng. Stabbing Zhou Yan's brain with the military dagger, Qiu Shengsheng took out a flame crystal core. Putting the crystal core away, she looked towards the blazing cellar with some loss. Li Yi has run away. That Wu Hai, too, has disappeared. In the end, so-called kindness is not worth a dime. Elder Sheng, disappointed you, by and large? Fists clenched, Qiu Shengsheng looked high into the sky in discouragement. It's okay. They're dead. Suddenly, an even colder voice came, and Qiu Shengsheng's face was stunned. and she immediately looked up high into the sky in admiration. Senpai, you are so much better than me, whether it's alien power, or being human. Time back to the moment when flame blew up. Du Ziren looked at the flames that exploded under Qiu Xingxing's feet, his face showing determination. He knew that would turn out to be the case. There is a saying in Blue Star, with 50% profit. It is desperate, for 100% profit. It dares to trample on all earthly laws, with 300% profit. It dares to commit any crime. What about reality, let alone doomsday? Staring at the exploding flames, Du Ziren was not afraid of Qiu Shengsheng getting hurt, because he looked above Li Ye's head. It was displaying alien second order sea of fire, white. In other words, he couldn't hurt Qiu Shengsheng at all. As for Choyan, the woman's head, on the other hand, displayed the following, alien peak first order fire wave, white. That's it? No matter how stupid Du Ziren was, he knew who put out this sea of fire? Are you Li Yi trying to play a trick to transfer the hatred to your wife? Excuse me, what you did in God's view is simply laughable. The camera directly locked onto Li Yi, and Du Ziren witnessed him take the blue crystal core, with an excited face. With that, weaving through the sea of fire, he ran towards the outside of the cellar, regardless. With this, I'll be able to go to a bigger safe camp, and even exchange a bunch of white crystal cores to cultivate. I'm going to get ahead. I'm going to raise 10 young models. His heart rose and fell as he ran with a maniacal excitement on his face. Until, tap tap tap, he stood in front of the iron gate outside the dog park, and was relieved to make sure no one was following him. Sure enough, that what's-his-name big brother will be the first to care about that woman's condition. As soon as his attention is diverted, I have a chance. Ha ha ha. Li Ye's road to rise is about to begin. Holding that blue crystal core, the corners of Li Ye's mouth rose. But, bang! In the next moment, a terrifying steel bar violently shot towards the back of Li Ye's head. A flame surged up all over his body, and Li Yi was just about to burn off the steel bar when dozens more steel bars slammed down from the heights. Boom! In an instant, the dense steel frame fell like a falling star, crushing Li Yi to the ground, convulsing, gurgling. Although the temperature of the flame was high, for a moment, it could not burn the dense steel bars on his body, and he could only be helplessly pressed to the ground. Tap tap tap. Just then, another figure ran out of the dog park. Poof! The mantis catches the cicada. The yellow sparrow is at the back. You don't really think that, with your alien peak second stage, you can swallow this blue crystal core, do you? A hushed tone came from the man, and Li Yi looked up to see that there was already a man standing on top of the steel bar. Woo hi! You actually followed me out? Ha! Old me was at least once an existence of alien peak third order. That little mind of yours, fighting with me, it's a little too young. Put. A steel bar was being toyed with by Wu Hai, about to be stabbed towards Li Ye's head. Don't! I can give you the crystal core. I can. Put. Before he could finish his words, his head was already pierced by the steel bar. But a blue crystal core fell off from his hand. Wu Hai picked up the crystal core, with a look of contempt. SB, kill you. Not only can I get the blue crystal core, the flame crystal core, in your head, I can collect it as well. Don't say you. I'll go back to the cellar, later and take a look. Maybe, your wife's crystal core, and that Qiu Shengsheng. The corners of his mouth grinned in a greedy arc, and Wu Hai just wanted to make a big statement. The lull. A cold voice exploded in mid-air. You said, what do you want to do with Qiu Shengsheng? What? This? How is this possible? His face went white. Wu Hai people are stupid. All of a sudden, his body was like a sieve constantly trembling. Why did you follow me here? Shouldn't you go see Qiu Shengsheng at this time? You guys can't hurt her. I was just saying that for fun. Biggie, I will personally deliver this crystal core to Qiu Shengsheng later. You see, a winding look high into the sky. Without wanting to, a familiar word came. If I kill you, won't I get one more metal core? What? Chapter 51 New Gift Flame. Metal Crystals, * 2. Canonized Crystals. Sublime Blade. Without waiting for Wu Hai to say anything else, he only saw the air in front of him distort and crack open countless black slits. Buzz buzz. In the next moment, cold wind blew past his face, as if something had passed through his body. After a clatter, Wu Hai's body immediately exploded like a rain of blood, turning into blood everywhere. Put. That blue crystal core, in the end, still fell from his hands as well. Opportunity to use the sublime blade, 9 times remaining. On this side of the phone, Du Ziren watched helplessly as the number of resident skills decreased, frowning and searching. When? It's time to go for another draw and replenish the inventory. Elder. In the game screen, Qiu Shengsheng held the collected flame crystal core, Godspeed crystal core, and giant power crystal core in her hands, and they were all respectfully raised towards Du Ziren. Elder. These please also accept them. Don't rush the gift. Take all the cores outside first. As for what I want, we'll talk about it later. Got it. Without hesitation, Xiao Shengsheng took big steps towards the outside of the dog park. Outside the dog park, the wind is chilly. The drifting snowflakes remained the same, except that the doorway to the park faintly drifted with the hot breath of blood, warm but cold. When she saw Li Yi, who had died tragically under the steel frame, and the mass of unknown crushed flesh, Xiao Shengsheng's face was unusually cold. Abandoning the team, abandoning the wife. In the end, it didn't end well for you either. With a sigh, Xiao Shengsheng took out a fire-red flame crystal core from Li Yi's corpse. Looking at the ground of broken flesh again, she picked up the blue crystal core, as well as a metallic color crystal core that was buried in the broken flesh. Senpai, please pass. This time, holding the crystal core with both hands again, Xiao Shengsheng's hands were full of all sorts of strange crystal cores. Looking at Du Ziren's eyes dazzled. The first to bear the brunt was the dazzling blue cannibalized crystal core. Then came the 2 green divine speed and giant strength crystal cores, 2 fiery red flame crystal nuclei, and a metallic colored metal crystal nucleus. Lastly, it was the tempered crystal core of the gate guard dog that Xiao Shengsheng had dug up at the beginning. Looking at those crystal cores, Du Ziren only felt that the canine crystal core and flame crystal core looked good, purely for use as a collection, and tapped the canine crystal core and the 2 flame crystal cores. But somehow, it's like the body instinctively has some kind of craving. He also tapped down 2 metal crystal cores in passing. Altogether those 2 green crystal cores, take them and bring them back to turn in your quest. With a finger clicking on crystal and core, a new message appeared on the game pop-up window. Your apocalyptic survival character is dropping off a new gift for you. Senior, actually, it's enough for me to take 1 green crystal core. You killed them all this time. Xiao Shengsheng squirmed, and Du Ziren smiled slightly. Take it. Consider it as a reward for the right choice you just made. Like this. After receiving the 2 green crystal cores, the young girl's face was flushed. She didn't know what she was thinking about. Compared to the indifference of the person who had just gunned down several people in the sea of fire, it was like a different person. Finally, the first boss level is done. At dawn, Du Ziren slowly rubbed his eyes. At this very moment, the rich kids trapped in the lookout are talking about how people can live here. But in reality, hello. The long hours of depression, boredom, and lack of rest had caused most of the men to slump to the floor and doze off. The opening in the stacked steel frame was illuminated by rays of dawn's shimmering light. A touch of fatigue welled up when all was silent. Du Ziren looked at his cell phone displaying about to be turned off, and just wanted to put it away and find a corner to squint for a short while. The lull. Right in front of the corner observation port the fire department hit. A package was dropped in. Ward Hare? Are rescuers not resting at this hour? Subconsciously, I thought it was food, quilts, or something sent from the outside world. But when Du Ziren walked in and took a look, he couldn't help but look dumbfounded. Xiao Shengsheng gifts Du Ziren. A few big words were presented on the package. Not buddy? Is this game company so hard connected? There are people in the fire department, able to deliver the game's peripheral gifts to a steel frame that collapsed over 10 meters into the rubble? Panicked, he looked out toward the passport. Du Ziren squinted his eyes, and vaguely was able to see that the ladder, that was still active outside the high altitude. Could it be? Did the game company say hello to the fire brigade? Let them help send it in? In the name of the company. It's true that we can ask the fire department to help. After thinking about it carefully, Du Ziren felt that this game package was the one that the fireman had just delivered. Without much thought, unraveled the cardboard box that was only the size of a book. Click click click. The box opens just like in the game screen. A slender oval blue canine crystal core, 2 crimson flame crystal cores, and 2 metallic colored metal crystal cores came into view. In the darkness of the night, these 5 crystal cores emitted a faint fluorescent light, and it seemed as if there was a quicksand-like flow of energy within the crystal cores. I wonder if this time, with all the chemical dyes in these perimeters, they'll be able to shine a little longer. Rubbing a few crystal cores, Du Ziren felt that touching them was simply warmer than sleeping on an electric blanket. Finding a corner and squatting down, several crystal cores were all stuffed into Du Ziren's chest, and a warm clump of warmth immediately arose. Well, so tired. Sleep. Closing his eyes and holding these game peripherals, Du Ziren leaned against the wall and slowly fell asleep. In the dead of night, there was a lot of grunting, and the people leaned against the wall, and their bodies, which were still a little shivering from the cold, suddenly stretched out. It was as if a small furnace had been stuffed into this lookout, all of a sudden, and the temperature inside the steel frame had skyrocketed. Buzz. In a daze, what no one was clear about was this: the skin of Du Ziren's body at the moment, bizarrely took on a crimson hue, and his entire body was like a small furnace, rolling hot and scary. Phew phew, with every hot breath he exhaled, a horrible white smoke stretched out from his pores. Inside his arms, the two flame crystal cores were rapidly losing their crimson luster, reduced to a white crystal. The two metal crystal cores, on the other hand, were flowing with a silver-gray light, constantly lingering all over Du Ziren's body, as if they were coated with a layer of silver film underneath the fire-red skin. Only that canine crystal core, in the rapid evaporation, green smoke curls between Du Ziren's chest, appeared a canine pattern mark. Chapter 52 Steel Frame? The steel frame is paving the way for him? The chosen one. In the morning, the early morning sunlight shines through the observation port into the lookout. Well, what a great way to sleep. Du Ziren slowly raised his eyelids and stretched. I can't believe I fell asleep in this hole? No. Why do I think I slept well last night? It was warm. Holy, I feel the same way. Last night was pretty much the warmest sleep I've had since I've been sick. As Du Ziren woke up, a group of rich second generation who were ambling to sleep also turned awake. The strange thing was that under this oppressive environment, the rich second generation who were supposed to have poor sleep quality and pale faces, at this moment, one by one, they stood up. Their faces were flushed, and they were all alive and well. Could it be? What SM tendencies does my body have? Just have to sleep in this situation to sleep well? You can't, can you? I'm not sure if you SM or not, but I definitely don't have the inclination. Can't. I kinda don't want to leave here now. A few of the rich kids were talking with rosy cheeks, sweeping away yesterday's slump. Clank. Outside the lookout, the firefighter, who was sliding on the ladder, was just about to approach the front of the detection hole, and uttered a few words of comfort to the rich kid inside. After all, judging from yesterday, this group of pampered rich kids must already be complaining after sleeping here for another night. Able to. After putting his head together, the fireman was dumbfounded. What? SM? This group of rich kids, playing SM here? What the hell? Have to stay here for a few more days? Can't be one night and give these rich kids a psychotic, can you? Firefighter scratches his ears and just feels like the world is crazy. Scrambling, he slid the ladder and moved away from the hole. At the same time, a loud and clear voice rang out. Guys, everyone, after a night study by experts last night, we the fire department have decided to start excavating the big hole today, but because of the uncertainty of the force angle, the excavation will move slowly. Expect to completely excavate the stabilized hole within 48 hours. What? 48 hours? It doesn't matter. It's only 48 hours. I could have slept for 480 hours with the quality of sleep I got last night. Right on. The words came out in a false breath, and firemen had expected the sound to be followed by what must have been a myriad of invective and resentment. Outcome. Another odd murmur came. What? 480 hours of sleep? No. I have to apply quickly to get them out. These rich kids, they must be going crazy. Clunk. Ladder, a slide. Outside the lookout, firefighters are on fire, worried about the mental state of the crowd inside. Inside the lookout, a group of rich kids are laughing and talking about what they dreamed about last night. Simply, one wall, two worlds. What? It takes 48 hours? Listening to the firefighter, the only one who broke down was Du Ziren. The cell phone is dead. 48 hours? How do you expect me to get through a whole 48 hours without seeing the lovely Shang Shang? Crazy. And all 480 hours? I think these rich kids just haven't had a good night's sleep. Looking contemptuously at the observation deck, with a buzz of rich youngsters, Du Ziren tentatively walked to the observation port. He looked back and forth at several observation points, and finally he was able to see a hole with an angle facing down. Through this hole, you can see the luxury cars parked on the ground. If only there was a steel bar that could fall through here. Isn't it? Wouldn't it just slant to form a downward pedestrian walkway? Thinking whimsically like this, Du Ziren just wanted to go home earlier, charge his phone earlier, and see Qiu Shengsheng earlier. Snap! But, when the large hand touched the edge of the observation port, Du Ziren fell into a trance. His arm glowed a silver color that was hard to gap, and he had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed like he could actually command steel bar to move. Hiss! Can't be playing too many games and thinking I'm Wu Hai Ben Hai, can you? With a demented laugh, what Du Ziren couldn't notice was, buzz. The steel frames were piled up across the sinking ground, and the topmost one, with a hum, was tipping down diagonally toward his angle, just as he had expected. Same time, live from the Wannabe City Fire Department. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Wannabe Fire Department EMS Live. According to last night's crowd report, 32 people have been trapped in the Wolfsbane Mountain lookout collapse. After last night's investigation, It has been determined that no one has been injured. The city's experts, after overtime calculations, expect to artificially excavate the rescue hole within 48 hours. This broadcast will keep you posted. In front of the camera, a well-dressed female reporter was standing a dozen meters away from the watchtower, with a serious expression. The heat was unprecedented in the live room. Like to drink Coke? Lumpy, you'll be honest. Holy. Turns out not a single person was actually heard last night after the live broadcast of Norman's medicine was interrupted. Shaving my hair just to be with my wife, that's just unfortunate. I was at that live broadcast last night. We were still wishing, and the meteorite fell. How unlucky, and how fortunate. Should I say no? Beetle nut less, it's good to be fine. Maybe it's God's mercy on us sick people that there's not a single casualty in such a big disaster? Yes, 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 they'll be able to come out. Right, everyone will be fine. Countless hopeful pop-ups boiled over in the broadcast room. This urban accident has attracted the attention of patients in almost all districts of the city of Wannan City. Ladies and gentlemen, please believe in the power of our fire department. We must. The hostess picked up the momentum and was just about to reinforce the confidence of everyone watching the patient. Clank, clank. The lull. A strange sound came from high above. What's the commotion? Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Moderator. Behind you on the lookout. Steel bar. The steel bar collapsed twice. What? Panicked. He looked high into the sky as a loud clap of thunder exploded overhead. Buzz buzz. 1, 2, 3. Almost dozens of twisted steel bars dangled from the edges of the pile. Rumble. It looked as if the bars were about to fall into the corner of the pile and cause a secondary collapse when... No! The hostess closed her eyes, and even in the broadcast room, the moment was silent. Rumble. The loud noise scared the crowd in the watchtower to death. Hey, 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 it's not, is it? A second collapse. Ha, don't. I haven't been in love yet. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I still have tens of millions of dollars unspent in my account. Countless cacophonous noises jumbled together. But, it is in this chaos, despair, collapse of a moment, more than a dozen steel bar buzzing after the slide. Actually bizarrely stalled for a moment. Subsequently, clunk. These steel bars descended in a slanting heap in a crooked manner under the detection port, in front of Duzirin, piling up and pressing a slanting, uneven downward slope. Clank. The ground shook, but the steel bars did not fall in the slightest under this piled-up ramp of steel paths, strangely intertwined in a deadly fashion. Bare your teeth. In corners unseen by the onlooker, between the messy steel bars, the terrifyingly high temperatures melted quickly. The steel was welded together, forming a seemingly dangerous, but solidly sloping road. Clang. As the sound of movement was completely quiet, Duzirin was surprised to find that the detection port, in front of him seemed to have expanded a circle outside. Those iron filings bent and formed a large opening. He himself was standing in front of this opening, and underneath it was the downward sloping railroad track. What do you mean? I just said that and a steel bar really fell and paved the way? Duzirin was in a daze. He was confused, and the anchor woman on the ground was even more confused. Not to mention the lack of crisis under the secondary collapse. Those steel bars actually gave a teenager high in the air a foot. A seemingly dangerous walkway down? What the kind of luck does that have to be? This guy. Is it hard to be some kind of chosen one? Chapter 53 Boiling Livestream. Stonehammer's Blessing. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. After an eerie moment of silence, even the ever-civilized hostess couldn't help but burst out a few foul words after a moment of jaw-dropping. It's too much of a ing exaggeration. A man. What kind of luck does it take to get a second collapsed building to pave one's way? It's as if a victim was trapped under earthquake rubble, and after a second aftershock, the rubble opened up for you instead, purposely allowing you to crawl out. If you're so lucky, don't you just take the first prize of the scratch-off lottery? Steel bars are paving the way for that teenager. Ha! The cameraman had looked dumbfounded. It wasn't that he was pulling some big falsehood about strange forces, but from his point of view, it was indeed the steel bars that had fallen of their own accord and had accidentally paved an avenue in front of the teenager. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This nigga? Science? Nobody? You open? You tell me. Did you have a system? Did it ding? Inside the lookout platform, the group of rich second-generation people all look odd as well. Their bodies were still cowering in the corners of the walls, but they looked at Duzirin with horrified faces. Duzirin was also confused. He scratched his head, trying to say something in his defense, but nothing came out. Though you may not believe it, but I really didn't do anything. Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Grass. I hear the echoes of strong luck. You guy, are you really a blessing? Awesome. Why don't you quit acting? Are you kidding? I'm not going to worship Buddha or burn incense when I'm hospitalized from now on. I'm going to put up your big head sticker. Noisy murmurs rose, and Du Ziren smiled helplessly, looking at the winding railroad tracks beneath his feet. He tentatively just tried to take a step. Don't! The lull! One of the firefighters, on the ladder, hurriedly shouted to stop Du Ziren's action. It's not at all easy to tell if this kind of secondary collapse building is solid or not. Wouldn't it be over if it collapsed with 1 foot? You mustn't just come down here. Wait. I'll call for a specialist. Right away. Firefighter hastily removed the phone from his pocket. Not long after, a few old men dressed in white expert tunics hurried over. Upon seeing those splintered steel bars that coincidentally formed a slanting downward path, even those with gray hair and extensive knowledge could not help but feel a sense of surprise. Outrageous. That's okay? Look at the folding structure of the steel frame under the slope. This accidentally completed steel-framed ramp may be unexpectedly sturdy. No, did you guys notice that? There's iron clay between the steel frames, like it's artificially welded. What? One of the older experts pointed to the welding between the steel frames and his face became even more puzzled. The remaining few old experts were even more astonished after hearing this and fixing their eyes to take a closer look. It's not just a matter of luck anymore. What exactly would it take to make the steel frame weld automatically? Is it hard for anyone to have high temperature ability? One of the old experts had just guessed so, when another old expert directly vetoed it. Are you nuts? It's okay, the movies are too much, aren't they? And alien powers? Why don't you say there's been a zombie virus outbreak? So what do you think? The welding between the steel frames. What's going on? Just when both experts were about to argue, one expert raised his head and stared blankly at the huge meteorite on the watchtower. The dark meteorite was still emitting white smoke, and it seemed that the energy inside the meteorite had not yet finished abating after the fall. Stop it all. If you ask me, it was the residual heat of that meteorite that burned. And then the red-warmed steel bars just happened to fall and intersect each other. The melted apart steel strips directly and just happened to link again to form the current scene. Hiss. Is this possible? How low must the probability be? Impossible? That's better than your bull ***** high temperature powers conclusion, right? Just as a group of experts were disquisition, Du Ziren, who was in front of the detection port, once again stretched out a head. He had his cell phone in his hand and was in a real hurry. I haven't seen Xiao Sheng yet today. Hey, a couple of experts, can you come down now? Several experts nodded after looking at each other. It's okay, but make sure you're slow on the way down so you don't tap. Before this could be said, Du Ziren directly climbed out of the detection port and slid down from the height as if on a slide. After a quick, smooth, and safe landing, Du Ziren walked to the parking area with a calm face and waved towards Xiao above again. Hey, hurry up, drive back. I'm in a hurry to get home. The cell phone is running out of juice. High up in the sky on the watchtower, Xiao was in a daze. Not buddy? You like playing your stupid black screen game that much? That's crazy. It should be fine, right? Taking a tentative step, Xiao also rode the slope and carefully slid down. His action, the entire lookout platform, in the rich second generation, all of a sudden one by one came to the interest, grabbing and making a fuss to slide down. Out of this. Like dumplings, the 32 stranded people simply slid down the slope and escaped the dangerous ruins. Woohoo! In some cases, they even shouted out as they skated. The flippant look was as if they hadn't fallen on hard times, but had come to experience some kind of amusement program. Silly, the hostess looked dumbfounded, and the firefighters, on the ladder, ready to rescue them also looked dumbfounded. Even the rows of experts who were studying the mechanical structure looked dumbfounded as they slid down from a height. What happened? Toth promised 48 hours of urgent human resuscitation. How are you? Directly after the secondary collapse, the refugees slid out of the high-altitude debris on their own? What's the big deal? Isn't this a waste of time? If I'd known, I might have been better off not coming. Fear of stones, drink more water, ward hair? I'm so dumbfounded. 1 second the host was saying that this rescue was exceptionally difficult, and the next second all those people were sliding down the aerial slide? Kidney deficiency male, it's a real deal. That Du Ziren is a koi carp. I saw him standing at the entrance of that hole, and then boom, countless steel bars fell down and paved the way for him. Some brothers have, as outrageous as it may seem, the experts have said that it's the residual heat from that meteorite that's causing it. However, I prefer to believe the superstitious point of view. Du Ziren is the blessed star Ben Xing'a. The first time the meteorite fell, the steel bar didn't hit him. The second time the steel bar fell, it happened to pave the way for him. Is this a human being? It's open. Does it feel like this one has activated some kind of system, Dad? Upstairs, you've read too many novels, haven't you? The official live broadcast room was also an unstoppable buzz at the moment. The suddenness of such a miraculous scene after a long period of repression completely inflamed everyone's hopes. Third chemo, they're all surviving here. If there's such a small chance of survival, I'm sure my 4th chemo treatment will be a success too. Grass in the rocks, yes. They're all right, life is great. We, the sick, should believe in hope too. Happy travels. Those who believe in miracles are themselves miracles. What's more, a miracle is really happening in front of us now? Chapter 54 High-Class Banquet. Planned Neighborhood, Jing'an Neighborhood? Above, the live feed was abuzz. Miracles, they really do happen. They really do warm the cold heart of every sick person. Mr. Do, may I ask what you have to say about this escape? The hostess took the microphone and hurriedly rushed towards Du Ziren, who was ready to leave. She also glanced at the live broadcast, knowing that the center of attention right now was Du Ziren, and grabbing him was grabbing the traffic. Du Ziren's hand was already pulling on the mailbox door, but looking at the camera pop-ups, he made a solemn statement. My advice, never give up hope until the last minute. You only live once, and it's not about living for others to see, it's about living as you are, whether it's a struggling grass in a crack in the stone, or a rotten root withered in a flower pot. At least, we came to this world. We have lived. The meaning of life is in the infinite possibilities. After solemnly bowing towards the camera, Du Ziren quickly got into the car, this passionate after the rescue words. The live broadcast room once again reverberated a sound. He's right. Everyone has infinite possibilities. Life shouldn't just wither away. Right. When I get better, I'm gonna hike the globe. I'm going to learn street dance. Fierce pop-ups churned. Unbeknownst to him, Du Ziren, who was still righteously speaking after saying these words, drilled into the car with an anxious face and urged He Xiao for a while. Come on, take me home. I'm in a hurry to play the game. By the way, do you have a charging port in your car? He Xiao looked at Du Ziren with a stunned expression. Not buddy? That righteous, positive-looking person outside the car just now, was that really you? It's hard to imagine how someone who was so positive just moments ago can turn into a comedian as soon as they get in the car. Asked you, is there a charger? There is buddy. Yes. Flustered, he handed the car's USB port cable to Du Ziren, who looked over at He Xiao while charging his cell phone. Right. My gig fee? Don't worry about that. It'll be in the account right away. Right. There's one more thing I need to tell you. What? It's tonight. In order to repay you for escaping with the guests attending the banquet, Norman Medicine's rich and powerful party would like to invite you to attend together. Don't worry. This time it's just a big hotel eating banquet. Seemingly afraid that Du Ziren would not agree, He Xiao emphasized the word eat. Oh, so polite. No, is there an appearance fee for inviting me? I'll consider it if there is. I can apply. Oh, that'll do. Nodding mercenary, He Xiao really found it hard to think of the current Du Ziren, and the Du Ziren who had just motivated the sick, as the same person. Buzz. Your bank card with the tail number 0304 has just been credited with 500,000 yuan. The current account balance is $772. The phone finally got power to turn on and a message popped right up. Looking at the amount that suddenly arrived, Du Ziren was dumbfounded. Hey, didn't we agree on 250,000? How did it double? Maybe it's a thank you fee from Norman Pharmaceuticals? Or, a fee for attending tonight? As He Xiao explained, Du Ziren didn't chime in, but instead, Woody opened the Doomsday Survival game. As soon as the game screen loads, you can see the white snowy landscape. Wearing a somewhat torn combat military uniform, Xiao Shengsheng was covering her chest as she walked towards the mining black market, with a face of excitement. Hey, Xing, my family's Shengsheng. Xing's clothes are torn off. Kryptonite later, get her a new outfit. Laughing dementedly at the game screen for a while, He Xiao twisted her head from time to time to look at Du Ziren with an odd expression on her face. Here we go again. Giggling like a demented man at the onset of a pitch-black cell phone screen. Mr. Du, is there an intermittent neurological disorder? After all, seeing him interviewed, he's rather like a normal person. Maybe this is the aftermath of tachyphylaxis healing itself? Surveying Du Ziren's demented face, He Xiao forcibly resisted the several times he wanted to drive straight to the mental hospital, and drove the car towards the Caesar Hotel, in the city. According to Norman Pharmaceuticals, a business meeting is going to be held here tonight. Most of the exchange entrepreneurs who came were the families of the rich kids who fled from the lookout. Today, if Du Ziren, the benefactor, could be there, it would be a highlight. Hey. Show is so pretty when he smiles. Du Ziren's idiotic laughter came from the back seat of the car all the time, and He Xiaoquan treated it as if he didn't see it. Driving the car, the other side. Facing the fluttering snowflakes, Xiao Shengsheng walked all the way back to the entrance of the mine. Tap. Moving forward, she once again returned to the iron gate. Behind the door, Sister Xia was constantly surveying the situation outside with a worried look on her face. It wasn't until she saw Qiu Shengsheng return that her originally worried face completely collapsed. Qiu Shengsheng is back safely? What does that mean? Wu Hai's sneak attack failed? Or has Wu Hai been? Whichever speculation it was, Kasumi didn't dare to think about it in detail. Autumn. Miss Autumn. You're back? Respectful as an old slave. Sister Xia changed her name to Qiu Shengsheng for the first time. Qiu Shengsheng calmly swept her a glance and beckoned. Check the wound. Oh. Trembling and running out of the iron gate, Sister Xia symbolically touched the surface of Qiu Shengsheng's body. When she saw the 2 green crystal cores in Qiu Shengsheng's arms, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and the amazement in her eyes flashed by, but she no longer coveted them. Autumn. Miss Autumn. The inspection is over. You can go back now. Bending over respectfully, Xia couldn't wait to bury her head in the dirt. Without Wu Hai and the Viper Mercenary Corps, she was nothing in front of Qiu Shengsheng. Without caring about the change in Sister Xia's face, Qiu Shengsheng took a step and directly headed straight towards the middle floor's task room. After turning in this quest, next, Shengsheng will also be able to live in the 3rd floor facility. I wonder what's going on in the 3rd floor of the mining black market. Being able to live there, Shengsheng's happiness value should still go up, right? In the back seat of the Maybach, Du Ziren rubbed his chin and kept envisioning the expression on Qiu Shengsheng's face when the time came to move into her new home. Just thinking of the little ninny's happy smile, Du Ziren couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth curl up. If the one you like can be happy, then you will be happy with it. Crazy. In the driver's seat, He Xiao shook his head sadly as the car slowly drove into the parking lot of the Caesar Hotel. In a few moments, he led Du Ziren, who was playing with his cell phone with his head down, and stepped into the banquet site of the Caesar's Hotel. Chapter 55 High-Class Banquet. Planned Neighborhood, Jing'an Neighborhood? Medium, Caesar Hotel, the only 5-star hospitality hotel in southern Anhui. You can imagine how much money and material resources were spent to make this place a banquet site. But, it's in venues like this. At this moment, the red carpet is spread out in the 1st floor hall, and the European round tables are staggered. There are constantly suits, dresses female models in and out of the venue. A teenager wearing a hospital gown nestled in the corner, head down playing with his cell phone to himself. It was as if no amount of lavish spectacle could match the flavor of the cell phone game in his hand. Mr. Du, the boss of Huaham Gas is here. Look up. He Xiao sat beside Du Ziren and urged him in a low voice. He was truly speechless. Dude can really just play with a black screen phone all day. What old boss? Playing games. Don't rush. Cricket gave He Xiao a sound. And suddenly, a loyal voice came from his side. I think it's Fortunate Star of Wannan City, Du Ziren. Mr. Du, right? When he looked up, a middle-aged man with a country face and glasses in a black suit was smiling towards himself and extending his large, broad hand. You are? Oh, I'm so sorry. My humble self, General Manager of Huahang Gas, Wang Dashan. Thank you very much for taking care of Inuyasha at the Wolfsbane lookout. You said it, didn't you, Koyama? Wang Dashan reached out his hand, and with his other hand, he grabbed his son and pushed towards Du Ziren. Du Ziren fixed his eyes. Hey, an acquaintance. The teenager called Xiaoshan was the rich kid who asked him what game he was playing. At this moment, Wang Xiaoshan looked at Du Ziren's darkened cell phone screen, still with a face of disgust and pity. He laughed and forced a smile. Hello guys, symbolically shaking hands with Wang Dashan. Du Ziren didn't care how powerful the other party was and went back to looking at his cell phone with his head down. It's scratching his head awkwardly. This was the first time Wang Dashan had been left out in the cold. He just sat there beside Du Ziren, neither leaving nor not leaving. Dad, I told you, there's something wrong with this guy. Wang Xiaoshan reached out and pointed to his head, grumbling with Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan's face darkened, but he didn't say anything else. Yield STH. A few more entrepreneurs came towards Du Ziren's side, and they all thanked Du Ziren for the care on the lookout. But Du Ziren were all simply polite, and then lowered his head to continue playing with his cell phone. Just kidding. Is it as important to spend time with those old denizens as it is to spend time with your wife? Lowering his head and sinking into the game screen, Du Ziren also didn't notice that his table was already filled with bigwigs from the entire Wannan city. The small circle that other people couldn't even mix in if they wanted to, Du Ziren didn't care about it instead. Cough. I don't know how long it took, but a clear female voice rang out from the center of the banquet site. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the corporate networking event hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. This exchange is dedicated to making major companies cooperate with each other and win-win. The first item in this exchange, suburban land development. Government named new neighborhood construction. the design guidelines for the Jing'an neighborhood. The loud female voice echoed through the loudspeaker at the banquet site, and Du Ziren, who was still playing with his cell phone with his head down, was violently stunned. What? Jing'an neighborhood? Looking up at the scene, Du Ziren could see a huge display in the center. On the display, a plot of land in the suburbs was being labeled. Only, I think I've seen the outline of that land somewhere myself. Jing'an neighborhood. Jing'an neighborhood? Wait, I remember Qiu Shangshang. Wasn't the first time she appeared, she was trapped in a garage in this neighborhood? Masaka, these two are the same place? Staring blankly at the map and the display, Du Ziren suddenly burst out laughing. It's impossible. A game is a game. Reality is reality. Shaking his head, Du Ziren just wanted to lower his head and continue playing the game. Suddenly, Wang Dashan, who was beside him, saw Du Ziren's interest in Jing'an district, and took the initiative to pick up the conversation. Mr. Du, could it be that you know something about the quiet neighborhood? He looked at Du Ziren snidely, and Wang Xiaoshan beside him laughed unashamedly. Dad, you're joking again. How could he possibly know about a government program that was just established? Yeah, I really don't know. It's just that when I look at that drawing, I think there's something familiar about it. Oh, familiar? Have you seen it anywhere? In the game. Game? Right. It's this game of mine. The graphics are exquisite and the plot is unbeatable. Heavy on cultivation and interaction. It's simply a great tool for killing time. Raising the cell phone in his hand, Du Ziren was just about to settle for the Doomsday Survival game, when the father and son beside him fell silent. Mr. Du, we don't like to play games. Looking at the darkened screen, Wang Dashan was certain that the boy did have more or less some brain problems. You said you saw the same neighborhood in the game? Since you saw it, you should be able to copy out the design, right? How about Brother Du? You copy it out. Maybe the design of this project will be taken by you. You should know that the design fee for this project is 100 Su wanted to tease Du Ziren. Wang Xiaoshan casually joked. The other person's phone is blacked out anyway, so what other drawings can you really cash in on? Unwillingly, after he said this, Du Ziren's eyes lit up violently. Hiss. Rich, if you're going to say you have money, I'm really going to have to try. As soon as he heard that there was money, Du Ziren said anything to get on board. The land in the display screen is almost 99% similar to the Jing'an district. If so, isn't it likely that the drawings of the Jing'an district in the game will be used as a reality? Thinking of this, Du Ziren no longer cared about the surrounding comments, but just looked at the game screen and poked towards Qiu Xingxing's small face. Pith, remember the drawing you got of the Jing'an neighborhood? Wu Hai and the others are dead. That thing is useless. Can I have it? That's quite an act, Watching Du Ziren talking to the screen again, Wang Xiaoshan laughed out loud with joy, shaking his head helplessly. He also pressed Du Ziren's words into his ears, only thinking that the other party was having a fit. Gentlemen, Jing'an neighborhood is the upcoming development of mine, near the house. In a short time, the price of the house must rise. It would be a profitable project to undertake. The bidding process for the project design will now begin. Those who think they are capable of contracting can raise their hands and start reporting. In front of the big screen, the hostess's voice kept echoing through the hall. Everyone looks at the land in the screen, silently out of focus, torn between making a move or not. Same time. Drawings of the quiet neighborhood? Elder, what do you need that for? Qiu Xingxing's pace suddenly lurched, and she looked high into the sky in surprise. In Qiu Xingxing's opinion, as far as the predecessor's ability of that stature is concerned, he shouldn't need to know the layout of the Jing'an district, right? Isn't it just a messy kill if you go in and out casually? I'd like to take it and study it. Since senior wants it, Shang will get it back for you. Without too much thinking, when the senior said she wanted it, Qiu Shangshang would decisively go and get it. With a big step, Qiu Shangshang immediately walked into the task room. Chapter 56 High-Class Banquet. Planned Neighborhood, Jing'an Neighborhood? Below, Mining Black Market Middle Level, Quest Room. The place still maintained its previous hustle and bustle, and most of the scavengers, and alien, were pointing at the quests on the walls, making their selections. Suddenly, a crisp ringing sound caught the attention of the crowd. Sister Linya, I'm back. Qiu Shangshang was covered in tattered and blackened clothes, but walked in with a happy face. Oh, Shou, you're back so soon? That mission, you wouldn't? Linya stood behind the bar, and looked at Qiu Shangshang in a bit of a trance. K9 Warriors, S mission. If that senior had stepped in, it would have been solved in minutes. But looking at Qiu Xingxing's tattered clothing, it was thought that she was also involved in the mission to take action. Hardly. Is that senior intent on exercising Qiu Shangsheng? What's she up to? In her heart, she kept slandering, but Linya's face still squeezed out a smile. I did complete that quest, but there's no rush on that right now. Sister Linya, do you still remember? The Jing'an district, drawings I brought back earlier? Remember. What's wrong? Can I buy that drawing, if no one ever claims it? Oh, you mean that. Actually, it's not necessary. If no one claims it, you can just take it. With those words, Linya bent down and rummaged around behind the earthen bar, for a while, finally finding the creased Jing'an neighborhood drawing. Here, take that. Though I don't know what you want this for, it's okay to take it. Right. You said you completed the quest. That green crystal core. At the mention of the green crystal core, Linya's eyes flooded with light. In a third-tier safe camp, like the mining black market, the green crystal core was definitely considered a rare item. Almost as soon as her sentence was uttered, all eyes in the still noisy task room looked towards the bar. A green quality crystal core? My goodness, this girl child, she wouldn't have taken on a task that Fire Source mercenary group didn't even manage, right? What did she just say? She's done? Really? To be able to take down a green crystal core, one's strength is at least alien third order, right? Countless questioning gazes appeared. Xiao Shengsheng ignored them and instead picked up the roll of drawings and greeted Linya. Sister Linya, I'll go out for a while and be right back. Well, watching Xiao Shengshan leave, Linya's gaze did not have the slightest suspicion in it, only envy. Joking, if that's senior all the way to escort, you do not say green crystal core, is purple crystal core cannot be taken Tap tap tap. Walking to a corner of the cramped dirt road, Xiao Shengsheng made sure that no one was there, and then held the drawing up in both hands respectfully. Elder, the drawings you asked for, the object of your apocalyptic survival is pitching you a new gift. Do you accept? Yes. On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren clicked yes, without hesitation. His face now could be described as rather complicated. If the game's drawings actually turn out to be true, then to say the least, the game's modeling is all over the map. Sure, there's actually kind of a brainstorm. Autumn Shang is living after her own time. The zombie outbreak in her part of the world was at least 100 years after her own time here. Assuming that if he really used the drawing to build the Jing'an cell, it would take at least a few years to complete. It would be another decade or so for the cell's personnel to move in, plus the age of Xiao Shengsheng and the old zombies in the game scenario to determine. Xiao Shengsheng is living 100 years into her own future? This statement is outrageous, but it does get to the question of the 99% similarity of the drawings. After all, it's not often in the world that land divisions look exactly the same. He helped to build the Jing'an district, and Xiao Shengsheng coincidentally hid in it 100 years later? A zombie virus outbreak in the future? Hiss. The more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. I must have read too many novels. It's just a game. Xiao Shengsheng's side is a game. My side is reality. That's all. Patting his own head, Du Ziren wondered if he had been exposed to too many things lately and had begun to think wildly. His gaze was transfixed on the door to the banquet. He became curious. The gamers of Doomsday Survival Game. How are they going to get the delivery here this time? Gentlemen, allow me to re-emphasize. Huge mines will be developed around the neighborhood, and the value of this neighborhood will then be self-evident. The hostess's voice grew louder, and Du Ziren's eyes narrowed. It's getting more and more like it. Isn't Xiao Xingxing's safe camp known as the mining black market? Hiss. Is it also possible that this game development, in fact, is a government agent? Saw the government land plan in advance and made this game map setting? The brain is not without its haphazard ringing. Put. Suddenly, a waiter who was holding up a dinner tray handed a package right in front of Du Ziren. Excuse me, you're Mr. Du, right? Anan. What? Before the word up could be uttered, Du Ziren froze. Familiar package. Familiar words. The package was clearly written with the words Xiao Shengsheng sends Du Ziren, in large letters. The package was only as big as an envelope, and it looked like some kind of paper had been placed inside. Where did you get this? He asked the waiter, who shrugged. We just went outside to push the food cart, and the security guard said that there was an extra parcel on a Maybach, and when he saw that it was yours, he brought it in. Is this game company that good, that even locates me here? Scratching his head, Du Ziren casually opened the package, and a neighborhood planning map, as big as a world map was instantly presented on the dining table. Yeah, this? Wang Dashan, who had originally lost interest in Du Ziren, brightened up when he saw the drawings, full of plans. It's this planning, this construction, it's perfect, ingenious. Isn't this the perfect setting for the quiet neighborhood? Engaged in the gas industry, Wang Dashan also knows a little about building lots. The dense planning on that drawing was almost as if it came from a master's hand. Mr. Du, this drawing, where did you get it? Would you believe me if I said it was around the game? Shaking the drawing in his hand, Du Ziren shone the light back and forth at the large central screen. The contours of the land can't be said to be identical. It's practically carved out of a bone. Holy, is it hard to believe that the game developers really have people from the government? With this crap game of theirs, They can still recruit professional designers to set up map plans for them? No, you're so rich, get more publicity. After cursing the gamer a few times for SX, Duziran looked at Wang Dashan. Mr. Wang, this thing really works. Ha, this is more than working. This is simply the perfect program. Genius. Whoever designed this plan is an absolute genius. Ha, so, can I take this thing and bid on it? Trying to retrieve the drawing, Wang Dashan had already clasped one hand on top of the drawing. Boy, do you know some bigwig in the design world who just took pictures on his cell phone and sent them over? Can you sell me this drawing? How about I give you the winning bid of $1 million whether the bid is successful or not? Excitedly withholding the drawing, Wang Dashan seemed to have some intention of operating on his own. On the side, Wang Xiaoshan looked dumbfounded. Not buddy, you can really pull out a design, can't you? You dogs, you can't be playing dumb all the time, pretending to be a pig in a poke, can you? He looked at Duziran suspiciously, feeling that he couldn't see through this psycho anymore. Oh, you offer 100? You want to take over the business yourself and make a profit. I wonder then, a few others? Duziran didn't rush to agree to it, but instead, his eyes turned around and slowly looked at several other entrepreneurs at the table. At once, a circle of heckling sounded. Me, Asakawa Land Company, I can offer $1 million. I'll give you $2 million. Boy, I've seen the drawings, they're professional. Sell me, I'll pay $3 million. Chapter 57 Overachievement. Canine Warriors, a shock. Seeing that the cries were getting louder and louder, Wang Dashan got anxious. Immediately, he fumed and shouted a high price. $2 million. Mr. Du, this is beyond the value of this drawing plan. $2 million to make a friend. And in the future, if anything happens in Wannan City, you call my name. The eyes under the frame were full of pleading. Duziran looked at Wang Dashan for a moment and nodded after a moment of thought. Okay, but I'm asking for a quick turnaround. Is that okay? Yes. Come, Xiaoshan, go and ask for Mr. Du's card number and dial the money immediately. What are you waiting for? Oh, Wang Xiaoshan was baffled. This guy Duziran, where the hell did he get drawings from? Not to mention the fact that the land project was just released a second ago. It's just that overtime, drawings, have to be sketched out in a day, right? Not to mention the drawings of the complete plan. Could it be that this guy has someone in the government? Knew about the land division in advance? Drawings, prepared long ago? Looking at Duziran speculatively, Wang Xiaoshan smiled fawningly. Brother Du, let's add a friend. You send me the card number. I'll transfer you right away. Okay. Simply added a V with Wang Xiaoshan and lost the card number. A few moments later, your bank card with tail number 0304 has arrived with $2 million. Current balance of $772. Alright then, drawing is yours. Watching the arrival of the SMS, Duziran pushed the drawing to Wang Dashan. Until this moment, he had been a little giddy with wonder. The neighborhood plan that no one asked for in the game can actually sell for $2 million in the real world? Really? Dumbfounded in his seat for a while, Wang Dashan had already held up the drawing and excitedly went to bid. The boring industry exchange continues. Duziran observed for a while more. Really not interested, greeted he Xiao. Not staying. You're done being polite. Take me home, son. Seeing that Duziran had turned around and earned another 200, he Xiao no longer dared to casually perfume Duziran. Immediately, he let him out of the Caesar Hotel and headed towards the parking lot. An hour later, I won't send it then. After returning to his own living room, Duziran exchanged pleasantries with He Xiao, directly closed the door and nestled into the sofa. In the cell phone, the screen of the Doomsday Survival game was also fixed in the mission room. Bar, front. Linya respectfully looked at Xiao Shangshang. Shang, I've already greeted the Canine Warriors. They will come immediately. You're sure? That crystal core, brought it with you, right? It must be a green quality crystal core, of the canine type O. That bunch of them, they're all bad-tempered. I'm remembering that. Standing calmly in front of the bar, it had been baptized by too many dangers. Even though she was now being watched by a bunch of people, Xiao Shangshang was not the least bit cowed and stood still with a cold face. You guys? How in the world did she accomplish her mission as a female? It's not going to be a pickup, is it? You pick one up and I'll see? Either she blindly found a crystal core to mix up the quest. Either that, she must have someone behind her to help. Gossip continued, and Xiao Shangsheng didn't care. She didn't want to expose her predecessor's identity for the sake of her so-called reputation. Her secret with her predecessor was one she only wanted to keep to herself. Tap tap tap. Few moments later, the mission room came to quickly walk in 4 young men. These 4 people had a slightly slimmer figure, yet they wore a tight leather suit. On their bare necks and faces, bizarrely growing a handful of grayish-brown hairs. they looked a bit unorthodox. But it was the 4 people dressed like this. As soon as they entered the task room, which was originally still noisy, was instantly silent. Canine warriors. It's the canine warriors, coming. This is the backbone of our camp. Holy, this is the first time I've seen a squad of 4 exalted, gathered together. Some exclamations rang out, and a youth at the head of the canine warriors immediately came to the bar, with quick steps. I say, Lin Chick, you're saying that someone has completed our mission? Who? The youth's tone was dangling, but when Linya heard it, she didn't lose her temper in the slightest and just smiled. Captain Go. It's this lady, Chiu Shangshang. Miss Chiu has found the crystal core you need. Oh, she, a girl? Following Linya's guidance, the youth immediately raised his eyebrows. Surveying Chiu Shangshang's dry and thin figure, he couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Is there a mistake? She can take out a green quality canine crystal core? No kidding? Hey, I'm warning you guys, I'm not kidding you with my limited time in Goyu. No kidding. I did. Upon hearing this, Chiu Shangshang immediately calmly took out the divine speed crystal core from her bosom. The moment the green oily crystal core appeared, the eyes of the entire task room focused over. The crystal core is not rare in the mining black market, but the green crystal core that is of high quality is a rare thing. Holy, really? Where did she come from? Is it hard to believe that this girl doll went and killed a mutant dog all by herself? The murmurs resounded once again, and Goyu narrowed his eyes, his gaze dead set on the crystal core in Chiu Shangshang's hand. Within the ghostly green crystal core, the swimming energy continued, slowly converging into the form of a dog. Nice! It is indeed a green crystal core of the canine system. Give it to me. As soon as he excitedly stretched out his large hand, which was full of fur and sharp claws and lunged with a harsh wind, Chiu Shangshang calmly withdrew his hand. Things I do have. What about you? What about taking me into the 3rd floor? As promised? Oh, that reaction. Hiss. I would have looked away. You're not simple either. Watching Chiu Shangshang's retraction speed, the pupils of Goyu's eyes gradually turned yellow. He realized that there was something wrong with the girl in front of him. Perhaps this crystal core was really her kill. Okay, with Linya here, there's no way I'm going to back out. How about this? I'll first take you into the 3rd floor, and then give you a deposit of 10 silver coins so that you can move into the 3rd floor. As for your temporary residence, if you don't mind, we can share one of our canine warriors' placement houses with you. How? Raising his eyebrows at Chiu Shangshang, Goyu thought that he had opened a very high bargaining chip. But Chiu Shangshang shook her head decisively. No way. I have younger siblings. Go to the 3rd floor. At least 3 places. UTM. Are you crazy? A deposit of 10 silver coins to take the right to live on the 3rd floor, not to mention the need for someone to vouch for it, is already a lot. You said 3? I don't have to spend 30 silver coins to bring you in just for a green crystal core. Tops. 2 at most. Gritting his teeth, Goyu raised 2 fingers. The 3rd floor of Mining Black Market has few occupants so far, not because it's hard to get a place underground, but because the guarantee amount is too expensive if you want to live in it. Scavenger, you can't make 1 silver coin in your whole life. 1 silver coin. That's 1,000 copper coins. Even if it was a shifter, no one could say how many silver coins they had on them. At 30 silver coins, it's definitely a loss for him. 2 people. Just 2. Achievement. If not, forget it. Somewhat reluctantly looking at the crystal core in Chiu Shangshang's hand, Goyu was the rationalist. Seeing that Chiu Shangshang didn't seem to have any intention of relenting, he let out a long sigh and immediately shook his head as he was about to leave. Wow. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Chiu Shangshang actually took out another green crystal core from her bosom. So what if I have 2 green quality canine crystal cores? What? Chapter 58 Pass are here? This game sews everything together. Ha! Clang! When the 2 greenish crystal cores were pulled out, the flickering ethereal light illuminated the room and clarified it, and the task room was once again silent. 2. How did she get them? Obtaining 2 green crystalline cores means she killed at least 2 powerful mutant dogs, right? Hiss. This girl doll, something's not right. Noise filled the task room at once. Even Linya, who had always been quiet, couldn't help but have her eyelids flutter violently when she saw the 2 green quality crystal cores. 2. If these were mine, I might be able to go to Anson's second-line security camp. Fists clenched, the sour taste of jealousy growing. Why isn't it me that senior is looking at? Her heart turned over, but Linya's face remained calm, smiling as she looked at Chiu Shangshang. Shang, do you have any more crystal cores on you? If so, I actually have a guaranteed spot here. Hopefully. She looked towards Chiu Shangshang, but this time, Chiu Shangshang shook her head and placed the 2 crystal cores on the bar. I only have these 2 green crystal cores on me. I'm not asking for much. Take us 3 siblings to check into the 3rd floor. Plus, give me 10 silver coins. As for a place to live, as long as you can guarantee that no one will just break into your settlement, I'm all for it. Eyes calmly looking towards Goyu. Pfft. At this moment, Goyu's heart was beating faster. Beside him, several comrades couldn't help but excitedly pat his shoulders. Team, Captain, hurry up and agree. Right, as long as you agree, our battle team might be the only 6 elementalist battle team. At that time, it will be the elemental battle team, and we won't be in vain. Captain, why don't the brothers get together? As long as we have these, we can take on more dangerous missions. Wouldn't that money just be earned? As the surrounding proposals continued to be heard, Goyu swallowed his saliva and immediately clenched his teeth and slapped one hand on the bar. Okay, it's a deal. Go, pick up your siblings now and let's go to the 3rd floor entrance to do the registration. Tap tap tap. Leading the way and striding out of the task room, Goyu was somewhat impatient. Inside the mission room, there was silence. The people who had originally questioned Shou Shengsheng, at this moment, all of them lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. To be able to take out 2 green crystalline cores, even if he didn't kill them by himself, his means were not to be messed with. It's finally done. Thanks to Senior giving me an extra crystal core. After walking out of the task room, expressionlessly, Shou Shengsheng quietly let out a long breath, and after the frost on her face briefly loosened up, she once again resumed her coldness. In the meantime, Du Ziren looked at the game interface. The Canine Warriors group had already led Shou Shengsheng's family of 3 to a mound. The earth pit opens on the left side of the 2nd floor, and takes up less than 100 square feet of space. In the center of the huge mound, a sunken mine hole was particularly obvious. Near the mouth of this mine was paralyzed a young man with short gray-brown hair. A dirt chair was underneath him, and his whole body was slumped in the chair, looking at a magazine to pass the time. Oh, the entrance to the 3rd floor? Could it be here? Du Ziren is a bit curious. The entrance to the mining black market, 2nd floor, is guarded by alien 3rd order, Wuhai. So what about this 3rd floor, which is inaccessible to ordinary people? And what kind of person is guarding it? Tapping the lazy youth's head, a smattering of information jumped to Du Ziren's eyes. Mining black market, 3rd floor entrance guard, Lin Ping. Alien power level, alien 4th order. Ability, Puddle Earth. Relationship, Linya, brother and sister. Ooh, no wonder. I said Rinya always said something about wanting to go to a fancier camp. Feelings that all the good jobs in this mining black market have been wrapped up by their family. Their strength, it's not low. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Lin Ping, just as Shou Shengsheng's family of 3 was being led to deal with Lin Ping. Buzz buzz. On the phone, a game pop-up popped up again. We've detected that the game is about to enter the main story riot. Should we open the Game Pass? The Game Pass will be based on the activities of your game character and will earn you a certain amount of experience. Each stage of the pass rewards are generous. Don't miss it. You are about to complete the achievement mission New Home. The pass experience reward 500. Do you want to spend 3,100 renminbi to open this month's pass reward? Ward hair? This dang game, it actually has a pass? Well. You're sewing up any recharge program, aren't you? Tap the scroll icon that appeared on the screen. Once the icon is opened, there is a 200 plus long leveling bonus chart. For almost every level, there is a fixed reward, and for every 5 major levels, there are special rewards. But, even if it's a certain pesticide from Goose Factory, it has a companion free pass route. But this gripping game, I can't believe you hacked the free route? Asterisk. Well, you're blacker than a Goose Factory. His eyes swept over the rewards for each level. Level 1, small trumpet *1. Level 2, small trumpet *1. Level 3, small trumpet *1. And so on and so forth, until the reward of rank 5. Du Ziren's eyes lit up. Level 5, special reward crystalline armor. On top of the rank 5, frame is a metallic-colored upper body armor with an empty crystalline core, notch on the chest of the armor. Tapping randomly, I couldn't see the description of this armor, for the time being, but, with Du Ziren's experience of playing the game, he guessed, this armor, might be the armor that embeds the crystalline core, and then opens up some special ability. Boy. So, this month's pass is a full set of crystal core armor? Slide the subsequent roadmap for the pass. Fruity. At the level 10, reward, wrist armor, appeared. Charge. My Shang just happened to combat uniform, break. I'll take this month's fashion any way I can get it. I wonder, how does this skin add up? In Du Ziren's eyes, this is the game's pass, to open a full set of skin with. It's not cool at all that it's a stage pickup. Liver and Krypton. Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just spent 100 yuan, with a current balance of 197, 672 yuan. Once the phone showed the chargeback, The pass icon remained permanently on the screen. Duzirin didn't care how much more was consumed. He just looked at the screen with his eyes deadpan. He was now, rather, a bit curious as to what the so-called game positive scroll riot was again. What? Hoping that you've been playing for so long before you've beaten the prologue, right? The game. It's just getting started? Chapter 59 Entering the third floor. New equipment crystalline core armor. Yo, isn't this team go? How come you didn't go out today? Back so early? Anxious to have pups? Lin Ping was still sitting paralyzed in his dirt chair. And when he saw that Go Yu had brought the men back, he snickered with interest. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Ping, keep barking with that dog's mouth. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs one day sooner or later. TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at that. Raj, that's red worm? Grass. I don't have time to bowl asterisk 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 with you today. Come on, give the three of them a third floor pass. I'm in a hurry to take them down. Pointing at the three people behind Qiu Shengsheng, Go Yu's face turned serious. Oh, getting third floor residency privileges for three people at once? Boy, you're rich. Go. Surprised, Lin Ping's eyelids suddenly jumped as he looked at Qiu Shengsheng behind Go Yu. His eyes suspiciously scanned Qiu Shengsheng's uniform, and seemed to have thought of something, and after carefully looking over and over Qiu Shengsheng and Go Yu, he never said anything more. After a snap sounded, only Lin Ping snapped his fingers. Rumble. Under the ground on the side of his body, suddenly the earth and stone trembled, and the ground opened up its shell, gushing out a piece of red-colored copper. When the large hand slapped the copper block, a crimson-colored liquid slowly flowed out of the copper block. In the blink of an eye, the liquid solidified into three red copper-colored metal sheets. The metal piece cracked evenly with several strange patterns, accompanied by words slowly generated. 0927, 0928, 0929. Here, 3 passes. Take that. If you drop it, you'll have to get a replacement pass card if you want to enter the third floor. So don't try to fool me with another card. Incidentally, the replacement is still 10 silver coins. Unsaltedly handing the 3 red copper cards to Qiu Shengsheng, Lin Ping's face was playful, as if he had absolute forgery-proof confidence in the pass cards he had fabricated. Well, where's the money? The large hand stretched out nonchalantly towards Go Yu, whose face darkened. Grass. I can't do without you. Grinding and dawdling, Go Yu practically scrambled from his shirt, pants, shoes and socks to find 30 silver coins and handed them to Lin Ping. Lin Ping frowned and waved his hand straight after accepting the silver coins. Grass. You dog brigade. What a disgusting and hiding money in your socks. Get lost and roll. Don't let me see you. Clank. Between his words, the large dirt hole to his side actually swung open and an improvised elevator was pulled up via a sling. Go. This completes the pass card. With this, every time you guys pass by Lin Ping's place in the future, show the card and you can ask him to summon the elevator and take it down to the third floor. Remember, if you lose your pass card, it's 10 silver coins to replace it. Keep it safe. Explaining to Qiu Shengsheng in a serious tone, the group stepped onto the narrow elevator. Clank. As the elevator descended, a bright light actually flickered in the deep third floor dirt tunnel below. Clang clang. The sound of the old simple elevator kept swaying in his ears. Gradually, an incredible picture unfolded before Qiu Shengsheng's eyes. Mining black market, third floor. Unlike the second floor, the space that opened up down here was only a few thousand square feet, but the height was more than 10 meters. Above the walls, there were mining lamps shining everywhere, and above the large swaths of mineral soil were forests of bizarre giant trees. As far as the eye could see, each giant tree was nearly as thick as an elevator car. The branches of these giant trees were dense, with large swaths of branches extending and intersecting in the canopy, staggering like a spider's web high up in the sky. And right here on the dense branches actually stood countless treehouses. The third basement level, the residence that everyone envies, is actually an entire floor of tree dwellings. This, Autumn Xingxing's jaw dropped a bit. She thought that the third basement level might be an exquisite stone house, or a mud-modeled cottage house, but she never imagined that it would be filled with large trees, with everyone living on top of the trunks. Can't imagine, can you? When I first came in, I couldn't have imagined it. Don't look at these tree houses as small, but they have everything inside. Furniture, drinking water, even radio broadcasts, everything, living above the trees. Not only is the air good, the trees come with their own oxygen generating function, and the sky above is an oxygen bar. Just this living environment, before the end of the world. It was hard to find $1,000. As if he could see Qiu Shengsheng's shock, Go Yu smiled faintly. Clank. After the elevator landed, he pointed to a huge tree trunk. At the waist of the trunk, 3 large neon letters were carved and decorated with rows of miners' lamps, canine warriors. Here, see, it's this tree. Don't ever look for the wrong tree again. most of the trees have owners, and getting on the wrong tree can be an offense. We canine warriors live here. Let's get you a residence first. Go. You beckoned and came under the large tree trunk, after intentionally tapping 3 times towards the upper left side of the trunk. Rustling. A green vine actually slid down the huge trunk. This is the combination lock for our tree. This position. 3 shots. After giving another detailed explanation to Qiu Shengsheng, after the group of people imprisoned the green vine, that green vine unexpectedly and easily pulled everyone above the canopy. High above the canopy, between the staggered trunks of this large tree, there were 7 cabins, pointing to the wooden house in the left corner. Go. You was a bit impatient. Nah, that corner house, from now on it will be your home. You can slowly explore the functional role. Don't worry, usually absolutely no one will harass you. That dick, lend me 10 silver coins, as he asked for 10 coins from a canine warriors member behind him. Go. You urged. Crystal Core, give it to me. We're clear. Even though she hadn't completely figured out the situation here, Qiu Shengsheng took the silver coins and traded out 2 crystal cores. After a few simple words of courtesy from both sides, Qiu Shengsheng pulled her younger siblings and carefully moved through the tree trunks towards the wooden house in the corner. The cabin in the distance may not look like much, but when you do go inside, there's as much space as there should be inside as there is without pulling. The nearly 30 square foot small living room had a wooded sofa, coffee table, and even a wooden speaker on the wall that looked like it was for broadcasting. On both sides of the living room, on the left side, there was a small bathroom with a small bathtub, on which it was written hot water is supplied at 7 o'clock every night. On the right side was a huge bedroom, with a wooden bed, wooden windows, and wooden cabinets. Sister, here, will it be our home from now on? Wow, it feels like this place is better than any of the buildings outside the cave. Xiaoning Qiujing looked left and right curiously, and the fragrance of wood filled the air. Here, this is our new home now. Even Qiu Shengsheng, at this moment, had somewhat not slowed down. A few days ago, she was a scavenger, with her younger siblings huddled in a dirt room, drinking dirty water. Now, she actually gets to live this quality life now? The dry and cozy space, the freshly scented air, and the comfort of the house were filling Qiu Shengsheng's happiness all the time. Home. Now that's a decent home. What kind of life was that before? This is all thanks to Senior. Without him, Shengsheng would only have died outside. Elder, did you see that? Shengsheng has a new home too, thanks to your blessing. With excitement glittering in her eyes, Qiu Shengsheng gratefully looked into the void. Buzz buzz. On this side of the phone, a new pop-up window popped up on Du Ziren's phone screen. Congratulations, you've unlocked the game achievement New Home. Pass experience value plus 500. Current pass level 5. You can receive the following items: trumpet *4, crystalline armor, chest armor. The object of your apocalyptic survival feels unprecedented happiness. Happiness value plus 5. Current happiness index, 30. Congratulations, you've completed a stage of happiness and are about to open an egg reward. Chapter 60 Good Sense 30. Your name? Game Nutrient Pod? Sure enough, what makes people feel intuitively happy is food, clothing, shelter and transportation. This is what feels like home. Curiously looking at the game screen, Du Ziren guessed that the strange giant wood in the mining black market level 3 might not be innately there. Perhaps the leader of the mining black market is a powerful wood alien with great abilities, creating the ecological space of the 3 underground books. Who cares if he's a wood system? Exalt. What I should be focusing on right now is, it's all 30 happiness values, then isn't it? With a lewd smile at the corner of his mouth, Du Ziren prepared a bunch of tissues in advance and placed them by the seat. He's afraid. Drooling later. Inside the wooden house, Xiaoning Qiuya kept fiddling with the living room's loudspeaker. It hadn't occurred to me that the thing actually made a sound. Radio FM 19.8. Human Survivor Camp Report. The survivor camps in the northern Wanbei district have been losing contact lately, and it is suspected that there is a wave of corpses or uncontrollable factors that are flooding the area. The Human Alliance needs to be more vigilant. It is reported that there are time powers beginning to be born. The details are not known. The announcing tone echoed through the house, causing the 3 members of the Autumn family, who had never experienced life before the end of the world, to have a look of curiosity and excitement. Hey sound, hey, there's really a sound. Wow, is this a podcast delivered through wood? Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing speculated, and Xiao Shengsheng smiled without saying anything. What is happiness? The satisfied smiles of family members outweigh everything. Right, I see on that wooden bath that it says that hot water is provided at 7 o'clock every night. Could it be that there's a special water pipe supplying water here? Curious, he walked into the bathroom. A little while later, the hot water arrived as promised. Wow, really hot water, hey. Wouldn't that mean that every night from now on, you'll be able to take a hot bath and go to bed? Xiao Jing's eyes blinked and blinked, twinkling with all the light of excitement. Aha! It seems that this third floor is expensive for a real reason. Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing, do you guys want to take a bath? The first soak in the new home. Oh. Xiao Shengsheng smiled, and Xiao Ye just wanted to nod, but was pulled back by Xiao Ning. That, sister, you wash first, we'll wash separately later. He looked around warily, his face oddly squeezing out a smile. Sister, you'd better talk to that senior. We can greet ourselves. Ha, Kunin, what are you talking about? A red haze instantly burned out from the roots of her ears. Xiao Shengsheng pursed her lips, and after looking around vigilantly, she then hurriedly closed the bathroom door. Che, you say you don't want it, but your body is honest. Looking at Xiao Shengsheng's little woman's demeanor, Xiao Ning teased and pulled Xiao Jing back to the bedroom. Brother, why can't sister take us in the shower? Xiao Jing muttered, and Xiao Ning shrugged. You don't really think that senior is trying to cultivate sister, do you? Ha, no, as far as I know, when a man is nice to a woman to that extent, generally speaking, it's because he likes her. Cultivating a helper? You've seen such meticulous cultivation? This isn't training a helper, it's like raising a wife. Where do you know so much about it, brother? Kids don't ask too many questions. Anyway, just leave them alone. Put. The door to the room closes. On this side of the phone, Du Ziren was dumbfounded. No, is this the charm of happiness value, 30? This brother-in-law, he's all started giving himself assists? Invincible. It's hard to imagine. In the future, when the happiness value is full, will he persuade Xiao Shengsheng to give me a soccer team? Overthinking. How do wives procreate? The mind was a whirlwind. Growling. The lull. The game screen began to rotate, and Hershey came to a cabin filled with water and mist. Growling. In the wooden bathtub, Xiao Shengsheng's head floated on the surface of the water, constantly spitting out bubbles. Under the hazy water, the white skin and swaying mountains stood out. Elder, you're watching, aren't you? Gar. Du Ziren couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I'm sorry, you sent me the military battlesuit. I broke it. The young girl's cheeks were flooded with redness and waves under the water ripples. She didn't seem to mind if Du Ziren could see the glimpse of scenery. She just lowered her head in embarrassment. It's okay. That thing, it's supposed to carry walkers. It's not good enough to be in the presence of the alien. That's right. As if thinking of something, Du Ziren clicked on the pass on the screen. Pick up. After hitting the rank 5 reward twice in a row, there was a small trumpet *4 and crystalline core armor, chest armor, in his backpack. This, you take it and use it. Buzz. Casually, he slid the crystal core armor, chest armor, in front of Xiao Shengsheng. Put. In the next moment, the heavy breastplate fell into the bath and exploded into a splash. Yeah, Xiao Shengsheng was shocked. Under the water splash, the soaked red and pink skin is like a peach. The water snake-like thin waist twisted under the waterlight. Seductive. Especially that pair of peaks. Looking at Du Ziren straight shook his eyes. It's just a shame. Xiao Shengsheng wore a tight set of black lingerie that was slightly less erotic. Growling, the heavy chest armor sank underwater, and Xiao Shengsheng hesitated for a moment, before holding the armor out of the water. Seniors? It's this? You should wear the armor embedded with the crystal core. At least you don't have to be afraid of the alien's face from now on. Isn't this too expensive? Aki-sensei squirmed a bit again. Even the most valuable thing is not as important as your life. Put it on. The unquestionable tone came, and not only did Xiao Shengsheng's ears perk up, but her entire face turned even redder. Elder's words. What does it mean? Supposedly, supposed to be telling me to be safe? Smoke was already coming out of the top of his head, and Xiao Shengsheng pursed his lips as he slowly snapped the breastplate on. In the mist of water, as if she had made some sort of determination, she suddenly looked at the opposite side of the cell phone screen in a daze. Elder, Shengsheng has the audacity to. I have the audacity to ask, what is your name? Your doomsday survival object wants to get your name. Please enter your nickname ID. Suddenly, such a line popped up on the game's pop-up window, and Du Ziren immediately frowned. Well. Feeling like I'm just creating my character now, huh? TNND. After ing me for so many oceans, the game has just begun? After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren wanted to input the nickname, Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex Warrior, but on second thought, that's not true. If my e-wife always calls out Invincible Tyrannosaurus Rex when she's making out with me, it always feels. It's weird. After a little leaning, Du Ziren still decided to input his real name, Du Ziren. At least, the other person could call out his name, and the sense of substitution could be stronger, couldn't it? Du Ja Rim. A dull voice rang out in the bathroom. Du Ziren? Senpai. Your name. It's unexpectedly catchy. Xiao Shengsheng kept murmuring, as if she wanted to carve the name into her bones. Elder. In the future, Can I call you Ziren Sr.? Ha! Scream more. Scream more. On this side of the phone, Ziren's mouth turned up in a grin once he heard Qiu Shengsheng shout like that. It's okay. Then, Shengsheng will definitely work hard in the future, striving to stand beside Senior Ziren as soon as possible. The young girl's eyes twinkled and her cheeks flushed, and I wonder what she was thinking in this moment. On this side of the phone, almost simultaneously, the game pop-up popped up again. Congratulations on the official creation of your game character. Your Doomsday Survival Object happiness value reaches 30. Does it cost 30 WRMB to buy a set of Game Nutrient Capsule as a peripheral of this game? The Game Nutrition Pods are equipped with real-life sensory interactions that allow you to simulate a zero-distance interactive experience with the game characters. You deserve it. Chapter 61 Invincible VR. Stealth buff. Ziren's alien ability? Ward hair? Ziren was confused. Gaming nutrient pods? What the hell is that? The island sighed. Rather, they once said that they had researched VR physical gaming helmets. No. Our country. When did game research technology overtake foreign countries? With uncertainty, Ziren clicked on the description of the Game Nutrition Pod. The cell phone screen shows a long strip of what looks like a black coffin. Somewhat made of black iron metal, but it is such a coffin. Actually, and core armor, general, hollowed out a few core holes. It looks like it can be embedded in crystal core decoration, but it has a bit of a fantasy flavor. I've seen top-of-the-line computers sell for over $100,000. If this gaming pod really has somatosensory interaction, selling it for $300,000, it would be worth the price. $300,000. Elder Ziren. Ziren Sr.? There had been some internal hesitation, but, listening to Qiu Shengsheng's Ziren Sr. and Ziren Sr. in the cell phone, Ziren immediately felt that he had made it. Buy. Must buy. It wouldn't be a bad idea to experience what it's like to caress a Shang. As soon as his brain was filled with blood, under the small head controlling the big head, Ziren instantly chose payment. Your bank card with tail number 0304 spends 300,000 yuan, and the current bank card balance is 672 yuan. Charge. Punchy. After the payment, watching the game screen in the cell phone gradually hazy, exit the bathroom scene. Ziren heart did not come by a burst of emptiness, always feel like being swindled in general. Grass. Couldn't have hung onto me this long on purpose, just to pop me for 30 W gold, right? Such a possibility suddenly flashed in his mind. After all, there are so many online escort scams out there. Don't they all pull in with you first, then pop your gold hard and finally run? Asterisk. The more I think about it, the more likely it is. It seems, I haven't really heard of any game nutrient pods being researched anywhere in the country. Hindsight slapped himself, just as Ziren was about to berate the unscrupulous producer. Ding dong, the door to the room was rung by someone unknown, who, hurriedly running over to take a look. Ziren was stunned after scanning through the cat's eye. Wah, da, hair, his pupils widened, because outside the door, there was a game nutrition pod that was exactly the same as in the introduction of the cell phone screen. Black and long, like a coffin. It was placed quietly outside the door. Not buddy, I'm on the 7th floor here. You guys courier so fast? And there must be no movement at all? Delivery. Could it be Quicksilver? With his mouth wide open, Ziren once again refreshed his knowledge of this game. Awesome. This dog thief game company is definitely working on something big without saying a word. When the time comes to announce it, it's going to take the #1 game award of 2026. Yourself? Maybe some kind of lucky break? Early experience users? This game company is family. One should never have questioned the game company just now. Holding this speculation, Ziren opened the door and tried to hug the seemingly heavy game nutrition pod. But, unexpectedly, this thing looked quite heavy, but was lifted up by Ziren with one hand and moved towards the house. Clang! When the game nutrient pod was placed in the living room, Ziren immediately couldn't resist the curiosity in his heart. Click. Open the coffin lid full of crystal core inlay mouth. Ziren looked towards the interior of the game nutrient capsule, which is a piece of black film material. Can't see anything special. Want it? Try. Tentatively climbing into the game nutrient pod, a beep suddenly came to his ears. Please close the gaming hatch and fill the outside of the hatch with crystals for an intact gaming experience. Asterisk. Artificial intelligence? Somewhat surprised by the design of this black coffin, Ziren could not even tell where the sound source was coming from. Do we still need to inlay crystal cores? Aha, I see. It turns out that those crystal cores from before are not just game peripherals, or the startup key for this game nutrient pod? Climbing out of the game nutrient module, with gusto, Ziren quickly walked to the windowsill. In the disc of the snowdrop flower, the previous plus the current number of crystal cores totaled 7. and the game nutrient pod has a hatch cover with 5 skeletonized holes. Duziran inserted a few crystal cores at random and instantly covered the hatch, lying flat like a dead body in the hatch. Energy supplement in. Misplaced projection in progress. User information collection in progress. Duziran, 18 years old. Ability analysis in progress. Your initial power level is as follows. Flame ability, white ability, second order. Iron and steel alien ability, white alien third order. Bloodline ability, white ability, first order. Cannibalization ability, blue abnormalist, first order. You are currently in the newbie protection period. Open optimization buff stealth. You can automatically choose to open and close this buff. Wish you a happy game experience. With the end of the technological sound in his ears, a white mist erupted from the space of the black film with a bang. After inhaling the mist, Duziran only felt as if his body was being drawn away, as if he was actually making a journey straight to another world, outside the game pod, that he couldn't see. The 5 crystalline cores embedded in the pod's cover suddenly shattered and disappeared without a trace. Pooh! Eyes squinted cozily, and when Duziran opened his eyes again, he suddenly realized that he was standing in a wooden house. It's the log cabin living room, where Chiao Shengsheng is now. Asterisk. A real ing physical VR game. Ha! Trying to move his arms and legs was almost like his usual self, even to the extent that Duziran could feel the wood grain ripples under his buttocks as he quickly came to sit down on the sofa in the log cabin living room. Cow. This gaming skill, unbeatable. Secretly praising the gamer's technology, Duziran's eyes flashed with a labeled panel about his alien ability level, looking at him in a daze. What do you mean? Shouldn't I be the invincible inhuman? Where's my sublime blade? What the hell are these alien ability levels that are lower than Chiao Shengsheng's? Rubbing his chin, his eyesight constantly scanning over the 4 powers, Duziran looked as if he thought of some kind of possibility, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I see. The body I projected into this world is based on the crystal core, counting strength that Chiao Shengsheng gave me as a gift. Asterisk. Then won't I not be able to pretend to bring a girl? Panically clicking on the screen image in front of him, Duziran's taut mood slackened after a bit. It's fine. The word recharge, flashing in the upper right corner, is still there. When in doubt, ask recharge. Sure enough, this dang hairy game won't let go of any opportunity to make money. Adapting to the face frame in front of him, Duziran just wanted to step outside of the wooden house and take a look at the game modeling screen of this third underground floor. Snap. The lull. The door to the bathroom room opened. Chapter 62 First Contact. Raising his eyes, behind the wooden door the water mist was dense, and Chiao Shengsheng, clad in a simple coat, was walking towards the side of the sofa in a graceful manner. A gust of fragrant wind accompanied by hot air and water mist came. Duziran sat dumbfounded in a corner of the sofa, his heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Kaori, it smells so good. It's the scent of Shang. The face couldn't help but blush. In the past, through the screen, Duziran could show his piggy face without any image, but now face to face, really saw the little beauty Chiao Shengsheng towards his own clothes. As a small virgin, unloved Duziran, how can not mood swings? Asterisk. This game company, Invincible, is big. If this had 18-band gameplay footage, it wouldn't take off, would it? Sitting in a daze in the corner, Duziran didn't move a muscle. At the other end of the sofa, Chiao Shengsheng wiped the hot sweat from her face and casually placed a pair of long snow-white legs on the sofa. Xiao Jing, you can go take a bath now. Shouting in the direction of the bedroom, the 2 little ones immediately opened the door to the room. Oh, Xiao Ning looked at her sister suspiciously and muttered, "So soon?" Afterwards, not caring about his sister's blushing face, he walked towards the bathroom. Phew. The searing heat of the bath continued to radiate moisture from his body. Chiao Shengsheng took a small breath. Her snow-white skin was covered with wet beads of sweat. Slender legs swinging horizontally from side to side. Underneath the roots of the legs' underwear was wet with water droplets, revealing a hidden beauty. Hiss. Duziran looked dumbfounded. He didn't dare move. He didn't dare move a muscle. In the huge house, who would know now that in fact, just less than a centimeter in front of Chiao Shengsheng's beautiful legs, Duziran was sitting on his end? Turtle. The Invisible Man scenario that I used to fantasize about is now being played. 300,000 is no loss. No loss. Turning his head from time to time, Duziran carefully observed Chiao Shengsheng's small face. In the past, when I looked at her through the screen of my cell phone, I just thought she was a little sickly, wilted and thin. Now with the help of my own maintenance, close up for a closer look, the swan face is vaguely taking shape. A head of long black hair hanging on both sides of the shoulder, willow leaf thin long eyebrows, peach blossom watery eyes, agar nose and small mouth, with a touch of red on the cheeks, the young girl's pretty flowery face. There is nothing better than this. Gulp. Looking at it, Duziren couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Sure enough, the e-wife is just perfect. I wonder, what does senpai do every night? The wet hair was pressed against the wooden wall, and a large portion of Chio Xingxing's chest was open to the snowy whites. Will he think about me before he goes to bed? Murmuring in a voice that only she could hear. Chio Xingxing's cheeks reddened slightly, then immediately spat as if in disgust. You little tie hoof. What are you thinking about? How could senior possibly look at you? Covering her face in shame and annoyance, the young girl's neck was flushed to the point of water. Cute pinch. Duziren just sat on the side, looking at Chio Xingxing dazed as if nothing had happened, with a silly smile on his face. That's nice. It's so nice. What pleasure in the world is more fun than secretly watching a young girl talk about her heart? Every time senpai likes to poke me. Is it possible that the next time he pokes me, I can sneak a touch on him? A murmured voice rang out, and Autumn Saxon assumed that she must be the only one who knew about her fantasies tonight. Unbeknownst to her, Duziren heard her clearly. Does she want to try and touch me too? It was Duziren's turn to blush. In the cramped house, the scent of sour love belonging to a teenage girl is invisibly brewing. Sis, I'm done washing. Chio Jing? Hey, this guy must be asleep already. Inside the shower room, Xiaoning quickly stepped out of the bathroom and greeted towards the bedroom. He glanced at his sister who seemed to be napping against the wall, and hesitated for half a second, not choosing to wake up, and walked into the bedroom. Snap. I don't know how long it took, but the lights in the cabin went out. Time passed and all was silent. Duziren made sure again and again that Chio Xingxing had taken a nap against the wooden wall before he stood up in a sorry state. There's no way out. This came out of nowhere for him. You say he cancelled the stealth buff at the beginning and appeared directly in front of Chio Xingxing, right? It's not easy to explain why he's here. And it's also easy to destroy his image in Chio Xingxing's heart. It would be better to just do that and silently follow her around to see what's going on. Sleeping like this, it's going to catch cold, isn't it? Slowly from the body to take off a hospital gown with Wannan City Psychomuscular Division. Duziren just wanted to drape on the chest of Chio Xingxing. It was supposed to be a cozy scene in the dark. At this moment, it was a white hospital gown that bizarrely appeared and landed on Chio Xingxing's body. Elder. Cherry red little mouth mumbling. Chio Xingxing seemed to have dreamed something. Her face reddened, and her pair of long legs kept crossing and twisting. That aesthetically pleasing face was just tilted in front of him. Duziren didn't know where he got the guts, and ghostly stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Chio Xingxing's face. Splat. Fingers lightly tapped Chio Xingxing's face. Duziren's first feeling was one word: moist, smooth, soft and flavorful. It's also a cute pinch to look at Xingxing like that, still trying to reach out and silently fall into her face again. Snap. The lull. A powerful palm grabbed Duziren's wrist in a death grip. Chio Xingxing woke up. Her almond eyes narrowed as she looked into the void of darkness with one hand holding Duziren's hand in a death grip. Asterisk. Duziren panicked. It was rather like being caught red-handed as a thief. Xingxing. It's me. Forcing himself to be calm, Duziren made a familiar sound. Senior, is that you? The tightly gripped small hand instantly loosened in force, and Chio Xingxing's face instantly reddened. After realizing that she had grabbed her senior's hand, Chio Xingxing's lips pursed, and unexpectedly and boldly clasped her hands together. Perhaps it was the darkness that gave her courage, and she suddenly murmured, Senior Ziren, may I sleep on your hand? Just for a minute, okay? Being held by those small hands, Duziren's heart was beating incessantly. In the darkness, those bright, hopeful, loving eyes flashed, and Duziren's ears flushed. Okay, well, really? Holding on to Duziren's hand, Chio Xingxing regarded it as a treasure and slowly pillowed it on the sofa. She was like a cat, using her face to constantly press sideways against Duziren's hand, and letting out a silly laugh every now and then. What she didn't know was that the teenager was standing in front of the sofa with a scarlet face and was at a loss for words. Chapter 63 The Doubt of the Stray Dog Elderly. Being able to understand dog talk? Above. Stacked a statement, we're going the intimacy route 30 happiness levels to do certain things. Definitely not yet. Then if we casually roll in bed, this game setting is not right. A lot of daily ambushes are coming up right away. Long night. Duziren didn't know how long he had been in stasis. Anyway, by the time he pulled out his big hand, Chio Xingxing had already fallen asleep and died. This game experience is over. The crystal core is low on energy and the projection is about to end. Please rate your stars for this live interactive experience, which can be rated on the mobile app. A mechanized voice suddenly came from his ears. Duziren was experiencing the warmth of being needed by Chio Xingxing a second ago. Next, he then opened his eyes and sat up from the game pod with a red face. Just a moment? Somewhat tasteless, Duziren moved his palms, clearly not having enough of the interaction he had just had. Inside the playpen, the mechanized voice sounded again. You've had this interaction for 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 16 seconds, and you don't think that's long enough? Has it been that long? You've been watching Chiu Shengsheng for 2 hours and 45 minutes. The game recognizes you as a love brain. Jerking up from the game bin, Du Ziren felt like he had been poked in the spine, and instantly didn't want to interact with this AI anymore. Closing the hatch, Du Ziren was surprised to find that the 5 crystal cores on the hatch actually all disappeared. Holy, I play this for a while and you swallow it all for me? Shady businessman. In Du Ziren's opinion, the crystal cores might be a battery type of setting, and after only playing for 3 hours, 5 crystal cores have been consumed? And how much would it cost to play all day? If what is stuffed in is a brand new crystal core with a flowing color, how long will it last? None of it really matters. Most importantly, the battery is only available for game characters. This SB game maker, won't I not be able to have a good time? I'm taking back my favorable review of it. Opening his cell phone, Du Ziren, without saying a word, clicked a 1-star bad review for the game nutrition pod that he just had. Maybe, in the future, when there's enough intimacy, I'll be able to get rid of that abominable holy light? I might, and stealthily go watch Chiu Shengsheng bathe? Not without mischievous thoughts. Du Ziren is very clear that many game settings are, if you don't have enough intimacy, do something out of the ordinary, but will pull down the goodwill. When he thought of the pure love interaction he had just had, Du Ziren felt more excited than falling in love with the schoolgirl. My pith is simply marvelous. Piggyface smiled nervously. The lull. Outside the window opening on the 7th floor, a cold wind blew, and the cold made Du Ziren shiver. It was only then that he realized with surprise that the top of his hospital gown seemed to be missing. Holy, could it really have been given to Chiu Shengsheng? Looking suspiciously at the game bin, Du Ziren was so cold and shivering that he didn't have time to go deeper into the details. He walked quickly into his bedroom and changed into a simple workout outfit. Looking up at the clock in the hall, it was actually 3 a.m. now. Surely playing games takes time. It's not right. How come I'm not sleepy or hungry? Surprised, he rubbed his head. Usually at this point, he had long been unable to carry on sleeping. Could it be from lying in the game pod today? Does it really provide nutrition? Thinking back to the fog in the game's nutritional pod, Du Ziren shook his head, feeling a bit unrealistic. Picking up his cell phone, in the app of Doomsday Survival Game, Chiu Shengsheng was still sleeping sweetly. Du Ziren really couldn't sleep, so he opened the door of his house and walked towards the night market outside the Wannan district. Night market, to put it bluntly, it's a temporary business district for food stalls, grocery stalls, and all sorts of big rendezvous selling dogs and cats. Wannan City Night Market is located in the north of the city, and has been known as a ghost market with stalls starting at 11 o'clock and closing at 4 o'clock. At the moment, even if it was 3 o'clock in the morning, the streets of the suburb were crowded. Hey, take a look, Lu, ancient coins of the Western Zhou. West week? I think it was last week? Ha. A bunch of snickering in front of the antique vendors. Du Ziren stood outside the antique section and glanced inside for a few moments. Not too cold. After casually buying a few roasted sausages in the food area, Du Ziren casually strolled around the night market activity area, event area with mostly active vendors. For example, cell phone lamination, the ability to shift positions in a matter of minutes to set up a doll project. Du Ziren looked happy and walked to a pet vending area. Yes, pets, for sale are also a big attraction in the night market. But then, the difference between pets bought at night markets and those bought at pet stores is that it is easy to come across weakly dogs or sick dogs. They are often sold cheaply and look good, but once you buy them home, they will be sick and die in 3 or 4 days. By the time you try to find the vendor, someone else will be long gone. Hey, handsome boy, take a look at the doggies I have here. Adoptable. Oh, it doesn't cost anything. Suddenly, a nice female voice sounded. Du Ziren looked up to see, at the side of a dozen large iron cages, a short-haired woman whose appearance was close to 30, with a dry and lean physique, was waving amiably towards herself. Adoption? What's the setup for adoption again? Eyes narrowed, Du Ziren didn't feel that there was a pie falling from the sky, just ready to ignore this woman. The woman, as if she saw Du Ziren's vigilance, hurriedly yelled out, Hey, you don't go. It's really just an adoption. What I have here, there's not much in the way of breed dogs. They're all strays. I've had them dewormed and neutered at my own expense. It's just that I've adopted so many dogs that it's eating me up. If you see something you like, you can just take it and raise it at home. The woman's words tasted of sincerity, and Du Ziren stopped in his tracks and twisted around to look at the stacked pet cages. Looking around, most of them were really earth dogs, field dogs, and other dog pups. Only 1 or 2 golden hair and husky can be seen. Going more closely to the woman's outfit, wearing a simple apron and black pants as well, she really didn't look like a dog handler. TSK, get a dog? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren was still hesitating. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a caged golden hare barked twice towards Du Ziren. Du Ziren was confused. Not that the dog did anything to him. Instead, he was in a trance, as if he understood dog language. Woof woof woof. Kids, what mommy said is true. Mommy's got a lot of stray dogs at home. Ha! Dumbfounded. Du Ziren looked at the golden hare and was completely dumbfounded. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Immediately following the other cages, several hyenas barked at each other. Kids, pick me. I'm not picky. Pick me. Pick me. I'll be quiet. All get out of the way. I'm a lickspittle. The sound of dogs barking here and there. At the moment, in Du Ziren's ears, it all turned into a human voice selling itself. Chapter 60 For the doubt of the stray dog elderly. Can understand dog talk? Next. Wah. Da. Hare. After a long moment of stupefaction, Du Ziren repeatedly scratched his ears to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. That's quite a complicated look on his face. There's been so many strange things happening lately. Haven't there been too many? Self-healing from acromegaly, meteorite fall, steel frame welding. Now, there's a understands dog language? Hiss. Did. Tachyphylaxis has opened my genetic lock? I gained the ability to talk to animals? Not without a middle-of-the-road thought. Du Ziren looked at the cat vendor stall, in the distance again. Meow meow meow. He took it upon himself to purr towards a ragdoll cat, which looked at him suspiciously. Its dark blue eyes bored, as if to say, SB, well, it seems as if I can only understand dog talk? Scratching his head, Du Ziren smiled towards the owner of the dog stall and approached the dog cage. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. At once, countless stray dogs barked wildly. Pick me. Pick me. I'm super sweet. Pick me and I promise I won't bite your couch. You deadbeat liar. You just chewed up mommy's couch this morning. Countless dog words lingered in his ears, and for a while, Du Ziren didn't know which one to look at. I don't think we can go back to White River Village. It's better to stay with this woman. Suddenly, a slightly sad, mature voice came out, attracting Du Ziren's curiosity. Following the source of the sound, Du Ziren saw it clearly. Directly underneath the countless cages, there was a pitch-black 5 black dogs, locked up. The dog was about the size of a standard field spaniel, lying naively on the ground with a sad look on its face. Compared to other dogs, this dog is just so melancholy. It's so different. Boss. This dog, where did you get it? Pointing at the 5 black dogs, Du Ziren came to be interested. The lady boss sniffed and brightened up. You mean this one? It's different. It came to me of its own accord. It seems, it's from White River Village over there on the outskirts of the city. I adopted him after he looked like he'd been starving for a couple days. You have a good eye. This dog is very honest, and likes to laze around when he's not doing anything. He doesn't make a fuss at all. If you adopt him, you can take him now. The lady boss said without any temptation. Du Ziren squatted down and patted the cage. Hey. Woof. What for? Stop gawking. Will you? Why did you run away from White River Village? Woof woof woof. Something's not right there. So many people are getting cranky. Woof. Nope. You can talk to me? Ha. Looking at the 5 black dogs, doggy face of confusion, Du Ziren was happy. Come with me or not, you watch my back and I'll take care of your food and drink. Well, looking at the 5 black dogs, with a snicker, Du Ziren really needed a watchdog. Don't forget, that gaming nutrient pod is still at home. There's nothing wrong with getting a dog to guard a $300. 000 baby. Woof. Why me? I candy. Can you believe it? Woof. I'll go with you, but don't let me out during the week. I hate sneaking around. Hey, you dog, what a rebel haha. Other dogs are the ones who don't go for a day without a walk. They have nowhere to release their energy. Is this okay with you? Why are you more like a human than a human? You like to lie flat? Reaching out and touching the 5 black dogs in the cage, Du Ziren smiled. Boss, that's it. I see eye to eye with it. Pointing happily at the 5 black dogs in the cage, the boss's wife looked dumbfounded. No, dude, you were just alone. What was TikTok talking to the dog about? What? You can still talk to it? Looking at Du Ziren with surprise, the female boss seriously wondered if this handsome young man was not in a good mental state. However, at the thought of taking a load off his mind, and the guy didn't look like a bad guy, he nodded his head in agreement right away. Well then, I'll open the dog cage for you. Clang! Unlocked the 5 black dogs' cage. To the boss's wife's surprise, that 5 black dog lazily climbed up and actually really walked towards Du Ziren and plopped down at his feet. Asterisk. What a lazy dog. Picking up 5 black dogs' body. 5 black dogs didn't resist Du Ziren. This man and dog look like they've known each other for a long time. The boss's wife was dumbfounded. In all his years of dealing with dogs, he'd never seen a dog or human bond so quickly. Could it be they really see eye to eye? Mentally speculating, the boss's wife pulled out her cell phone. Right, boy, I sure don't charge for stray dogs, but then, I'm going to have to add you to my VX in order to prevent possible dog abuse after you adopt. I'll video you regularly, checking on its security status. No problem. After adding the VX of the boss's wife, Do Ziren briefly looked at it, and the boss's wife turned out to be called Go Yun, which is really a rare name. So, Sister Yun, I'm leaving? Holding the 5 black dogs in his arms, Du Ziren greeted. Go Yun smiled sweetly. You can come to the dog area on the outskirts of the city to play with me when you have time. Yes, by the way, I'm curious, Sister Yun, can you manage so many dogs by yourself? Haha, that's because I have an assistant. Assistant? Yeah, in the suburban dog park, I have a husky, a border collie, and an old Fields of my own. They're all smart enough to help me manage the dogs. No wonder. Holding up the 5 black dogs, Du Ziren walked quickly towards the outside of the night market. If you don't hurry up, the 2 gyroscopes that practice in the morning will catch you in the act. You said, what would be a good name for me to give you? Slapping the dog's stomach. 5 black dogs, purrs, woof, whatever. Casual won't do. Let's see. The more people lack something, the more they want to express that aspect. Wanted? I'm not short of money. What I'm missing? There, why don't you call it everlasting life? How about that? Woof, eternal life? You expect a dog to live forever? No? Woof, you're happy. 1 person and 1 dog, communicating with each other under the astonished eyes of the bystanders. Du Ziren hugged eternal life and disappeared into the distant streets. Same time, Ministry of Defense and Security, South Anhui City Branch. Research room. In front of Lu Yi's workbench was a huge meteorite fragment. The dark meteorite fragments were bizarrely slowly secreting black liquid, like moving bugs that were constantly spasming and twisting. TSK. This batch of Leo meteor shower meteorites seems to be more than just meteors. Lu Yi's brows were furrowed, and beside him, stood a high cadre clad in military uniform. Academician Lu, you took the initiative to apply for centralized assistance just for this? The uniformed man narrowed his eyes, equally attentive to the liquid in the meteorite, the corners of his eyes flickering. That's right, General Zhao. As you can see, that batch of meteorites is harboring unknown creatures. I've asked the military to search for all meteorite fragments. Imagine what's inside these meteorites. If they spread, by then, what will happen? The atmosphere is getting a little depressing. Who knows what the liquid inside the meteorite unexpectedly holds? Academician Lu, how is the experiment progressing? Come and see. Louis beckoned, and in the vicinity of the meteorite fragment, under a glass vessel, a dozen or so little white mice had red eyes, and the fine teeth in their mouths were somehow rapidly splitting and curling in a hideous manner. Kiki. The previously quiet mice were unusually cranky at the moment, constantly screaming. These are test subjects injected with black liquid? So, these liquids will make people desire to attack, and it will also make it possible for the human body to develop a mutation. This thing, if it's not controlled, I'm afraid, the world will be in chaos. But, it's hard to locate all the fallout areas with the distribution of meteorites, right? Then keep an eye out. Any areas of large-scale riots in the boundaries of Wannan City, blockade them immediately. Understood. Chapter 65 Woe to the North. Triple tier meeting. You mean, White River Village. A meteorite also fell from the village pond? The village has been cranky since then? In the large living room, Du Ziren was eating a fried chicken leg from Crazy Thursday. He took a bite, and Eternal Life took a bite. 1 person and 1 dog chewed very vigorously. Woof, right. That's when the villagers got grumpy. Oh, is that from drinking pond water? Are you drinking? Woof, drinks. Then how come I don't see you going crazy? Not only were you not manic when you drank it, but you even laid flat? Surprised, Du Ziren looked at Eternal Life and felt that its speculation was not right. What's a meteorite? Isn't that just curled up debris from a black hole in space? Stone? Minerals? This stuff doesn't drive people crazy. Woof, I don't know about that. But it was after that thing showed up that everyone got cranky anyway. Chang Shang whimpered. Under Du Ziren's gaze, the dog actually walked to the kitchen to wash his hands by himself and turned on the faucet to wash his dog's paws. Ward hair? I'm telling you, if this scene is filmed and transmitted to a certain voice, it will surely explode. Do you believe it? Chang Shang, tell me, are you the first dog demon to become fertilized since the founding of the country? Du Ziren watched Eternal Life with interest. The bastard washed his hands and directly rested on the ground to lie down. Woof, bored asleep. Asterisk. Are you human? Eat and sleep. Are you still a dog? Shaking his head, Du Ziren felt like he had invited a little ancestor back. He walked towards the game nutrient pod, and tapped on the pod door of the game bin. Hey, Nagisa, talking to you about something serious. Woof, What? Everlasting's dog ears stood on end. Nah, this thing if I'm not home, will you watch it for me? Woof. Everlasting life is puzzled, with its very perfect titanium dog eyes. At this moment, Du Ziren was rubbing the air of nothingness, and with a serious face, talking to himself about something to let him watch over the air. No? Is there something wrong with him? Or is there something wrong with you? Woof, woof, are you sure you're not kidding? Who am I kidding? This is called a playpen, you know? It's very expensive. I spent 30 of them. If you don't want to sneak around every day, it's fine, just look at it. I'll take care of your food and drink. How? Du Ziren slapped the black game nutrient capsule, and the dog's eyes of eternal life bumped around. For a brief moment, it thought of many things. This new master is a cutie. Hey, cutie, just cutie. Right, show me a cloud of air? That's easy. Why don't I just lie flat every day? What's a playpen? It's just a piece of air. It's the same whether it exists or not. Thinking carefully, Eternal Life looked at Du Ziren sympathetically and cunningly. Woof, no problem. Hey, good dog, lie down. Glancing at Eternal Life with relief, Du Ziren felt that he had not brought back a survivor for nothing. Woody collapsed on the couch and opened the Doomsday Survival game that was running on his phone. On the screen, Xiao Shengsheng was sitting on the sofa in a daze, looking at the piece of hospital gown in her hand. Her face flushed and she didn't know what she was thinking. Hey, it's time to practice. Don't be silly. Sliding his finger over the purification metal cylinder in the item bar, Du Ziren moved it to the bathroom. In the monthly card service, this thing refreshes a cultivation crystal core every day yet. Senpai. Panicked, she tucked her hospital gown behind her back, and Xiao Shengsheng looked at the purifying metal tank that appeared in the bathroom. I've moved and forgotten that there's still the practice that Senpai assigns every morning. Hurriedly running to the bathroom, Xiao Shengsheng filled the metal tank with water. The golden crystal core was instantly crushed at the bottom of the tank and bonded with the water, turning it into a tank of golden soup. In the dense water mist, Xiao Shengsheng stripped down to her underwear and jumped into the water. Neisan's body seemed to be getting fuller and fuller, rippling after undulating in the water. Xiao Shengsheng's current alien level, alien third order, 45/300, 47/300. Hiss. The speed of cultivation seems to have slowed down. It seems that with the increase in alien power level, it's a struggle to refine the alien power any further. Rubbing his chin, an alert popped up on his phone's pop-up window. Completion of daily tasks, cultivation, reward pass experience 100, current pass level 6. Get reward trumpet *1. Can. At least this pass, liver isn't exhausting. As he kept clicking on his cell phone, the Eternal Life on the side curiously stretched his dog's head and kept looking towards Du Ziren's cell phone. Woof, it's pitch black. Why is he having so much fun? Woof, stone hammered. I'm sure you're mentally challenged. Lowering the dog's head, Eternal Life decided not to pay any more attention to any of Du Ziren's actions. Until the golden soup was completely clear. Xiao Shengsheng's alien ability level was stuck at 137/300. She covered her wet breastplate and was just about to climb out of the tank when she did. Buzzing. The loudspeaker in the cabin suddenly shuddered, and then came a resounding transmission. All level 3 alien. Please gather at the central treehouse immediately. The leader, MS Shin, has a major meeting. Repeat. All third level psychics. The echoing sound that kept coming from the loudspeaker echoed within the entire third underground floor, and Xiao Shengsheng was dumbfounded to hear it and stayed frozen without moving. On Du Ziren's side, on the contrary, a new game pop-up window popped up. Chapter 1, Riots, opened. Main quest, please go to the meeting to learn about the strange situation from the north. Reward pass experience 200 points. Oh, the main quest? Coming? Poking Xiao Shengsheng's smooth shoulder, Du Ziren prodded. Pith, go check it out. Understood. Putting on her jacket in a flustered and sharp manner, wrapping the crystal core armor under the worn-out combat uniform, Xiao Shengsheng greeted her younger siblings and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the treehouse. Tap tap tap. At the same time, there was a crowd outside the treehouse. High above the sky, on the dense tree branches, countless silhouettes converged towards the bottom. Yield STH. A small group of about 30 or 40 people were densely gathered under a huge thick tree. Among this group, there were scattered Exalted, as well as mercenary corps, Exalted in team uniforms. Among them, it was the black leather clothes of the canine warriors, and a squad in a colorful trenchcoat that were unusually conspicuous. It was easy to see that these two teams should be the core stalwarts of the mining black market. Yoo-hoo, go you! I heard that your canine battle team has been lucky recently. Collected 2 green crystal cores? What? You guys want to be the first team of the mining black market, too? Ha! A tall, bald man in the line of colored trenchcoats looked at Goyu with a snicker. Goyu let out a playful laugh, revealing 2 canine teeth. Hey, say it like you Elemental Squad are so awesome all the time. Ha, that's not true, we just went to the north. I'm telling you, it's full of alien zombies, over there. We're all fine. North? The two had a word to say. Xiao Shengsheng stood in the pile of people, just like a passerby character, not moving at all. Du Ziren snickered and nodded at the information above Goyu and the bald man's head. Name, Goyu. Status, Captain of the Canine Warriors. Ability, Berserk Dog Claw, White. Alien Power Level, Alien, 7th Order. Name, Lei Zhiyong. Status, Elemental Squad Leader. Ability, Thunder Arc, White. Alien Power Level, Alien, 7th Order. Chapter 66 Main Quest Update, Exploring the North District. Group System. Hiss. The level of the squad leaders on the 3rd floor turned out to be all Alien, 7th Order? That. Mining Black Market, S leader level. Between Du Ziren's speculations, the manic sounds gradually began to dissipate in the game screen. Rustling. Located on the huge tree canopy in the center of the 3rd underground level, a curtain of tree trunks slowly loosened, and a young girl in a long lime green dress strolled out of the trunks at high altitude with a great deal of momentum. Boss Qin is here. Qin too is here. At once, both Goyu and Lei Zhiyong's words were stunned as they all looked up in unison at the young girl above the tree canopy. The young girl had a slender physique, like an elf among the trees, with fair skin and greenish pupils. Every time she took a step, the trunks of the trees under her feet twisted with it to generate tree ladders that lifted her gently to the ground. With her long, swaying skirt, the teenage girl's entrance is a forceful pull. Ooh, with such a tawdry appearance, it's either a boss or an important NPC. Staring blankly at the playback of the game screen, Du Ziren couldn't help but click on the avatar of the green-skirted girl. Name, Qin Wan. Identity, Creator of the Black Market in Mines. Ability, Woodenization, Green. Alien Power Level, Alien, 9th Order. Boy, so this woman is the head of the mining black market. I thought the leader was some kind of big brother, but I didn't realize it was a girl? No wonder the door was searched with a female searcher established to respect the female body, and this person's strength. It's about to enter the superhuman stage. Sure enough, the rate of progress of each person's awakened psychic abilities depends on the individual's talent. Observing the change in Qin Wan's face, Du Ziren did not feel that the woman looked as young as she appeared to be. Maybe it's because of the high alien power level. Old demon women can grow doll faces too. That such a little girl could build a well-organized mining black market, Du Ziren did not believe. Sure enough, snap, as the wooden bar landed on the ground, Qin Wan slowly opened her mouth, and a middle-aged female voice that did not match her face sounded. Looks like everyone is here? Arrived. What's the matter with you, Boss Qin? Goyu, who had always had a big grin, stood in front of Qin Wan at this moment like a licking dog, his eyes looking at Qin Wan with reverence. Actually, this is something you all more or less know about. North. Something's wrong. Qin Wan's face was downcast, her eyebrows furrowed. North? Didn't we go there last time? The zombies in the north are a bit more ruthless. Basically there are no ordinary zombies. They are all supernatural zombies now. But this, it's not that dangerous, right? Lei Zhiyong didn't think so, and Qin Wan gave him a blank look and shook her head straight. You don't understand. The security camps in Wannan City, Wanbei City are both 3rd-tier camps, and the strength level of the other camp is only higher than us. But this is the same Wanbei City that was wiped out almost overnight. We even received a report from the Luzhou security camp that those independent alien who escaped from the northern Anhui City are just a handful. According to the analysis from above, northern Anhui City, a king seed may have been born. King seed? What's king seed? Ha! After Qin Wan's words, excluding Goyu and Lei Zhiyong's shocked faces, the other exalted were all dumbfounded. Apparently, they had never come into contact with any king seed before. King seed, it's the fastest evolving walker in the bunch. It has a unique psychic ability, or polymorphic ability, with the ability to command and order any zombie below the king species. Of course, the scariest thing is, king breed zombie, with human intelligence. What you mean is, a king seed zombie has appeared, leading the ectoplasmic zombies, and has breached the Wanbei City security base? This, how does this play out? There was a cacophony of voices, and everyone's face darkened. The Wannan City and the Wanbei City are separated by a line. Everyone is smart. At this moment, they all understand why they are summoned here. If the king breed zombie has any intelligence, after taking down Wanbei City, the next stop, definitely the black market for mines, in the city of Anhui Province. In the midst of the noise, Xiao Xingxing's face turned pale. She knew clearly what strength she had, and it was definitely unknown whether she could survive in the face of an army of alien zombies. Pith, don't be afraid, I'm here. Du Ziren's voice came from his ears, and Xiao Shengsheng pursed her lips and nodded slightly. King Seed, ah. I told you why the game proper is called Riot. So it's the walkers that are actively fighting. On this side of the phone, Du Ziren rubbed his chin, feeling more and more that the game was a bit real. Zombies and humans, those are two different races. Race fighting is a historical necessity. The time setting, the crisis setting. This game is perfect. Silently looking at the cell phone, after a long time, it was Qinwan who spoke. Guys, I know everyone is scared, but over at the Lushu Tier 2 security camp, we've been told a message. Through the airwave contact, over in Wanbei City, an alien with the ability detection escaped. Her name is Willow. The higher-ups want us to make sure she is protected and saved. And in her, there is a secret about the King Seed. True, we mining black market cannot take on this mission. But, those mutant zombies will kill over sooner or later. Instead of harboring them here, why don't we go and save that Lu Shu? As long as we save Lu Shu, the higher-ups will also send mutant zombies over to assist. By then, with the information of the King Seed zombie, along with the assistance of the Lu Shu safety camp, we, mining black market, may not be unable to defend it. The powerful words echoed in the ears of the crowd, and there was a moment of silence. Anyone who's been there knows what the next choice is. Run? Where to? Running toward Lu Shu safety camp? You live on the 3rd floor of the underground, in the mining black market, but when you get to the safe camp in Lu Shu, you may have to start all over again. But if you really saved Lu Shu, not only can you guard the mining black market, but also take a great merit in the future is to go to the Luzhou security camp. All have generous treatment. I'll listen to Qin too. Go Yu only thought for a moment before expressing his heartfelt. Lei Jian looked like he didn't carry fear at all and shrugged. What the hell, King Seed? I was able to enter Wanbei City unharmed last time, so I'll still be able to go in this time. I can assist everyone. Then I'll lend a hand as well. If the mining black market is gone, we'll suffer. Only for a moment. Once someone stepped forward to agree, wave after wave of responses echoed around the perimeter. Yes. Qinwan clapped her hands together and made a decision right away. From now on, all altered beings, in teams of 4, as long as they participate in this operation, will be granted permanent residency in the 3rd underground floor, upon their successful return. Also, in the future, when we do business in the mining black market, we all won't have to pay the venue fee. Boss Qin's atmosphere will definitely hold the mining black market. This battle will be won. The impassioned voices kept coming and the atmosphere was on a high, like a good momentum. But Du Ziren looked at Qinwan's worried face and already knew the danger of this operation. At the same time, the phone twitched as a new game pop-up was updated. Main quest, understanding the events in the Northern District, completed. Pass experience value plus 200. Current pass level 8. Reward for pass, trumpet asterisk 2. Reward for pass, trumpet asterisk 2. Mainline quests are being updated. New mission, please find suitable companions to form a 4-member team to explore the North District. Depending on the team's performance and the number of survivors at the end of the day, they will be given the corresponding experience value of the pass. Chapter 67 4-member temporary team, heading out for Wanbei City, give pass experience value, based on the number of last survivors. Performance? So it's still a long mission? Looking at the description of the new quest, Du Ziren's brows frowned slightly. In other words, this mission, not only do you have to protect yourself, but you also have to protect your companions. If everyone survives, the rewards for the mission could be very generous. But here, there's an obscure premise. That's a fellow traveler's partner, who must be dependable. Don't get to the end of the whole thing where the walker doesn't kill you and your companion gives you 2 stabs in the back. Main quest, can't not take it. If this is the main quest, doesn't it actually mean that Shang also wants to fight together with everyone else? Nodding Qiao Shengsheng's somewhat dull little face, Du Ziren's voice carried over. Shang, do you have a candidate you trust for companionship? I didn't. She hadn't been saying this for a moment. A sound of footsteps sounded one after another, and it was actually Lingya leading Lin Ping, quickly running towards her side. This mission is about the life and death of the mining black market. Even the staff in the black market have to go down personally. Sister Shang, look, for this operation, do you want to team up with our siblings? Don't worry, our character is one of the best in the mining black market. Lingya took the initiative to come forward and ask for help, not without a pleasing smile on her face. Before their pair of siblings took the initiative to go up and down, the gazes of the surrounding alien were immediately focused on Qiao Shengsheng's face. Holy? What level does someone have to be who can make the sibling pair actively seek them out? Never seen it before. A new master? Ass. I've never heard of this person, but she can come to the 3rd floor of the underground. Maybe there's someone behind her? Speculations rose and fell, and even Qinwan, who was presiding over the scene, looked at Xiao Shengsheng from time to time, being stared at by the crowd. Xiao Shengsheng didn't speak, nor was she surprised and scared. Instead, her face was icy cold and her small fists were clenched. She's not the simple little girl she used to be. She knew Linya had teamed up with herself, looking not at herself, but at the seniors behind her. Elder, senpai is mine alone. I don't want to. Small mouth quietly pouting. Xiao Shengsheng did not want Du Ziren's existence to be known by too many people, to be used by too many people. She didn't know why. After falling asleep on Senpai's arm that night, she had the idea that she wanted to take Senpai all to herself. Despite the impracticality of this idea, Xiao Shengsheng was unexpectedly stubborn and did not agree to Linya's request at the first opportunity, stubbornly standing still, until Du Ziren's voice rang out, just them. At least, they're reliable in strength, and knowing my existence, they won't take you for a trip. But elder, they just want to use you to accomplish the mission. I'm adding to your burden. Murmuring in a small voice, Xiao Shengsheng's face was suddenly poked by something. I know, but it's precisely because they have to look up to me that they will definitely respect you, and I'm relieved that they're teaming up with you. Your safety is more important than mine. So, well then. Her face flushed red, and a flash of shyness flashed across Xiao Shengsheng's originally cold eyes. Immediately, she looked at Linya without moving. I agree. Hey, that's great. Any more big hands joining us? 3 short of 1. Linya sniffed and immediately looked around excitedly, hugging the thighs behind Xiao Shengsheng. The more dangerous mission was also a trekking tour. King's Seed? Are you a good fighter? Awakener, what do you do with 1 skill down? Steady on. The pack stabilized over, mentally calculating. Linya's gaze looked around as the other exulted, jumped into action. At this moment, even Goyu of the Canine Battle Team and Lei Zhiyong of the Elemental Battle Team were a bit envious of Xiao Shengsheng. The Lin family's 2 siblings, with their combined strength, were close to being able to compete with a battle team captain. That's too much gold for a 4-man squad like that. Hey, I say Goyu, did you bring back this girl doll? What's her background? The Lin family siblings are rushing to give her away? Lei Zhiyong looked at Goyu in surprise, and Goyu shrugged. How would I know? But don't look at her as soft and weak. She came back with 2 green crystal cores, all by herself. Guaranteed. That's a tough one. Hiss. When you say it like that, I want to team up with her. There was a bright glint in his eyes. Unfortunately, Louis has to bring his own crew. Forced by the team of 4 system, he will have 1 more alien under his command. With his eyes looking towards Xiao Shengsheng, Lei Zhiyong took the initiative to wave towards his back. Li CC, go join their squad. That Captain Autumn, right? We, CC, are flame abilities of the alien 3rd order, so we should be able to join your squad, right? Looking pleasingly at Xiao Shengsheng, Lei Zhiyong was also considered a good captain who looked after his subordinates. In the first instance, he thought of taking the out-of-team members and stuffing them into a temporary team that was no less than the alien squad. 3rd order fire? Sister Shengsheng, this strength is fine, you see? Linya very self-consciously looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was silent, just waiting for Du Ziren's response. Alien ability level is naturally the higher the better. That way, even if I'm negligent, they won't die violently. Lissy? On this side of the cell phone, Du Ziren just wanted to click on Li CCC's avatar. Wait, the lull. Above the central square, a delicate woman wearing a black headscarf walked out. I think that I'm more capable than her to join Miss Autumn's team. The black hood wrapped around the woman's face, so she couldn't be seen, but she had a really hot body underneath a black leotard. Who's this again? Who? Never heard of it. A lone shifter from the recent past? Many people simply could not recognize the black-hooded woman. The woman did not speak, but it was Lin Ping who spoke. Summer Shake. Special ability split. Alien ability level Alien 4th stage. She does have the strength to join us. As the caretaker of the 3rd underground floor, Lin Ping was familiar with almost everyone's information. Under this sound of his words, Li CC, who was originally walking towards the side, suddenly had her footsteps stuttered and her face was dumbfounded. That, Shengsheng, you see this MS. Xia, Linya still looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who was silent, waiting for Du Ziren's reply. At the same time, a pop-up window popped up on the phone's game screen. Option 1, choose Li CC to join the team. The difficulty of the main quest will be reduced by 30%, and the quest rewards will be reduced by 10%. Option 2, if you choose Xia Shake to join the team, the difficulty of the main quest will be increased by 50%, and the quest rewards will be increased by 80%. There is a chance of opening a special plot mode. Chapter 68 Fog Barrier, Zombie, Liquor. Yoo-hoo, is there any more to this player selection? Silently looking at the selection panel, Du Ziren did not hesitate. Of course it's option 2, pass, with such a thick experience bar. I don't think I'll be able to finish my liver by the end of the month if I don't take a shot at it, right? As for mission difficulty? Du Ziren just couldn't believe it. There are still 9 times Sublime Blade, useless. 9 rounds of Sublime Blade, not enough to kill a king seed? I must be given the upper difficulty. After pressing option 2, Xiao Xingxing's ears rang with Du Ziren's voice. Shang Shang, let Xia Sheikh join the team. Well, looking at Xia Sheikh's mature woman's physique, Xiao Shengsheng agreed with some resistance. I'll go with this MS. Xia, little sister, you are very discerning. Don't worry, your choice. It's definitely the right one. An unsurprising choice. Everyone thought that Xiao Shengsheng would definitely go back to the partner with high strength. Li Sisi kept her head down and hitched up a squad with the usual independent alien. On the quiet central meeting hall, the crowd formed up one by one. It was only after the battle columns were thoroughly separated that Qin slowly drank out. Good. After all members have formed their teams, they will immediately begin to set off towards the northern Anhui city. Please keep this in mind. There are no ordinary zombies in Wanbei City. There are no ordinary zombies. As far as we can, everyone go find out where Willow is. Everyone remember to find where there are large trees and I will update Willow's whereabouts in real time. Lastly, regardless of whether we find Willow or not, any team that carries an alien crystal core can redeem their merits with the crystal core, either here with me, or in the Lushu safe base. To all of you, Godspeed. Rustling. As Qin pronouncement ended, her entire body retreated to the side of the tree trunk, actually slowly sticking to the tree as her entire body merged within it. Next moment, all of the large trees in underground level 3 beckoned, emitting a diffusion sound similar to a horn. Currently where Willow is, Chang'an gas station on the outskirts of northern Anhui city, the radio echoed. So, how? Sister Shang, we act now? Linya's gaze looked towards Qiu Shangshang, who looked around. A large number of alien squad had already flocked towards the upper floors. Let's go. Without any nonsense, the group followed the large troop and quickly surged out of the mining black market. Snowflakes still drifted in the sky. Unlike in the past, this time, the one-person line became a four-person line. Tap tap tap. The snow was densely packed with footprints, and some people chose to go in the north direction, striking out towards the front of Wanbei City. Some people chose to take side roads, approaching along the outskirts of Wanbei City. Xiao Xingxing's squad was originally going to attack the front with the large force, but, when a group of people were running away at a fast pace, that Xia Sheikh, who had been silent, suddenly shouted out, I'm actually the one who ran out of northern Anhui City. I know, there's a shortcut that leads straight to a suburban gas station. You guys, there was a questioning tone to her words, and it was clear that the shortcut she was talking about was a risky one. Shortcut? Isn't that simple? At that, Linya smiled. She intentionally looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who blushed. It's about borrowing from the seniors again. I was just about to reply. At the same time, on Du Ziren's cell phone, the pop-up window selection popped up once again. Option 1, take a shortcut, but you run a high risk of getting close to the target location relatively quickly. Option 2, conservatively, follow the main group. Increased safety, but decreased speed. So what's the point of choosing? We have to be the ones to save Willow. How high would the reward have to be if it was Shang Sheng himself who rescued Willow? Directly pressing option 1, Xiao Xingxing's ears instantly heard Du Ziren's voice. Shang Sheng, take the shortcut. Understood. Then we'll take the shortcut. At the sound of the voice, Xiao Shengxing twisted her head to look at Xia Sheikh. The vermilion lips seemed to curl up at one corner under the black turban of the summer sheikh. Yes, I knew I didn't pick the wrong guy. Go, follow me. The shortcut is in the wooded area. Suddenly turning his feet, Xia Sheikh led the way towards the lush forests of the suburbs. Hurry, follow them. Behind them, not far from Qiu Xingxing's squad, several squads revealed cunning smiles one after another. See, I told you, follow them and the speed won't be bad. That's right, that Qiu Shengsheng must have some kind of capital, or else the Lin family siblings could tout her so much. It's true, they actually know the shortcut? Among the scattered squads, a man with dirty braids quirked his mouth at the corner of the squad Liz joined. Maybe, we'll be able to lay flat all the way over there, and we'll even get a head start on saving Willow. First class honors, maybe it's ours. Shang-Chi, or I'd say you have a brain. Go. Silently trailing behind, layers of water mist somehow drifted up from the dense forest in the distance. Tap tap tap, stepping on the wetlands. The more you walk in the dense forest, the more hazy the water mist in front of you. The visibility is even less than 2 or 3 meters away. With such low visibility, Summer Sheikh, you're sure you're leading the right way, right? Lin Ping narrowed his eyes and intentionally looked at Xia Sheikh's arse. Trust me, my ability is split. Before I escaped from here, I was the one who left split cells all the way. and tried the road many times for that. Here, I'm the only one who dares to say that I went the right way. Xia Shake confidently patted her breasts. Under the hazy water mist, her delicate figure was hidden. Looking at Lin Ping's face was hot. Tick tick. I don't know how long I've been walking, but the water mist has thickened to the point where it keeps landing droplets. Phew phew. A sea of white fog, and the eerie roar of the wind could be faintly heard. How much longer? Rinya grumbled with a disgruntled look at her wet chest. Almost there. Soon, after Xia Shake, who was leading the way forward, came to a point, he suddenly had a footstep. What's wrong? After Qiu Shengsheng glanced at Xia Shake in surprise, she vaguely noticed that the corners of this woman's mouth seemed to be trembling. That seems like, is that a laugh? Phew phew. The wind above was getting sharper and sharper. Snap. The lull. Just as the wind whistled, a dozen reddish long whips violently cut through the mist, like red mangoes flung straight at several people. Something's wrong. Hurry. Get down. Lin Ye, as the one with the highest level in the team, felt the threat at the first moment, and instantly pulled Lin Ping to lie down on the ground with a plop sound. Qiu Shengsheng didn't even react. The whole person's back went numb, and she was pressed down to the ground by the invisible big hand. Put. Only to hear an explosion in the ears. Several red ons like a gate knife over the head, instantly slicing the Xia Shake in front of him. A blood mist exploded. Wow. Large chunks of broken meat landed on the ground. Roar roar. Between the sea of white mist, a sound source came from above. Fixing his eyes to take a closer look, a dozen or so zombies with frosty white bodies and white mist spitting out of their mouths were climbing the tree, looking down at it with a sinister face. Pa pa pa. On the waist of the branches of the large tree, there were another dozen or so reddish zombies, with their throats actually fluttering, their python-like slender tongues twisting like snakes and wrapping around the center of the tree. Here, long ago, they were alien zombies. Surrounded. Chapter 69 Alien Abnormalities? Gunshot. Fleeing. Hiss. Ha. High above, in the drifting fog, less than 24 strange zombies were spitting out mist in tongues, like spiders laying their nests. It was as if they had been hibernating here for a long time, waiting for Qiu Shengsheng and the others to come to the door. Asterisk. Summer Shake. Is that what you call a shortcut? Lin Ping cursed and tried to question Xia Shake before realizing that all that was left of the bastard was a mess of broken flesh. Being able to instantly kill a fourth-order alien in seconds? It's over. It's over. This place. It's not right at all. Lin Ping's face changed again and again. Lin Ye didn't say anything, just quietly looking at Qiu Shengsheng. Qiu Shengsheng, on the other hand, was lying on the ground, feeling the familiar sensation behind her, and was blindsided for a while. What's going on here? Xia Shake died just like that? Senior Ziren, you wanted to question Du Ziren to ask why he didn't save the people, because with Du Ziren's strength, he could definitely cut off those tongues in minutes, but he didn't save the people, and Qiu Shengsheng didn't dare to ask. On this side of the cell phone, Du Ziren was even more depressed, because it was the moment just now when Xia Shake stopped. Countless long tongues swept in. He wanted to strike, but found that skill Sublime Blade was gray, showing special status, unable to release. There wasn't even time for him to react. Summer Shake was straight up gone. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Qiu Shengsheng would probably have had his head chopped off. Asterisk. This game difficulty, isn't it spiking too high? I haven't even found anyone here yet. The team lost one? WNM. Looking at the game screen full of tree trunks of zombies in horror, Du Ziren clicked on their attributes in a panic. Alien zombie, lickers, ability, bloodline, white, alien power level, alien, first order, attack, a long tongue with power stored in the mouth. Once stored and released, has a penetrating power no less than that of a bullet. Alien zombie, fog barrier zombie, ability, corpse mist, white, alien power level, alien, first order, attack method, mouth a certain amount of wet corpse gas. Once inhaled too much, physical fitness will decline rapidly. Okay. These are altered, first-order, zombies. Now that it's reacting, as long as everyone uses their powers to counterattack, it should. Looking at the details of the two types of zombies, Du Ziren just let out a sigh of relief. Able to. On the game screen, Qiu Shengsheng and his party looked up high into the sky. Hiss ha. It was like entering a nest of snakes, with dozens of long, blood-colored tongues twisting in the air above, obscuring the view from above. The next instant, long crimson tongues interspersed with corpse fog fell like a rain of blood-colored arrows. Hurry, sister. I'll build an earthen wall of defense. You attack. They aren't very strong. Let's join forces, just for a moment. Lin Ping was in the middle of his words, but somehow he suddenly got stuck. He crawled on the ground in a panic and pressed the ground with both hands, wanting to activate his Earth System's supernatural ability to construct an earth wall. but after pressing on the ground for a while, I couldn't feel any alien energy flow at all. How is this possible? Rustling, cold winds struck, and crimson tongues fell like steel knives, so dense that they could not be avoided. Linya's subconsciously stagnant pupils and gray pupils trembled as he tried to control the earth layer, but he found that there was no foreign energy operating in his body at all. It's not right. This place, something's not right. Desperately looking towards Qiu Shangshang, Linya's mind spun quickly. She knew that if she couldn't exert her alien energy, that could be a coincidence. But the fact that both herself and her brother lost their alien energy at the same time meant that there must be something fishy here. Could it be an alien lost zone? Damn it, that's Xia Sheikh. She brought us here. She has a problem? Flashing a horrible thought in her heart, Linya did not have the mood to think about the reason at this moment, and could only hope that the big brother behind Qiu Shangshang would not lose his supernormal ability. Failing that, it's all gone. When she was able to climb up from the ground, Qiu Shangshang saw the tongue threads falling from the sky, and her originally sturdy body involuntarily trembled. Elder Ren. The roiling tongues and threads rained down snakes, and Qiu Shangshang, for some reason, moved extremely stiffly, and could only stare blankly at the high altitude, his pupils flickering with despair. For special reasons, you are unable to release the sublime blade at this time. For special reasons, on the cell phone screen, Ren kept pressing the screen, and game pop-up kept popping up warnings. SB Games. Where's the recharge screen? You don't want to lose your golden father, do you? Even though he knew that Qiu Shangshang had crystal core armor, backing her up, Ren didn't want all of his teammates to die just as the quest started. Buzz. Well, just as the roiling tongues hung over the heads of the crowd, the game screen went into slow motion again. In an instant, it was as if the flow of time had been frozen, and countless judgment buttons appeared all around Qiu Shangshang's body. Qiu Shangshang seems to have fallen under the influence of some kind of power. Please click on the screen and help us with our activities. Buzz. The light dots kept flickering, and Ren's fingers tapped rapidly. Shoulders, neck, arms, thighs. After a quick flickering click in the judgment area, Qiu Shangshang's body was suddenly like a puppet, being manipulated by a large hand. Pithing, drawl. Ren's urging voice came from his ears, and the moment Qiu Shangshang was able to move her arm, she instantly obeyed without thinking. After Desert Eagle was taken out in his pocket, Ren clicked towards Qiu Shangshang's thin waist. Qiu Shangshang's face flushed and she immediately bowed down and rolled towards Linya's side. Bang. The moment he rolled with the ground, 3 bullets were fired in the direction of Qiu Shangshang's roll. Hanging above the sky, 3 long, bloody tongues exploded and fell, filling the air with blood mist. All of this, which seemed to have happened for a while, was only in a flash of lightning. By the time that bizarre time flow slowly ended, Qiu Shangshang was already lying on his back in front of Linya. The blood tongues above their heads strangely exploded, and a cloud of blood mist sprayed out and fell to the ground. Shang, you? First time, Linya had never seen Qiu Shangshang strike before, and in her eyes, Qiu Shangshang seemed to be quickening, completing a series of counterattacks in the blink of an eye. Shang, your ability is divine speed? No, if you can't perform your powers here, could it be, it's that senior? His ability is time acceleration? My goodness, that's senior. What other means does he have? The gray pupils kept flickering, and Rinya's heartbeat accelerated. She knew clearly that what Qiu Shangshang was hugging was probably not a thigh, it was a pillar of heaven. Tanto generation. In that situation just now, the only thing that could allow Qiu Shangshang to do all of this was the supernatural ability time acceleration. It's only after letting Aki Sungsang's time alone speeds up that it makes her look like she's moving around like the Flash. Time, space, sonic powers. This big guy, at least, is the creator of the first-line security camp, right? Muttered the sentiment. For a moment, Linya became even more jealous in her gaze towards Qiu Shangshang. In the meantime, the moment the blood rain fell, Qiu Shangshang's few people dodged the blood tongue attack, but the team that had been trailing them suffered greatly. The roiling tongues of blood slapped down, and the exotics in the hazy fog immediately activated their exotics in an attempt to counterattack. Lissy, quickly, the flame ability burns through the mist. Fatty Wang, use the tree root alien energy to build a defense line. Look at my wind blade. Zhang Qi, who had a dirty braid, had a calm face and methodically instructed his teammates. He had at least dealt with alien zombies, and with these low-ranked alien zombies in front of him, he was confident that he could casually explode and kill these zombies. But, after an order was given, everyone gathered in piles, trying to activate their powers in unison, looking up halfway into the sky. And yet, nothing happened. Wait for it. The the tons of blood lashed down from the sky, and a crowd of people, like bloody mud, shattered apart. Chapter 70 Crystalline Core Armor, First Show of Power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where are my alien powers? Asterisk 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 asterisk. No, here. Something's not right here. Put. Countless blood mists exploded amidst the gusts of panic. It's too late. There was no time to react. The alien who had lost his altered energy, exploded and burst under the countless tons of blood entangled in the fight as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Why? Not that. I thought this was. Is it a shortcut? With confidence still in his eyes, Zhang Qi's head had rolled to the ground. Pfffffffffff. The original squad of 12 people that had gathered was instantly turned into a large area of red soil, staining the ground red. Li Cixi had been dumbfounded, screaming in panic, feeling the hot blood spurting all over her body, and her whole body falling into the wet soil, constantly trembling. Terror! It's horrible. Mortals were simply ants in front of the ectoplasmic zombies. The screams, the sound of blood and fog bursting, and the hissing of the zombies were intertwined in the foggy forest at the moment, and it was chilling and terrifying to hear. That, something's really wrong. Lin Ping was dragged up from the ground by Linya with a look of indignation. Now that he thought about it, Xia Shake's words were simply full of holes. She said that she once relied on her split ability to get out of this foggy forest, but on second thought, when you come to this forest, your psychic ability will be eliminated. She doesn't have psychic abilities. She's just an ordinary person. How did she get out of here? There can only be two possibilities in a situation like this. First, she didn't walk here and bring everyone here for some reason. Second, she did come here, but the walkers didn't attack her then. Above all, either way, this woman has big problems. She purposely brought so many people to die. The most terrifying result was, this woman was from the King Seed zombie camp. Kings breed zombies. Most likely, it infiltrated the mining black market a long time ago. The more I think about it, the more alarmed I am. Lin Ping's face was dark and he frequently looked at his sister. If he could think of it, take that shrewd sister of his must have thought of it. Able to. At this moment, Linya still had a bashful face, staring dead at Qiu Shangshang. What happened to the king breed zombie? As long as you hold the person behind Qiu Shangshang, it's like going to the zombie headquarters. The truly safe place is never a safe camp, but the side of the strong. Brother, in the future, stay close to Qiu Shangshang. Linya muttered something in a small voice, and Lin Ping drifted off. The two siblings surrounded Qiu Shangshang, looking at the head full of zombies, but no longer panicked. What they didn't know was that Qiu Shangshang's heart was racing hard at the moment. The pistol clenched in his hand was stained with hand sweat. 6, 18, 22. A pair of eyes frequently looked around, and looming in the fog, as if they were viper spider zombies, constantly gulping their tongues and looking sinisterly at Qiu Shangshang. Too much. Qiu Shangshang wasn't sure at all, shooting so many zombies. Senior Ziran, constantly calling out Du Ziran's name softly, as if by doing so, he could be infinitely inspired. Phew. Belatedly, the liquor in the sky above didn't launch an attack for a long time, only its body kept stealthily weaving in and out of the fog. On the contrary, above the tree canopy, those snow-white corpse mist zombies, with chapped bodies and horrible white corpse chi continuously accelerated into the forest. The thick fog was like heaven and earth filled with milk, and as Qiu Shangshang gripped the pistol, her eyes had begun to dim. No, these alien zombies, they can still be tactical? On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziran could clearly feel that the vision of the game screen was gradually blurring. Qiu Shangshang's physique was being affected by the corpse fog. These mutant zombies actually don't intend to attack with a brain. Instead they want to utilize the corpse mist zombie, S-mist to pull down the human's physique, and then slowly figure it out? Asterisk. Want to be so strategic? Can't drag this out. If you drag on any longer, you'll lose your vision and be completely defenseless. Shang, take this. The embedded hole in the chest armor. Between using the trumpet, Du Ziran quickly tapped on the warehouse panel. The crystal core inventory from the last lucky draw also includes Thunderfire crystal core, purple, *2. Windwing crystal core, green, *4. Red blood crystal core, white, *13. For insurance purposes, Du Ziran directly scratched out a Thunderfire crystal core and sent it to Qiu Shangshang's arms. Buzz. A tremor ran through his chest. Qiu Shangshang glanced at it and instantly had a jolt. In front of his chest armor, a purple crystal core that was flickering with the light of thunder webfire was pulsing. It's this purple crystal core. Senior Ziran, this is too. What time is it? Your life is more important than anything else. An unquestionable voice came, and Qiu Shangshang's eyes reddened as she immediately slapped the Thunderfire crystal core into the embedded space of the crystal core armor. Bang! Bare your teeth. Next moment, in the white haze, above Qiu Shengxing's body surface, a ring of free electric arcs exploded, and her body, too, burned with flames that kept pulsing. Electricity and fire buzzed, and in just a few moments, the corpse mist that lingered around Qiu Shengxing burned and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your Doom Survivor character uses the nucleus armor, chest armor, extracted the purple nucleus ability successfully. Currently, Qiu Shengxing has gained the Thunder and Fire psychic ability, psychic, 5th level strength. Time limit, 5 minutes. Qiu Shengxing alien level, alien 3rd order, 150/300, 170/300. As the Thunder Fire crystal core was absorbed, a new pop-up window was displayed on the phone screen. Oh, so crystal core embedding has this effect? Then if you get a full set of core embedding equipment, all embedded with crystal and cores, wouldn't you be able to experience the strength of a superhuman? And, using other powers, Qiu Shengxing's ability level is also rising. Sure enough, kryptonite is awesome. Pithing, hurry, all opponents have to be taken care of in 5 minutes. Lamenting the outrageousness of the kryptonite equipment, Du Ziren greeted in a panic. Got it, pa. Amidst the arcing flames, Qiu Shengxing felt her body unexpectedly light. Gaze into a corner. 10. Suddenly, a fire exploded in the sky above, and a zombie spewing corpse mist exploded in a wave of fire. With a rumbling sound, its body burst into flames, and it violently rolled down from the sky. Its sister. Her supernatural ability. Its thunder and fire? Behind him, Lin Ping looked at Qiu Shengxing's means in surprise, feeling the 5th order alien strength on the other party, and was confused for a moment. Is it too unreasonable to have this strength and the protection of a big brother? Lin Ya's face was even more bitter as he watched. She remembered that a few days ago, this girl was a scavenger. Now, a purple quality altered energy? And the strength to almost catch up with your own? All of this, it's all because of that guy. Chapter 71 Out of the Fog Barrier Zone. Self-exploding flames. Venomous zombies. 1. Roar. The roar of the corpses kept echoing in the forest. Qiu Shengxing's ears throbbed. Gazing up into the sky between the tree canopy, Tongtang fire constantly flashed. Boom. And so, a treacherous scene unfolded in the forest. Waves of fire frequently exploded high in the sky, and a corpse-white zombie, bathed in fire, kept falling from the heights. After their bodies were scorched and burned, electric currents kept surging, and they spasmed after landing. Bare your teeth. The flames burned the corpse mist, and the visibility around them was clear to the naked eye. Seemingly knowing that he would definitely lose if this went on, the licker, hidden in the mist, couldn't help himself. A licker, wrapped in blood scab, like a gecko, violently scurried away from the thick foggy low forest, pouncing straight on Qiu Shengxing's back. Look out! With a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye, one could only feel a wind blowing past his eyes as a mass of blood red lunged towards the back of Qiu Shengxing's neck. Lin Ping exclaimed. Qiu Shengxing just had her ears twitching and didn't turn around. Bare your teeth. Countless currents flickered around her all over body, forming an area of thunder balls. Buzz. Only for a moment. Autumn Shengxing's silhouette disappeared, a flash of silver light in his arms, after the original pounced on the blood red by a burst of silver light wrapped around, then clatter a sound, turned into pieces of flesh and blood mingled fall. Put. The sound of blood mist exploded, and Qiu Shengxing's figure slowly appeared in another corner this time. She waved the blood-stained dagger in her hand, her face cold and frightening. So fast. Lin Ping's eyes went wide. Within a few seconds just now when he hadn't seen it clearly, Qiu Shengxing had already gripped the dagger and given the licker, who was still pouncing in mid-air. An instant split? Is this the purple quality, Thunder Fire ability? Strong. It's so strong. Did she actually activate a purple quality ability? Then according to this, in the future, with the potential of purple alien ability, sooner or later, Qiu Shengxing will catch up with our alien ability level. Even, it will throw us off by a wide margin. Maybe, the thigh we hug from now on is really her. Staring blankly at Qiu Shengxing's strike, Lin Yu wasn't surprised that she was able to perform her extraordinary ability. Under the shelter of the awakened one, Big Brother. What else was impossible? Roar. The roar of the corpses was still lingering in the heights around them. Once the corpse mistwalkers were taken care of, the lickers that were hidden in the forest were no longer so hard to detect. Following the source of the sound, on the canopy, on the waist of the tree, or behind the tree trunk, a dozen or so reddish-bodied lickers, with bright red tongues, were flopping around in their mouths, as if they were storing up their strength to hold their breath. Pith. Seize the time. 2.5 minutes to go. Du Ziren looked at the crystal core armor, prompt and reminded softly. Qiu Shengxing nodded, and a cry of alarm rang out violently behind him. Help! Put. The first bright red tongue was the first to fling itself, aimed not at Qiu Shangshang, but at Li Sisi, who was hidden under the crushed flesh of countless corpses. Rustling, the red tongue flickered like a shocking flash, and in the blink of an eye it drew to Li Sisi's neck, instantly tightening her neck like a wrapped rope. Grunt grunt, the tongue surged and actually emerged dense spikes, poking through the blood vessels of Li Sisi's neck, like a straw, constantly sucking on the blood, making one's scalp numb. Stop. A pair of fine eyes followed the sound afterward. Bare your teeth. Sparks flickered eerily as they wrapped themselves around Lissy's tongue. A few moments later, tongue of flame flickered, and the entire long tongue instantly burned into a tongue of fire. Roar! The flames followed the tongue and burned all the way to the origin of the liquor, burning and covering it like a tarsus, burning the liquor, to the point where it twisted on the ground like a snakeworm. Roar roar! The wailing continued. Pft! Right in the middle of this lightning bolt, the remaining liquors, all snapped in unison. A dozen or so intertwined red tongues were flung towards Qiu Shangsheng like a net of blood. Slow, the fishy wind fell from overhead, and Qiu Shangsheng didn't bother to look at the dense and morose nature of the blood net, but just squinted her eyes as the arcs of electricity around her continued to flicker. Pa pa pa. A scalp blasting sound followed. Tap tap tap. Only a footprint on the wet, muddy ground quickly twisted and dissipated, and an arc of electricity flashed silver. Pow! A snowy white day flashed up in the forest, a silver line flickering after. Pffffffffff. A dozen long twisted tongues instantly fell from midair, distributing the densely packed liquors. One by one a bloody hole exploded in their heads, and between the countless fountains of blood spewing out, one liquor fell to the ground with a crooked head. Quiet. There was only an eerie silence in the woods. Vaguely, one could hear Qiu Xingxing's breathing. The time for crystalline core armor's ability had ended, and her face was flushed as if she had just gone through a long-distance running exercise. Good. What a strong alien power. Amidst the piles of blood and flesh, Li Sisi had already forgotten her panic. Looking at the fountains of blood spraying around her, she finally understood why the Lin family's siblings would recognize Qiu Shangsheng as their captain. Current alien level alien 3rd order, 280/300, 290/300, 300/300. Alien power level progress increases. Congratulations! Your Doomsday Survival character's current alien ability level is Alien 4th Order, 5 out of 400. In the midst of Qiu Xingxing's burst of gasps, Du Ziren watched as Qiu Xingxing's supernatural ability soared to completion of its advancement, his face resolute. It took consuming an entire purple crystal core to blaze through one level of the realm. This crystal core armor looks powerful, but it's also a gold-swallowing cave. Secretly lamenting the consumption of the crystalline core armor, in the game screen, a group of people had silently approached towards Qiu Shangsheng, completely changing their attitude from the previous diffident attitude to a respectful one. Looking towards Qiu Shangsheng. Shang, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. It's no wonder you've been favored by that senior. The potential of the purple ability is indeed worth cultivating. Linya gave a convincing sigh. Lin Ping, on the other hand, looked around with a complicated face. Right. The situation was so critical before that I didn't even have time to think about it. Now that I think about it, you guys, that Xia Sheikh, purposely bringing us here, is it to distract the firepower of the large army and carry out individual attacks? At those words, Li Sisi was shocked. Are you saying that Xia Sheikh is a zombie? No. To be precise, the King Seed zombie has human intelligence. Could he have let the zombies with special psychic abilities disguise themselves as people and infiltrate our base in the beginning? Rinya rubbed her chin and came up with a sly comment. As soon as he said that, everyone's scalp went numb. That is to say, there were actually zombies among those who used to spend time together? Bold. That's a really bold guess. Even on the other side of the phone, Du Ziren's eyelids jumped. No wonder the danger difficulty is elevated so high by letting Xia Sheikh join the team. So it's this guy who has the problem. Her special ability is split. Wait, it shouldn't. Suddenly thinking of a certain possibility, Du Ziren understood in a trance why Wanbei City had fallen. Zombies, once you have intelligence, that war is insidious. Buzz buzz. On the cell phone pop-up window, a new game choice started popping up. Option 1, move forward out of the forest of corpse fog and continue searching for the alien willow. Result unknown. Option 2, return back the way you came and look for the main group to rejoin. Result unknown. Chapter 72 out of the fog barrier zone. Self-destructing flames and venomous zombies. Those two choices. Kind of interesting. Looking at the new pop-up option, Du Ziren's eyes narrowed. Now, it's the little cutie. It's also clear that there's a mole in the camp. And there may be more than one or two. The zombies scatter the gathered people by luring them to a special place where the powers fail, and wipe them out one by one. By then, all the exalts in the mining black market will be dead. Can it not fall? This also explained why Qiu Xingxing's few people were immediately surrounded as soon as they entered the corpse mist forest. Those zombies have been ready to stand guard for a long time. These guys are surprisingly scary-minded once they get their wits about them. Going back to the brigade now? If the situation over there in the main force is worse, going back would be a death sentence. There's no way I can guarantee that a monster of the alien 6th order will not appear on the other side without an alien power. As for moving on, with me, as long as I'm not banned from powers again, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After thinking for a moment, Du Ziren tapped option 1. Pith, prepare to cross this forest. Always on guard. Understood. Elder. Can I search the loot first? Standing in place, Qiu Shengsheng felt the nascent active power of the alien 4th stage. Her spirit exuberant. Faster. Yes. Nimbly pulling out the military dagger from her pocket, Qiu Shengsheng began to stab the lickers and corpse mistwalkers' corpses, and one by one, the scarlet crystalline cores and gray and white crystalline cores were constantly being collected by her and put into her pocket. Looking at how busy Qiu Shengsheng was, the remaining 3 were too embarrassed to wait around and started collecting crystal cores, one after another. In less time, nearly 30 or so crystal cores were piled up, and one's eyes glistened as one looked at them. Wow, so many crystal cores. I'm rich. Lissy sighed, but only just. She clearly knew that any of the crystal cores, here, the right of attribution belonged to Qiu Shengsheng. Without her, the 3 of them would have been corpses long ago. Elder, these crystal cores. I wonder if you. Looking at the pile of cluttered crystal cores, Qiu Shengsheng respectfully looked high into the sky. Your doomsday survival character is dropping off a gift to you. This gift, Bloodline Crystals, *15. Mist Barrier Crystals, *15. Flame Crystals, *3. Wind Blade Crystals, *2. Xiangshua Crystals, *6. Do you accept? Yes. A new alert screen popped up on the cell phone pop-up. Du Ziren clicked accept, almost in a hurry. Just kidding. I'm worried that I don't have the crystal core to start the game Nutrient Pod. With these, won't you be able to have fun with interactive projections in the future? Hiss. Only, with so many crystalline cores, we have to at least send them in big pieces this time, right? After clicking the accept button, buzz. Within the corpse mist forest, a tall pile of crystalline cores suddenly vibrated and twisted strangely as it dissipated. I'll take it. Du Ziren's voice came from his ears, and Qiu Shengsheng would smile. Compared to the daily crystal core baths and the purple crystal core that was just there, these first-order white-quality crystal cores were really nothing. Senior Ziren can accept it. It's really great. The heart is full of joy. At his side, Rinya Rinpoche had an expression of I see. The only one who had seen a ghost expression was Li Cc. *********. You, where are those crystal cores of yours? Disappeared? With her mouth wide open, she looked around left and right, apparently not having heard any rumors about Space Big Brother. Calm down, sisterly. You'll understand when you're also looked at by a spatial ability, bigwig someday. Space alien? Big Brother? Bewildered, he looked to Rinya, who shrugged and smiled without saying anything. Wanbei City Suburban Road Crossing. Lei Zhiyong grinned broadly as he walked towards the road sign. According to the signboard, it's only about 1 kilometer away from the Chang'an gas station. The suburban roadways were empty. Above the sky, there was a huge flock of corpse mutant birds circling continuously, but, coveting too many people on Lei Zhiyong's side, they only dared to hover and did not dare to try to attack. Lei Hu pussy, you just broke away from the large troop. Are you not afraid that a high-level alien zombie will suddenly appear and give you seconds? Looking at Lei Zhiyong's tiger grinning appearance, Go Yu snorted. This batch of their team, not to mention having the strongest K9 battle team and elemental battle team, members of the mining black market base, was the group of alien that trailed behind, and their strengths were basically all alien at 2nd order or above. So to speak, this large team is the lifeblood of the mining black market. Cut. Calling you an old dog doesn't sit well with you. I've told you. I've been here before. Only lickers basically appear over here, and they're all 1st order and 2nd order. That's it? Lei Zhiyong rubbed Thunder with one hand and gave him seconds and minutes. Ha, the two of them had a joke or two. Captain, why don't I go over and check the road? At the sound of words, a youth in the elemental squad, with a wind blade nameplate on his chest walked out. He was considered to be in the entire team, second only to Lei Zhiyong's existence in terms of strength, with a full body of wind blade alien energy, sufficient to have the strength of an alien 5th order. Also, Zheng Feng, stay on guard, will try to be the first to arrive at the Chang'an gas station. Understood. Upon hearing this, Zheng Feng nodded respectfully and walked at the front of the line with a length that prioritized the line by more than 10 meters. After the end of the day, the streets are nothing but abandoned vehicles and piles of snow. Tap tap tap. The pace of the large procession was brisk, and no crisis broke out before them. Bare your teeth, bare your teeth. Just as the steps walked, the abandoned vehicles parked around the neighborhood inexplicably increased. From the cars that were so abandoned that they were already deformed, a thick white mist was actually slowly emerging. Ha! It's not right. Everyone stay alert. That mist, it shouldn't be any normal mist. It might be poisonous. Zhang Feng, be careful. Copperbell's eyes were so big that they narrowed. Although Lei Zhiyong was a hangdog character, once something happened, he wouldn't be ambiguous at all. Understood. Lao. Before he could say the word big, Zhang Feng's eyes suddenly froze. Yeah, he saw it. In the mist, a few cracked walkers ran vaguely. There are red cracks all over the skinny zombie, living like a skinless bloodskin kid. There is also an obese zombie with a swollen stomach, covered with green tubes. A run and a scream between the split stomach will flow out of the thick green corpse liquid. These zombies, they're different from anything we've seen before. Zhang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he had a bad feeling in his heart for some reason. Yeah, yikes. Suddenly, a dry and skinny zombie violently built up its strength and leapt to Zhang Feng's eyes. Dogs, you think my wind blade is for show? With a grip on his palm, a rapidly rotating wind blade twisted and suddenly shot out from Zhang Feng's hand. Shoo! The head of the zombie that came flying at him suddenly fell from mid-air, growling. After the head fell to the ground, eerie ho-ho-ho strange laughter. The headless body suddenly ripped apart in mid-air and exploded with a rumble. Fire blazed through the corpses, flickering from small to large. Boom! Shasta! A terrifying wave of fire exploded and erupted across the roadway, surging against the large crowd. Chapter 73 Out of the Fog Barrier Zone. Self-destructing flames and venomous zombies. 3. Rumble. Searing waves of air pounded his face, and Lei Zhiyong's pupils widened as he panicked and looked at Zhang Feng in the sea of fire. Zhang Feng. Under the raging waves of fire, there were 3 or 4 more red split-skin zombies, pouncing towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng covered his face and was closest to the waves of fire. The clothes on his body had long since been burned away, and his entire skin was crackling and scorched and curling from the waves of fire. Subconsciously accumulating wind blade, he wanted to cut down the red split skinwalker that was pouncing. However, once he remembered that this thing had just corpse self-explosion, was terrifying to the extreme. He instantly didn't dare to have an attack. Had ha. As for those few red split skinwalkers, as if they were certain that Zhang Feng did not dare to kill them at close range, 3 or 4 black shadows darted and pounced on Zhang Feng before wrapping themselves around his body like snakes. A pair of sharp claws plunged into his belly, hissing and pulling to pull out a piece of flesh and blood, toward his mouth to send. Ah! Miserable screams rang out as Zhang Feng's body twisted in the sea of fire, and his stomach had been opened up with holes. Had ha. Ongwu. The dry cracked lips were drenched in blood and flesh. The red cracked skin zombies looked like they were addicted to eating, and a few of them actually buried their heads into Zhang Feng's stomach and kept gnawing on it. Asterisk. Damn, what are these again? Zhang Feng. Lei Zhiyong couldn't watch his teammate suffer a little bit, and the electric arc crackled in his hand. Captain, don't! If you had killed those zombies, Zhang Feng would have been blown up at such a close distance. Behind him, a young girl with sky blue hair persuaded Lei Zhiyong. When her palms were joined together and she just gazed at Zhang Feng, a layer of water membrane began to be born on the surface of Zhang Feng's skin. Water Allomancy. It's a rare water ability in Doomsday. Pff. The water surged around his body as if he had put a protective film layer on Zhang Feng. The young girl's eyes stared. Zhang Feng, it's now! Take all those zombies! Anxious yelled out. The young girl's meaning was understood by Zhang Feng, and his hand's wind blade gathered once again. But, amidst the burning waves of fire, the air seemed to be strangely distorted for a moment. With a buzz, the wind blade in his hand suddenly and strangely disappeared. There was also the water membrane that was surging around the body, which was also dissipating into water. What? Ho. In the midst of the burning flames, a swollen, sickly green zombie in the distance came striding in, not giving Zhang Feng any chance at all with a hideous smile. Put. Next moment, its huge legs violently stomped on Zhang Feng's head and blood splattered everywhere. Put. Amidst the blood and fire, Zhang Feng's headless corpse swayed, and underneath his belly, red split skinwalker's bloody face stuck out. Zhang Feng, gurgling, crimson blood flowed all over the place. Zhang Feng, dead. Alien Fifth Order, great man had fallen just like that. This, on the misty roadway, the originally vast team witnessed this scene, and their hearts couldn't help but be disorganized. How did my wind wall fail? It's not right. My body has become so weak. My strong body seems to have disappeared. Hurry, run, tap. Almost instantly, someone trying to counterattack had realized something was wrong. the gathered group quickly dispersed, and the people's faces were panicked, scattering in all directions like dogs in a defeated army. Captain! Captain! Move! Move! We must evacuate immediately. The azure-haired young girl's face was terrified, and everyone knew what it meant to not have supernatural powers. Tightly grasping Lei Ziyong's arm, she cooperated with another team member and withdrew towards the distance. Grass! Grass! Lei Ziyong's eyes were red, and his palms were pinched out with blood marks, but he could no longer condense a single thunder arc. Waves of fire still burned the roadway. Yeah. The red split-skinned walkers kept pouring out of the mist and started chasing towards the crowd. A little while later, the hazy fog faded, and a group of burnt alien fell on the street. Fog barrier zone. Xiao Shengsheng. Several people walked along the tree trunk all the way towards the front, touching the branches from time to time. As the creator of the mining black market, Xinwan's ability was valued as a green ability, with a special ability that was unknown. That is, sound transmission through trees. Yes, as long as Xinwan wanted to, she could conduct information through the dense trunks of the trees underground, provided, of course, that she did deliver the message. The trunks within the square would store the broadcast message. TSK. We all touched the tree trunks all the way, and we didn't wait for Boss Chin's message. It seems like there shouldn't be any major problems on the base side. That King Seed Zombie's trick is to prioritize us exalted. Otherwise, she should have sent us a message long ago. Linya's face was calm. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about the fact that there were still zombies undercover in the base, and whether or not it would jeopardize her father. However, given the current situation, the King Seed Zombie doesn't even look at the scavengers in the base, and his mind is reserved for the exalted who are out and about. In fact, even if there are still zombies in the base, with Leader Chin's methods, inside the third underground floor should be her absolute domain, so we don't have to worry too much. I am, right now, more worried. Is there such a person as Willow? Xiao Shengsheng cocked her head and suddenly put forward such a notion. As soon as she said this, the crowd, who were still on foot, were suddenly stunned in their steps. Yeah, if the King Seed Zombies can allow the exotic zombies to sneak into the base, is it possible that from the beginning to the end, that Willow was their means of attracting the exotic zombies over there? Shang, I can't imagine that you can actually think of such a level. Linya looked at Xiao Shengsheng with some admiration. She had discovered that Xiao Shengsheng was not as innocent as she appeared to be. Whether it was the potential of her supernatural abilities or her mind's reaction, there was great room for growth. No wonder that guy picked you. Does this person Willow exist? On this side of the phone, Du Ziren was also surprised by the idea. If this person, Lu Shu, was all made up by the King Seed Zombie in the beginning, and contacted the Luzhou security camp with the airwaves, then the intelligence of this King Seed Zombie is too perverted, isn't it? Seduced everyone? Doesn't that play right into the hands of the human race? But, I don't think so. After thinking carefully, Du Ziren interrupted Xiao Xingxing's speculation. Because it's simple. The game all but says, after bringing back Willow, settle rewards based on team survival. So, Willow, the person, must be in by the game setting. Willow is present. Don't worry. Get out of the fog barrier first. Pressing the trumpet, Du Ziren reminded Xiao Shengsheng. If Elder Ziren says so. Tap tap tap. As his footsteps continued to move, a hazy suburban arterial road suddenly appeared in front of the dense forest. The end of the Corpse Mist Forest was actually connected to another suburb of Wanbei City. Roar! Roar! Only, just as we stepped out of the forest, there was a roar of corpses in the white-fogged suburban arterial road. Chapter 74 Out of the Fog Barrier Zone. Self-destructing flames and venomous zombies. 4. Walkers again. This time, I'll make sure they die in the dirt. Shady Corpse roars gusted in his ears, and Lin Ping's face went ice cold. Just now, without supernatural powers, being threatened by this group of zombies, writing their faces was already enough of a problem. Now, isn't this stepping over to deliver? Sis, don't make a move, all of you, and let's see how I get it. In the white fog barrier, there were reddish, dry and thin bodies that were vaguely pulsing. Lin Ping's first reaction was to think that they were still lickers of the alien First Order. The earth surface under his feet shook, and several earth spikes slowly emerged from the ground, about to burst out. The lull. On this side of the cell phone, in Du Ziren's oversized view screen, a dry, thin zombie with cracked, red skin revealed its form, and an eerie grin spread across the corners of its mouth. Ho ho! In the thick fog, there were also a few short, fat, pot-bellied green-skinned zombies like giant wooden stakes that were wandering in the fog. Pfffffffffff. Underneath their bellies, thick green liquid continuously spewed out, and Du Ziren frowned when he saw it. The main quest is saying that it depends on the team's last survival to give rewards. That is to say, lethality can be high at any stage of a mission. these two new walkers, will they? Quickly clicking on the heads of the red split-skinned walker and green fat walker, Du Ziren's face suddenly darkened. Self-destructing, flame walker. Alien power level, alien, second order. Ability, self-exploding fire wave, white. Self-explosion fire wave, a special type of awakened zombie that knows how to maximize the use of its powers. The moment its body is severely damaged, it will explode into a life-threatening explosion that is no less than that of a psychic, 5th level. Note, before your strength reaches the level of superhuman, keep your distance from this zombie. Self-destructing, venomous zombie. Alien power level, alien, second order. Ability, self-exploding venom, white. Self-exploding venom. The venom walker has a wide body and a body that has an explosive power beyond normal. In its stomach, it stores venom that can instantly corrode the target. Targets corrupted by the venom will continue to emit a corpse liquid odor, attracting attacks from surrounding zombies. Note, although the explosions of the venom walkers are not powerful, the venom breath in their bodies is very difficult to deal with, so it's best not to be easily touched by the venom. These guys, they were set up here early on? Looking at the descriptions of the two new forms of zombies, Du Ziren could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the King Seed zombie's mind. First, he used the alien failure to hunt down the alien in the forest, and when the plan failed, the roadway had already been ambushed by the self-exploding zombie. If a regular person had just suffered those scares, after recovering their powers, they would definitely kill mutated zombies, in pain to vent their emotions. Unbeknownst to them, the accidental appearance of a zombie is an ambush. If you commit murder, you will absolutely be blown up by these unimpressive walkers. Right now, Lin Ping just stepped forward unaware of the situation. Good thing I squinted. Otherwise, this Lin Ping will definitely be blown up. Panicking and pressing trumpet, Du Ziren didn't want to affect the final settlement reward because of this guy's death. Hey, everyone pull away from the walkers. Maintain a defensive stance. Remember, don't go near the walkers. They're dangerous. Shang, prepare to shoot from long range with a pistol. This time, trumpet opens up the all option. Once the sound traveled, it echoed over and over on the suburban roadways. This is that senior? Elder Ziren? At once, everyone's slackened nerves tensed. The way things are now, anyone who says those walkers in the fog are dangerous is going to think someone is full of. But, if it is a statement from this space alien, Big Brother, who dares to disbelieve it? It was a couple of snails lying on that road that the senior said were dangerous and they all had to scrutinize them. Elder Ziren, Shang knows, ka. Almost immediately, without question, Xiao Shengsheng drew the pistol from his arms and loaded and aimed it. Is it dangerous? Looking at the waste-looking zombie in the fog, Lin Ping slowly backed up, not daring to be careless for a moment. After a glance with his sister Linya, in front of the crowd, a thick wall of earth in the shape of a circle, suddenly roared out of the land. Chug. Thick walls of earth piled up in front of the crowd like a walled defense, seeing that it was just a matter of dealing with a few small zombies. With all the people using such means in unison, Li Cixi was baffled. Not buddy? A cannon for mosquitoes? Not having seen Du Ziren's methods, Li Cixi was uncertain. However, just inside the hazy suburban roadway, a few self-exploding flame walkers had equally puzzled faces. Howl. Why aren't they coming? Roar. Who knew? The king gave the order to just wait. Roar. So what now? Ho. Never mind that much. If they don't come over, we'll go over. Give our lives for the king. Yeah. Suddenly, a crimson zombie with writhing flesh and blood all over its body violently drilled out of the fog and approached rapidly towards Qiao Xingxing's side. Ha. Its mouth spewed hot air. Its flesh and blood cracked, and it continuously emitted scorching waves of air, as if it was a piece of hot charcoal that could move, burning the air around it and distorting it. Die. Bang. Not daring to be careless at all, Qiao Shengsheng narrowed her eyes and quickly fired a shot towards the self-exploding flame walker's head. Boom. Originally airborne fluttering zombie suddenly exploded in the head of blood. Plop fell to the ground, gurgling. Black and red blood flowed all over the place, and the zombie that seemed to be flailing was now lying motionless on the ground, already too dead to die. That's it? This zombie, it's nothing more than that. What does it have to? Li Cixi skimmed her lips, just about to mock the crowd for their redundancy. Rumble. Next moment, on that firewood thin, dry corpse, a fire point grew from small to large, and a monstrous wave of fire exploded violently within the corpse. Rumble. Terrifying flames instantly swept around the roadway, burning the ground in a blackened and twisted manner. Bare your teeth. The sea of fire swept in, but fortunately, Lin Ping Linya had already piled up the earth wall in advance and managed to avoid the blow. Tung. Tumbling sparks rose overhead as several people stood beneath the wall of earth, looking at each other in disbelief. Show, this senior in your family, he really anticipates things like a god. Ziren. Elder Ziren is very powerful. he's predicted other things before. Ha, doesn't that mean that Senior still has the ability to predict the future? Lin Ping was completely numb at his words. What kind of big shot does this have to be? Tongue. In the sea of fire, there were constantly crimson self-exploding flame walkers, running. Xiao Xingxing's face was tense, and her pistol kept firing. Bang bang bang. With each shot, a roaring wave of fire exploded all over the place as a walker hit the ground. Bare your teeth. The original white misty suburban road was instantly burned dry. Boom. Finally, as a huge venom zombie, in the sea of fire automatically exploded. The roaring sea of fire completely turned into silence underneath. Chapter 75 Another Admirer? Pa. Fishy green venom spilled through the sea of fire, splattering every inch of the earthen wall beyond, until the burning waves of fire were completely extinguished, and the suburban roads were clear. There was no longer a speck of foggy haze to be seen, and not a single silhouette of a zombie's figure could be seen anymore. So close. If it weren't for that Senior, I would have just gone up. It might have been blown to pieces by now. Behind the earthen wall, Lin Ping heartily slapped his chest. That succession of explosions just now was nothing less than the front lines of a war zone. Snap! Without waiting for him to lament, his brain was slapped by his sister Linya, and his body was instantly pushed and shoved by Linya, kneeling down in unison towards the land. Thank you, Elder. Linya is here, in place of her brother, to thank Senior for saving her life. The two siblings had an uncanny understanding, and they began to knock and kowtow toward the ground. One after another kowtow sounded until the voice of Du Ziren resounded in the air, unhindered. By the way, the sound of atmospheric, profound words echoed on the roadway, and only then did the sister and brother duo manage to stop kowtowing, and then bowed towards the high sky with a face of reverence. Senior's favor is remembered. Seeing that the Lin family siblings were so good at coming to terms with things, Li Cixi's cheeks burned and clenched her fists somewhat at a loss for words. She had, just now, questioned this Senior's decision. This now, Li Cixi licked her lips. Shameful, after all, did not have the good sense to kneel down. In the past, when she was in the elemental squad, she was always on top of the world and was worshipped by others. Now that she was asked to lower her position, she simply couldn't adapt. That Senior shouldn't be thinking about me, should it? Big deal. I'll just be his lover. Or even worse, be his RBQ? I'm not so bad at the bottom. Besides, what man minds having a lot of women? Li Cixi boasted that she had a good knowledge of the end of the world, and her knowledge of Du Ziren was even more self-righteous. She even felt confident that she could reach some kind of special relationship with this Senior. With this thought, her eyes slyly looked into the air. Feeling that you have a new honoree. Character Li Cixi has a favorability of 53 towards you. Do you choose to bind this character's perspective? Binding this character opens up the full perspective of Li Cixi, including adult 18 forbidden content special episodes. Another one? No, she's the only one? She doesn't even know what she's like. Although he has fantasies about adult content, Du Ziren is a pure love warrior and wants to see only Qiu Shangshang. Not to mention, Dozier won't be choosing a new character to bind. It's this Li Cixi. She can't even compare to Linya. Does she deserve it? No. Decisively rejecting this new admirer, Du Ziren didn't bother to care what this woman thought. Chug. The piled-up walls of earth began to slip and fall. The blown-up zombie carcasses are still burning on the burning suburban roadway. To say the least, a dozen or so red crystalline cores that were glittering with light were lying calmly on the ground. Only, on top of the crystal core, the dark green juice, which had just been evenly sprinkled on the surface of the crystal core, due to the explosion of the venomous zombie, emitted a gust of foul odor. Look, there are so many crystal cores, should we help Senior collect them? Linya asked very knowingly. It had to be said that her emotional intelligence was really high, and she had already begun to look up to Qiu Shangshang. Collect it, senpai. Just as he was about to reach out and pick up a piece of crystal core, by his side, the voice of Du Ziren suddenly exploded in his ears. Pithing, don't touch the core, those are traps. Why? Qiu Shangshang moved with a start. On the other end of the cell phone, Du Ziren's eyes glowed, and he couldn't help but sigh once again at the layout of the zombies. That venom zombie had just taken the initiative to spontaneously explode its venom and cover all the crystalline cores with it, knowing that the humans would definitely pick up the crystalline cores. As soon as you touch the crystal core and get tainted with the corpse liquid scent, then wait for the endless zombies to come to your door. Green zombie's venom has an odor transmission. As soon as you touch the nucleus, you're marked. Greedy about these cores being known by all the zombies. There's no need. So that's it? Senior Ziren, you are truly knowledgeable. Without you, we'd be scent marked for sure. Resentfully withdrawing her hand, Qiu Shangsheng gratefully looked high into the sky. Then, no crystal core, then? I don't want it. We don't need to expose our position because of these cores. Find a place to hide first. I always feel that wave after wave of zombies is set up by someone in advance. Yes, by Du Ziren making such a point. Xiao Shangshang was then enlightened. It seemed that, from the time they got out of the mining black market, there were waves of ambushes that everyone was caught in, and it did seem like they were being led around by the nose. Let's go. Elder said those crystal cores can't be wanted. There's something wrong with the venom on them. Complaining to the few people around her, Xiao Shangshang began to lead the way around the area with venom on the ground, quickly walking towards the roadway opposite of the Chang'an gas station. Crystal core. Can't I have it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yulin Ping's eyes both glittered with regret. There are less than a dozen crystal cores on the ground. Even though they were all white quality, they were all alien, second order, strength crystalline nuclei, which was really a big fortune. Despite their regrets, the siblings were very self-aware, and after looking at the crystal core for a few moments, they followed Xiao Shangshang and left quickly. Can't have it? That's a fire-type crystal core. Looking at the crimson crystal core on the ground, Li Cici's face hesitated. Ding dong ding dong. On this side of the cell phone screen, Du Ziren's doorbell was suddenly knocked. Coming? Putting down his cell phone, Du Ziren looked at the door in surprise. Bam bam. Quickly running towards the door. Du Ziren can be really curious. That delivery door in the end is what kind of person? How come every time the action is so fast? Left eye pressed toward the cat's eye in an attempt to see the doomsday survival game, package delivery guy. Outcome. There was nothing at the door but a huge cardboard box in a 4-square box. Xiao Shangshang sends Du Ziren. The words, printed in large letters on the box, were familiar. Holy, what a quick move. Crunch. Opened the door of the room and carried in the heavy cardboard box this time. Du Ziren walked while tearing open the seal in the carton, and immediately a pile of crystal cores, flashing with streaming light, came into view. Woof, what the hell? It seemed to be very sensitive to the crystal core, and eternal life, which was originally lying on the ground, suddenly came over with a crooked dog's head. What? You like shiny things too? Casually taking out a crimson flame crystal core, Du Ziren's eyes gradually began to be amazed. Obviously just stacked in the box, the crystal core was still flickering with streaming light. How come the flash inside disappeared as soon as it was taken out over one's own hand? Instead, a warmth was rising in his arms, surging into his heart and chest along with his limbs. Chapter 76 Other Roles of Game Nutrient Pods, Eternal Life Eating Crystal Core? Woof, on you. It's like your breath has gotten stronger. Eternal Life looked at Du Ziren suspiciously. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like Du Ziren touched the so-called crystal core to make a new change? Strong breath? What kind of middle-of-the-road statement is that? You're just saying I got excited about getting a game peripheral? Du Ziren's eyelids picked up, and the Eternal Life dog's eyes blinked and did not say anything more. Woof, can I have one? Take that. Casually flinging out a liquor bloodline crystallized core, Du Ziren hugged a bunch of crystallized cores and arrived in front of the game nutrition pod. Let's see. This time I put it in with a brand new crystal core. How long can I play it? Scanning the next box of crystalline cores with his eyes, the cores inside were as follows: Bloodline crystalline cores, *14, Fog barrier crystalline cores, *15, Flame crystalline cores, *1, Wind blade crystalline cores, *2, Strong Shua crystalline cores, *6, a total of 38 crystal cores. This fog barrier crystal core. Yeah. The moment he thought of the grayish misty barrier crystalline core, the product of the misty barrier zombie that spewed out corpse chi, Du Ziren resisted it to the point of being unable to do so. Let's use these up first. Kabie. Directly setting the 5 fog barrier crystalline cores on the pod cover of the game nutrition pod, Du Ziren then lay straight down in the pod like a corpse. Put. The hatch closed, and a familiar mechanical synthesized tone came to his ears. The playpen is recharging. Projection interaction will be open soon. Detecting sufficient energy in the crystal core this time, while maintaining the operation of this equipment, you can also choose to enhance the following physical qualifications. iFlame ability, White ability 3rd order upgraded to ability 4th order. B Steel alien ability, White alien 3rd order upgraded to alien 4th order. C Bloodline ability, White ability 1st order upgraded to ability 2nd order. D Canine alteration, Blue alien 1st order upgraded to alien 2nd order. V Activate a new psychic ability, Mist barrier corpse breath, White psychic 1st order. So this playpen excursion also boosts the strength of my projection, right? Absorbing crystal cores to raise alien ability level? That's the same setting as the alien handbook that Shang was reading at the time. After a moment of silence, Du Ziren chose option 4. There's no way around it. According to the game settings, the canine alien ability was considered relatively advanced. As far as prioritization was concerned, it was definitely necessary to focus on cultivating this alien ability. As for turning on new powers, Thinking of the fog barrier ability that spewed out white corpse gas all over his body, Du Ziren was resistant. Raise the level of the canonization ability. Extracting energy from the nucleus, about to be released. Bare your teeth. Suddenly, a thick aerosol sprayed out from the dark cabin. Du Ziren breathed in the mist, only to feel as if he was bathing in a warm spring, and closed his eyes in comfort. Outside the game's nutritional pod, Eternal Life looked at Du Ziren with a confused expression. Not buddy? What do you mean you're lying on the ground with a floating look on your face? How dare you? And the dog is watching? No, you've got to get a grip. Eternal Life stared at the dog's eyes wide open, and from its perspective, Du Ziren just suddenly stuffed 5 crystal cores into his sleeve, and then directly lay down on the ground, with a stupefied look on his face, before suddenly revealing a look of a drunken, demented man. Crazy, absolutely nuts. Everlasting Life concluded that the new owner was in the right place, living with such a crazy person. You've got your whole life ahead of you. I can lie down completely. Woof. The 4 limbs of the dog's paws at the moment bizarrely learns the appearance of a human being. Eternal Life, the lower half of the body of the 2 dog paws stand up, like a human being generally stand up. The front limbs are active, as if the palm of the hand generally play with the crystal core. Woof, why am I, so possessive of this thing? Constantly rubbing the crystal core, until, that is, a bold idea coiled itself into the mind. Eat up. Eat it. Woof. Somehow, out of the blue, Everlasting Life opened its mouth and swallowed the entire crystal core into its mouth. Imagine that the huge stone-like crystal core did not get stuck in one's throat. Instead, it went all the way down to the stomach pouch, followed by a warm, hot stream that traveled from the stomach and spread out through the limbs. Woof, woof, Bashful squinted his eyes like a comfortable cozy, able to. Next moment, Eternal Life was shocked to realize that his body was like a light balloon, and was rapidly floating upwards. Woof. Me, how did I lose gravity? Woof, the dog's paws flailed in panic. If someone were to look at Du Ziren's house with binoculars at this time, they would definitely be shocked to realize, in the living room of his house, there was a 5 black dog, flying close to the ceiling. Woof, woof. Luckily, after Eternal Life kept yelling and struggling, his body gradually fell down steadily. It seemed to grasp some sort of sense, and slowly landed on the ground before its eyes looked to the couch in the living room. Buzz buzz, the huge couch, which was actually slowly breaking away from gravity, began to float upwards. Woof, me, I can control gravity? As if he could not believe it, Eternal Life experimented with other things in the room for a while, and only then, as if he was tired of playing, he fell to the ground in a flaccid state, with a glint in his wry dog eyes. Chang Shang looked at Du Ziren. Should we tell him I have superpowers? That said, where the hell did this guy get so many magical stones? Woof, forget it, don't want to. Lay flat. Subconsciously thought of eating Du Ziren's other crystal cores as well, but Everlasting Life is a dog with only ideals, and only wants to lie flat. That is to say, after thinking about it, I find it tasteless. With the heat still rushing through his stomach, Eternal lay down on the ground and snored himself to sleep. Buzz buzz. Meanwhile, by the time Du Ziren opened his eyes again, he had already stood on the misty streets and was trailing behind Xiao Shengsheng and his group as they walked towards the dilapidated Wanbei city. With the augmentation of stealth buff, no one could discover Du Ziren's existence. In the air, the stench of rotting corpses constantly swam, and a wet corpse mist soaked his cheeks with dampness. Vom. So, it stinks. Du Ziren, who had never smelled the stench of a corpse, immediately covered his nose. The stench was so real that his stomach spasmed, like he was going to vomit all the time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this game's sensory interaction so awesome? If you don't go to the heritage site to make a name for yourself, you're that ambitious to pit money? Cursing and covering his nose, Du Ziren walked at the end of the group, a broken building ruins, gradually hidden in the fog. A commercial street, with collapsed houses and dark streets slowly appeared. Chapter 77 Chaotic Urban Area, Wretched Elemental Squad, K9 Warriors, Show. Does Elder mean that we should not go ahead and join the larger group? If he hides for a while first, he's suspecting that there's more in the crowd. At the front of the group, Linya's face was skeptical, asking questions with one word or another. Xiao Shengxing nodded and just wanted to analyze this time. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. The lull. On the suburban road in the distance, a group of silhouettes flickered and moved, and were running wildly towards this side. Damn, I'm going to run out of time. How can you go up to these dogs and fight them in close combat? Pure NM trap. Lei Ziyong, you guys do it. In the hazy white mist, Goyu's voice gradually spread out, and from time to time, Lei Ziyong's stifled tirade also came. Move NM's hand. You think I don't want to? Alien power hasn't recovered. If I could do it, I'd hate to blow up all the zombies into popcorn. Yeah. Under the dense corpse mist, the The hissing of the shrill zombies kept approaching. The four-member squad on the Canine Warriors side had a leather jacket that had long since been scorched and torn. The long plush hair that grew out of his face also faded because of the reason that his supernatural ability failed. But fortunately, several of them were not fatally injured, and their physical condition is not bad. They can maintain a distance from the zombies coming from the rear from time to time. Able to. On the contrary, on Elemental Squad's side, after losing Zhang Feng, Lei Jian led a female member and a male member with a face of scorched rolls of skin and a crumpled face. Already running was stumbling, not coming up for air. Yeah. Amidst the towering white mist, a self-exploding flame walker, like a wild monkey, ambling on all fours, was following up quickly. Cold wind blew across the zombie's cracked red skin, and a faint firelight flickered inside. What a look! It's like it's going to blow itself up, at any moment. Captain, I can't run anymore. You go away. The azure-haired girl's calf spasmed and she took a few steps before falling to the ground with a thud. Noble water system psychic. Weekdays she is not traveling any day. Jane Point. How could she think that one day she will lose her psychic ability, and have to rely on physical strength and zombies to fight for her life? No, River, it's me that's going to die. You can't die either. You're the only water alien in the mining black market. You get up. Trying to pull up the young girl's arms. The girl's legs had stiffened and she simply didn't have the strength to stand up again. GGG. The sinister hissing sound came closer and closer. Lei Zhiyong's eyes were crimson as he looked towards the zombie in the fog with its mouth gaping. Terrible. I'll fight you. Having never fought such a suffocating battle, Lei Zhiyong had already lost Zheng Feng, and he couldn't watch another member of his team die before his eyes. Captain. Hey, old Ray, you. Instead of backing away from the big step, he ran towards the zombie with a sense of righteousness. At this scene, the rest of the fleeing people looked startled. Come on, dog bastard, laughing at NM. Before you blow up my body, I will bite off your head. Looking viciously at the first zombie that came after him, Lei Zhiyong screamed and cursed. That self-exploding flame zombie grinned at the corners of its mouth, and its arms were already expanding as it flew in a fluttering suit. Yeah, a long whistle rang in his ears. Bang! The lull. A shocking thunderclap rang out from a dozen meters away behind him. Put! The self-exploding flame zombie that was still pouncing was shot by a flash of light that caused its body to flip backward. Its head tilted, and it instantly landed on the ground, gurgling. Wait until the walkers hit the ground. Look closely, the guy with the open teeth and claws had a bloody gash cut into the center of his brain, which was constantly spilling blood. Is this a bullet hole? Guns? Lei Zhiyong looked dumbfounded. A gun? This thing is banned 100 years after Armageddon. Who can use it? Hey, hurry up and get away from the bodies. It's going to explode. Not waiting for Lei Zhiyong to feel more emotion, a calm female voice rang out from the back. Lei Zhiyong then came back to his senses, and immediately quickly retreated a few steps back. Bam! Between the footsteps even retreated. The skull open whole zombie body. Suddenly a firelight flashes. Rumble sound. A horrible wave of fire swept and exploded. Rumble. The sea of fire surged and burned the entire street a dozen meters, charred and blackened. Bare your teeth. The water spray was burned dry. A few moments later, the brightly lit street. Lei Zhiyong and his party were lying on the ground, covered in wretchedness, looking directly behind them, and only then did they see Qiu Xingxing's party. Yes, it's you guys? Surprised to look at the several people who were almost intact all over their bodies, Lei Zhiyong had doubts about his self-competence. Are you guys actually okay at all? Captain, Li Sisi immediately stepped forward and pulled up Lei Zhiyong. Of course we're fine. Who do you think is behind us? That's. Lin Ping looked at the woeful state of this noble mining black market, first squad, and was just about to show off something when Lingya suddenly elbowed him in the chest. Don't say anything you shouldn't. Oh, with that, the Lin family siblings stood beside Qiu Shengsheng, silent. Some of us know what that walker can do, and I happen to have a gun, so of course we're fine. Qiu Xingxing's face was calm, as if she was talking about a small matter that she deserved. She didn't want too many people to know about Ziren Senpai. I didn't expect Miss Autumn to be so knowledgeable. Canine warriors are here to thank you. Goyu looked at Qiu Shengxing suspiciously, and did not dare to ask anything more, pulling his team members to bow in unison towards Qiu Shengxing. Lei Zhiyong, owe you a favor. Lei Zhiyong patted the dust on his body and looked at the pistol in Qiu Xingxing's hand with some envy. Against self-exploding flame walker, the pistol was definitely a godsend. This pistol could be much stronger than the group of them at that time who were a group of majestic alien power hordes. You guys didn't find Willow? Putting away the pistol, Qiu Shengsheng looked at Lei Zhiyong in wonder. Logically speaking, so many alien, even one alien, per person, would be able to break through the siege to rescue a person, right? At those words, Lei Zhiyong's face darkened. We were ambushed. It was near the Chang'an gas station. It was foggy there, and hidden inside the fog were all these self-destructing zombies. We didn't react at all, and the explosions killed quite a few people. Zheng Feng, already. The sky blue-haired young girl silently explained a sentence, and everyone around her grimaced and lowered their heads. Miao Miao Yang, what did you say? Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang is dead? He's a shifter, 5th order. How could he? Upon hearing this, Li Cici's eyes immediately glazed over and her body trembled, clearly unable to accept the deaths of her former squad members. The crowd that had gathered in the pile was silent. The original spirited crowd. How confident they were then, how disheveled they were now. Only at the very back of the group, Xiao Shengsheng had a complicated face, with gratitude flickering through her eyes. Thanks to Senior Ziren. If he hadn't told us not to follow the brigade, not to go to the brigade, otherwise, heart palpitating, she patted her chest. What she couldn't notice was that right behind her at the moment stood Du Ziren. Du Ziren scanned the surroundings, his face not sad or happy. A line of words on the virtual game display screen caught his attention. You are currently in a special range. You cannot perform the ability skill Dimensional Chop. Your primary skill is disabled. Your canonization skill has been upgraded to Alien 2nd level. Your currently available psychic abilities, Flame Alien 3rd Order, Tempered Alien 3rd Order, Bloodline Alien 1st Order, Canine Alien 2nd Stage. Chapter 78 First time fighting alongside Autumn Shengsheng. Hiss. Alien power, failed again? What the hell is the principle here? The first time was in the corpse fog forest, and the second time was here. Just now that Lei Zhiyang also said that they went to the Chang'an gas station, there and also died a serious and tragic death because of the failure of alien energy. So, every time an alien energy failure is helping the zombie camp, the zombies are able to set up an alien energy failure point somewhere in advance? Or is that King Seed Zombie's ability failure? It's nearby now? Looking at the grayed out Sublime Blade skill, Du Ziren vaguely began to guess what was going on. Ability failure, this ability, which can only target one ability in one person. For a multiple ability player, like him, the opponent could only imprison his strongest ability. I can do something with this alien power. Gazing fixedly at Xiao Shengsheng, Du Ziren felt some emotion. This game's main quest, unexpectedly difficult. Now, what are you going to do? In the crowd, Lin Ye took the initiative to provoke embarrassment, and Lei Zhiyong scratched his hair. What else? Who would dare to save that willow without the supernatural power? Go back. We should leave the alien energy failure zone as soon as possible, retrieve the alien energy, and return to the base to report this matter with Boss Qin. I kind of understand why Wanbei City base has fallen. Him. Who dares to fight a zombie when the powers are disabled? He decided smugly, and Rinya looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Do you think, that King Breedwalker, can you be let back in? It's just luring us out on purpose to play us in batches. As for the base, it doesn't care about those old and weak people in the base, playing us to death. It won't take it 2.5 minutes to take the base. Hey, now that the group is separated, it's easier for it to hunt one by one. Hunting one by one? One by one. Linya's words were like an enlightenment that stimulated Du Ziren. If, say, one by one, can that alien failure be spread out over so many places? Distribution. Wait, Xia Sheik's special ability is split. Could it be? An extremely scary possibility instantly sprang to mind. The King's Breed zombies also have multiple powers. Is it possible that Xia Sheik is the split body of the King species zombie, possessing both split and ability deactivation abilities? She appeared to be dead at the time, but in reality, she had triggered the exotic failure. If you have the split skill, it also meant that the King Seed zombies were now splitting off into multiple ones, lurking in various squads and silently nullifying the exotic squad's exotic abilities, thus allowing the exotic zombies to slaughter them. This explains why everyone falls into the trap passively every time. TMD. Can you not be counted out when the opposing boss is right in front of you? Ward Hare? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. The more he thought about it, Du Ziren felt that this game's first mainline boss was against the odds. Is this still a ING zombie? If you're so smart, why don't you go invent zombie technology? Eyes narrowed. Du Ziren's eyes looked dead on at the few people from the K9 battle team and Elemental Squad. If one's guess is correct, Xiao Xingxing's batch of people came out of the corpse fog forest and hadn't lost their alien energy. It wasn't until they ran into them that the loss of abnormal ability appeared. Doesn't that mean there's a King's Breed zombie splinter in this group? Well. Asterisk. Playing with people like they're 250. With cold eyes, Du Ziren walked to Xiao Xingxing's side and just wanted to attach his ear towards Xiao Xingxing to remind him so as not to scare the snakes. Dang. A ground-shaking vibration came from the foggy suburban street. In the hazy fog in the distance, a self-exploding venom zombie that looked like a bowling ball bottle surged. Ho ho! Distinguishing themselves from the self-exploding flame walkers, these guys moved slowly, but wherever they passed, the ground was not caved in by their big feet. Drops of thick green corpse fluid splattered from the cracked skin onto the roadway as they ran, emitting a foul odor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These zombies, they're even more terrifying than that self-destructing zombie. They are strong enough to. Looking at the running zombies, go, you just wanted to warn. Ho! A self-explosion venom zombie instantly raised an abandoned sedan on the side of the road with one hand. Hurry! Spread out! Almost immediately, go, you shouted, and the group scattered in all directions. Rumble! The heavy sedan fell in this direction with meteoric force. Run! The Lin family siblings pulled Xiao Shengsheng and ran towards the surrounding buildings. Boom! The sedan fell. The place where several people originally stood was immediately smashed by the sedan. Cracked. The already abandoned sedan suddenly shattered into a field of debris. Dum 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 dum. Small earthquakes were common, and countless self-exploding venom zombies were still approaching. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How in the world did these things chase us all the way here? They're not even as fast as the self-exploding flame walkers. What makes them know we're here? Lei Zhiyang's face was indignant and he was getting more and more terrified. He was beginning to be convinced that king breed zombie won't let them live. Ho, ho ho ho. A dozen or so small giant-like self-exploding venom zombies surged in and did not rush after them, but rushed to stand in the surrounding buildings, followed by a single green vein pulsing on their bulging bellies. Gul'dan Gul'dan. Boom. Next moment, like a suicide bomber exploding, the muddy green venom, spilling out, exploded all over the building. After the foul-smelling corpse liquid erupted, the zombie birds, hovering in the sky, seemed to be attracted to the street like a swarm of bees. Black, dense black. It was like a black cloud approaching. The mutated zombie bird was as big as an eagle, and its open beak was filled with jagged, broken teeth, pecking out grooves in the corpse fluid-stained ground once it hit the ground. Hurry! Run! The entire street was instantly like a black cloud, and Lei Zhiyong couldn't help but swallow his saliva as he looked at the tide of birds at his fingertips. With so many zombie birds, even if he had recovered his psychic powers, he was afraid that he would be eaten by the flock of birds in an instant, leaving no bones left. Dang! Dang! Fleeing in droves, the crowd hid in a small highway supermarket on the side of the street so as not to be contaminated by the roiling corpse fluid that exploded. Goyu panicked and ordered his team to stack the shelves in front of the glass door and window. Ho ho ho! A self-exploding, venomous zombie approached and stood in front of the supermarket's dilapidated gate, its belly bulging once again, intent on luring the corpse bird. Here, pithing, Miss Autumn, Captain Autumn, the streets are already full of corpse fluid. This is no less than the last line of defense. The moment, everyone looked at Xiao Shengsheng with hope. I understand. The hand holding the pistol was shaking, and Xiao Shengsheng wasn't sure she could lead the crowd to escape from this. She was a little terrified. At that exact moment, Du Ziren stood behind her with a calm face, and patted a hand on her shoulder. Shengsheng, don't be afraid. I'm always here, son. Elder Ziren? Feeling the real touch, Xiao Shengsheng's heart, inexplicably, surged with an infinite bottom. Despite knowing that Senior Ziren might also lose certain divine abilities, as long as Senior Ziren was around, Xiao Shengsheng felt that she had nothing to fear. The first time I saw him was, no matter which time I heard his voice, so reassuring. Don't worry, this time, I will fight alongside you. Shoot, songs, with Elder Shengsheng, nothing will scare me. Bang! Chapter 79 Forced back, the corpse bird flock's pursuit. Put. The moment the firelight flickered in the supermarket, the self-exploding venom zombie outside the supermarket's head twitched with a poof sound. Gurgling, the black bullet hole eyes slowly opened up, bubbling out countless amounts of foul-smelling corpse fluid. Had ha ha, had ha ha. But, even so, that self-exploding venom zombie still laughed harshly, and the bulge on its stomach continued without stopping in the slightest. Put. The eye saw that the huge corpse belly was going to explode in a raging manner. No good. If this guy's stomach blows up, we here will definitely be covered in corpse liquid. It's over. It's over. Don't. I haven't lived enough. Help. Countless sorrowful cries exploded around them instantly. The moment, even the Lin family siblings, who had always respected Xiao Shengsheng, were scared by the black cloud outside the house and stopped moving. Imagine, if contaminated with corpse liquid, without the case of supernormal ability, ordinary people can survive for a long time in the mouth of the corpse bird flock? Put. Faintly, the heartbeats of the crowd could vaguely begin to be heard in the dead silence. Despair, it spreads. Under the oppressive darkness, the only Xiao Shengsheng's face was unusually calm. In her eyes, Senior Ziren was an omnipotent god. With Elder here, Shengsheng won't be afraid of anything. The pistol calmly withdrew the cartridge case and loaded again, right under Qiu Xingxing's resolute gaze. Suddenly, ho ho ho, ho ho ho, woof, the self-exploding venom zombie, which was still laughing and slapping its belly, laughed, and a bare, sickly green head suddenly sprouted dog ears and let out a bark. Ha! In this situation, even the crowd in the supermarket looked dumbfounded. What the hell? Woof! The swelling of its belly instantly slackened, and this self-exploding, venomous zombie actually slowly got down, following the example of a dog crouching on all fours, with its legs darting up its crotch. Ha 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 ha! Not long after, its sickly green skin surged out of its pine-yellow fur, unexpectedly completely turning into a belly-shaking pug dog. With a drooping face, the pug shook its head and walked towards the corpse tied behind it. This? What's wrong with this? Show. This is that senior's handiwork? Linya looked dumbfounded. Space, Sonic, predicting the future. And now there's an additional canonization? This senior, he's still human? Alien machine, right? I'm not sure. It could be. It was Senpai who did it. Looking at the caninized pug, Qiu Shengsheng instantly recalled the experience of the suburban dog park at that time. Now, inexplicably, she had a guess. Ziren Senpai's ability. It can't be duplication, can it? What kind of perverted psychic ability would that be? While everyone was jaw-dropping and lamenting that the crisis was so absurdly resolved, Ziren stood in front of the supermarket and shook his palm. Inuyasha, this skill is kind of interesting. I just don't know. How perverted would it have to be if it evolved into an awakened? Witnessing the pug, huffing towards the distant self-exploding venom zombie, Ziren's eyes stared. Pithing, shoot again. Ha, shoot the dog? Right, trust me. Got it. Bang. With barely a moment's hesitation, the bullet was aimed at the pug's back and shot through the dog's sagging stomach. Next moment, put. Terrifyingly sickly green corpse liquid exploded in a rage and began to fall like rain. Snap snap snap. The self-explosion venom zombie is indeed canine, but the inner corpse fluid remains. Looking at the liquid that was spilling down, the self-explosion venom zombies that followed in the distance hissed and came in droves. Dang, dang, dang. A roar like a small earthquake sounded again, just as the people in the supermarket were terrified. Bomb! A calm, young, confident voice rang out from the doorway of the supermarket. Boom! In an instant, the corpse liquid that fell in a sea of weird burning and exploding. Like a gasoline bomb, the flames fell and spread out in the tide of corpses. Ho! Ho! The raging self-exploding venom zombies, bathed in the sea of fire for a moment, had their bellies cracked and exploded. Pffffffffff. Visible to the naked eye. The self-exploding, venomous zombie in the sea of fire fell down one after another, and the corpse liquid piled up, entangling and burning with the waves of fire. A green dance of fire surged forth. In the sea of fire, less inclined, never to see a walker run again. It can still be played like that? First, we caninized a zombie and used it as a medium to blow it up, and then incinerating the corpse liquid it spilled to form a firebomb, wiping out the tide of corpses in one fell swoop? What kind of brainstorm is this? Who the hell is making a move? Dumbfounded. At this moment, the crowd in the supermarket was already looking bewildered. A raging tide of zombies that can still disintegrate like that? This senior is really using the simplest way to do the biggest thing. Linya's eyes twinkled, worshipping that mysterious big brother more and more. None of us have powers. Who did this? Miss Autumn? You looked around in wonder, and Lei Zhiyang's gaze frequently looked at Qiu Shengsheng. Qiu Shengsheng stared blankly at the raging waves of fire and let out a sigh. Elder Ziren. Still so powerful. Elder Ziren? Who? Oops, Captain. I'm talking to you. The people from the Canine Battle Team and Elemental Battle Team were still uncertain. After Li Cici's panicked explanation, Yu and Lei Zhiyang's gazes towards Qiu Shengsheng again were suddenly solemn. No wonder that Lin family sibling was willing to condescend to be her henchman. I'll say, countless envious gazes looked at Qiu Shengsheng. Qiu Shengsheng didn't say anything, just looked fixedly at the supermarket entrance. She had a premonition that the senpai she had longed for seemed to have appeared again this time. He was standing right in the doorway. Just guard yourself at the door. Outside the supermarket a cold wind blew, a large green corpse fog raised, rather like the silence of the end of the war, just when everyone thought it was time for this fiasco to end. Above the churning afterburners came the sound of ear-splitting birdsong. The corpse bird flock hovered over the supermarket, a pair of reddish bird eyes staring fixedly at the interior of the supermarket. In the sky, the black swarms of blackbirds continued to pile up, as if as soon as the remaining fires were extinguished, the swarms of birds would pour into the supermarket like a hive. How is this? We're obviously not contaminated with corpse fluid. How did they just lock onto us? Lei Ziyang exclaimed in shock, his heart that had hardly been put down hanging in the air once again. What's going on here? Attack after attack, as if the opponent had been able to notice the movements on this side. Pithing, take the men and pull away from the elemental squad, and the canine warriors. The lull. A chorus of voices exploded from the supermarket entrance, while the others were still unsure. Xiao Shengsheng directly pulled the Lin family siblings to quickly distance themselves from the crowd. She didn't understand what Ziren Senpai was going to do, but she would do whatever Ziren Senpai said. Autumn, Miss Autumn, what are you doing? Goyu looked at Xiao Shengsheng in disbelief. We're all human beings. Why are we so wary of ourselves? Pithing? Linya was also unsure until Xiao Shengsheng pointed to the sky. The gazes that looked at the others were instantly filled with alarm. There are only two reasons why the corpse bird flock will still attack us without the guidance of the corpse liquid. Number 1. There is a mole among us. It's from the zombie camp. It's leading the way for the zombies. Second, among us, someone has touched the corpse liquid. When a few of us were alone, we did not experience the failure of our powers until we met you, and our powers began to fail. So, one of you. Someone's not right. After Linya's words, the members of the canine battle team and elemental squad immediately changed their faces, and the cramped supermarket was instantly silent. Chapter 80 Sublime Chop reappears. The manic corpse bird sound is getting denser and denser. In the supermarket, Lei Ziyang and Goyu looked at each other, and both of their eyes were covered with incredulity. We have a mole? How can it be? We're all teammates here who have fought together. What? Lei Ziyang still wanted to retort a few words, but Linya's face darkened. Still don't want to admit it? Then let me ask you, every time you guys encountered a zombie, your powers failed. How can there be such a coincidence? Being so stifled chasing all the way, abnormal energy didn't have a chance to release for a moment. Are you trying to tell me that this whole area is at alien failure site? Even if it is, then why is it that we can use altered energy before we met you guys, but not after? His mouth jammed. Lei Ziyang was spoken to with a cold sweat on his back. A mole? Yourself? How could there be a mole? As the one battle team of the mining black market, all the members are alien. How could there still be a mole? We're all comrades in arms who killed zombies, together. Hello, Goyu. It can't be you. Lei Ziyang's suspicious gaze looked at Goyu, who immediately became anxious. Your mom. The four of us, but we haven't been separated since Scavenger, until now. I'm telling you, it can't be that I have a mole here. Old man, that's possible? Seeing that the two sides were about to curse, the corpse bird in the sky was getting lower and lower, which wasn't a solution. The lull. A calm voice exploded in the supermarket. Wanting to see if there is a mole. It's actually quite simple. From now on, I'll caninize you one by one. If it's not a problem, everyone's powers must still be unusable after Inuyasha, everyone. But, if everyone's powers are restored after caninizing someone, Elder Ziren? The steady voice was getting closer and closer, and Xiao Xingxing's taut face spared for a moment. Sure enough, with him, there is no need to fear any problems. This is a good method of yours. I have no problem with it. I'm okay with that. Not at all vain in their hearts, Lei Ziyang and Goyu immediately nodded their heads in agreement. Well, let's start with the elemental squad. Lei Ziyang, PFFFFFFFF. As Du Ziren's voice spread, dense black hairs emerged from Lei Ziyang's face, and his face actually expanded towards the tiger-spotted dog. Woof woof. After he barked a few times, Du Ziren looked at the sublime chop on his interface, which was still gray. It doesn't seem to be you. The eyes proceeded to look at Yang Miao Miao. The reason why Du Ziren had selected the elemental squad first was not that he was favoring anyone, but he remembered a message. Elemental squad, having been to Wanbei City once before. At that time, Lei Ziyang also said with gusto, there is no great difficulty here. The squad went on a trip, and none of them were injured. Is it possible? Is this the same operation where a certain member of the elemental squad was secretly switched? The more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Canonization. Eyes looking towards Yang Miao Miao. The opponent's face was calm. His face quickly twisted, and a small mass of Pomeranian silhouette slowly emerged. Sublime chop. It was still gray. I was just about to look at the last member of the elemental squad, who had the word Earth engraved on his chest. The forehead suddenly swelled a little. Du Ziren touched his head, knowing that this was the aftermath of the overuse of alien second stage, alien energy, coming. A mere alien second stage can't do the random wielding of alien energy yet. Hiss. Head. The head feels like it's going to split open. Damn. Should this game be set so rigorously and realistically? Covering his forehead, Du Ziren was about to forcefully unleash canonization. Ho. Ho ho ho. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. There's actually an interesting presence hidden among you 2/5. Good. This time, you're lucky. Bang! Not waiting for Du Ziren to say anything, the elemental squad member's features were twisted, and his body exploded into mush with a boom. Snap snap. The way he blew himself up and shattered resembled the way Xia Sheikh looked at that time. Shan Tu. You. How could it be you? Lei Jian looked dumbfounded. How could he have never imagined that the members of the battle team, who were with him night and day, were actually undercover agents of the King's Breed zombies? Wouldn't that mean that all the deaths along the way were due to their crew? With his face downcast, Lei Jian wanted to say something. The rest of the people's faces were already ugly to the extreme, and the atmosphere began to be a bit depressing. You're not to blame for this. It's probably that trip where this Chen Tu fell behind and was killed. Then he was split and duplicated by the King Seed zombie. After that, you've been followed by an alien failure. Switch. This guy, he's played you all like a fiddle. Du Ziren's voice echoed in the chamber, and all of them lowered their heads, not daring to speak for a while. Boasted of being able to blast zombies. And what happened? Being held to death by intelligent King Breed zombies. If it wasn't for the appearance of this big brother today, maybe the party would still be in the dark right now. Hey, it's me who underestimated those demons. Lei Ziyong murmured. Put. Suddenly, outside the glass window of the supermarket, a flock of corpse birds raged and flew in, instantly shattering the glass. The large beak was like a scythe, and it suddenly seemed to rain down from the air. How? Didn't we find out about the King Seed splinter? Linya exclaimed in shock, and a sudden chortle came from her ears. Sublime blade. What? Buzz buzz. The flight speed of the corpse bird flock was fast, but the spatial folds within the supermarket at this moment were even faster. Click click click. The void of air cracked open with black, twisted slits, and a gust of cold wind surged out of the cracks with a slice of shocking sound. Buzz buzz. Just the next blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. It was as if there were invisible blades rapidly shooting. A burst of distortion buzzed in the air, and the corpse birds that flew down in groups suddenly flew out in a large area. A burst of feathers, bones, broken flesh, as if sliced by an invisible knife, clattering a large area falling. The corpse bird, which had originally surged in hideously, instantly tried to lift its wings and flee. Able to. Terror. It's horrible. Not to mention the window into the corpse bird is the entire top floor of the abandoned supermarket. Swoosh, 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 a few chilly cold air blowing through, suddenly flashing stripes across the eye of the hole. There were blades that ran through the floor in the blink of an eye. Pffffffffff. The corpse bird, hovering high in the air, was instantly rolled into pieces. A ray of heavenly light shone down, and between the humming of the air, the roof of the supermarket was gradually piled with corpse bird remains. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a human being? It's Big Brother, Big Brother. Put. After a few seconds of stagnation, Goyu directly fell to his knees. Nima, if you have the ability to go directly to the zombie base camp to kill, is not it good? Why don't you just stay here with your wife? This space ability, awakened? The corners of Lei Ziyong's mouth trembled, his figure fell back a few steps, and his entire body stumbled uncontrollably, sitting on his butt on the ground. Awakened one, or spatial ability. They didn't know if they could see it in their lifetime. Now, it's right in front of the eyes? So strong. For the first time, Linya saw Du Ziren make a move for the first time, and her entire face flushed with excitement. Li Sisi, who was still somewhat proud of herself, saw this scene, but her legs were even more trembling, and after realizing that she had disrespected a big brother of some kind, she instantly wanted to give herself 2 slaps in the face. Is this the big guy? Snappy. The feathers of the corpse bird kept falling in the air. The corpse bird flock attack, which seemed like a big crisis, was dissolved in the inconsequential greeting of the opponent. Elder Ziren? Xiao Shengsheng weakly shouted, wanting to make sure that Senior was not right beside him. The lull. A blast of sound spread through the silent crowd. Lissy, how dare you disobey me? Chapter 81, Abandoning Li CC. New choice, finding Willow or waiting. Put. A horrible intimidating sound rang out, and Li Sisi directly fell to the ground in fear. Her legs were trembling and her face was white. Senior Ziren. Sishi. What happened to her? Xiao Shengsheng was still a bit bewildered. Linya looked at Li Sisi's vain appearance and suddenly understood something. Violently spitting. Bah! You dare to disobey the words of the senior. You deserve to die. Sister Linya. What did she do? Egu, my silly sister. Think carefully. How did the corpse bird flock dare to come in just now without the King Seed splintered body commanding them? There can only be one answer. One of us touched the corpse liquid. The few of us definitely didn't touch it, and neither did the canine warriors, or the elemental squad. Then you say, who else? You should know that the crystal core of the self-exploding flame zombie is fire type. Oh. Looking at Lee CC with contempt, Linya shook her head. Sometimes people really deserve to die for being stupid. A few crystal cores, and you're so mesmerized that you can't walk? Stupid. If you hold on to your senior's thighs, not to mention crystal core, won't you not have to worry about it in this life? Say, how many did you take? Du Ziren's voice was cold. Kidding aside, if it wasn't for my quick hands just now, tapping down the illuminated sublime chop in a flash of lightning, with so many corpse birds surrounding us, what if Shang Shang gets hurt? This stupid woman, who wasn't even a member of her team in the first place, even if she died, it wouldn't affect her mission settlement. The point is, she'll be damned if her stupidity hurts her teammates. I just took two. Lee Cici weakly took out 2 crystal cores from her bosom and wanted to hand them to the void. Stupid. Who, do you think, would dare want this? I wrapped it in my clothes and I wiped it clean. This is a alien second order, crystal core. Oh, so you like it? You keep it? Pithing, let's go. Stay away from this guy. This guy's death is not our concern. Coldly snorting. For such a person, Du Ziren not killing him was already a great justice. Senior Ziren. I understand. Hearing the anger in Du Ziren's tone, Xiao Shangshang immediately lowered her head obediently and pulled the Lin family siblings, about to walk towards the outside of the supermarket. This senior. Look, seeing that the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse, Goyu panicked and looked around coyly. Du Ziren waved his hand. Feet on your backs. Move as you please. He. Look at what you're saying. You're definitely following you. Licking his face, Goyu looked at Lei Zhiyong gloatingly. Anyway, the one who messed with the seniors was not their canine warriors. This thigh, that is, in the future to the other party as a dog to make use of, but also to hold on to it. Go. Quickly greeting a few of his team members, Goyu was like a harpy dog, following behind Xiao Shangshang. The only people left in the cramped supermarket were Li Cici, Lei Zhiyong, and Yang Miaomiao. Captain I. Li Cici realized that she was in big trouble and looked at Lei Zhiyong with tearful eyes. Lei Zhiyong looked at the crystal core in her hand like it was the plague. You'd better get back on your own. As you know, once you get into this stuff, no one gets away. River and I still want to live. Sorry, Captain. Enough. You're the one who lost the chance to play. You were supposed to be the first one to approach the seniors. Look at you. What have you done? Glaring at Li Cici, Lei Zhiyong pulled Yang Miaomiao and walked towards the outside of the supermarket without looking back. Tap. Outside the supermarket, there is a pile of corpse liquid on the ground, with green bubbles popping up on the ground, so there is no way to get off the ground. But, without the king species zombie, abnormal ability failure, check. The Lin family siblings only slightly used their earth abnormal ability, and the underground earth surged, and a new ground began to spread out. Go, Shang. Look, where are we going now? Linya was very tactful and looked towards Qiu Shangshang, who seemed to be afraid that Du Ziren's anger hadn't subsided yet, and lowered her head, inquiring in a low voice. Elder Ziren? Option 1, go to the Chang'an gas station and find Willow and bring it back to end this main quest. Result unknown. Option 2, continue to hide and wait for a good opportunity. Result unknown. Just in the moment when Xiao Shangshang asked for help, 2 choices popped up in front of Du Ziren's eyes. After squinting for a moment, Du Ziren chose option 2. This time, there are nothing but more thought traps in the choices, because of the pooling and expansion of the team's personnel, as well as the fact that they themselves have alien power to assist them. Most people subconsciously feel that they can go and do the boss. But, Du Ziren doesn't think so. From Lei Zhiyong's words earlier, he could tell that they had been ambushed near the Chang'an gas station. Try asking. The zombies are ambushing that. May I ask if the Willow, who only has the detection ability in that Chang'an gas station, is still alive? The package is dead. But then the mission system said Willow was still alive. So, the cat's out of the bag here might be that Willow at the Chang'an gas station is fake. The real Willow, probably hiding. The boss king species zombie has an ability split, so if the opponent doesn't want to show up, then no one can find its body. Now, the information from True Willow's place is just vital. Shang, then find a place to wait. Gently calling towards Qiu Shangshang's ear. Qiu Shangshang was puzzled. Elder Ziren, what are we waiting for? Wait, a real call for help. In an abandoned supermarket on a suburban road, when Xiao Shangshang and his group walked away, Li Cici grabbed the 2 crystal cores on the ground with a sinister look on her face. You guys are giving up on me today. If I don't die today, I'm sure. Click. The crimson crystal core was pinched open, and a drop of bright red liquid was devoured by Li Cici's open mouth. Her body's supernatural energy surged, and in an instant, her supernatural ability level came to the specialist 4th stage. I swear, one day, I'll definitely meet that senior who's in hiding. I want him to be my dog. Holding the second crystal nucleus. Lee Cece still wanted to use the power to impact the alien ability level. What with 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West, the determination to not fool the young girl is overflowing. The lull, a raspy corpse bird sound, which instantly spooked her resolve. What? Only to see that outside the shattered window, a small cloud of dark clouds approached, and densely packed corpse birds were looking towards their side with their beaks wide open and their crimson bird eyes hungrily. You guys, die. Boom. A ball of flame exploded high in the sky, rustling, able to, even though their bodies were bathed in fire and the flesh of the swarming corpse birds was burned to the point where grease was coming out, they still flew towards the supermarket with crazy eyes. They have no fear of death, only the desire for fresh meat. Asterisk. Damn. Rumble. A sea of fire churned through the supermarket as dark clouds pressed down from the sky. Under the dense corpse bird siege, the flames gradually annihilated. Yield STH. In the burning supermarket, a woman's body was in flames, surrounded by countless charred black corpse birds, gnawing out a white bone torso. Chapter 82 New Airwaves. Everyone screwed? Weaknesses of the King Seedwalkers. Same time. Mining black market, third basement level. Shinwan was located inside a nest of trees and was currently frowning with a gloomy face. For some reason, after letting all the shifters out this time, she had been apprehensive, like she had made some big mistake. If all of them alter egos go out, will the other side do a diversion and let the zombies sneak in to attack the empty base? No, not right. That's not very likely. As long as there are enough aliens, you can re-establish a base anywhere you go. It's never the base that matters, it's the person with the powers. But, that many people should. With a worried frown, bear. Suddenly, an old conversational machine made a cacophonous noise on the coffee table at the foot of the tree nest. Channel 3973. Channel 3973. This is Willow. Come in, please answer. Scrambling to pick up the walkie-talkie, Shinwan's face immediately became even more odd. Pressing the intercom button, she hurriedly inquired. This side is Mining Black Market Level 3 Security Camp, taking over the commission from Mount Lushan Level 2 Security Camp, receiving that intercom, and is communicating with you. Mining Black Market? Isn't that my teammate's walkie-talkie? How did you get it? The voice on the other end was puzzled for a while, and Shinwan was even more puzzled when she heard it. Excuse me, you are Willow, aren't you? Yeah. Your teammates escaped Wanbei City, and gave this walkie-talkie to Lushan Security Camp, and informed us that you have information about the Zombie King Seed in your possession. After we have made initial contact with you, you ask Lushan Safety Camp to rescue you. This mission, it was dispatched to our Mining Black Market. What are you talking about? It's obviously my first time talking to you. Until then, I've been running for my life. Willow, Miss Lu, you mustn't joke. LOL. The lull. It felt like a huge stone had collapsed violently in her heart, and Shinwan's right eyelid throbbed furiously. If it's true that this Willow is now, so what the hell was that Willow that contacted them earlier? That Willow, getting so many people to rescue her. And what does that mean? No good. Alter ego, of the Mining Black Market. Who? Breathing uncontrollably, Shinwan inquired again and again. On what basis do you say? You are Lu Shu? Ouch. That's easy. I'm Willow, and my ability is detection. That King Seed Zombie, S ability is split, and alien energy malfunction. The ability alien energy malfunction is troublesome. Once it starts working, all the surrounding alien energy will fail. And, if my guess is correct, its can split into more doppelgangers, and each doppelganger can also work with the alien failure, to make a large area realize alien failure. After this paragraph was finished, Shinwan's entire body fell to the ground on her butt. She figured it out. She finally figured it out now. That King Breedwalker, it was laid out a long time ago. Attract all the altered beings to the destination. When the time comes, a wave of alien malfunction. The entire Mining Black Market, alter egoists, will die 10 deaths. How did it get so smart? Ho. That's why you humans, you're always so full of yourselves. Don't forget that zombies are made from humans. In the midst of Shinwan's exclamation of surprise, another voice joined the airwave channel. It was a raspy, dry male voice, like a smoker's voice without water. As soon as the voice intervened, Shinwan and Lu Shu were both startled. Who are you? Ho. What do you guess? You're a king breed zombie? Willow was the first to react, as if something had dawned on her. Your split can reorganize your body. Isn't it true that when you become a target, you can still access their memories? Ho. Willow, you really are the hardest person to deal with in Wanbei City. Pity. While you were running for your life to hide, I have killed one of your female companions and I read her memories. I know that one of the survivors of your team escaped from Wanbei City. So, with a little bit of brainstorming, I followed your voice and used her memory to use the team's walkie-talkie to tell the plan to rescue Willow. Ha ha, you don't say. That male teammate of yours didn't suspect a thing. Not to mention him, even the entire human base never suspected it. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Stupid, all stupid. Rampant laughter echoed over the intercom. Xinhuan's face was ashen. What did you do with all those shifters? What's wrong? What's wrong with the alien in Wanbei City? What's wrong with them? Hiss. However, there's a guy in your group that I can't see through. He's obviously very weak, but he's got a lot of special abilities like our kings breed zombies. Damn, is he a king's son? Can't see through it? Who? The king breed zombie. Doubts made Xinhuan simply unable to think of a counterpart. Lui Qiong? He's strong, but how can he have multiple powers? Goyu? He's not bad, but he's not that impressive either. On the base, is there really such a person? Hey, you, just about to say something else. TSK, my doppelganger was actually discovered? Grass, how did you find me? I guess I'm going to have to design something. Ladies, it's been a pleasure communicating with you. Now, let me take care of him first. As long as he is dead too, I'll find you all slowly. I'll play with you all again. Bare your teeth. There was no telling what had happened. A cacophonous soundwave exploded from the King Seed Zombie's voice. Buzz. In an instant, this channel was instantly noise distorted, and the King Breed Zombie intentionally caused a sonic disturbance. Hello? Hello? Still trying to communicate with Willow. The cluttered airwaves couldn't hear what the other side was saying. Bare your teeth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn. Xinhuan cursed with a grimace. It's over. It's over. At this rate, mining black market is going to follow in the footsteps of Wanbei City base. Who's the he? Bare your teeth. Bare your teeth. Just at the moment when Xinhuan had an anxious look on her face, the sound of a willow floss vaguely came from the dappled signal. I won't be able to show my face for a while. Please don't believe any new information. There is only one ontological flaw in the king breed zombie. That is, when killing its split body, the body will briefly freeze. But it must have known that we would go against it, and it must have laid many traps. So, be sure to be careful. Bare your teeth. Willow's voice disconnected completely under the cacophony of signals. Xinhuan's face was complicated. Listening to this most important message, she hesitated for a moment before pressing her hands against the trunk of the large tree, and began to spread the entire conversation in audio form, using the branches of the trunk to stream. Please, make sure you hear this message. Please make sure to bring back everyone. Chapter 83 Self-Immolation Ambush? Kryptonite Skill Canonization Field Seconds. Above, the other side. Wanbei City, suburb. In some small abandoned courtyard. Goyu lay down in front of a large tree and kept listening to the information in the tree with his ears in awe. Oh, hey, there it is. Really got the message across. Hey, senpai, you are truly divine. A look of adoration surrounded the empty space. Duziran stood outside of the crowd. His face calmed for a while. Because he knew the mission system had already said that Lu Shu was still alive and the mission reward existed, so the real Lu Shu must be alive. Once she settled down and found an opportunity, she would definitely find a way to contact Xinhuan. At that time, Xinhuan would definitely spread the word if she knew anything. In between, it's nothing more than time to wait. Without the information of the King Seed Zombie, going blindly to brush the boss would be asking for trouble. Said what? When the crowd heard Goyu say this, they all immediately put their heads in front of the big tree. Bare your teeth. After a few moments, everyone listened to the three-way conversation between Xinhuan, Lu Shu, and the zombie King Seed. So, damn, in the beginning, it was that King Seedwalker who got the memories of Willow's friend, pretended to be Willow, and played us for fools. Ha, grass, this pussy, why is it so sinister? Lei Zhiyong cursed as an afterthought, and the faces of the others were equally ugly. It's a good thing we didn't rush to the Chang'an gas station. So it looks like it's not Willow that's inside the Chang'an gas station, but the split body of Willow's friend, Elder. Sure enough, experienced and sophisticated. Linya was completely convinced this time, looking around with reverence, his eyes full of admiration. All along, she had thought that this senior was powerful, relying on his outstanding strength and extraordinary battle prowess. Now it seems, to be able to get to his point, the wisdom of old experience was more than not lacking. This kind of strong man with a brain pokes at Linya's heart. For a moment, Linya couldn't help but fall even more in love with this senior, feeling Linya's favoritism towards you plus 10. Currently Linya has a favor value of 76. Look up, towards you. You've unlocked the ability to have a separate session and order her to act. The pop-up prompt in front of his eyes suddenly popped up, and Du Ziren's face was stunned. How could he not expect that just such a simple analysis could actually brush out NPC favorability? Sure enough, analyzing problems with God's perspective is just cool. Elder, so what do you think we should do now? Willow must have been hiding and won't come out. We definitely can't take her with us. This mission is a fake from start to finish. As for that king seed zombie, once it goes over to it, it's probably no match for anyone but you, right? Plus, it's still a question of where its main body is. Goyu looked around helplessly. Right now, everyone's main focus was this senior. If we go back now, it is estimated that we will be surrounded by the king seed zombie faction zombies, and without this senior, we will surely die. Not going back? Going to face king breed zombies head on? Who can fight? There's only one person left. Senpai. Ontology? If you kill Splinter, the main body will also be sluggish. This is the most important information we've gotten so far. It's just that we know about the clue, and that king seed zombie likewise knows that we know about the clue. If we look for it, it must have already laid out everything. This current strength of mine, without a sublime blade against it, standing silently in a corner, Duziren actually thought of a solid flow play. That's hang up. That's right, hanging upgrade. One could use the crystal core every time and upgrade the altered ability through the game nutrient capsule. Then a few more times, when the canine alien ability reaches superhuman, pack through this level, right? Anyway, at the moment, going out is going to be designed by King Seed Zombie, and not going out is just hanging out, so it's definitely fine to play like this. Sure, this is the Godao developmental flow playstyle. Duziren thought it was still too much of a waste of time. So is there a quick and dry pass? Yes, there are brothers. As if sensing Duziren's intention, a game pop-up window popped up in front of his eyes of its own accord. Detected that you have triggered a special plot. Kill the first King's zombie. Eliminate the first King zombie to fulfill the requirements. All team members survive. Complete. Receive the radio waves of the real Will-O-Wisp. Complete. And know the weaknesses of the King zombie. Complete. The first King's breed storyline. You've unlocked the power experience. Looking at the new pop-up window, Duziren was somewhat dazed. So, that's how you trigger a special episode. After this pop-up window, there was suddenly an extra plus sign after the exotic powers, in his own row. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Deep blue? Extra points? Duziren was so excited that he tapped the plus sign of Canine Alien ability. Canine Alien, current alien, second order, plus. Option 1, you can choose to recharge $1W to get half-hour Canine Alien power. Superhuman, second order experience access. Option 2, you can choose to recharge $10W to get half-hour Canine Alien power. Awakened 1 a second order experience access. Ha, clueless. Duziren looked confused. Good. After such a long detour, I was expecting a brain-burning analysis game. At the end of the day, the bending comes back to the kryptonite option. It's also nifty that it's such a hard kryptonite. Charging up to pull temporary war power? How true. Dog game developers. In his heart, he once again greeted all 18 generations of the game developers' ancestors. And Duziren looked at the courtyard of people who were looking at him with bated breath. Elder Ziren? We are now seniors? Senpai. The sound of a senior was about to soften his nerves, especially under Chiu Xingxing's hopeful gaze. He, Duziren, could not let anyone down, nor could he let his wife down. Kryptonite. TNND. Must be kryptonite. What the hell, King breed zombie? Come on, positive gang. After hesitating for a moment, Duziren clicked the recharge button. The superhuman strength experience is definitely not enough. A real fight. To be foolproof, just pull full. Awakened 1. After pressing optional item 2, what surprised him was that there seemed to be a vague vibration coming from his pocket. Your bank card number 0304 has just spent $100,000. Your current card balance, $6,797, 672. A chargeback message popped up from the game's pop-up window. Well. This game pod also gave me cell phone privileges are connected, right? So true. Gamer. Sliding over the deduction information, Duziren noticed that in the row of ability displays, Canine ability lit up with a golden light. Canine alien level awakened, temporary 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Awakening stage person's canonization skill, canonization field, cannibalization field. Take the self as the center of the circle and canine any living creature without discrimination within the surrounding 50 meters. A blue color, with a canine pattern skill icon, appeared under the pop-up window. Fields, ranged skills? With this, it should be foolproof. With a bang of his head, the hanging wall Duziren suddenly bottomed out and looked at the crowd. What are you waiting for? Since we already know the weakness of the King Seed Zombie. Now, all follow me. Destroy it. Chapter 84 Self-Immolation Ambush? Kryptonite Skill Canonization Field Seconds. Center. Elder. This. The other party has abnormal failure. It must have known that we would be there, and would have ambushed many separates, and unleashed alien failure, in unison. When the time comes how about? Upon hearing that Du Ziren was going to go straight over to the fight, Goyu was a bit terrified. Panic. After all, the other party's abnormal failure was too buggy and gave him too much of a psychological shadow. If this senior was careless and didn't take care of himself, wouldn't he die violently in seconds? People who are afraid. There is an option to stay here. Xing, are you afraid? Turning his head to look at Xiao Shangshang, Du Ziren's face was silent. This special mission of his should only require the game's protagonist to go and be judged complete. Even the Lin family siblings in the team didn't have to carry it out. With Elder Ziren here, Shangshang is not afraid of anything. Xiao Shangshang smiled faintly and calmly walked towards the source of the sound, her eyes full of bright light. It seemed that it didn't matter where she was as long as there was Du Ziren. Senpai, we Lin family siblings aren't afraid either. Rather, we still want to see the means of senior. Linya pulled Lin Ping and immediately followed. Go, why don't you go? I must see the way senior toys with that fellow. It played us for fools, and I can't rest until I see it die. Unsurprisingly, Lei Zhiyong also chose to follow. In the end, it was surprising that everyone except the canine warriors chose to take the initiative. Asterisk. You're all going. Is it okay if I don't go? Goyu lowered his face, ashamed for a moment and smiled bitterly. The group looked to the empty front until they heard a sound of footsteps ringing out. Righteously followed. The other side. Inside the Chang'an gas station, a woman with a pretty face was sitting at her desk with her legs crossed. She kept playing with her fingertips, squinting her eyes from time to time as if sensing something. You said, will that guy, knowing my weakness, come over? His face snickered as he looked at a self-exploding flame walker beside him, and the walker's mouth grinned, blood dripping from his lips full of rotten flesh. Ho. King, how dare he come to you? Even if it's just your doppelganger, anyone with a brain would know that our home base is here. Dare to come over, not afraid of being blown up by the bombs all over the place when their powers fail? Ho. The Crimson Walker hissed for a moment, and the woman looked at it with interest. Ouch. You're good. You're kind of the most brainy being in this group of walkers. Maybe, if you devour a few more crystal cores, you'll be able to evolve spiritually as well. Patting self-exploding flame walker's shoulder in relief, this walker grinned as more and more blood dripped down. Okay, don't be silly and happy. Go outside and do your rounds. Although, that stealthy guy is pulling crotch on the rest of his ability levels, except for his spatial skill, and he wouldn't dare to come to me even if I gave him 10 guts. However, it's not impossible that he will come to play with his life. Just as this was said, outside the gas station, a corpse-white fog barrier zombie ran in. Roar. King, there's a group approaching this way. What? How dare he come? With a look of surprise on her face, the woman instantly jumped up from her seat. Well, pass the order down. All fog barrier walkers, start fogging the perimeter of the gas station. All self-destructing zombies, lurking near the gas station, oil well. As soon as they dare to take a step into the vicinity of the gas station, immediately explode. I'd like to see how that stealthy kid is going to escape from such a big explosion. With a sinister smile, the woman sat down on the desk with her legs crossed. Her throat wriggled, and she let out a whispering ho sound. Where the sound waves spread, the air was strangely distorted. At once, the few zombies around them immediately dispersed and hid towards the fog. On the streets of the suburbs, a large number of self-exploding flame zombies, one by one, climbed rapidly towards the gas station. Chang'an gas station, 30 meters before the stop sign. Putting eyes on a haze of fog, the visibility even reached the level of not being able to reach out and see. Ouch! As Qiu Shengsheng walked, her head suddenly froze, as if she had hit something. Looking up, a human form loomed in the mist ahead. Senior Ziren, how did you stop? With her head buried in the familiar back, Qiu Shengsheng looked up as a calm voice came from her. Shang, do you know why this King Seed zombie chose the place of Willow's rescue to be at the gas station? Du Ziren stood in the fog, calmly looking at the hazy Chang'an gas station. Is it because of the explosion? Once the self-exploding flame walker explodes and ignites the oil well, the entire gas station square will explode, right? That's right. It's a move that it uses in order to take the alien who can break into the gas station and use it in a final sweep. As a result, it's now being used against us. So, well, then, we're now. At those words, Goyu behind the fog panicked. Then if the whole gas station blows up, who can guarantee that you won't die a violent death? Shang, are you afraid? This time, Du Ziren didn't care about anyone's reaction and just looked at Qiu Shengsheng behind him. Qiu Shengsheng's face flushed, and as she held her head high, she could feel an unseen sight that was staring at her. I'm not afraid, where Elder is present, even if it's hell. I'm not afraid. So, staring closely at the sizzling eyes of the young girl in the fog, Du Ziren was somewhat touched. He actually wasn't afraid of Qiu Shengsheng getting into an accident. After all, the immortality and immortality ability was pretty buggy. However, Du Ziren had never spoken to Qiu Shengsheng about her supernormal ability. Without knowing whether she would die or not, this silly ninny still dared to go with her. I don't know why, but it warmed my heart. Still, don't go over there if you're afraid. The fact that we didn't get surrounded by zombies, even when we walked here, means that King Seed is Splinter already knew we were coming and gathered all the zombies into the gas station. This is intended to end us all in one pot. Any further step here and you could be harmed by the gas station explosion. So, for those who are afraid, you can stop now. Turning to look behind him, Du Ziren said this sentence, and instantly everyone fell silent. An oil well explosion. What's that about? No less than a small volcanic eruption, right? The senior in front of him, after the space skill had been invalidated. To what extent his strength could still be, no one could guarantee it. He'll make sure Qiu Shengsheng is okay, but what about these people who are trailing behind? This time, even Lei Zhiyong stayed his face without confidence. I believe in Elder. Linya took a bold step, and behind her, Lin Ping gritted his teeth and followed. Unfortunately, a few moments later, it was only the pair of siblings that kept following. Let's go. You guys kind of bet on it. Follow mine and not a single flame will burn you. A line of sight swept behind him, and Du Ziren's arrogant voice hovered within the Chang'an gas station. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a footstep, without a care in the world, ran towards the inside of the gas station. Chapter 85 Self-Immolation Ambush? Kryptonite Skill Canonization Field Seconds. Below, go! The three-member squad, led by Du Ziren, stepped into the explosion range of the gas station. Almost in this instant, a teasing female voice rang out. Oh, instead of running away, you have the audacity to approach me? What kind of confidence do you have under your stealthy skin to come against me? Tap tap tap. In the Chang'an gas station, a woman with a pretty face walked out slowly. She looked disdainfully at the three of them. Qiu Shengsheng, her gaze seemingly glancing around. Come out? Even though you are multi-ability, your strongest space ability is invalidated by me. How do you plan to win? Trying to fight for your life by stealth, close to me? Stop it, even if you make it. Now, as long as in the blink of an eye, a self-exploding flame zombie explodes, several of you'll all be blown to mush. Humans, you're crazy, right? The line of sight looked around aggressively. Since the woman's back, step by step at least more than 30 crimson self-destructing flame zombies, all together towards the gas station, around the crawling. Tap tap tap. They, red as the tide, covering the entire gas station. How is this going to win? Elder's space skill is a damage skill. Is it hard to believe that there is also an escape skill? Beyond the haze of fog, Goyu's face was suspicious. Lei Zhiyong shook his head, his face solemn. Even if they were separated by dozens of meters, they could still feel the scorching heat from the many self-explosion flame walkers. Senpai's space skill was invalidated. Guess there's still an undercard? Stunned, he looked into the fog, and Du Ziren's ghostly tone came out this time. You're interesting too. You watched us walk into the blast zone and didn't detonate the oil well explosion in the first place because you wanted to expand the power of the explosion after closing the distance? What? Aren't you afraid that with this momentary delay of yours, I'll take you in seconds? Seconds? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. As if she had heard some joke, the woman let out a loud laugh, her eyes becoming more playful. Without that skill, what are you going to second me with? Even if you did, come on, you tell me how you're going to survive the blast zone? This is above an oil well. It can burn thousands of degrees in an instant. I see. Did you purposely scam me, thinking I would play mind games with you, so that I won't come after you in the future? Sorry, I'm not human. I just want to see now, what kind of crystal and nucleus will be born in the brain of a person like you? Do it. As if tired of Du Ziren's tone that he wouldn't be afraid, the woman's eyes narrowed and her large hand waved for a moment. Ho! Beside him, a self-explosion flame walker instantly sprouted a bit of fire. Senpai, Linya and Lin Ping couldn't help but look panicked. They couldn't help but want to use their exotic powers, but they found that their bodies were unresponsive and could only shiver vigorously. Only Qiu Shengsheng was the only one who always looked straight ahead with a resolute gaze. Senior Ziren, turn the big picture around. Reverse? Who does he think he is? Just him. Stop barking. Instant. A chortling voice resounded in the Chang'an gas station, and the air inexplicably buzzed and trembled in the dozens of meters surrounding the area with Du Ziren as the center of the circle. There was a constant stream of snorting and whistling winds that swept by, and the fog on the entire street was actually dissipating. Do you think that, if you make this kind of noise, woof, woof, the woman's words were still coming out, but halfway through, she touched her mouth in shock. Face. I don't know when the whole face started sprouting dense long hairs, a human mouth cocked up, full of hideous canines that kept protruding. The body's limbs were out of control, subconsciously crawling down. The whole person's consciousness was in laxity. Woof, woof, you, how could you? Woof woof woof, how is it possible? You're a double awakened space and canine? You monster. Woof, self-destructing walker. Quick, explode, unwillingly shouting. Just in the blink of an eye, the woman who was originally arrogant, suddenly transformed into a sheepdog, dumbly prostrate on the ground, coyly looking towards Du Ziren. Woof, woof woof woof. She looked around anxiously under this bark, but the surrounding, whether it was the self-exploding flame zombie that was planning to explode or the fog barrier zombie that scattered and hid, at this moment, they all suddenly turned into a dachshund, screaming in shock and confusion. Woof, woof woof woof. At once, a barking dog spread out in Chang'an gas station. The fog slowly subsided, and a group of people looked at what was in front of them with disbelief. And that's how you end a fight? Hunt. It's really too much of a hunt. I was expecting some kind of earth-shattering, mountain-turning battle. Didn't realize. Just words calmly. All the zombies were turned into dogs? So what if you explode? You can still blow up if you turn into a real puppy, can't you? Du Ziren's canified field was not the canified field of the mutant field dog at that time. This was a proper awakened one, full power skill. There is no need for time fermentation, no need for the alienation process. As long as it is within the range of the alien skill, zombie or any living being will be completely and instantly turned into a dog. It's the difference between the awakened skill and the alien ability essence. Woof woof woof. The barking was still going on, and between his steps, Du Ziren grabbed the woman's changed sheepdog. By constantly stroking the sheepdog's head, the dog's eyes began to constantly hazel. It is being caninized to affect common sense thinking, and its consciousness is getting closer to a dog. I was wondering how I was going to find out what you were. Now it seems. It's not bad to have a chasing dog. The sheepdog sluggishly haha gasped, and after Du Ziren placed it on the ground, it looked in one direction and woofed twice. Nice. Not bad. If you become a dog completely, you won't explode from split. There's a mission, this time. Watching the sheepdog's movements with a calm face, Du Ziren's eyes looked deep into the distance. Around the perimeter, others can blow up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's this just now. It's skill, right? It's skill, right? Space, Inuyasha, dual psychic ability, dual awakened one, strength? This isn't Big Brother. This is a true god. Goryu's mouth was trembling. He can't be the creator of some first-line base, can he? Lei Zhiyang's face trembled, feeling that he was simply ratty before. Elder, this strength of senior, it's really as terrifying as it is. Linya pursed her lips, and her heart couldn't help but all start beating faster. The more powerful a man was, the more she just loved it. Senior Ziren, this ability of yours, it's that dog area, from back in the day. Qiu Shengsheng stared blankly at the dogs all over the floor for a moment. Later, now join me. Go and slaughter the mastermind behind this. Without waiting for Qiu Shengsheng to ask one more question, a hand gripped her small hand, pulled her, and ran in a burst of frenzy in the direction of the sheepdog's barking. Chapter 86. The first king breed zombie. Fallen. Tap tap tap. Without waiting for the surrounding people to react, the sheepdog flew up strangely. Du Ziren held the dog in one hand and Qiu Shengsheng in the other, and the two figures raced towards the distance. Urgent. It's urgent. Although the incarnation domain controlled the situation, what was controlled was only the presence of the king seed zombie Splinter. The real subject, definitely in the distance, is witnessing what's going on here. If the subject was not solved now, it would be difficult to find a chance to kill it later. It must move fast. Use the sense of smell of the sheepdog to chase out the body of that king breedwalker. Catch it before it runs away. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The barking continued as Shepard looked straight in the direction of downtown. The two men and the dog, because of the recovery of the alien energy, ran faster and faster. Wanbei City, downtown center. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn. Here. How did I run into such a monster? A dual supernatural, awakened? He doesn't go to first-line camp to make a name for himself. Why did he come to this Thai place? Inside an abandoned apartment building, a well-dressed, fresh-faced man snapped his eyes open from the couch. At the moment, this handsome face was filled with indignation and worry. Grass. Gotta hurry. Get out of here. That guy turned my Splinter into a dog. I can't control it at all anymore. Panic rushed out of the house. The man's intuition told him, from the moment split body went out of control, he had gone from hunter to prey. Damn it! Damn it! Lumbering through the building, the man made a brainstormed run toward the underground garage. Distinguishing himself from human survivors, once awakened as a king breed walker, he could command ordinary walkers to act on his behalf to his heart's content. In the world 100 years after the end of the world, he relied on the large number of zombies, and in all the underground garages in Wanbei City, he was finally able to collect a sedan that could still start. Originally, it was something he had collected and used to reminisce about his old life. Didn't realize, one day, it actually works. Giggle, giggle. Squeezing into the car and scrambling to ignite and start it, the man took one foot off the gas and roared off toward the garage beyond. Giggle. The sedan of action should have been unusually conspicuous under the doomsday, but the zombies that were still active in this neighborhood didn't even look the man's way. Hurry, hurry. The gas pedal was pressed to the floor and the man's car had driven out of the neighborhood, constantly looking out of the car until he saw two blurry figures flashing in the distance. The whole man couldn't help but feel a jolt of tautness. Coming, coming. Beads of sweat were unknowingly breaking out on his brain. The man's eyes narrowed, and a crown-shaped sarcoma actually slowly emerged from the top of his head. All walkers, stop him, stop him. Hysterically commanding, the man did everything he could to resist. Unfortunately, a dog and a man vaguely seen in the back of the car flickered, and wherever they passed, the zombies hadn't even had time to gather, and were instantly transformed into large and small shaggy dogs. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. The barking was constant. The cold, silent city was inexplicably alive. Grass, grass, it's okay, they can't catch me yet, they can't catch me. The tachometer had been turned up to the max, and the man could sense that the presence behind the car, even if it was going at an amazing speed, would be almost impossible to catch up to him instantly. Perhaps, as long as the car can rush to the highway road, fight a protracted battle, the other party alien energy, exhausted, their own car speed does not decrease, may be able to escape from life. Distance, distance, that guy needs distance to turn people into dogs, and as of now, keeping a distance of 100 meters is still fine. Saved, saved, giggle, the gas pedal that was not letting up for a moment, and a hint of celebration appeared on the man's face. He was glad that after turning into a zombie, he still had a fetish for repossessing cars. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap, at the back of the car. Xiao Shengsheng seemed to have entered that slow play world, state of the past, moving unusually quickly. Even Du Ziren's short-lived awakened one, strength couldn't pull her too far away. Who? Elder Ziren. We can't seem to catch up with the car. That's the direction the dog was looking, and that would be the right person in the car, right? Is it? Do you just watch it? Watch it. Under the high-speed movement, Xiao Shengsheng's face had turned a little white. She only had the strength of an alien fourth order, and trying to maintain this slow-release world state for a long period of time would be very taxing on her. I can't imagine. The so-called king breed zombie is actually a human? He actually has a car? Seeing the car driving further and further away, Du Ziren glanced at Xiao Shengsheng's cheeks, suddenly squeezed the sheepdog in his arms, and paused in his steps. Hey, Senior Ziren, you? Xiao Shengsheng was shocked. Why are you stopping so suddenly when you're finally catching up? Xing aren't you forgetting something? What? Do we really need to chase it? Don't forget that when Splinter dies, subject will also produce a short period of dullness. Senior Ziren, what do you mean? Just in the moment when Xiao Shengsheng had some dawning realization, the dog's head slowly turned into a woman's head of the sheepdog that Du Ziren was pinching in his hand. He's canceling canonization. Du Ziren, he's going to giggle. Just then, the car drove farther and farther away, and it looked like it was going to take the next turn into the highway. It will kill itself. Boom! Shasta! A ball of flame exploded in Du Ziren's hand, and the pupils of the woman's head eyes in the sheepdog's neck suddenly flashed brightly. Grass! Grass! Human! You deserve to die! You deserve to die! Bang! Not waiting for this hiss of resentment to spread, the woman's head exploded violently into pieces. Gusts of shredded flesh interspersed with flames, burning and fluttering in the air. Du Ziren casually threw the headless dog corpse to the ground, his gaze looking into the distance. Giggle! In the meantime, the man in the car was so stunned at the moment of Splinter's death that he couldn't even spin the steering wheel in his hands. No! Boom! The speeding car crashed straight into the corner railing. Rumble! The entire front end of the car instantly dried up, and a wave of fire suddenly exploded inside the car. Boom! The sea of fire was created in the blink of an eye. The front half of the car blew to pieces, and the man driving it was instantly burned into a flaming man. The back half of the body was still shaking, constantly crumpling and burning. Bare your teeth, even from a distance. At this moment, One could hear the sound of fat evaporating in the sea of fire as the human body was burned. Humans! Humans! Under the hot flames, the man stretched out, seemingly deformed, trying to climb out of the frilly car. All that. You're not dead yet, are you? It's really worthy of being a king-breed zombie. But, Inuyasha, staring at it, the man's body made a twisting sound of clack clack clack. His body was shrinking, growing long hair strangely, and gradually transforming into a burning Akita Inu. Woof! Woof! The moment it turned into a dog, the king-breed zombie completely stopped moving. Under the raging sea of fire, the Akita dog cried out a few times in grief, but in the blink of an eye it was burnt to a crisp. A dog corpse burnt motionless. King's zombie, Li Xiang. Ability failure. Split. Ability level, superhuman, third order. Target is dead. Special plot being completed. The prompts from the game panel kept popping up in front of his eyes, and Du Ziren calmly watched as the dog corpse was burned out of its meat. Until a demonic purple quality, crystal core, flickering with light, rolled out of the sea of fire. Chapter 87 First Date? Boy, this guy's alien energy. It's actually purple quality. No wonder it's so hard to fight. Looking at the purple crystal core, Du Ziren slowly stepped forward and picked it up and held it in his hand, fixing his eyes to look at it. This crystal core did not have any detailed description. It was just labeled King Species Zombie, Crystal Core, Purple. Senior Ziren. Behind him, Xiao Shengsheng trotted along, a look of excitement on his face. Is that culprit dead? They've all been exploded with crystal cores, and it's impossible to resurrect them. Shaking the crystal core in his hand, Du Ziren didn't even bother to look at the dog corpse that was still burning in the flames. Let's go. This time, it's finally come to an end. The downtown lanes were unexpectedly quiet at the moment. At the entrance of the street that was originally densely populated with zombies, a shaggy dog was looking at the direction of the two in shock. The two walked towards the distant street, their figures getting farther and farther away and closer and closer. Ryoko. Hey, Elder Ziren. This cannibalization ability of yours has directly and indirectly cleaned up a lot of zombies in Wanbei City. Seemingly enjoying the coziness after the crisis was resolved, Xiao Shengsheng looked around intentionally. She pursed her lips and took 2 bold steps forward. The lull. One of her hands, unexpectedly brave, grasped in one direction. Du Ziren was shocked, because at this moment, Xiao Shengsheng actually clasped her left arm with both hands and leaned her entire body against her side. The sky was blue after the snow, and the shaggy dog on the roadside was quiet, and the air was filled with sweetness. The two of them were leaning in this way, inexplicably a bit like a young couple holding hands, pressing the road. Show, you, mouth moving. Du Ziren glanced at Xiao Shengsheng, the young girl's head buried in her shoulder, revealing her scarlet ears. Elder, a little while. Sheng just wants to possess you like this for a little while. Is it okay? The timid, ambiguous words with pleading sounded. Du Ziren's face inexplicably flushed red, and his heart jumped up. He didn't say another word, and neither one of the two men said another word, just leaned a little tighter against each other, enjoying a rare moment of solitude. Edging off into the distance, the other side, Chang'an gas station. Linya anxiously walks around the station. Why hasn't Elder returned yet? It can't be entangled in the main body of that king-breed zombie, can it? Unla. In terms of Senior's tactics, I even doubt that he will light up the third awakening stage ability. Lin Ping comforted his sister and suddenly seemed to think of something. Sis, you said that Senpai took Team Autumn and left alone. It can't be. The corner of her mouth curled up into a bad smile, and Linya immediately blushed. Let's talk about these things. Ha sister, are you panicking? If you ask me, why would someone as high up as Senior have nothing to do with accompanying Team Autumn? Either they're with their kids or their wives. Sister, I'm afraid you don't have a chance. Lin Ping, you shut up. The siblings screamed and made noise. On Go Yu's side, he had already found a large tree by the side of the road and began to pass up the message. Giggle. Just after writing the words, current crisis resolved, on the tree with his sharp dog paws. Click click click. The next moment, a branch on the trunk, slowly wriggling and twisting, was actually rolled into an earpiece-like branch, reaching towards Go Yu's ear. Hello? This writing is from Go Yu's dog's paw, isn't it? You said the crisis has been resolved? What situation? He Boss Chin. You'd never guess. Chinwan's voice immediately came from the branches of the tree, and Go Yu let out a simple smile and gave a general account of what had just happened. What? You said, there's a Inuyasha, in space, dual ability awakened, big brother beside you guys? He cleared the ambush by himself, and now he's even going after the King Seed zombie, proper? Mining black market underground level 3, central canopy, inside. Chinwan's entire body froze as she listened to the report from across the room. What the hell? How did a dual alien ability, awakened, big brother suddenly appear? It's as bizarre as if you encountered wolves in the wild and a tiger swooped in and helped you disperse them. You. You're not kidding me, are you? Have you died and are now a split body of the king seed zombie and are teasing me, aren't you? King breed zombie, you think I'm stupid? For a moment, Shinwon even thought of such a possibility. After all, compared to Goyu being killed, popping out a dual alien, awakened? Isn't that a fantasy? Ouch. Boss Chin, it's really like this. I know you can't believe it. It's me. I can't even believe it now. So, why don't you have that Willow come over to us? I feel that even if she hides now, she may not be as safe as us following that senior. Goyu are speechless. In fact, if it is not their own experience, in exchange for other people and he said so, he certainly also do not believe. Get out. Once she heard Goyu say this, Shinwon directly hung up the phone. She was sure as well as certain now. Goyu was the one who was killed. Now it's the King Seed Walker, Splinter, who's setting her up to expose Willow. Bear. Also at that moment, the intercom on the bedside table rang. Hello? You can hear me, can't you? It's Willow here. Hear me. Willow, listen to me. Make sure you hide it. I actually heard what you guys just said. Personally, I'm leaning towards the fact that your men are telling the truth. Ha, you're crazy, aren't you? How is this possible? No, because I really saw that there are a lot more dogs on the street. The zombies are gone. What? Don't say I saw a girl. I guess that's what they call Team Autumn? I'll go over and make contact. The walkie-talkie hangs up again, and the treehouse echoes with blind tones. Shinwon stood dumbfounded in the treehouse. A whole person was baffled. It's hard to believe. Can't it be that there really is someone high up? Wanbei City, suburbs. Inside a 3-story hut, Willow watched as a young girl, with a pouty face, leaned against the air and walked in a shape that was bizarre to the point of being bizarre. If it wasn't for the fact that I just heard intercom say, there's a senior who can be invisible. Regarding the scene in front of her, she didn't doubt for a second that the Chiu Shengsheng that passed by downstairs was definitely a deformity. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Lots of shaggy dogs on the side of the road and not a single walker in sight. With a boldness, Willow called out towards the stairs. Autumn sing-song? Captain Autumn is it? Hey, like being electrocuted. Chiu Shengsheng, who was still leaning on Du Zirun's arm, heard the sound and reacted with a whole stress reaction. Immediately let go of Du Zirun's arm and stood far away in a panic. It's a gesture that resembles the panicked reaction of men and women when the classroom teacher discovers a classmate's early love. Who? Her face flushed red. Chiu Shengsheng thought it was just her and Zirun seniors. She had just almost buried her head in her senior's chest. This sudden sighting. It's humiliating. Bam. A short-haired, round-faced girl stepped out of the hut on Suburban Road after a sound of descending stairs. She was about 1.6 meters. Her body was slim, and her features were all a bit sunken. But the only thing on this girl's face was a pair of gleaming eyes with a frightening aura. Oh, sorry, if I don't make a sound. I feel like you're all going to go far. Introduce yourself. Security camp in northern Anhui City. Alien, 3rd order. Willow. Willow gave a valiant smile and extended her hand towards Chiu Shengsheng. She didn't seem to mind poking at someone's date at all. And Chiu Shengsheng looked at her hesitantly. You're Willow? You just come out like that. Not afraid of us? Scared? I just received the latest information. Didn't I say that? Is there a senior among you? Right. This senior. Sorry for disturbing your date. With a spontaneous smile towards the periphery, Lu Shu's gaze flickered. Those eyes looked like they had radar on, fixedly looking behind Chiu Shengsheng. No, it's okay. Du Zirun actually blushed a little. He was equally a little embarrassed after being caught in the act. It's also his first date? Chapter 88 Explosive Pass, Experience. Full set of crystal core armor. Raising her eyes to Willow, the girl's information, in a flash, was displayed on the game's pop-up window. Name, Willow. Identity, Wanbei City Camp Shifter. Ability, Detection. Alien power level, Alien 3rd order. Detection, with Willow as the center. Within a 30-meter perimeter, Willow will be able to detect the number of active creatures. And, as the time of detection grows longer, the more sufficient information Willowfloss will obtain about the active creatures. It's a radar. Surprised at Lu Shu's supernatural ability, Du Zirun had it all figured out. If Chiu Shengsheng went out again in the future, this person could definitely be put to great use. Don't be quiet guys. I wouldn't interrupt your first date, right? Lu Shu was already 24 or 25 years old, and as soon as she saw that reaction from Chiu Shengsheng, she recalled her old campus youthful romance. Unbidden, she wanted to slap herself. If this interrupts someone's first date, the big guy is going to hold it against him. No, it's okay. Now that you've appeared, our mission, to bring you back this time can be delivered. Elder Zirin, we're going back to Chang'an gas station, now? Twisting his head to look behind him, a voice that had regained its composure came out. It's okay. Reflecting on the warmth of just now, Du Zirin this time clicked on the task panel, and then some curiosity. How much pass experience value can be given to the 3-member squad to bring Lu Shu back to the mining black market? Let's go. Greeting him, Du Zirin led the way at the front. Tap tap tap. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Chang'an gas station, a row of people ran over when they saw Xiao Shengsheng. Pithing, you guys took care of that? Linya asked worriedly, and Xiao Shengsheng nodded. Elder Zirin turned it into a dog. Kill it. This. Even though there were already expectations in their hearts, after Xiao Shengsheng described it so lightly, the crowd still couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Not bad for a bigot. Killed the monster that nearly plagued the base with a hand raised. Too ruthless. Killing zombies is like killing dogs. By the way, who is this? Seemingly noticing that there was someone else behind Xiao Shengsheng, Goyu looked curiously at Lu Shu, and the other party smiled bashfully. Lu Shu, so it's you who's Willow. From now on, please take care of me. Now then, can't we go back now? Lei Zhiyong interjected. His words were not a question to anyone, but an invitation to Du Zirin. Without the big man's nod, he was now a bit wary of even leaving the Chang'an gas station. It's okay. This matter is settled once and for all. Let's go back. That's good. Hurry back to base. Boss Qin is probably stupid for waiting. After the group looked at each other, they could not help but sprint in the direction of the mining black market. Evening, mining black market, 3rd basement level under the center canopy. Qin stood humbly in the crowd, looking at the less than 2 dozen exalted, under the canopy, her face pale. She still vaguely remembers that when she was out on this mission, this place was standing full of exalted. Now what? Throwing out Xiao Shengsheng's squad, the K9 battle team, and the elemental squad, only 9 exalts had run away from Wanbei City. This is a battle that has been fought so badly. Damn king breed zombies. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Silver teeth clenched. Qin hated herself for not seeing through the other party's ploy earlier. She stood in the crowd, squirming for half a day before she would open her mouth. If it was in the past, she would definitely still be standing on the canopy of the tree and giving out her words. But this time, when Xiao Shengsheng and the others came back, there might be that big brother standing in the pile of people. So if she wasn't humble, who would be humble? This time, hard work everyone. No one spoke, and most had their heads bowed and their faces shriveled. Actually, this time, I'm also at fault. I looked at the king seed zombies, too simply. With so many people sacrificed this time, I think, all the families of the exalted, I will try my best to support them. It's one of the few consolations I have for them. Also, the fact that this mission was successful is actually thanks to Miss Autumn. And, as Qin spoke, she tentatively looked at Xiao Shengsheng, who looked around, a voice that only she could hear coming slowly. I'm kind of in the middle of something. Just be polite. Got it. Nodding her head, Xiao Shengsheng took the initiative to raise her hand. Senior Zirin is temporarily away. Is that so? The taut nerves instantly loosened up, and once Qin lowered her head and looked at the crowd full of tired faces, she immediately waved her hand. Well, I won't say more than that, so get some rest everyone. This time we've suffered a defeat here at the King Seed Zombies. If we can grow up in the future, we'll definitely slaughter all the King Seed Zombies. If it's not my people, their hearts can be killed. Also, I know that everyone is not feeling good in their hearts after fighting a losing battle this time, but it is true that we relied on that senior to survive this time. So, everyone treat Miss Autumn in the future. The topic was on point, and everyone silently raised their heads and glanced at Xiao Shengsheng. Who doesn't know that? Who dares to offend Xiao Shengsheng? Everyone's rewards will be distributed, and in the future, everyone will be permanent residents of the 3rd underground level. Also, when you guys go to the Luzhou secure base, in the future, you can also report your merits this time. Everyone, disperse. Letting out a long breath, Qin witnessed the nest of people each routing their way back to the canopy. It was such a spirited time. Now, it's true, the end is still so cruel. Pursing her lips, Qin scanned Xiao Shengsheng several times and once again slowly concealed herself within the canopy. In the tree house, it seemed that everyone was tired, and everyone went back to the house after exchanging polite words with Xiao Shengsheng. In Autumn's cabin, she wearily walked over to the couch and sat down. In the bedroom, the faint sound of her younger siblings jostling came from the bedroom, and Xiao Shengsheng inexplicably revealed a trace of a relieved, bitter smile. How nice, with adults sheltering them, they have happy, carefree times ahead of them. Thinking like this, inexplicably, she thought of Du Zirin again. Himself, wasn't it because he was so pampered by his seniors that he was free from illness and injury? Senior Zirin, Elder Zirin, what is it going to be now? looked to the empty roof. What Xiao Shengsheng didn't know was, Du Ziren, in fact, was sitting right next to her and was clicking on the quest panel. Main quest, Rescue Willow completed. Rating is starting based on your handling response, surviving team members, and mission completion. Rating ends. Your team, all personnel survived. Rating +1. Opened a special plot, hunting the first king zombie completed. Rating +2. Find Willow and bring her back to the base. Rating +1. Initial rating of D. Rating +S. You have completed this mission with a rating of S, and have gained a total of 10,000 points of pass experience. Passes are in the process of being unlocked for experience. Current pass tier 108. What? Upon hearing this explosive experience bonus, Du Ziren panicked and clicked on the pass page. Moment. Click click click. That pass bonus route that unlocks all the way to an end you can't even see for yourself. After sliding all the way to the 108 level reward, Du Ziren hit unlock reward twice in a row. A pleasant sound rang out. You get the pass reward, trumpet *96. Crystalline core armor, helmet. Crystalline core armor, pants armor. Crystalline core armor, wrist armor. Crystalline core armor, belt. Congratulations! Unlocked a full set of crystalline armor. Chapter 89 Happiness Value 35. Trigger plot, warm hugs. Top. It's not easy. After such a trip down, I've finally taken down all the most crucial rewards in the pass. Watching a whole set of crystalline core armor appear in the warehouse, Du Ziren felt quite a sense of accomplishment. It's like this. You finally collected all the pieces of the Spring Festival limited skin during one of the Spring Festival holidays and rushed to redeem it before the Spring Festival ended. The fashion of the crystal core armor is finally being held back. That said, the full set of crystal core armor is out. What's the reward for the last compartment of the pass? Curious. He clicked to the end of the pass. Du Ziren had played a lot of games. He knew very well that the last frame of the general game pass was the most important and valuable reward. Sliding the pass. After a long row of trumpet rewards, a huge golden crystal core appeared at the end of the pass. Disposable potential stimulation crystals. Tapping that crystal core, Du Ziren saw its name. A description of it, too, gradually surfaced on the panel. One-time potential stimulation nucleus. Choose the object you wish to use, and after that object digests this nucleus, its own strength will begin to grow due to its potential. That's it? Meaning, after using this, how many levels level of psychic ability can be raised depends on the individual's ability, right? Exit the pass screen in an uninteresting manner. Du Ziren clicked on the other pages again. For the time being there was nothing to care about. Beside her, Xiao Shengsheng was tilting her head, leaning against a corner of the sofa, curled up like a kitten. Her two eyelids were battling, and she let out a soft murmur of exhaustion. My Sheng is just adorable, poked Xiao Shengsheng's little face. Xiao Shengsheng suddenly had a burst of energy and woke up from his daze. Elder Ziren? You haven't left yet? Realizing that it seemed like she had made a fool of herself in front of her seniors, Xiao Shengsheng's face flushed a light red and lowered her head. Nope. Shannon, I have something for you. Me, Elder Ziren, what you gave is enough. Put. Without waiting for Xiao Shengsheng to finish his words, the other parts of the crystal core armor, that were glittering with a metallic hue fell down inside the treehouse. These are? Right. It's the rest of that breastplate of yours, Elder Ziren. These are too. When she wanted to say something like precious or I'm not worthy, Xiao Shengsheng could feel that her shoulders seemed to be held down by a pair of big hands, and in the invisible air, there seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at her. Xiao, do you think, for me, is all this important, or are you more important? Well, a blush rose on her face, and Xiao Shengsheng lowered her head in panic. Go ahead and put these on. Let's see. Patting Xiao Shengsheng on the shoulder, Du Ziren was not sure how much he had just killed Xiao Shengsheng with those words. Pfft, chest heaving non-stop. Xiao Shengsheng picked up a pile of equipment on the ground and hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Crunch! A short while later, the door to the bathroom opened again, and Xiao Shengsheng, who was dressed in metal battle armor, walked out from inside. The crystal core armor was a body-covered silver-white battle armor, somewhat like the knight's battle armor of the middle world. On the chest, helmet, wrists, knees, and belt, there was one crystal core inlay, each, for a total of 7 crystal core inlay. It was hard to imagine what kind of battle power it would be if all 7 crystal core inlay ports were embedded with the same quality of crystal cores. Senior Ziren, why do I feel like I'm wearing tights? Red cheeks shimmered under the grill of the helmet, and Dozier went to look at them closely. Indeed, although this set of armor covered Xiao Shengsheng's body all over, the tightly fitting body binding design undoubtedly made the delicate figure that was originally hidden under the wide military uniform perfectly presented. The bumpy, Icy armor instead gave a different kind of beauty. My Shangshang wears this. It's a bit of a Valkyrie's heroic temperament. Tapping Qiu Xingxing's battle armor in space, a line of resolution had popped up. Crystal armor, full set when using a crystal core of the same attribute to inlay armor. The user will gain the full strength of the core's superhuman third order. The time limit is up to half an hour. Moreover, each time the crystal armor is used, when 7 cores are consumed, the user's ability level will be increased by 1 level if the user's ability level is below the superhuman third level. Oh, hiss, turtle. This battle armor, it's the second ability of the external expansion, and up to superhuman? Some marveled at the power of a full set of crystalline core armor. If this thing has enough cores, it'll create a superhuman in a few days. Show this battle armor, don't show it to anyone else in the future. After realizing the function of this crystal core armor, Du Ziren gave a solemn reminder. Got it, Elder Ziren. I'll only wear this dress for you from now on. With his eyes wide open. Why did Du Ziren feel that it sounded a bit strange? Crystalline armor, well, am I part of your play? You've made me into a lingerie? Well, it's fine now. Remember to wrap it in military battle dress when you wear it out in the future. After taking another close look at Qiu Xingxing's silver concave figure, Du Ziren waved his hand, and Qiu Shengsheng hurriedly walked into the bathroom, temporarily removing all the battle armor from her body. Your doomsday survival character. Current happiness value +5. Qiu Xingxing's current happiness value, 35 points. A pattering sound of undressing came from the bathroom, and a new prompt inexplicably popped up in front of Du Ziren's eyes. Oh, is this a gift to add up to goodwill? Rubbing his chin, he guessed. Buzz. Another game pop-up popped up. The game's nutrient pods are about to run out of energy. Current play time, 60 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds remaining. Asterisk. 5 crystalline core, batteries to be built out again so soon? Lacking gamers, greeting the game developer's genealogy once again. Du Ziren just wanted to go offline. Put in his pocket, the purple crystal core that fell from killing the king species zombie earlier rolled out. Looking at this crystal core, Du Ziren fell into deep thought. In fact, this crystal core, if you give it to Qiu Shengsheng and let her give it to yourself, you should be able to receive it outside the game, right? But, eyes looking towards the bathroom, Du Ziren had a bold idea. Medicated baths. What if I were to absorb this crystal core through a medicinal bath in the game as well? Chapter 90 Happiness value 35. Trigger plot, warm hugs. Below, hiss. The more he thought about it, the more Du Ziren felt that it was feasible. Not that he had a masochistic constitution. He simply wanted to try it out. That feeling of his body absorbing the crystal core. Anyway, 300,000 yuan to buy the game nutrient capsule, somatosensory function. Do not use it for nothing, is not it? As for why this crystal core wasn't kept for Qiu Shengsheng, it doesn't really mean much. Qiu Shengsheng also can't absorb other supernormal ability. Purple quality crystal core? He still has a thunder and fire crystal core in the warehouse. Try, maybe, that alien power failure of alien power. I can give it a chance to absorb it? When he thought of the buggy aspects of this abnormal ability, Du Ziren was a little tickled. He came up with a way to get in. That is to give the crystal cores drawn from the warehouse to Qiu Shengsheng, and then Qiu Shengsheng will give them to herself as a gift. So, wouldn't the batteries of his own game nutrient pod never go weak? Try so to get the crystalline cores in the warehouse. The lull. As if he was sensed Du Ziren's intentions, his finger clicked on warehouse, and a line of prompts popped up. Note, items from the lucky draw can only be used for game characters. Players are given items that can only originate from the game plot itself. Asterisk. Sure enough, the game thought of that loophole. Resentfully, he closed the game pop-up. Crunch! At that exact moment, Qiu Shengsheng had walked out holding a full set of crystal core armor, and wearing tight black clothes. Elder Ziren? Are you still there? Yes. Show, let me tell you something. Du Ziren's tone became somewhat euphemistic. What? I'd like to borrow that water purification tank of yours. I want to take a bath. Yes, you can. Senior Ziren, you can use it any time. Without thinking much about it at all, Qiu Shengsheng even took the initiative to pour water into the purification metal tank. Elder, you please. Well, I'll use it then Walking into the bathroom, somewhat restrainedly, Du Ziren locked the door to the room behind him. Just kidding. It was like the first time he'd ever showered at a girl's house. It's in the game though, but it's a very realistic game. Growling, put the purple crystal core into the groove under the water tank. Click. Not long after, the purple crushed foam began to dissolve into the water. A layer of water mist gradually floated up in the bathroom, and the water in the tank, all of a sudden, looked like poison cooked by an old witch. A deep purple color. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It really looks like that. Touching the housecoat on his body, Du Ziren thought about it and stepped directly into the water tank. There, almost as soon as the entire person was submerged in the water, the pores of his body expanded dramatically, evaporating a stream of bubbles. TNND. It seems like a big game. Gurgling, the violently expanding pores, like little mouthfuls of swirls, felt the temperature of the water for only a moment before furiously sucking in the purple crystalline liquid. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It was instantly as if his body had been filled with densely packed syringes. Tingling, swollen and sore. It was as if millions of ants were gnawing at you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that how much pain Autumn Shangsheng endured at that time? Holy, she's a girl. How did she endure it? The severe pain caused Du Ziren's face to distort and his body to turn red. The whole person tried to climb out of the water tank, but he didn't even have half the strength left. Finally, unable to carry it anymore, Du Ziren stifled a grunt and fainted in the water tank as a whole. Seniors? Elder Ziren? Outside the bathroom, Xiao Shengsheng curiously looked into the bathroom. She had actually had thoughts of spying. No way, too curious about what the seniors look like. But, after that oddly muffled grunt, Kaya Shengsheng panicked. Elder? Senior Ziren, are you alright? Say something. Bang, bang, bang knocked on the wooden door a few times, but there was still no sound from inside. Seniors, Elder, I don't know why, but at this moment, Xiao Shengsheng felt that her heart was oppressed, and she was more fearful than if she had encountered danger herself. No, I've got to get in there, not caring about whether or not it would offend the seniors. Xiao Shengsheng frowned, and with an instant dash, he slammed the wooden door of the bathroom open, and saw a foggy scene in front of him. Grunt grunt. In the purple tank, a purple stream was surging towards the center of the tank, and then disappeared. Needless to think, in this tank, the one sitting there must be the predecessor. Only, Xiao Shengsheng couldn't see him. Seniors, Elder. Scrambling to the side of the tank, Xiao Shengsheng boldly poked the middle of the tank. Into his hands he could feel a pair of wet clothes, and underneath them, a somewhat faggy body rolled frighteningly hot. Seniors? Tentatively touching again. Following the contour feeling, Xiao Shengsheng knew that she was touching Du Ziren's back. Both hands slapped Du Ziren's back, which was stiff and tense at the moment. If one listened carefully, one could still hear Du Ziren's small murmur. Cold. It's cold. Ha, senpai. You. For the first time, the senior who had always been steady and seemingly invincible, revealed this helpless posture in front of Xiao Shengsheng, who was instead somewhat at a loss for words. Lung, senpai. You. Listening to the voice getting more and more shaky, Xiao Shengsheng looked towards the wooden door and gritted her teeth. Bang! Instantly, the wooden door closed and unlocked. Xiao Shengsheng boldly, the whole person gradually disappeared into the tank. Her clothes were instantly drenched by the hot water, and her entire body was wrapped around Du Ziren's back, arms wrapped around, hugging Du Ziren's body. Elder, are you better? The first time she took the initiative to hug a man, Xiao Shengsheng shyly lowered her head, but just happened to bury her head on Du Ziren's shoulder. His slightly satisfied murmur could be heard. Good, so warm. Elder, just quietly hugging Du Ziren. The two bodies transferred their temperature to each other. The atmosphere, inexplicably, was somewhat ambiguous. A long time, as if expecting that Du Ziren would not wake up for the time being, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly let out an angry laugh. So, Senior also has times when he is so helpless. The formerly powerful, unassailable personality collapsed in this moment. For the first time, Aki Sangsang had the inexplicable petulance of being alone with a man, rather than with an elder. Neither do I. Elder, what exactly does Senior look like? Hugging Du Ziren's back tightly, Xiao Shengsheng's hand subconsciously went to touch Du Ziren's face. Wow, it seems like a small face. And it's tender. It shouldn't be an older man. No way. It's not possible that Senpai is actually very young, is it? A flowery face thought. Just then, a mechanical beep sounded in Du Ziren's ears. The game's nutrient pods run out of energy. Coming to the end of projection. Buzz buzz. Boldly, Xiao Shengsheng suddenly pursed her lips. She slowly stood up, and was just about to try to nudge Du Ziren's cheek. Buzz. The lull. There was a ripple of water in the purification tank. The hot body in his arms dissipated instantly. Chapter 91 Goyun's phone call. Because of Du Ziren's disappearance, Xiao Shengsheng's forward-leaning body was instantly unbalanced, and immediately the whole person fell towards the water. Clatter. The pouting little mouth kissed with the water splash, and Xiao Shengsheng's nose inhaled the water with a sourness, and she stood up from the water in response to the stress. Senpai? Elder Ziren? Are you awake? Blushing scarlet instantly, Xiao Xingxing's small hands slapped the water splashes and screamed in shame. I don't know. On the other hand, in the living room of Du Ziren's house, Eternal Life stared at Du Ziren's dog's eyes, glaring again and again. Woof, asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of dream did this guy have? Screaming so miserably? And smiling so lewdly. Woof, is this an erotic dream? I'm soaked to the bone. Watching Du Ziren first giggle, then with a face of severe pain, and finally with a satisfied smile. Everlasting Life thought, this hairy human being is definitely mentally disturbed. Woof, so wet. What does one have to do in a dream to sweat like that? How'd do? I admit, you're better than me in certain abilities. I recognize you as my master. Fascinated by the soaked Du Ziren, Chang Sheng decided to stay away from Du Ziren a bit more. Hiss. Game nutrient pod, medium. Du Ziren slowly opened his eyes, feeling the relief after sweating profusely all over his body. He had the illusion of having his Rendo 2 chakras opened after being beaten. Asterisk 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 asterisk. ING. I'll never ing abuse myself again. It really hurts. It hurts so much. Touching his still somewhat sore body, his shoulders shrugged, and suddenly a fresh scent came to him. Du Ziren's nose subconsciously sniffed. Phew phew. Ha, what kind of scent is that? The scent of the sunglasses? Scratch that. This playpen. And now it's leaving behind the scent of Shang? Sniffing the shoulder where the odor was strong, Du Ziren revealed a demented smile. Had ha. Shang, my Shang. Raising his eyes with the intention of opening the playpen, another mechanical voice came. This tour is over. Playing time, 36 hours exactly. From this game, unlocked the new ability failure, purple. Because of the overpowering energy of the ability failure, crystal core, your body will absorb it completely, and the current level of other abilities will be +1. Your psychic strength is currently as follows. Flame ability, white abnormalist 3rd order. Iron and steel alien ability, white alien 4th order. Bloodline ability, white abnormalist 2nd order. Cannibalization ability, blue abnormalist 3rd order. Alien failure, purple alien 1st order. Oh, I can't believe you actually absorbed alien energy failure, for me? Not bad for me. This is how you get treated as a golden father. Satisfied with the refreshed skill panel, Du Ziren was in a good mood, and after pushing open the hatch of the game nutrition pod, he was greeted by a pair of thieving dog eyes. Woof, boy, are you having some kind of beautiful dream? Hey, saying that you're a dog. I sometimes think that you're more human than human. This expression of yours is like that of my 30-year-old lewd Uncle Wang next door, who met an innocent female college student. He scornfully looked at Eternal Life. Du Ziren, that is a dream? That's suffering. Pure self-mutilation. Woof, I get it. At your age, you're ashamed to say that. I've been there. I know you. Any more nonsense and you'll lose half your chicken legs for the night. Woof, said like you fed me last night. Last night? Stunned, Du Ziren scratched his head before looking out the window at Eternal Life. Nice guy. It's already late at night. Did you actually play for 36 hours yourself? You haven't eaten a single bite of food from noon yesterday to this night, and you're not even a little bit hungry? Well, Nagisa, what have you been eating for the past 2 days yourself? Woof, I went to your room, found the cash, and went downstairs to the supermarket to buy ham and duck and sauce. Ha, following the dog's head, there were more snack packages in the trash can. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I told you, you're more human than human. In the past, Du Ziren thought that the dog took money to buy food. That is the script. Now, once he saw the wisdom of Changsheng, Du Ziren thought, more or less, there are a few dogs have become a spirit. Forget it. I'll take you downstairs for a late night snack later. Moving his muscles, he went to the bedroom to change into dry clothes. Du Ziren tapped on his phone to see that it was also late at night on Xiao Xingxing's side of the Doomsday Survival game, and she had already returned to her bedroom to sleep. There is no way to sleep on your own. So, greeted the long life. One person and a dog just intend to go downstairs. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. The cell phone in his pocket rang. Who is it again? Norman Pharmaceuticals? Subconsciously, he unlocked his cell phone screen to look at it, and the caller ID showed a video call from Go Yun. Oh, it's Sister Yun. As I recall, she said she wanted regular videos to see if I was abusing stray dogs, right? Tapped on the video call. Bare your teeth. On the other side of the screen, as soon as the picture was connected, you could see a huge tempered shed filled with tall piles of dog food. In the open space at the edge of the dog food pile, Goyen was holding the 3 dogs and greeting towards Du Ziren. Do? How's that 5 black dog doing? Oh, Sister Yun, don't worry, I'm not an animal abuser. Even if I starve to death, my Eternal Life won't starve to death. Beckoning towards Eternal Life, the black-furred and robust Eternal Life instantly caught Goyen's attention when he entered the mirror. Hey, it seems like its fur has gotten a lot thicker. Hey, it seems, you're really taking good care of it. Goyun smiled as the three pups in her arms stuck their tongues out toward the camera. I have to say, although the environment on Goyun's side is a bit more humble, it's kind of a blessing to have a pet that knows you well. Oh, a husky, a border collie, and actually a Chinese field dog. Sister Yun, are these the three little assistants you were talking about? Taking a closer look at the three little ones in Goyun's arms, they are currently half the size of an adult dog, and have presumably only been raised for a few months. Yeah, these three are very clingy to me, but luckily Big Yellow knows what he's doing. Usually when I'm out setting up a dog market, it's Big Yellow who takes the two of them to mind those other dogs pinching. Rhubarb, come on, say hello towards Da. Touching the stomach of the garden dog, the simple Big Yellow showed a silly smile. Right, I'm going to take Eldest out to dinner later. Sister Yun, where is your home again? I happen to be fine. Go over and take a look? With nothing else to do, Du Ziren also wanted to help a caring person like Go Yun. Are you going out this late? My home, on the outskirts of Wannan City. I've made a few large simple rooms here with a tempered steel shed, so if you come, I'll think about it. Go Yun is talking on the other end of the phone. Bang! Suddenly, a violent crash came. Immediately afterward, there was a loud and disorganized barking of woof 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 woof. You, Xiaobao, Shoubuyu, bare your teeth. Like a cell phone had been dropped, the call became noisy for a moment. Rhubarb, an urgent voice rang out indirectly and Du Ziren frowned at the sound. Sister Yun, what's wrong with you? Sister Yun? Trying to ask again, the phone had hung up. Chapter 92 White River Village Mysteries. Biochemical Crisis? Woof, hello, kid, something's not right over there. Everlasting stretched his doggy head and kept looking into the darkened screen. It was obvious that even though it had been at Goyun's place for only a few days, it was still very fond of this mom. Hiss, sounds like a couple of dogs went crazy in that dog park of Yun's, combined with what had just happened. Du Ziren had already guessed what was going on. Woof, maybe those dogs drank the river water from Baiha village. You mean, drinking river water that drives you crazy? That. Woof, she's in danger, we have to go save her. Then hurry up. Almost in a hurry. After one person and one dog ran downstairs, Du Ziren stood in front of the neighborhood and ordered a special car. At 2 a.m., a white Maytag drove up. The driver, fighting a daze, was instantly interested after picking up this man and dog. I say lad, what are you guys going to do in the middle of the night when you locate the terminal as a suburb? One dog at a time? The driver kept watching Du Ziren through the rearview mirror, concluding that this was not a prodigal son who was going to run away from home with his dog. Go to a friend's house. Friends? Living in the mountains. Don't ask too many questions. Drive faster and I'll reward you with a red packet afterward. Hey, told you so. Rumble. The gas pedal was pressed all the way to the bottom, and the car drove rapidly towards Wannan City suburb. In the back seat of the car, Du Ziren thought twice before deciding to make a call to the police. Truth be told, if it were a normal situation where a domesticated dog bites someone and Du Ziren called the police would definitely think he was looking for nothing. But only he and Chang Shang knew that something was wrong with the water in Baiha village, and that if Go Yun's litter of dogs drank the water, can a woman nearing 30 escape the bite of hundreds of stray dogs? Hello, this is the Wannan City, Wannan District Police Station, headquarters. May I ask if you're in any danger? The gentle voice of the operator came over the phone, and Du Ziren briefly explained the situation. Hello, over in the suburbs, there's a stray dog adoption site. I have a friend who seems to have been attacked by a pack of wild dogs. You mean, a man, attacked by a pack of wild dogs? Right, those dogs have a strong sense of aggression. Wait, you are sure? It's in the suburbs, right? Near White River Village, right? What's wrong? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became serious, and Du Ziren just wanted to reiterate the seriousness of the matter. The operator's voice was full of solemnity. This citizen, we received your call and our public safety department is aware of the situation. Don't worry, we'll send someone to verify what you said right away, but please make sure you don't go near White River Village. Something happened there and the military is handling it. Please don't ever come near the cordon. Trust our public security forces. Bare your teeth. I don't know why, but the further we go towards the suburbs, the weaker the cell phone signal gets. Du Ziren listened to the warning over there and his brows furrowed for a moment. There was an inexplicable sense of foreboding in his mind. Wannan City. It seems like something really big is going to happen. Car Radio FM 19. 8. Emergency notice. Emergency notification. The city is suspected to have discovered an uncertainty that jeopardizes public safety in the vicinity of White River Village. We are now blocking off all arterial roads in the vicinity of White River Village. All citizens are asked to drive around the White River Village arterial. Additionally, in order to improve public safety, anyone staying in White River Village within 3 days is asked to voluntarily go to the military hospital to be investigated. Safe one Nan. You and me together. The radio broadcast in the front seat of the car suddenly sounded, adding another burst of dead silence to the already depressing interior of the car. What? What? Giggle. The brakes were applied furiously under his feet, and a cold sweat broke out on the driver's back. Endangering public safety? I'm dropping the kid to come. Who dares to go there with this? No way. No. Little brother brother advise you a word. Young age do not think of wandering. Go home and play games. He does not smell good? The Maytag came to a sharp stop on the suburban road, and the driver, with a good-natured look, looked into the back seat of the car, but Du Ziren listened and his face grew more and more hesitant. The phone call from the public security, just persuaded himself not to go. Really want to have jeopardized the existence of security. They certainly do not have the time to care Go-yun. What about yourself? Can an 18-year-old boy really go and save Go-yun? Woof, are you scared? Seemingly seeing Du Ziren's hesitation, Eternal Life narrowed his eyes at Du Ziren. It's impossible for Du Ziren not to hesitate. He had, thus far, thought he had done well to survive. If he's going to die, what will happen to my wife? But, if I don't go, who will save Sister Yun? Morality, reason. This moment collided in Du Ziren's heart. Woof, if you don't go, I will. Just as Du Ziren hesitated, Eternal Life pulled open the rear car door. Clang, the night wind blew into the back seat of the car. Looking at the Changshang without hesitation into the darkness, Du Ziren gritted his teeth, immediately followed the car. This time off the bus. Once the view opened up, one could see a flickering fluorescent caution tape in the pitch-black village in the distance, wrapped several times along the outside of White River Village. At the back of the village, a little farther away, the outline of the dog park can be vaguely seen. The only way to get to dog park is to cross the White River Village. Woof, I was right about the person. Aren't you still here with you? Woof, don't worry. With your brother dog here, those monsters won't be able to get into you. Eternal Life stood in front of Du Ziren with a confident look on his face. One's own gravity alien power, and one still can't kill through a small rural area? Go! I don't know how long Sister Yin can drag this out, not bothering to listen to Eternal Life blowing all these nonsense. One person and one dog immediately ran towards the dark village. In the distance, the owner of the Maytag yelled one after another. Hey, hello, you guys aren't listening to the radio. Don't go, damn, you haven't given me your red envelope yet. Yelling resounded in the back, and Du Ziren was just about to say something back. Puffing, the lull. A pattering sound came from the weeds at the side of the road. Roar. Without even waiting for Du Ziren to react, a silhouette quickly pounced on this man's body. His clothes had been broken in many places, and his bare skin was densely covered with greenish-purple throbbing veins. Roar. When a hoarse sound came out of his throat. Upon closer inspection, the man's tongue was somewhat eerily long. Roar. Like a water spider, the man climbed quickly and monstrously for a while before standing straight in front of Du Ziren. His eyes were bloodshot in the darkness, and his tongue stuck out a dozen centimeters, wagging around like a snake. The first time Du Ziren saw him, he thought of a species, the Lickers, from the Doomsday Survival game. Chapter 93. Why aren't they attacking me? Your liquor? Dumbfounded looking at this person standing in front of their own body, the other party did not make a move, just the stench of breath, red eyes flashing, fixedly looking at Du Ziren. Roar. Kindred? King? With his tongue constantly wagging, Liquor looked like he didn't dare to conclude Du Ziren's identity, and was just about to walk around his surroundings to take a closer look. Woof! Kid! Get away from him! Get away from him! Everlasting Life stared angrily at Liquor, for just a moment as his eyes met. Boom! The Liquor's 4 limbs of its body, as if it had instantly lost gravity. After floating lightly off the ground, the entire body rotated 180 degrees and flew backwards towards the distance, smashing down amongst the haystacks in the distant suburbs. Roar! Roar! This attack didn't do much damage to Liquor. Between the weeds, it slowly got up, only to realize that its body still remained gravity, unbalanced. Trying to crawl and move quickly on all fours, it spun weirdly in place. Roar! Psychic powers? How can it have powers? A dog? Put! It was too late. A tongue fluttering in his mouth, like a long wind sword, actually bypassed Du Ziren and shot towards the dog head of Eternal Life. Woof! Just you? You still want to touch your dog? Buzz buzz. On the ground in the suburbs, a dozen pieces of debris lost gravity and suddenly flew towards the front of Eternal Life. Bang! The long, thin, fluttering tongue lashed out at the flying debris, which was immediately piled up and sunk to the ground with a loud thud. Ho ho ho! The only attack that didn't succeed. Liquor unwillingly spun in midair. The tongue tried to lash out, but it was slow to pull out of the stone pestle. Under gravity imbalance, astronauts all need long-term exercise to barely control their physical activities. Not to mention, a zombie that has lost its mind? Woof. Get it done. Woof. Hey, my dog's head. Why is it stinging a bit? Eternal Life proudly watched liquor being sanctioned by himself, and the dog's face, which was still proud of itself, inexplicably collapsed in the next moment. With the early morning wind blowing in the countryside wilderness, Duzirin and that distant maiden driver looked dumbfounded. My child. What's happening here? I'm not mistaken, am I? That guy just spat his tongue out a dozen meters or so. This dog is standing still and there are rocks flying over to protect it? Guys, you're making a sci-fi movie, aren't you? The driver looked at Duzirin in disbelief, and Duzirin was also confused. Not buddy? How did something from the game appear in real life? Am I not awake? Pinch Everlasting's dog ears. Woof. Ouch. Why don't you yank your ing ear? Ouch. Then it seems to be true. When he looked at liquor carefully, he had already floated honestly in midair and was glaring at Eternal Life like a normal person. Can you? Can it be that? Is it hard to believe that I, too, am going to enter Armageddon? Nagisa. Shang. Seeing as I'm your master, you'll have to cover me from now on. Rubbing the dog's head angrily, Eternal Life looked at Duzirin with a strange face. Woof. Are you sure I'm the one protecting you? Not you protecting me? How is that possible? I'm just a geek. What strength do I have? And that's just about all that's been said. Ho 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 ho. A low roar actually came from among the fields in the distance once again. Asterisk. The maiden driver followed the sound and saw that 5 lickers had actually run out from the direction of White River Village. None of them had their limbs braced on the ground. Their tongues lolled out, and the whole thing crawled like a spider, rapidly approaching this way. Bang bang bang. Not waiting at all for Duzirin and the others to react, 5 thin tongues shot out towards the driver's seat. I'm dropping the kid to come. The driver was dumbfounded. A moment ago, he thought that this place was not filming some kind of urban supernatural cultivation. Then at this moment, looking at the 5 barbed tongues coming at him, he felt that the world was going to change. Bang! The long, thin tongue instantly cracked the window of the car, and the barbs between the tongue cut against the glass with an ear-piercing squeak. Boy, I remember. The gas stove is still on in my house. I don't want the red packet then. I'll go first, ha. Giggle. Almost instantly, the driver started the car directly, the steering wheel hard to speed towards the way they came. Roar. A thick hissing sound echoed across the fields. 5 long bright red tongues twisted, but did not care about the driver, but flung towards the Eternal Life in unison. Under the moon, 5 pairs of crimson eyes stared at Eternal Life. Biological instincts let them know, this dog is the biggest threat. Woof. Why are you looking at your dog? Woof. Take it or leave it. I'm 1v5. The advantage is mine. Rustling. Not waiting for Eternal Life, barking a few times. 5 long tongues like red lightning, straight to Eternal Life dog head. Woof. Falling. Woof. Asterisk. The dog's head hurts. Everlasting Life's dog eyes glared at the lunging tongue, still wanting to unleash its abnormal energy again. However, its abnormal power level was not high, and the use of it just now had nearly reached its overdraft limit. Woof. Dog's life is at stake. Woof. Hajadu. Remember next spring, burn me 10 pounds of duck in sauce. I like it spicy. Feeling the reddish wind on his face, Eternal Life, although timid, still stood in front of Duzirin without hesitation. As a qualified family dog, it is his nature to protect his master. Hey, get down. Even though Duzirin was already a bit confused, he couldn't possibly watch Eternal Life die in front of him. Put. With a hand, Eternal Life flung into his arms. Duzirin pressed down on him, quietly waiting for the 5 long tongues to poke at him. Woof. Hajadu. You bastard. I was right about the master. Woof. Don't worry. Next spring, I'll burn you 10 silicone dolls. UTM. We're all going to die. Can't you stop talking about this? Duzirin was speechless. TMD. It's been said. This dog is more human than human. Quietly waiting for the sharp pain that was to come. Able to. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes have passed. 3 minutes passed. How come I'm not dead? Foolishly angling his head, Duzirin froze when he looked up this time. 5 slender tongues hovered in midair and were slow to fall, as if they were frozen in place. In the distance, the 5 lickers, crawling and ambling in the wilderness, their scarlet eyes kept staring at Duzirin, but they were slow to howl. After just a long time of silence staring at each other, roar. These lickers. I can't believe it just ran away. Woof. Hajadu. You've got something. Eternal Life was dumbfounded. Could it be that his master had some kind of kingly aura that deterred the zombies? Duzirin managed to get up from the ground and watched as all the lickers faded towards White River Village again, and was also dumbfounded. No, they don't seem to dare attack me. Chapter 94 Into the Village. Sealing the city. Woof, it seems like the first monster didn't mean to attack you just now either. Woof, is it hard to believe that you're related to them? How would I know? Could it be that they're not interested in diseased flesh and blood? Just so you know, I used to have acromegaly. Aren't these crazy people afraid of getting acromegaly if they eat it? Duzirin thought for half a day and came up with the only reasonable explanation like this. These days, pre-made dishes that mutant monsters won't eat. Woof, you've got a point. Then are you still going to save Go-Yoon? In the darkness of the night, a man and a dog looked at each other, both looking towards White River Village with some fear. Under the darkness of the night, that village was frighteningly calm. Who knows what other ghosts will appear inside the village? Go! If none of those monsters bite me, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Eternal life, stay close to me. This time, it's brother's turn to protect you. With a handful of eternal life in his arms, Duzirin quickly ran towards White River Village in the night. The periphery of White River Village, cordon sanitaire. At the moment, there were nearly a dozen police cars parked here. The police car was flashing its lights, but there was no one inside. Vaguely visible were some police cars with several holes poked in their doors and traces of blood on the ground, dragged all the way into the White River Village. Holy, it's like making a serious scene. Nagisa, you don't think there's going to be a zombie virus outbreak in our city, do you? Don't. I haven't gotten my game on yet. Standing in a daze at the entrance of the village, Duzirin was a little hard to see. Woof, not so much. If the military had come to suppress the situation, it would have been contained by now. Yes? Alright then. We'll save Sister Yun first. Enter the village quietly, don't shoot the guns. On his tiptoes, Duzirin hugged eternal life, and in the darkness, he drilled into the White River Village. The other side. The owner of the maiden hit the gas for no apparent reason and drove a few miles out of the suburban driveway in one piece, which loosened his taut nerves. I've got a kid coming. What's wrong with the world? Why are there still scary things? Young man, don't blame brother. Brother will go to the mouth of White River Village next year and burn paper money for you, one person and one dog. Who? Constantly gasping for air. The newscast came on the car radio again. Car radio FM 19.8. Warning. Warning. A number of nausea-inducing injuries have occurred in the city. All citizens who have traveled to White River Village are urged to contact the military hospital for observation and monitoring. Wan'an City update. Wan'an City will be opening a citywide lockdown tonight. Residents are asked not to go out unless necessary. Please pay attention to the City of Wan'an's public service number for the exact time of the lifting of the lockdown. The cacophony of announcements grew, and the driver's face paled as he listened. Birdie birdie. The situation is getting worse and worse. Bird. Cold sweat continued to break out on his forehead. Just a moment after the car had just driven out of the suburban road. Buzz. Dozens of high beams of light slammed down, scaring the driver's entire body. Driving. Who? A mid-sentence voice came from the driver, who instantly slammed on the brakes and squinted toward the source of the light. Nice guy. Where are those limo lights? It was clearly a few armored cars, shining their headlights. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't shoot. I surrender. Rolling straight out of his car seat, the driver had his hands on his head and was as honest as a child a couple 100 months old. Asked you. Who are you? Why did you come out of the suburbs at night? Did you go to White River Village? What did you do there? On the armored car, in the lead, a chief in a high cadre uniform was looking at the driver angrily. He was accompanied by an academician, in a white sanitary suit. If Duzirin were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that this academician was the academician Louis who had approached him for blood collection at that time. Hey, General Zhao, if you do that, you'll scare him instead. Friend, take it easy. Can you tell me why you're going to the suburbs at night? As I recall, we've already broadcasted a notification to the entire citizenry that they are not allowed to pass through the suburbs and the vicinity of White River Village. Haven't we? Slowly stepping down from the armored vehicle, Louis smiled warmly and pulled up the driver who was crouching on the ground without moving. Spectacled eyes scanned the driver, and Yanai smiled again. Okay, you're not hurt. Huh? What injury? The driver looked at Louis in surprise, and Louis waved his hand. It was only then that he was shocked to realize that behind the ING man stood a dozen armed police with guns. As long as one just dared to move a bit, one would definitely be blitzed to death. Now, tell me, why did you go to White River Village? The driver hesitated as the scrutinizing eyes looked on, but he spoke up. Just now, I took an online car order. A man named Mr. Du, with a dog, said he was going to the dog park to see a friend. I was beginning to hunt for him to be some kind of runaway kid. Didn't care much. I didn't expect that. The car was halfway down the road. Just heard the radio briefing, And then some creepy crawly freaks came in the field. That tongue of theirs can spit more than 10 meters long. The driver spoke of his experience in horror, and when Louis heard this, his glasses narrowed, and he hurriedly beckoned, and a female assistant followed behind him. Remember, the worst area in the city, White River Village, is suspected to have given birth to mutated zombies. General Zhao, turning his head to look at the officer on the armored car. Louis's face was grim. I remember. At that time, a riot occurred during the daytime in White River Village, and a group of comrades from public security had already been sent to investigate first. General Zhao frowned and didn't say anything, just shook his head. So, right, this comrade. You say that the person who called the internet car is a child? Where is he? Seemingly thinking of the person he missed, Louis looked at the driver, whose face fell. I was definitely trying to pull him along with me. But 5 monsters came, all chasing me. In my haste, I went ahead by myself. You're looking at the driver who was still a bit cowering. Louis didn't know what to say. But you guys don't have to worry. That kid was actually weird. Those monsters don't seem to be doing anything to him. He also has a black dog, and the black dog can summon flying stones. I'm telling you. At the time, the driver became more and more agitated as he spoke, and the group of soldiers around him, listening to the words, looked at them as if they were little cuties, generally looking at the driver. But the only thing, Louis and General Zhao did not suspect anything. Back when they originally parsed the meteorite, they discovered this: the mice that could be stabilized after the meteorite factor injection showed unusual characteristics. And the scariest of all, there are mice that spit fire. Is it the lucky one among the polluters? Mr. Du, HM. It can't be. Is it that Du Ziren who walked out from under the meteorite fall? Glasses narrowed. The female assistant behind Louis sniffed and volunteered. That's right, Academician Reu. Just now, over at the communications department, they said that a man named Du Ziren called the police, saying that he has a friend who was attacked by a pack of dogs at the dog park, and they hope that the police can send someone to rescue him. Both of these guys have the last name Du. So tell me, could it be the same guy? He just happened to be traveling by car, going to see a friend? Du Ziren? It's really him. His face changed violently. Louis immediately looked at General Zhao. General Zhao, watch out for those lost police signals. That child may have gone inside White River Village. If you can, have those police officers who still survive, make sure to protect him. His awakened ability is vital. Chapter 95 Police Shock. One man, one dog rampage. Stacked speaking, many people say Hajidu is too stupid. He hasn't discovered the powers yet. Actually, it's no fun when you discover it. But there's a big copy of the tandem coming up soon, so you can look forward to that. The night wind was sluggish, and the bright crescent moon was gradually shrouded in dark clouds. In White River Village, in the case of village households that don't light up, you simply can't see anything. Between the cold wind blowing, Lin Yugwa slowly loaded the last 7 bullets into his pistol, his face a little hard to see. Chief, this is the last 7 bullets, right? Are we not getting out? Behind Lin Yugwa, a small police officer, covered in blood, had a sad face. This time, in response to the call from the higher-ups, a total of 45 police officers from the police station headquarters were all deployed, but now only the last 2 are left, hiding in the village headman's house, cowering and languishing. Xiao Chen, don't say these demoralizing words. We can hold out until help comes. We have a chance. But, those monsters are already powerful enough. Plus that guy. The young constable's lips trembled, as if he had thought of some horrible image, and his pupils trembled constantly. That horrible guy. It's the army that comes in and doesn't necessarily sanction it, right? Shut up. Should such words come out of our police mouths? Glaring at the young constable, although Lin Yugwa said so with his mouth, a flash of scorn flickered in his eyes. 45 police officers, all of them loaded with bullets, would have had a fighting chance against the zombies, or even the lickers. But, once you meet the strange guy, there was no way to fight back. Don't talk. Keep quiet. Don't ever let that thing find you again. Calming his breathing, Lin Yugwa's body leaned against the gate of the village headman's house, his entire body shivering. Looking back, in the small courtyard of the village chief's house, there were still a dozen women and children cowering. They were curled up with each other, their clothes covered with bloodstains, and their pupils were filled with fear, covering their mouths and not daring to say a word. These, already, are the last survivors of White River Village, and the only ones saved alive after the police sacrificed their lives. Crunch! The main door was slowly pushed open a crack, and Lin Yugwa merely glanced towards the outside, and his pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment. Ho ho! 6 blood-red covered lickers were creeping on the village road, constantly gnawing on the police officers' corpses. Hissy hissy, Many of the officers' faces have been gnawed and twisted to the bone, blood gurgling out, staining the ground red. Not only that, in addition to the 6 lickers, in the shadowy village road in the distance, you can vaguely see the silhouette of a human body swaying and moving, and from time to time there is a strange gasping sound of ho-ho. It's zombie. It's those villagers' mutated zombies. This main road of the village had long been surrounded by zombies, and there was no way out. Cluck cluck cluck. Fists clenched tightly, Lin Yugwa only felt a fire burning in his heart. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My police officers. You're going to eat all my police officers when they die? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not even a full body. The eyelids were crimson, just as Lin Yogwa's old eyes were flashing out tears. Bare your teeth. The lull. The walkie-talkie on his chest pulsed with a green light, and someone connected to the conversation channel. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scrambling to minimize the sound of the walkie-talkie, Lin Yugwa picked up the channel. Hello? Hello? Is this Police Chief Lin Yugwa? This is Zhao Weigang from the military headquarters. Commander Zhao, do you have any instructions? Here's the thing. A little boy and a black dog went in White River Village, and the higher-ups have requested that you, no matter what the cost, make sure to keep them safe. Can it be done? A serious, undeniable voice came, and Lin Yogwa's brow furrowed into a pimple. Commander Zhao, 43 of our 45 men in the police department were killed in the line of duty. Only 2 constables are left, and there are a dozen women and children with them. You tell me, how am I going to protect them? Could it be, want me to give up so many people around me to save a man and a dog? Even though Zhao Weigang's system official position is bigger than himself, he should obey without any comments. But, Lin Yugwa is a human being, not a law enforcement machine. There was no way he was going to drop so many people around him and just go find that boy or whatever. Do I need to debrief you? Do you realize their importance? What I need is your absolute obedience. What's wrong with the villagers? What about your lives? As long as they survive, they are worth more than the entire village. An almost scolding voice came from over there, and Lin Yogwa's fists clenched. Forgive me if it's difficult to. The words of refusal were still stuck in his throat. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Suddenly, on the village road in the distance, a silhouette gradually walked towards the side. Lin Yugwa panicked, looking at the walking posture of the figure. It didn't look like an infected zombie. It was a normal person. His mouth dropped open, trying to warn the other man not to come over. There are at least a dozen zombies surrounding the roadway, and 6 lickers lying in the middle of the roadway. So a normal person coming over? Absolutely, definitely dead or alive. Don't ever come over. Stay back. Stunned, Lin Yogwa's face collapsed as he watched the silhouette approach, his eyes full of pity. That footwork is getting faster and faster. Even a crisp ramble could be heard. Everlasting life. Are you saying that it's right to go this way? Woof, Pack's oldest brother. Old dogs know the way, don't they? Isn't that an old horse knowing its way around? Woof, Aiku and Bar believe it or not. Okay. Just kidding. The voices are getting closer. Lin Yugwa was confused. This man, is talking to a dog? What's wrong with this guy? No wonder he saw something wrong over here and had the nerve to walk over. Definitely something mentally wrong. Woof woof woof. In the moonlight, the silhouette of a man and a dog became clearer and clearer, holding eternal life in his arms. Duziran smelled the smell of blood on the distant street and couldn't help but frown. Ho ho! In front of them, 4 or 5 villager zombies, with broken clothes and blood holes in their bodies were walking stagnantly on the side of the road, blocking the way forward. With their faces full of bulging veins and distorted pupils, they were already too weird to be true. But, Duziran just glared at them. Get out of the way. Blocking the road. Out of sight. Road to your house. Oh, seems like your family. Striding forward, Duziran didn't take these few zombies seriously at all. At the village chief's house in the distance, Lin Yugwa, who saw it all through the doorway, was baffled. Black dog? Little boy? Talking about him, right? Is he mentally ill? Actually took the initiative to approach the zombie? Finish the bird. Chief, that kid is so stupid. He's probably going to get bitten through the neck. On Lin Yogwa's side, the small police officer also watched the scene, his face as pale as paper. Able to, right under their fearful gazes, Duziran kicked the villager zombie down to the side of the road. Can't hear you? Block the road. Roar. The zombie, that fell to the ground glared at Duziran, but strangely did not attack, but instead slumped down on the ground in the same position, never moving again. What? This? How is this possible? Lin Yugwa was once again confused. It's not. No. Why don't you fight back when you're being attacked? Can't see the boy, huh? Tap tap tap. The drama doesn't stop here. After crossing the path surrounded by 4 or 5 zombies, Duziran came towards the roadway in front of the village chief's house this time. His slaw. The 6 lickers were still pouncing on the dead officers' chests and gnawing away. He frowned, but walked quickly past with the dog in his arms like it was nothing. Roar! The sound of the movement obviously aroused the lickers' idea, and the 6 pairs of crimson eyes lifted up and looked ferociously at Duzirin. Look at that! Look at NM? Never seen a dog walking at night, have you? Eat yourselves! Duzirin unthinkingly cursed licker back. Roar! In a few moments, these lickers actually did silently lower their heads again, like a child who recognized his mistake, and took care of himself to nibble again. This boy, he's not some kind of brainwasher, is he? The young constable looked dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? What do you mean? Or is it some kind of mind manipulation? But either way, why wouldn't the walkers attack him? Bureau chief, am I looking confused? Shivering, he looked at Lin Yugua, whose face twitched. I also wonder if I'm mistaken. But, this guy is so evil. It looks like he's the one who requested protection from above. There's no escape. Dumbfoundedly watching Duzirin cross the zombie tide, Lin Yugua didn't even dare to go out and call out, "Bare your teeth." At that exact moment, a voice came out of the intercom, again. Hey, Lin Yugua, you figure out your position. You dare to disobey the orders of your superiors? Only after Zhao Weigong's chiding came did Lin Yugua come back to his senses. Leader, I think, he doesn't seem to need my protection, does he? What did you say? Just now, he hugged a black dog and walked out of the corpse tide like he was strolling through a backyard garden. Nothing happened at all. What? Chapter 96 3 Dogs Tragic Death. Go Yun's intentions, up. Lin Yugua, are you sure you're not kidding? I'm warning you, there's no room for sloppiness in this. Outside White River Village, the armored vehicles had driven to the edge of the cordon. A group of armed soldiers with guns surrounded the edge of White River Village. Looking at the intercom, Zhao Weigong's face was gloomy. From the conversation he had just had, he felt that his intelligence had been insulted. What little boy walks out of a tide of corpses, with a dog in his arms? I wouldn't dare to write a novel like this. Yelling a few curses towards the walkie-talkie, there was no sound from the other end. Louis holds the frame of his glasses and leaps down from the car. His face is calm. Didn't that driver just say the same thing? The zombie doesn't seem to attack Xiaodu, so it seems that his awakened ability is affinity? Guessing thoughtfully, Louis felt that this ability was important, even if it can't be copied and extracted. It's excellent to keep it as a national force to cultivate it and travel on any mission in the future. Academician Liu. I don't think Project Superpower can be delayed. Gotta develop a squad before the situation gets out of hand. Zhao Weigang looked at Louis with a solemn face, and Louis shrugged. I think Xiaodu is suitable to be in this team, but there's one more thing that's important right now. Receiving the walkie-talkie in Zhao Weigang's hand, Louis coldly inquired. Right, tell us properly about the monster that wiped out your entire army. I'm curious about it. Curious as hell. After White River Village, the suburb dog park. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. At this moment, a large number of stray dogs have gathered in front of a tin house, from the smallest Teddy and Bichon Frise, to the largest Alaska and Samoyed. All of them have red eyes and surrounded the periphery of the tin house, constantly banging against the iron gate that has been dented. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Red-eyed dogs with inexplicably long, thin, tough claws and teeth clawed a curl of iron out of the iron gates. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Outside the house the dogs were barking ferociously, and inside the house the same 3 dogs stood with nervous eyes. Big Yellow, Little Ha, Mako, you guys need to stop screaming. They don't seem to be right. The radio said that there's a problem in White River Village, and that something might be affecting everyone. Patting the field spaniel, husky, and border collie beside her, Go Yun paled. How could she not have expected that the stray dog she had spent time with and fed out of a handful of feces and urine had just risen up to bare its teeth and bit towards her neck? If it wasn't for the quick reflexes of Rhubarb, who swooped himself out of the way, it might have been bitten through the neck and died in the dog park by now. Woof woof woof. 3 but a few months old dogs, heartily guarded at Go Yun's feet. In the time it took to end the phone call with Du Zirin, Go Yun had already controlled Xiao Bao, a frenzied Alaskan, on a leash, and stuffed it outside the roll-up door. Thought it was just an accident. Unexpectedly, just half an hour later, the large group of dogs in the yard were stirring and actually started slapping the roll-up door. Bang! Another clawing sound came. It was hard to imagine that a dog claw had actually stabbed through the iron roll-up gate. Behind the densely packed holes in the door, a pair of crimson eyes were revealed, and a horrible white smoke steamed out of a canine mouth. Ah! At Go Yun's exclamation of surprise, woof! An Alaskan, with an ever-expanding body, slammed into the densely packed eye of the hole, and actually flashed through a flash of iron color all over its body, knocking the eye of the hole open, and pouncing in with the whole dog. Woof! The canine's mouth opened and its hideous fangs looked towards Go-yun. The dog no longer had the master-servant favor he had before. His tongue curled in spittle and his eyes were only excited about his food. Woof! The big yellow saw its hostility and, protecting its master, it immediately pounced on the Alaska. Despite its small size, it still dared to stare angrily at Alaska. After a few steps, it bit down on the fur of the Alaskan, and sparks came out with a clang. Woof! Woof! While chewing on his mouth, Big Yellow looked at Husky and Border Collie. These three dogs, it seems, have some special bond. Just Rhubarb shouted. Underneath the two dogs, biting Go-yun's pants, pulling in the direction of the cellar. Rhubarb! Go-yun couldn't let go of Rhubarb. No. Unfortunately, the Alaskan's mouth opened, and its sharp fangs pierced through the neck of the Rhubarb. Phew phew! Hot air was spewed out on the face of the Rhubarb, and blood gurgled and dripped. Big Yellow woofed. His eyes quickly darkened, and he gave Go-yun a reluctant glance. Rhubarb! Ow! Shaking off the dying Rhubarb with a mouthful, Alaska then planes its back and looks at Go-yun again. Rustling, its fur churned and a single dog hair exploded like a hedgehog. You, bow. Unbelievably, he looked at Alaska. The dog's eyes had glazed over and were wickedly mean. Ho ho ho! The fur on his body was expanding. Finally, pffffffff. Terrifying hairs shot out like pinpricks, charging straight at Go-yun's face. Woof! Woof! This time, it was the turn of Xiaoha and Mumu to stand in front of Go-yun. Pffffffff. Countless steel needles of hair erupted, and the bodies of the two dogs were pierced through, but they still stood dead in front of Go-yun. Woof! Woof! Stubborn little eyes looked towards Alaska. They weren't afraid of dying, they were just afraid of Go-yun getting hurt. Gurgling, bright red dog's blood flowed all over the place. Rustling, when the steel needles had finished spraying, the dog bodies of Xiaoha and Mumu also fell to the ground with a plop. Their dark eyes looked at Go-yun, and their mouths actually grinned, revealing a humanized smile. Woof! After the last soft sound, came Go-yun's miserable howl as she almost collapsed. No! Rhubarb! Little Ha! Makomu! Pouting, she dropped her butt to the ground, remembering that these three dogs, which were not even a few months old, surrounded her buttocks all day long. Go-yun's face crumbled and her eyes were already glowing red. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! On the contrary, that Alaska, shaking its exploded fur and gasping for air, once again looked at Go-yun. You, I should never have adopted you in the first place. Desperately looking at the bizarre big dog, Go-yun dragged his body and knuckled down. She closed her eyes and wondered in the back of her mind if she could still meet the three little ones on the dog star if she just died. Woof! Get out of here! Unthinking, outside the dog park, after a burst of impatient barking, the huge Alaska violently floated its body, and with a rumble, it strangely flew towards the roller shutter, until the whole huge Alaska crashed out a few meters away with the door and the dog. In the darkness of the night, a figure approached at a fast pace. He stood so abruptly in the center of the frenzied pack of dogs that a group of out-of-control stray dogs suddenly ambled honestly to the ground. Bang! The shutter slowly lifted. Do Ziren holding eternal life? A face of hot sweat looked over. Sister Yun, are you okay? Chapter 97 Three Dogs' Tragic Death. Go-yun's intentions, next. And, there's also 5 blacks? Staring blankly at Du Ziren in front of the roller shutter, Go-yun's mood was complicated. It's both surprising and sad. She could not have imagined that Du Ziren, who was a casual acquaintance, would come to her rescue, nor could she have imagined that the dog she raised would kill her 3 favorite dogs. Sister Yun, are you okay? Looking at the tears on Go-yun's face, Du Ziren, a big straight man, held Chang Sheng in his arms and stood motionless among the dogs. I'm fine, that's them. Looking at the 3 pups on the ground with pathos on his face, the field spaniel's neck was bitten through, blood still dripping from the empty bloody hole. Both Husky and Border Collie had their skulls shot through, their eyes darkened, both were dead as dead can be. Du Ziren pursed his lips, knowing that these were Go-yun's 3 favorite dogs, and for a while he didn't know what to say. Right, as if she suddenly thought of something and slowed down from her grief, Go-yun then looked at Du Ziren in alarm. You get in here. Those dogs, they. No sooner had this been said than Du Ziren squeezed out of the pack of dogs and lifted the fallen, broken roller shutter completely off its hinges. Clang! The color of the night was reflected in the teepee house, and it was possible to see, outside the house, at least 50 or 60 dogs, more or less swollen and changed in size. One by one, they all bowed up, like a hungry wolf. The crimson eyes stared deathly into the room, as if they were about to pounce and devour any living thing the next moment. It was this group of hungry wolves that existed in general. Du Ziren stood in the doorway with his back to them, and none of the 50 to 60 mutant stray dogs dared to come forward to attack. Even with Du Ziren around, they don't even dare to bark. Dogs? Oh, you mean them. Don't worry, Sister Yun. My personal physique is rather special. They don't dare to eat my viral meat just. Du Ziren shrugged his shoulders, full of disinterest. Virus? Meat? Go-yun was puzzled. Du Ziren smiled and got a thick apron from the dog food pile and handed it to Go-yun. I have a disease. The serious kind. Do you think they would dare to eat my flesh? It's Sister Yun. Just don't worry. Put these clothes on and follow me. I'll definitely lead you to the safe zone. Your place. But it can't stay. Speaking in a serious tone, Du Ziren raised his eyes to the distant White River village, with the appearance of zombies, not to mention here. It's the entire Wannan city. It has to be unpeaceful. Can I bury rhubarb, them? Probably also seeing that the situation was not right. Go-yun looked at Du Ziren for advice. Du Ziren nodded. Want me to help? These three furry kids. They used to love hiding in the cellar. If it's okay, can you help me dig a hole? Okay. Finding a shovel from the surrounding area, Du Ziren silently followed Go-yun as she slowly put the three hairy children on her back, one in each hand, like a mother embracing a baby. Not caring at all about the blood on the dog's corpse, Go-yun's face was suppressed, her eyes reddened, and she couldn't stop the tears from falling down again. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. At the deepest part of the tempered shed, a tunnel to an underground space came into view. I don't know why. Looking at that tunnel, Du Ziren had a sense of vestigial vision. Like, I've seen it somewhere before. Tap tap tap. Deep in the tunnel was a hollow, sunken mound. On top of the earthen pit were a number of altars and sealed boxes, with some dehydrated vegetables still vaguely visible inside. I remember, in the past, Big Yellow, Little Ha, and Moo were very afraid of life, and when they were first born, they liked to hide here and nibble on the leaves of the vegetables I ate in winter. I'm also thinking of giving them all dogs later, when they're older, and building a bunch of log cabin dog houses outside the shed. Now that I think about it, it's not that they like to hide here, it's just that I sleep here every night. It's the only place that still smells like me when I go out every day. It's not that they like to chew on vegetable leaves, they just like me. Tick tick. Between the words, Go-yun embraced the three dogs in her arms, tears flowing from her eyes and splashing down on the ground. Du Ziren was silent, using a shovel to dig dirt pits in the ground. Actually, this world is better. So much for that seemingly virtual, accidentally real apocalyptic game world on your cell phone. A lot of times, hypocrites really don't have the feelings of a dog that protects its owner. Sister Yun, I'm sorry. Standing silently by the side, Du Ziren watched Go-yun hold the three little ones for a good while before he reluctantly put them into the mound. Instead of rushing to cover the earth, she eased the coat she was wearing over the three little ones. Go to sleep, Big Yellow, Little Ha, and Moo. In the future in the dog star, you should also live well. The darkened cellar gradually fell silent. The only thing that could be vaguely heard was Go-yun's occasional sobbing. A long time. Only then did Go-yun wipe her face and walk towards Du Ziren in embarrassment. Please, let's go. Sister Yun, it's you. So much dog food. Later, Du Ziren looked at the large dog park with some reluctance, and Go-yun shook his head. Nope, all is lost. All the dogs I've had have changed, and rhubarb they're dead. These things, to me, have no meaning anymore. I think I'll probably move away to live in another urban area. I have a suitor who's been chasing me. I think, if nothing else, I'll probably end up with him later. Go-yun smiled bitterly and Du Ziren nodded. Actually, it's better this way. I think the rhubarb and the others would be happy to know that you don't have to work so hard. Right? Yes? Right. By the way, Rue, will you still have a dog in the future? Probably. I will. But I'll have the baby first. Right. Yeah? Has the baby figured out what to call it? If it's a boy, let's call it Go-shan. A girl will be called Go-xia, and a grandchild will be called Go-yu. Ha? Sister Yun, you're looking for a son-in-law. No, it's just that the man's side respects me and the baby has my last name. Tap tap tap. The sound of the two men's discussion gradually disappeared from near and far within the cellar. After a short while, what no one noticed was, under the mound, within Go-yun's clothes package, the corpses of the field spaniel, husky, and border collie were eerily swelling, expanding, and even, the body hair of the field spaniel was shedding. Buzz buzz. A child's face slowly revealed itself as the bright yellow fur faded. The child's face rubbed against Go-yun's shirt, following which he turned his head to look at the two dog corpses beside him. 2, 3. Alright. Chapter 98 Delivering the Sufferers. People's hero Du Ziren, The night was low and dark clouds covered the top of the moon. White River Village, cordon bleu, outside. Meanwhile, Louis was holding the walkie-talkie, his face a little fretful. You mean? In this village, in addition to the long-tongued zombie, and villager zombie, there's also an invisible zombie? Right, leader. At that time, we were 45 police officers, and when we first entered the village, with enough firepower suppression, we still had the advantage and beat those zombies back. Even if that long-tongued zombie in the back shows up, it's just going to knock us back and scatter us, and it won't even be able to hurt a single one of us. But it's that after being dispersed, in our walkie-talkies, there would be constant screams about bloody holes appearing in someone's neck for no apparent reason, and then they just snapped and died. At first I didn't understand. It wasn't until now, after meeting up with the survivors, that I figured out that there was an unseen zombie. It's approaching us. Use your fingers. One by one through the necks of my team members. Intercom. Lin Yogwa's trembling voice came from the intercom, and Lu Yi's face turned white. If there really is a stealthy zombie here right now. So, actually, don't rule out one possibility. That stealth zombie had actually stood beside their group of armed soldiers. It's just that they haven't realized it yet. Hey, if that's the case, Commander Zhao, you say? The pupils under the glasses inexplicably contracted, and Louis couldn't help but feel some chills behind his back. If you were a little more unlucky now, you'd probably have your neck opened up in the next second, wouldn't you? Academician Lu, I know what you're worried about. You will now immediately return to the armored car, never drawing attention to yourself, and cover the door. I don't think the guy has the power to lift the iron gate, even if he's good, right? It shouldn't be that backward. Louis slowly walked towards an armored car, before he could finish his speculative words. Buzz heard that. He inexplicably heard an odd windy roar in his ears. The sound. It doesn't sound like it's caused by natural wind, but rather like some kind of sharp object that makes a whistling sound when it's moving fast. Not good. The body immediately slumped towards the ground. There was a whimper, and it felt like something had cut through the back of his neck. Put. After falling to the ground, Louis turned around in a panic and looked behind him sharply. Buzz. Again that odd wind sound rang out, and under the blackness of space, it vaguely seemed to see some bright light flashing by. Academician Reu. Academician Lu. What's wrong with you? Zhao Weigang was also the first to notice the difference on Lu Yi's side, and immediately took a few tiger steps to lean towards Lu Yi's side. Don't ever come over. That thing is coming, right on my side. With a sharp rebuke, Zhao Weigang's pupils were stunned. He knew that Lu Yi wouldn't joke about such a thing, and immediately took out the pistol from his waist. Hurry! Stand by! All hands on deck! Someone protect Academician Ryu! Pile a human wall on me! Pile a human wall! Panicking and shouting, Zhao Weigang did not dare to risk Lu Yi's life. According to the words from above, if they all die, Lu Yi can't even die. Bam bam! In a flash, a dozen of armed police jumped out of the armored vehicle and surrounded Lu Yi in a ring formation. The moon was bleak and silent in the midnight. All the armed police were holding their guns and looking around uneasily. The wind blew by without producing the slightest movement. 1 minute has passed. 2 minutes passed. This kind of stalemate and alertness probably lasted for almost 10 minutes, and Zhao Weigang was a bit unable to hold back. Academician Ryu, is it possible that you are too nervous? I see. Just as Zhao Wei just about to lose his nerves. Buzz. In the gloom, a light that looked like a mirror refraction flashed by quickly. 2 meters in front of him, an armed police officer's neck was suddenly inserted 4-finger-thin blood hole, gurgling out of the blood. The armed policeman didn't even have time to raise his gun. Blood spurted in his neck, and the whole man planted himself on the ground with his eyes wide and a chill in his throat. Gurgling. Within a short time, blood flowed out of the pool of blood where the armed police officer had fallen. The night wind was still blowing, and all of them stared blankly at the bodies of the armed police officers, and a chill ran through their bodies. Quick! It's too fast! From the time 4 bloody holes appeared in the armed policeman's neck to the time he fell to the ground, it was less than a few seconds. Where's the zombie? How? Nothing at all. Shooting? Where are you shooting? Asterisk. Damn. Zhao Weigang, who had always been high and mighty, watched his own soldiers die in front of his eyes, and a rush of hot blood surged through his body. He raised his pistol, but looked around. Where to fight? Damn, where did that dog hide? Commander Zhao, listen to me. Don't move now. Sense carefully. It seems that when that thing strikes, there's a faint wind sound and a fast flashing refractive light. We just have to stay alert. Even if we don't catch it, we can still prevent it. Yeah. Louis hadn't finished this encouragement in the silence and cold. Suddenly, from within the White River Village Cordon Sanctuary, 6 lickers led the way with no less than 20 zombies, hissing as they rushed towards the side. They were like the eaters of a cafeteria opening, excitedly racing toward this side of the pile. Roar. The sound of corpses roaring and liquor's tongue stabbing exploded at the entrance of the village. Not good. Seeing several lickers leading the way and running with their tongues fluttering, Lu Yi's face was horrified. He knew why that stealth walker didn't rush into action. It's waiting for support. As long as all the zombies in White River Village are here, once the military and the zombies engage in a firefight, then with its imperceptible moving bright lights and wind noise, who can see and hear in the firefight? This guy has no less than human intelligence. It wants to kill us all. Eyelids fluttered wildly. Sure enough, as the fast spider-walking licker approached less than a dozen meters, Zhao Weigang waved his hand. Fire! Bang bang bang! At once, a fire snake spewed from the entrance of the village. Swoosh! Bullets poured down like rain, and the several zombies in the front were immediately shot into a sieve and fell to the ground with a plop. It looked like the situation was going to be manageable, but pffffffff. It was also at this moment that the necks of countless armed police officers exploded in a cloud of blood, for black fingerhole eyes flashed rapidly in their necks. That stealth walker did it again. 1 minute. No, there wasn't a minute at all, and in the gap between the firefights, the dozen or so armed police officers who were at the forefront of the firing had covered their necks, blood spattering, and collapsed to the ground with pain-filled faces, gurgling. The smell of blood filled the entrance to the village. Lu Yi, under the protection of a group of armed police, quickly retreated towards the armored vehicle. Pfft. More and more armed police officers had their necks pierced without warning, and the more the bodies piled up, the more ugly Lu Yi's face became. Damn! What kind of monster is this? Mortals, in front of such superpowered creatures, have no power to fight back. Chapter 99 Delivering the Sufferers. People's Hero Du Ziren, 2. Everlasting. Guess if something happens to you, will I cry? On the quiet path at night, Du Ziren hugged eternal life and rubbed his dog's head. Behind him, Goyun scowled and looked around, but he didn't see those so-called zombies for half a day. Woof, your dog's mouth can't talk. Woof, isn't my name Chang Sheng? You die. Your son dies. Your grandson dies. I won't die either. A dog passes on for 3 generations, and the human traitor is still alive. Woof, do you understand my gold content? Grass. You can't talk, or you can't talk. He rubbed the dog's head again. Du Ziren was finding out that he and his own dog just didn't press the deep love between Go Yun and the 3 little ones. A dog? It's ing raising a little ancestor. Tap tap tap. Along the way, Eternal Life suddenly seemed to find something unusual. Dog Nose shrugged. Woof, Hajadu, have you noticed? The zombies seem to have disappeared. When you say it like that, it seems like there are a lot less zombies. But look, isn't that far away? The few walkers that just blocked the road. Still there? Pointing to the road in the distance. In front of the village headman's house, there are still a few zombies wandering around, screaming ho ho ho. Meanwhile, the village chief's house. Lin Yogwa's face turned blue as he listened to the voice coming from inside the walkie-talkie. Fire away. The military and zombies are completely dead. Attention to neck protection. Attention. Put. Everyone retreat and fight as you go. All hide in the armored car. Even though the sound of the walkie-talkie had been adjusted to the minimum, the roar coming from Zhao Weigang on the other end didn't show that the battle was stable in the slightest. Bad. Can't even the armed police force suppress that monster? Lin Yogwa's fists tightened, and the small police officer beside him was even more terrified and fell on his butt. It's over. It's over. It's the armed forces that can't take that monster. Director, do you think we'll ever get out of here? The young constable looked at Lin Yugwa with bawling eyes and was on the verge of crying out. It's not that he's afraid of dying, he's just afraid that he'll die an unexplained and meaningless death. You, little morning, how many times have I told you? Such words cannot come out of our mouths. Even if we have to die, we have to make a contribution. Behind us are the people. Even if only one person is saved in the end, this trip is worthwhile. Patting the young constable on the shoulder, Lin Yogwa's tone was forceful, but the hand holding the pistol was trembling. He noticed it too. Those zombies outside the house have long since disappeared. Now is the best time to take the villagers to escape White River Village, while the village entrance is in a firefight. But Lin Yugwa didn't dare to bet. He only had 7 rounds in his pistol, and even if there were only 8 zombies left in the village, he didn't dare to take the risk. He wasn't afraid that he would be captured by the zombies, but that the surviving women and children would be scratched. Once a zombie could pounce on a pile of people, these dozens of survivors would be unimaginably infected to pass on. Instead of that, it would be more prudent to stay put and wait for help. But now, the TMD's rescue armed forces are barely hanging on. ing. Where did you all come from? Hissing through clenched teeth, Lin Yugwa hated his incompetent ability. If only there were more policemen, more pistols, I would have dared to go out and fight. Thinking hopefully, tap tap tap, A footstep came, to Lin Yogwa's surprise. At this moment, the boy holding the black dog passed by the village headman's house again. This time, he had a woman behind him, and he had a look of emboldened determination on his face. Nagisa, can you make the first few zombies fly? Woof. What about blowing awesome? You think I'm not tired? It's okay then. Do you have weak kidneys? Second dog? Woof. You were still playing in the mud when I crushed the dogs at night. Brother dog. Familiar people talking to dogs. Familiar flirtatious voices. For some reason, every time he saw Du Ziren, Lin Yugwa subconsciously felt that this person had mental problems. But now, at this juncture, he thought otherwise, because under Du Ziren's shelter, the woman stood behind him and crossed the path blocked by a few zombies, unharmed. Those few zombies, with teeth and claws, didn't even grunt. It's like, with that boy around, the zombies ignore the surrounding characters as if they were there. It's him again, the one who's accounted for from above. If he can help us lure away the remaining zombies. Now that the zombies are all out of the village in a firefight, there are only a few left. With his help, maybe we'll have a chance to leave with the villagers. There was a twinkle of hope in his eyes. Just as Du Ziren's figure was fading away, Lin Yugwa couldn't hold it in, and as soon as he pulled open the door of the village headman's house, he shouted out towards Du Ziren, "Hey, little comrade." Ha! The sudden voice made Du Ziren's feet startled. He then hugged the dog and stood in the walker pile, looking towards the source of the sound. At this moment, the wooden door of the village headman's house was open with a finger-sized gap, and a middle-aged man wearing a police cap was waving towards himself through the doorway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There are still living people? Du Ziren expressed his shock. In his opinion, this village has long been a zombie village, and the probability of anyone surviving is just too small. Hey, little comrade, help me, help us. I'm Manhwa South City Police Department, Chief Lin Yugwa. We rescued a group of villagers and got stuck here and couldn't get out. Little comrade, I know there is something special about you. I implore you to save us. Save the people. In the gloom, the solemn, majestic eyes looked through the doorway, full of pleading and helplessness. He shook the proudest police honors of yesteryear, just to prove himself. Du Ziren had never imagined the police chief of the downtown area would one day turn to himself like this. How many of you are there? I don't doubt that the other party is not fraudulent. Anyway, zombies do not hurt themselves. There is still a long life around. Do Ziren feel obliged to save more people? If you are poor, you are alone. But if you are rich, you can help the world. He is, obviously, the latter. 26 in all. 2 police officers, 24 uncontaminated villagers. These are the ones we fought tooth and nail to save from walkers. Crunch. The wooden door opens to reveal Lin Yugwei in a bloody police uniform. Behind the wooden door was a yard of gray-headed, pale-faced villagers. Although each of these villagers was depressed, but all over their bodies, there was not a single injury. As Du Ziren looked at the scene in the courtyard, he couldn't help but bow towards Lin Yugwa. Officer Lin, you are the people's guardsman. Duty calls. On the contrary, I may have to trouble my little comrade to take a risk. Lin Yugwa shook his head and bowed towards Du Ziren as well. Me? What am I risking? Du Ziren doesn't understand. If he's there, walkers won't make a move. And it's not a big problem to bring these villagers past walkers, right? It's, little comrade, you see it too. There's a lot of us here. If we don't lure the zombies away, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be suddenly attacked by the zombies when we move. I know it's a bit much to ask, but count on me to beg you. On behalf of the entire Wannan City Police Department, I beg you. Put. The police chief, who was nearly 1 meter 9, kneeled down to Du Ziren with a plop as he spoke. He knew he was going a bit far and risking a child, but he really didn't want all the officers' efforts to be in vain. You're not so much. I'm sure I'll help you. You're afraid of a sudden zombie attack, aren't you? It's okay. I'll find a way to pull them off. Probably able to understand Lin Yogwa's concern, Du Ziren looked towards a few foolishly standing zombies on the side of the road, and was just about to walk over and pull them away, retreating towards the other side of the village. A thought inexplicably popped into his mind. If only they would listen to me and roll away on their own. The thought, only just taking shape. On Du Ziren's head, the scalp underneath the hairs, the beginnings of a crown, vaguely bulged out. Roar! Roar! King! King! Several of the zombies, that were still stagnant, suddenly looked at Du Ziren and hissed. Immediately afterward, there was a quick separation towards the outside of the roadway. Watching this scene, Du Ziren was stunned. It's this. As Lin Yugwa witnessed this scene, he was even more jaw-dropped, and his mouth was so wide open that he could have stuffed an egg down. Chapter 100 Delivering the Sufferers. People's Hero Du Ziren, 3. ********. You can order them? The small police officer who hadn't said anything seemed to see something and looked at Du Ziren as if he was looking at a monster. Order them? It shouldn't be, should it? They're not attacking me because they're afraid of eating my flesh. Now that they're fleeing, I'm guessing I didn't order them? Is it possible that it was an order from another zombie? Du Ziren gave a direct dismissal to the young constable's speculation. Are they afraid of your meat? The junior constable listened dumbfounded. What kind of logic is that? Zombie, even old people with cancer chew on it. What meat are you afraid of? Hey, anyway, don't worry so much about that for now. Since the zombies have dispersed, hurry up and follow me and get out of White River Village first. Hurriedly greeting towards the village chief courtyard, Du Ziren didn't care about the small police officer's surprise. In the courtyard, all the villagers stood up, looked left and right, and finally all looked at Lin Yugui in unison. They had long since made the sheriff, who had fought to save them, their main focus. Lin Yugui looked at Du Ziren for a while, and also felt that it should be that the firefight at the entrance of the village had reached a white heat, so the zombies ran to the front line, and it wasn't Du Ziren's order. Now is indeed a rare and wonderful opportunity. Everyone, emergency evacuation, bam bam. After an order, almost everyone ran towards the outside of the courtyard. Little comrade, Lin Yugui respectfully shouted towards Du Ziren. Hey, don't call me little comrade, my name is Du Ziren. You can call me Little Du all you want. Du Ziren waved his hand and was just about to run in the direction of the village entrance, when Lin Yugui grabbed his shoulder. Don't, never go to the village entrance. That side is under control of the armed forces sent from above. Now, there's a firefight going on right now. If we go through the village entrance, we're bound to be implicated. It's better to find another way. Raising the walkie-talkie on his chest, Lin Yugui truthfully told the current situation. Taking the village entrance is bound to be impractical now. So they sent someone from above to suppress it again. So, in that case, we can't go out for a while. This big bunch of us? At those words, Du Ziren frowned. There was only one direction out of the village at the moment, and this perfect opportunity couldn't all be wasted on waiting, could it? Just as a group of people are worried. Suddenly, a woman in the crowd stepped forward. There's actually a path in the village that goes from Noda to Suburban Road. It's just that this road is only known to the few two skulls in the village. They usually go this way, to block passing drivers to pay for the trick. The woman's words came, and all the survivors looked left and right, clear of women and children, none of whom were sure where the trail was that the woman was talking about. Trails? Her words made Du Ziren instantly think of something. That's when it came out of the maiden and there was indeed a licker running through the field. Woof. Hi Du. Isn't that where we met the long-tongued zombie? Eternal Life also reacted, and Du Ziren's eyes narrowed. Those two skulls, they're probably the lickers. Are they the only ones who know where the trail is? What else can we do now? Is it hard? Can I still get a licker to show us the way? His brow furrowed into a chuan. It didn't matter to Du Ziren, but if the firefight at the village entrance failed later, what about the people of this village? It's really not possible. If we can't, we'll just have to find it ourselves. Lin Yugui came up with a bad idea, and the others kept their heads down and didn't make a sound. The village was already remote, and now blindly searching the fields for a way out. Still at night, that would never work. What if only that licker would come of his own accord? Du Ziren couldn't help but think so. The night wind blew, and a crowd of people cowering hand over hand among the country roads. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. The lull. A rush of footsteps crawled in. Everyone was suddenly in a panic. Raising his eyes, on the roofs of the village's staggered earthen huts, a blood-scabbed licker, all covered in blood, was rapidly approaching towards this place. What? Lin Yugui immediately took out his pistol and aimed it at the licker. His body tense. This thing, it's much tougher than villager zombies. He knows it all too well. That was the thing that forced the officers away at the time. Their tongues had the sharpness and speed of no less than an arrow. Now, as long as that thing strikes, maybe half of the people here will have to have their necks stabbed open by it. Little comrade, quickly take the villagers into hiding. Subconsciously, he stood in front of Du Ziren, but Du Ziren didn't panic and just looked up at that licker. He noticed it, and the guy seemed to be looking at himself as well. Hissla. The blood-red tongue hovered in the air but was slow to fold down. Director Lin, it doesn't seem to be malicious. Du Ziren took the initiative to squeeze in front of Lin Yugui. What are you talking about? This thing killed 4 or 5 of my men. It is the monster. Angrily, he screamed and cursed, his pistol in his hand as if he was going to shoot a bullet the next moment. But the unthinkable happened. Hey, can you take me to the trail? This was the first time Du Ziren had ordered the zombie in human language. There would have been little reaction from licker, But after Du Ziren inexplicably felt an itch in his scalp, the crimson long tongue-like liquor actually lowered its head towards Du Ziren, as if asking for peace. Then, on all fours, it climbed down the earthen room like a gecko and crawled towards a path. Away. Liquor. Just go with it. This. Lin Yuguo looked dumbfounded. TMD. What's wrong with this thing that doesn't move? Spits out its tongue, and gives people a little hole in the head in minutes? What was he doing with his head down? To curry favor with Du Ziren? You, little comrade? You, eyes staring blankly at Du Ziren. Lin Yuguo was now aware of why Louis said, death to all of them, but also can't let Du Ziren die is what he meant. This guy, wickedly outrageous. I don't know how. I just wanted it to come and it did? You guys, is there a possibility? I mean a possibility. It's the one that actually came of its own accord, then got scared off when it saw how many of us there were. As Du Ziren speculated like this, Lin Yuguo looked at him like he was a little cutie, like looking at him. So why do you think it saw us and didn't run but also attacked us when there were so many of us officers at the time as well? It's, maybe because I'm there? It's afraid of flinging its tongue at the viral flesh? For a while, Du Ziren and Lin Yuguo looked at each other, unable to analyze the situation. Forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on this. There must be some secret in you. Otherwise, Commander Zhao and Academician Lu wouldn't think so highly of you. This way, where that long-tongued walker just escaped. Let's chase after him and take a look. I really suspect now that it's currying favor with you. There goes the lead for you. Lin Yuguo became more and more skeptical of Du Ziren's ability, and Du Ziren shook his head. Can't, can you? They said so, but there were already a lot of people following the liquor's traces, all the way out of the country road, passing through a forest of bracts. After following the liquor's trail in the forest and jaywalking from side to side for a while, after peeling back the last of the forest leaves, the long suburban road came into view in the moonlight in the distance. Asterisk. Really out? The young constable had a look of disbelief on his face. Out. It's coming out. We are saved. Baby, we can live down. Around them, the villagers who had been burying their heads in frustration, at this moment swept away their previous disheveledness and ran towards the suburban road with cheers. They're free. They, safe, too. Little comrade. No, Du Ziren, Mr. Du, thank you. On behalf of all the officers of the One and City Security Bureau, I would like to thank you. Without you, we will definitely not be able to walk out. Although I don't know what your identity is and what kind of means you used, but I, Lin Yuguo, no, you have just now, saved more than 20 fresh lives. Put, between the fields, Lin Yuguo pulled the young police officer and knelt down for Du Ziren, his face agitated. Du Ziren hugged eternal life and looked at the distant suburban road, the corners of his mouth twitching. No, that thing, it really listens to me? For what? Chapter 101 The first king breed zombie, in reality, mirror zombie. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. In the middle of the night, a large number of villagers ran towards the far side of the suburban road, straight towards the city. Du Ziren was frozen for a while before he slowly pulled up Lin Yuguo and the small police officer who were still kneeling on the ground. Hi, you guys didn't have to do that. We are all citizens of One and City. It is our duty to help each other. Right. Just now you said that Academician Lu and Commander Zhao named me for protection? What is this? After slowing down from his disbelief, Du Ziren was able to sensitively perceive that the other party's great efforts to search for himself might be directly related to his ability to command zombies. We're not sure. In short, we just know. After Academician Lu had studied the meteorite, he had investigated all the people who had contacted the meteorite at that time. You would have been the first to investigate. But Academician Lu said that you were very sick and delayed in finding you. As Lin Yuguo spoke, Du Ziren's brows furrowed. Another meteorite? Is it hard to believe that it's because I came into close contact with a meteorite? Those monsters also rioted because of the meteorite, and I was quite close to the meteorite. So, I had the scent of meteorite, and they treated me like family? Hiss. It's possible. Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren was starting his familiar self-brainstorming again. Bare your teeth. Bare your teeth. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help came from Lin Yuguo's walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? Is Lin Yuguo still there? Lin Yuguo gave a panicked response, and the voice on the other end was delighted. Hurry, count on me, Zhao Weigang, to beg you. You go find that Du Ziren. Find him. Get him to save Academician Lu. We can't carry on much longer. I, Zhao Weigang, have been in the army all my life. I don't want to make a big mistake before I die. I'm begging you, let Du Ziren come. Let him save Academician Lu. Academician Lu's life is more important than anyone else. Bare your teeth. Bare your teeth. The voice in the walkie-talkie was intermittent, and Lin Yuguo's face stiffened as he listened to it. Just for a moment. How come even the armed forces can't hold out? This. Stuttering and looking towards Du Ziren. Lin Yugwe was too embarrassed to open his mouth and beg a little boy. Du Ziren shrugged indifferently. Think. They should have guessed what ability I have. So, trying to get me to help with the situation at hand. Academician Ryu? I understand. Regardless of whether he is important to Wannan City or not, I have to save it. If I really have the ability to order zombies, I will do my best to save everyone. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. Du Ziren doesn't really like to play the hero. But, if one day God gives you the power to save the world, and you ignore it, Du Ziren thinks that people like that have lost their humanity. This is not the doomsday of the loss of humanity. This is still a civilized society. He is a citizen of Wannan City. He has the obligation to save the heroes who have flesh and blood and rescue others. Sister Yun, you go ahead and follow everyone else first. Director Lin, and this Mr. Police Officer, please see Sister Yun off. Nagisa, let's go. Wrapping his arms around the eternal life in front of his chest, Du Ziren didn't make much of a fuss and quickly ran towards the White River village entrance. Hey, you, tap tap tap. As the teenager's back ran further and further away, Lin Yugwe and Go Yun looked worried and waved their hands several times to try to persuade something, but then withdrew their hands. Hey, what a world! It takes a kid to get ahead. Sighing, Lin Yugwe looked at Go Yun and greeted towards the small police officer. Let's go first. If Xiaodu's side can't handle it, we'll immediately go call Wanbei City for help. Understood. Under the moonlight, the villagers were in the front, and Lin Yugwe and a few others were in the back. And just like that, with the help of Du Ziren, they escaped White River Village, without any danger. Shirakawa Village entrance. The same bright moon hangs high, but the difference is, gurgling. At this moment, a large number of armed police officers have fallen to the ground here, and none of them are dying with pale and agonized faces and angry eyes. On their necks, 4 finger-sized black holes bubbled with scarlet hot blood. Bang! 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 On the thick armored car, there are densely packed, red-eyed zombies, climbing, constantly reaching out with bloody hands, patting the iron skin of the car's surface, unaware of the pain, unaware of the fatigue. Roar! Corpses roar, originally by the stealth zombie, stabbed to kill a large number of armed police. The body suddenly twitched strangely, and actually twisted the neck that was still spewing blood, and slowly climbed up from the ground with disoriented eyes. As if summoned by something, they actually raised their rifles towards the armored vehicle, their mouths grinning strangely. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Not good. The armed guards are infected too. Inside the armored vehicle A06, Louis looked at the scene in front of him, his face turning blue. He had never imagined that the berserk creatures infected by the meteorite would be so difficult to deal with once they possessed human intelligence. Obviously, in the experiment, no intelligent mice appeared at all. Could it be that such a chemical reaction only occurs when a person is infected? Uneasily, he looked out of the car. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. In less time, the dense bullets began to fire, shooting the 10 armored vehicles to the point of spraying iron sparks. Boom boom boom. Inside the armored car, even if the iron frame is thicker, under the intensive bullets, the interior has been embedded with bullet hole dents. Bare your teeth. The walkie-talkie on his chest made a cacophonous noise. Hello? Academician Ryu, is everything okay on your end? Zhao Weigang's voice came, and Louis rubbed his tinnitus ears and smiled bitterly at the corner of his mouth. It's okay for now. It's just that I'm afraid that later on, that stealth zombie will find the hatch and forcefully open it with a huge force. You have to realize that it has the IQ of an adult. I know the situation. I've asked Director Lin to bring Du Ziren here. Are you crazy? It's so dangerous here. You let a kid come over? But compared to your life, that child is even important. As long as he has the slightest possibility of saving you, I should find a way to get him here. Lips trembling, Louis wanted to scold Zhao Weigang, but he had no way to do so. Yeah, what else can we do? Right now, outside the armored car, it's so densely packed with corpses and zombies that driving would bring them downtown, and that's even more chaotic. No action? Even now, these clumsy zombies can't open the armored car for a while, but that stealth walker just has to think about the problem, so I guess it won't take long for it to find the location of the hood opening. Bang bang bang. As he watched, the intense bullets had dented the frame of the car. Intercom, over there. Zhao Weigang couldn't help himself. ********. All fighters listen to the order. Turn on the armored vehicle to hang the automatic machine gun and sweep the zombies indiscriminately. But Commander, those zombies they are no longer your comrades in arms. This is our last chance. Fire. There was a silence in the walkie-talkie channel, and there were already armed police officers crying out. Standing outside could be their roommate of more than a decade or their revered old-class president. But military orders are like mountains. Chug chug chug, chug chug chug. In less time, the elevated machine guns of the 10 armored vehicles began to spit out fiery snakes. Pfft. The bodies of the dozens of military-clothed zombies outside the entrance of the village instantly exploded, and blood and paste floated in the sky. Shoot! Shoot! Better shoot that stealthy, dog scum that's hiding. Together! Zhao Weigang yelled hysterically, tears flowing from his crimson eyes. Pfft. A body that should have fallen stood up and fell back down again, body and soul. As I watched, the red stream of grief gathered into a river of blood, and the outside of the car gradually came to rest. Buzz. The lull. That strange buzzing sound from earlier resounded again. Under the blood mist floating thin in the air, Lu Yi's eyes widened. He saw it clearly. See what the buzzing monster really is. It was a mirror walker, covered in broken foam lenses. It was roughly the height and build of an adult, and the skin of its body was covered in fragments with cracks. As long as it was inactive and kept a pose standing in place, the mirrors all over its body would connect with each other and refract the surrounding scenery. Its main body would be like an invisibility cloak at this moment, disappearing invisibly. It was now actively moving the lenses all over its body, emitting a click 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 sound. To the armored vehicle side, a strange ho 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 laughter came out. It was as if he could see through the fear of the people inside the car, and after a hint of an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, he actually took the initiative to run towards the place where the fire was the most raging. What's it doing? Zhao Weigang didn't understand. Lu Yi's heart was pounding. Intuition told him that there was definitely a bigger conspiracy going on when this thing suddenly stopped hiding. Bang bang bang. Sure enough, just as the mirror zombie ran into the area where the firepower was the most raging, countless jets of bullets were clearly shot towards it. Swoosh. It actually shot into its mirror, one by one, distinct to the naked eye. Chapter 102. What? I'm still pretty strong. What is this ability? Zhao Weigang was shocked. I can't believe there are actually zombies that are immune to heat weapons? What's the point of this fight? Mirror. I see. It's alien ability. It might be more than just invisibility, to begin with. Mirrors. Reflecting light. Could it be that it's capable of? Not good. As if he thought of something, the pupils under Lu Yi's glasses dilated rapidly, and his face suddenly turned as pale as white paper. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. In the center of the battlefield, the mirror zombie's mirrored body grinned, and the corners of its mouth creased in the tiny lenses, rolling out drops of blood drenched in blood mist. Countless bullets shot ripples on its mirror surface, but it did nothing. It looked like it was laughing and mocking. May follow. The mirrors on the mirror zombie's body instantly tensed up in unison, and headed towards an armored vehicle. It's doing. In the channel of walkie-talkie, the driver of a 01 armored vehicle's puzzled voice hadn't finished. Dense, terrifying, surging, and even more exaggerated than before, the bullets slowly appeared from the mirror, reflected, and buzzed toward the A01 armored vehicle. Boom! Just a moment. Originally impregnable armored car, in the mirror zombie, refracted concentrated bullets, suddenly was shot out of the honeycomb-like holes. Sparks flashed, rumbling a wave of fire explosion. Boom! The iron skin, the mecha frame, and even the driver's body limbs were suddenly flipped up in the sea of fire. Commander, tell my mom that I'm not a coward. Rumble. The bodies of a dozen or so armed police officers were instantly blown up only halfway. The broken bodies burned in the sea of fire with the sound of bared, an unusually sad scene. Grass. Zhao Weigang had nearly collapsed. That thing, what the hell is that? Mirror walker? A zombie that can refract attacks? Damn, how did this happen? An aura of powerlessness, sadness, and despair instantly enveloped the entire body. This kind of thing was beyond the realm of normal confrontation with the enemy. Clatter. The flames are still burning. The lenses on Mirror Walker's body were once again taut, and it had no intention of letting anyone go. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Strange laughter echoed at the entrance of the village until this mirror was pointed at an armored car, again. No. In the intercom's channel, the driver of the A02 armored vehicle let out a cry of sorrow. Clang. Just wanted to open the cabin door to escape. Swoosh. A ripple rippled through the smooth mirror. This was followed by a surge of dense bullets. At once, bullets weaved through like wasps. The driver, who was still in the hatch of the car, was shot with bloody holes all over his body. Boom! Another sea of fire churned and another armored car exploded. Click click click. The iron shavings in the sky were accompanied by human flesh flying. And the mirror zombie was like the king of Hades, nodding his head, looking at the third armored vehicle once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's over. This thing, it's simply not something that can be dealt with. I'll fight it. Buzz buzz. On the channel of the walkie-talkies, the roars of the warriors were heard, and the three armored vehicles crushed straight towards the mirror zombies. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Able to. With that disgusted laugh came. Boom, boom, boom. Three more clouds of fire exploded under the terrifying rain of bullets. It's over. It's over. Academician Ryu. I, Zhao Wei Gang, am sorry to you. I'm sorry for the motherland. Academician Lu. Don't worry, even if you die, I'll make sure you live to the end. Walkie-talkie, in the walkie-talkie, the always resolute Zhao Weigua. At this moment the tone of his voice is beginning to have some faintness. Humans are still too small in the face of such supernatural forces. All warriors, on my mark, crush towards the mirror walker. Even if we die, don't let this monster underestimate our awareness. The hymn of mankind, the hymn of courage, the greatness of mankind, is the greatness of courage. With the last command given in the channel, the four armored vehicles crushed towards the mirror zombie, in unison, without any hesitation. You guys, holding the walkie-talkie tightly. Louis watched this tragic scene and trembled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is there, really, no chance? Gritting his teeth, the ever-so-pretentious academician couldn't help but fall on his butt in the car. Forget it. Destroy it. Desperately looking out of the car at the grinning mirror walkers, dark clouds also covered the top of the moon. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Right at this moment, a silhouette in the distance quickly ran towards the side. Roar. It was almost as if both the people and the zombies looked towards the source of the sound without a second thought. Under the moonlight, Duziran's face was panting from running, and he was holding a black dog in his arms. The village entrance was filled with blood and water, and the atmosphere was depressing as the two sides of humans and zombies were intertwined in life and death. Honestly, with this glance, everyone wondered if Duziran had gone to the wrong set. But this was the same teenager who was holding the dog, and in this situation, he was still able to observe the situation with a calm face. You guys, this is going to crush it? Wow, this zombie is covered in mirrors. What the hell is this? The first thing that caught his eyes was the mirror walker, in the center of the battlefield. Duziran wasn't afraid at all and approached towards the mirror zombie, with quick steps. Hey, you're crazy. Zhao Wei Gang was dumbfounded. Such a horrible mirror zombie. This kid just said to go over there. Is there something wrong with his brain? Or does he want to die? Don't you go over there. It's different. It has multiple psychic abilities. It's not one of those ordinary zombies that can be sensitized. Louis also shouted in panic. Able to. Duziran did not think anything of it and just looked at that mirror zombie, fixedly. Roar. The mirror zombie also moved its mirror, and twisted its head to look at Duziran. One person and one zombie. Both seemed to sense the other's special. More powers? What? Are you also a king seed zombie, similar to the game? Duziran snickered. Ho ho ho. Mirror zombie stared intently at Duziran, the corners of his mouth slowly grinning. Buzz buzz. Its mirror began to ripple once again, looking towards Duziran as if a bullet was about to be shot towards him. Hey, what are you laughing at? Everlasting, load it up and let it fly. Rubbing Eternal Life's head, Eternal Life looked at Mirror Zombie with some scorn. It felt a hint of oppression from this thing. Woof. Haidu. I'm not sure I can beat it. Woof. I feel as if it's extraordinary. Asterisk 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 it and be done with it. Anyway, if we can't beat it, it wouldn't dare make a move on us, would it? Woof. Makes sense. With the dog's eyes of Eternal Life looking at the mirror walker. Buzz buzz. At once, the mirror zombie's body trembled, and its entire body flew high into the air in an instant and began to sway. Buzz buzz. The mirror is still rippling. Mirror walker wants to reflect the bullets of the savings and shoot the head of that man and dog. But it doesn't know why. Ever since Duziran came, it was dead set on not being able to release alien energy. Hey, watch out. You run. It's nothing if I die. You're the one who can't die. Zhao Wei Gang and Lui's urging voices kept coming. Able to. A scene that no one would have expected happened. Boom. The mirror zombie, that was lifted up to a height of more than 10 meters. Suddenly after Eternal Life withdrew its supernormal ability, like a huge meteorite fell to the ground. Rumble. The ground shook and dust flew. After the dust on the ground dispersed, in a huge human-shaped pit, the mirror zombie's mirror shattered all over the place, and the whole zombie actually died a 5-horse. Motionless death. Woof. What? I'm still pretty strong. Looking at the motionless debris in the dirt pit, Nagisa waved her doggy head proudly. Chapter 103 Louis' scientific research results. This, dead, Just dead? White River village entrance. A dead silence. Inside the 4 armored vehicles, all the combatants had their mouths wide open with disbelief. The mirror walker, that was so exaggerated just now. Just die? Zhao Wei Gang was dumbfounded. No. Is this thing that fragile? Nope. No. Why doesn't it dump bullets? Could it be? The moment Xiao Du came, it was actually at the end of its strength and out of bullets? Or is Xiao Du's affinity ability a higher priority than mirror walker? Louis stared wide-eyed at the corpse in the pit, scratching his head and not trying to understand what was going on. Fogweed. Everlasting, you're out of your league too. First kill on a boss. Remember, if the world really ends someday, don't forget each other if you're rich. You must remember me a little. And rubbed the eternal life dog head. In Du Ziren's opinion, just now is that the king species zombie has no moves. Or is the armed police unloaded too much firepower, only to let that eternal life killed in one blow? In a nutshell, that's just bad luck. Grab the head of a bloodied boss. Asterisk. This falling object from a high altitude can smash out such a deep crater. Standing quietly near the human pit, Du Ziren looked towards the inside. The body of the mirror zombie is different from other zombies. After death it actually gradually turns into pieces of broken glass stubble. A mirror prism, crystal core, flickering in the countless fragments. Is that a crystal core? Just about ready to get closer for a closer look. Tap. The hatches of several armored vehicles opened, and a group of armed police with guns quickly surrounded them. Quick, get behind us. Even if that monster dies, the other zombies. Louis led a few armed police officers, then surrounded Du Ziren's circumference. His face panicked. In his opinion, Du Ziren's importance was no less than his own scientific progress. Other zombies? Academician Ryu. Do you mean liquor? Du Ziren shrugged indifferently, as far as his eyes could see. In the direction of the White River village entrance, 6 lickers were lying on the ground. Their tongues didn't even dare to stick out. Looking at Du Ziren dumbly. This ability of yours, is it really affinity? Once again, he was shocked by Du Ziren's ability to be a scoundrel. Louis is certain that Du Ziren must have been affected because of that meteorite fall in the first place and awakened his extraordinary ability. As of now, this ability is the affinity that allows zombie to hold a non-attack. And this alien energy quality isn't low. Liquor? Xiao Du. That's quite an apt name for you. Looking at the distant liquor, Louis nodded and patted his shoulder towards Du Ziren again. Right, Xiao Du. I may have to trouble you to help us with one more thing. What? It's not particularly troublesome. You just wait here. Because of your specialization, those remaining 6 lickers won't attack. So, I want to send the imprisonment vehicle to hold them. As soon as I get them back to the lab, I should see a big boost in my recent scientific progress. Oh, that's it. It's okay. I'll just stay here then. Casually finding a small mound of dirt to sit on, Du Ziren glared at the 6 lickers in the distance. The 6 lickers, covered in blood scabs, immediately buried their heads in the dirt in fear and trepidation. This scene, looking at the group of armed police in charge of guarding the perimeter, a burst of sweat. Okay. It seems that the so-called zombie virus, this is not stabilized? It's not so much like the game. It's everywhere. Taking out his cell phone, he tapped on the Doomsday Survival Game app in boredom. In the game, it was nearing dawn on Qiu Xingxing's side. She did get up early, and after preparing food for her siblings, she went to the purified metal barrel in the bathroom. First thing, the daily refreshment of the monthly card will, punctually in the early hours of the morning, set a micro-golden crystal core at the bottom of the barrel. Clank. After pouring in the water, Du Ziren watched as Qiu Xingxing jumped into the water. Current progress of Qiu Xingxing's alien ability cultivation. Alien 4th order, 122/400, 125/400. Boy, does my Shangs get up this early every day now? One look at the future is a good wife and mother. Poking and prodding at the pool of autumn shamrocks, a little patch of love sprung up from the tank. Du Ziren was just about to interact with Qiu Xingxing. Come on man, recover all bodies. Also, start blocking the waterways around White River Village. Those 6 lickers, in the distance. Everyone wear explosion-proof coveralls, for holding that. Xiao Du. Trouble. Louis' untimely voice rang out. Du Ziren raised his eyes and looked, only to realize that on the suburban roadway, 6 aggravated big trucks had already driven up. Okay, I'll stand in front of the car. They shouldn't resist. Standing calmly at the carriage entrance, there was no need for the blasters to come up and hold the lickers, at all. Du Ziren just muttered in annoyance. You guys hurry up and cooperate. I'm in a hurry to get home and play the game. Roar. Suddenly, it was such an impatient sentence afterward. Tap. Those 6 prostrate lickers suddenly raised their heads and looked at the 6 carriage openings in a daze. like geckos swimming, dragons quickly drilling into the carriages. Bang! Along with that, these 6 lickers also closed the carriage door with their hands. Simply don't be too obedient. This. Zhao Wei Gang and Louis once again looked dumbfounded. Finished, right? Academician Ryu? Waving towards Louis, Du Ziren put away his cell phone. It's okay. That. Xiao Du. You'll be in a car with me later. I have something to tell you. Son. The moon was hidden from the sky and a white light shone around White River Village. Many armed police packed up the corpses all over the place, and the relevant state land personnel in their forklifts began to block the waterway in Baiha Village. An armored vehicle, prioritizing Louis, Zhao Wei Gang, and Du Ziren left the vicinity of White River Village. As the clear morning wind blew, Louis and Zhao Wei Gang's faces were tired and bewildered. It was the feeling of powerlessness after tonight's events, and the terror of the future. They hung their heads, but Du Ziren opened his cell phone from time to time, his face leisurely. Right, Academician Ryu, what was it you said earlier that you wanted to talk to me about? Taking the initiative to break the silence, Du Ziren tilted his head to look at Louis. This guy, he's not going to buy my blood for research again, is he? As it happens, I've recently, just thinking so. Louis forced out a smile. Xiao Du, you should also know, right? The cause of this accident? That meteor shower? That's right. Meteorite contains unknown elements that can make people cranky and genetically twisted. But a few lucky existences will instead break their genetic locks and open up magical abilities due to the unknown elements. When I collected this information at the time, the first thing I did was to ask for official cooperation in collecting the meteorite, so that the elements in the meteorite wouldn't be lost and a big mistake would be made. Now it seems. Still, I've been 100 times careless and missed White River Village. Here. As Louis spoke, his face was filled with guilt and chagrin. This is actually not your fault, right? The landing of meteorite is not supposed to be easy to speculate, and after so many days, it's already remarkable that you managed to miss only one White River Village. Besides, aren't we in control here? The rest of the place is fine too, so isn't the matter considered over? Has anyone ever told you that you're good at comforting people? Du Ziren touched his nose, and Louis let out a bitter smile. In fact, I speculated at the time, on the Wolfsbane Mountain, stargazing platform. So many people were in close contact with the meteorite fall at that time. Would there be people with problems as well? As it turns out, I guessed wrong and yet I guessed right. Other than you, none of those rich kids are abnormal. But you're the only one who showed the ability today. I say Academician Lu, you have an affinity on your left and an affinity on your right. What exactly do you mean? It starts with the research I've been doing all these times. I found that the ones that can unlock the gene house from the meteorite element, mostly some kind of fire breathing, water storage, some supernatural power. These powers are generally better to deal with, and I've named their rank as white quality abilities. Then since there are white quality abilities, there must be even more outstanding abilities. Sure enough, I extracted the ability to flash on one of the mice afterward. This ability I think is as high as blue quality, to say the least. Also, let me clarify that in order to observe these abilities, I have characterized them in order of white, green, blue, purple, and gold qualities. Regarding that mirror walker we just encountered, I think that the strength of the ability is at least between blue, purple, and you. Your ability can actually overwhelm it. So your affinity, potential is at purple, to say the least. As soon as Louis talked about these researches of his eyebrows flew up. Du Ziren listened to all of this quietly, his face astonished to the core. Not buddy. How are you summarizing these scientific studies? A DIO like the game I'm playing? Chapter 104 Project Aurora, number 001 Du Ziren, number 002 Chongsheng. I say, Du, what are you looking at me like that for? As if suddenly noticing Du Ziren's surprised gaze, Louis touched his face. There should be nothing on his face. Academician Ryu. You know there's a game that gets younger the more you play it. It is. Du Ziren was just about to say. Louis's eyes widened. A cell phone version of Peaceful Elite? I'm not interested in playing Terrier with you right now. Besides, we researchers don't play games. Directly interrupting Du Ziren's words, Du Ziren actually wanted to say, the setting of the Doomsday Survival game is the same as the results of your scientific research. As it turned out, thinking about it, since people don't play it, it's not good to amble around on your own. Back to business. Xiao Du, based on your abilities, our newly unfolded program Aurora may require your participation. Louis boarded up his face, and Du Ziren frowned slightly. What's this again? It can't be that I have to go to work, can it? No, I haven't had enough of the game. Work? It's not so much that. It's just that we intend to research a group of alien teams. They will be used to fight against uncontrollable factors in the future. You have a lot of potential. I hope that when the group is formed, you can come and serve as the captain. Ha? No? Me, captain? That's right. You may be the first person to awaken alien energy. I'm going to include your personal information file in the encryption group. Codenamed Aurora Project 001 Peacemaker, Do Zirin. Level, top secret. Of course, so is your dog. Gravity Dog number 002, everlasting. Grade, top secret. No, but what do I have with this ability? Seemingly sensing the resistance in Du Ziren's words, Louis smiled. Take it easy. This program is not even close to being a reality at this point. When it really comes to that time, Xiao Du, I hope you can come to Yanjing City and help serve the country. Is that okay? Sincere Eyes looked at himself, and Du Ziren choked on his words. He doesn't have much family left. He doesn't have many friends left. The only one who counts as close is Autumn Singson, and she's still an e-wife, playing for the capital? If that day really comes, I, Du Ziren, am duty-bound. That's good. Du, with your words, I'm satisfied. At the moment, the situation in Wannan City should not deteriorate any further, and everyone should return to living in order. If individual situations arise, the police will call your number, and I hope you will help the police as well. Of course, you get paid for every shot you take. Louis' pleading gaze looked at Du Ziren, who nodded. I'll try. Should. It can't be that much. Who can say what will happen later? Alright, we're near the city. Go home. For the time being, it's going to be okay. Patting Du Ziren's shoulder, the armored vehicle slowly parked on the roadway at the edge of the city. Du Ziren jumped out of the car with eternal life in his arms, and a group of armed police officers bowed their heads and saluted towards him. Bye. Witnessing the armored vehicle's distance, Du Ziren called a car, intending to go back to the Wannan district to catch up on his sleep. Drip drip drip. Unthinking, it's the same maiden owner who took the order. Clatter. The white Maytag slowly drove up. The broken window rolled down. The driver's head stuck out, and Du Ziren stared wide-eyed at him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you a human or a ghost? Big brother, have you ever seen a ghost that appears in the daytime and holds a black dog? Oh, then you're not right. That White River village is so evil. You can still stay for one night? It's the armed police out there. Or what do you think? I told you. Not bothering to explain to the driver, Du Ziren directly drilled into the back seat. Hey, little brother, it was my brother who was sorry for you before. This order, I'm giving you a free ride. No charge. The interest is on the guilt of leaving Du Ziren behind last night. After the mining car drove to Wannan district, the driver verification code did not want, put down Du Ziren and left in a hurry. After walking back to the apartment with eternal life in his arms, buzz buzz. Once again, a text alert came through on his cell phone. Wannan City News, the road near Baiha village is temporarily blocked, and the closed city is expected to open in 3 days. Ooh, I told you, how can we? Here, also end of the world. Isn't that settled? Looking at the text message, Du Ziren let out a long breath and silently walked towards the sofa. The black coffin-like game nutrient pod was still there. Du Ziren's eyes lit up. It's still sleep in the gaming nutrient capsule. If you make up the sleep anyway, why don't we go see how things are going over at Shangsheng? Pulling out a large cardboard box from the large table in the living room. There are currently crystalline cores left here. Bloodline crystalline cores, asterisk 14. Fog barrier crystalline cores, asterisk 10. Flame crystalline cores, asterisk 1. Wind blade crystalline cores, asterisk 2. And strong Shura crystalline cores, asterisk 6. 33 of them. Skillfully, he stuffed 5 fog barrier crystalline cores into the embedded empty space of the game nutrient pod. Woof. Hello, how'd you do? Give me one to play with. The lol. Eternal Life curiously looked towards the densely packed crystal cores, and the dog's eyes actually glittered with longing. You like shiny things too? Du Ziren didn't care much, and directly threw the remaining flame crystal core to Eternal Life. Everlasting life. I'm going to sleep. There's still money in the bedroom, so if you're hungry, go downstairs and get your own food. No need to bring me any. After greeting Eternal Life, Du Ziren closed the door of the game nutrition module and collapsed inside the module like a dead body. Game nutrient pods recharging. Energy is plentiful and game projection is being turned on. This time there is plenty of energy and you can make the following choices while keeping the game flowing. iFlame ability, white. Ability level, ability 3rd order raised to ability 4th order. The Iron and Steel ability, white. Ability level, ability 4th order upgraded to ability 5th order. C Bloodline ability, white. Ability level, ability 2nd order raised to ability 3rd order. D K9 alteration, blue. Alteration level, alien 3rd level raised to alien 4th level. V ability failure ability, purple. Ability level, abnormalist 1st order upgraded to abnormalist 2nd order. F. Absorb the energy of the fog barrier crystalline core, and awaken the new psychic ability corpse mist, white, alien first stage. A familiar mechanical beep came from his ears. Du Ziren did not hesitate. It's inevitable that the strongest alien ability is given priority to be upgraded. Option 5. The level of the alien power is being raised. Your current alien level is alien second order. Bare your teeth. With a familiar spray of white mist on his face, a cozy warmth filled Du Ziren's body surface. He hummed out in involuntary comfort. Woof. Beside the game nutrient pod, Eternal Life couldn't help but shake his dog's head as he looked at Du Ziren's lewd face. This Hajadu guy, he's really quite sick sometimes. And you're laughing at the idea of lying on the floor when you're not sleeping in your bedroom? Purely sick. Licking the flame crystal core with his tongue, Eternal Life didn't know why, but after going to the White River village and using his alien power, this time, he was more and more thirsty for this thing. Woof. Without hesitation, this flame crystal core was swallowed into the dog's belly. Woof. Bashful. The warmth of the breath permeates the body. Eternal Life feels like a breakthrough in his ability. Blinking dog eyes, lying on the ground also followed into the dreamland. Chapter 105 Linya's Proposal. Heart of Becoming Stronger. New map exploitation. Mining black market, third basement level. Qiu Shengshen walked out of the bathroom with a blush on her face. The towel only covered her key areas. Her pink shoulders, her long smooth legs still steaming as she wiped her wet hair while she just sat down on the couch. And I don't know how long it will take to be able to elevate to superhuman. It always feels like the current me, let alone wanting to help Senior Ziren. It's hard to even say if you want to not drag Senpai down. Muttering quietly, Qiu Xingxing's words were very small, and the small fists clenched in an unwilling manner were all caught in Du Ziren's eyes. Oh, so Shang, want to help me so much? What a great sage. On the other side of the sofa, Du Ziren forced himself not to look at the peaks under Qiu Xingxing's towel wrap, sliding the Game Pass S bonus experience bar until the end. He looked at the potential crystal core. If only there was some kind of mission. Getting this thing, Shang Shang's strength is estimated to skyrocket by a small amount, right? Between thoughts. Dum. There was a knock on the door of the room in the treehouse. Who? Qiu Shengsheng scrambled into the bedroom and hurriedly changed into his jacket. Oh Sister Shang, it's me, Linya. And Willow, we'd like to discuss something with you. What's wrong? After putting on the crystalline core armor, in a panic, Qiu Shengsheng put on the military battlesuit and wrapped it up, before walking to the door and opening the wooden door. In front of the wooden door, Linya and Lu Shu looked toward the house with strange faces, as if to make sure they didn't disturb someone. Then they boldly walked in. Shang, that's Senior. He's not here, is he? Linya looked towards the bedroom with a bad smile, and Qiu Shengxing's face suddenly blushed. Ouch. Sister Linya, what are you blindly thinking about? Elder Ziren has his own business too. Oh, that's good. As soon as she heard that Du Ziren was not there, Linya's smile gradually converged, looking at Qiu Xingxing's younger siblings in the bedroom. Suddenly her expression became serious. I said, Shang, do you, planning to stay in the mining black market, all the time? Sister Linya, what are you? At those words, Qiu Shengsheng frowned. She remembered the time when Linya first kneeled down and begged Ziren Sr. for the purpose of going to the second-tier security camp. Actually, I still have the old idea. That would be a few of us, together, going to the Lushu safety camp. What do you think? Pointing to Willow beside her. Willow nodded. Obviously this time the opinion was decided by the girls discussing it together. I think it's fine here. We're still enjoying the best of pinches. Why do we have to go to the big camp? Qiu Shengsheng instinctively resisted a little. As if anticipating this scene, Linya shook her head and silently closed the door to the bedroom. Shang, what do you think? I'm in a hurry to go to the Tier 2 security camp. For a better deal? No. I have an old father too. I have only one purpose. That's safe. Right. Shang, have you ever thought about the last King Seed zombie? What would happen if it started killing in the base? If it hurts your siblings, what can you do? In the end, it's still the third-tier security camp. That's too bad. Our gatekeeper can only stop scavengers, but she can't stop any advanced zombies. But Tier 2 security camps are different, not to mention the size of their camp. Even the guards have temperature monitoring powers that completely block any zombies. Even if something happens in the camp, there are quite a few superhumans in the second-tier security camp. Just think about it, this safety margin. Linya chattered on about the benefits, and Qiu Shengsheng pursed her lips, always still somewhat hesitant, until her eyes narrowed as she mentioned Du Ziren. Again, Shengsheng, don't you want to see elder seniors? Just think about it. At the level of the seniors, they should at least be at the Tier 1 safety camp. right? We don't even know what vetting standards Tier 1 safety camp has. Even if it's just to broaden our horizons and lower the distance between us and our seniors, we should still head towards the big base. Go to the second-tier security camp. Can we get any treatment? Finally, as soon as Du Ziren was mentioned, Xiao Shengsheng took the initiative to inquire. If one is a shifter, one can definitely go in. But the treatment, it's just average. At least you need to be a superhuman to be able to stand in the second-tier security camp. Or, a special talent like Willow. The treatment could work. Again, as Linya spoke, her eyes glanced back and forth between Xiao Shengsheng and herself. What? Again? There is another way. That would be a team of several alien 7th Order aliens. And with such an entry, the treatment wouldn't be bad. Alien 7th Order? Inside the small cabin, the three women were wide-eyed and silent for several moments. If we say, at the moment, it's just the three of them forming the preliminary mercenary corps. It doesn't matter if Lu Shu's strength is lower, but Xiao Shengsheng can Linya. Her strength definitely can't be lower than Alien 7th Order. Otherwise, such a group going to be stationed at the Lu Shu safety camp would definitely be brushed off. It's a little early for that. It might be a bit early. It's fine. We can form a team and boost our strength at the mining black market before we set off. Linya's high-spiritedness rounded off the scene, and Xiao Xingxing's small hands gripped the hand sleeves of her blouse and murmured silently, to draw closer to seniors. Do we have to start by reaching the Alien 7th Order first? Well then, Sister Linya, are there any quests you guys want to go on? Lifting her small face, Xiao Shengsheng took out the courage of the temporary captain at that time. Waiting for that. Go! Let's go to the task room, first. Tap tap tap. With a wave from Linya, the three girls silently walked towards the outside of the treehouse. On the couch, in front of Du Ziren, pop-up alerts popped up like crazy. New mission update. Growth quest Heart of Strength, sensing Xiao Xingxing's desire for strength. When Xiao Xingxing's ability level reaches the 7th level of Alien, she will be rewarded with a permanent luck value +1. Development task Doomsday Squad. In the end of the crisis, one person's ability is always limited. Please find suitable members as soon as possible to form a 4-member alien team. Reward for the establishment of the Alien Squad. Open information on everyone's cultivation progress. The map is being updated. New maps Luzhou Safety Camp and Northern Anhui City have been unlocked, and level descriptions for Safety Camp are being unlocked, so check it out. Chapter 106 Main Quest, 3 choices of quests, all related to the main line? Oh, to actually activate so many quests at once? Looks like something big is about to happen. Clicking on the game pop-up window, Du Ziren trailed behind Xiao Xingxing's few people while arriving at the underground level 2. While clicking on the description of the safe camp, the relevant security camps are divided as follows. Level 3 security camps, small camps with alien in attendance and more than 200 people living there are characterized as Level 3 security camps. Secondary security camps, camps with superhuman or awakened in attendance, and medium-sized camps with more than 1,000 people living in them, are characterized as secondary security camps. Level 1 security camps, camps with awakened person or evolved person in attendance and large camps with more than 5,000 people living in them are characterized as Level 1 security camps. National Security Camp, a top-secret base staffed by members of the Aurora Squad. I thought Level 1 security camp was awesome enough. What is this national special? No, there are still members of the Aurora Squad in attendance? The Aurora Squad is so awesome? That name seems familiar? Surprised, he looked at the safe camp message. As the god's perspective of a game player, Du Ziren knew information about the National Special Security Camp that no one knew about. Although, not sure what the point of knowing this stuff is. Scratching down the map panel, on the pitch-black large map, below the mining black market, the icon of Northern Anhui City appeared. Above it, an icon wrapped in smoke flickered with points of light. Rouge Safety Campground, also shown in the map marker. It seems, this new safe spot, sooner or later, I'll have to go there too. Closed the map. As an old gamer, Du Ziren was clear about the operation of opening the map in the later stages. Tap tap tap. A group of people walked into the task room in a row. To Du Ziren's surprise, the receptionist here actually turned out to be Lin Ping. Hi, sis, go out and get the mission. Behind the bar, Lin Ping mindlessly reclined on a dirt chair, looking at a fashionable girls' magazine. Here, is this place under Lin Ping's control? Xiao Shengsheng was a bit surprised, and Linya shrugged helplessly. Wasn't the third basement issued with permanent residency? So it doesn't matter if there's a janitor or not. My brother is lazy again. And this task room job, it falls on him. So, between words, Xiao Shengsheng looked around frequently, her face inexplicably darkening. After this King Seed zombie incident, the mission room became much colder all of a sudden. Almost. You can barely see a few exalted anymore. Well, I'll see what quests are available. Better to harvest more at once. Willow casually surveyed the task sheet, posted on the wall, and suddenly came across a rolled-up task sheet. Mission, explore the borders of the city of South Manhwa. Information about the zombie squad. Degree of danger, advanced. Mission details, there seems to be a special group of zombie squads that have always existed in the river channel of White River Village. They have never moved near the village road until recently. They have been spotted approaching the black market in the mines. It is suspected that they may have received a pre-death order from the king breed zombie. Please investigate the zombie situation near White River Village. Quest reward, White Quality Crystal Core *10. Silver Coin *100. Holy, there's something to be said for this mission. Picking up the wrinkled quest sheet, Lu Shu was just about to take a closer look when Lin Ping glanced at it and immediately smiled. This mission, it looks like it's quite simple, right? But I advise you not to answer it. Why? It's very simple. Lei Zhiyong took this mission last night. I guess he was bullied badly by the zombies. He took Yang Miu and set off in the night. But then, it's not even back now. Guess what? To keep two people with not bad alien power levels from coming back for so long. In the end, what happened? Before Lin Ping could finish his words, the faces of the others changed. There's something wrong with that batch of walkers. Maybe it's some new alien zombie? Between Linya and Lu Shu's speculations, Lin Ping shook the dirt and dust from his body, and slowly took out another 2 task sheets from the bar. I say, why don't we take a look at these two? It seems to have been distributed down from the Lu Shu safety camp. Oh, what is it? Xiao Shengsheng took over the hand. These 2 quests, the rewards were really not low. Mission, investigate the violent deaths of alien zombies and scavengers. Mission difficulty, intermediate. Mission details, on the main road between the Lu Shu security camp and the mining black market, it has been discovered that there has been an overabundance of beast zombies and scavenger personnel who have died tragically recently. It is suspected that there is a massacre by unknown creatures. Please investigate the root cause and report back to Lu Shu safety camp. Mission reward, Green Quality Crystal Core *1. Lu Shu Safe Camp, residency for 1 year. Mission, investigation of the mobile baby zombie swarm. Mission difficulty, advanced. Mission details, it is suspected that there is a large number of strange baby zombies that have traveled to the Anhui province area from a distance, and basically none of the personnel who went to investigate have returned. Please investigate this mobile zombie team as appropriate. Mission reward, Green Quality Crystallized Core *2. Wow, these 2 quests, they don't look simple either. Bringing her head to Qiao Xingxing's side, Lu Shu's little face tightened as she looked at the descriptions of the 2 quests. Indeed, especially with this what's-his-name baby walker team. It just doesn't sound right. It's so dangerous out there, for these baby zombies to survive. It means it's not simple. If you ask me, Shang Shang, we can investigate that alien zombie violent death incident. You see? After analyzing the difficulty of the mission, Linya was inclined to do the least difficult investigation of the alien zombie deaths. Xiao Shengsheng rubbed the task list in her hand, her face still somewhat hesitant. Buzz buzz. Just in time, a new pop-up window popped up on Du Ziren's game panel once again. Doomsday Survival Game Part 1, Riot, the main thread is being updated. Main mission, White River Village Zombie Army Investigation difficulty 3 stars. Zombie Death Investigation difficulty 4 stars. Baby Zombie Army Investigation difficulty 5 stars. Please do your best to complete the above tasks, and you will be rewarded with the appropriate rating based on how well you complete and influence each event. Please note, this mission is the last chapter of the Riots chapter, which is difficult, so please pay attention to any details of the development. A new chapter of fame is waiting to be opened. Chapter 107 The Crone and the Dryad. Yeah, these 3 quests, they're actually all related to the main line? Could there be some connection among them? Fixatedly, he looked at the difficulty descriptions of the 3 quests. The White River Village Zombie investigation mission that seemed to be the most dangerous and made Lei Jian late to return was actually the least difficult in the game system's evaluation. If Du Ziren wasn't here, Xiao Shengsheng and the others chose that alien zombie outbreak mission to investigate, and Du Ziren estimated that they might have to roll over right away. Something's not right. Something's not right. It always felt like these 3 missions were connected somehow. Du Ziren opened the map panel and took a closer look. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. The White River Village Zombie Army is to the left of the mining black market. The alien zombie violent deaths thing happened above the mining black market. And what's with that baby zombie army? It's just to the right of mining black market, showing it's approaching. Looking at it this way, seems like a bit of a 3-army pack somehow. NND. I seem to understand why this one's called the Riot chapter now. If it's the zombies from all 3 sides coming in a pack at the same time, wouldn't the base be unsafe instead? Phew, what should we do? Should we split up? Or should we take the men and run now? As his eyes hesitated, Du Ziren suddenly looked at Lin Ping. If we take people away now, with Shang Sheng dragging his family along, it's inevitable that we'll encounter new alien zombies on the road. And if we don't know the other side's alien abilities, if we fight, our younger siblings will inevitably suffer. It's even more impossible to act separately. What Lei Jiang Alien 7th Order didn't manage. A few people splitting up is like looking for death. But, if we solve the recent White River Village incident first, and then go back to the mining black market at the first opportunity, there might still be a chance to go and solve those two quests before they explode. The White River Village side has the smallest crisis, and it's the closest within the city, so it's totally feasible to prevent problems with the mining black market when you're out. As his mind moved, Du Ziren looked at Linya. Linya, tell your brother to be careful. If anything unusual happens in the base, immediately go to the entrance of the third basement. Block off the entrance to the third basement with your Earth-type powers and notify Qinwan at once. Du Ziren's sudden voice caused Linya to blush. She looked around again, left and right, to make sure no one else had heard her, and then asked quietly, "Seniors, you're here? Right. It's complicated at the moment. Think of it as me worrying about nothing, and tell your brother to take it easy. Once anything goes wrong, block off the third basement immediately." I see. After quickly running to the bar, Linya pulled up Lin Ping's ears as soon as she could. "Hey, sis, what are you doing all of a sudden?" As soon as Lin Ping was in pain, he immediately waved his hands and screamed. But, as soon as he heard Linya whisper with his ear attached, "Senior has a task for you." At once, his cynical, cheeky expression was instantly restrained, and after listening to the explanation with a solemn face, he nodded his head. "Don't worry, the third underground floor is absolutely fine." That's good. Although I don't know why the senior is making such a big deal out of it, but as long as it is the words of the seniors, the siblings will not doubt them as if they have heard an oracle. "Hey, Sister Linya, what are you doing?" Qiu Shengsheng looked at Linya in puzzlement, and Linya casually perfunctorily said, "Nothing, saying hello to my brother." Oh. Watching Qiu Shengsheng bury her head in the task list, again, a touch of jealousy surfaced on Linya's face. She knew why the seniors did not tell Qiu Shengsheng these things. That is not worried about Qiu Shengsheng afraid of the younger siblings of the family out of the situation? Silly little sister. I really envy you, being protected by your seniors so much in the palm of your hand. If I had a man to protect me like that, I'd be a dog, not to mention a wife. Slandering in her heart, Linya looked at the task list, without moving. Just when several people have all unanimously decided to carry out the death of alien zombies investigation. Pick that one. Go to White River Village's survey. The lull. A familiar, hushed voice came. "Ha, Ziren-senpai? Seniors, is Elder going to check this out?" Once the voice came, everyone looked around respectfully. Even though they saw nothing, everyone unconsciously lowered their heads in a reverent manner. Aha! This mission is a bit of a statement, but with me following it, it's no big deal. Now that Senior has said it all. That, Lin Ping, will go on this mission. I'd like to see what the hell can hold Lei Ziyong and the others back. As soon as she heard the seniors speak, Linya immediately came to the bottom, and the whole person spoke a few points louder. Elder Ziren, you're back? Yesterday. With a flushed face, Qiu Shengsheng wanted to ask about the aftermath of the bath. Let's go solve the mission first. There are some things that have to be said when they should be said. There was a gentle tap on his shoulder, and Qiu Shengsheng's neck suddenly trembled as he gave a responsive nod. That's good. Then that. Let's get going then. Aha! Tap tap tap. A squad of 3, all of which were still Girl Scouts, were inexplicably bottoming out towards the outside of the safe camp. At this moment, the sun was up and the light was shining. On the suburban road in White River Village, the snow water melted away, and the large, withered bracts around it swayed in the wind. Surrounded by bracteate fields on both sides, a bizarre scene was currently unfolding on a path that led straight to White River Village. Dryad. The densely packed dryads lay prostrate on the ground, motionless. They were sun-dried, wrinkled and twisted, like dehydrated vegetables. Their skin and bones were blackened, as if they were a piece of dead wood lying in a heap on the ground. The only thing visible, the black holes of the dryad's eyes glittered. Zombie. If a discerning person looks at it, they can recognize at a glance that these densely packed dry corpses are actually all rotting zombies that haven't eaten for a long time, and have been tortured by the years and the wind and sun, and have almost lost the ability to walk. They are about to die. They don't seem to be a threat at all, like old men who have run out of gas and can only prostrate themselves on the ground. It was in this pile of dry corpses that an old crone was hanging by a rope from the trunk of a huge tree sticking out by the side of the roadway, dangling and swaying right above the pile of dry corpses, shaking and twitching constantly like air-dried bacon. The crone's mouth fell open, and her face was full of creases that looked like they were about to fall off at the touch. She kept moaning, a trilling sound coming out of her mouth with difficulty. Captain. Team. Captain. Chapter 108 The Crone and the Dryad, 2. Shirakawa Village entrance to Suburban Road. The dense bracts are so wild from being left untended for so long that they have grown onto the city's arterial roads. At this moment, a group of young, handsome men and women are pulling away from the bracts and heading toward the entrance to the village road. Team Shaw, you know what? It is said that in the past, this place, that legendary altered man, the first zombie incident that he solved was in White River Village. In the group, a short youth with a tinfoil perm cut looked off into the distance as he plucked at his pod. Oh, Lu Yuan, you still know this? The leader, a tall, inch-haired man with gnarled muscles, snickered at the tinfoil hot youth. Ha. Captain, you don't know that I'm usually responsible for exploration, and I like to look up human history when I have nothing else to do. Not only is this the place where that legendary alien first fought, and I heard that you know the Aurora Warriors, right? It's that country's first batch of exalts. Aurora Battle Team 001 and 002 were appointed here at that time. Ha, Lu Yuan, really? Those two, wherever they go now, they're big shots suppressing one side, right? How could they have stayed here? Lu Yuan proudly bragged about his insights, and a young girl with 2 ponytails in the group shook her head in disbelief. Hi, I say Yuan, you can despise my ability, but don't despise my knowledge base, okay? Was about to break up a fight with the 2 ponytailed girl. Tap. Keep quiet. Suddenly, at the very back of the group, an inch-haired girl's face chilled as she pointed to the dryad pile, at the entrance of the village in the distance. It's not right. After this rebuke from her, at once the entire squad of 4 stood still and quickly ducked into the nearby pod. Asterisk. That. What's all that? Dead people, or zombies, crouching in the bract field. Lu Yuan stared blankly at the strange appearance of the White River Village entrance, and finally his gaze went to the old crone hanging from the tree. Hey, so, then how come there's a living person? Captain, do you see? Instead of rushing into action, the inch-headed girl looked to the muscular man at the front of the group. Sun Shengnan, you protect Yuan. Lu Yuan, you start observing the opponent's energy level. Watch my hand signals. For this mission, don't extinguish our Lushu Contradiction Battle Team's prestige. Understood, Captain. After the muscular man gave an order, everyone looked straight ahead in a strict stance. Lu Yuan gradually narrowed his eyes. In his line of sight, the prostrate dry corpses all over the place, since the area of the head bubbled up a light white color. This was his psychic ability, perception. Instead of perceiving the opponent's ability attributes, or ability details, perception can perceive the opponent's ability level. As long as there was enough time, no matter how many targets there were, Lu Yuan would be able to sense the other party's alien energy level. Shifter, level 1. Alien, level 2. Alien, level 1. Captain, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong. These are all little caramels. They're all alien level 1 or 2, bean sprouts. After a moment of fixed perception, Lu Yuan shook his head disdainfully. This time's mission, investigating mobile zombies in White River Village. The quest, that was shared from the mining black market to the Lushu safety camp, was rumored by the mining black market, so I thought it was much harder to do. Outcome. That's it? Hi. Tier 3 security camps are just that tier 3. So many walkers qualify as high difficulty. Captain, I see. Those 10 white crystalline cores are going to be given to us for nothing. Slowly standing up from the pile of pods, Lu Yuan was no longer as vigilant as he was just now. Yes, but I heard that they carried over a king seed zombie. Shouldn't be afraid of that, should I? The muscular man followed suit, rising slowly and rubbing his chin, his eyes still somewhat hesitant as he looked toward the crone hanging from the tree. Hi, what king seed zombie? I reckon it'll just hold out for alien 9th order. Press their base to suppress it. What about us? We're a squad of all altered 7th order. That's the difference. Shrugging his shoulders, Lu Yuan even took the initiative to walk towards the White River Village entrance. Hey, did you see that crone? What's the situation? The muscular man was still a bit uneasy, and Lu Yuan smiled. That? The body seems to be fluctuating a bit, but it's only alien 1st order. I reckon it's the mining black market, who came here to fish for the mission, but ended up getting hit, and was dried out here by the zombies, as a human being. It's, Captain, aren't you making a bit of a fuss? Between the words, Yuan and Sun Shengnan also walked over. Even if there's a problem, with the 4 of us powering up together, those zombie piles, we can still kill them in seconds, right? Yuan cocked her head and smiled playfully. Brother Xiao Shan, are you extra tight because your sister-in-law is about to give birth? Nonsense. I'm telling you guys, when you go out, you have to be careful before. Tap. Xiaoshan just wanted to bark a few more words. Tap tap tap. In the distance, another footstep sounded on the suburban road. Who? Looking back, pattering through the bracts, there seemed to be 3 moving human figures. Who? After the words from this side were delivered, there was also a sudden movement from that side, and a cold shout came from there. It's human. Who is it? The squad that robbed the mission, with our paradox squad? Lu Yuan squinted his eyes and could vaguely see 3 dense white air currents approaching. Let's see. Alien, 4th order. Alien, 3rd order. Alien, 5th order? What's all this little party food? Disdainfully, he shook his head. That is, until a nearby bract was pushed aside, revealing the faces of the 3-person Autumn Sunglasses squad. 3 little girls? Xiao Shan was stunned. He had never expected that this quest would be picked up by 3 little girls as well. Together with Lu Yuan's strength appraisal just now, his previously furrowed brows instantly loosened. It's true, mining black market really pulled it off. This kind of strength also comes to carry out qualitative advanced difficulty tasks, really degrading the word advanced difficulty. Hey, you guys, can go back. This mission, we Lushu Contradiction Squad, have taken it. Waving his hand towards Qiu Shengsheng and the 3 of them, Qiu Shengsheng and the 3 of them had a footstep. You guys from Luzhou, did you take this mission as well? Crap, not to mention this. We have people to take on the investigating baby zombies and investigating the violent death of alien zombies quests. Do you think that those rewards are something you guys can get? Serious, arrogant, and mean words came out, and the 3 of them, Qiu Shengsheng, couldn't help but frown. Admittedly, the other party did have the capital to be arrogant, but such a self-righteous attitude is really irritating. Look, Linya pursed her lips as she looked towards Qiu Shengsheng, but was actually seeking Du Ziren's opinion. What's wrong with 4 alien 7th order? If you're good enough, you'll be better than your seniors. This mission, if they get there first. Small fists clenched. Even though Qiu Shengsheng wasn't happy with the other party's attitude either, she knew the reasoning of first come, first served. Just as she was hesitating, Du Ziren, who had been following at the very back, suddenly had a new line of options pop up in front of her eyes. Option 1, go straight to rescue the crone. Risk unknown. Option 2, try to get closer to the pile of corpses for a better chance of survival. Chapter 109 The Crone and the Dryad, 3. Oh, that's kind of interesting, huh? Looking at the 2 options that suddenly popped up, Du Ziren decisively chose option 2. After playing the Doomsday survival game for so long, he knew the game's pissiness all too well. Pick the first one. The bag has a problem. Picking the first one means you have to turn on kryptonite, no doubles for unknown situations. If but one didn't handle the details well, Du Ziren wouldn't be happy if something happened to Qiu Shengsheng. Option 2. The fact that it improves the survival rate, if you look at it up close, actually shows the cat's meow of this pile of dry corpses. Normal dryad pile, and it triggers the survival rate thing? The game system rated this mission as medium difficulty, so it has its reasons. After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren took the initiative to take a few steps out and look towards the Paradox Squad, in the distance. Hey, I advise you, don't ever just go near that pile of dry corpses. You can't afford to mess with that. Just kidding, it was risky to be able to turn on your own, let alone these few squads that were only alien 7th order. Oh, so you're a squad of 4, 2, and a stealthy man? What? Can't see it, can you? The voice that came out of nowhere caused Xiao Shan to freeze for a moment, but after a brief moment, he looked at Lu Yuan beside him. Lu Yuan would smile, his eyes fixedly looking towards the source of the sound, until he saw a thick cloud of white aerosol floating up. Then he laughed out disdainfully. Haha, Captain, this one is only as strong as an alien 4th order. I'll say, no wonder you like to hide your cat. After hearing about Du Ziren's strength, Xiao Shan's face sank, and he didn't even care about his remarks anymore. If you ask me, are you afraid that you've come for nothing? So you're saying this on purpose to try to trick us into leaving? Sorry, you 3rd-tier security camps can't eat us with your routines. Yuan sneered. The gazes of the 4 people from the Contradiction Squad looked in unison, filled with disdain, coldness, and contempt. Honestly, there is strength in doom, and it does work that way, but Du Ziren did mean well. Forget about it. You won't listen even if I tell you anyway. Shang, go around the village road. I'll take you to investigate first. Breathlessly looking at those 4 people, Du Ziren profoundly understood one truth. There are people who want to die that can't be saved. But, Senior Ziren, they scolded you. They said that Shang was okay, but they said that you, with her small fists clenched, Qiu Shengsheng's face looked a little annoyed, and she had actually already touched her gun from her chest. Hey, Shang is so afraid of me being read to? Senpai. Forget it, don't waste time, let's go. Rubbing Qiu Shengxing's head, Du Ziren still forcefully led his group and quickly walked around the White River village entrance road. Tap tap tap. The game screen in front of me was somewhat overlapping with last night's White River Village. This made Du Ziren have to suspect that this one who made the game must have also gone to White River Village to step on the scene. If the gamers learned from Black Myth Goku and used drone scans to collect map information, then the path I took last night, wouldn't it also be recorded by the game? Guessing, Du Ziren peeled off the buds while just following his memory towards the trail. Unexpected. I can't believe I actually did walk around the pod for a while and gradually saw a ruin. That's White River Village. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not bad at all. His face was a bit surprised. Du Ziren didn't expect. He himself was just thinking out loud, wanting to use the path, known only to Baiha Village's second slipper, in reality, bypassing the pile of dry corpses, and then appearing from the back of the entrance to the village. Observing the situation of the pile of dry corpses, didn't realize, this game scene, it really is exactly like reality. Grass. This game live view capture, is so awesome, you don't compete for game awards. Dog here to circle the wagons. You deserve not to be hot. After secretly cursing the gamer again, Du Ziren led the way through the ruins left and right. Elder, you seem as if you are familiar with this place? Willow seemed to have seen something coming, and Dozier shrugged in disbelief. Been here before. Ha, before? How long ago was that? Du Ziren was silent. How do you explain this? Before your game development campaign? I've been here before? Luckily, Linya broke the awkwardness in time. Elder, those Lushu safety camp ones, you said it's probably going to die. Ha, that's what they deserve. How dare they say that senior is only a shifter 4th stage. Blind their dog's eyes. Tap tap tap. There was another silence. Du Ziren couldn't pick up on that either. It seemed like he only has alien 4th order. It's no wonder the other side looked down on themselves. Leave them alone. Waving his hand, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly stared. One thing, haven't you guys realized yet? What? Where are Lei Zhiyang and Yang Miao Miao? Right, oh, where are they people? The moment these words came out, everyone's faces sank. Yeah, of the two of them, Lei Zhiyang was a alien 7th order. Where did they go now? Can it be that they were eaten by those dryads that were only alien 1st order? Sha. The sight returns to White River Village entrance. Witnessing Qiu Shengxing and his group walking towards the thick bracts, the 4 people of the Paradox Squad could not help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. And a ING investigation? I'm laughing my ass off. This is something that needs to be investigated as well. Sure enough, their 3rd-tier security camp, rookies, Lu Yuan let out a demented laugh, and several of his teammates around him grinned with disdainful faces. Well, leave them alone. Originally, I was worried if I wasn't being detailed enough. Now it seems that if the mining black market is all this kind of goods, the previous king seed zombies, there really isn't much to say. Go, come with me to save that old crone. Maybe if we save her, everything will fall into place. Beckoning, Xiao Shan led the way towards the pile of dry bodies and kept approaching. Roar, roar. On the ground, a handful of 100 or so dryads lowered their heads and gasped out hot air. The crimson eyes stared at the 4 men dead in the face, but they just lay on the ground and didn't move. Ha, scare who? Think we're rookies at a level 3 security camp? What can you do even if you devise an ambush? A bunch of alien 1st order losers. They also want to. Lu Yuan's mocking voice came from far away. Crunch, crunch, the lull. The old crone hanging on the tree seemed to sense the crowd's proximity and kept shaking her body. A wail escaping from her dry, cracked lips. Go, hurry, move. Chapter 110 Dry Skin. Go, ha ha ha. Granny, for you, a shifter 1st order, to venture out here. Honestly, I quite admire you. Now you don't need to panic. Let me tell you. Standing in front of you is the alien squad that can be ranked in the top 10 of the Lushu security camp. The Paradox Squad is also. Don't worry, we'll get you down in no time. Grinning broadly, Lu Yuan did not take the old crone's words seriously in the slightest. I'm not the crone. My name is Yang Miao Miao. I'm only 22. Hurry. The crone, a mouthful of teeth dying under her creased mouth, stubbornly squeezed out these words. But, after these words, not to mention Lu Yuan, even Xiao Shan shook his head. It seems that the prolonged torture has driven this old crone mad. These zombies are no good. Actually thinking of sunning the crone to death before eating it? Guys, get ready to do it. With a stony face, Xiao Shan's arms and legs quickly vibrated. The skin complexion kept flickering and twisting between white and yellow, and actually slowly turned into 4 sharp silver spears. Alien power, tempered spear. This was the battle power that Xiao Shan was proud of. Behind him, Sun Xingnan's arms were closed in vertical one and his whole body was lying on the ground. A pair of arms propped up on the ground actually slowly fused and expanded, forming a black giant shield. The giant shield was propped up in front of Yu Yuan, while Yu Yuan closed her eyes. A faint white halo emerged from her body, and a circular aperture pattern quickly lit up under her feet. Blessing, Hearer of the Wind. Blessing, Queen of Thorns. After the two black and white circular stripes lit up, Yu Yuan quickly opened her eyes and looked at Captain Xiaoshan. Buzz. At once, Xiaoshan's tempered spear, bulged with densely packed small black thorns, and more intentional wind currents surged from his limbs. Yes, on it. Under the special blessing alien energy, Xiaoshan's aura was straight up alien 9th stage, and with a tempered spear that looked bulky, he unexpectedly rushed towards the pile of dry bodies in an unexpectedly light manner. Roar roar. Somehow, with such an imposing pressure coming from the dryad pile, the zombies in the dryad pile remained calmly on the ground. Ha ha ha. I told you, they're already running out of gas. Look at their skin, one withered and folded like what? If you ask me, I can. Lu Yuan shrank behind Sun Shangnan and just wanted to banter a few words. Inexplicably, he felt his face sagging, and the teeth in his mouth seemed to have fallen out. Vomit. After a dry heaving in his throat. Woohoo! A dozen or so yellowed teeth actually did come out of his mouth. How is this possible? It's unbelievably. He looked at the teeth that had fallen out, and those teeth were all yellow and malodorous and scary. Lu Yuan couldn't figure out why he could vomit such a thing. Even if these were your own teeth, they couldn't be in this state. Hurriedly stretching out on his dental bed for a while, Lu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. The mouth was flabby and there was an old man stench coming from. Vom. The mere act of pounding on it was too much for him to bear as he dry heaved and shuddered uncontrollably. Vom. It's not just him. It was between these mere words that Yu Yuan and Sun Shangnan both had varying symptoms. Buzz. First, it was Sun Xingnan's supernatural ability giant shield, which seemed to have unconsciously shrunk by a few contours. She slumped to the ground, gasping out, huffing and puffing. It was as if just maintaining the giant shield was already making her very tired. Phew. Why am I so tired? With this alien energy level of mine, even if I lasted an hour of giant shield, I wouldn't be able to blush or scurry. Constantly wearing rough air. Sun Xingnan's back coat was already soaked. It tickles. Yu Yuan kept scratching her arm as her skin developed an inexplicable itch. When she looked down, her original tender arms, for some reason, a large area of wrinkled dead skin appeared, and underneath the dead skin was dark, with a burst of old age spots surfacing. What is this? No, that itching and scratching is hard. After Yu Yuan exclaimed, Lu Yuan and Sun Shangnan looked at her in unison. Hope, how did you get like this? The pupils of both men narrowed. Because, in their eyes, Yu Yuan's childish face collapsed all of a sudden. A head of long white hair. The entire person's shoulders were limp. Her height had shrunk by a few inches, and the skin exposed outside of her clothes was masked with wrinkled dead skin. Where is this a teenage girl? This is clearly an old crone. You guys? Lu Yuan and Sun Shangnan looked at Yu Yuan in fascination, while Yu Yuan looked at them with the same fascination. So much for the other side. A thin old man with open mouth and no teeth with white hair. An old woman who was lying on the ground, pale and constantly gasping for air. This was her Yu Yuan's teammate? The three of them were you for half a day, but they didn't recover from the unexpected situation. Dumbfounded, they looked at each other, no one knowing what was happening. Tap, and the other side. As the core combatant of the contradiction squad, Xiaoshan took a large step forward, and the entire person stabbed towards the head of a crouching dryad, like a strong wind and arrow. Bang! The impression that the other guy's head exploded and blood spattered did not happen. Ho. Finally fell for it. What? A sneer appeared at the corner of that dried up old corpse's mouth. Immediately, his parched body was filling up at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if he was returning to life before Xiaoshan's eyes. Cluck. The big, thick hand grabbed Xiaoshan's tempered spear as soon as it could. Dryad. No, to be precise, this zombie in front of him could already be described as a strong zombie. The stout corpse grinned and actually began to slowly exert force, pulling Xiaoshan's left-hand tempered spear towards his side vigorously. Click. A sound similar to the twisting of bones came. Xiaoshan's face was shocked. The other side. The other guy is trying to remove one of his own arms. Don't you dare. With an indignant fury in his eyes, Xiaoshan boasted that under Yu Yuan's blessing, he was able to fight the superhuman for a few rounds. Not to mention, it's a zombie, that's a shifter, first order? You, die for me. The tempered spear, in the other hand, was raised, attempting to directly cleave the strong corpse's head. But, ho ho ho, put, under the strong corpse's sardonic laughter, left hand tempered spear, surprisingly hard, has been grabbed and disconnected. A burst of bright red-hot blood, from the left shoulder gushing down. Immediately, a hysterical scream filled the White River village entrance. Chapter 111. The truth is, regional time flow, a time alien zombie? Ho ho, ho ho ho. Waving the left-hand tempered spear in his hand, strong corpse played with it for a while, losing the support of the main body's alien energy. That tempered spear turned into a dried-up arm in just an instant. Humans, you, too weak. Raising his head proudly, stout corpse looked askance at Xiao Shan. You. Xiao Shan covered his bare proper left shoulder and kept backing away. He didn't know why, but inexplicably felt that the strong corpse in front of him was unusually tall. The feeling that the other party gave him was, at most, that of an alien third order. But, why does one have no resistance at all? Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. The ones in the back, they're all yours. The strong corpse beckoned towards behind it, and the three dry bodies, prostrate on the ground, slowly rose. As they rose, their bodies were filling up rapidly, as if they had returned from old age to young adulthood in an instant. You, how dare you? Seeing that these few stout corpses were going to target their teammates, Xiao Shan propped up half of his arm and blocked the way. He raised the only remaining right arm tempered spear, and only then did he realize that his right arm tempered spear seemed to be an inch smaller. It is? Team Captain, hurry, run, the lull. An old, desperate cry came from behind him, who, turning his head to look, an old man, sprawled on the ground and shaking, was waving toward him. Captain, your alien energy level, from alien 7th order, dropped to alien 1st order. They're all shifter 3rd order, zombies. Run. The old man screamed hysterically and tried to stand up and run towards the outside of White River village, able to, ho, like the roots of a withered old tree. This old man couldn't run fast at all, but could only walk slowly and quickly. Ha. Useless. His neck was suddenly pinched up by a large hand in death, and Xiao Shan's body was suddenly suspended in the air. Feeling the burning pain in his neck, Xiao Shan twisted his head to see that a tall, strong corpse had already picked himself up, and while pinching and moving his neck, he was walking towards the three people in the distance. He struggled desperately, but under the kneading of the strong corpse, his legs stomped about, and his struggles were like chickens pouting. No, Yu Yuan yelled, and just as she twisted around, her entire body fell to the ground with muscle weakness. Hope! Sun Shangnan retracted his arm in a panic and stepped forward to assist Yu Yuan. With her arms pulling on Yu Yuan's arms, she realized that she didn't even have the strength to drag Yu Yuan up. Ho! Humans! What a fragile race! Become tribute to the king. Put the lull. Before the eyes of the two women, three tall figures pressed forward. Sun Xingnan's back suddenly trembled. A huge black palm had stabbed through her chest and reached out from in front of her stomach. Yikes! Under Yu Yuan's miserable screams, the strong corpse skewered Sun Shangnan with its arm and raised it high. Opening its fanged mouth, it gnawed up Sun Xingnan's head. Pfft! Blood and brains spattered. Yu Yuan crookedly fell to the ground, her heart stopping as she watched the scene in front of her. What's in front of you? Is it hell? Ho. Not waiting for her to say anything else. Her entire body, too, was lifted up by a large hand by the neck. Help! Far away. Lu Yuan stumbled a few meters off the ground. Suddenly, a strong corpse snickered and picked up a stone from the ground with a cold smile on its lips. Noisy! Bang! Huge forceful parries of stones flew out. With a whoosh sound, the back of Lu Yuan's neck exploded into a black hole, and blood gushed wildly. His body stood still for a while, and finally, with a plop, he fell to the ground. No! Xiao Shan kept screaming miserably, witnessing his team members dying one by one in front of his eyes. His eyes red, but can only be in the strong corpse, under the wrist of the huge force of the neck twisted. Gradually vision hazy. The hell! What the hell happened? The last moment before the vision dissipates, Xiao Shan saw seeing Yu Yuan's body, she was lifted under the tree by several strong corpses, and after, a group of dry corpses rose up, swollen and filled out. One by one, they plopped down in front of Yu Yuan's body and kept eating away at her. The miserable screams continued, stimulating Xiao Shan's nerves. Foolish thing, rushing to find my king's mold? Amidst the sound of flesh and blood being eaten away, a faded dryad with a bruised body slowly rose from the ground. Wherever he passed, the bodies of all dry corpses began to fill up. Rustling, on the trunk of the tree, the shaking crone struggled on and on, tears glistening in her eyes. You, don't worry, little sister. Trick those little sisters again and you'll be relieved. Faded Dryad, under the snickering voice. The crone in the sky above seemed to crease a little more all over the moment. Even if Xiao Shan was slow, he figured out what was going on. Time. It's a time-based ability. It's the time flow acceleration of the region. 3 of his own teammates were aged in an instant, and it was because of the body's aging that the use of altered energy seemed overwhelming. Why couldn't he himself defeat a shifter, 3rd order, zombie? That's because, getting old myself, he was exhausted and I was full. So I fought. In this batch of zombies, there must be a supernatural zombie that can speed up the flow of time in the area. It started off by aging this batch of alien 3rd order, strong corpses, into a field of alien 1st order, dry corpses, lowering everyone's vigilance. The crone hanging from the tree was actually a young girl as well. However, in order to seduce the alien who came to her aid, it deliberately aged her so that she was not able to speak well. Such STH. As long as the incoming alien enters the area where the time flow accelerates, the opponent can immediately age the alien and reduce the opponent's combat power. The zombies on your side remove the effects of aging and become strong zombies. Strong corpse fighting old human? It's not for nothing? No wonder all the people who came here to investigate couldn't return. No wonder. Breathing difficult last moment, Xiao Shan inexplicably thought of the Du Ziren advice at that time. I regret it. His old eyes glittered with the obscurity of despair. Put. Next moment, a dozen fang-tossed maws approached toward him, biting open his brain in unison. Chapter 112. Du Ziren's speculation that Xiao Shangshang was unaffected. Tap tap tap. Meanwhile, inside White River Village, Du Ziren followed his memory and in the snow-covered White River Village ruins, he was finally able to find the path to the village entrance. Hey, all stay alert. Directly in front of you, if anything unusual happens, keep quiet and find a place to hide. Greeting the 3 women behind him, Du Ziren walked out along the long and quiet pathway. In the distance, the densely packed piece of black pile of dry corpses at the White River village entrance was unusually eye-catching in the snow. Only, the smell of blood wafted thickly through the air this time. Tap tap tap, rattling the bracteate pole. Du Ziren walked forward a little more until he could see clearly a pile of dry corpses, gnawing on a few white bones, and only then did his footsteps come to a halt. Hiss. He was silent as if he had already thought of something. Behind her, Willow stretched her head out and squinted halfway through, still a little confused about the situation. What about that paradox squad, just now? Is it hard to leave after investigating the information? Isn't that old crone still unsaved? Can't be. Are they that heartless? Rinya didn't understand the situation at hand either. After all, that pile of dry bodies, strength is only alien 1st order. It really doesn't qualify how 4 alien 7th order can investigate. Elder Ziren, you said, what can we see here? Xiaoxing scratched his little head, confused as to what he had to discover before he could do anything about it. Able to, as long as it was what her seniors said, she would absolutely carry it out without hesitation. Wait and see. They were just lying on their backs and not moving, and so soon, they're gnawing on bones. There's still the smell of blood in the air, and they may have just gone dirty. Just them, can't they? They're only alien 1st order, and they're still so old. Could they be gnawing on the corpses of scavengers? Du Ziren's voice came through, and Willow was a little unconvinced. I'm not sure, but that group of zombies gave me a weird feeling. Anyway, let's wait for now. Crawling in the pod, Du Ziren didn't move a muscle, as long as no one showed up. If that group of dryads really had a problem, sooner or later they would expose themselves. The 4 of them gradually fell into dead silence, staring at the dryad in the distance. 10 minutes have passed. Half an hour has passed. Finally, a greenish-purple dry skinny zombie couldn't help itself and slowly climbed up from the ground. It leaned against the side of the big tree, waved its hand towards the old crone hanging above, and actually pulled out, from its body, a thunder and lightning abnormal energy crystal core that was flickering with lightning. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Because the drama was so far away, all that could be heard was it laughing, followed by opening its mouth and licking the crystal core. Snap snap. The crone's body was estimated to be struggling violently, and under the constant shaking, a few crystal tears dripped down from above. Put. Suddenly, a splash of water exploded on the dry skinny walker's head. The clattering stream of water instantly rushed the skinny zombie's face into a distorted state. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Pop. Immediately, that dry skinny zombie slapped the crone's face and viciously swallowed the crystal core into his mouth. Ongwu ongwu. As if it hadn't had enough of chewing, It slowly took out 4 more white exotic crystal cores from its body, like chewing on a candy bean. A white crystal core was then stuffed into its stomach again. Snap snap, and the crone dangling overhead was crying and breaking down more and more. Hiss. The scene in the distance was watched with furrowed brows by several people in the pod. Is it really only a alien first order? The crystal cores it ate. It doesn't look like it has a low alien ability level. Willow smacked her lips and her face grew puzzled. Something's wrong. It's not right. Did you guys notice that the first crystal core he ate was a thunderbolt alien energy? This abnormal energy isn't much of a rarity, but it isn't ubiquitous either. When it ate this crystal core, why did it make the mistake of showing off towards the old crone? That old crone, she just used her water ability to attack it, didn't she? She's angry? You guys, what water type psychic, that can be angry at the other party for eating a lightning crystal core that fits this condition? Who would it be? Linya's eyes flickered, and Xiao Shengsheng had covered her mouth in disbelief. Sister Linya, are you saying that the one hanging is Yang Miao Miao? That zombie ate Lei Zhiyong's crystal core? Silence, endless silence. No one dares to think that Lei Zhiyong is dead. Miao Miao Yang has turned into an old crone? Is this possible? But even if it's no longer possible, such a tandem of relationships is really the only thing that fits best with these two. Het estimates. The 4 crystal cores that were just pulled out of that zombie's pocket are the 4 of the Paradox Squad. The lol. Duziran's voice rang out again, and the entire Bract field was plunged into a deathly silence. They're 4 alien, 7th order. This can die too? Willow opened her mouth wide, and Duziran smiled calmly. Nothing is impossible. You have to realize that psychic powers are ever-changing. Perhaps a situation just happened that we didn't expect. What we should think about now is how to save Yang Miao Miao. Or, with the information we have now, are we able to analyze each other's abilities now? The other side's ability? The ability to instantly kill 4 altered 7th order. And, it also aged Yang Miao Miao? Linya's face was puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, it was her phrase getting old that was like enlightening Duziran. Getting old. Hey, you guys said, if a person grows old, can his body organs still withstand the creation of supernatural powers? Removing certain special powers. If a person is old and uses powers, they are definitely not as powerful as before. After Qiao Shengsheng muttered a crooked sentence, Duziran suddenly came to a realization. I got it. It's time flow. Only then is it possible to kill your opponent in an instant. As soon as these words came out, before the surrounding people could react, Duziran looked at Yang Miao Miao. It's simple. They're pile of dryads, now also within the realm of accelerated time flow, and Miao Miao Yang is there. Imagine, if they enter the realm of accelerated time, and the other side removes the effect of accelerated time, what will happen to those corpses? Would they turn from old corpses to old corpses? Furthermore, even if the zombies turn into strong corpses, what about the people? Once a person goes in and is affected by the accelerated flow of time, what will happen? After Duziran's long string of remarks, several women were dumbfounded. As a result, the result will be people going in and becoming old men, taking on a legion of their stout corpses in a decrepit old age. Xiao Shengsheng was the first to react and then spoke out of turn. No wonder Lei Zhiyong planted. No wonder. Sigh. Looking again at the dryad pile, that would be old and seemingly wasted. Everyone's gazes grew wary. A long time. Duziran twisted his head to look at Xiao Shengsheng. Pith, do you want to exercise yourself? I said, do you want to get stronger by fighting? Think. Nodding decisively, Duziran smiled calmly. Well, now you and I will go over there. The rest of you watch the situation. Once you see Yang Miao Miao recovering, you guys come over for support. Senior, it's just you and me going. There was still some small worry in his heart, and before Qiao Shengsheng finished asking this, Duziran made another shocking remark. Strictly speaking, you're going alone. I'll be watching you from the sidelines. Don't worry, they can't hurt you, because your powers are special. Chapter 113, My Alien Power. Very special? Aki-sensei stared blankly into the air. Duziran had never explained to her what the characterization of her supernatural ability immortality was. 2. Your psychic ability has a special resistance. You're doing it as you're older than everyone else. A casual word of explanation. Duziran really didn't want this little ninny to know the characteristics of immortality, and then every time in the future, she would fight until her body was in pieces, and then slowly recover. Wife, it's better to be beautiful. So that's how it is. No wonder I wasn't afraid of fire last time at the dog factory. With Elder Ziran with me, I'm not afraid. Tightening the combat military uniform on her body, Xiao Shengsheng slowly climbed up from the pods. Then senior, we go? Tap tap tap. While following Qiu Shangshang, Du Ziren, uneasily, silently tapped on the recharge plus sign behind failure of alien ability. This time, the White River Village investigation incident was actually targeting not the protagonist, Qiu Shangshang, but her current companion. Who would have thought? Imagine, if he had just rushed in unknowingly, Qiu Shangshang might have been fine, but the two teammates, Lu Shu and Linya, might have been lost. Mate, pushy teammates are not easy to find in Doomsday. Moreover, their existence is directly related to the squad establishment mission. Currently, although the hostile zombie's altered ability was generally known, but what is still unclear is the opponent's alien power level. It is true that ability disablement is overbearing, but if the other party is a superhuman, grade time flow ability, how long can one's ability disablement be ineffective against the other party? Will it affect the golden quality's immortality? What if the other party was cornered and wanted to fight hard with the superhuman as physical body? To give my wife peace of mind in the brush area. Kryptonite. After tapping the plus sign, a line of pop-ups popped up. Recharge temporary battle power option on. Option 1, you can choose to recharge 2 WRMB to get half-hour alien failure alien, superhuman, second-order experience access. Option 2, you can choose to recharge 20 WU1 to get half-hour alien failure alien, awaken 1 second-order experience access. Asterisk 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 asterisk. 20 W? Wasn't your ass only 10 W last time? Thinking back to the last time he had recharged his temporary battle power of Inuyasha, which topped out at only 100,000 yuan, Du Ziren felt that this game developer was getting darker and darker. The doubling of the recharge value is based on the fact that the ability failure is a purple grade ability. Different grades of psychic ability enhance the price of temporary combat power is certainly not the same. Gamers can independently choose to increase the temporary alien power. As if hearing Du Ziren's complaints, the game pop-up window popped up with the latest instructions. Ward hair? According to you, if I have a gold quality psychic ability in the future, it's going to cost me 400,000 Kryptonian warp power, isn't it? Yes. 400,000? If mom and dad knew I was spending so much money on games, they'd probably be able to scold me to death down there. Fingers hovered hesitantly over the recharge button. Elder Ziren? The lol. Autumn Xingxing's nervous voice came out, looking at her cowering, hiding in a pile of buds obedient puppy aggrieved look. Du Ziren will not be able to do anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't it just money? Krypton. Krypton. Kryptonite. Wife can't stand a little aggravation. Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just spent 20 W yuan, and your current balance is 500 yuan. Unlocking the Awakened 1 ability nullification skill, nullification field. Your Awakened 1 experience time remaining, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. With the series of information alerts, Du Ziren suddenly felt an extra surge of power in his body. At once, bottom line, Shang, don't be afraid. I'm always there. Just step forward. They can't touch you. Yes. Tap tap tap. The skinny figure peeled off the thick bracts, and Qiu Shangshang revealed a small head, looking towards White River village entrance. Roar roar. At this moment, there were countless dry corpses, climbing on the ground, and they were also constantly gnawing on all kinds of bones and joints, living like a pack of vicious dogs. Tap tap tap. As Qiu Shangshang got closer and closer, the movements of their hands gradually stopped. Squeak squeak. The old woman hanging from the tree struggled violently, and the moment she saw Qiu Shangshang, she was even more whimpering and her emotions were out of control. Oh, Wu, Shang, don't come over. 10 million. She was in tears of old age. The torment of this short day was something she would never forget. Able to, Qiu Shangshang looked up at the old crone, but with a comforting smile. I know, you're Yang Miao Miao, right? Don't worry, I'll save you down soon. You're confused. Even if it's that senior. Here, enough. Shut up. Just as the two of them were exchanging pleasantries, the bruised and purple dry thin zombie slowly crawled out of the dry zombie pile. Its already rotting eyes looked towards Qiu Shangshang, its expression slightly revealing dissatisfaction. Why are you alone? Where are the remaining two women? Senior Ziren said. Against you. I'm enough on my own. Slowly pulling out the military dagger from her waist, Qiu Shangshang did not dare to slack off. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Several of them alien 7th order are hanging. You're alone. Don't really think we're all alien 1st order, do you? Seemingly amused by Qiu Shangshang's words, the skinny zombie twisted its neck, and its skinny body began to surge and bulge with a click click click, click click click. At the same time, the few prostrate dryads on the ground were filling up rapidly. Chick, I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't be fooled by the superficiality of what's in front of you. You're about to. Would have been our fresh meat dinner. Those few hiding, too. Bam bam. 3 or 4 strong corpses approached towards Qiu Shengsheng at a fast pace, attempting to ride Qiu Shengsheng's arms separately and brutally tear them off. He. A sharp, strange laugh approached. Up above, Yang Miao Miao had closed her eyes. She admitted that the senior was indeed very powerful, but once she was in the area where the time flow was accelerated and her body was aging, the use of her supernatural powers was just a joke. The zombies, here, their abilities are really special to the extreme. At that time, the captain of his own family, Lei Zhiyong, had his entire body torn into 6 parts with just the effort of 2 screams. Yang Miaomia will never forget that scene. No! Desperate, he shouted. Put the lull. There was a sound of warm blood spurting from below. It's over. She's dead? Closing her eyes tightly, Yang Miaomiao didn't dare to think about the tragic situation of Qiu Shengsheng being split up. But, next moment, roar. What rang out was not a woman's scream, but a strong corpse's mournful hiss. Chapter 114. Roar. The foul-smelling blood drifted, and Yang Miaomiao squinted her eyes downward, and then she couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The body. For strong corpses lying across the ground. They were all headless necks without heads, gurgling with blood. Underneath her, a tall woman with delicate features and a cold face was continuously flinging the blood-stained dagger in her hand with a look of disgust, living like a cold and arrogant thorny rose. How is this possible? You are? Looking at that tall woman, Yang Miaomia was a bit mesmerized. The long and thin figure is less than 1 meter 8, and her features are pretty, tight, only cold in the eyes. A line of action is all bland. Simply a posture of the Queen of Doom. Yang Miao. It's me, Autumn Shang. You don't recognize me? The tall woman looked up and Yang Miao was stunned again. You, Qiu Shang? You grew up? Dull, demented, and disoriented. Yang Miao couldn't figure it out. Why was the woman with such a perfect temperament underneath her? How could it be Qiu Shengsheng? Or rather, why did everyone turn into an old man but Qiu Shengsheng here? Who would turn into a mature woman? On what grounds? Me? I grew up? Trying to move her body, Qiu Shengsheng realized that the previously wide combat military uniform was indeed a bit tight. Elder Ziren? The cold and voluptuous face looked at Du Ziren, who was all but dumbfounded. Holy, original. So Shengsheng's wife has grown up to be so beautiful. In the corner where the onlookers couldn't see, Du Ziren had already revealed a face of piggishness. Perfect. It's perfect. If you say that the previous Qiu Shengsheng was only 18 or 19, there was still a kind of young girl soft and silly. So now, the Qiu Shengsheng in front of him perfectly fit Du Ziren's fantasy of a doomsday goddess. Cold, arrogant eyes, upturned features, and curves that couldn't even be lined under the uniform. This is the adult version of Qiu Shengsheng. You're this. After looking at Qiu Shengsheng in fascination for a while, Du Ziren shook himself out of it. He understands. Qiu Shengsheng's supernatural ability is immortal. Based on this characteristic, once she enters the area of accelerated time flow, her body will continue to age. But because of the characteristic of immortality, her body will be stuck in the most perfect stage for a certain period of time to solidify. So, the only one who enters here is Qiu Shengsheng, who will not become an old man, but a woman. Earn it. I didn't think I could see what my future wife would look like if I made a copy. Ka-chow. While everyone was unaware, Du Ziren had already walked around the adult like Qiu Shengsheng a few times and kept taking screenshots of the game. This gesture is like the player who keeps taking screenshots of his wife matching her outfits when he plays face painting games. Senior Ziren. I feel like my body right now. Good. So uncomfortable. Cold and proud eyes. Only when looking at Du Ziren would they reveal a hint of a young girl's shyness. Can it wait? Senpai. You. Du Ziren didn't say anything? Just a crazy screenshot. In the distance, within White River Village, Lu Shu and Linya also looked dumbfounded. No? Who is that damn perfect woman? Linya yelled indignantly. It's like Team Autumn, right? It looks like she just hacked up a couple walkers and grew up. As a woman, Lu Shu could not help but blush when she looked at the adult version of Qiu Shengsheng. The other side, indeed, pulled full circle in temperament and appearance. Damn it. So Sheng grew up to be so attractive. I said, how does that senior every day? No. Realizing that she had said something wrong, Linya panicked and covered her mouth. How have you not aged? Behind the pile of dry zombies, the greenish-purple dry skinny zombie looked at Qiu Shengsheng with an unbelievable face. Not only did the other side not age, it seemed to have grown in strength. His own time acceleration was actually a positive gain for her. Click. After taking a few more shots of the adult version of Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren reacted to the fact that he was still in an ing fight. Pith. feel free to do it, and try to break through the alien fifth order. Got it? A steady voice came from Qiu Xingxing's perfectly curved body tensed up, and the combat military uniform on her body had turned into a cloud of ashes slowly dissipating because of the acceleration of time after it had been accelerated. The crystal core armor wrapped around Qiu Xingxing's voluptuous curves, and the silvery light was instantly reflected in the White River village entrance. You freak! What the hell are your alien powers? Do it! Do it! Seemingly seeing the crystal and core armor, and feeling threatened, the dry skinny zombie's heart sank for no reason. Between a wave of his big hand, all the crouching dry corpses rumbled all over their bodies, at least 20 strong corpses, hissing and roaring as they rushed towards Qiu Shangshang. Pith! Stay calm! I'll step in when necessary. Who? Duziran's voice kept echoing in his ears. Qiu Shangshang's narrow eyes narrowed, and after gripping the dagger tightly in his left hand, he just let out a hum. Pffffffffff. At once, Qiu Xingxing's body suddenly disappeared into thin air, and directly in front of them, in the group of strong corpses that were originally facing them, heads began to float continuously. Pffffffff. 1, 2, 3, as heads continued to flutter, headless necks gushed blood, and a headless corpse suddenly fell to the ground. Damn! Seeing that the situation was getting more and more wrong, Dry Skinny Zombie panicked and cancelled time flow's interference with Qiu Shangshang. Pffffffff. It was only then that a thin figure slowly appeared in the group of strong corpses, with heads flying about. Who? After this recovery, the normal-aged Qiu Shangshang suddenly gasped for air, and the speed of her moving figure became visible to the naked eye. Put! Another slash towards a strong corpse. This time it actually only stabbed into the opponent's neck and did not cut open the head. A familiar young girl's voice came, and Du Ziran's face tensed. In his perspective, Qiu Xingxing's strength had just taken off and landed. Fluttering, Qiu Xingxing's current level of psychic ability, Psychic 8th Order, Alien 9th Order, Alien 4th Order. Because of the constant acceleration of time, it caused Xingxing to grow up and grow in strength. Now, her strength has shrunk again. Did she cancel time flow? Squinting at the dry skinny zombie, the other party also stared intently at Qiu Shangshang, a hint of relief slowly appearing on his face. This monster, can you actually eat my alien power gain as well? Quick, while we're at it. Her, roar. After Dry Thin Zombie gave an order, countless dry zombies surged and bulged. In an instant, swarms of strong corpses pounced towards Qiu Shangshang. But Qiu Shangshang didn't panic at all, her already shrunken body stubbornly pulling on the dagger. Pft! Another strong corpse head flew up. Pft! Heart beating faster than ever. Qiu Shangshang watched the tide of corpses approaching, her face resolute, murmuring in a small voice, "It's okay, it's okay. Elder Ziran is here." With Elder Ziran's words, "I won't die." Gripping his dagger tightly, he rushed towards the tide of corpses without hesitation. The moment Du Ziran fixed his eyes on Qiu Xingxing's alien ability level. Qiu Xingxing's current alien level, Alien 4th Order, 388/400, 399/400, 11/500. Congratulations! Qiu Xingxing's alien ability level is promoted to Alien 5th Order. Chapter 115. Is this the charm of golden alien power? As you fight you get stronger? Seeing that Qiu Shangshang was about to be surrounded, Du Ziran's eyes looked towards the dry skinny zombie, and his face froze. Nullification field. Buzz buzz. At once, throughout White River Village suburban road, space seemed to ripple. What? The dry skinny zombie seemed to sense some kind of fluctuation and was stunned, not waiting for it to react. At this moment, all the dry corpses have been revealed in their original form, turning into unified alien 3rd Order strong corpses, and its body, too, began to fade from its lanky stance. Its previously impenetrable strength was also gradually fixed at Alien 9th Order. Who is it? Who's interfering with my psychic powers? Looking around in fear, without the time flow, abnormal ability, enhancement, the dry skinny zombie was empty of abnormal ability 9th Order strength, but it was nothing more than physical strength. How not to be terrified? It looked around in horror, but Du Ziran was in no mood to pay attention to it, and instead greeted Yang Nyamyo, who was hanging on the tree. Hey, what are you waiting for? Cooperate with Shang Shang and kill the enemy. Squeak squeak, the old crone hanging on the tree trunk. Also because of the failure of the time flow rate, all body physique gradually recovered. A head of short azure hair Yang Nyamyo is dumbfounded looking around. Elder, kill the enemy. Ming, got it. Panicking and looking towards the surrounded Qiu Shangshang, Yang Nyamyo's intention was only focused, and on Qiu Xingxing's crystalline core armor. A circle of water membrane immediately surged. Pithing, have no fear. Water membrane can block attacks. You just have to attack to your heart's content now. Got it. Yang Miao Miao's voice came from the tree, and Xiao Shengsheng simply let go of her guts and fought her way through the countless groups of strong corpses. Roar! Roar! Numerous foul-smelling fanged maws biting down on Xiao Shengsheng's neck in death, all of which were rebounded by the water membrane, chasing a ripple. Put! With the power of the alien fifth order. With every dagger that went down, a strong corpse that had its brain stabbed open fell to the ground and died. Although the zombie army of White River village entrants were uniformly all altered third order, in the end, third order is third order. Once there is no assistance from time flow, the threat is not that great. Hey, Rinya, come and help. And toward the Bud Rice Field Linya know a sound. The Bud Rice Field a patter sound after. Chug chug chug. The stout corpses that were still continuously attacking Xiao Shengsheng instantly sprouted dense earth spikes under their feet. Put. The earth spikes appeared to be spears that pierced through the lower limbs of the strong corpse, one by one from the bottom up, passing out from the neck. Roar roar. The roars and screams of corpses were constant. Seeing that, the size of less than 40 or 50 zombie army is about to be overthrown. You guys, the dry and skinny zombie is finally unable to sit still. Everything, it's all because of her. Its spiteful eyes looked towards Xiao Shengsheng, and its muscles attempted to bulge once again, wanting to use time flow acceleration to forcefully increase its strength. Able to, buzz. There is always a force in the air that constrains. It didn't have the proud time flow acceleration to pull the battle for now. No way. No. Kill her. It's all because of that woman. Because of her. It's all because of her that I don't have my psychic powers anymore. It's all. Click. The skinny claws saved up and actually scratched out 10 grooves in the ground. The dry and skinny zombie looked at Xiao Shengsheng with a fixed gaze, arching his body, wanting to forcefully kill Xiao Shengsheng with the physical strength of a shifter 9th stage. But, I said, you're a dry corpse. What are you muttering for? The lull. A deep, steady voice rang in his ears. You're the monster that made the ability to deactivate? How can you have both invisibility and deactivation powers at the same time? Could you be the king? You're so secretive. Click. Another bone-crunching sound rang out, and the dry skinny zombie's neck suddenly contracted, its face twisting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Du Ziren was just standing next to this thing and heard it clearly. This guy, he actually wants to touch his wife? My wife is practicing. Is she in your way? Click. Just a little bit of that folding of the big hand. Ugh. The skinny zombie is even more to the sky. The neck completely broken. Head tilted. Cocked the whip. Shaking off the dry skinny zombie that he picked up in his hand, Du Ziren was dumbfounded. No, I didn't push. You're dead here? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I forgot. I'm now a temporary awakened, physical power. Forget it then. You die. Casually tossing out the body of the dry skinny walker. Boom. The body actually crashed into a large tree and its head exploded. And the big old tree that stood by the side of the road, also cut off. Boom. The sound of a tree trunk falling to the ground came, and the 4 women looked at the headless dryad underneath the tree in unison, and the looks on their faces were all more than wonderful. Senior Ziren, when did it move? It's like you just heard a wave and the lead walker died? Hiss. Senior is truly terrifying as hell. Roar. Those strong corpses saw that the dry and skinny zombies were gone, but they panicked all of a sudden and ran quickly and chaotically towards the rice paddies. When the headmaster died, these henchmen were in an uproar. PFFFFFFFF. With Xiao Shengsheng as the leader, the situation was reversed in an instant, and several women chased after the strong corpses that had fallen and run away in a burst of slaughter. In a jiffy, horizontal zombies were lying on the ground, and less than 50 crystal cores were laid out at the White River village entrance. Xiao Shengsheng took the 3 women with her, staring blearily into the air. Senior Ziren, these crystal cores, please do. No need. You guys distribute it. I see your strength, and the cards are tight. Waving his hand, Du Ziren had no intention of collecting the crystal core this time. After all, the few women who seemed to have the beginnings of a squad right now were actually still somewhat low in strength. Going to the Luzhou safety camp with such strength, they would definitely be looked down upon. Senpai, that you? I'm not short of crystals for now. Right. Shang, help me get that guy's crystal core. Pointing to the corpse of the dry and skinny zombie under the tree, Xiao Shengsheng instantly understood and quickly stepped in the shattered corpse for a while to rummage around. Not long after, she walked over holding a round black and white crystal core. Senior Ziren, please take a look. Your doomsday survival character is pitching you a new gift. Do you accept? Accepted. After casually picking up the odd crystal core, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly lit up. Time crystals 1/3. If you collect all 3 cores, you'll be able to activate the golden quality ability, time. Chapter 116 Support from Lushu Safety Camp. What? Golden alien power? Playing with the time crystal core in his hand. Du Ziren didn't expect the quality of this thing, but it was actually golden quality. But what he didn't expect was, this thing actually needs 3 more to activate the time ability? Not buddy? Is the activation of the golden ability that harsh? Where am I going to get the rest of the 2? Silently putting away the crystal core, Du Ziren inexplicably thought of the remaining 2 quests of this riot chapter. Could it be? The remaining 2 are in those 2 quests? He was between hesitations. Put. Yang Miao Miao directly knelt down towards the blood-soaked ground. Senpai, please take me in. Ha? What are you doing? Me. I've got no team to go back to. I want to join your team. She lowered her head and spoke her plea with fear and trepidation. Yang Miaomia was clear about who the real mastermind of Qiu Xingxing's squad was. Sure, it was also because Du Ziren was resident in this team that she wanted to join it so badly. You want to join Xingxing's team? Eyes narrowed, Du Ziren looked at the 4 people around him. This scale, indeed, it is the beginnings of an alien squad. If Yang Miaomia joined, the squad's mission would be complete. Pith, what do you think? You're the leader of this team. Throwing the claim to Qiu Shengsheng, Du Ziren's first respect, at that time, was his wife's will. Well, with river around, water ability, it'll work everywhere, right? I suppose there is no possibility of refusal? Qiu Shengsheng took the initiative to extend her hand towards Yang Miaomiao, and the other party's face was joyful. Team Qiu, are you saying yes? Aha! Thank you. Panicking and grabbing Qiu Shengsheng's hand, Yang Miaomiao's face was agitated. Buzz. In the meantime, in front of Du Ziren's eyes, the game pop-up window popped up of its own accord. Mission, gathering of squads, completed. Team members, Captain, Qiu Shengsheng. Team members, Linya, Lu Shu, Yang Miaomiao. Squad size, initial. Unlocking the current level of the 4's psychic abilities. Autumn Shengsheng, Alien 5th Order, 121/500. Rinya, Alter Ego, 5th Order, 435/500. Willow, Alien 3rd Order, 280/300. Miaomiao Yang, Alien 4th Order, 323/400. Dense messages kept popping up, and Du Ziren kept rubbing his chin. It's true, with any kryptonite game, there is such a thing as developing squad members. Asterisk. I just don't know if there's such a thing as smoking a dryer. A rare character of SSR, should I rely on me to find it in the plot? Thinking quietly, none of the 4 people on the roadway dared to make a sound, just waiting dumbly for Du Ziren's order, looking into the void in unison. I have to say, for beauties looking towards themselves at the same time, this picture really has the flavor of the RGP game camping and waiting picture. A long time. Hey, you 4, 12 crystal cores each. Split the cores first and try to raise your alien ability level. Again, all of you, return to the mining black market at once. Yes, after an order, the 4 of them divided the crystal core, and quickly ran towards the mining black market. In the meantime, Ruzu, second line safety campground. It's different from the old, shabby, makeshift structures of the mining black market. The Lushu Safety Camp, a 42-story office building in the center of the Lushu metropolitan area. It stood in the middle of the city, so abrupt in the midst of a ruined citadel. On the snowy curtain wall glass, there was actually not a single stain from the erosion of age. Inside the building, the people walking around were busy with their own business, seemingly accustomed to the zombies outside. If one were to look closely, one could actually find that this tall office building, in fact, the edges of the outer walls, were vaguely flickering with a strange light. Lushu Security Camp, 30th floor, conference room. At the moment, there were only a dozen people sitting along the table in the large conference room. Above the chest of these dozen people's clothes, all of them are inlaid with a moon nameplate, which is the base's labeling of the superhuman. Tell me about it. The 3 mercenary groups that were sent out, none of them came back? On the main seat of the conference room, an old man's face was solemn as he looked at the dozen or so superhumans. Underneath, people were talking to each other. It's been almost half a day. Paradox Squad, Limit Squad, and Beast Squad have all lost their replies. In terms of the distance from Manhwa South City to Luzhou, how come it should have resolved mission and returned by now? Even if we didn't solve the mission, we wouldn't be out of touch. Did an accident? It can't, can it? The Paradox Squad and the Limit Squad are both half-assed alien 7th order. I understand, but the captain of the Bestialization Squad has the strength of a superhuman. It's hard not to. The whispers grew louder and louder, and the old man in the main seat was heard with a grim look on his face. Bang bang bang. His large hand knocked on the table and the room fell silent. Cough cough. I know that everyone is a superhuman, and we've long been comfortable facing zombies, but this time, in the dark, I feel a pressure. You know, I haven't felt this way in a long time. Come on people, open the map of Anhui province. Understood. With a wave of the old man's hand, the conference room's projector released a map of the area. Standing up slowly, the old man pointed to the lower, left and right directions of the map. His eyes narrowed into a line. On the left is the White River Village, zombie army. On the right is some baby walker. And below that is that alien walker massacre event. Come on, you guys, tell me, what do they walkers want? This, Elder Bai. You mean that the zombies are trying to surround us? In the crowd, a man wearing sunglasses blushed suspiciously. Wrong, it's to surround the mining black market, first, and after eliminating them, the three armies will converge, then altogether launch a general attack towards our Luzhou security camp. Ha, are they tired of living? The sunglasses man smiled disdainfully, but the old man's tiger eyes glared and he slammed the table. Ho, have you forgotten how we were slaughtered by them before? 100 years. 100 years. It looks like it's calm, but it's been a while since the top has sent out a notice. On the downside, they all have the ability to purge superhuman. Now, if we let them develop, the three armies will converge. When the time comes, are you really sure that you can say that we, Lushu's safety camp, can resist their attack? The old man's words were fiery. Inside the conference room, there was silence. Then, Elder Bai, what do you mean? Suddenly, a girl with a single ponytail stood up in the seat leaning forward on the left side, the so-called cold lips and cold teeth. If we let the mining black market suffer, then we Lushu security camp will be the next to suffer. I mean, rescue, Flash, Zhao Ziang, Echo, Xiao Sings, Mirror Woman, Fong Fennel Light, step out. Yes, as the old man drank, the man with sunglasses and the single ponytail girl from earlier, as well as a flower shirt uncle, immediately came out in unison and looked at the old man respectfully. One of you go straight down first to investigate the alien zombie, violent death. One more, go stop Baby Walker from moving. Last one to solve the White River Village incident. Solve this mission before a crisis brews. Any comments? No. Well then, depart. With the end of the old man's command, the conference room shook with a buzz, and the three people who had appeared on the list disappeared at once. Chapter 117. Heads fall in the blink of an eye. Crisis in the mining black market. Above, Zhao Ziang appeared on the snowy ground with one hand, draping the arms of Fong Huiguang and Su Sing. The two men's faces were calm for a while, looking at the scene that had suddenly transformed in front of them, as if they had already become accustomed to it. This was Flash, Zhao Ziang's ability. With superhuman S-Flash ability, even if he is carrying someone, he can leave a distance of 100 meters in an instant, which is very perverse. Hey, since Elder Bai has set up the mission, then you guys see these three tasks. How are we going to distribute them? Holding up the sunglasses on his forehead, Zhao Ziang twisted his head as if he hadn't listened to the words of the old man's warning just now. I can do anything, Fong Huiguang answered coldly, while Su Sing squeezed out a smile. Hi, it's not easy. I'll say the safest way, the three of us will act together. With Zi Yang's flash of light, we can solve the weirdest infant zombie, first, then find the culprit of the unusual zombie tragic death, and finally solve the White River Village incident. Under Flash, there's definitely enough time for speed. I disagree. Su sang in high spirits and just finished a few sentences. Fong Huiguang interrupted him with a cold face. What if we're delayed for a long time in combining our efforts to solve the baby walkers? Then who's to blame for the deterioration of White River Village and the tragic death of the alien zombie, which has spread to the mining black market? It shouldn't be so bad, should it? Su Sing was still smiling, and Fong Huiguang glared at him. Lives are at stake, just because you can move around easily and regard it as child's play? Hey, you, Fong Huiguang, what do you mean? Am I not thinking for us? Seeing that they were about to tear each other apart, Zhao Ziang scratched his head and hurriedly pulled away from Su Sing. No, since the group can't get along, how about this? Ladies first. Fong Huiguang, you choose mission first, and we'll just follow up and execute it separately. Poof, I'll take care of the root cause of that alien zombie tragedy by myself. It's right underneath the campground, and I'll follow this thing all the way to the mining black market. As for you guys, feel free. With a flip of the single ponytail behind her, Fong Huiguang, still with a cold face, quickly withdrew towards the distance. TSK. Look at that. Look at this stinking woman's rack. When she walked away, Su sang a contemptuous sentence, and Zhao Ziang laughed. This woman, she wouldn't think that her ancestor is from the Aurora Squad, and that she's a step above us even if she comes to the second-tier camp, would she? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. It's just a waste that was eliminated by the Aurora Squad. If you ask me, it's really a pity that Zi Yang's ancestor of your family wasn't in the Aurora Squad before. Hey, stop it. She's off. What about the two of us? Nonsense. Of course it's a joint effort to do away with the baby zombie. First, the problem on the White River Village side of the district. How long can it take for us to spend more time rushing over there? Also, hearing Su Xing say this, Zhao Ziang would smile. With a large hand on Su Xing's shoulder, the two of them instantly disappeared in a flash of their silhouettes. Guanyama Road. As the main road leading directly to Luzhou, in southern Anhui City, it is snowy all year round and no one passes by. Buzz buzz. But now, there were actually dense flies hovering over the roadway. The air reeked with a foul odor, and the ground was covered in bloodstains. The corpses of mutated zombie dogs, zombie birds, and zombie wild deer were piled up everywhere. Most of their corpses were rotting, and their heads were cleanly cut flush, as if an executioner had instantly sliced through their heads. The headless body was rotting and writhing with maggots. No, no, no. Just then, a hysterical scream came. Tap tap tap. In the distance on the stinking snow, a man with abnormally splintered muscles in his legs was constantly looking around, running no less fast than a small car. Don't follow me, don't, constantly looking back and around in panic. He looked like he was afraid of something. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. In his ears, inexplicably, the eerie roar of a corpse echoed. Wow, behind the neck, a scarlet bone knife rubbed through. Buzz sound, the back of the neck a bloodlight explosion. A piece of flesh flew out. Ah. The man screamed and covered his neck, but didn't dare stop his speed in the slightest. He's running faster and faster. He dared to conclude that at such a speed, even a small car would certainly not be able to catch up with him. Able to. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Laughter, just getting closer and closer, not pulling away at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I shouldn't have taken this mission. UTM. What the hell are UTM? An almost desperate roar echoed on the roadway as the man ran wildly in the direction of Luzhou. He tried to think of, as long as he met an outgoing superhuman on the road, perhaps he was still saved. If he could run into Flash, Zhao Ziang, he could even counterattack. But, Buzz, the blood-red bone knife, this time, actually came through from in front of his body with a strong wind. How can that be? You, how could you possibly run ahead of me? Pupils wide, the man's neck blood flash. The body is still running towards the front, but the head with wide eyes, grunt, has already fallen to the ground. Pffffffffff. And so the bizarre scene happened. The headless body spurted columns of blood, still running. The face on the head rolled off in amazement as it watched its corpse run away. An absurd, bizarre and shocking scene plays out. The man's mouth was still twitching nervously, and his head was just about to be lifted by something. Tap tap tap. In the distance, the figure of a dry woman ran across the snow. Woji, you? The woman watched the headless corpse run past her eyes, her gaze transfixed on the dangling head. Fong Huiguang, run. The head let out a final nervous roar, and Wuji's eyes had gradually turned gray as his vitality faded. After his head rolled bizarrely, a bloody crystal core fell out of his brain and then suddenly disappeared into thin air, it was as if some being had just taken out the crystal core, in a flash. Who's killing people? Fong Huiguang looked around in shock, but nothing could be seen. Gurgling, the ground was littered with headless animal carcasses. If you looked towards the distance, you could even see the headless corpses of 3 out of the 4 members of the extreme squad, stacked up together, dead beyond repair. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. In the air, inexplicably came a chilling laughter, accompanied by the sound of click, click, click chewing, chilling. You're eating Wuji's crystal core? Fong Huiguang's eyes widened. She couldn't see at all what had killed Wuji. As the captain of the extreme squad, Wuji was able to manipulate any muscle in his body to explode with strength beyond that of a human. Just now that horrible running speed. What kind of monster could have cut off his head in an instant at that high speed of movement? Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. The voices are getting closer. Fong Huiguang's breathing was inexplicably rapid. Buzz, a bloody light flashed in front of his face. Mirror skin reverse. Click click click. Dense shards of glass sprang up on his face. Buzz. The shadow of the knife that was as fast as a cold light was actually inserted and refracted inside Fong Huiguang's face. Ho! A nagging sound seemed to come out of the air. But soon, Buzz, it's just electric. A cold wind blew behind Fong Huiguang. The time difference between this back and forth is actually less than a second. Chapter 118. Heads fall in the blink of an eye. Crisis in the mining black market. 2. Finished. This monster. It's definitely not just as simple as mutant zombie. Buzz. Goosebumps sprung up on the back of his neck, sprouting dense lenses, and Fong Huiguang's breath began to catch. This was definitely the most stressful battle she had ever fought since she became a superhuman. What kind of monster can make 2 slashes in a row within seconds? Or 2 directions? Buzz. After the knife was plunged into the mirror again, There was a sudden silence around them. Mirrors. Mirror? Interesting. Interesting. Cold voices were far and near, left and right. Fong Weiguang's heart was beating incessantly. She couldn't believe what it would take, exactly, to complete this series of attacks. Godspeed? That's too soon, isn't it? Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Again. The sound was clearly coming from the left, and the wind of the blade did fall from the right ear. Mirror, full bounce. Buzz buzz. Not daring to be careless, Fong Weiguang cracked dense mirrors all over his body. After this blade plunged into the air again, she quickly retreated several steps in a row, and the cracks in the mirrors all over her body were actually merging. Buzz buzz. Immediately afterward, Fong Weiguang actually disappeared into the roadway. Oh, bounce. Stealth, your alien proficiency. Well played. The cold voice kept echoing on the roadway. Fong Weiguang almost forgot to breathe, his body cowering in the corner. She wasn't sure about fighting this thing, not even, for that matter, confident enough to go a few rounds with this thing. Pervert. That's sick. There's no way to see it and it's not clear what it did. If she kept passively using mirror bounce, I'm afraid that the time when the alien energy ran out would be the time when she would die. Elder Bai is right. This trio of zombies. Something's not right. Pft. With his heart constantly rising and falling, Fong Weiguang did not make a sound. Ho ho ho. Hiding? Boring. Boring. Tick tick. In the distant sky, roughly a dozen meters away, blood inexplicably dripped down in midair, extending all the way towards the mining black market. Fong Weiguang didn't dare to breathe a single breath and silently began to move. She didn't even dare to disarm Mirror right away for fear that the thing would kill her back. No way. No way. This thing is headed toward the mining black market. Once we let it into the mining black market, it will be absolutely slaughtered side by side over there. Scrambling backwards towards the Luzhou side, when it was determined again and again that there wasn't any wind blowing, Fong Weiguang then hurriedly took out the walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? This is Mirror Girl, Fong Weiguang. Headquarters heard you. Please respond. Come in. Hello? Hello? This is HQ. What's going on please? Quickly notify the mining black market site to evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Excuse me, is something happening? The existence of slaughtering alien zombies, alien energy, is very odd. Visual inspection. Superhuman, wouldn't last more than a few minutes under it. What? Tick tick. Snowflakes fluttered calmly, and in front of the doorway of the mining black market, Kasumi cozily shrunk into the pit. Oops. I don't know. When will these days end? Scratching her somewhat oily hair, Xia pondered if she should buy some dirty water to wash it tonight. Tap, tap tap tap. The lull. A heavy footstep came, and Kasumi was not amused. After all, she was used to so many people coming and going in one day. But, the footsteps were accompanied by the sound of falling water. There was still a faint whiff of blood in the air. Phew phew. Nose twitching, Kasumi looked up out of the tunnel. In a trance, a humanoid figure seemed to be standing in the doorway of the snowy hole in the ground. About 1 meter 8 tall, covered in a strange blackish purple color. His face couldn't be seen, but the oddest thing about this person wasn't the skin color or the shape. Rather, his left arm was not an arm, but a long, thin, bone-colored blade. This long blade was hanging underneath his body, shaking and swaying, and was dripping blood. You? Are you? Xia just wanted to question the other party about what they were coming from. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Only the voice was heard from far away. Next moment, only in the blink of an eye, a dark figure appeared suddenly behind the wire door and stood in front of himself. The moment, Sister Xia see clearly. It's zombies. It was an odd zombie, with bulging black veins, bald head, black eyes, and a bone knife dangling from his left arm. You, what? His mouth was wide open and he was just about to say something. Put. Xia's head then flew out and rolled to the ground with a grunt. Pff. There was a spurt of blood in the deep pit. Outside the iron gate, the group of scavengers, cowering in the pit, looked inside with a shocked expression. Blood. It shall not be. Out. Pft. It didn't make anyone grunt at all, and a gust of fishy wind blew through. Less than 50 scavengers, at the entrance of the mine cave. Their heads fell to the ground in unison in a bizarre manner. The sound of bodies falling to the ground and blood piling up into pools of gore. The smell of blood and gore completely filled the mining black hole. Tap, tap tap tap. And that strange zombie can no longer see the figure. Just ho ho ho. Strange laughter echoed in the hole, and toward the doorway behind the underground second floor, deep. I told you people used to have good aesthetics. The first lingerie girl 100 years ago. Boy. Inside the task room, Lin Ping continuously flipped through the magazine in his hand to pass the time. Today, isn't it a little too quiet? In less time, he looked up at the mission room, and there was actually no one inside or outside the room. Asterisk 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 is up. At this rate, this mining black market is going to be yellow. Scratching his head, Lin Ping had wanted to lie down in a Buddhist manner for a while longer, but somehow, he remembered a phrase that his predecessor had explained. Encountering anything out of place, seal off the third basement and hide. Would it be too vigilant? Originally, he wanted to not take it seriously, but after thinking about that senior's strength, Lin Ping still slowly walked out of the task room. Just, as soon as he stepped out of the task room, he sensed that something was wrong. In the air. What a strong smell of blood. As his right eyelid continued to flutter, Lin Ping inexplicably felt his chest begin to depress. In the earth tunnel in the distant sky, 3 or 4 human heads, filled with astonished expressions, flew up in midair, and several fountains of blood gushed out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At once, Lin Ping was dumbfounded. Silent killing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lin Ping would have wondered, had he been sitting in the mission room, under the sound of no movement, for the rest of his life, he would never have suspected that something had happened outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not right. Something's not right. As soon as he remembered the words of his predecessor, he didn't care about anything and hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the third underground floor. Tap tap tap. Leaping over the entrance to the third underground level, Lin Ping waved his hand in a big wave. Chug chug chug. The thick metal of the earth suddenly closed and buried the hole in the barrow. Crunch crunch. When the shaft elevator landed, he panicked and yelled, "No good! Above! It's been slaughtered by monsters, up there!" Chapter 119. Elder is truly an expert. Fong Weiguang's shock. No good! It's being slaughtered up there. Slaughtered! Lin Ping's terrified voice constantly echoed within the underground third floor. Not long after, above the countless tree canopies, more than a dozen exalted, with their families, poked their heads out. I said, Lin Ping, are you serious? There has to be a limit to joking, right? That's just it. We've just experienced mass sacrifice here, and you have the nerve to joke about it? How can you be massacred and not have any screams at all? Countless despicable gazes appeared. Lin Ping's face was anxious and he was so flustered that he stomped his feet. There is no way to do it. The killing above is quiet. Not a single scream came. Anyone does not believe that the underground second floor has been massacred. Really? It's true. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That thing doesn't know what it is. It kills so fast. Heads fly in the sky. People don't have time to scream. You don't bull asterisk 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 me. Where the hell is that? I'll go up and see. A shifter just couldn't listen to it anymore, and immediately jumped off the canopy of the tree to head towards the elevator. Don't go. I blocked off the entrance to the third basement level. Head to not let that thing find us. Otherwise, or else. Looking upward in fear, Lin Ping was truly afraid of that thing coming down. You know, not only are there the only remaining alien here, but there are also the families of the alien who are all here. If that thing comes down, mining black market, it would be all over. You've been talking nonsense all day. You're not serious. What's with the locked passages? Boring, isn't it? My friend is still on the second floor. If you ask me, how is it possible to kill someone with no movement at all? Eyeing another rebuttal to himself. Clatter. On the crown of the central tree, Qin Wan's figure slowly emerged. She had already heard the general story through the trunk of the tree, and her face was unhappy, and her angry face was about to reprimand Lin Ping for a few words. I'm talking about you. Do you realize how much that joke? How insulting it was meant to be? What kind of massacre can there be no movement at all? You say? Even if there are no cries from the victims, then there is always the sound of footsteps in pursuit with great regularity in the massacre you are talking about. Isn't there? Yes? Did you say yes? I'm really not kidding. If it wasn't for Elder reminding me of this, I could be sitting in my house and suddenly be done without even realizing it. Indeed, that thing does kill people in a weird way. Lin Ping was dumbfounded and couldn't speak. Silent killing. Who can believe that? Seniors? Upon hearing the word senior, Qin Wan loosened her tense face. She knew clearly that Lin Ping would not dare to joke about that senior's identity even if he had more guts. Eyes narrowed into a slit. Qin Wan was still a bit skeptical. Are you saying that senior said that there would be danger here? That's why you deliberately closed the entrance to the third underground level? Not that it would be dangerous. Yes, already. You, still wanting to refute Lin Ping a few times. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Suddenly, the intercom, responsible for docking with the Lushu security camp, rang. Hello? Hello? Is this mining black market, head Qin Wan? The voice on the other end was very anxious. Qin Wan heard. Her heart suddenly thumped. Yes. Excuse me. What's wrong? It's like this. On our side, we have sent Overlander forward to investigate the incident of the violent death of an alien zombie. According to the report from the frontline superhuman, The culprit of this incident is said to have the ability to kill superhuman in seconds. So, please your safe camp, organize evacuation or shelter immediately, because that thing heading your way. What? The voice in the walkie-talkie was not loud enough for anyone around to hear. The moment the words kill supernaturals in seconds came out, everyone's face turned pale. Just kidding. There isn't a single superhuman in the mining black market. Wouldn't that thing be butchered if it did come? Lin Ping. Are you sure you saw heads flying? Qin Wan's lips were trembling. It was only now that she realized that what Lin Ping had said might all be true. Of course. I was scared out of my mind. I know you guys won't believe me when I say it. If it were me, I wouldn't believe that there's a being that kills people so fast. If it wasn't for Elder's reminder, I reckon that it would have killed all of us third underground floor by now. Silence. Dead clear. Mute. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ping, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads in a daze. Now, shivers ran through his body as he looked again in the direction of the upper floors overhead. In the end, what in the world is coming from up there? Pfft. With her heart beating faster inexplicably, Qin Wan didn't dare to slow down. Rumble. Between a wave of his large hand, countless trees with giant roots blocked towards the entrance of the third underground floor. Thick trees, intertwined like serpents and pythons, blocked the dirt tunnel under the entrance in a dark, heavy mess. Phew. Slowly gasping out a breath, Qin Wan was somewhat grateful. Okay. Thanks to that advanced senior. Otherwise Elder is truly a master. This he even predicted? Is he in the atmosphere? Seniors are seniors. Far-sighted. A gush of celebratory words just spread. Boom! A sudden roar sounded from the mouth of the closed mound. Rumble. Large swaths of dirt fell from the overhead, and a bone-colored, blood-colored blade plunged into the densely packed tree trunks. With that, a hideous human face with bulging black veins looked towards the crowd at the base of the tree. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! It kept carping, like it was looking at a breeding pig in a piggy bank. Rumble. The left-handed bone blade suddenly raised and fell with rapid pressure, so fast that it was impossible to see the movement of its blade, but, visible to the naked eye, the blocking trees instantly shattered and twisted, crumbling and sinking as they continued to crumble. Is this the thing? Looking at the appearance of that strange zombie, everyone's mouths were wide open. That's it? Is it the one that massacred the upper levels? This knife is so fast and vicious, cutting on a person. It must split the body instantly, right? It's a good thing a senior said that in advance. Otherwise, grunt. Countless sounds of swallowing came from the mouth. Everyone lost their minds as they looked at that strange walker. Hurry, Lin Ping, cooperate with me, close the gap. Yes, only Qin Wan and Lin Ping reacted the fastest, and began to activate their abnormal ability, as the soil and branches rolled and piled and rolled at the entrance of the third underground floor. Boom. The sound of bone knives slashing continued, and Lin Ping and Qin Wan's faces paled as their supernatural abilities rapidly drained away. For a while, it looked like the rate of blocking and excavation was showing a flat rate, but the corners of the two men's mouths were bitter. They had already felt it, that monster, above the exit. It seemed that it wouldn't get tired at all, and the rapid swinging of the sword didn't slow down at all. If this goes on, sooner or later we'll run out of alien energy, and be killed down by that guy breaching the entrance. Qin Wan's face was desperate, and Lin Ping gritted his teeth. No way. Since Elder realized that a disaster would come, that means that he will come to our rescue. Senpai? The eyes looked in the direction of Qiu Xingxing's house. Qin Wan knew that the only thing that Elder really cared about was probably the pair of children from Qiu Xingxing's family. But even so, as long as we can hold out until Elder returns, there is still hope for everything. Mining black market. Outside the cave, Fong Weiguang sniffed the smell of blood coming from the cave. His face was depressingly gloomy. After informing the headquarters at the first time, she was afraid that mining black market would not be able to receive the news to evacuate at the first time. Now it seems to be late. Damn, can't I do anything? Clenching his fists, Fong Weiguang didn't dare to be careless, his body lenses surging as he walked towards the depths of the cave. Until she was astonished when she saw a huge black zombie that was constantly wielding a bone knife and slashing at a circle of tree roots under the ground. It should be the monster. Only, it is now? Surprised, he moved closer, and through the gap in the tree roots, Fong Weiguang saw a group of survivors with tight faces below. They actually survived. And organized defenses? How is this possible? I notified headquarters late. How did they still manage to react before the walkers came? They have someone here who can sense that thing approaching? Or, did some high-ranking person also guess the 3 armies, encirclement and prepare a countermeasure in advance? Chapter 120 The Kid with the Thermos? Castle Peak County. It is a city on the right edge of the city of southern Anhui, and used to be a beautiful place known as the water town of Jiangnan. At this moment, under the gloomy snowy scenery, the entire Castle Peak County town was filled with wreckage. The snow on the streets was thick and heavy, the glass of the stores on the commercial street was broken, and the houses were in a mess, so it was impossible to see a trace of the human atmosphere. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The drifting snowflakes were half empty, and every 100 meters, they would strangely vibrate and shake for a moment. In the twisted upper air, Zhao Ziang's voice suddenly came. Was the intel wrong? Dude's been wandering around the right side of town a couple times. Where's the promised baby walker? Where's the zombie army? After an air tremor, Zhao Ziang grabbed Su Xing's shoulder and suddenly appeared within a street. The two men looked left and right and really didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Ziang, something's wrong. Not to say that we haven't seen baby zombies. Is it possible that they've climbed far away? But on the ground, there's not even any snow footprints. You said, are we too late? Su Sang rubbing his chin, kicking the thick snow, stepping on the crunching sound. Late? How is that possible? Just half an hour. And you're telling me that a bunch of baby walkers can crawl hundreds of kilometers out of the county? Zhao Ziang disdainfully skimmed his mouth, took his sunglasses off, and looked around suspiciously. It's could. Are they hiding? Right here in the county? Su Xing also agreed with Zhao Ziang's idea, and the two of them exchanged glances and walked towards the street's surroundings one after the other. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. The thick snow is fluffy and the leveling is intact. Not like there could be a baby hidden under the snow. Looking towards the wrecked store, the merchandise and clothing models inside are falling to the east and the dust pile is thick, much less like a creature has been in there in the short term. Hiss. Strange. Is there no such thing as an infant zombie army? Almost half of the stores have been swept away, not to mention the zombies. There are no living creatures to be seen here. It's a dead city, pure and simple ruins. If we can't, we'll finish scavenging. Let's go to the mining black market. Anyway, didn't Elder Bai say that the zombies were going to jointly take down the mining black market? It's just as well we're waiting there ahead of time. Zhao Ziang nodded his head after Su sang a suggestion. Son, make a brief pass at the clothing store out front. We, pointing to a mannequin, east and west clothing store on his side. Zhao Ziang just wanted to say something. Snap, the lull. A mannequin suddenly collapsed to the ground in the cobwebbed room. Who? Zhao Ziang instinctively chortled. There was no wind in the store, and it was absolutely impossible for the mannequin to fall to the ground for no reason. Who? Su Xing's followed suit and yelled, and as soon as his voice spread, the dust actually instantly vibrated and rose up from the ground inside the house. Cough cough, cough cough. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a half-grown child with a grimy face, who was holding a child's denim jacket, timidly showed his head behind a mannequin. He cowered, his children's outerwear over his shoulders on one side and still cradled in his arms on the other, as if he'd just been looking for a good fit. Kids? Hiss. Here, there are children? Su Xing's face was stunned. It's pretty rare to see a living person in such a ruined county. Hey, kids, you. Zhao Ziang scrutinized the little boy, who was dressed in an interesting way. The boy's denim jacket was worn on the upper half of his body, and the girl's long skirt was worn on the lower half. There was also a thermos flask hanging from his chest, and a dry and skinny bird laying on his shoulder. Have to say, very eye-catching indeed. Brother, I'll just take a dress. Didn't mess with you guys, did you? The little boy's eyes were full of fear of strangers. Apparently, children like him who encountered scavengers grabbing food were usually the ones who were beaten up for their existence. It's okay. Looking at the other party's innocent eyes, Zhao Ziang waved his hand. He took off his guard a little and looked fixedly at the boy. Let me ask you, are you alone here? So many people are being chased by babies, running away. I still have Kitty, hiding, poking the bird on his shoulder. The boy scowled and backed toward the house. Is that so? Zhao Ziang's eyes narrowed, always feeling that there was something wrong somewhere. Where are those babies? Where did they go? Right. Yes? Are you passing through here? Or have you settled here permanently? Passing through here. We were originally from Wanbei City. Oh, that explains it. Could it be that group of baby zombies really ran away before? Scratching his head and looking at the cowering child, Zhao Ziang frowned and walked towards the house, wanting to evacuate with this child. Su Xing's. Looks like you were right. We're late. Before he could say the word up, Zhao Ziang couldn't see the back of the room, and Su Xing's eyes clouded up inexplicably. The circle of stubble on his face, where he should have been an uncle's age, disappeared, transforming him into a 15, 16, or 17-year-old teenager. You you're talking to me? The teenager Su Sings looked at Zhao Ziang with a confused face, and Zhao Ziang twisted his head. Crap! You! Looking back, Zhao Ziang was dumbfounded. Kids! In a short moment, behind himself, Su Sings had disappeared. Inexplicably, a child in SAO singing flower coat appeared. He stared at himself dumbfounded, like his intellect was undeveloped. You! Who are you? Woohoo. Being stared at by Zhao Ziang, the child's mouth mumbled and actually cried out. But, that's not the scariest. The most terrifying thing was that the kid's size was still getting smaller. 4 or 5 years old, 2 or 3 years old, until a baby wrapped in a flowery shirt slowly lay down in front of Zhao Ziang's body and curled up into a ball. And, it's still shrinking. Woohoo. The crying stopped, and the baby, actually, ended up looking like a small ball of flesh, which gradually contracted and condensed towards a tadpole shape. The pupils were slit wide open. What did Zhao Ziang see? What a backwards growth he saw in a creature. Is that a fertilized egg? Snap. Suddenly, a bottle cap twisting sound came from behind them, and the child with a denim jacket on top and a skirt underneath walked slowly towards Su Sing's flower coat. Su Sing's that people are gone. All that was left was a cloud of blood writhing on his shirt. The kid squinted and just poured the blood from his shirt towards the thermos. Ho. It was hard to imagine the child pouring blood in water while making a hissing sound similar to that of an old corpse. Looking at him again, Zhao Ziang was somewhat dazed. TMD. This pussy is not a child. It is. It's that baby zombie, Overlord. As for where did the hordes of baby walkers go, need you ask? That thermos must be full of fertilized eggs. The baby zombies, all were turned into fertilized eggs, and hidden in his thermos flask. Ah, no wonder you don't see baby walkers anymore. You. Feeling that his intelligence was being toyed with, Zhao Ziang had no anger, only trepidation. Buzz. The air around him shook as Zhao Ziang tried to run. He's afraid. I'm afraid I'll be turned into a fertilized egg as well. Run? From the moment you met me. I'm sorry, you won't be able to escape. The corners of the little boy's mouth curled up, and after just fixing his eyes on Zhao Ziang, his pupils began to darken. His size, too, was shrinking toward his high school days. Memory seems to be blurring. Hey, shouldn't I be in school? Why am I here? Dumbfounded, he looked at the abandoned store. Kitty, the boy silently rubbed the bird on his shoulder. Yeah. Next moment, the originally disheveled and thin bird was suddenly twisted with bones all over its body, and it skyrocketed into a huge eagle. The eagle's beak wriggled, spreading its wings plop sound. Beak front stab, has already stabbed open Zhao Ziang's young head. I remember. The captain of the beastized battle team. His ability is to turn into a mutant eagle. You turned him. Put. The young Zhao Ziang's mouth mumbled, and at the last moment of his death, he regained his existing memories. But, I lost all my memories forever. Ho. Super nanny? It's just a muggle. It's time to go to the mining black market to settle that alien. Click. Twisting the lid of the thermos flask, the little boy's face smiled coldly. A man and a bird stepped and disappeared into the snowy landscape. Chapter 121, Game Warning. Do Ziren's Temptation. Kryptonite skill Vajra body. Tap. Outside the mining black market, led by Du Ziren, Qiu Xingxing's 4-member squad desperately ran towards the cave entrance. Gurgling. The thick blood coalesced into pools of blood that continued to flow outward down the low extending cavernous passage. The air was filled with the pungent odor of blood. Tap. When the group of people stood at the entrance of the cave of the mining black market, with blood and water trampled under their feet, everyone's faces froze. Red, scarlet everywhere. Creepy. A cave full of creepy scenes. As far as the eye could see, there were heads with wide pupils lying on the ground, and their expressions seemed to be frozen forever in the moment of panic and anxiety. Large headless bodies were piled up in the mounds, some of them still leaking blood. Tick. The iron gate that blocked the underground level 2 was covered with fine beads of blood on the iron net. It's hard to imagine. What the hell is going on here? This is a massacre? Willow's face was a ghastly white, and Yang Miaomio stared intently at the countless headless corpses, her lips biting purple. It seems like it's all a one-shot kill, and the knives are all made at the moment when others can't react in time. That is, the expression just appeared and the knives were swung out. How did it do it? So many people, and not a single one of them reacted? Silence, surprise, panic. At this moment, the nerves of everyone in the squad were extremely shocked. Sure enough, is this the riot chapter? Du Ziren held back his discomfort and silently covered his nose. Is this game going to be so real? Xiao Jing, Dad, brother, just in the time when a few people were still hesitant. Xiao Shangshang and Linya already seemed to have thought of something and ran towards the iron gate, regardless. Danger! 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 The moment they moved, a red danger warning kept popping up in front of Du Ziran's game screen. And a line of warning pop-ups continues to flash. Warning! Warning! The riot chapter has reached its climax, and everything you do next will be about your chances of survival, as well as those of the game's protagonists. Please utilize everything you can to pass this chapter. The blood-red warning kept pulsing. Du Ziran didn't dare to be slow, and immediately grabbed Xiao Shangshang and Linya's arms. Stop! A mid-air chortle rang out, and both women's bodies shook. Senior Ziran, my brother, my sister, elder, let go of me, my incompetent brother, and the old man who can't move easily. I'm afraid of them. The two women's faces were all anxious and panicked. Their brains were down. Calm down. Du Ziran pulled their hands and didn't let go, and was already prepared for the two not listening to advice, and using Incarnate to control them at any time. Just kidding. A character that instantly slaughtered dozens of people and could make the game system determined dangerous, had never been seen by Du Ziran. He dared not be careless. What if Xiao Shangshang died himself, and got deleted and retrained? It didn't matter if it was money or not. It was just that Du Ziran felt that if Xiao Shangshang, the game character, was gone, he was afraid that it would be hard for him to like an electronic character again. But the girl who accompanied you all the way out. You guys think about it. Monsters that can instantly slaughter a crowd. What can you do if you go down there? The chiding echoed in front of the iron gate, and both women's faces were stunned, forced by the nervousness of what had just happened. No one would think about what exactly they would encounter if they went down there. They just want to save their families. Elder Ziran, I know it's dangerous down there. Dangerous enough. An existence like you is a bit scandalized. But I don't want younger siblings. Tick tick. Crystalline teardrops glistened in Xiao Shangshang's eyes. Du Ziran couldn't stand to see a woman cry, especially Xiao Shangshang. Reassuring. Rinya, you remember. I explained to your brother before I left, right? Remember. But such an existence. At least if I give an account, it means they still have a chance to escape. Now, no one knows what's down there. You're all going down there to die. I know you're afraid of your loved ones suffering. I'll be down to see. I'm coming. It's not a man's place to let the woman he loves cry in front of his eyes. Du Ziran wasn't sure what was down there, nor did he know how terrifying something that could make the game system, characterize it as dangerous, was. He knew only one thing now. He wouldn't let this dog ******************** ing game ruin Xiao Shangshang's hard-won happiness. I'll take it one step at a time, step by step, deliver her to happiness. A large hand slowly reached up. Du Ziran smoothed the teardrops on Xiao Shangshang's face. Elder Ziran, you, things may not be that bad. The more dangerous the time, the more important it is to utilize everything. Standing in front of the iron gate, Du Ziran's brain was running fast. Since it was an existence that made even the game system rated as dangerous, the abnormal failure that he had been relying on might not work on the other party. Even the other guy can cut off his own head in one go too. Utilizing all conditions. With his eyes looking around, Du Ziran looked at Lu Xie. Willow's abilities are especially important when it's not clear what's going on down there. Willow, can you sense how many walkers are down there? It seems like just one is active. However, there is another presence. She seems to be standing still and hiding. Willow sniffed and looked behind the iron gate, with a strange face. The one that's hiding is probably not a zombie, because this thing is so powerful. If it's a zombie, there's no need to hide. That means there's someone else hiding down there. What about the third basement? Can you sense anyone? For the time being. Can't sense it. Like this? Instantaneous decapitation. Instantly kills dozens of people. To be on the safe side, we should also add no fear of power failure. 1v1 words. Looked at his current ability panel. Space Blade? The fact that the opponent was able to chop off heads quickly meant that it was fast enough. The Space Blade might not even make sense to it. Canonization? Flames? Bloodline? Tempered? Wait. Toughen up. After fixing his gaze on Tempered, Du Ziran's obscure eyes finally brightened. Prepare for the worst. Even if you can't beat the other side, and the other side is out of the way, what if you have reached the Awakened One with your Tempered ability? Can it cut down its own steel? I got it. This time, it's for me to find out what's broken in this guy alone. Clicking on the plus sign after ability Tempered, a line of text popped up. Temporary battle boost option. Option 1, top up 5,000 renminbi and turn on superpower Tempered Strength for half an hour. Option 2, charge 5W yuan. Open the Awakening Tempered Strength for half an hour. Open the Awakening skill Adamantine Body. Chapter 122 Timeout? Above. This is it. Without hesitation, Du Ziran tapped the recharge button. Your bank card with tail number 0304. Just spent $5. Current balance 547, $500. Tempered power awakening period unlocked. Awakening skill of a draw body unlocked. Experience time remaining, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. A series of information skipped past his eyes, and Duziran only felt as if his body had been injected with some kind of steel and concrete, which was incredibly thick. Vajra body? Tried to move the body. The skin layer friction actually issued a burst of clanking sound of iron. Nice guy. It's a direct plating of himself as a Vajra. Mark my words. No one is allowed to come down. If you still recognize me as a senior. Clang. After pulling open the iron gate, Duziran twisted his head to look at the four women outside the door. Xiao Shangshang was in tears. Senior Ziran. Elder. I'm dragging you down again. You've done well. I won't let anyone take away your happiness. After softly consoling him, Duziran walked towards the dark tunnel without any hesitation. Snap snap snap. Sticky blood and miserably dead corpses were everywhere on the familiar Long Tu road. Sniffing the fishy smell of blood and water, Duziran's face was solemn as he followed the pathway, finally arriving at the entrance to the third underground floor. Bang! 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 Before he could even get close to the edge of the downward concave hole, a terrifying collision sound, mixed with the vibration of the ground, kept returning to the surrounding ground. What a terrifying power! Lamenting the vibration of the ground, Duziran squinted his eyes, only to see that on the underground cavern entrance where he used to travel freely, a pitch-black silhouette was now flickering frequently. Right. The reason why it's called a pitch-black outline is because the naked eye doesn't capture what kind of shape it is. At this moment, in Duziran's eyes, that silhouette was moving at a frighteningly fast speed, and you could vaguely see the black shadows flickering in its periphery, undulating up and down, doing something in no time. With each flash of light, the ground shook once too often, and there were wood shavings and dirt and dust constantly drifting away from the hole. Sure enough, this thing also moves ridiculously fast. Nerves tense, Duziran crept closer to the silhouette. It wasn't until he saw the thick ground beneath it that he let out a long, ghostly breath. The original downward exploratory tunnels had been encased in tightly packed dirt and roots, and it seemed that Lin Ping had taken his words at face value. Phew, okay. The hole in the ground was blocked up, so that means that Shang Shang's siblings are now fine for the time being. If something happens to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, eyes coldly looking towards that silhouette, even though Duziran couldn't capture exactly how it was moving, but by virtue of the Vajra body, Duziran didn't open his mouth vainly at all. I said, you've been smashing for so long, aren't you tired? Bang bang bang, bang. Within the empty underground space, Duziran said this out loud, and all of a sudden, the silhouette of that black shadow operating at high speed gradually finalized a tall black-faced zombie body type. It looked hesitantly toward the source of the sound, the bone blade wielded in its hand lurching. Who? The mirror woman? No, you're not her? The sinister hollow pupils looked over. Duziran only felt like he was being stared at by some fierce beast. His body instinctively tightened. But, at the same time, a line of game data appeared in front of Duziran's eyes. Specialized zombies. Strength, superhuman, second order. Ability, unknown. Danger level, high. Superhuman second order? Then I shouldn't be weak to it. Even if its powers are outrageous, there's no way it can cut off the awakened one's head with a single slash, right? Doing the analysis in his heart, Duziran's footsteps actually stepped towards the front of the front. Tap tap tap. More thick footprints appeared on the ground, and Duziran's voice sounded once again. Having killed so many people. I mean, you were human before you became like this, weren't you? Is killing all you have left after awakening your powers and self-awareness? Words with a judgmental undertone came from the black-faced Deathstroke, and the black-faced Deathstroke's hollow eyes narrowed. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. I'm still the first time I've seen someone facing me, not running away, but coming forward of their own accord. Humans. With the bone knife in his left hand hanging high, Duziran looked at the black-faced zombie, steadily, wanting to analyze its abnormal ability. Buzz. But, just the next second in the blink of an eye, the bone knife, that was still hanging in the black-faced zombie's hand, with a clang sound, had strangely been set on his neck, cutting out a dazzling spark. Bare your teeth. Sparks exploded and Duziran instinctively felt a heat in his neck. By the time he got back to his senses for a split second, his neck twisted and a light white stripe had appeared on that. Good. So fast. What kind of speed is this? Even if it's divine speed, it's impossible to come in front of a person in the blink of an eye and finish the sword, right? Original. It turns out that heads are falling off the first floor. Is that the reason? Touching his neck, Duziran could not help but marvel at his opponent's power. Strong. This black-faced zombie was definitely the strongest boss he had encountered since playing this game. This kind of pure self-strength could be much more terrifying than the last King Seed zombie. Ooh, tempered? Or is it a awakening stage, little bastard? A gloomy voice suddenly came from the east of his ears. Du Ziren raised his eyes to see that the dark and tall figure, not knowing when, had already stood at the east corner, flinging his bone blade. You? When will you? Ho ho ho. Not waiting for Du Ziren to finish his question. Bared. I could still see the thing with my naked eye standing in the east, but my own back was bared. 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 Bared a spark. Bare your teeth. Bare your teeth. Immediately after that, it was the chest, the face, and the lower half of the body, where terrifying sparks exploded from the surface of the body in a split second. Intensely. Clank clank clank. Within just a second, this black-faced zombie, at least, had hacked out hundreds, if not thousands, of slashes on his own body. Ho ho ho. Your turtle shell. It's quite hard, but, the moment your alien skill dissipates, I guarantee that your body will be cut into pieces. Obviously, the blade light was still flashing in front of his eyes, but the black-faced zombie's sinister words came from behind. It was as if this monster could ignore time and appear anywhere in an instant. Canonization. Alien powers fail. Frantically urging the other interfering abnormal abilities, Du Ziren wanted to control the black thin zombie, but, the direction alien power pointed to 1 second, the monster was gone the next. Quick, it's almost too fast for the naked eye to catch. Damn, this zombie's movement speed. Something's wrong. If you can't capture its position, what about a direct ranged attack? Subconsciously, he clicked on the plus sign after canine alteration. Spend $1W to start canonization. Spending $10W. The option readout hadn't even come out yet, so Du Ziren directly pressed on the one that cost the most money. Ding! Your bank card with tail number 0304 just spent 10W yuan. Current balance $6. 447. 500. Your canine powers are in the process of awakening. Pressing not to care about reading any consumer information. Under the light of the knife and sparks, Du Ziren was covered with a wave of chi surging away. Canine eyes domain field. Familiar skills, familiar feeling. But, after the surrounding space fluctuated, that rapid blade light didn't stop in the slightest. How is this possible? Ho ho ho. A chilling voice that still echoes. Chapter 123 timeout? Below, how is that possible? In a ranged attack, how could it not turn into a dog? Amazed, puzzled, in a trance. Just when Du Ziren thought that BYD game had a bug, the sparks all over his body suddenly dissipated. That horrible attack came to an abrupt end, and a dark and tall figure suddenly appeared 50 meters away from himself. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. I can't imagine that you have other awakening stage, psychic abilities. Yes, if I kill you, will I be able to eat 2 crystal cores from the awakening stage? After Du Ziren demonstrated his new abnormal ability, this black-faced zombie was not only not afraid, but instead trembled with excitement. You guys, looking at his opponent's bone blade that had already hacked to pieces, Du Ziren's face clouded over. Why didn't it get hit by the AoE cannibalization ranged attack just now? Can it still be faster than 50 meters of skill field, instantly opened? Transience? Flash? No. It can't be as simple as instantaneous movement and flash. While it just attacked, slashing out so many slashes in an instant, the voice appeared behind me again while I was still thinking about it. The speed of a man's thought can go a lifetime in a second, and it has even dropped the knife before I finished thinking. Rather than saying it's too fast, it ignores time and appears anywhere at will. Ignore the time? Wait, time? Touching the time crystal core in his arms, Du Ziren thought of the 1/3 crystal core requirement. Moment. There was a hint of speculation in the eyes that looked at this black-faced zombie. There is one possibility. There was only this one possibility to be able to dodge the attack in the Inuyasha domain, that opened up in 50 meters instantly and managed to leave. That's time out. Right. It could only be that cannibalization had been activated, and the black-faced zombie paused time as its body quickly left the 50-meter area. Although the canine alien energy spread out fast as well, under time pause, it was absolutely frozen space. Even if it had been struck under the frozen time, the alien energy was all frozen. It could still move and would not be affected in the slightest. Hissing. No wonder it doesn't work when the powers are disabled. As long as it stays moving in frozen time, there's no way I can capture it. That is to say, the reason why it was seen to be 100 meters away 1 second, and the next it had already dropped its sword and cut off a person's head, was not that it was too fast. Rather, it freezes time, quickly approaches, and then drops its sword to chop off heads. People don't even have time to think before their heads fall to the ground. This is the answer to the headless corpses in the mines with no survivors. Stunned, Du Ziren looked towards that black-faced zombie, and fell silent. This thing is the boss of the first chapter? Game production team. NM is gone. Difficult to get so big? Greeting the game production team's ancestors once again. Du Ziren just wanted to take a step closer to the black-faced zombie. Ha. Mom's step had just been taken when the guy blinked again and appeared in the other corner. You can't even catch up with him. Time out. It's that buggy. Damn. How to deal with it? With his mind spinning one by one, Du Ziren wanted to solve the black-faced zombie with his own hands, and at the moment, it was unlikely. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. The sardonic laughter still echoed within the underground space, and the opponent's figure had completely disappeared. However, Du Ziren was clear that it hadn't disappeared, but was hiding in the time pause. Dealing with it. There's another possibility for dealing with it. Scratching his hair, Du Ziren thought of one last possibility. That's the main character of the game. Xiao Shangsheng. On Xiao Shangsheng's body, the characteristics of immortality are rebirth after death and recovery of severed limbs. And apart from these additional abilities, the most important ability is to continuously improve the physique, and to be immune to supernormal abilities. Immune. If she could keep Xiao Shengsheng wrestling with the black-faced walker, all she needed was a split-second chance to pull the black-faced walker out of the time pause, and Du Ziren cannibalize it, and she would have a chance to completely kill the walker. Shang did. Could it be that the pass condition for the first chapter is for the game protagonist and the game player to cooperate in order to pass the level? Greeting the game planner of SM Games once again, Du Ziren was too hesitant. Xiao Shengsheng is so cute. Why do you want her to fight for her life? Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. I'd like to see your ability. How much longer can it last? The sinister voice echoed within the underground space, and Du Ziren's face was filled with darkness. After hesitating again and again, a voice that made Du Ziren unexpected rang out. This senior, do you have any ideas? If there's no way to solve it, I'm afraid that the two zombie armies on the edge of Wannan City will soon come to converge as well. With a battle power like yours, it's better to save yourself and evacuate. Though that said, my companions went to stop it. Judging by this guy's strength, I reckon my companions might not be able to block it. A cool voice rang out, and Du Ziren's expression was stunned. You're the one who's been hiding, worthy of an awakening stage, Lord. I am Luzhou Safe Camp, Mirror Lady Fong Weiguang. I'm in charge of stopping this guy. It's just that Fong Weiguang's voice was full of self-reproach, and after Du Ziren's face hesitated, he finally intended to execute the final method. If there were really other zombie armies coming, there was simply no way to consume time with this black skinny zombie. Even if you want Sheng Sheng to fight with me, I won't let anything happen to her. Quickly clicking on the carousel on the recharge page, he entered the lucky draw pool. Du Ziren looked at the 648 option, and directly came 10 times 10 in a row. Your bank card with tail number 0304 just. Snow Leopard shut up, not bothering to look at the chargeback reminder. Du Ziren quickly clicked on lucky draw, and a line of winning tips came through. You've gained a trumpet *45. You have obtained Thunderfire Crystal Core, purple, *1, guaranteed. You have obtained Metal Crystal Core, white, *3. Windblade Crystal Core, green, *6. Trumpet *5. You gained. Under the countless dense information, Du Ziren ghostly took out 7 metal crystal cores from the warehouse. Hey, that MS. Fong, I'm asking you for something. You said, help me deliver these cores to the exit of the mine. Deliver them to the exit of the mine, to a young girl in silver armor. I want her to use these cores and walk down safe and sound. Chapter 124. Du Ziren's little fangirl? Where did she come from? Looking at the 7 crystal cores that suddenly appeared in the air, Fong Weiguang froze. She didn't understand what could be the point of sending 7 crystal cores up now, but she was more resistant to, why are you delivering it yourself? Although it was a bit idiotic to ask this question, Fong Weiguang was no cutie. What if you go towards the top and the sound attracts that black-faced zombie to come after you? Even if it was in the mirror stealth state and the other party was not good at finding itself, what if it was? What if he couldn't shake off its tracking? Last time, it was only because the other party was in a hurry to leave that they didn't chase after themselves. What would be the consequences of provoking it specifically this time? Take a step back. He and this senior were only casual acquaintances. Was it possible for the other party to use himself as bait to attract the zombies away and run away himself? At this moment, it was no wonder that Fong Weiguang didn't think much about it, because she's afraid of death, and she's seen too many inexplicable calculations under Armageddon. Even though he wanted to save the people of the mining black market, he did need this senior to hold down the place, but it was all based on one's own safety. Fong Weiguang hesitated. She sensibly hesitated before the possibility of a life and death crisis. Are you afraid that if you move, that guy will come after you? This is a real risk. However, for an existence like them, whose minds have been polluted by killing, when they see this elephant of mine, they'll probably defend themselves and wait for me to run out of powers to kill me. It wants to eat me more than you. If he's tracking you, shouldn't he be more afraid that I'm the elephant in the room? So, you're in danger, but not much. I know that you may not believe in the words of a stranger, but I, Du Ziren, promise that I will never do a single thing that would make innocent people trip the mine for me. Du Ziren's methodical voice came out. Under that long string of words in front of him, Fong Weiguang didn't react at all. Able to. As soon as he heard the three big words Du Ziren, Fong Weiguang's body suddenly gave a start, and his entire body shivered as if he had been electrocuted. You, what did you say? Your name is Du Ziren? Aang, what's wrong? Wood and earth and da, Ziren of Shangren? What's wrong? What's wrong? Can you show me what you look like? What? This sudden whole thing from the other party made Du Ziren dumbfounded. Not buddy, I asked you to help me, but if you don't, why do you want to see what I look like? If you are really Du Ziren, I will definitely help you to deliver it, even if it means death. Ha! The other party's firm voice suddenly came from the corner. Du Ziren was confused. What the hell is going on now? Forget it. It's too late to think about it. The key is to get the crystal core to Shang, so she can turn on the crystal armor to get her down. Buzz buzz. In the void of air, a steel-bodied teenage form slowly presented itself for removal. For the first time, Du Ziren faced a game character in its real form. I said, I'll show my face so you can help me? Look around suspiciously. Snap. In the corner, a pocket watch fell out of nowhere. Fong Weiguang's hands could not stop trembling. His face could not hide his excitement. He put away the pocket watch in a panic and looked at Du Ziren fixedly. It's really you. Ha, what the hell are you talking about? Peacemaker Du Ziren, it's really you. How did you get here? Excited, trembling voice came. Du Ziren felt that the woman across the street was crazy. No good disappeared form again. You've seen it all. Are you still going or not? Go, please give me the crystal core, and I will complete the mission. At this moment, Fong Weiguang's tone was filled with reverence, admiration, and love. Detected that the new character Fong Weiguang has reached a favor value of 92. You can bind to the perspective of Fong Weiguang at any time and command her by voice alone. Ha, clueless with a capital C. Du Ziren never felt that he was some kind of white boy who could charm women with his face. This time, hey, and really showed up and captured an NPC? Hiss, whether dude is really handsome, or is this NPC a nymphomaniac? For a moment there was no time to think about it, and after the crystal core in his hand was thrown out, there was an inexplicable burst of mirror ripples in the distance, and the 7 crystal cores dissipated at once. Tap tap tap. Taking a step, Fong Weiguang ran towards the distance with large strides. She didn't bother to care if she would attract that black-faced walker with this action. She was now, as if she was under a love compulsion, filled with an agitated crimson color, like a young girl in spring. While holding the crystal core in her hand, she held a pocket watch and ran wildly away from the road. Clank! The pocket watch kept swaying in the air, and when it popped open, it was actually inlaid with a large group photo. On the group photo, it's a construction site in progress. At the construction site, Du Ziren, a black dog, 2 young girls and 2 teenagers stood together and made a scissor hands gesture to the camera. Among them, 2 teenage girls, one wearing a school uniform and the other wearing a reporter's uniform, were coincidentally sneaking their gazes towards Du Ziren, and this photo, with no intention of using it, folds Du Ziren and the girl in the press uniform separately. Put, heartbeat so excited it's going to explode. Fong Weiguang lost his previous calmness and kept murmuring in his mouth. Great-grandma, you're right, you are right, he will not die, he will definitely appear in the future. He today has appeared in front of his granddaughter. I will fulfill the Fong family's ancestral motto and swear allegiance to him to the death. Tap tap tap. The footsteps were getting farther away. Du Ziren watched a burst of footprints leave, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. The chilling voice did not dissipate. He'd guessed right. This guy was onto him. The crystal core, of a double awakened, had surpassed the existence of the entire mining black market. Ask yourself, would you think about fried chicken while eating a steak? Black-faced zombie, hating the fact that at this moment, one pair of eyes is growing on Du Ziren's body. As long as Du Ziren dared to move, this guy was the one who would really tail. If I hadn't gone up there, I would have led this guy to Shang. I wouldn't have had to sell my beauty. Muttering resentfully, what Du Ziren didn't realize was How in the world did he instantly rip off an NPC? It could only be considered a credit to his own face value? Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Mining black market, in front of the cave entrance. Xiao Xingxing's few people were staring solemnly at the movement behind the iron gate, when suddenly a sound of footsteps came. Elder is back? Suddenly, all eyes looked to see a female body covered in lenses slowly presenting itself in the darkness. She looked suspiciously at a few people with a wary look on her face. Who? Stop. Stand still or we'll do it. When they instinctively thought that the other party was some kind of zombie, Xiao Xingxing's few people just wanted to make a move. That female body walked straight towards the position of a dozen meters in front of Xiao Xingxing, and her gaze was on her face for a good while before she let out a quiet cry. That's you? Senior Zirin. Fancy you? Chapter 125 Skyfall Maid. Finnish electronic girlfriend. Originally, he was still a bit nervous, but suddenly he was stunned by the other party's sentence, Senior Zirin. The heart, inexplicably. There was a sense of displeasure that the most precious thing had been taken away from me. With a tense face, Xiao Shengsheng didn't know why. Originally worried about what was happening down there, but now hearing a woman say something like Zirin Senior, her heart burned with jealousy, and her tone was ice cold. Who are you? Me? I'm Zirin Senpai's most loyal servant. Minion. Click click click. Fong Huiguang held his chin high. The lenses all over his body had returned to skin. Under a tight black warm leather jacket, the concave and convex figure is displayed. Under the single ponytail, it is a pretty googly egg face, noble temperament, eyes cold and arrogant. She scrutinized Xiao Shengsheng as if she were scrutinizing a love rival. Judging from Du Ziren's worried tone just now, it seemed that he was afraid that this woman in silver armor would be injured. However, after taking a closer look, Fong Huiguang only felt that this woman had a lovely face at most, and there was nothing outstanding. Strength? Not as high as myself. Body? Not as good as myself. What about temperament? A royal sister herself. She finished off the other side's little sister. Senior Zirin, what exactly do you see in you? Fong Huiguang scanned Xiao Shengsheng, and Xiao Shengsheng similarly looked squarely at Fong Huiguang. Stress. From this woman who suddenly popped out, Xiao Shengsheng felt the pressure. The two men locked eyes, pinpointing each other. Only Linya and the three of them were dumbfounded and looked at Fong Huiguang with uncertainty. It's not. How come there's an extra maid for Senpai after just this much work? Is it hard? Is it too tricky down there? Summoned by the seniors? But come to think of it, it's right for a high-ranking person of Senpai's level to have a battle made by his side. TSK. I can't see through this woman's strength, and her face and body are both very high. Our fall team. It's a bit dangerous. Linya looked like an outsider watching the show, snickering and analyzing, and Yang Miaomia just wanted to chime in. Don't want to. Xiao Shengsheng actively exploded. Her small face filled with tightness. What exactly is the relationship between you and Senior Zirin? A maid. Didn't I say everything? What maid? Guess what? Fong Huiguang deliberately blinked, her slender eyelashes carrying a teasing hint. You. Just as the smell of gunpowder was about to completely explode, Lu Shu's face tensed and frequently looked outside the mining black market. Hey, don't get more jealous yet. It's not right. There are a lot of life features approaching this way. It could be the other zombie army, coming. Now is not the time to argue. You said you're Senpai's maid. What exactly are you here for? Panicking, he looked at Fong Huiguang, and only then did the other party seem to think of something and unwillingly took out 7 metal crystal cores from his arms. Here, Elder Zirin asked me to bring it to you, said for you to meet him down there while protecting yourself. Looking at the appearance of those 7 metal crystal cores, Xiao Shengsheng instinctively thought of the design of the crystal core armor. Elder, does he need me? Elder? Don't be so smug. I guess. Elder just wants you to be an aid in drawing fire. I don't think that with your strength, you can help much. With mean words coming out of his mouth, Fong Huiguang instinctively thought that Du Zirin just needed Xiao Xingxing's assistance in passing. She wasn't sure about Du Zirin and Xiao Xingxing's relationship, but she knew it had been passed down from her grandparents that Du Zirin only had an online girlfriend and had never run present. That is to say, she had her chance. She has a chance to hook up with the legendary peacemaker and fulfill her family's long-cherished wish. Of course, it would be nice to be each other's other half. Every time he thought of this, Fong Huiguang would get excited. But, bare your teeth. As a sound of steam surging came, Fong Huiguang was dumbfounded. Ka-ching. One by one, the 7 metal crystal cores were set into Xiao Xingxing's battle armor, emitting a dazzling light. Bare your teeth. Inside each fist-sized crystal core, the flowing luster quickly faded. However, on the crystal core armor, a layer of white-gray metallic light inexplicably surged out. The aura of a superhuman third order suddenly surged out. What? The legendary crystalline core weapon? You. How did you get it? Eyes wide. Fan Huiguang had always thought that the piece of armor on Xiao Xingxing's body was at most an iron armor to prevent zombies from scratching, but now it seems she was so wrong. This is something that only Tier 1 security camp has. How could you, a third-tier security camp shifter, have it? You can't believe it. It's unbelievable. Rather than having stayed in the Magic City first-line security camp before, Fan Huiguang had only seen some of the exalted take-out weapons like crystallized core dagger and crystallized core gloves, but just such weapons. As long as they were crystal nuclear weapons, they were sold at astronomical prices in the first-line security camp. Nowadays, Xiao Shangshang had crystal core armor everywhere up and down her body. How does that not leave her bewildered? Where the hell did you get all this stuff? Aren't you senpai's maid? These were given to me by Senior Zirin. What? You didn't know? As if she had pulled back once, Xiao Shangshang raised her wrist armor as if showing off, and Fan Huiguang was dumbfounded. Just what kind of person are you, Senior Zirin? He would give you something like that. Then ask yourself. Now, I'm going to help Senior Zirin. Moving the crystal core armor, with its metallic luster flashing, Xiao Shangshang didn't dare to slack off anymore. Even though she was a little happy to thwart this heavenly maid, she was more worried about Du Zirin's safety. Tap tap tap. Running towards the deep tunnel one by one, Fan Huiguang looked at Xiao Shangshang's back and clenched his teeth. No, the grandparents lost to an online dating partner. In my generation, I will not lose to a little girl. Stomping his feet, Fan Huiguang followed closely behind Xiao Shangshang and also ran into the tunnel after him. Hey, what do you think? Outside the tunnel, Linya looked like a melon eater, snickering at Yang Miao beside her. It was only then that Yang Miao seemed to come back to her senses from the performance in the crystal and core armor. How does what look? I mean, who do you think is the rightful owner of the former? Does that even need to be said? Finished. Captain Autumn is defeated by that woman. You are not seeing it. That woman's eyes were glazed over when she saw that set of crystal cores glowing. Look at this. This is what is called favoritism. Senior is truly willing to give everything to Team Autumn. That's what I thought. I just don't know how far Senior and Captain Autumn have gotten. The two men were talking as if they were eating melons, knowing that their seniors were coping well down there. Their moods, too, were not so tight. On the contrary, it was Lu Shu, who frequently looked beyond the mining black hole with a surprised face. In her detection, it was clear that a large group of existence was supposed to be approaching this place, but outside, there wasn't a single movement. Chapter 126 Prize Pool Updates. Opening Specialized Martial Arts. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. How long will you, in the end, last, little bastard? Inside the mining black market underground level 2, in Du Ziren's periphery, the voice of the black-faced zombie once again resounded. The somber voice seemed like it had just swept past his ears, but Du Ziren squinted his eyes, but he didn't see anything. Settling to look 50 meters away, an occasional black light could be seen flickering constantly. On the move, this black-faced zombie, again, was moving frantically within the time pause. It was just bouncing from side to side on his face and he couldn't do anything with it. SB gamers, can't you let me have more kryptonite? Let me experience the power of Inhuman in one step? Can't we just do it in seconds? Tapping on the recharge page, Du Ziren was not afraid of any exotic powers disappearing. The time for Awakened One's experience is up, so it's just a matter of renewing it. How can you not be in trouble when the zombies outside hit? The only thing I'm worried about is Xiao Shangshang and the game's judging mechanism this time around. You won't last much longer. Awakened One, ho ho ho. A strange, sinister laugh continued, and a burst of sparks continued to rise from his body. That damned thing is testing his strength of abilities, with the bone blade, again. Buzz buzz. In front of him, there was only the light of the fire, but not a single outline of a human form. Just as Du Ziren was grimacing and annoyed. Tap tap tap. Senior Ziren, Xiao Shangshang, who was dressed in metallic battle armor, looked over in a hurry and panic. Watching sparks emerge from a place out of nowhere, Xiao Xingxing's face flushed with urgency and ran towards the side without caring about anything. Pith, it's okay. Your siblings are well protected. Du Ziren instinctively comforted Xiao Shangshang, who subconsciously assumed that the girl's heart sank on a loved one. I don't know. Senior Ziren, you're not hurt, are you? Are you going to be okay? That little face was full of anxiety and worry, wanting to get closer to Du Ziren, but was constantly pressed back by the harsh blade light. Elder, she stretched out her hand, and a burst of clank sparks shot out from her hand. The girl pursed her lips and ignored the sparks, but kept looking at the invisible Du Ziren with worry, and stuck her hand on Du Ziren's body stubbornly. The only thing on the taut little face was that the eyes were a little red. Senior, are you in pain? Under the sparks, the worried and uneasy eyes really made Du Ziren's heart jump. Turn out STH. Would he himself be so important in Xiao Xingxing's heart? Cootie, how could anything happen to me? On the contrary, aren't you afraid of having your hand cut off? I'm just afraid that Senior Ziren. Afraid that Senior Ziren will get hurt. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Presumably having eaten a mouthful of dog food on the side, the black-faced zombie couldn't help it. The next attacks frequently slashed at Xiao Xingxing's crystal core armor. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Another little bastard? Yeah. Yes. Bang bang bang. Visible to the naked eye, the crystalline core armor was slashed by the bone blade with a slight crack. Xiao Shengsheng squinted her eyes tightly, trying to make out the presence of the other party, but all there was the cracking sound of the crystalline core armor. Pith, are you afraid? A familiar calm voice came, and Xiao Shengsheng could feel that a figure seemed to be standing in front of her. I'm not afraid, as long as it's Elder Ziren calling out to me, even if it's a dead end down there, even if I don't have this armor on me, I'll still come. Small fists clenched, Xiao Shengsheng looked in front of her, as if swearing, ha ha ha, there's no need to be so serious, everything is under control. Shengsheng, next, I need you to help me. Can I help Senior too? Right, this time, only you can help me. I must help Senior. Seemingly sensing, for the first time, Ziren Senior's need for herself, Xiao Xingxing's face inexplicably flushed a little. Relax, now that this walker is hiding in a timeout. However, it does appear briefly at the end or beginning of each attack. Pithing, I want you to seize this time and hit him briefly. Confident? May I? Somewhat skeptical of his own abilities, Xiao Shengsheng shrunk his neck. You can do it. No one has a chance to hit her but you. A warm breath sounded by her earlobe, and Xiao Shengxing's face tensed. Me, I know. Every time in the past, it was Senior who helped me. This time even if I have to fight with all my might and get pulverized, I will still hit it. Slowly taking out the military dagger from her waist, Xiao Shengsheng quickly distanced herself from Du Ziren, her eyes frequently looking around. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. See me? Hit me? Humans, you expect a woman? Well then, as an appetizer before the main meal, her crystal core, I'll eat it. There was a chilling laugh in the air. Next moment, clank clank clank, an explosive sound like a rainstorm pear blossom surfaced in Xiao Xingxing's chest. Quick, simply uncatchable fast. Xiao Shengsheng merely just reacted as a dagger was swung out towards his body. Clank, clank, clank. Already dense sparks were exploding behind them again. Phew, phew, phew. Am I really okay? Pupils dilated. Kaya Shengxing began to doubt herself, but once she thought of the words of Ziren Senpai, I can only rely on you. Put. The heart was inexplicably beating faster. Xiao Shengsheng, this time, if it doesn't work, it will. You've relied on Senior so many times. Now, it's time for Senior to rely on you too. Struggling to keep her eyes open, Xiao Shengsheng knew that once she looked behind her, the attack might have long since switched to another direction. Solely, she only stared at the front of her body. The dagger in her hand gripped numbly as she waited for a time when the black-faced walker would end time pause and briefly appear for a gap. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. You? Just you? All your powers are temporary. You. Clank. Between the words, this time it was a burst of sparks that came out of Xiao Xingxing's head. The armor's helmet shook for a moment, and the pupils of Xiao Xingxing's eyes glowed a faint golden color as immortality began to activate. As time spent in combat increases, one develops a resistance to powers. This was Du Ziren's most favorable opinion of this abnormal ability. You deserve to die. Clank. It was clear that the attack on the top of his head was still there, but in the next moment, a bone knife instantly wiped at Xiao Xingxing's neck. Xiao Xingxing's pupils were stunned, and his hand movements were so fast that he couldn't see them. She saw it. She really captured it. In that black shadow that moved without seeing its outline, a huge bone hand blade slashed over abruptly. Clank. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. What? Bone knife. Instead of the bone blade cutting on the armor, a dagger blocked the bone blade. This time, I'll let Senior rely on me without worry. I can. Buzz. The dagger vibrated and collided with the bone blade with a boom. Click click click. In a flash of lightning, the dagger shattered. But, boom, a white shadow suddenly flew out, and a burst of earth and rocks collapsed in the top air of the underground level 2. When the dust cleared, a huge bone sword had been inserted above the roof of the shed. This time, the attack didn't just miss Xiao Shengsheng, even had her arm cut off by a knife. You. Stunned voices echoed all around. The black-faced walker's voice was suddenly far and near, and no one knew where it was hiding again. It worked. Du Ziren's face was delighted. Sure enough, the game's protagonist needs to make an appearance at the end. Only this time it succeeded. And it also used up Qiu Xingxing's only weapon. While secretly thinking about how Qiu Xingxing was going to counter the black-faced zombie as attack next time, a pop-up window flashed in front of Du Ziren's eyes. Detected your game protagonist losing his primary weapon. Opening a new prize pool in. You can now head over to the game's prize pool and draw special weapons for all types of game characters. Far away, Fong Weiguang cowering in the corner, his eyelids constantly fluttering. She can actually really help Senior Ziren? How could she? His heart was filled with fear of the black-faced zombie. How could Fong Weiguang never imagine that this woman could actually rush up just now without thinking twice? Even really help Senpai block the unseen attack. Asterisk. This woman looks so soft. How come she has so much guts? Chapter 127 Couple joins forces to kill time. Pause. Zombies. Above. Specialized martial arts? Good. So you're waiting for me here. A sleepy head comes with a pillow. 1 second he was anxious about how Qiu Xingxing would block his opponent's attack next time. The next second, specialized martial arts popped up. Shang, keep it up. I'll find you a new weapon right away. After instructing Qiu Xingxing, Du Ziren directly tapped on the new grand carousel. Next to the previous prize pool carousel, there was an additional specialized weapon prize pool button. As soon as you tapped it in, the rewards on the grand carousel instantly changed to clear weapons. Crystal Core, Dragon's Blood Dagger. Gold legend has it that a dagger forged from the bones of a mutant Snake King cuts iron and breaks gold. Once embedded in the crystal core, it will emit a dragon sound as it attacks, disturbing the enemy's nerves. Crystal Core Water Lotus Gloves. Green gloves crafted from the lotus leaves of the mutated water lotus. Inherently effective in accelerating the coalescence of water ability. When embedded in the crystal core, it can release the one-time skill Water Link Bomb. Crystal Core Perception Necklace. Blue, an ornament crafted from the eyes of a mutant octopus. The wearer can sense the presence of any psychic creature. When embedded in the crystal core, it can avoid interference from psychic alien energy. Dazzled. The newly released weapons on the carousel are simply mesmerizing to look at. It's like none of them are bad, and it's like none of them work for Autumn Saxon. The one that Xingxing can get used to using. I think it's still a dagger, right? Trying to click on the Dragon Blood Dagger. A fitness popped up by the description on the weapon. Qiu Xingxing's highest proficiency special weapon, when used by Qiu Xingxing, activates a special bonus, +1 lucky value. Lucky value again? My family Shang's lucky value seems to be inherently luckier than others? Whatever. Kai Chung directly clicked on the recharge interface. Du Ziren looked at the lucky value accumulation setting on the weapon pool, and had already consciously 10 consecutive 648. Ding! Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just spent $6.480. Current balance is $6.43 million. The bank reminds you to play appropriately and not to become addicted to the game when it detects that you have spent too much money on the game. Snow Leopard shut up. Ignoring the reminder of the bank's text message, Du Ziren directly pressed the 10 company. Clunk. The aperture on the lucky carousel began to rotate, followed by a brilliant meteor animation flashing by. Congratulations! Acquired, Crystalline Core Vidra Belt, green, *3. Crystalline Core Perception Necklace, green, *4. Crystalline Core Water Lotus Gloves, blue, *2. Triggering the 10 consecutive guaranteed mechanism. Congratulations on obtaining the Crystal Core Fire Serpent Lance, purple, *1. Your current lucky value has accumulated 64.8 points. Keep up the good work. Grass. I knew it. Impatiently, he looked in the direction of Qiu Xingxing. Buzz. After Qiu Xingxing managed to cut the bone knife of the black-faced zombie, the atmosphere fell into a short silence. But, ho ho ho, ho ho ho, yeah, you actually managed to capture my movements. You're not simple either. Since you can hurt me, then all the more reason to kill you. After a chilling sound, a dark silhouette could be vaguely seen writhing. Pffffffffff. Immediately, the body surface of that dark humanoid silhouette seemed to be swarming with dense white spikes. Ordinary people's naked eyes might not be able to capture what happened, but Qiu Xingxing could see it. On the body surface of the tall black-faced zombie, it actually bulged out one by one bone spines, living like a hedgehog person. Ho ho ho. It gave a sardonic smile towards Qiu Xingxing after. Clank clank clank. In just a matter of moments, the crystal core armor instantly exploded with ghastly scratches. Qiu Xingxing tried to take out the pistol in his arms to resist. Clang sound. The pistol just pulled out. The next second has been sliced into pieces of iron debris. Me. Trying to reach out and grab the body of the black-faced walker. The armor, in the palm of his hand, kept vibrating. For a moment, Xiao Shengsheng was like a prisoner bird surrounded by the light of swords, weak and helpless. Come on, come on, deadly lucky, give me a rise. Your bank card with tail number 0304, spent 64,800 on just now. Your current balance is 6,370,000. The bank's prompts kept coming, and Du Ziren kept clicking on 10 consecutive extractions. Your current lucky value accumulates 323. Congratulations, this lucky draw gets a lucky bonus, and will surely bring out golden props. Buzzing, the points of light on the turntable kept flashing. Finally, congratulations, you have won the Crystal Core Dragon's Blood Dagger, gold color, *1. There was no time to take a closer look at what he had gotten from this lottery. Du Ziren panicked and took out the Dragon Blood Dagger, directly from the warehouse. Roar! As soon as this thing was taken out, the dragon head on the dagger began to squirm. Ignoring the scale armor wrapped around the dagger's perimeter vibration, a cold wind whistled around it, chilling it to the bone. That's right, and the Crystal Core. Just in case, take the best. Roar! Hideous hissing sounds kept coming from the dragon's head, and even the black-faced zombie's attacks started to pause, and there were constantly gazes looking this way. That? Fong Huiguang had looked dumbfounded. The moment Dragon Blood Dagger appeared, the air around it was chilling from the scale armor on the dagger. That's not a description. The material on this dagger had to have been crafted from the body of an awakened monster at the very least. This weapon. It can't be a blue quality one, can it? Just for a moment she was still hesitant. Buzz. After Du Ziren removed a Thunderfire crystal core from his body, Fong Huiguang had been completely dumbfounded. Purple quality crystal core. Elder Ziren. You won't feed this to the crystal nuclear weapon? This is too much of a waste, isn't it? Thunderfire crystal core? You. Even the black-faced zombie was not interested in attacking Xiao Shengsheng at this moment. Is there really someone who uses purple crystal core as a consumable? Piggy eating ginseng fruit so made Ka-ching. When the crystal core, that flickered with electricity and flames was embedded in the dragon blood dagger. Roar! On the dagger, the dragon pattern that coiled around the mouth of the blade actually came completely to life, and a raging hissing sound suddenly resounded through the second underground floor. Roar! Imitating the shock of an ancient flood. Under the hissing sound, the body and mind began to tremble instinctively, so much so, that everyone forgot to breathe and stared in awe at the dragon's head hissing hideously from the dagger. Good! What a terrifying power! Holding the dragon blood dagger in his hand, Du Ziren's face tensed as he walked towards Xiao Shengsheng. He couldn't parry the dagger or show off the power of the thing too much. Otherwise, it was likely that the black-faced walker, in time pause, would snatch the dagger in the middle of the action. After quickly placing the dragon blood dagger back into the warehouse, Du Ziren quickly stepped to Xiao Shengsheng's side, and with a mere tap on her shoulder, the dragon blood dagger, which had just hissed hideously, had already appeared in Xiao Shengsheng's hand. Shengsheng, help me, kill it. Chapter 128. Husband and wife join forces to kill the time pause zombies. Below, it's this. Looking at the dagger with the hideous dragon head in her hand, Xiao Shengsheng could feel the terrifying power bursting out from between the scales on the dagger. The small hand that clutched the dagger was trembling. Your Doomsday Survival character has successfully bound the specialized martial Dragon Blood Dagger. Gold level props are non-transferable and non-unbinding. Xiao Shengsheng is equipped with a special weapon in special buff, lucky value +1. A line of hints popped out from the game pop-up, and Du Ziren's face was agitated. Shengsheng, this time, let the seniors rely on you. Elder Ziren. Shengsheng understands, waving the dragon blood dagger. The air around him emitted a burning hiss as lightning and fire surged between the scales on the dagger. You, who the hell are you? This kind of thing, the material on this dagger, how did you get it? And where the hell did you just hide the dagger? The sound of Blackface Walker's growl came from the air. Crisis. It did, indeed, feel crisis, from this dagger. It's a crystal weapon with a purple core. Clank clank clank. Several more sparks kept exploding from Du Ziren's body surface. Sure enough, unsurprisingly, Du Ziren's guess was that this guy would try to snatch the dragon blood dagger from himself. But, how could the high-minded gamer god not utilize the warehouse function? Pith. One more chance. You know when it is, right? The sound of sparks began to fade away, and Du Ziren's voice rang in Xiao Shengsheng's ears. In this moment, the two seemed to be able to connect their minds. I know, Elder Ziren, I know when you're talking about the opportunity. Holding the dragon blood dagger tightly in her hand, Xiao Shengsheng actually closed her eyes. Her palm kneaded the scales on the dagger. The lull. It's now. Buzz. A bone blade chopped down towards Xiao Shengsheng's wrist that was holding the dragon blood dagger, but Xiao Shengsheng seemed to have expected it and pinched the dragon head on the dagger. which suddenly opened its mouth and hissed. Roar! After the voice from the flood exploded at close range. Buzz! The original black silhouette that was constantly flickering in front of him was instantly clear at this moment, revealing a hideous black-faced zombie body. You? How could you? The black-faced zombie, as hollow pupils widened, and Xiao Shengxing's face chilled. Elder and I both guessed it. You will want to grab this dagger. So, I'm waiting for you to grab it. This is the moment. Dragon Song. Roar. The moment his wrist twitched, the dragon blood dagger, dragon's head hissed continuously, and the black-faced zombie head inexplicably trembled and stopped for a moment. Buzz. A bright blood-red light flashed by. Roar. Thedragon's mouth gradually closed, and when the sound of the dragon's voice dissipated, a huge black head flew up, and a huge headless black body boomed to the bottom. Rumble. In the dust. Finally, the time pause, zombie that had been invisible appeared in front of everyone's eyes. You. On you. In the end, what else are you hiding? Hidden what? Growling. The black head that had lost its body rolled on the ground and looked stubbornly at Du Ziren. Du Ziren let out a long breath and shrugged. What? You're a game character and you still want to touch the players? Ha! You! The empty pair of black eyes gradually caved in. With a plop sound, a black and white, crystal core, slowly slid out of its head. It's the second one, right? Taking the initiative to go forward and pick up that crystal core, a pop-up window lit up in front of him. Time crystals, pause, harvest, enable time ability, 2/3, currently has, time, accelerate, time, pause. So, there's only one more nucleus left to activate the golden power time? Rubbing the crystal core in his hand, he placed it in his arms. Du Ziren looked around, and the tragic situation in the second underground floor was no less tragic. Headless bodies everywhere, heads everywhere. The blood was still gurgling and dripping on the ground, telling of their sadness. Senior Ziren, we did it. Holding the dagger in her hand, Xiao Shengsheng was quite excited about the aftermath of the robbery, and she couldn't help but spread her hands wide and hug Du Ziren from behind. It worked. I told you, only you can sanction it. Because, you are. The word protagonist was stuck in his mouth without coming out, and Du Ziren ghosted out a word. Because, you're the one I value the most. The hands holding Du Ziren panicked and loosened. Xiao Shengsheng could not understand what this most valued meant. Is it her potential that's most important? Or, value her as a person? Senior Ziren. Anyway, Shengsheng also helped you once. Xiao Shengsheng blushed a scarlet red, and Du Ziren smiled. Yeah, now you, too, can help me. Maybe in the future, I can rely on you as much as I do now. Senpai, Elder relies on me? Inexplicably thinking about that time in the shower room, Xiao Shengsheng's neck was reddening. If Senpai relies on me like that from now on, as if, seems to feel, not bad at all. Thoughts had gradually become confused. Du Ziren doted on Xiao Shengsheng? The scene was unexpectedly harmonious. Oh right. Elder. This has to be returned to you. As if it was a bit of an afterthought, Xiao Shengsheng hurriedly wiped the blade of the dragon blood dagger, and handed it over with both hands, wanting to return it to Du Ziren. Senior, this is really too expensive. With it, maybe even the alien can gamble with the superhuman. Take it. This was supposed to be what I had in store for you. Otherwise, why do you think I favored the dagger I took out? The blush inexplicably began to rise again. But, it's already yours. No one can take it away. Think of it as payment for you helping me this time. Shengsheng, pay? Rubbing the dragon blood dagger. Xiao Shengsheng fell into silence. In fact, she would have preferred to hear a different answer, such as, this is my special gift to you. The young couple over here have a word for you and a word for me. On the other side, Fang Weiguang gritted his teeth as he watched the scene. Damn women. On what grounds? Ziren Senior favors you so much? The dagger and the crystal core were given to you like this. Have you gone ahead of me and confused the seniors first? Well. I recognize your potential in this battle, but in the future, I will never give you another chance. Never. Chapter 129 The Secret in the Thermos. Mining Black Market, First Floor Mining Cave. Hey, listen, guys, is the noise down there dying down? Linya stood in front of the iron gate and tried to walk towards it. The lull. No, everyone be alert. Willow's chortle swept violently through the dark cavern. What's wrong, Willow? I detected it. There are so many. A lot of life features are approaching this way. The number. There are at least 1,000 of them. What? Upon hearing this, the three women immediately looked at the mouth of the cave as if they were on the verge of an attack. Staring blankly, gurgling. On the ground, scarlet blood was still spreading, and the fishy wind blew in one's face, as the three women's faces grew tighter and tighter. But, a minute passes, 5 minutes passed, the imagined vibrations of the thousand zombies rushing in were slow to appear. Hey, what's going on here? Willow, is your ability wrong? Yang Nyamyo suspiciously looked at Lu Shu, who shook her head straight. Impossible. So far, I've never made a mistake with my abnormal ability, even that time with the King Seed zombie. As long as I'm given time, tap 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 tap. Abruptly, a sound of crushing snow came. The gazes of the three of them suddenly looked deathly toward the entrance of the cave. Tap tap tap. There was more than the sound of snow stomping, and a little boy dressed strangely, with a bird on his shoulder and a thermos clutched to him, came in with a quivering face. You guys. Hello guys. I got lost with the scavengers. The boy's face was terrified, and he looked to be in shock. His small head of less than a meter trembled in the cold wind, and with the cowering eyes, anyone who looked at him would feel pity at this moment. Big sister. Can I come in and hide? The little boy spoke, not caring whether Linya's three girls agreed or not, and had already walked into the cave. Kids, did you see anything out there? Linya's face was odd, and he looked fixedly at the little boy, who was walking as if he was doing some thinking. It seems like everyone was separated by a group of zombies, chasing them. Walkers, zombies, lips trembling, tears glistened in the little boy's eyes as he seemed to think of horrible memories. Hey, this little doll. Yang Nyamyo looked a little heartless, just wanted to go forward 2 steps, this child into the arms of comfort. Snap! Next moment, her shoulders sank and Willow pulled her back several steps, her eyes narrowing as she said coldly, "Child, you're not right." Willow, what's wrong with him? First of all, it's not right that he could have survived alone. It's understandable to say he was lucky, but how did he happen to find this place? Among scavengers, it's most taboo to bring children. He's not one of our scavengers, here. Then he can only be the scavengers out there. It's a suspicion that you found this place. Secondly, I never doubted my psychic powers. My psychic ability tells me, you alone have the mobile signatures of 1,000 life traits. With all due respect, you appear to be a child on the surface. You're actually a monster, right? After Willow's cold voice exploded, Linya was silent, but there were already earth spikes brewing under her feet. Sis, what are you talking about? I was directed here by the scavenger, grandfather over here. I'll just be a minute. The little boy's face was pitiful, and there was not the slightest hint that anything was wrong. Enough. You're a boy and you're not afraid of this cave full of corpses? Your guts aren't right either, are they? Besides, everyone here has been slaughtered. Where do you get off asking for directions? I'm warning you, take one more step over here. We'll do it. Willow's right eyelid kept fluttering. There was an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness rising in her heart, something that started since she met this child. For some reason, this child didn't feel like a human being to her, but more like some kind of mutated zombie. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Missy, you say, is it bad for you guys to just be pleasant with me? How pointless would it be to have to rip the skin off? Ho 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 late. Oh, you guys have a great base. You can barely be my dogs. Tap tap tap. The boy's footsteps didn't decrease, but this time he didn't argue, but slowly lowered his head and twisted the thermos in his hand with a click 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 click. What is he doing? Yang Meow Meow wondered as Willow's right eyelid jumped even faster. Hurry, hurry, interrupt it. Sister Linya, do it. Panicked, he prodded up Rinya, able to. Hey, big sister, are you calling out for me? Whoa, so many bodies. Mom, only to hear a delicate girl's voice ringing out. Lu Shu twisted her head to look. Beside her, Linya, did not know when she had turned into a teenage girl, was looking around with a face of horror. Whoa, Daddy. Kobayashiya was so scared that she fell on her butt. This, I see, your power is. Willow looked at the little boy in horror. The little boy then slowly raised his head, the face that was originally pure and childish, at the moment bizarrely mature and gloomy. You're good, be my dog. You. The tone inexplicably changed from angry to questioning, and Willow's body shrank. She returned to the age of 14 or 15 or 16, her face frozen as she looked at the little boy while her body was still shrinking. Hello, little sister. When Willow turned out to be only 3 or 4 years old, the little boy picked Willow up and cradled her in his arms in an affectionate, comforting manner. Wow. Little Willow, on the other hand, was uncertain and howled in the little boy's arms. Nice, not bad, cultivate the bond, give you another chance to grow, and you'll be my dog. Stroking the back of little Willow's head, a playful smile appeared at the corner of the little boy's mouth, eyes silently looking in the direction of the iron gate. Linya and Yang Namyo, who had become bawling babies, were lying on the ground, whimpering one after another. Humans, This race is still too weak. Turn into a youngster and the memories will fade with you. As long as I grow you all up again in a dog training manner. Everyone of value in this base is my dog. You said it, didn't you, kitty? Tapped the bird on his shoulder. Kiki. The bird leaned intimately toward the little boy. Ha ha ha. Boring. It's so boring. The people down there, they're not going to be slaughtered by that guy, are they? Just as well. Just let me get together and see if there's a chance to turn that guy into my dog too. Click click click. Click click click. A puddle of blood flowed out of the thermos in his hand after it was thoroughly twisted. Tick tick. And then, visible to the naked eye, the liquid flowing in the cup, actually slowly drumming and writhing, actually expanding and molding. 1, 2, 10, 100. Nearly several hundred blood-colored spheres swelled out to the size of a baby. It was as if they were growing in defiance of time, which in turn transformed into a baby, drenched in blood. Woohoo woohoo. The rising and falling baby noises resounded in the cave at once. Looking around, isn't the mouth of the cavern at the moment filled with nearly 1,000 blood-colored monstrous babies? Woohoo woohoo. These babies' mouths were densely covered with fangs, and the nails on their limbs were more than 10 centimeters long, creeping on the ground, more like 1,000 vicious beasts, without any semblance of popularity. Go down, eat your heart out. All that was heard was a big wave of the little boy's hand. Tap tap tap. Crowds of thousands of baby zombies, like waves, rolled into the second basement level. Chapter 130. All lose their memory. Du Ziren is not affected. Mining black market underground level 2. Senior Ziren. Now, isn't it safe? Xiao Shengsheng quickly walked to the entrance of the third underground floor, and uneasily looked towards the inside. Rustling. In the passageway of the third underground level, the roots of the trees were slowly loosening because they hadn't encountered any attacks for a long time, revealing a gap for the survivors below to observe the situation outside. Hey, Autumn Shengsheng? Leader Qin? Across the gap. After Xiao Shengsheng and Qin Wan's gazes met, both of their faces were relieved. Xiao Shengsheng knew that since Qin Wan hadn't been in trouble, the family below was probably safe. And Qin Wan was also clear that the fact that Xiao Shengsheng could come here alive meant that senior had also returned and the base was safe. Rustling. Between the tree roots continuously unraveling, the third underground floor constantly had alien jumping out. When they saw the headless corpses all over the ground on the underground level 2, everyone's faces were in a state of horror. This, what a tragedy. Damn zombies. Elder. This time, thanks to your foresight, you thought of the possibility of an enemy attack. Otherwise, Qin Wan's face turned blue as she respectfully bent her head toward the surroundings and saluted. Sorry, that's all I can do. Du Ziren watched all of this sorrowfully, and his mood was inexplicably a bit low. This game, both in its realism about human nature and the helplessness of the underdog, is superbly portrayed. At present, even if they had won the victory, not many people could show a smile when looking at the headless corpses all over the ground. Weak. The ultimate cause is that we are still too weak. The zombies don't pick other safe camps, they just pick us here. Or is it because we're soft? Qin Wan's fists were clenched and her face was indignant. For a while everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and they were all silent. The weak is strong and the strong is strong. This is the unchanging law of survival. Even zombies know this. Senior Ziren, if you ask me, why don't you take them and move into the Lushu safety camp? Now, this place has basically been destroyed. The remaining alien might as well go to the Lushu safety camp, where they can at least guarantee a safe life for their families. Fang Huiguang stepped forward at the right time. Her words instantly resonated with everyone. Du Ziren's brows frowned, but in his heart, he had already guessed it. Is it true that the second article, making a name for yourself, is about getting Sheng Sheng's team established at the new base? Thinking for a moment, Du Ziren just wanted to urge Zhou Shengsheng to get ready to move. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. The lull. From the direction of the upper floors, an eager gallop sounded. What's the situation? A shifter looked towards the source of the sound in surprise and took a few quick steps, but just approached the iron gate tunnel. Yeah. In the darkness, only to see a red ball-shaped object quickly flying. Immediately after the poof sound, the red sphere directly pounced on the alien head, stretched out the thick small limbs, dead hold alien face. Asterisk. Off. Alien panicked, tearing the orb from his face. But the seemingly thick and small limbs with sharp nails had already pierced through the neck and the back of the alien's head. After a strange scream exploded, a crimson baby's head was revealed on the sphere. The baby opened its mouth, and a mouthful of fangs opened the alien's canopy in a deadly bite. Put! Shasta! A burst of blood exploded, and the alien's was bitten open with a large gaping hole. His body convulsed, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash. The whole process is only about 10 seconds. A rare and powerful alien, just like this, was holding face attack. No life. This scene, like the face-hugging bug in Alien, saw Do Ziren's face gloomy for a while. His slaw. The large and small baby walker was still holding the alien's face and gnawing on it. The sound of chewing echoed through the second basement level, and the scene was surprisingly eerily silent. May. It was after this first baby walker appeared. A large number of crimson orbs, constantly weaving and flashing through the dark passageway. Put. Immediately after that, there were countless red spheres coming at them. Most of the exalts looked at this scene stupefied, and with a poof, they were all hugged in the face by the baby zombies. The sound of hissing pulling the skin and flesh sounded non-stop, and this place was like a skinning hell in an instant. Hello, what's going on? You fight back, aren't you all psychics? Asterisk off. Hissing, miserable screams, indignant roars, and the stripping of flesh and blood, like a piercing magic sound, echoed incessantly in the space. Do Ziren looked around. Almost all of the shifters were standing frozen in place, being pounced on by the baby zombies and falling to the ground. They, for one, have no sense of resistance, or rather, they didn't have any precautionary reaction at all. Waiting until the baby zombie pounced on their face, they then hastily resisted and were gnawed to death with their entire face. Throughout the entire process of defense and resistance, not a single exalt used its exotic energy. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? Use your powers. Blood continued to spatter around them, and Du Ziren witnessed the people around him being attacked as if they were demented. What the hell? What is this? Is this the last group of baby walkers in the mission? Everyone not attacking? Could it be? Is there a reason? Looking at his exotic failure, already lit up, it seemed that in the entire underground level too, he was the only one who could still think at this moment. Yikes! Suddenly, a familiar scream rang in his ears. Fong Weiguang actually took the initiative to show his body. Looking around dumbfounded and shivering, it was as if she had lost all her previous calmness, like a girl who had never seen a fight before. Looking around in shock and disarray and letting out a miserable howl. Dad! Mommy! Tears rolling in her eyes, Fong Weiguang shrank in a corner, her face pale. Hey, you! Why did you show up? Uncertainty looked at Fong Weiguang, and there it was again. Everyone froze as if they had dementia. Won't be able to use alien energy to fight back? Damn it! What the hell kind of alien power is the other side? Yeah, yikes! High in the air, another crimson figure flew in, charging straight at Fong Weiguang's face door. Get out of the way! Boom! In an unseen corner, a ball of flame in Du Ziren's hand was thrown out, blowing the infant zombie high in the air directly into mush. Dad! Mommy! Woo! Fong Weiguang was cowering in the corner, already whimpering. Du Ziren looked around, inexplicably panicking in his heart. He wasn't afraid of how difficult the mission would be, but rather whether Qiu Shengsheng would be affected in any way. Xing, Shu Xing, looking around in panic. Qiu Shengsheng was also standing dumbfounded at the entrance to the third underground floor at this moment. A baby zombie leapt up and directly pounced on the back of Qiu Shengsheng's neck, a mouthful of fangs gnawing continuously at the back of Qiu Shengsheng's head. Unexpectedly, after a brief moment of stagnation, Qiu Shengsheng actually rotated the dragon blood dagger in her hand, and with a pft sound, she cut the infant zombie at the back of her head in half. Mom and Dad said, I want to be strong. I want to protect my siblings. I can't die. Despite hacking that infant zombie, Qiu Shengsheng's small hands were shivering, as if she had lost that calmness she used to have. Shang, Du Ziren scrambled to her side, and Qiu Shengsheng suspiciously twisted her head to look around. Who? The dagger came out cold, and she flailed her claws and teeth like a panicked bunny. Xing, you don't recognize me? After Du Ziren retreated several steps in a row, Qiu Shengsheng's eyes narrowed. You are? Me, Du Ziren, your predecessor, elder? Vaguely mulling over these two words, Qiu Shengsheng slowly lowered her dagger, her face oddly pale. I really don't know you, but your voice, I like it. I don't reject you. Under the crystalline core armor, Qiu Shengsheng's taut face slackened slightly, slowly revealing a blush. She couldn't figure out why she instinctively felt so good about this unseen voice. Chapter 131 Under Time Reversal, New Kryptonite Skills Burning Sky and Sea of Blood. You really don't remember me? Looking at Qiu Shengsheng's bewildered face, Du Ziren looked around again and had already figured out what was going on. Memory? Everyone, it seems, has lost part of their memory. All of the shifters stood dumbfounded, attacked by a host of baby walkers holding their faces. It's simple, they lost their memories of becoming alien. At that moment, they only knew who they were, and they weren't even sure why they were in the mining black market. It's that kind of situation. Who can suddenly react over a baby walker? Damn, does this last walker still have the ability to give people amnesia? Shang Shang, hide behind me. Greeting towards Qiu Shangshang. Qiu Shangshang looked in Du Ziran's direction in wonder. You? Why are you protecting me? Don't ask. Get behind me. Despite being repulsed by strangers, she just didn't understand that once she heard Du Ziran's voice, Qiu Shangshang didn't feel repulsed at all. Silently standing near the voice, Qiu Shangshang held the dragon's blood dagger in her hand, and her eyes began to drift off again. In the direction of the Iron Gate, an endless stream of baby zombies were approaching this way like a flood. As far as the naked eye could see, there were 3 or 4 baby zombies lying on almost everyone's face, constantly partaking of the alien's face. The infant zombies running after them were still surging wildly, and after there was no target, they instinctively looked towards Qiu Shangshang and Feng Huiguang's side. Countless spheres instantly rolled up and lunged towards both sides. Shangshang, we'll meet up with Feng Huiguang. Stand in the corner. I'll block all attacks. Instinctively greeting towards his back, Du Ziran thought that Qiu Shangshang would follow him. Able to. What he didn't expect was a cold voice coming from behind him. Who are you? Mommy and daddy say that if you go with strangers, you'll be killed and eaten in stew. Turning his head to look where Qiu Shangshang was, at the moment it was a 13 or 14-year-old showy girl who was wearing a wide crystal and core armor, and looking at herself with a hostile face. You? Du Ziran also froze. The little girl was still really cute looking. It was those eyes straining to look at herself that were too strange. You're Shangshang? Who are you? Uncle? How come I can't see you? Too well protected by Du Ziran. Qiu Shangshang stared blankly right in front of her with a puzzled expression. Forget it. It's too late. You follow me first. Grabbing Qiu Shangshang's shoulder with one hand, Du Ziran carried a shrunken version of Qiu Shangshang and ran towards Feng Huiguang in the corner. There were already a dozen or so infant zombies falling in midair to pounce straight on Feng Huiguang's cheek. Fennel light. No, to be precise, Feng Huiguang, who was only 8 or 9 years old, had now cried pearly, dull and motionless. She was about to be pounced on by the baby zombie, and parted with her face. Get out of the way. On Du Ziran's body, from both sides of his shoulders, 4 twisted veins exploded violently under his skin, rushing upwards in a hideous mess. The attack of the veins is so similar to the long tongue of the liquor in the beginning. This was an ability that Du Ziran had never used before Bloodline. Buzz buzz. After a few blood vessels were pumped at high altitude, a dozen or so baby zombies were immediately stabbed into blood and water, clattering down to the surrounding area. Whoa, uncle, you're awesome. A childish sound of teeth came from his hand. Du Ziran looked down and couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. Autumn Shangshang. It's getting smaller again. Or a little munchkin only 4 or 5 years old. Her body was shrunk in her white armor, and her pitch black eyes looked at Du Ziran with adoration. My mom and dad said, the more powerful one is, the more admirable he is. Ajushi, I will marry someone like you in the future. The childish words came, and Du Ziran's face was odd to the extreme. Good. The electronic wife has become an electronic child bride. Shang, I really didn't expect you to be so much more lively when you were a child than you are now. Touching Qiu Shangshang's little head, Du Ziran lifted her up as soon as he could and placed her in one place with Feng Huiguang. Yeesh. Yikes. The raging waves of infant zombies kept on coming. Watching the nearly several hundred infant zombies at the entrance of the tunnel coming like the Red Sea, Du Ziran's face was calm as he clicked on the game pop-up window. Flame ability, Alien 3rd Order, plus. Bloodline Alien Power, Alien 2nd Order, plus. Looking at the 2 supernatural abilities, Du Ziran calmly clicked the plus button behind them. Option 1, spend 1 W yuan to open the temporary battle power of the Flame and Bloodline Alien Superpower. Option 2, spend 10 W yuan to open the temporary battle power of the Flame and Bloodline Alien Awakening. Flame ability Awakening skill Burning Sky is waiting to be opened. Bloodline Sea of Blood skill is waiting to be activated. Open. Straight stud. No hesitation in ordering the 2 most expensive choices. Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just spent 10 W yuan, with a current balance of 6.33 million. Alien Flame, Bloodline Awakener strength opened in. Remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Ignoring the bank account text message, Du Ziran could clearly feel that at the moment, a searing hot current was surging inside his body, and the meridians all over his body seemed to be boiling with excitement. The densely packed infant zombies curled up into spheres and successively lunged towards Du Ziran. In an instant, the sky above was nothing less than a red cloud. Good. Then let's see how powerful the kryptonite technique really is. Burning Sky. gazing into the sky above. A searing flame burned out of thin air in Du Ziren's palm. Bare your teeth. As far as the eye could see, the air was inexplicably and strangely scorched and twisted. Yeah, yikes. The first infant zombie that came swooping in had yet to extend its limbs and lay on Du Ziren's face. Boom! Its skin dried and smoked for a moment, and a violent ball of flame exploded from within its ruddy, twisted body. Rumble! Shasta! The skinny body instantly exploded into pieces. The moment the remains of the bodies were blown apart, they were even burned into roiling black ash by the hot flames. The follow-up pouncing infant zombie flared its teeth and claws, and Du Ziren's eyes went cold. None of them will escape. Boom! Rumble! Raise your eyes red overhead, the ground on the great stream of babies. A fierce burst of scorching bared sound. A raging wave of fire exploded. Boom! Terrifying flames rose up from within the infant zombie, spreading out like a wave of fire, and the entire underground level 2, with corpses flying across the room, was instantly burned into a sea of fire. The tide of baby zombies, which was still raging, was immediately burned by the fire and screamed. The flames ate away at their bodies, and in just a matter of moments, they burned many of the infant zombies, drying up and dying of scorched blackness. Wow, 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 like a biological instinct. They started to get scared, and even though their bodies were already almost burned through, they started to turn around one by one and return towards the same way. Whoa whoa whoa. The screams and hisses continued. Able to. Du Ziren's face in the sea of fire was icy cold. I said, not one of them can escape. Sea of blood. Buzz off. Next moment, in the twisted flames, a humanoid silhouette suddenly exploded with dense, blood-colored lines, like countless red snakes twisting and intermingling, like waves of red lines. They stabbed in the direction of the iron gate. Rustling. It's raging. It's just too raging. Countless red threads stabbed like swords, and before the retreating baby zombies could crawl out a few meters, they were stabbed through the head with Snap, snap. Amidst the sea of fire, Du Ziren's figure slowly moved. At the moment, his body was like an octopus, covered in twisted and sinuous veins propped out of his body, twitching and swaying. Snap! Countless veins surged and convulsed, and every time the veins swayed, 4 or 5 burnt baby zombies perished. The screams echoed through the cavern. Just now, how joyfully baby walkers screamed. Now they screamed miserably. At last, as a wave of fire erupted from the mouth of the mining black hole, rumble, the blackened cave was filled with charred baby walkers, corpses, either twisted, or stabbed through the head. None were spared, and none escaped the black hole of the mine. Tap tap tap, heavy footsteps came. Du Ziren stood alone at the entrance of the cave of the mining black market. Behind him, there was already a dead silence. Chapter 132. Kill the last time zombie. End of the first piece. In this way, it's also considered to have completely eliminated the last wave of zombies. I just don't know where that last time walker is hiding. Standing alone at the entrance of the cave, behind Du Ziren, there was a babbling sound. Hot, hot. Looking back, Xiao Shengsheng did not know when he was topping his white armor and walking towards the side in a lumbering manner. She was already only 4 or 5 years old in size, and her entire body was able to move forward through crawling activities even when she was trapped in her armor due to the immortality power boost. Only, the current Xiao Shengsheng was simply a small child. Those big, dark eyes looked straight in Du Ziren's direction. Shengsheng why are you still following me here? Stay down there. Later, afraid. Du Ziren was just about to persuade Xiao Shengsheng to go back when a clear childish voice interrupted him. Afraid? Are you scared? Afraid? Innocent big eyes looked at Du Ziren, and Du Ziren's heart sank. So you're looking for me? No fear. No fear. The tender hands hugged Du Ziren's thighs, and Du Ziren's heart jumped for no reason. You mean, if you follow me, you won't be afraid anymore? No fear. Ha ha ha. You. After doting on the young like Xiao Shengsheng, Du Ziren just wanted to take a picture of her, thinking that in the future, he would use the young like Xiao Shengsheng as the wallpaper for the lock screen, and the adult like Xiao Shengsheng as the desktop. The lull. Tap tap tap. Outside the mining black market, a dense sound of footsteps came. Oi. Aha. Looking around, it was actually Lin Ya's few people. Lin Ya, Yang Miomyo, Lu Shu, and 2 men wearing uniforms with moon-shaped nameplates on their chests. This line of 5 people, followed by a boy with a coy expression, was constantly sizing up Du Ziren's direction. You guys? Looking suspiciously at the several people, Du Ziren did not move forward. Instead, He slowly picked up Qiu Shangshang and hid him behind himself. Hey, friend, don't you be nervous. I'm overachiever, Su Sing of the Luzhou safety camp. I was ordered to rescue you. Sorry, we're late. A look of shame appeared on Su Sing's face for a while, and looking at that appearance, there were really a few moments of guilt for being late to come to his aid. Hello, my name is Beast Joe. I'm also here for assistance. Excuse me. The two supernaturals approached straight towards Du Ziren's direction, while Linya, a few people, looked towards Du Ziren's direction with a wary face, their faces flickering. Ooh, Du Ziren laughed. Stop, the lull. An icy voice exploded in the cave entrance of the mining black market. Su Sing and Beast Joe's movements were stunned, and their faces sank slightly. Friend? You. I said stop. Don't be nervous, my friend. We're all human. Surely we won't harm you. Right. We're here to rescue you. The two explained, still trying to get closer to Du Ziren. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm stupid? That kid. Stop pretending. His eyes went straight to the little boy behind the pile of people, and this time it was Linya who spoke. Friend, this child was saved by us in battle. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him. Why are you, a shifter, targeting a child? Ha ha ha, what did you call me, Linya? The questioning voice came again, and Linya's face froze. You what you? Child, or rather, time zombie backwards. Is it any fun for you to keep pretending like that? As the ice-cold sight looked over, the little boy's innocent expression gradually twisted and slowly turned into a sneer. Pa pa pa. His palms kept clapping and his eyes looked at Du Ziren with some appreciation. Awesome. How in the world did you see that? Don't think that just because you have some human intelligence, you think you can play like a pig. I'm telling you, your layout, it's broken too much. Oh, for one thing, these female aliens, I left them up there. You tell me, the people below are shrinking. By what reason are the people above okay? The only possibility, that is, they have been controlled. Secondly, in case you didn't know, there's a teammate down there with these two supers. She told me that the other supers went to stop the zombie army, but the zombie army came anyway. Does this mean that they failed in their mission? Since they failed, how can the two of them still be alive in front of my eyes? In the final analysis, they are still controlled. As for how it was controlled, I guess it's pretty simple. You are, presumably, able to rewind the regional flow of time, right? Once the human body rewinds, the brain memory must follow suit, going back to when you were a child. For a clueless child, you can get a hold of their thoughts by casually educating them and slowly dialing them back to being an adult. You said, there's nothing wrong with my guess, is there? Du Ziren gazed at the little boy slyly, and the smile at the corner of the little boy's mouth tightened, his eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect that. You actually analyzed so much. I say, come be my dog. How? You three brothers, you're a lot of fun. Time acceleration, time pause, time reverse. I've slaughtered two of them. You want me to be your dog? What? Aren't you afraid to die if you don't run away now? The icy voice came and the little boy shrugged. I'll admit it, you do rock. I had thought that the baby walkers I sent down there would completely take over the whole base. I didn't realize that you're actually an awakened, with the dual powers of flame and bloodline. Do them both. Oh, I forgot. You have an ability stealth. I really can't imagine that such a small place is still harboring such a tall person like you. If you know, why don't you run? Ha, since you saw through my plan, I'm sorry. From the moment you saw me, you've already lost. You, shrink me. The lull. The young boy's tone changed and his eyes looked at Du Ziren in a sinister manner. Able to. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Where Du Ziren is. Unchanged. What? Going to turn me into a child too and strip me of my memory? You. How could you? You didn't lose your memories down there. Are you fighting it off by virtue of your awakened one, physique? You are now. Even if you haven't become smaller now. But you've definitely squandered your alien power. I still have people. I still have 2 more superpowers. Plus me that makes 3. 3 against 1. That should be feared. It's you. Even without seeing Du Ziren's change in body, the little boy's confidence remained. It expected that after Du Ziren had killed all the baby zombie army, there must be very little of his alien ability left. Co Sung, Beast of the Week, go! With a wave of his hand, Su Sing's eyes stared, his mouth just wriggled for a moment, and the air around him already began to fluctuate and distort. As for the Zhou Beast, his back inexplicably began to spasm and twist, a sinews and bones click open, a pair of wings are slowly extended dance, echoing, bestiality. It looks like they're all tricky alien powers. It was only after Du Ziren merely smiled disdainfully. No more running. You're dead. You. Don't think that just because you're an awakened, you can put on airs. You're a powerhouse. You're pretending to be NM. The little boy's face sank, and he was just about to chortle some more. Invalid field. Cannibalize the force field. Buzz. Buzz. At once, the surrounding area of 50 meters instantly buzzed, after the odd wind currents surged. How could you? Willow, does he still have his powers? Panicked, he looked to Willow, who looked to the young boy with an equally dumbfounded expression. My lord, my powers have failed. What? Instinctively, he looked at the Su Sing and Joe Beast duo. Woof woof. At this moment, where is there anyone else there? In front of Du Ziren's body, a Pomeranian and a Bichon Frise were lying on their backs, their eyes dull and empty. How could you? A human, a mortal, how is it possible to have the 5 abilities of nullification, incarnation, flame, bloodline, and invisibility, at the same time? You're a king? You're not human? Stunned, frightened, shaken, Du Ziren's power completely shocked the little boy. Enough said? Enough talk, it's time to hit the road. An icy voice came, and Du Ziren looked at the little boy. Woof! At once, the little boy's limbs ambled down unheeded, his body twisted, and he slowly hibernated on the ground in the posture of a hairless dog. Get over here, Du Ziren beckoned. Woof woof woof. The hairless dog responded with a stomp and didn't run more than a few steps. Boom! Its dog's head exploded violently and a ball of flame soared up. Rumble! As the body of the hairless dog separated, a ball of flame exploded. The sky of flesh and blood bared burning. A black and white nucleus, plopping, rolled down on the ground. Congratulations! Successfully passed the first riot of the Doomsday Survival game. Chapter 133 Falling. Explosive experience. The alert from the game's pop-up window popped up, and Du Ziren let out a long breath after squinting at it. Calling, finally got the first chapter through. Looking behind him at Qiu Shangsheng, who was coyly hugging herself, Du Ziren's face tightened. Not good. I got to take some childhood photos of my wife while the time reversal effect is still in effect. Click click click. After taking a screenshot of little Qiu Shangsheng for a while until he saw that her body was slowly recovering, only then did Du Ziren stroll towards the corpse of the hairless dog. Clang! Upon picking up the black and white interlaced crystal core, a new hint appeared in front of Du Ziren's eyes. Congratulations! You have successfully collected the time reverse, time pause, and time acceleration crystals. Game on fusion. You will be able to spend the amount of money to fuse the unneeded cores to upgrade. After fusing 3 time cores, you will receive a golden time core. Use this crystal core and you will gain the golden power time. The game pop-up window kept jumping. Du Ziren silently put away the time crystal core, and saw that in the lower right corner of the game interface, another fusion icon appeared, and couldn't help but darken his face. The most pitiful gem fusion upgrade has also been learned by this dog game. This thing, it's a real money grinding feature. Forget it. I still have to use Shang Shang's purifying water tank to use the crystal core, so it's better to take care of the aftermath over here first. Ghostly, he looked towards the few people outside the mining black market. After a good while of work, Qiu Shengsheng was the first to recover. A touch of silver gray faded from her crystal core armor, and her entire aura was once again stunned. Congratulations, your post-apocalyptic survival character, Qiu Shengsheng, due to the effects of the crystal core armor, has had her psychic ability level raised to psychic level 6. Current cultivation progress, 3/600. Oh, it's because of the characteristics of the crystal core armor. Using 7 crystal cores will surely raise it by 1 level under the superhuman 3rd order? In that case, the quest for the Heart of Strength is coming soon. Silently observing the change in Qiu Shengsheng's breath, Qiu Shengsheng looked around with a panicked expression. Elder Ziren? Seniors? Aren't we in the second basement? How did we get out? Her memories from when she shrunk seem to have completely disappeared and she is in a daze. Pith, don't worry, it's all taken care of. A calm, familiar voice came, and only then did Qiu Shengsheng slowly calm down. Hey, what are we doing here? What are you doing out here? Show, ********. Beast of the week, why the hell are you here? I don't know, I just remember meeting a little boy and, ********. I remember, Zhao Ziang and I also met a little boy and I don't remember anything. Where's Zhao Ziang? The line of people outside the cave looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were unsure. Until, tap tap tap, from within the mining black hole, Fong Weiguang and Qin Wan ran out late. Senpai, are you still there, elder? Both women shouted respectfully towards the surroundings, and only after Du Ziren they breathed a long sigh of relief. Senior Ziren, after you solved that black-faced zombie, I remember that the baby zombie army appeared? There were so many charred baby corpses under the ground. It was all your handiwork, wasn't it? Fong Weiguang looked adoringly into the void. Du Ziren thought about it and casually explained. You've all been affected by the time reversal. The leader of this group of baby zombies can make your memories go back to when you were children. As a result, when the baby zombies attack, your memories will stop and you won't be able to react. In order to protect you, I simply killed them all. Calm words came out, and Fong Huiguang and Qin Wan were both dumbfounded for a while. Solitary? Killed them all? That's 1,000 baby zombies. You make it sound as easy as stepping on an ant. Worthy of being Senior Ziren. Just by raising his hand, he suppressed a group of zombies. Fong Huiguang's face flushed even more. It was only after Su Sing and Beast Joe looked at each other that they came to a realization. So, no wonder we have no memories. This senior, thanks for saving my life. Without any pretense, the two big men immediately bowed towards the void. They knew very well that without this invisible predecessor, they would probably still be enslaved. Unhindered. Leader Qin, let's consolidate the bases first. I see. I think it's time to move. A ghostly voice came from Qinwan, who lowered her head with a bitter expression. Understood, Elder. I'll go now. Tap tap tap. A little while later, mining black market underground level 2. The corpses of the zombies, the corpses of the humans, were stacked thickly into two small mountains. The entire mining black market survived the alien, but a dozen people, ordinary people, are only shrinking in the underground 3 layers. In the alien family survived. Doomsday is so cruel. The weak are the strongest, and the strongest is the bloody reality. Hey, looking at the appalling heap of corpses, all of them lowered their faces despondently and did not utter a word for a long time. Condolences, Leader Qin. Under the Doomsday, if mankind wants to survive, the only way is to struggle even more and report back. I know it's harsh, but it's true. From now on, you guys, come to Lushu Safety Camp. Let's work together and try to survive until we get to the Magic City's first-line security camp. Fong Huiguang stepped forward and gently soothed Qinwan for a few moments. Qinwan nodded and walked towards the 3rd basement level. Everyone, all start preparing for evacuation. Grab as many supplies as you can conveniently carry and everyone head to the Lushu Safety Camp. A low-pressure voice came from the big tree speakers, and the survivors, heads bowed and faces heavy, began to head back to their houses to pack and get ready. Senior Ziren, what time do you think would be a good time to leave? Is it more appropriate? Fong Huiguang respectfully looked around. Du Ziren silently watched everything, and after a little thought, he gave his reply. Tomorrow morning. Everyone is already tired. That's good. A few of us overminds will guard the cave entrance tonight. Hard work. No way. Respectfully saluting towards the void, Fong Huiguang, several people did not dare to delay in moving the survivors. The 3 of them walked towards the direction of the cave entrance in unison. Senior Ziren, are we really leaving? Xiao Shengsheng asked weakly. Apparently, the little girl was still a little reluctant to part with her newly stabilized nest. Pith, you have to realize that it's humiliating to hide for safety. If you want to get out of this running around, if you're strong enough to set up your own camp, you'll never have to go out and run around. Aha, Elder, I will. Nodding heavily, Xiao Shengsheng followed the mine elevator and descended down the 3rd underground level, along with a group of people. After waiting for the familiar cabin, Xiao Shengsheng pacified her younger siblings while Du Ziren sat down on the sofa and belatedly opened the quest panel. Mission, Act 1 riot completed. Evaluation of the mission, C. Xiao Shengsheng squad members survive. Rating +1. Xiao Shengsheng's family survives. Rating +1. Successfully collected 3-time crystal cores. Rating +1. Rating upgrade, S. Start settling the reward experience value. Your Game Pass level +1. 000 experience points. Congratulations. Passageway completion progress is at 100%. Please collect your reward. Chapter 134 Rosebud Squad, established. Potential crystallized core. Get it. Clicked on the Game Pass interface. The experience channel of the pass. At this moment directly to the end of the dry. Continuously clicking on the potential crystals, reward on the last page. A row of reward items flashed continuously before Du Ziren's eyes. Congratulations on getting a trumpet *95. Congratulations on obtaining a Thunderfire Crystal Core *1. Congratulations on obtaining a Potential Crystal Core *1. This pass has ended. You are welcome to open a new version of the pass again next time. Measure, and new passes, true to form. Gamer, looking at the shining Potential Crystal Core, in the warehouse, Du Ziren's gaze went to Xiao Shengsheng in the bedroom. Xiao Shengsheng is currently a shifter, 6th order. Even if the potential was worse, using the Potential Crystal Core, it would be guaranteed to get to the alien 7th order, right? So, that quest, of the Heart of the Strong, should be completed as well. Sure, it was one thing to have Xiao Shengsheng raise her alien energy level, and it was not sloppy to have the entire squad members raise their levels. Tomorrow it's time to leave Lushu Safety Camp. There, with his own ability, he could certainly secure a good place for Xiao Shengsheng to live. There were always times when he was not there, and it was inevitable that Xiao Shengsheng would be targeted. So, making a few of their squad members stronger and not being looked down upon by others is also a top priority. Looks like we'll have to make arrangements tonight. Sister, just pack some food and be done with it? Where's the bedding? Sister will buy you new ones. What about clothes? Sister will be cheering for money too. Oh sis, I don't want you to get too tired. So why don't we just bring them all? In the bedroom, Xiao Ning and Xiao Jing knowingly sought Xiao Shengsheng's advice, and Xiao Shengsheng laughed as she relieved them of their burdens. The scene was heartwarming and helpless. In a few moments, until they had packed up their things and almost looked at them, the two children also drifted off to sleep, and only then did Xiao Shengsheng return to the sofa, looking around in a small voice. Senior, are you still there? Ha, Elder Ziren, you're still here? There's something that needs to be arranged. What? About you later. Later? As soon as these words were uttered, Xiao Shengsheng froze. Apparently, she never thought too far ahead. Pursing her lips, Xiao Shengsheng vaguely remembered that she didn't seem to be like this before. But, ever since Ziren Senpai appeared, she had become carefree. The other party was like a big umbrella that stopped all the storms on the way here, and all she had to do was smile and live carefree under it. Later. Is it going to Lushu safety camp, later? Linya and the girls and I should be applying to start a mercenary group, right? Cocking her little head, Xiao Shengsheng looked around cautiously. That's right, but with your current abilities, it might still be almost interesting. So, I think you guys need to progress a little bit before you even get there. What do you mean? You take this first. As soon as the words fell, a strange diamond-shaped golden crystal core rolled out from the couch. Elder, this isn't some kind of alien energy crystal core, so take it and use it in the bathroom first. As for the other members, wait until you're done using it. In Du Ziren's eyes, Xiao Shengsheng will always come first. He did not intend to share these potential cores with other members. I see. Perhaps knowing Du Ziren's concern, Xiao Shengsheng didn't say anything more this time, picking up the potential crystal core and walking towards the bathroom. Clatter. A little while later, the sound of rushing water resounded in the bathroom. There was a plop, as if something had fallen into the water, followed by the sound of armor being removed. Good. So hot. Hiss ah. Behind the wooden door, there came the sound of the girls moaning from time to time. Du Ziren's ears cocked and he could vaguely see the delicate figure behind the wooden door. Elder Ziren? Are you still there? Without thinking about it, Xiao Shengsheng must have been like a little frog again, burying her head in the water. She didn't seem to be repulsed by the fact that Du Ziren was looking at her. She was just shy to show anything in front of Du Ziren's eyes. How does it feel? Ha? You're outside? A hint of disappointment was weakly revealed in his voice, and Xiao Shengsheng's head surfaced and looked towards the wooden door. I feel comfortable. Elder, this crystal core? Exactly? If you're comfortable, just lie down and rest for a while. I know. Clatter. The sound of flowing paddling water rang out. Du Ziren forced himself not to look in the direction of the bathroom, and silently opened the squad list. Team members, Captain, Xiao Shengsheng. Team members, Linya, Lu Shu, Yang Miumiu. Squad size, initial. Autumn Shengsheng, Alien, 6th Order, 133/700, 166/700. Rinya, Alien, 6th Order, 66/700, 99/700. Willow, Alien, 4th Order, 123/500, 165/500. Yang Miao Miao, Alien, 5th Order, 211/600, 233/600. Judging from the shared cultivation progress, Xiao Shengsheng's cultivation progress wasn't slow, and it was expected that she would be able to reach the Alien 7th stage tonight. As for the other members of the team, what Du Ziren didn't expect was that when they were fighting against the zombie wave, they were still relatively low in alien level, but they didn't expect that they all broke through one after another tonight. It seems, it's tonight that they've each taken out their crystal cores to cultivate. In that case, Shengsheng, have you thought about what to call your team? Asked in the direction of the bathroom. Surprisingly, Xiao Shengsheng's reaction was quick. I've actually thought about it. Oh, then it looks like you've thought about having your own squad, too, Shengsheng? I'd like to be called Rosebud Squad. Senior, do you think it's okay? The solicitous voice came, and Du Ziren smiled. Why is it called the Rosebud Squad? Because you want to. Everyone looks soft and tender even though they're all girls. Like roses. Truthfully, no. Even the soft, brightly colored rose has a thorny, sharp side. I think that rose is perfect for us. Like this. Then when you go to apply, let's call it that. I think, one day, this team name will resonate through the secure base of Luzhou. Growling. The sound of water bubbling in the bathroom was getting louder and louder, and there was no telling what Xiao Shengsheng was doing. After a moment of silence, Du Ziren began to organize the inventory in the warehouse. When he extracted 7 metal crystal cores for Xiao Shengsheng, he also extracted quite a few other crystal cores. When he drew the dragon blood dagger, he also drew quite a few other crystal nuclear weapons. After organizing his inventory, his eyes looked at the cultivation progress of the other members from time to time, and with a heartbeat, Du Ziren tapped on the fusion function. The fusion interface is a fusion interface somewhat similar to Summec, with 3 inlay slots and a fusion button. Only, the fusion button there, showing the 100 at a time. Chapter 135 Chio Xingxing Straight Lucky. The whole team's improvement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew it. This B game doesn't have a good heart. Played equipment games. Online games are clear. What gems star? Weapons strengthen. Are the game gold to open and upgrade to strengthen? And the probability of success is extremely low. To make you keep failing at upgrades and then run out of gold. Recharge your gold to make money. This thing, it's a bottomless pit. Conscientious producers can still get you a guaranteed enhancement. And if you're not conscientious, you're just going to cry. You'll be lucky if you succeed once in 100 enhancements. Right now, Du Ziren had a vague feeling that this forced fusion was a pitfall. Trying to slide a few Earth attribute, white, crystal cores, Du Ziren thought, useless crystal cores, fusion upgrade, give it to other members, accelerate the battle power increase is not bad. Just after sliding 3 crystal cores up, a pop-up window popped up. Is the $100 fusion on? The current probability of success is 50%. A successful fusion gains a green Earth Flare crystal core. A failed fusion results in the loss of 3 cores. You can open the $200 guaranteed fusion. That is 60% success rate. Fusion failure 3 cores still exist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The pit. A sinkhole. Just by glancing at this fusion probability, Du Ziren knew how outrageous this thing was. I was thinking of melting out 1 purple crystal core for several squad members to boost their battle power. Now it seems the blue crystals aren't bad either. Melt. I don't believe it. Can I have such bad luck? After clicking the 100 button, a flash of light lit up the fusion disk after the chargeback text message floated by. Buzz. Congratulations. You have successfully fused 3 white Earth elemental crystalline cores and have gained 1 green Earth flare crystalline core. Again. Unfortunately, your fusion has failed. You have lost 3 white Earth elemental cores. Again. Sadly, it was like the plague that after one success, it started to fail again and again. Seeing that the Earth elemental crystal core was about to be burned out, Du Ziren was honest and turned on the 200 guaranteed fusion. But even so, with a 60% probability, it actually fails a few times. The good thing is, guaranteed fusion is not a drain on raw materials. Your bank card number 0304 has just spent a total of $6,000. After a long time, when he saw a blue earthenwall crystal core appear in the warehouse, looking at the consumption SMS, Du Ziren went numb. After this, he learned to be honest and turned on the 200 guarantee almost every fusion. Only after there were more blue Bibbo crystal cores, blue divine knowledge crystal cores in the warehouse did he let out a long breath. NMD. This fusion of a few blue crystal cores is so troublesome. If I fuse my time cores, wouldn't that be the end of it? Glad that he didn't rush to fusion his time crystal core. Du Ziren looked towards the bathroom and snorted. Shang, I'm going out. Back in a minute. Oh, after a well-behaved answering voice came, Du Ziren walked quickly towards the outside of the treehouse. In the meantime, Du Ziren's voice resounded loudly within Linya's cabin. Linya, get Willow and Yang Myumyo here. I'll be waiting for you under the canopy of the center tree. Senpai? Hearing this familiar voice, Linya instantly got up from the wooden bathtub at home. In a hurry, he put on his coat. Less inclined. Center canopy, down. It was late at night here at the moment, and there were few people around. Linya brought Lu Shu and Yang Myomyo and stood respectfully under the canopy of the tree, not moving a muscle. Seniors? I don't know if you were looking for us. Yes? Weakly, they looked into the darkness until 3 shiny crystal cores suddenly appeared in their hands. Take it. These are the cores of your corresponding attributes. After digesting them tonight, your battle power should rise and move again. You are? The 3 women looked at the crystal core in their hands in amazement, their eyes widening. Blue crystal core. It was the blue quality crystalline core that you wouldn't dare to think about on a normal day. I can't believe you sent me here like this. This gift of yours, it's just so. Holding up the crystal nucleus with trepidation, the 3 women's faces were tinted with flashes of excitement. My point is simple. You guys raise your battle power so that you won't drag your feet for Shangxing on the one hand, and on the other hand, I want you guys to take care of her a bit more. If you guys can do it, there will be benefits in the future. Of course, if you can't do it, you'll be eliminated. And naturally, there will be someone more powerful who will become Shang's teammate. The reasoning of grace and wisdom was clear to Du Ziren. It was nothing to send a few team members crystal cores. Anyway, He had taken purple crystal cores to consume before, so these really didn't count for much. However, if you can train a few of Qiu Xingxing's dead soldiers, that would be a profit. Everything was just to pave the way for Qiu Xingxing. I see. Don't worry, senior. From now on, Lin Ye, will definitely look up to Team Autumn. Lin Ye's lips licked. She knew very well who this senior cared about, and holding the crystal core, she immediately kneeled down respectfully. Me too. The remaining 2 women were not stupid, and immediately followed suit and knelt down. Very good. I hope you can go to the end together. Of course, when the team is divided, and someone dares to hurt Shang Shang, a gust of cold wind blew by, and the 3 women scrambled to get their heads down. Elder, I dare not. We would never dare. This life of ours is all from senior. Good. Remember today's words. These. Take it. Put. In front of the 3 women, a spatial fluctuation appeared once again, and then a belt, a necklace, and a glove slowly surfaced in front of the 3. That's crystal nuclear weapon. Crystalline core Vidra belt, green. Crystalline core perception necklace, green. Crystalline core water lotus gloves, blue. Elder, you are? Lin Ye's eyelids were jumping wildly. Looking at the belt that fit her, she was finally experiencing it. TMD, is this the coolness of hugging a thigh? Damn, how much favor and benefits does Qiu Shengsheng have to get from Big Brother? While thinking enviously, Lin Ye buried her head even lower. Take it. These are reserved for you to save your lives. Of course, crystal core consumption. You guys figure it out yourselves. This is the benefit of your allegiance to Shang Shang. Tonight's events, rot in your stomach. Also, the crystal nuclear weapons, it's better not to use them. Hide them all. Yes, Chi-Chi's respectful voice rang out, and in Du Ziren's ears, beeps kept coming. Rinya's favoritism towards you is +5. Current favoritism is 91, admiration. Willow's favor to you is +65. Current favor is 83, awe. Nyamyo Yang's favoritism towards you is +72. Current favoritism is 94, admiration. You've unlocked the authority to question and order action members individually. Go back and practice. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see you grow. Yes. With a faint greeting, the few people under the canopy of the tree retreated in the direction of their homes. Half an hour later, inside Qiu Xingxing's treehouse, Du Ziren sat on the sofa, looking at the information of the members of the Rosebud squad, his face gradually pleased. Everyone's cultivation progress had accelerated quite a bit, and it looked like they were making breakthroughs with their crystalline cores. In the game pop-up window, a sudden quest prompt rang out. Qiu Xingxing's current alien ability level, Alien 6th Order, 699/700, 712/700. Congratulations! Qiu Xingxing's alien ability level breaks through to Alien 7th Order. The mission Heart of the Strong has been completed. Qiu Shangshang gains permanent hidden attribute, Luck +1. Heart of the Strong follow-up mission opens. Heart of the Strong, Qiu Xingxing's desire to become stronger is still on the rise. Help Qiu Shangshang become a superpower and unlock a new appearance for Qiu Shangshang. Lucky value +1. Chapter 136 Fusion of Time ability. Green ability Blood of Steel. Lucky +1 again? Shang Shang is worthy of being the main character of the game, and every time he grows, he gets a lucky bonus? Could it be that this is the so-called son of Qi? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren looked at the Heart of the Strong quest. If this quest followed up and stayed in existence, then Qiu Xingxing's luck would be infinitely stacked. She now, the Dragon Blood Dagger's luck value, plus her own, was already 2 points. If the novice 3-piece set hadn't been destroyed, then it would be 3 lucky points now. Du Ziren didn't know what 3 points of luck value meant, but at least in other game characters, Du Ziren never saw the value of luck. It might. Is it the special nature of the pith? Between doubts, the wooden door of the bathroom opened, and Qiu Shangshang, wrapped in a thick towel, was looking out of the room with a blush on her face. Seniors? Under the water mist, her exposed neck and shoulders were pink and white, and her face was as red as a peach. A head of long hair hanging on both shoulders, wriggling look at a glance to charm incomparable. Rao Du Ziren could not move his eyes after just one look. Autumn Shangshang, you seem to have grown a little taller? Rubbing his eyes, Du Ziren forced himself to stay calm. I'm still, panicked and hurried to the sofa. Under the white bath towel, the slender lotus root legs inside 8 interlaced, exquisite and small. Seniors, are you still going tonight? Aha! When this was asked, Du Ziren was shocked. What does that mean? Shouldn't have gone. What's wrong? Can I make a small, excessive request? What? That is, can I sleep on your arm? Senior? Like that time? With the watery, pitiful eyes, Du Ziren shouted out 10,000 times in his heart, my wife is so cute. But then he put on a calm demeanor. Yes. So, I'm leaning over? The wet warm head lay down towards the end of the sofa, and Du Ziren sidestepped, patting his arm under Qiu Xingxing's neck. Somehow, when the fine soft neck touched the arm, the corners of Qiu Xingxing's mouth rose. Surprisingly, she turned her face sideways, like a child pampered and happy, and grinned inadvertently. Cootie! Looking at her, Du Ziren inexplicably thought of his old self who used to be pampered in his parents' arms. How nice! Just looking at Qiu Xingxing squinting contentedly, Du Ziren felt satisfied. Elder! Probably tired from the day's battle, Qiu Xingxing lay down on her side for a while and actually slowly spoke in her sleep. Elder Ziren. I don't know what she dreamed of, but she actually shouted her name while laughing nervously. Du Ziren shook his head helplessly and silently opened the fusion interface. It was a long night, and he couldn't just spend it. It's about time. Solve my alien power problem. Tapping on the fusion inlay slot and diving the 3-time crystalline cores into the slot one by one, Du Ziren directly tapped the 200 guaranteed fusion. He expects this thing. How come it mustn't burn a few dozen of its own fusion failure? But the fingers just slightly touched 200. Next moment, a golden light flashed by. Congratulations! The fusion of the golden nucleus, the time nucleus, has been successful. Using this crystal core, you will unlock the golden time ability. It worked? Once. Why? I turned OU? Cluelessly looking at a huge black and white crystal core in the warehouse, Du Ziren was puzzled. Xianbi. Until Qiu Shengsheng rolled on the sofa in an unfaithful manner. Her reddish little face turned just enough to face herself. Elder. Her little mouth curled up, and under the wide bath towel, the northern and southern hemispheres crisscrossed the vast expanse of the landscape. After staring blankly for a moment, Du Ziren looked at Qiu Shengsheng fixedly. Could it be? Is it because of Xingxing's luck? Hiss. Scratching his head, Du Ziren could only think so. After staring at Qiu Xingxing's small face for a while, Du Ziren slowly pulled his hand out from under her neck. Reluctantly looking at her giggle, Du Ziren shook his head and walked into the bathroom. Although you are a game user god, this time, the game plot also made Du Ziren feel tricky. The thought of the urgent need to strengthen ourselves cannot be delayed. He took out the black and white crystal core from the warehouse and shoved it towards the crystal core inlay port in the purification water tank. Click click click. Not long after, the black and white powder foam, along with the water that surged into the tank, fused and turned into a strange gray tank of water. Without hesitation, Du Ziren undid his clothes and jumped directly into the water tank, growling. Unlike other crystal core medicinal baths, immersing in the crystal core water of the time crystal core didn't feel anything at all. Cold? Hot? Not even the slightest hint of a sticky touch. Able to, even without any sensation, the gray color in the pool had been slowly absorbed by Du Ziren's pores. Maybe it's time. Without warning it passes. It changes. Well, unconsciously, Du Ziren lay down in the water tank as a wave of sleep came over him. His eyelids were fighting up and down, and in a trance, he saw an image. National Special Security Base. It was a technological hall, and on the metal walls, the words National Special Security Base flashed in large letters. Surrounded by researchers walking around in white coats, Du Ziren just stood here. Countless people passed by, all of them respectfully begging towards him. Lord 001, Lord 001. Under the countless respectful voices, the screen around Du Ziren kept flickering, and this time, it appeared inside a huge conference room again. The conference room was dark, and instead of long tables, 10 stone seats stood in sequential order, from 1 to 10. On each seat, a humanoid figure in golden armor sat. These people could not see their faces clearly, nor could they see their bodies clearly. The only thing they could tell was that all eyes were on the person in seat 1. Captain, I've heard that recently, there's quite a ruckus over in the Wasteland District. Captain, if you ask me, I'll just go and set them up alone. Captain, the Rosebud Squad has been very popular lately. Countless voices inquired, looking towards the presence of the one. In the darkness, the man on stone seat 1 slowly curled his mouth into a smile. The lull. His gaze seemed to be able to pass through the darkness, looking straight at Du Ziren who was spying on him. You, coming? What? Put. When the one was suddenly noticed, Du Ziren's body trembled, and in the next moment, he directly stood up from the water purification tank. Phew. The opposing party gave himself a not-so-small amount of pressure, and Du Ziren gasped violently, looking around in fear yet confusion. Dreams? What I'm doing here? What kind of dream is it? Scratching his wet hair, a line of game pop-ups danced in front of him. Your tempered ability and bloodline ability have a high degree of compatibility, and with the help of the time ability, you can be promoted to fuse with the new ability, Green, Blood of Steel. Do you want to fuse with the new ability? Do you want to fuse the new ability? Chapter 137 A great increase in alien ability. Settling in Lushu safety camp. Abilities can still be fused? After his eyes hesitated for a moment, Du Ziren thought about the setting of fusion. It should be the merging of abilities, of the same quality into a higher quality ability. Thinking about it that way, then, it's not impossible for the two white supernatural abilities to cross-fuse. There was also no recharge button for fusion in sight, and since it didn't cost anything, Du Ziren immediately agreed. Fusion. Turn on the fusion. Your white, tempered alien power. White, bloodline alien power is in the process of fusion. And a new alien power, green, steel blood is in the process of being generated. Gurgling. As the text of the game interface loaded, Du Ziren could feel as if the blood and veins in his body were becoming sticky and quivering. The blood and veins seemed to become one at this point, and a stream of iron chi flowed through his body. Less inclined. Buzz buzz. Once the pool in the tank was completely clear, a new game pop-up popped up. Your new power, gold color, time power has been absorbed. Due to the excessive absorption of alien energy this time, the other alien energy in your body completes the progression +2. Your psychic abilities are analyzed, currently as follows. Flame ability, white. Ability level, abnormalist 5th order. Blood of steel alien ability, green. Alien ability level, alien 8th order. Note, Blood of Steel alien ability level is tempered 4th order plus bloodline 2nd order plus time alien ability boosted by the sum of the two orders. Cannibalization ability, blue. Ability level, abnormalist 5th order. Ability failure ability, purple. Ability level, abnormalist 4th order. Time alien ability, gold. Alien ability level, alien 1st order. Alien 8th order? Doesn't that mean that I'm a little bit better than Sheng? Dude, I've got all the class of psychic abilities here. Staring blankly at his own ability level, Du Ziren attempted to activate the Blood of Steel ability. Cluck cluck. From the shoulders, chest, and back, the meridians of the subcutaneous tissues churned. After a violent burst of skin cracking, a dozen or so slender, iron-colored meridians curled out, coiling and writhing around like snake twists. This is Blood of Steel? Tempered blood vessels? It shouldn't be that simple, should it? Tried looking at the wooden door of the bathroom. Buzz buzz. In just a few breaths, the wooden door instantly tempered, turning into a wall of metal-colored iron doors. But, it's not over. Blood of Steel. Snap snap. Next moment, a dozen or so wire tentacles actually violently drilled out of the iron door, abruptly curling towards Du Ziren. Stop. With a swing of his large hand, a dozen steel wires solidified in mid-air. The scene was treacherous. So, this fusion ability, it's really good. Imagine stealing an area unseen by normal people and launching a sudden tentacle attack while fighting someone else. Who can react? After playing with the tentacles for a while with gusto, Du Ziren's gaze, he looked at the most eye-catching golden color supernatural ability time. This is a golden alien power. Time pause. After gesticulating at the air for a while, Du Ziren wanted to follow the example of black-faced zombie, and enter into time pause. Able to, after shouting for a while, he himself remained standing in the tank, not moving a muscle. Weird. Why is it useless? Could it be because this is alien 1st order, and the manifestation of the alien ability isn't obvious? Scratching his head, he wanted to experiment a little longer. Hey, Elder, Ziren Sr.? Outside the door, Xiao Xingxing's voice rang out. Du Ziren immediately climbed out of the water tank in 3 hasty steps and redressed himself. Crunch! The iron door opened and Du Ziren's calm voice came out. What's wrong? Pithing. You're in the bathroom. Senpai, I thought that you had left. Her small face flushed. Xiao Shengsheng covered her neck in embarrassment. Elder Ziren, will you come with us to Lushu safety camp? Go check it out. That's good. It's about time. I'll go ahead and pack. Hurriedly climbing up from the sofa, Xiao Shengsheng walked towards the bedroom. It's about time? So fast? Faithfully walking outside the cabin, Du Ziren was surprised to see the reaction within the underground 3. There were already a lot of people carrying big bags and moving towards the upper level. Hiss. Dawn? No, I just had a dream. Silently tapping on the Rosebud Squad's information page, Du Ziren's eyes lit up. Just one night had passed and everyone's progress had simply skyrocketed. Members of the Rosebud Squad, Captain, Xiao Shengsheng. Members, Linya, Lu Shu, Yang Miao Miao. Squad size, initial. Autumn Shengsheng, Alien 7th Order, 353/800. 353. 1/800. Rinya, Alter Ego, 7th level, 122/800. Willow, Alien 5th Order, 323/600. Miao Yang, Alien 6th Order, 211-700. It should be due to the use of the blue crystal core. Now this squad. It doesn't look much worse than that Paradox squad. In that case, I'm relieved. After standing in front of the wooden house for a moment, Xiao Shengsheng also pulled her younger siblings and walked towards the house with a big bag. Her seeking gaze looked around. Senior Zirin, that purification tank. Oh, rather, I forgot. You're not mobile. I'll put it away first. After casually tapping on the item bar and putting away the bathroom's purifying water tank, the group of people swarmed and followed the crowd to the exit of the mining black market. Beyond the cave, the sky had indeed clouded over. The night snapped by, but the entire black market of mines stood together in no more than a few dozen people. After Fong Huiguang, Su Xing's, and Beast Zhou looked at each other, they respectfully shouted towards the surroundings. Elder Ziren, you see? You can go now. That's good. Everyone, keep up with us. Aim for noontime and walk to the Lushu safety camp. After Fong Huiguang gave an order, the vast small team set off straight towards the Luzhou safety camp. The morning wind was a bit sluggish and cold, and most of the residents of the mining black market, from time to time, looked back at the pitch-black cave, their faces full of reluctance and helplessness. Everyone had their heads down and their emotions were low. Man, it's time to move on after all. If one does not make progress, perhaps by the time one reaches the Lushu safety camp, sooner or later, one day, one will also fall into a havoc such as today's. Everyone, do not forget today's shame. Xinhuan stood in the crowd and comforted the crowd in a low voice. Tap tap tap. Most of the people in the group were exalted, and their footsteps were not slow. Plus there were a few superhuman leading the way along the way, so it could be said that it was a smooth ride all the way to the downtown area of Luzhou, city of Luzhou. Walking into this once large economic city in Anhui province, there are tall buildings as far as the eye can see, but, on top of the tall buildings, none of them are curtain walls broken and wrecked. Some of the tall buildings, even broke and shattered from the center, the floors collapsing on top of the roadway. It's hard to imagine what really happened here once. On the wretched streets, Fong Huiguang several people led a line of people left and right. Finally, is arrived at an empty and abrupt city center street. Chapter 138 Rules of the Lushu Safety Camp. Why don't you leave? Where is this? Downtown? How dare you set up a camp in the center of the city? Not afraid of being surrounded by zombies? Quite a few alien looked around in surprise, thinking that the so-called second-tier security camp might still be near the suburbs. Others had already kicked toward the ground around them, wondering if the base was underground. But, in response to their dissent, Fong Huiguang only smiled faintly. Gentlemen, we have arrived. Arrived? But ms. Fong, there's nothing here. Xinhuan looked around suspiciously. In addition to the collapsed houses and wrecked streets, a piece of the city center in front of her eyes abruptly empty land. Indeed there is nothing nearby. That's right, it has indeed arrived. The next thing I'm going to demonstrate to you is the special camp protection of the Lushu safety camp. Phantom shape. Lushu security camp is essentially an office building in the center of the city, but now because of Elder Bai's ability, it was able to be hidden from the eyes of the world, making even the zombies pass by. Fong Huiguang explained, pointing to an empty space in the ruins in front of him. As far as the eye could see, it was a concrete floor, empty. Phantom shape? Does that mean invisible? The whole building is invisible? Linya guessed thoughtfully, and Fong Huiguang smiled. To be precise, it means illusion and color change into the colors of the surrounding buildings to visually confuse other creatures. What we see with the naked eye is looking at nothing here. But, after walking quickly towards that open space, Fong Huiguang lightly looked like he was pulling something, following STH, an unbelievable sight to behold. After a crunch, a corner of ripples flickered on the empty concrete floor, and the sudden image of a doorway flickered. A light shone behind the doorway, and an image of a hall inside flashed by. In just such a moment's effort, Fong Huiguang walked into the interior of the hall, and the outline of that doorway also suddenly disappeared in front of his eyes. What could be seen? Only an empty concrete floor remained again. Holy, it's worthy of being a second-tier security camp. The protective measures here are too unbelievable. Illusory shape? Who would have thought of this? The base is right in the center of the city to remain invisible. It's insurmountable. The mining black market, crowd of exotics, at this moment, are like Lulu entering the Grand View Garden and opening their eyes. It's really nothing. Su Xing looked at the crowd's appearance and shook his head, laughing lightly. I spent time at the Magic City security base earlier in my life, and their base security measures there are even more counterintuitive. As long as you get close to within 5 kilometers, they have a thundercloud overlay there. Without a base-approved identity card, you'll be blown to dust in an instant. So anticlimactic? And how do you? Xinhuan looked at Su Xing's in shock, and Su Xing shrugged. Why is it here? It's simple. We overminds can't rank up there, so we must be looking for a lower tier of camps. I see. It really is the toughest to take root in the first-line security camp. Toughest? Then it seems you don't know about that place. What is it? Su Sing's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was interested, Su Sing didn't hide anything and smiled faintly. Don't you know? 100 years ago, the country set up special security camps. Only, no one has found it yet. Rumor has it that in that place, before a person even gets there, they'll be crushed to within an inch of their life by the terrifying gravity. It's rumored that anytime you get near there, your heart has to explode from the gravity. Ha! There are still places like this? I'll go. What kind of person has to live in there? The murmurs rang out, and Xiao Shengshen curiously stretched her little head, listening to it all. Senior Ziren, do you think we can go to that kind of base later? Elder Ziren? Senpai? Shouting around, Du Ziren, who of course heard the passage, fumed silently. National safety camp? That dream. Seniors? Shang, don't worry, as long as you grow step by step, you'll definitely be able to get in there too. So, is that where your base is? Elder? Secret. Poof. Between the two of them talking and laughing, Su Sing's had already ended the topic and led the way towards the direction where Fong Weiguang had just disappeared. Guys, stay close. Tap tap tap. The feeling of a group of people walking towards an empty concrete field was particularly odd. But, with the sound of creaking glass door pushed open, the bright center of the hall flashed in front of the eyes, so that people cannot help but have a kind of return to the century of prosperity 100 years ago. The illusion. Bright halls with marble-tiled floors, tall crystal chandeliers, and couches everywhere. Behind the glass door was a young man with glasses sitting on a single sofa. After just a brief glance at the crowd, he looked down at a magazine again. Get in there. Just put it in? Xinhuan was a bit puzzled by the security layout of the place. Obviously phantom shape has been very harsh and perfect. This introductory inspection. How also shall not whole body search wound off? What if an infected person comes in? Is Leader Qin worried about what if one of us gets mixed up with the infected? Seemingly seeing through Xinhuan's small mind. At the hall bar, Fong Weiguan looked over with a light smile on his face. Right, you guys are so, not afraid. Ha ha, did you see the glasses guy? The grandson of our base's elder Bai Zhuzhang. His ability is temperature. He can see the level of human body temperature. Generally speaking, the body temperature of an infected person or a zombie is either on the higher or lower side than that of a human. So even if you manage to get into the base by chance, there's no way you can escape Bai Zhuzhang's eyes. He let you in, so that means you're okay. So, stealing a narrowed glance at Bai Zhuzhan, Xinhuan realized that she couldn't tell this man's alien ability level, but rather on his chest, there was also a moon nameplate. Tap tap tap. Only after all the people from the mining black market had entered did Fong Weiguan clap his hands and knock on the bar table. Guys, I'm not sure how your mining black market used to be organized, but once you come to our Lushu safety camp, please follow our rules here. First, please come to the bar here and register your personal information. Our office staff here will give you elevator access magnetic cards. Also, this is the permission card for everything you do to enter, live, and eat. Fong Weiguang beckoned and also took out a magnetic card from his body. The crowd was unsure, but followed suit and began to record the information one by one. Go you, alien, 7th order? You have a war party? Behind the bar are two competent girls with ponytails, constantly tapping away at their computers. To be honest, this scene was simply eye-opening to others, and the flickering fluorescent computer was definitely a rarity for the end of the century. Able to, in Du Ziren's opinion, isn't this ING just logging in personal information with a room card system, and then give fixed room access? Good. A simple room card system in reality has become the rule here? There are 4 of us on the battle team. Can we apply? Guyu eyed the girl behind the bar. To be honest, everything here gave him a strange, regal feeling, and he didn't even dare to lie down on the marble bar. Can apply. But, the strength of your players, it's a bit substandard. So, I can only give you a room card with privileges up to the 25th floor. And, only the captains you have. The girl's words were cold, and Goyu's mouth pursed as she looked at Xinhuan. Xinhuan just shook her head and said nothing. After all, this was no longer the mining black market. Well, weakly nodding his head, Goyu finally processed a white room card after the girl's instruction to press his finger and scan his face. Remember, the room card has an initial 100 points in it. According to the number on the room card, you can open a room, but the water and electricity in the room all need to consume points. Points are also needed for daily meals. Points can be exchanged for silver coins. 100 points per silver coin. Plus, if you run out of points, you can pick all kinds of quests on the room's display. That's all for now. Do you guys have any questions? After the icy introduction, Goyu nodded. Nope. You can take the elevator up. Next, scratching his head, Goyu pulled a few members in a trance and clumsily opened the elevator and swiped his card to go upstairs. Following. It's the formulaic treatment. Su-hai, alien fourth order? With a family member? You can be given a room card with 22 levels of access. Initial points 50 points. Both you and your father can do quests for points. Understand? Understood. Zhang Min, alien third order. Lu Yuan. There was a constant flow of people getting cards and swiping them up the stairs. It had to be said that the Lushu security camp, compared to the mining black market, was more than just a little bit more formalized. And, of course, more realistically cold more than a little. Tap tap tap. Wait until everyone is pretty much gone. Finally, in the hall, only Qiu Shengxing's family, Lin Ya's family, as well as Lu Shu and Yang Miao Miao a few people. Chapter 139 Goodwill 40. Heartfelt sharing, above. Elder. Perhaps frightened by the aura of the staff behind the bar. Qiu Shengsheng I Du Ziren. Du Ziren smiled. He was genuinely surprised that such a room card check-in could still fool the Doomsday characters. It's okay, Sheng, you're now at the 7th level of the alter ego. Show the confidence of your Rosebud squad leader. After patting Qiu Shengxing's shoulder, Qiu Shengxing's small fists clenched. She took a big step forward to the bar. I'm applying for the battle team. What battle group? Rose squad. Where's the captain? Me. What strength? Alien, 7th order. Oh, rarely. The staff raised his eyes and looked at Qiu Shengsheng. They didn't have a prop instrument to test their strength here, but the staff looked at Bai Juchang at the door, and since he didn't say anything, it meant that Qiu Shengsheng hadn't lied. Yes, where are the rest of the members? Just the guy behind me. All what strength? Earth puddle alien, 7th order. Water membrane alien, 6th order. Detection alien, 5th order. As Qiu Shengsheng pointed to the several people behind her, Lin Ya's several people reported their ability strength in turn. The staff members' eyes narrowed at that. There is, however, one whose strength is up to par, but in order to apply for battle team benefits, you'll have to all be altered 7th order. However, the remaining two of you whose strengths are not up to par are again water ability, and the rare detection ability. It's as if they were being difficult. The staff looked at Bai Juzheng. Seeing that Bai Juguang still didn't make any movements or expressions, the staff shook their heads and just wanted to balk. You guys, I'll give up to the 28th floor at most. Wait, right at this moment, no one expected that Fong Huiguang, who had been standing by the side, opened his mouth. Give them 35 levels of access. I swear on my honor that they are qualified enough to live on the 35th floor. Fong, MS, Fong, you, with a somewhat stunned expression. The staff obviously did not expect Fong Huiguang to come forward and speak. I suspiciously glanced at Qiu Shengxing's several people. The staff was wondering if the other party was some kind of relative of Fong Huiguang. Qiu Shengxing's several people were also stunned, obviously not expecting Fong Huiguang to speak for himself. Did you open your mouth for the sake of your predecessor? Small fists gradually clenched. Qiu Shengxing's face was oddly pale. Give the approval. The mirror girls are not because of them, but there's a presence that drives their value up. The lull. Bai Juzheng, who was leisurely looking at a magazine in the doorway, slowly stood up, and the staff immediately nodded in agreement. Got it. Then, let's give Captain Xiu a 35th floor presidential suite privilege. Your initial points are 400. You please take the card. Just as soon as Bai Juguang opened his mouth, the staff member immediately handed the room card to Qiu Shengsheng respectfully. Receiving the card, Qiu Shengsheng looked at Bai Juchang in dismay, and Bai Juzhuang, under his glasses, a pair of narrow eyes, which seemed to be able to see Du Ziren's presence, stared straight in Du Ziren's direction. Mirror girl, won't you introduce this friend? This lord, we have no business asking questions. Yes? Holding up his glasses, Bai Juguang looked meaningfully at Du Ziren for a while before he slowly sat down again. Go! Urging the crowd to leave. Fong Huiguang did not seem to want to expose Du Ziren to the public view. Ding dong! The moment the elevator opened, she pulled a line of people and slowly pressed the button for the 35th floor, swiping her magnetic card. Ding dong! After the elevator slowly went up, Fong Huiguang then took a long breath and silently looked at the crowd who were still uncertain. The matter of the seniors. The fewer people who know, the better. This, everyone understands, right? Understood. So, I'll briefly give you the layout of the base. Buildings 1 to 5 are where the fruits and vegetables of the altered catalyze and grow, are incubated. This is where you can have alien family, go to pick up some daily vegetable picking tasks for a little bit of basic life points. Buildings 6 to 10 is the livestock cultivation area. There are corresponding sentinel beasts, exalts inside, which can drastically ensure the base's neat drinking. Likewise, the general public can also go inside to pick up basic tasks. The 11 to 15 building is the power generation and water purification area. which is operated by electric and water aliens who are responsible for ensuring the building's water and electricity. Of course, there are also human-powered power generation and water purification machines. Ordinary people can still go in and earn a small amount of points. As for the 16 to 20 building, this is where the intensive dormitory rooms are. The utilities are shared bathrooms and lights, which is rather cramped. The 21 to 25 floors, on the other hand, are normal 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom small houses, usually given to alien fourth order and above to enjoy. The 26 to 30 floors, on the other hand, are 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom deluxe rooms, and 31 to 35 are the multi-room deluxe presidential rooms. As for further up, I haven't seen it either. With his fingers constantly groping over the elevator buttons, Fong Huiguang casually explained, and a group of people listened with their eyelids furiously jumping. What do you mean by survivor base? Now that's what I call a survivor base. It was several times more formal than the mining black market. Eating, drinking, living and traveling are all bound to the room card, and the authority level of the room card depends on the strength of the user. What appears to be floor occupants has already created a pyramid structure of human rights between people because of their floor privileges. That is to say, Ms. Fong, you secured a large deluxe room for the 4 of us? Looking at the room card marked 3535 in her hand, Xiao Xingxing's face was complicated. There was excitement and trepidation. She was used to living in a cabin and was obviously caught off guard when she was pulled into a city mansion. Fight? No. You would have had the strength. Even though I'm in competition with you, I'm not going to perfume the base rules in a place like this. Familiarize yourself for a few days first. Waving his hand. Although Fong Huiguang resisted Qiu Shengsheng, he was very measured in his actions. After she swept a glance at Qiu Shengsheng, she looked around respectfully. Senior Ziren, I wonder if you would be here? She guessed, secretly thinking that with a strength like Du Ziren's, he definitely wouldn't be based here. Solely, she directly licked her face and volunteered. Senior, if you don't mind, I can use you as a subordinate. As long as you go wherever you go, I will follow you there. Loyal words came out, and Du Ziren froze. TMD, I'll be out of the game soon and you can follow me to the real world? Clang clang. There was dead silence in the functioning elevator room. It was a long time before Du Ziren's voice came through. It will be gone for a while, but it's still coming back. So, the underlings won't be necessary. I'll look for you if I need you. Yes, respectfully bend over again and again. Ding dong. Finally, under a crowd of curious gazes, the elevator stopped at the 35 floor. Chapter 140 Goodwill 40. Heartfelt sharing, below. Whoa! With just one glance out the elevator, everyone's eyes lit up. Luxury. It's simply too luxurious. Red carpet covered the entire floor, and the walls were lined with antique frescoes. The dimly lit sconces were on, even in the hallway, giving the illusion of luxury and nobility. This is the 35th floor treatment. Ha! Lingya grew her mouth, never imagining that Luzhou Secure Base was such a life. It's heaven and earth compared to the mining black market cabins. Okay? You guys take your time getting used to it. I've got things to do, so I'll go first. Senpai, my room number is 3553. If something comes up, you please feel free to find me. Deliberately uttering such a sentence ambiguously in Qiu Xingxing's ear, Fong Huiguang twisted her peachy hips and disappeared at the end of the corridor with a da-da-da-day. You, poof, senpai won't go looking for you. Gritting her teeth, Qiu Shengsheng suddenly looked around nervously again. Elder Ziren? I'm here. Don't worry. I knew that senior would not go. Tap tap tap. Crossing their mouths and following the room number of the room card, the crowd fumbled around for a while, finally finding 3535 in the rows of rooms. Wide, double opening, dark mahogany-colored wooden doors appeared in front of them, and several people stood in front of them, recoiling. This door? Yang Miao looked left and right at the door for a while, like a refugee who had just entered the city, unsure of what to do, and kept tugging at the door handle haphazardly. As several people were at a loss for words, Du Ziren knocked on the metal piece under the knob. Pith, just put the magnetic card under the doorknob. Drip. With a long string of electronic sounds, the double wooden doors opened and the nearly 100-square-foot living room appeared in front of everyone. The bright lights, spacious sofa seats, and the TV that was showing Mission instantly attracted everyone's attention. Whoa, worthy of being a senior. You actually know how to open the door. Senior, is your base like this? Qiu Shengsheng asked a curious question, and Du Ziren's eyelids fluttered wildly. I can't say that in the real world. It's like that everywhere, can I? Sort of. Taking the magnetic card from Qiu Shengsheng's hand, Du Ziren walked into the house and found the magnetic card slot to insert it. To Du Ziren's surprise, the magnetic card slot is actually near the display. The display screen shows the consumption information, magnetic card consumption in progress, 30 points a day for electricity, 30 points a day for water, 60 points have been deducted, remaining points 340 points. Ooh, so expensive. Glancing at the consumption information, Do Ziren felt that in the future, if Xiao Shengsheng didn't take on a few more quests, perhaps the electricity wouldn't even be able to turn on. Wow, it's so cozy here. Dad, have you ever lived in a place like this before? Sister, there's so much room here. In the living room, Willow flopped down on the couch for a moment, her face full of happiness. Lin Ping surveyed the kitchen utensils with a shudder. Qiu Ning Qiu Jing, on the other hand, kept opening the doors of the rooms in the presidential suite, and in each room, there was the largest size bed, closet, with its own bathroom, check room, absolute luxury. When you look at it, there are 6 large rooms in this one suite. It's really extravagant. With Lin Ya's assistance, Lin father's face was terrified. I was just a child, and I was never brought to a house like this by my parents. Sure enough, the more powerful a place is, the better it is kept, the old man murmured, looking toward the glass window of the suite, his eyes drifting over the distant city, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Sister, how about we live here? Xiao Jing pulled open the door to a pink room, and ran towards it with a single bound. It's, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the others with some embarrassment. Hey, what's the point? If my little sister likes it, let her stay. We're all good. Yeah, Captain. See to the arrangements. The rest of them were fine with it. Anyway, this room, it was all taken for Du Ziren's sake. It didn't matter where you could live in. It's just sleeping in the living room. It's better than sleeping in a cabin. Then, I'll take that pink bedroom with Qiu Jing and Xiu Ning. 1 room for Linya. 1 for Lu Shu. 1 for Yang Miao Miao. Elder Lin Ping Lin has 1 room. The remaining 1, leave it to senior. You see? I'm fine with that. I'm okay with that. After the pleasant arrangement, the group of people looked curiously left and right for a while longer, before returning to their rooms as if they had given up. Inside the house of Autumn Shengsheng, on the soft pink queen-sized bed, Xiao Shengsheng lay on her back and squinted comfortably. She hadn't slept in such a high-class bed since she was a child. My siblings even dozed off when they were on their beds. Is this what people used to live? I must work hard and bring Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing to a better life. Cozily reclining, Xiao Shengsheng looked at the high sky outside the glass window, and there was a dreamy feeling of happiness spreading. Your apocalyptic survival character feels happier than ever. Autumn Shengsheng's happiness value +5. Current happiness value is 40. Turn on the heart sharing function. Heartfelt sharing. To Xiao Shengsheng, you have become like family. Everything she thinks, you can quickly gain insight into. Mind share? Standing beside the bed, Du Ziren stared blankly at the new game popping up. He had expected this increase in happiness value. The source of happiness for most people is based on clothing, food, housing and transportation. Upgrading the living environment is definitely one of the main sources of happiness, appreciation. Only, is the stage reward, this time, a heartbeat? Eyes inexplicably went to Qiao Shengsheng who was looking at the window. PFFFFFFFF. Like a cartoon caricature, a circle of red bubbles popped up on Qiao Shengsheng's little head, the kind that also came with its own text. Wham! So, is this the kind of life you lead? Yeah, then, my family's little house, wasn't it too shabby? Wouldn't it be too shabby in your eyes? But you were able to stay with me in that environment. Wasn't that too embarrassing? I can't even open the door. However, Senpai doesn't seem to care. This room is so big. This bed, if it was just Senpai and me. Yelp! Qiao Shengsheng, you're going to die. You're in heat. The young girl's mind, like a fish spitting bubbles in a fishbowl, constantly spreads out. But almost every time, the little mind is involved with Du Ziren. Pithy cute pinch. Peeping into Qiao Shengsheng's small mind, the corner of Du Ziren's mouth inexplicably curled up. Woody placed the purifying water tank in the bathroom. Du Ziren wanted to peek into the girl's mind some more. The lull. You are coming to the end of this tour experience. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. A familiar mechanical beep came, and Du Ziren's face darkened. Playpen, don't you dare grow a little? Barely. There was no sound of response, no beeps. There was only the sound of the cabin spraying aerosol, a sense of wetness from the face. Du Ziren's eyes for a while in front of the sky spinning. After a moment of hazy vision, plop sound, the body has already pushed open the door of the game cabin. Sitting in a daze in his own living room. Chapter 141 Next door. Big tongue? Woof, you're awake? Woof, congratulations. This time you slept half a day more than the last time. On the long table in the living room, Nagisa was eating duck and sauce in an odd position. Its 2 feet were pestled on the ground, but its butt was sitting on the sofa. The 2 front limbs imitated a human hand. Picking up the duck and sauce, and a dog's mouth kept gnawing on the duck neck. I have to say that this look, leaving aside the fact that it is a dog, looks like human behavioral movements anyhow. Have I slept long? Climbing up from the game nutrition pod, Du Ziren touched his stomach. Still not hungry. Woof. Last time you slept for about a day and a half. Woof. This time, you slept for 2 whole days. Woof. The landline phone. And that cell phone of yours, it's been ringing several times. Changshang gave Du Ziren a look without any good humor, and the dog's eyes were actually filled with human dislike. Yes? And my cell phone rang? I didn't get a call. Hesitantly, he took his cell phone out of his pocket, and on the screen, there were a couple of a long list of landline numbers. 0000 to 0001, dial 3 of them. Damn. It looks like playing the game doesn't support the ability to pick up the conversation. Hiss. This phone call, I'm afraid it's not simple. Tried to play it back, and after a long series of blind tones, a solemn voice rang out. Hello, this is the National Pharmaceutical Association. What can I do for you? The Pharmaceutical Society? Hello, my name is Du Ziren. You guys have called me almost 3 times. Is there something wrong? Oh, you are Mr. Du Ziren Du? Right. It's like this. Academician Lu has instructed us to speak to you about the current situation. Go ahead. Actually, you should be well aware that it's about the meteorite. You should know that although the incident is currently under control, not all citizens will cooperate with the investigation. For example, if certain people have come into contact with meteorite fragments, but he's afraid that our WHO will do some kind of experiment on him, he will definitely not come to the military hospital to report for an examination. Then such a person, once the virus breaks out in their body, it's likely that it will, once again, cause social chaos. The tone on the other end of the phone was low and serious, and Du Ziren thought about it, and it did make sense. Putting oneself in the same shoes. If one had once unintentionally drunk the water of White River Village, and one's body did not have any problems, and one still had one's own life to live, how could one be okay with going to military hospital? Yes, so what's the arrangement up there? Well, it's definitely impossible to fully find out who else has been to White River Village at the moment. After all, it's a village over there, and there's no surveillance. This part of the hidden population can only wait until the problem erupts and we can deal with it. What Academician Ryu means is for you to keep your contact open. Once something goes wrong, I hope you will cooperate with the local police to control the problems at the scene. Oh, I see. Then these phone calls are a sign that something has happened? Not really. Just wanted to finalize things with you. Don't worry. Every time you solve something, you'll be paid a certain amount of money depending on how much of an impact it has. Well, call me if you need anything. After roughly understanding the current situation, Du Ziren let out a long sigh. What's all this? If a guy suddenly has an attack in People's Square and scratches a bunch of people, and those people get scared and run away, won't the virus spread? TSK. Scratching his hair, Du Ziren restrained himself from thinking about the uncertainty. Nagisa, do you buy more duck and sauce? Sitting on his butt next to Changshang, Changshang looked at Du Ziren, and immediately hugged the duck in his hand and ran to the side with a huff and puff. Woof, it's not nice to steal dog food. Look at you being so stingy. That's all I'm asking. What do you think I'm going to do? Has anyone stopped by in the last couple days? Boringly charging up his cell phone, Du Ziren moved his body. Unexpectedly his muscles and bones were alive and his body was light. Woof, stalking? Woof, I think there were 2 people next door who had newly moved in. A young couple I think, but you were asleep at the time, so I ignored them. Neighbors? I'll have to check back then. After all, heads up, heads down. Sharply primping twice in the mirror, Du Ziren pulled open the security door, and looked at the door of the room across the corridor outside the house. The doorway to the room across the street did have a new shoe rack, and it looked like it had a new occupant. Tap tap tap. Lee went to the opposite door and was just about to knock. Inside the door, there was an untimely and charming sound. Goo, honey, your mouth is so strong. I'm losing my makeup. Be gentle, damn you. Well, your tongue. What a big tongue. Standing in front of the door, Du Ziren's face immediately sank, as if, it's not a good time to come by yourself. According to the progress of that making out in the house, the next step might be to start the great man-making project. Wouldn't it be unintelligent of you to knock on the door at this hour? Asterisk. Playing with real flowers. I was just about to turn around and leave, thinking that I would worship tomorrow. Able to. The voices in the inner room changed at once. Well, honey, you. Cough. Unbelievable. Choked, and with a hint of panic, the air inexplicably smelled more like bloody rust. Woof, what's wrong? Even Nagisa, who was in the inner room, seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and with a twitch of the dog's nose, he ran out after him. Ho ho. Inside the house, odd noises continued to fester. Honey, don't, put. The sound is getting louder and louder. Du Ziren frowned. He guessed that this is unlikely to be playing some kind of SM, right? Whatever. Lives are at stake. Nagisa, open the door. A sharp greeting to Nagisa. Woof, I've come to your aid. Hajadu. Only Nagisa's doggy eyes were seen gazing at the security door. Click click click. The next moment, the solid iron door circumference began to twist and deform, with the door framed in a burst of shriveled sagging, rumbling sound, the huddle of the door directly toward the door into the projectile. Yikes! A woman's scream came from behind the door. Fixing her eyes to see, the woman was sitting paralyzed on the couch, her face pale. A man was lying in her arms, and by the looks of it, it was supposed to be the man who was going to kiss her neck, and was holding his head high, burying it in hers. But, imagining ambiguous and intimate images does not exist. Instead, hisla, in the man's mouth, a red tongue that looked like a snake was curling around the woman's neck in a deadly manner. Countless flesh spines emerged from the tongue, ruthlessly inserting themselves into the woman's neck and wriggling continuously. Grunt, between one suck and one contraction, one bulge and one quiver, the long tongue kept sucking blood, and the man's body trembled violently, as if in excitement, and the woman's face, pale to the naked eye. Grass. The man. The moment the errand was done, it became liquors. Chapter 142. Bizarre situations are frequent. Thefts from construction sites. Help me. Save. The woman's godless gaze looked towards Du Ziren, and one of her hands kept shaking towards Du Ziren. In a few short breaths, she looked like she was already going to be drained of blood, her eyes darkening. Ho. The man still had his head buried, his tongue jerking violently regardless. Asterisk. Stop. Du Ziren let out a bellowing sound, and the man's body lurched, so much so that even the contracting tongue forgot to suck on it. Click. The head slowly twisted and turned, and the man stared blankly at Du Ziren. One of his eyes had long since filled with blood and redness, and his skin, exposed outside of his clothes, followed suit with redness and bulging veins. By the looks of that, in less than half an hour, this person is going to turn into a liquor. Ho. Coughing blood from his mouth, the man's tongue contracted and his gaze was terrified. King. Rustling, tongue instantly contracted. Plop sound, limbs bent kneeling on the ground. The man's head buried in Du Ziren's feet. No longer move. Asterisk. I just finished saying that someone might be hiding their condition and not checking it out, and now I'm meeting them next door? His face grim, Du Ziren's gaze went to the woman on the sofa. Her neck, densely dotted with bloody holes, gurgling bubbling blood. The whole person has been dying. Woof. Hajadu. Call the police. Chang Sheng glared at the prostrate man on the ground in death. Du Ziren nodded and directly dialed Lu Yi's number. Hello, Academician Ryu? I found a liquor, on my side, right next door to my house. Look, should you find a way to say something and send someone to collect this thing? Did the infected appear again so soon? Okay, I'll have Director Lin go over and say that a serial killer has been found, and that he'll be locked up with an iron cage and a black cloth cover. When the time comes, Xiao Du, you keep an eye on it, just cooperate and send it to the car. No problem. It's just that there's another bitten woman over here. It's hopeless. Ship it all together. Good. After hanging up the phone, Du Ziren stood in silence within the living room. His gaze looked through the living room to the streets of Wannan City, and his mind grew heavy. This is just a single liquor, appearing, not creating any waves. What if an alien appears in the crowd later, and that alien doesn't eat beef? The city. It's going to be a mess. It was ponderous for a while. Whoa. The sirens of police cars blared through the neighborhood. Within a short time, Lin Yugwa arrived at the house with a few police officers, and a few men in research suits, dragging a large iron cage. Are you okay? First there was a rush of caring voices. By the time Lin Yugwa saw liquor lying motionless on the ground, he knew that he had been overly concerned. Hurry up and load up liquor. And that woman, already infected. Arrest them together. The researchers' team was led by a large, tall man with a large-inch head, who moved ably and opened the cage straight away. On the contrary, it was the few fellows next to him who looked at the liquor on the ground with a face of fear and delayed their movements. Ho. Beneath the crimson skin, the liquor's body was still steaming, looking rather hideous and gruesome. What are you waiting for? Stuff it in. The big, tall man prodded, and a couple of the fellows were coy. Is this the murderous liquor? I hear bullets aren't afraid of this thing. Brother Hal. I don't dare. TSK. If I had known, I would have invited the reserve members of the Aurora squad to come along. Looking at the few fellows around him who didn't make a move, the tall man respectfully looked at Du Ziren. Lord 01, please also make a move. We are really. The big and tall man of nearly 1 meter 9 or so bent down towards himself, and only then did Du Ziren come back to his senses from his thoughts. Oh sorry. Hey, get your ass in there. Just a soft gulp towards liquor. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. The liquor was instantly like a harpy dog hearing its master's command, looking at Du Ziren as if pleasing, and drilled in towards the iron cage with one effort. Clang. And this one took it upon himself to lock the cage door. The sight was a sight to behold for several of the fellows, as expected of one Sama. Is this the gold of the codename Peacemaker? Academician Ryu's records are, indeed, all true. The gazes of the several fellows looking at Du Ziren were instantly respectful, like a little fanboy looking at his idol. What 01 Lord? I say, you guys have nothing to do with blindly assigning me nicknames? Eyebrows raised, Du Ziren did not look familiar with any of the fellows in front of him. The only one who took the initiative was the big tall man who covered the cage with a black cloth and then stepped forward to explain. The title of Lord 01. It was initiated by Academician Liu, about the Aurora program. You are the first member, and we expect to screen out 10 outstanding exalted, to form the Aurora squad. As the team leader, in the future, both squad members and members of the base under construction will first familiarize themselves with your identity serial number to clarify your identity. So, Lord 01, that title, only those who participated in the Aurora program would call you that. 10 squad members? That means, Academician Ryu is looking for a new shifter? Right. Not right either. You should remember that the Mirror King seed, of White River Village, at that time. Right? What's wrong? Academician Liu extracted one of the zombies' crystal core elements and is looking for a fitter to adapt and prepare to create his own alien. It is reported that a fitter has been found and counted as a reserve member of the Aurora squad. It's just that she's out on a mission. Otherwise, she would have wanted to meet you. The captain, too. Yes? The tall man respectfully complained, and Du Ziren nodded. So there are other anomalies happening in the city now, right? Well, it's Wang's construction company. There have been frequent incidents of money loss. The money in the safe has suddenly disappeared, and the surveillance can't trace it. It's suspected that it's the work of the alien. Reserve member, Nguyen Fong, has gone to investigate. Okay, if there's anything you can't handle, I'll help you in any way I can. Eternal, let's go. Picking up eternal life, Du Ziren didn't want to get involved in too many things and just took a single step in the direction of his home. About half an hour later, the building where Du Ziren was located was surrounded by a cordon. Under the crowd of curious older women and men, the cage under the black cover cloth was hauled and transported out of the neighborhood. The neighborhood didn't think much of the police presence. The credibility of the top is still strong, and no one doubts that the cage contains a serial killer. Ding dong, sitting on the sofa, Du Ziren's cell phone. Not long after came a text message tone. Your bank card with tail number 0304 has just been credited with $10. Remarks, bonus for assisting the police in investigating and solving the case. Your bank card balance is currently remaining, $642. Oh, is that a bonus for assisting? This is to completely cover up the meteorite thing. Only, how long can it be hidden? Pulling out his charging cell phone, Du Ziren logged into the Doomsday survival game, until the image of Chiao Xingxing's family shrinking under the quilt appeared on the screen. His face, which had been tightly tensed, had a hint of a smile. Chapter 143 Reserve Member Nguyen Fong. Wannan City Wang's construction. The Jing'an neighborhood, building area plan site has been in a dozen-mile radius. Are hit with a tin bracket. This means that the Jing'an district project will soon break ground. But, the large lot at the moment was empty and dead. Wang Dashan brought Wang Xiaoshan around to patrol the area, and neither father nor son's face looked very good. Sayama, let me ask you, have you offended anyone lately? Dad, it's not like I'm some dude who likes to party with his classmates when he's not doing anything. How could I possibly have any enemies? Think about it. In college, have you ever looked down on, or cursed any college student from the village? Wang Dashan stared closely at his son's face, and Wang Xiaoshan's face looked odd for a while. Dad, you're not reading too much of any internet novels, are you? The god of war, divine doctor, and feng shui descendant from the village, right? If I offend him, all my Wang family will be in bad luck in the future? So, otherwise you tell me what's going on in the vault? Wang Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. Just since yesterday, Wang's construction took out $3 million in cash directly from the bank, in order to pile up a small mountain of money when the Jing'an subdivision project starts, directly awarding cash prizes to all the builders and promoting things to heat up. This matter has been communicated with the relevant government and media reporters, and it is a big news in favor of the enterprise. But just yesterday at noon, the old Wang family father and son were dumbfounded when they opened the door of the vault. Empty, hidden in the innermost part of the temporary office, in a secret room of only 4 or 5 square feet, $3 million of cash piled up thickly. Actually all disappeared. The first thing that came to both father and son's minds was, did someone organize the theft? But it wasn't until a check of the surveillance footage that the father and son's hair stood on end. From the morning after putting the money in, until noon, no one in that temporary office, except for the Wang family's father and son, had ever gone in. That is to say, the money in the vault has disappeared in the course of the morning. TMD, no one went over to get it, and the money disappeared. That's more desperate than having someone steal your money, isn't it? The moment it happened, Wang Dashan contacted the police, but the police came and did a sweep of the surveillance and a search of the house, not to mention the suspicious direction. Even in the vault, after a day of checking with instruments, not a single handprint was found. Jen, things are so mysterious that even the police wonder if the father and son are joking. Good thing there is a bank to provide the withdrawal records, otherwise this matter. The Wang family father and son may also fall into the name of a false police report. Yesterday the police canvassed the area all day long and has found nothing. After the police retired, but a phone call to Wang Dashan told him not to be anxious. This matter has been noted above. We'll immediately send people over to unannounced visits to investigate. It's been a day since this happened, and we're only 3 hours away from today's groundbreaking ceremony at noon. At the moment, father and son were wide-eyed and bewildered. Xiao Shan, tell Dad honestly, did you or did you not offend anyone from the mountains at school? It's really not. Dad, I usually pick up girls at best and drive a car. I haven't even grabbed anyone's girlfriend. How could I possibly mess with anyone? Dad, don't you ask me. What about you? Don't you have any business rivals? Oof, I never compete in business, and when I offend someone I set up a scene afterwards and apologize at home. It's impossible for anyone to target me. So, then why did you say the money was gone? This situation made me think of the 5 ghosts carrying technique. That's why I'm asking you if you've offended any people coming out of the mountains. But this kind of technique, I've never seen it before. I've only heard of it. Nah, you haven't even seen it. What jutsu? I see it as who steals money. But how? A silence fell over both father and son as they spoke. The cold wind blew across the cheeks of father and son, and in this moment, they both seemed to have aged a few years. Tap tap tap. After a long time, a middle-aged man with a helmet ran over in a hurry. Mr. Wang, there are only 2 more points until the groundbreaking ceremony. That reporter and Mr. Wang's classmates are here. Look, should we start placing the money piles? The middle-aged man smiled nervously, and when Wang Dashan heard this, he slowed down and his face darkened. I've already called and had the bank send the money. Mr. Wav, you will pay attention to the maintenance of the site. I also invited the police to assist this time. The start of the work should be beautiful. Understand? Understood. I'm on my way to the site to wait for the car. Tap tap tap. After saying his words, this middle-aged man ran towards a place in a hurry. Wang Dashan stared at his back and shook his head. Hey, it's a small matter to transfer another 3 million out this time. I'm afraid of what's going to happen later. Xiao Shan, you go and receive the reporters and students. I'll make a few calls to keep the bank escort on alert. Yes. Nodding his head, Wang Xiaoshan also walked towards the tin gate of the Jing'an district project. At 3 o'clock in the morning, in front of the project gate of the Jing'an district, it was already full of people. There were workers who uniformly wore helmets, as well as hosts carrying cameras and holding microphones. There were even 2 fashionably dressed, young and beautiful college students. 2 college students, a man and a woman, who seemed to be a couple, were getting cozy. Brother Chio, you said, we studying journalism, do we all have to get used to such a crowded scene from now on? The girl shrunk her head into the boy's arms, and the boy smiled faintly. Yun Cheng, the job of a reporter is actually a lot tougher than one would think. This is still just the opening sight. If you were to cover some war zone, think about it. Yikes, stop it. Let's just hurry up and finish our debriefing and go back to school. It's so noisy. Yun Cheng's eyebrows knitted, and suddenly her gaze went through the crowd to the hostess holding the microphone. Brother Chio, you said that woman. She seems to be the same age as us, right? How did she turn out? Maybe she's capable of something? At those words, the boy also looked in the direction of the hostess. On her chest, she wore her own identity nameplate, dispatched investigator of Wannan City, Fong Wanwan. I don't think I've ever seen this person, Fong Wanwan, on any TV news. Hi, actually, I haven't seen it either, but you see she's actually pretty. Maybe, well you know. The boy spoke and winked towards Yun Cheng. Yikes. Autumn Seeker, you people. When Yun Cheng heard this, she immediately even patted Chio-sun's shoulder, and the 2 youngsters were staggering. In the pile of people, Fong Wanwan's ears cocked up. She could certainly hear how the other party was talking about herself, but she didn't care. Her gaze just stared dead on behind the iron gate of the Jing'an district. Thinking darkly, since the last 3 million can go missing, what about this time? Stealing? Or some kind of spell? No. Here. a shifter has definitely appeared. Chapter 144. What are you doing? Looking at me and drooling? In front of Jing'an District Project Gate. At this moment, right in the middle of this pile of bunched up people, on the other side of the small group of workers, a man dressed as a contractor was looking around for something. Hey, old five, where's Chai? Oh who? It seems like Chai didn't come today. What's the kid up to? I heard he ordered that yesterday. You know? Probably tossed and turned all night. So, an old helmeted man smiled awkwardly toward the bagman, who grinned at the corners of his mouth. Cut, kid, but, didn't he say he's from his hometown White River Village? It's so poor. How come there's money for this? Foxing gradually flickered across his face. The bagman wondered, and the old man scratched his head. I see he went back home a while ago. I guess he took some living expenses. At this age, it's normal to be on fire. Oof, no money and still building like this. I've heard about it. He's been getting a new cell phone and new clothes for the past 2 days. Probably doesn't have much in his wallet, right? I'm telling you, if we start work today and split that opening red envelope, we'll all get at least a couple thousand. What's he doing here? He's not short of money, is he? Call him. The contractor urged a word, and the old man immediately nodded repeatedly. This dry construction site. Everyone does not have any bad intentions. Take care of each other. But, The old man's cell phone rang for quite a while without any response from there. Hey, this little brat. He can't have passed out from the fun, can he? Inside Lijiang Road Superior Hotel. The sun shone through the glass, and Chayu lay on the woman's white belly, his face mesmerized. Buzz buzz. Inside his pocket, his cell phone was ringing off the hook, and he wasn't in the mood to look at it a bit. Rubbing the woman's stomach, the corners of Chayu's mouth turned up as he recalled last night's madness. Well, on the bed, the woman was dressed in an erotic lingerie, and she was also waking up. Feeling the touch of her skin, she didn't look at the man on her stomach with a flicker of disgust in her eyes. Hey, say yes. 3,000 for the night and, as you said, 2,000 for sleeping with me. 5,000. Not a dime less. With a mercenary push away from the man on her belly, the woman sharply put on her coat. Eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the man's pocket new fruit cell phone, and that Armani white long shirt. Cannot figure out this age, but also just went into the construction site of the young boy. In the end, where did so much money? What's the point of going to the construction site when you have so much money? She had heard about Chayu's situation from her old concubine, a child from the village. There was no such thing as a well-off family. So, she now actually wondered if Chayu was not all cottage cheese and bought it for the love of face. With that in mind, she couldn't help but speculate, could Chayu afford to pay? With his eyes fixed towards Chayu, he did not expect. It was as if this guy was doing a magic trick, directly reaching his hand under the bed and pulling out a thick stack of red banknotes. Here, take that, $10,000 and more for your reward. You? The woman's eyes lit up as she looked at the pile of bills. She wanted to ask Chayu where she got so much money, but out of professionalism, she silently stuffed the money into her pocket. Her face softened as well, and the woman sat down in front of the vanity mirror, beautifully touching up her makeup. On the bed, Chayu let out a long breath and spoke quietly. I said, how about you stay with me for one more day? Still 10,000. Do you have that much money? There is. I have more money than you can probably imagine. Cut. Forget it. I still have my old patrons today. It's all said and done. I'm going to keep them company today. At those words, Chayu's brows furrowed. Anan he, them. That's a lot of money for one order. I'll give you 20,000. Forget it. 30,000. Forget it. Little brother, my sister advises you not to touch this when you're still young. The woman lowered her head and looked at her makeup in the mirror, looking comforted while a playful smile played at the corners of her mouth. Tap tap tap. What she didn't notice was that Chayu had come up behind her. Hey, do it again. The man's head was buried directly under the neck. Hot breath coming in, and the woman's face darkened. That's enough out of you. My makeup is going to go. Just tried to push Chayu away. Tick tick. A wet heat inexplicably came from his neck, and when he looked down, Chayu was looking at his neck, his face dull, his eyes bloodshot, and drool inexplicably coming out of his mouth. Grunt grunt. The knot in his throat moved up and down as his face went from excited to odd. Hey, why are you looking at me and drooling? The woman gave Chayu a suspicious look, and Chayu's eyes were confused as she subconsciously uttered, I want to eat you. Didn't you have it 4 or 5 times last night? Young man, the fire is just hot, isn't it? Snap. Slap just tried to push Chayu's face away. Anu. Next moment, the man's mouth fought to open and die on the snow-white neck. Ongwu ongwu. Rough chewing sounds came, and the woman twitched in pain. Looking through the mirror, Chayu was now like a person. After biting open his own skin, constantly gnawing on his own flesh and blood, chewing and swallowing. You pervert. SM isn't like you either. Frantically slapping the band around Chayu's head, Chayu gnawed his mouth full of blood and his eyes gradually went mad. Ongwu. Grass. You're nuts. Clang. The woman's pain was tearing her lungs out, and when she couldn't stand it any longer, she lifted the bottle of makeup on the table and smashed it on Chayu's temple with a clang. Bang! After this sound, Chayu's head tilted, his temples gurgling blood. The whole person fell back 2 steps, directly lying on the bed. NMD. You psycho. I'll never take your order again. I'm this one. Huffing and puffing and giving an upside-down thumbs-up gesture, the woman covered her bloody neck and fled the hotel. Tap tap tap. Listening to the footsteps of the high-heeled shoes keep moving away, Chayu's hazel eyes gradually gained color. His tongue slowly stuck out and licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Slippery. I don't know why, but every time after licking the taste of blood from the corner of my mouth, the nerves of my body were getting abnormally excited. The pleasure, it seemed, transcended sex. What did I just do? I seem to be excited. I seem out of control. Slowly rising from the bed, Chayu, for some reason, didn't panic at all that she had just done something anti-human. All he knew was that moment of licking into flesh and blood, and his whole nerve trembled. What's wrong with me? Ever since that day after returning from the village, with his 5 fingers together, Chayu's palm, under the sunlight, actually became strangely hazy before completely dissipating. In a trance, his eyelids fluttered violently. In his pupils, a strange picture began to be projected. It was the sound of high heels collapsing the stairway. Following that, it was the woman who had just covered her neck and ran all the way towards the street with the traffic. I can see a picture of her? Wait, it's not just that. Slowly closing his eyes, Chayu's head, in this moment, also eerily dissipated. In the sunlight, there stood in the guest house the treacherous figure of a man with no head and no hands, and the woman running all the way down the traffic-laden street was stunned in her movements. Her neck, a bloody mess, was rapidly writhing and growing a pair of human eyes. Kiki. After the human eye blinked for a few moments, the outline of the nose, mouth, and jaw actually emerged under the flesh and blood. It's like a human head is about to grow out of that wound. Chapter 145 Daylight Corpses. Chaotic construction site scene. I seem able to transplant part of my body in another person? In the hotel, Chayu's headless body trembled with excitement. It was a new playstyle he had developed since discovering his ability. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. On the street, the woman covered her neck and her face grew confused, but in another moment, her neck muscles contracted, her eyes flashed, and she gradually regained clarity. It was as if her brain recovered instantly. With a face of resentment and shame, NND, is it easy for me to earn some money? No, gotta get a statement from the old guy. This kid's job will be impossible for any of my men to take in the future. Gasping hard, he walked in the direction of the Jing'an neighborhood. The woman is aware that the old concubine's construction site is about to start and the man will only be there. The sound of high-heeled footsteps echoed through the streets. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Chayu's body, head and palms were gradually recovering. He stood in front of the hotel window, looking in the direction the woman had gone, his face grimacing. Bitch. Slippery. Licking the remaining blood in his mouth, Chayu's eyes slowly narrowed. For some reason, he felt as if his guts had grown and his mind was strangely active. What if I can transplant body parts in others? So, why can't I control the entire city hierarchy? Chayu, why can't I be a human being? I want to eat the most tender chick. I want one Nan City. Submit to my feet. His face flickered continuously as Chayu's pupils gradually dilated. Wow! With a wave of his large hand in the sunlight, there was a distortion in front of the glass of the window, and a bunch of $100 bills appeared in front of his eyes. Snap! Pulling out his lighter, Chayu's eyes snickered. This thing, it doesn't seem to be of much use anymore. Ha ha ha. Crunch! The high-hanging sunlight was in the middle of its intensity, and the main gate of the Jing'an neighborhood slowly opened. Guys, everyone please keep quiet. The groundbreaking ceremony for our Jing'an neighborhood is almost ready. Wang Xiaoshan stood on a wide plot of land, with the labeled foundation pit behind him and the red carpet laid out around him. According to the plan, the place will be thick with $100 bills later. Oi, Koyama! In the pile of people, Chiosun waved to Wang Xiaoshan, who smiled slightly towards him. The press team may come forward. Tap tap tap. As soon as the words fell, Fang Nuan took the initiative to cross the crowd and stood near the red carpet. She held the microphone, but didn't have the culture of impatience that was common for hosts, and just looked around suspiciously. This appearance, It was Wang Xiaoshan who was puzzled when he saw it. Autumn Seeker, you guys studying journalism, why aren't you all in a hurry to do interviews now? I'm all together to say what? That host's sister, as if a little beforehand interview does not mean quickly walking towards Chiu Xin and Yun Cheng. The two of them looked at Feng Nuan and also shook their heads straight. I don't know. This guy, we're not even sure where he came from, but the teacher said it's good for us to see other people's work, so it's good for future employment. Hi, if you ask me, you're done graduating and working for me. Grass, rich kid, I despise you. The three young men stood around talking and laughing. Feng Nuan frequently gazed around, and the rest of the remaining workers were looking left and right, waiting for the so-called money pile to be placed. What no one noticed about the noisy scene was that a dusty woman in high heels and a leather jacket walked into the scene. She covered her neck and looked around, finally spotting an old man in the crowd with a ghostly face. Hey, old five, what kind of guests you've introduced me to? Did you know that kid is a psycho? As soon as she yanked the oldest five in the crowd, the woman had a look of disbelief on her face. What brings you here? Where's Sheba? Old five looked at the woman in surprise and looked around, but he didn't find Chayu's figure. Sheba, you know what? This gave me a neck-breaking bite, exposing his neck to the world. A bloody patch of teeth marks was shocking to see. TSK. Your young people have high temperament. After holding it for so long, it's normal to have some psychological problems. It's fine after venting. What are you bothering with him for? Old five frowned in disbelief. Grass. Old five. What do you mean by some mental problems? I'm telling you, that bastard is a pervert. He's eating me. Eat me. Hey, I know. Eat. The oldest five still laughed, and the two seemed to be bizarrely chatting off-channel. Grass. Anyway, old five, you have to reimburse me for my medical expenses, and I won't take any of his orders from now on. Well, you be quiet. There's a few $1,000s in red packets for the start of work later, so why don't you wear a helmet and go get Chayus? Really? When she heard that there was money to be taken, the woman smiled. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden, sinister cry from her neck. Who is it? Looking suspiciously left and right, and finding nothing wrong, the woman stood on her tiptoes and looked impatiently down the aisle. The sun had risen a few more minutes, just as Wang Dashan appeared on the red carpet leading the men. A bank escort vehicle was about to drive up in the distance. Vom. What no one noticed was that the woman was suddenly convulsing in a weird way. At her neck, the wound was inexplicably black, and a vein bulged and pulsed black on her chest. Plopping down on the ground, the woman looked like she was going to vomit. Hello? Are you okay? Pregnant from being Ed? Old five looked at the woman with a snicker. But, next moment, Anu, the woman's head, on her knees, bit down dead center on old five's calf. Holy crap! What the are you biting me for? Old five's stomach twitched. The whole person just wanted to reach out to push the woman. The woman's mouth was fierce, hissing sound, actually directly the old five calf bite off a whole block of muscle tissue. Put! A wave of blood spread through the pile. You're sick. Covering his calf, old five screamed miserably. There was a cacophony of crowd noise and attention was on the bank escort van. Only a few people nearby noticed such a tragic situation and frowned straight away. TSK. Look, is this messing around and getting revenge from a woman? I reckon so. Serves you right. This woman isn't having his baby, is she? She threw up, didn't she? The guys were talking about each other, and the woman, with her head buried low and her mouth bulging, was chewing something over and over. On her neck, a human face slowly bulged out, and Chayu looked at the scene coldly, seemingly trying to understand something. Could it be the kind of symptoms I have that can be transmitted through blood? Wouldn't that be? Growling. Suddenly, one of Chayu's eyes emerged from old five's thigh. Interesting. Still, it's no fun controlling these bottom feeders. Wanted. They are. On the woman's neck, an eyeball turned and suddenly looked at the Wang family's father and son at the red carpet. It was a father and son pair that Chayu had seen more than once. Definitely upper class. Definitely rich. Control them. It's my first step to controlling the entire Wannan city. Asterisk. Move me. Eyes dribbling and moving. The woman, still chewing on her muscles, suddenly ambled on all fours, squeezing through the crowd like an oddball species, making her way toward the red carpet. Ooh, that's the car loaded with $3 million in cash, right? Atmosphere. On the red carpet, Autumn Seeker looked at the bank escort van in the distance, not without envy. 3 million isn't much to say, but it actually doesn't stack up very well. Wang Xiaoshan waved his hand and just wanted to say something else. Hey, what the hell are you? Grass. Scared the hell out of me. What are you crawling on the ground for? Asterisk. Crawl. Crawl faster for me. A staccato sound came from the crowd. Wang Xiaoshan squinted and saw that a woman who was crawling on her knees was quickly running towards the side. Just when he was still puzzled. Ho! The woman who had been crawling lifted her head at once, and the blood-covered face, with its crimson eyes and mouth tumbling with chewed flesh, was a sight to behold. Holy crap! You! What the hell? What a wild flutter of the right eyelid! The moment Wang Xiaoshan locked eyes with the woman's sight, her neck, amidst the bloody wounds, actually opened a mouth and smiled sardonically towards himself, just as he wondered if he had misread it. Ho! The woman snapped her thighs together and her whole body lunged towards herself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Help! Help! This shouted noise, which shifted the eyes of everyone on the scene, from the bank escort car to the red carpet here. But alas, it's already late. Ho! The large mouth dripping with blood lurched hideously at Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan just stood there dumbfounded. A big head sticker sealed by glass fell out at his chest. That's a portrait photo of Dozier, when his life was hanging by a thread. He closed his eyes and held on to Du Ziren's portrait photo, his mouth constantly shivering. Fuxing Fuxing, Du Fuxing save me, God bless, God bless, God Jehovah, Master Du Shunxian. Almost any words were read out. Perhaps it was his begging that really worked. Stand back. A sudden burst of female voices rang out, and after, just listen to the buzz sound that pounced on the strange woman. Ho ho ho, strange screams ringing in the ears, and then suddenly far away. Chapter 146 Closed Sight. Situation out of control, above. Bless star, Du Ziren, Du Shunxian manifests. I don't want to die yet. I haven't finished popping my old den's gold coins yet. As his mouth kept muttering, Wang Xiaoshan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes narrowed quietly at first, then just slowly widened, and his mouth was open wide enough to swallow an apple. Creepy. A bizarre scene is taking place. That female reporter, that very Feng Nuan, she was currently standing in front of herself, her entire chest position oddly flushed with a layer of mirror-form skin, and the woman who lunged at her, after lunging at her, actually dove right into the mirror. After a ripple in the mirror, the woman whoosh sound, and from the mirror out of the flying, toward the other side of the red carpet fell. This scene, like a mirror reflecting light as if it were refracting the woman back. The woman landed on the ground, and was obviously dumbfounded and confused. She ho-ho screamed strangely and just turned around, hesitantly looking at Feng Nuan again. Ho! You too? Beneath the bloody rip in his neck, a bizarrely deformed mouth grinned up, full of amazement. You're also an alien power. Bang! But, pressing the woman without giving her a chance, Feng Nuan sharply took out the pistol from her chest and shot the woman's head off with a single shot. After the violent sound of a gunshot, the woman's head lolled. A black, bloody eye dilated in the center of her brain, and after a burst of body convulsions, she fell to the ground. Her pupils were gradually dimming, and she was already losing her life. Murder! She has a gun. There's a gun. After the violent gunshots, a large swath of the crowd panicked and agitated throughout the site of the groundbreaking ceremony. Run! As he watched, a few onlookers led the way and tried to run towards the outside. Bang bang bang! Feng Nuan raised her gun and fired 3 shots into the sky again. All stand still. The bone-chilling sound of gunshots echoed through the empty scene, and the scene, which was still noisy, fell silent. Everyone at this moment was stunned to look at Feng Nuan in the center of the red carpet, not daring to breathe, afraid that this woman would shoot herself. Nitrous smoke drifted up from the muzzle of the gun. Feng Nuan's tone was indifferent as she slowly spoke towards the photographer beside her. After I verified the situation just now, if I don't shoot the zombie, it's very likely that it will cause the spread of scratch contamination. Hereby, use the Aurora Squad reserve member privilege to shoot down zombie source. After giving a debriefing to the camera, Feng Nuan scrutinized everyone around her. Gentlemen, there is no need to panic or be afraid. I'm an officer sent out by the country on a special mission, and the lady I just shot down, she was an out-of-control person carrying an unknown virus. In order to prevent the virus from spreading, I could only shoot her down. Now, please cooperate with me and don't move or leave without authorization. Everyone stand in groups and leave of their own accord as soon as they have verified that their bodies are not contaminated. The icy cold voice echoed through the scene, and there was a moment of uncomprehending silence and trepidation from everyone. Virus carriers? Virus spreading? What kind of virus needs to be shot at the drop of a hat? Hearts were pounding, and most of them wanted to talk and ask questions. Giggle, Dingen neighborhood, in front of the gate, the bank car that seems to be escorting cash. The door opened, actually a bone down a dozen armed police. The car was empty, pressed for bills. Instead, these armed police sharply held up a cordon around them, and one by one stood around the scene, armed and on guard. Hey, this. What is this? Wang Xiaoshan's face went straight to white as he watched the scene. Xiaosun even held his girlfriend Yun Chang's hand and leaned towards Wang Xiaoshan's side. I say Wang Xiaoshan, isn't something wrong? A good groundbreaking ceremony. Why are there so many armed police? What prevents the virus from spreading? Grass. How was I supposed to know? Where the hell that woman came from? I'm not even sure. Who? Sayama. It seems that we are involved in some kind of superior incident. In the end, he was a big boss who had seen the world. Wang Dashan's face was calm and he stood beside his son. He looked over at the patch of armed police coming down from the money truck. No wonder the transportation of money is so slow. Looks like the brass knew something about that call. They, presumably, guessed something before displacing so many armed police to surround the scene. Virus? It's really just a virus? His right eyelid was beating furiously. Wang Dashan was not thinking about starting work now, and the matter of where the $3 million had gone. He only hoped that he could walk away from this storm now, and his face stiffened as he looked at Fong Nuan. At this moment, Fong Nuan was already calming the scene. With a wave of her hand, two of the armed police stepped out and greeted them towards the surroundings. Come on, all men, stand in two groups. Everyone split up and find a hidden corner. Just a brief body check and then you can leave. A serious voice came from the crowd and they had to do as they were told. Reporting again. Upon my verification, the current situation does not allow for the screening of that presence. In order to prevent things from getting out of hand, we can only quickly check for physical symptoms and transfer out the general staff. After another report towards the camera, Fong Nuan looked towards Yun Chang. You, come here with me. Ha, me? Hearing this, Yun Chang was clearly stunned. Right, you and I are the only females on the scene, and even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I'm checking to see if there's anything wrong with you. You, what are you talking about? Oh, Xiao and I are here to learn journalism from you. You, who the hell are you? Dumbfounded, Fong Nuan looked at Fong Nuan. Fong Nuan didn't care if Yun Chang agreed or not. Her big hand grabbed her shoulder and quickly groped along her clothes. Itchy, it tickles. Don't, stay back. Just as the two tangled, a man in a helmet limped and stumbled out of the armed police checkpoint in the distance. On his left calf were bloody bite marks from wounds that were still oozing blood. Hey, don't move around. Stay calm. You'll be fine. An armed police officer persuaded, trying to get closer to the men. Grass, don't you guys try to trick me. You all just shot May. I was bitten by her. Are you guys going to kill me too? Come on. The man's tone was tight and maniacal, and blood had filled his eyes. What no one could notice was that the outline of a pair of human eyes was slowly emerging from the belly of his calf. Damn, I can't imagine that on the police side. There's someone who has mastered psychic powers as well? Good thing too. Good. If you want to take control of the entire Wannan city, I think the first step you will have to face is you. I would love to meet you guys. Gurgling, the human eye slowly contracted until a human mouth grinned after the outline had completely dissipated. Now, create a bit of a ruckus and stall them. Ho ho ho. An odd chuckle came from his calf, and the man glanced down at the back of his leg suspiciously. Pfft. Inexplicably, his heart beat faster and his eyes began to redden. The veins under his skin were bulging and black, and his mouth was inexplicably open, emitting a strange ho-ho sound. Not good. Get ready to shoot him. At the red carpet, Fong Nuan took it all in, and a chortle went down. Bang bang bang. Numerous gunshots were heard. Pff. The man's body was shot into a hornet's nest, and he fell to the ground with a crash. Gurgling. On the ground, blood flowed all over, and the man's pupils were wide open, as if he didn't even know why he died. The surrounding people were even more dead silent as they watched the scene. Chapter 147. Closing the scene. The situation is out of control, below. In the meantime, Jing'an neighborhood, outside, on the roadway, Chayu is keeping his head down as he advances toward the site of the opening. If anyone could meet his downcast gaze at the moment, they would be shocked, because Chayu's two eyes were black holes, as if he had been born without eyes. He strolled forward with his head down, until a haze intertwined within his eye holes, and after a pair of eyes slowly recovered once again, only then did he raise his head and coldly look towards the Jing'an district scene. Yeah, not bad for the police to get down to business so quickly, but the stronger you guys get, the more the situation will turn in my favor when you're under my control. The corners of his mouth curled up, and Chayu's bright red tongue came out and licked the corners of his lips. A hungry sound came from his stomach, and he felt the hunger of this body for flesh and blood. Head. Why is my head a little dizzy? But it shouldn't hurt. Eat again. Maybe it'll be okay? Staggering towards the entrance of the Jing'an district. Tap tap tap. At this moment, there were also two armed police officers standing at the entrance of the neighborhood. They stood within the cordon, and the traffic and people on the surrounding roadways had already been cleared. They were also surprised at the sudden arrival of Chayu. "Hey, what for? There's a situation here. Get out of here," says Yu. "What's up?" He chided towards Chayu a few times, but Chayu stumbled and just didn't stop coming over. "Hey, told you to stay back. Deaf. You come any closer." Shots fired. The two black holes of guns were aimed directly at Chayu, who was still advancing. He opened his mouth violently. His bright red tongue seemed to be unhuman, flinging out a large chunk of it and letting out a sharp, strange laugh. "Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. You guys, it's crazy, isn't it?" Bang! Finally, one of the armed police officers couldn't help himself, and with his gun aimed at Chayu's head, he knocked on the trigger. There was an explanation from the top that the level of danger was high this time. For the safety of the greater public, it is better to kill than to let go of a crowd that encounters erratic behavior. Bang! Tons of fire spit. Able to. The imagined picture did not happen. The bullet whoosh sound actually passed directly from the head of Chayu. Buzz. Yes, Chayu's head was as if it was a light projection, and it was as if the bullet had passed through the 3D image, shooting straight through his head and hitting a large tree in the distance. How is this possible? You're the dummy? You're a projection? Bang bang bang. As if in disbelief, two armed police officers fired at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Visible to the naked eye, a dozen bullets, once again, passed through Chayu's body and shot out into the air. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. And Chayu, still laughing strangely, had already arrived at the side of the two armed police officers. "You, the hell are you?" Not yet looking squarely into Chayu's eyes. Put. The unusually thin tongue violently stabbed through the neck of an armed police officer, and then the bright red tongue gurgling, trembling and shrinking, writhing, as if absorbing blood. Ho! What a wonderful feeling. His face filled with pleasure. Chayu's nerves throbbed and he felt like his entire being was rising. That earlier feeling of dizziness instantly dissipated. You, aren't you a fake? Why is your tongue real to touch again? The armed police officer whose throat had been stabbed open blanched rapidly, and his entire physique wasted away by half a circle that was visible to the naked eye. Ho ho ho. Did your physics teacher ever teach you density as a lesson? One hand covered the face of the slimmed-down armed police officer as his eyes drifted shut. Chayu's other hand went straight through the body of another armed police officer. What? Density? Put. Creepy. Another bizarre and unbelievable scene. It was clear that the other hand had passed through the body of the armed police officer like a shadow of light. But the next moment, after those hands were unusually real, Chayu's hand had clearly pierced through the chest of the other armed police officer. Blood gushing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth. The armed police officer tried to hiss and tried to report back towards the site of the opening of the recell. No. A large mouth. Dead bite his neck. Hissing gnawed off a large piece of flesh. Rough chewing sounds underneath. Put. The bodies of the two armed police officers fell to the ground with a loud bang. One had a bloody hole cut in his neck. One, an arm hole in the chest. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. My power. It seems to have increased again. In that case, then Density's new ability attempt. It seems, it's ready to begin. Head twisting stiffly, Chayu stomped and collapsed into the bloody water. His body hazy once more. Under the midday sun, he actually slowly faded away, turning into a flesh-colored mist visible to the naked eye, spreading towards the small area. A gust of bloody wind rose up at some point. Inside the Jing'an district, Fong Nuan's nose twitched, her eyes narrowed as she looked in the direction of the exit, and her face suddenly sank. Red. A horrible, red mist of water of unknown origin was pouring towards this place, and inside the field, having just finished testing their bodies, a group of people were thinking that they could leave. Holy, what was that? A red mist? I'd never seen that before in my life. Did the weather report say it would be foggy at noon? Under the sound of various speculations, the whirring red water mist suddenly covered the scene. The red is striking and disorienting. Within the field of vision a red light reflected. Actually cannot see half of the skylight. Fong, what is this? Sparing the knowledgeable Wang Dashan, he was now somewhat at a loss for words. He looked at Fong Nuan in panic, and Fong Nuan pursed her lips and subconsciously covered her nose. Hey, everyone stay out of the red mist. All the unusual reactions now could be. The warning had only just sounded. Tap tap tap. In the red mist, a few armed police officers ran quickly, as if they were going to report something towards Fong Nuan. Report. This mist seems to have only enveloped the Jing'an neighborhood. May I ask for assistance? No worries, my side of the camera is. Fong Nuan just wanted to wave her hand, but her pupils, in an instant, glared round. Snap snap snap. The necks of the two armed police officers who had come to report were swelling and bulging in a bizarre way. Snap, snap. The flesh under the skin looked like it had been stung by something and swelled up like a ball. The orb bulged and even slowly took on the outline of a human face. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho, on the necks of the two armed police officers. Just a few moments later, half of a human face grew out one after another, one on the left and one on the right, like a tumor hanging from their necks, constantly swaying. And that's not even the scariest part. The scariest thing is, after the corners of the mouths of these two half-human faces smiled up, the faces of the two armed police officers were lost for a moment, and in the next moment, they raised their firearms and pointed them at Fong Wanwan. You guys? Bang bang bang, only to hear a flash of fire in the red mist. Fong Wanwan's surprised voice sounded. Buzz buzz buzz. After two rippling sounds, where Fong Wanwan was, the silhouette suddenly dissipated. Report. Emergency report. The scene is out of control. It's out of control. In the red mist, gusts of echoes rang out, and after Fong Wanwan bellowed, she urged towards where the red carpet was. Run, all run apart. Chapter 148. Xiao Shangsheng has a fever? In the meantime, inside Wan'an City Defense Camp, in a conference room, at the moment, on the wall-mounted large TV, the images from the scene of the Jing'an district were being broadcast. That photographer of Fong Wanwan's, who was responsible for recording the footage, was all but spreading it here. Louis and Zhao Weigang stared at a red mist on the screen, their faces gloomy. TSK. Failed the test. Nguyen Fong's intensity, it's completely unqualified. Louis let out a sigh, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Failed? Academician Lu, in my opinion, this Fong Nguyen is actually quite good. Just now, she was very decisive in handling the personnel inspection and killing the zombie. She's not really to blame for the current situation, is she? The other party's ability is clearly too much beyond mirror as an ability. Zhao Weigang fought for Fong Wanwan, but Louis just shook his head. Commander Zhao, you know very well that what our Aurora squad needs is the kind of outstanding talent that can save the day. Both the clinical reflexes and, say, the psychic abilities possessed must be at least of a certain intensity. I won't comment on Fong Wanwan's individual ability, but the mirror that we have high hopes for is clearly not good enough. Hey, then, you say, that guy on the other side, just this person who created the red mist, what's the minimum level of ability? Conservative estimate. Purple alien power is available, and mirror, which is only comparable to the strength of blue alien ability, really can't be banned from the test. So, Dean Ryu, what do you mean? Silently looking towards Louis, Zhao Weigang seemed to have guessed something. It's better to have no one than no one. The 10 men of the Aurora squad are the 10 men that the country has given high hopes to. These 10 people, and regardless of personal factors, single alien ability, also need to be purple to be able to do so. Louis's words were forceful, but he had already slapped Fong Wanwan to death with a stick outside of the inductees. Then, according to you, the other reserve member, blinking, Zhao Cohen, whose powers are actually pretty good, should be sifted out directly just because he's blue quality? That's right, the 10 men trained by the state must be excellent to the core. The person behind this red mist, if he could choose to serve his country, he could definitely qualify. But, as of now, this person has already been zombified, and is not a qualified person. The immediate solution is to eliminate him, extract his powers, and find a suitable person in order to declare a spot for the 3rd Aurora Squad member. Eliminate him? How can this be destroyed? You mustn't forget that this guy can also manage to steal things without a sound. What exactly his supernatural ability is, we don't know yet. Zhao Weigong's face was in a state of bitterness. This purple alien power, even if we send out the anti-terrorist unit, we may not be able to take it down, right? The only way to get there is to call out to do 01? The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. In the end, it was Louis who had the cheek to take out his cell phone from his pocket. Wan'an District. Duziran leaned back on the sofa, rubbing a bloodline crystal core, with one hand and holding his cell phone with the other, looking at the game screen in his phone with a frown. Doomsday survival, in the game. Xiao Xingxing's family has just moved into a luxury presidential suite for just one day. It's a family of 3, and they're all actually sick. Clear fever. On the big pink bed, Xiao Shangshang, red-faced, was frowning and sweating while cradling one brother and one sister. Hey, it's reasonable to say that Team Autumn is the person with the highest psychic ability in our area. Shouldn't be sick. Could it be that the fall team overdrafted too much from that battle? The battle you're talking about. Is it a proper fight? In front of the bed, Lin Ya, Lu Shu, and Yang Naomyo were wide-eyed and didn't know what to do. Originally, they had planned to pick up the quest today, but now that Xiao Shangshang had fallen ill, it was not good for them to take matters into their own hands. Your Doomsday Survival character is getting sick. Please take care of her. A warning popped up on the game as he nudged Kaya Shangxing's head. Du Ziren's face was dark. He couldn't figure it out either. It shouldn't be. Alien, 7th order. The physique isn't superhuman, but it's not bad compared to an elephant, right? Fever? Why? TSK. This damn gamer, at this time of year, doesn't give me a kryptonite program? Some heartache touched Xiao Xingxing's little face, and through the screen, he could also see that her little red and pink face was revealing a small bubble. It's so hard. How did I get sick? It's hard to settle down in the new base, and if I fall down here, what will seniors think of me? Will they think I'm useless? Xiao Xingxing. Get up, get up. The bubbles were full of Autumn Xingxing's heart, her tiny brow furrowed with stubbornness. Ouch, my Shangshang. Rest. Heartbrokenly looking at Xiao Shangshang, Du Ziren panicked and clicked on the trumpet. Shangshang, you should rest first. Don't rush about the mission. As for the others, for the time being, they can take on a daily task. If Xingxing's fever doesn't go down by tomorrow, I'll think of something. After a long series of voices from the trumpet, the crowd in the room stood in awe. Understood, Elder. Let's go pick up some small daily quests. Tap tap tap. The image of a room full of people walking away, leaving only the Qiao Shengsheng family again. Du Ziren frowned tightly, not noticing in the slightest that the brightness of the bloodline crystal core in his hand was dissipating as he played with it one after another. Woof! Nagisa stared blankly at the box on Du Ziren's couch. Inside there were originally, bloodline crystal and core, *14, fog barrier crystal and core, *5, wind blade crystal and core, *2, strong Shua crystal and core, *6. Now, there were 10 bloodline crystal and cores, 5 fog barrier crystal and cores, and 5 strong Shua crystal and cores left. You're asking why so many crystal cores have disappeared? Du Ziren was playing with 4 bloodline crystal and cores, but Changsheng himself had already eaten 2 wind blade crystal and cores, and 1 strong Shua crystal and cores. Woof, staring at a black screen phone frowning in contemplation? Hajadu, you guy, you sure have depth. Feeling the warmth in his stomach, Nagisa only felt as if he had gotten stronger again. Woof, I'm going to be the king of dogs, secretly proud of itself. Changsheng glanced at Du Ziren from time to time, and it realized, it couldn't see through Du Ziren's strength at all now. Obviously you're already strong. A man and a dog, each thinking about something in the afternoon sun. Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. The lull. Du Ziren's cell phone then vibrated as a call dialed in. Yanagi, just glancing at the caller ID, Du Ziren frowned and answered it. Hello? Academician Ryu. What's wrong? Xiao Dua. Do you know the Jing'an neighborhood? Someone's been working there recently, and something seems to have happened. The people on our side can't handle it. If you can, look, is it convenient for you to bring Nagisa along? Of course, this outing counts as an operation for both of you, and if it's resolved, it's double the reward. Jing'an neighborhood? Okay, I got it. His face was dark, his own Shang side of the fever. The mood is really depressed. Good. This is a zombie, coming to your door? Nagisa, let's go. Woof, what's going on? Go beat up walkers, make money and raise a wife. Chapter 149. Your e-wife is in critical condition. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. In front of the Jing'an district red carpet for groundbreaking, 2 armed police officers have half a human head swinging from their necks, and their black holes in their gun muzzles swing up left and right as if they were looking for a target. Their eyes had gone crimson and their faces were densely covered with dark veins. Where? Shifter, where is it? The 2 hanging fleshy half-human faces screamed with strange laughter, and it was a head-scratcher to hear. You can't run away. You can't get away. If you try to run, I'll eat everyone here. They'll die because of you. They'll go on to pollute the entire Wannan city. A twisted and hideous voice came from Fong Nuan's body mirrored and trembled, refracting the surrounding red mist. She closed her breathing briefly and looked at the necks of the 2 armed police officers with an unmistakable grimace. Right now, as long as she held her breath, she was still able to rely on the mirror's ability to escape from the range of the Jing'an district. Able to. What about the people in the fog? What if they all zombified and went to attack the surrounding streets? Damn it! This guy's ability. Is it to turn into zombie poison fog and infect control creatures on a wide scale? So, at that time, when the vault was stolen, it was he who turned himself into a gas and sneaked into the vault, and then took the bills? That's not true. Even if it's gas, how can you take all the big piles of bills out of the vault? Staring blankly at the half-heads on the necks of the 2 armed policemen, if only they could be brought together to look at the strangely grinning mouths of a young man. Asterisk. Hopefully, Academician Lu can think of a countermeasure. Now it's my job to get this guy's attention and let as many people as possible who haven't been parasitized run out. Buzz buzz. In the midst of the blood mist, Fong Nuan's body was covered in mirrors writhing, deliberately emitting gusts of rippling sounds. Bang bang bang. The next moment, tons of fire spouted. Bullets shot over intensively. Swoosh, 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 swoosh disappeared above a refractive red mist. Fang Nuan's footsteps lightly moved, once again fell into silence. Ho, I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. Yun Cheng, cover your nose, quickly, run out. On the other hand, Chiosun pulled Yun Cheng's hand, and the two of them covered their noses and ran headlessly all the way towards the front. Behind them, the father and son of the Wang family were also tight-faced, covering their noses as they quickly followed. Able to, clearly remember, the door exit is in front of the distance of only 100 meters. A few people ran for a while, just cannot see any exit outline. Damn it, this mist is not right. Maybe our sense of direction has been wrong. Autumn Seeker snapped to a halt and looked around suspiciously. Ho ho ho, ho ho ho. Among the red mist, there were also a large number of people who did not cover their noses at all, and after inhaling a large amount of red mist, their pupils were spreading blood, and the whole face had been veined and blackened and bulging, and was not in human shape. Coochie, coochie. Some few actually had new organs growing out of their faces, or an extra pair of eyes on the forehead, or an extra mouth growing under the chin. It was as if inhaling this mist would deform and mutate the body. Ho ho ho. The lull. An armed police officer with two mouths on his chin blocked directly in front of several people and slowly raised the firearm in his hand. Run? You guys, can you run? The armed policeman's face had stiffened to the point of expressionlessness, except for a second mouth that had sprouted from his chin, which now grinned eerily in a mocking grin that was frightening in the extreme. Yikes! Brother Autumn, are we going to die? Yun Cheng had already lost her face in fear and scrambled to hold onto Chiosun's arm, her body thrashing. The Wang family's father and son retreated back and forth, but realized that there were already more freaks, leaning towards them. Some have an extra armpit, some have a foot growing out of their chest. In short, all sorts of twisted and bizarre human forms looked like they were pouring out of a foggy hell, their faces numb and frightening. It's over, do go, little brother do, bless me, clutching the big head photo in his arms, Wang Xiaoshan meaninglessly shouted. Same time, on the highway, a net car drove sharply towards the Jing'an district. The driver looked at the surrounding silent roadway and scratched his head in uncertainty. Hey, didn't you say that the new building is opening today? How? There's no one on the side of the road? He muttered. But Du Ziren, in the back seat, was in no mood to pay him a bit of attention. In the cell phone screen, Xiao Shangshang was lying on the bed. Her face became more and more flushed, and the whole person's lips were dry with a layer of dead skin. Xing Xing, Shu Xing, are you okay? Even after pressing a few trumpets, Xiao Shengsheng didn't respond, growling. The only bubbles that came out of her mind were the ones that surfaced every now and then. So, it's so hard. It's like I have no strength. It's as if my body is melting. It's going to disappear. Disappear? No, gamer, you're playing me. I had a hard time getting through the first level and you let my game protagonist die of illness? Are you brain dead? Breaking the defense and cursing into the cell phone. Du Ziren's tone sounded cold and cold, scaring the driver who drove the car and didn't dare to talk to him. Buzz buzz. Just then, the game pop-up window popped up urgently. Your game character has been detected to be experiencing a life crisis. Did you spend $100,000 on a one-time treatment for the power of life? Yes/no? Bye. Without hesitation, he clicked on the yes option, and after the bank card's deduction reminder, on the game interface, there was an additional icon skill similar to a certain pesticide therapy. After pressing the vitality skill, a burst of white crystalline starlight flickered inside the pink hut, spilling onto the beds. Phew. As the starlight fell on Xiao Xingxing's face was instantly relieved, and his tense face gradually lightened up. Same time. Ho. Kill you couple, then eat you. The father and son left it behind to use as a key to access the upper levels of intercourse. In the midst of the red mist, the double-mouthed armed police officer with a gun smirked as he looked toward the four people of Chiosun. His gun aimed at Chiosun and was about to shoot. Who, somehow, has been depressing dead silence of the start site. Suddenly the flat ground blistering winds suddenly rise. Hoo of the gale. The gloomy gathering of red fog, blowing gusts of shaking. Thick red-colored fog thinning. Visibility suddenly clear up. Directly to the left, the exit of the neighborhood gate slowly appears. Wind up, exit. Where's the exit? Hurry, move. Between the whistling of the wind, Chiosun's demeanor was sharp, and as he pulled Yun Qing's hand, his feet ran wildly. The father and son of the Wang family also had a happy face, and Wang Xiaoshan couldn't help but kiss Du Ziren's big head sticker, twice. Brother blessing is awesome. Tap tap tap. Within the red mist, which was distorted by the wind, the armed police officer's eyes narrowed and had blurred his vision. The second mouth on that chin was hideous. How is that possible? Where did the wind come from? Even the wind can't possibly blow away my density, decomposed body tissues. Unless this wind is also an alien power. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is it? Who's spoiling my fun? The gun in his hand squeezed tight, and a second mouth grinned, followed by a laugh. Come on. Today come one alien, is one. Come two, die a pair. You guys don't really think, can you run away?